Lynn traversed into such a peculiar alternate realm, becoming an apprentice and an apothecary. There is something amiss with this individual. He performs surgeries without administering anesthesia. That establishment is a den of iniquity. Merely stepping inside guarantees an array of ailments diagnosed, even if you are in perfect health. But that cannot be true. Did they not proclaim that it is the finest apothecary within 100 miles? Of course it is the best, for within 100 miles, it is the sole establishment of its kind. Lynn abhorred the various slanders, for he knew himself to be a doctor of impeccable ethics and integrity. Such propagation of falsehoods was utterly reprehensible. Lynn lifted the chainsaw, gazing earnestly at the patient bound to the operating table. Dear guest, please bear with me as I perform an appendectomy. Chapter 1. My extraordinary exploits in an alternate world. This is a mysterious alternate realm. Vampires, werewolves, advanced technology, magical potions, phantoms, bioengineered beings, divination, puppetry. All conceivable elements of terror are present in this world. One must venture forth only when the lamps are lit. Do not stray far. 10 paces beyond the threshold, the encroaching darkness will consume you. Regardless of whether the visitor seeking medical aid is a human, a ghost, or an amalgamation of stitched flesh, one must maintain composure. If you lose your calm, it will harbor ill intentions towards you. Before a dilapidated table, Lynn wielded a quill, illuminated by the flickering light. He inscribed the principles he had adhered to during his 2 years in this world within his diary. Lynn, the time has come. Hang the lantern outside and prepare to open for business. A voice rasped as though it were chewing on bones. Lynn shook his head. This voice belonged to the proprietor of their apothecary, his mentor who had rescued him 2 years prior, and he was merely an assistant in this enterprise within the alternate world. Coming, Lynn called out. Just then, a chilling synthetic voice reverberated in his mind. Ding! Your mentor, the bloodsaw maniac, has assigned you a task. Open for business and hang the soul lamp at the entrance. Completion rewards: 10 skull coins, 5 basic experience, 100 milliliters of pure human blood. Lynn was taken aback. This voice, is it a system? Could it be that after 2 years in this world, he had finally awakened a golden finger? However, he refrained from immediate exploration, knowing that failure to act promptly as commanded by his mentor would result in dire consequences. Lynn swiftly exited the dim attic, only to behold his mentor dragging the severed corpse of an unidentified creature towards the adjacent operating room. Vivid crimson blood trailed along the moldy floor, creating a long, gruesome path. The shrill sound of the chainsaw soon echoed from within the operating room. The rasping, bone-chewing voice returned. After opening, organize the expired potions from yesterday and feed them to the little darling in the backyard. Make haste. Ding! Your mentor, the bloodsaw maniac, has assigned you a task. Organize expired potions and feed them to the little darling in the backyard. Completion rewards: 10 skull coins, 10 affection points from the little darling, and 1 household proficiency. Lynn was astonished. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. This must be his system. Could it possibly manifest all the experiences he encounters as system tasks? Listening to the gnawing sounds behind him, Lynn managed to maintain his composure. Creak, creak, the aged floorboards emitted a disconcerting noise beneath his feet. Lynn approached the foyer, retrieving an oil lamp from the corner and winding its mechanism, causing drops of crimson blood to fall onto the wick. With a flick, a scarlet flame ignited. If one listened closely, faint, anguished cries could be heard emanating from within the oil lamp. Lynn's expression remained calm as he carefully opened the door. Outside lay a shroud of darkness, seemingly enshrouded in mist, with occasional eerie laughter echoing from the shadows. He maintained his composure, hanging the oil lamp upon the doorpost, illuminating the adjacent dilapidated sign. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Ding! You have earned 10 skull coins, 5 basic experience, and 100 milliliters of pure human blood. Lynn immediately intended to turn and re-enter the apothecary. Yet, at that very moment, a deep and sinister laughter resonated from the shadows. Good morning, young man. Do you possess any worthless refuse to spare for this old crone? I shall reward you accordingly. From the darkness emerged a frail old woman, her hunched form draped in tattered burlap as she pulled along a cart. A benevolent smile adorned her visage, yet Lynn could distinctly perceive the grotesque truth. In her grasp was a lantern fashioned from human skin, and the rusted cart was seemingly an extension of her own hand. Ding! The scavenger has presented you with an optional quest. Provide the scavenger with worthless refuse. Optional quest completion reward: Scavenger's favor 10, skeleton coins 20, Scavenger's reward X1. Lynn maintained his composure. Very well, please hold on a moment. Lynn swiftly turned and retraced his steps to the apothecary, seizing 2 black bags from the entrance. A heavy stench of blood wafted from the bags, and within, something seemed to writhe, emitting a series of muffled groans. With calm assurance, Lynn placed the worthless refuse upon the scavenger's cart. "Thank you, young man. You are truly kind-hearted," the old woman remarked, her smile unwavering. Slowly, she extended her gnarled hand and, from her sunken eye sockets, extracted 2 blood-soaked eyeballs. "Young man, this is the reward bestowed upon you by the old crone. Ding! You have received the quest reward. Scavenger's favor Ja 10, skeleton coins Ja 20 ding. You may choose to accept the reward offered by the scavenger or refuse it. Refusal will incur a penalty of -50 to the scavenger's favor." Lynn gazed at the steaming eyeballs, calmly extending his hand to accept them. "I shall take them. Thank you." The old woman's smile radiated brightly, yet her hollow eye sockets were disconcertingly eerie. "Good, good," she exclaimed, and as Lynn watched, she pulled her cart and gradually vanished into the dark. "Ding! You have received the scavenger's reward. 1 eyeball from the tailor, 1 eyeball from the butcher, scavenger's favor 20. Lynn remained composed, yet inwardly sighed in relief, promptly returning to the apothecary. He had learned from his mentor that the tailor dealt in human skin and the butcher in human flesh, both establishments situated directly across the street from their apothecary. The scavenger, however, possessed the eyeballs of both proprietors. This was the conclusion he had drawn regarding an additional tenet of this world: never attempt to offend the wanderers of the dark. Lynn turned, his expression forced into tranquility. He methodically gathered bottles of expired black-red potions from the counter and placed them into his satchel, proceeding toward the backyard. As he passed the operating room, the relentless sound of slicing echoed within. Lynn understood that it was best not to disturb his mentor at this juncture. Should he do so, it would be uncertain who would end up upon the operating table next. Lynn arrived at the backyard, opening the cellar door, and an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of decayed flesh and excrement that had long since rotted. Hiss, hiss, a series of mysterious sounds emanated from within the cellar. Lynn knew that within lay the little treasure his mentor often spoke of, though its true nature was known to none but his mentor. Lynn poured all the potions from his satchel into the cellar. "Ding! You have received skeleton coins X10, little treasures favor X10, furniture proficiency J1. Soon, the cellar was filled with piercing and furious roars, accompanied by a wave of bloodlust. Lynn promptly shut the cellar door, exhaling in relief. This was the daily task he undertook each morning since becoming an aide at the apothecary. The key to his survival lay in his unwavering obedience to his mentor's directives. Those aides who failed to heed were long ago dismembered and offered as sustenance to this little treasure. Lynn steadied his thoughts and tentatively inquired, "System?" In that very instant, a panel suddenly materialized before Lynn's eyes. Chapter 2, The First Customer. Lynn, age 17, level 2, race, human, strength 3, agility 4, intelligence 7, constitution 3, basic skills, intermediate household proficiency 901-1000, beginner potion crafting 9100, beginner surgical skills 2100, skeleton coins 100, reputation none. Introduction: a nameless apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, a frail yet astute human youth who has endured in this world for 2 years, though his demise may come at any moment. Lynn calmly scrutinized the sudden appearance of the panel. The composure he had cultivated over these 2 years enabled him to maintain his tranquility in the face of any circumstance. After a moment of thorough examination, he gleaned a general understanding of the system's functionalities. In essence, as long as he persistently undertook the tasks assigned by the creatures of this world, he could receive corresponding rewards to enhance his various abilities. Lynn pondered. If that were the case, his chances of survival in this world would be considerably augmented. Just then, the raspy voice of his mentor echoed through the room, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. "Lynn, I must step out for a while. I shall return in approximately 2 days. Be sure to keep a vigilant watch over the shop, lock the doors at night, and do not allow those pesky thieves to make off with anything." A scraping sound followed in the corridor. "Ding! Your mentor, the Bloodsaw Maniac, has assigned you a task. Guard the shop. Task reward: skeleton coins X50, basic experience X100, special reward X1. Task failure penalty: the apothecary may require additional collections." Lynn immediately returned indoors. Before him stood his mentor, dragging a blood-soaked sack, within which something seemed to be struggling. The figure, towering at least 2 meters, with a dark red, cyst-ridden body, was that of his mentor. In an instant, another panel appeared before Lynn. Bloodsaw Maniac. Race: Stitchwalker. Level: alignment: lawful evil. Combat ability: do not attempt to provoke him. Introduction: the proprietor of the Bloodsaw Apothecary in Soul Alley, adept at various surgical procedures, yet often engages in intriguing side ventures beyond surgery. Lynn felt a jolt of shock within, though his expression remained impassive. Mentor, during your absence, is there anything I should be particularly mindful of? Lynn inquired, knowing that this was a crucial question. Failure to ask could very well lead to his demise. The bloodsaw maniac tossed the bloody sack behind him, rasping. Those with wealth may pay. Those without may barter equivalently. For those who refuse to trade, even then, you shall take matters into your own hands. With a swift motion, he tossed a bloodied bone saw knife before Lynn. Ding! You have acquired a special item. Bloodsaw S-Bone Knife X1. Bloodsaw S-Bone Knife. Quality, fine. Level. Exclusive. Bloodsaw Maniac. Description. A surgical knife frequently employed by the owner of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, exceedingly sharp, with formidable cutting ability against flesh and spirits alike. It is said that prolonged use may incite an irresistible urge to cut something. Remember, the Bloodsaw Maniac warned, shouldering the bloodied sack as he strode towards the door. Regardless of what commotion you hear outside, do not venture beyond the reach of the Soul Lantern. Pay no heed to anyone who beckons you to practice medicine outside. At night, secure the main door and close the windows. If anyone enters, eliminate them without hesitation and do not respond to their calls. Lynn nodded, committing his mentor's words to memory. Yes, mentor, I understand. With that, the imposing figure of the Bloodsaw Maniac soon vanished into the thick darkness. Time swiftly passed. Lynn commenced his daily routine, diligently mopping the blood from the floor, concocting ordinary potions to treat various ailments, and then stationed himself at the counter, wielding the bone knife. Eyes closed, waiting for time to elapse. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Lynn lifted his gaze towards the entrance. He beheld a filthy little girl standing at the threshold, cradling a doll in her arms, her small hands gently tapping against the door. A pitiful expression adorned her face as she pleaded, "Is the owner in? My doll's arm is broken. Can you say my doll?" Ding. The blood doll has assigned you a task. Heal the injured doll. Task completion. Skeleton coins X50, surgical skill experience X50, special reward X1. Lynn cast a fleeting glance. Outside, the flame of the soul lantern flickered slightly, its chaotic dance signifying the strength of the visitor. Under the protection of the soul lantern, as long as one did not invite the visitor in, they could not enter. Of course, powerful beings were the exception. In an instant, the girl's information materialized before him. Blood doll. Level 5. Race, flesh and blood spirit. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Combat ability, you may provoke it slightly. Description, a doll accompanied by a doll. Searching for her mother in Soul Alley. Anyone who dares to snatch away her beloved doll shall be devoured by it. Lynn felt a chill run down his spine, yet his demeanor remained calm. Come inside. As the attendant of the apothecary in Soul Alley, Lynn understood that there were rules in this realm. As long as one did not trespass against the taboos of these spirits and monsters, they were not inherently murderous, and business could still be conducted. The girl, with a sorrowful demeanor, sat before the counter, cradling her doll. Lynn glanced over. The doll's arm had been completely torn off, blood and grime oozing forth as if it had been viciously bitten off. "Doctor, please save my doll. Her arm is gone. I can't find it. She's my favorite doll. And if this continues, she will die," the girl implored pitifully. Suddenly, her lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing bloodstains as she exclaimed, "You can surely save her, right, big brother?" Lynn's SAN dropped to 5. Lynn maintained his composure, extending his hand to examine the severed arm of the doll. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The wound bears the marks of teeth, and the blood composition matches that of the doll, initially diagnosing that a family member has consumed the doll's arm. Lynn? This system is indeed remarkable, capable of aiding him in diagnosis automatically. If that is the case, the task becomes much simpler. He glanced at the little girl, disregarding her blood-stained smile, and inquired, "Have you eaten anything recently?" The moment he posed the question, the girl's grotesque smile vanished, reverting to her previously innocent and pitiful demeanor as she clasped her hands together, replying, "I haven't eaten anything for many days. I'm terribly hungry. However, last night while I slept, I did feast on a grand banquet in my dreams." She licked her lips and suddenly burst into a tinkling laugh, saying it was quite delicious. Creak, creak. The doll on the table suddenly echoed the same chilling smile as the girl, repeating, "It was quite delicious. It was quite delicious. He he he." Chapter 3. Physical therapy or surgical intervention. Lynn maintained his composure and remarked, "If that is the case, my preliminary suspicion is that you may have ingested something amiss. Perhaps the very arm of your doll." The girl's smile instantly faltered. Yet, the doll's laughter persisted, echoing, "Doll loves mommy. Mommy loves doll. He he he." Lynn lifted his gaze, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, and inquired, "Have you felt any discomfort in your abdomen recently?" The girl stiffened, replying, "My stomach is gurgling. It feels as if something is tickling inside." Lynn nodded, jotting down notes, and casually remarked, "That seems accurate. It appears you have yet to digest properly. Would you prefer surgery or physical therapy?" The girl, still rigid, asked, "What does that entail?" With a clang, Lynn plunged a bloodied bone saw into the tabletop. "We could slice open your abdomen and retrieve your doll's arm. I would then stitch you up." In an instant, the doll's laughter ceased. A shiver coursed from the girl's feet to the crown of her head. And what a physical therapy. Lynn stood up, retrieving gloves and a mask from the counter, casting a calm gaze upon her. "This is simple. No surgery required. Would you prefer to extract from above or below? I can assist you either way, and the cost is quite reasonable." The girl gasped in shock. The doll echoed her sentiment. The girl, dazed, stammered from above then. "Very well," Lynn replied, pushing aside the items on the counter and flexing his wrist. "Given your petite stature, you need not go to the operating room. I can assist you now. However, you must endure and refrain from biting my arm." Under the girl's terrified gaze, Lynn's imposing shadow loomed over her, masked and gloved, his eyes exuding an aura of calm. Seated on a small stool, the girl instinctively clutched her doll tightly. "Is it not possible to look away?" Lynn retorted. "That is not permissible. My instructor stated that once one enters this establishment, one must receive treatment, lest something be left behind." The girl shivered in a daze, but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well." She opened her mouth wide in response. Wider still, with a rip. The girl stretched her mouth back towards her neck, unveiling a cavernous maw. An unpleasant odor wafted forth. Lynn's expression remained steady as he retrieved a brace from the counter, securing her jaw to prevent any involuntary reactions. He then rolled up his sleeves and inserted his arm into the girl's mouth. With a swift motion, it was fully engulfed. The girl's eyes widened in shock. "Do not move," Lynn admonished, his expression serious as he explored her stomach. "It will be over swiftly. If you wish to avoid leaving your doll incomplete, remain still. You have obtained hair X50. You have obtained unknown body fragments X2. You have obtained rotting flesh X5. You have obtained a comb X1. The girl continued to gawk, her mouth agape, emitting fearful whimpers. "Found it." Lynn's heart raced as his fingers grazed a still wriggling object. "You have obtained a wriggling arm X1. It was indeed the very arm of the doll she had consumed. Lynn, unfazed, rinsed the arm and placed it on the counter, stating, "This must be it. You must have been extremely hungry that night, unconsciously consuming your doll's arm. Your doll, seeing your hunger, did not alert you. However, do take care in the future to avoid ingesting peculiar items that are difficult to digest." The girl, her mouth propped open by the brace, was rendered speechless. Physical therapy costs 10 skull coins, and a stitch-up is 30 coins. Lynn, masked, calmly retrieved twine and a sharp needle, the latter glinting with a dazzling sheen. "Shall we proceed with the stitching?" At the sight of the doll, the girl gasped, clutching it as it began to wail, attempting to flee. "Let us get this done." The girl, mouth held open by the brace, remained in a daze. Lynn donned his gloves and said coolly, "All right, hold it down for me. I will begin." The girl, wide-eyed, pressed her struggling doll against the counter, the doll's eyes reflecting the cold light in Lynn's, emitting a series of terrified shrieks. Commencing. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. "You have gained basic surgical experience, X1. You have gained basic surgical experience, X1. You have gained basic surgical experience, X1. After over half an hour, accompanied by the doll's anguished cries, Lynn withdrew scissors and snipped the thread. "Done. Apply a bit of the ointment, once daily, and within a week, this arm will return to normal." Lynn retrieved a bottle of greenish ointment from the counter. Upon opening it and pouring it over the stitch, the doll emitted a terrified scream. The girl, dazed, asked, "Is it over?" Lynn clapped his hands and replied calmly, "Completed. You may settle the bill now. Physical therapy is 10 coins, stitching is 30 coins, and the ointment, priced at 10 coins per bottle, totals 110 coins. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again." The doll hastily dove into the girl's embrace, trembling in fear while gazing at Lynn. Clearly, in her mind, Lynn had left an indelible psychological scar. The girl, in a daze, began to search her belongings. After a lengthy pause, she produced 20 coins, trembling as she placed them on the counter, stammering, "I only have 20. Lynn replied coolly, "That is acceptable. You still owe 90 coins. Which party do you intend to pledge as collateral? I can cut it for you, free of charge." As he spoke, Lynn lifted the bone saw. The girl's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively stepped back. "I still need 10 coins. The girl rapidly fished 10 coins from her clothing and placed them on the counter. Lynn observed, "You still owe 80. The girl hesitantly set down the 6 bottles of ointment, stating, "I will purchase these later." Lynn retracted the ointments, saying, "You still owe 20. The girl trembled. "Can I put it on credit?" Lynn walked outside with the knife, replying coolly, "This is a small business. We do not offer credit. However, 20 coins is not a large sum. You may leave one of your eyes as collateral, and I will grant you the ointment. I can even find you an additional 40 coins." The girl, clutching her doll, stepped back, covering one eye and trembling, asked, "Is there another way to pay?" Lynn replied, "State your proposition. I shall assess its value." The girl swallowed hard, trembling as she suggested, "If I let you indulge, would you waive my entire bill?" Chapter 4. Eyeballs priced at 200, no returns accepted. Lynn replied coolly, "This is a small business. I do not accept flesh as payment. Rest assured, I only require your right eye. Once you earn some money, you may redeem it." The girl, sniffling, agreed reluctantly. "All right, fine. Moments latte. You have obtained a rare item, Blood Doll's Right Eye X1. Blood Doll's Right Eye carries a hunger value of 10, grants the skill, Invincible Stomach. You have completed the task. You have received a task reward. Skull Coins X50, Surgical Experience X50, Special Reward, Blood Doll Fear Level X30. Blood Doll's Doll Fear Level X50. Lynn calmly washed the blood from his hands, placing the eyeball into a vial of special reagent and affixing a label. Turning, he addressed the girl, who was still covering one eye. With a polite demeanor, "We look forward to your next visit. The Bloodsaw Apothecary is sincerely at your service." Lynn bowed slightly. The girl clutched her doll tightly as she walked out, her voice echoing faintly in the distance. "I should hurry to find my mother. I shall never return again. Oh, the cursed shop. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest. Find the mother of the Blood Doll. Help the Blood Doll locate her mother. Quest completion reward. 200 affinity points with the Blood Doll, 100 affinity points with the Blood Doll's Doll, Special Reward X1. Current quest completion, 2. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing outside, he noticed the girl's figure had vanished into the darkness. A completion rate of 2. His gaze fell upon the plate on the counter, containing several organs extracted from the girl's stomach. Unknown woman's hair, X50. Unknown woman's ears, X2. Unknown woman's comb, X1. Lynn, it must be said, he indeed harbored a horrific suspicion. Rising to his feet, Lynn meticulously cleaned the severed parts and placed them in a bottle for safekeeping. Intending to discuss the matter with the girl upon her next visit, he opened his interface. Thanks to previous rewards, he had accumulated 50 experience points in surgical skills, along with an additional 50 of his own skull coins. The customer's money belonged to the shop. He could not touch it. Thus, his current wealth amounted to a total of 150 skull coins. Skull coins were the basic currency in this world, usable as a medium of exchange. But Lynn had yet to step outside the shop in the 2 years since his arrival. Thus, he had no opportunity to utilize them. Nevertheless, having more money is never a hindrance. Time passed swiftly. Lynn closed his eyes, gripping the bone saw, resembling a statue. The soul lamp at the entrance represented a rule, signaling to the wandering souls in the darkness that this place was owned, and any malevolent words spoken would incur a corresponding price. Most wandering spirits typically refrained from invading when the soul lamp was lit, for within the sanctum protected by the lamp, the owner could suppress malevolent spirits at will. Nonetheless, this did not preclude the existence of exceedingly wicked entities unafraid of anything. For them, there are no rules to adhere to in this world. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside once more. "Welcome." Lynn opened his eyes and instantly beheld a hulking monster with the body of a pig and the stature of a man standing at the door. One of its eyes was bloodied, devoid of an eyeball, adorned with a crimson apron, and wielding a butcher's knife that seemed freshly stained with gore. A panel appeared before Lynn. Pighead Demon. Level, 21. Race, aberrant creature. Alignment, lawful evil. Combatability, only if you are willing to be consumed. Description, owner of the pig meat shop in Soul Alley, your friendly neighbor, eager to share his freshly slaughtered prey, or perhaps share you with others. Lynn's sanity, 5. How unfortunate, the pighead demon grumbled, clutching its eye socket. I lost an eye just because I had no useless rubbish to offer that old hag. When I meet her next, I shall. It spat afoul. Rancid phlegm, continuing to curse. Meanwhile, Lynn's mind was instantly alerted by the system prompt. Ding. Pighead Demon Quest. Assist in finding a suitable eyeball. Quest rewards, 50 skull coins, 50 surgical experience points, 20 affinity points with the Pighead Demon. Special reward X1. Please come in. Lynn maintained his composure, sitting at the counter, his grip tightening around the bone saw. The Pighead Demon strode in, the soul lamp flickering ominously. A wave of putrid and sanguine odor assaulted Lynn's senses, inducing a queasy sensation. The Pighead Demon plopped down on the stool in front of the counter, its solitary sharp pig, I fixed on Lynn, glancing around before remarking, "Where's Bloodsaw? Have him come out and replace my eyeball. I have excellent prey to trade." Lynn remained calm, responding quietly, "The master has stepped out. You may speak with me regarding any matters." The pighead demon paused momentarily, then squinted its remaining eye, fixing its gaze on Lynn as if appraising a piece of meat. "Oh, ding." Crisis level increased to 89. A tumult of emotions surged within Lynn, yet his facade remained unyielding. His choice was indeed prudent. Attempting to deceive the pighead demon by claiming his master was in the backyard would have undoubtedly led to immediate repercussions upon detection of falsehood. Honesty, on the other hand, might invoke caution in the other party. "What type of eyeball do you require?" Lynn turned, gesturing towards the cabinet containing eyeballs submerged in reagents. "We have human eyes, pig eyes, necromancer's eyes, bat eyes, and blood doll eyes. Choose whichever you desire. Prices vary." The pighead demon's eyes gleamed with malevolence, revealing its sharp teeth, a foul stench wafting from its mouth. "I believe your eyeballs seem rather appealing." It extended its tongue, licking its cracked lips. Lynn's sanity, 10. Ding. Crisis level increased to 91. Lynn understood that any display of fear would embolden the pighead demon to act without restraint. "Mine?" Lynn turned his head, gazing steadily at the creature. Then, under the pighead demon's menacing scrutiny, Lynn slowly extended 3 fingers, deliberately inserting them into his own eye socket, gradually extracting his right eye. Squeak, squeak. Ding. Host life loss. Ding. Host organ loss. Moments later, Lynn presented his eyeball, cupped in his palm, before the pighead demon. Pighead demon sanity, 20. Yet, he remained unflinching. Each eyeball is valued at 200 skull coins, and returns are not accepted if they do not match. The pighead demon was momentarily stunned. It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human could so ruthlessly extract his own eyeball before its very eyes. The pain it had experienced when its own eyeball was removed by that scavenger had been excruciating. How could this individual maintain such composure? Ding. Crisis level reduced to 50. Chapter 5. As a doctor, I must take responsibility for you. Its gaze flickered. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps this apprentice of Bloodsaw had been transformed into a patchwork creature. A normal person would never remain so composed in the face of it. "I do not desire yours. I want my own eyeball." It rasped heavily. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 45. Lynn's expression remained placid as he pressed his eyeball back into his socket. Quietly resuming his seat, he reached into his bosom. "This indeed I have." Then, before the astonished gaze of the pighead demon, Lynn produced a large eyeball, still glistening with flesh and blood that was actively moving. Clatter. The pighead demon sprang to its feet, exclaiming, This is it." It instantly recognized that the eyeball was the very one that had been removed by that old hag. How could its own eyeball come to be in the possession of this human apprentice? Lynn placed the eyeball on the counter and spoke calmly. "I encountered that kind-hearted old lady this morning. She gifted me this toy. Pighead demon sanity, 30. The pighead demon stared intently at the eyeball on the counter, beads of cold sweat trickling down the bristles on its neck and onto its back. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by that scavenger. With his own strength, he could easily have his eyes plucked out by that scavenger, and if the latter so desired, he could effortlessly sever his head. Yet, the fact that the scavenger would gift his own eyeball to this frail human was increasingly perplexing. No, it was becoming somewhat frightening, for he could not fathom the depths of this human apprentice. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 20. The boar-headed demon hesitated, gazing intently at Lynn, and queried, "Do you dare to freely give me the item the old hag sent you?" Lynn replied coolly, "I'm not giving it. I'm selling it. 1 eyeball for 200 skeleton coins, the market price." Was he truly unafraid? The boar-headed demon scrutinized him, searching for a flaw. Could it be that he shared a close bond with that scavenger? Ding. Sense of crisis diminished to 10. With a clatter, the boar-headed demon withdrew a pouch from his bosom and scattered a substantial number of skeleton coins upon the counter. He fixed his gaze on Lynn and declared, "Very well. I shall purchase it." Lynn calmly deposited the coins into the counter, then donned his gloves and mask once more, pulling out a monocle and stating coolly, "It's a deal. Would you prefer to have the installation done here, or shall we proceed to the operating table?" "Here," the boar-headed demon asserted decisively. No resident of Phantom Alley wished to ascend to the Bloodsaw-S operating table. "Very well," Lynn replied, nonchalantly picking up a bone saw. "Lean against the counter and rest your head on the table. If it hurts, feel free to scream." The boar-headed demon sneered menacingly. "Am I afraid of pain?" Puffed. Lynn took a swig of alcohol and sprayed it onto the dripping blade. The boar-headed demon immediately fell silent. After lighting a candle, Lynn carefully heated the blade over the flame for several minutes. With narrowed eyes, he approached the boar-headed demon's head with a knife in hand. A bead of cold sweat dripped onto the counter. The boar-headed demon trembled. Do you really need a knife for just installing an eyeball? Boar-headed demon sanity, level 10. Lynn replied, quietly. Upon inspection, I noticed significant calcifications and clots in your eye socket, indicating that you do not take proper care of your eyes. This step is merely an additional service. No need for thanks. Wait, the boar-headed demon exclaimed in horror. But it was already too late. Crack, 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 crack. Ah! The boar-headed demon let out a heart-wrenching scream of terror. Knife skill experience 1. Knife skill experience 1. Knife skill experience 1. Minutes later, Lynn utilized the disinfectant to clean the remnants from the demon's eye socket, perplexed as to why his surgical skill had not improved, but rather his knife skill. All done. Lynn calmly wiped the bone saw clean with a cloth. Do not move. I'm about to install your eyeball. If you fidget, you might end up with it installed incorrectly. The boar-headed demon leaned there, frothing at the mouth, his body twitching, clearly not heeding Lynn's words. Lynn, momentarily stunned, instinctively muttered, Damn, forgot to use anesthetic. It seemed he had also forgotten to use it when stitching that doll's arm last time. No matter. Lynn shook his head, his expression returning to calmness. He retrieved the boar man's eyeball that had been soaking in the solution with tweezers, then turned to search the potion cabinet behind him. Seconds later, Lynn retrieved a white vial from the top of the cabinet. It bore faint, handwritten markings resembling 502. What is this? The recovering boar-headed demon trembled. Lynn, holding the eyeball, shook the vial in his hand and said quietly, My specially formulated super adhesive will prevent your eyeball from dislodging during installation. Combined with my teacher's specially crafted powerful restorative potion, it guarantees a 95% success rate for the surgery. Lynn explained with utmost seriousness. The boar-headed demon quivered. Hurry up and install it for me. Do you understand? I do not wish to remain here any longer. Lynn nodded. Rest assured, we physicians possess strong professional ethics. Lynn calmly prepared the viscous adhesive, then evenly applied it around the eyeball, aligning it carefully before gently placing it atop the eye socket. He retrieved specialized tools to adjust the angle of the eyeball. He rummaged through his toolbox, extracting a hammer. The boar-headed demon. What are you doing? What are you doing? The boar-headed demon shrieked in terror. Lynn frowned. Do not move. This is the final physical procedure. If you shift and misalign it, I will have to remove it and reinstall it, which will incur additional surgical fees. Lynn shook his head, firmly holding down the frightened boar-headed demon's head. Then, with utmost caution, he began to tap the hammer, focused intently as he installed the eyeball bit by bit. Minutes later, Lynn paused. The boar-headed demon trembled. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lynn frowned. It's installed incorrectly. The boar-headed demon. Do not worry, Lynn said, his expression calm as he reached out to grasp the support holding the eyeball, pulling it upwards with force. With a ripping sound, the boar-headed demon's terrified shrieks echoed, and his sanity plummeted as Lynn extracted the incorrectly placed eyeball. Just a minor medical mishap. Lynn quietly readjusted the position, stating, This adjustment will be free of charge. I will correct it. The boar-headed demon emitted a series of piercing screams, frantically struggling. I do not want it installed anymore. I will not have it done here. Sanity level 20. Sanity level 20. Do not move. Lynn's gaze hardened as he bellowed. This is the final procedure. Since you have paid, I must take responsibility. I must ensure that every patient leaves my care in perfect condition. With that, Lynn raised the hammer with ferocity. Stop! The boar-headed demon shouted, extending a trembling hand in terror. Bang! Sparks flew. Chapter 6. This is an illusion. Several minutes later. Ding! You have completed the task, earning 50 skeleton coins, 50 surgical skill experience points, and a special reward. Ding! Due to uncontrollable circumstances, the boar-headed demon's affection level has transformed into a fear level, now at 50. The boar-headed demon trembled uncontrollably, sitting there in a daze. Meanwhile, across the counter, Lynn sat calmly in his white coat, wielding a quill, leisurely penning his medical report. He pushed a small pile of potions toward the demon. Half of these potions were for oral consumption, while the other half were for external application, to be taken twice daily. In approximately 2 days, your vision will begin to recover. Of course, if you desire a faster-acting potion, the price will increase tenfold. Time to settle up, including the surgical fee, potion cost, care fee, and the eyeball fee you've already paid. The total comes to 546 skeleton coins. If there are no objections, please sign here. Lynn lifted his head, his vacant gaze fixed on the boar-headed demon, and added, a thumbprint will suffice. The boar-headed demon, trembling, extended his hand and pressed it onto the report. He then shakily retrieved a large pouch from his bosom, placing over 500 skeleton coins upon the counter, and asked, May I leave now? Lynn nodded. counting the coins. He raised his gaze, fixating on the still bulging pouch of the boar-headed demon. Yet in the next moment, his attention was drawn to the demon's protruding belly. Ding! You have triggered the hidden quest of the pig-head demon, titled Strange Abdomen. Completion rewards, 50 skull coins, 50 surgery ability experience, and the activation of the observation function. The pig-head demon turned to leave. However, Lynn abruptly extended his hand to halt him, exclaiming, "Wait." It was evident that the pig-head demon's body instinctively quivered. "What now?" he retorted, turning back, only to catch sight of Lynn adjusting his monocle, causing one of his eyes to plop onto the table with a thud, which he collected and calmly reinserted. Sanity value -1. Lynn shook his head and said, "I have discerned some new issues with your condition. If left undiagnosed, they may adversely affect your health." The pig-head demon gritted his teeth, asserting, "Do not deceive me. I despise being deceived." Lynn replied solemnly, "I am a doctor. I do not lie. Anyone who enters my establishment is my patient, and I must take responsibility for their health. If I observe a problem and fail to inform you, that would be the true breach of medical ethics." Gazing into Lynn's serious and earnest eyes, the pig-head demon, albeit reluctantly, returned to the stool at the counter, hesitantly inquiring, "What problems do you see?" "I feel perfectly healthy." Lynn donned a mask and instructed, "Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse." The pig-head demon, hesitantly, placed his bristly arm on the counter, ultimately deciding to trust him once more. Lynn maintained a calm demeanor as he placed his hand on the demon's pulse, attentively sensing it. Diagnostic experience 1. Diagnostic experience 1. Diagnostic experience 1. Gradually, the pig-head demon noticed Lynn's brow furrowing, and his heart leapt into his throat. "Is there truly a significant issue?" he asked nervously, for he dreaded the sight of a doctor frowning, as it seldom boded well. Lynn withdrew his hand and looked earnestly at the pig-head demon, furrowing his brow as he stated, "The issue is neither trivial nor monumental. It depends on how we handle it." The pig-head demon, anxious, inquired, "What is the problem?" Lynn solemnly replied, "Ectopic pregnancy." A brief silence ensued, punctuated by a gust of chilly wind sweeping in from the door. In the next moment, the pig-head demon bellowed, seizing Lynn by the collar and lifting him in a fit of rage. "What nonsense is this, you charlatan? Are you mocking me? I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts clearly." Lynn remained composed. Adjusting his eye, he replied seriously, "The pulse has conveyed this to me. It cannot be erroneous. You must trust in my medical expertise." The pig-head demon roared, "My pulse resembles yours? I shall reiterate. I am a boar." Lynn nodded gravely. "Hence, I state it is ectopic pregnancy. If it exists, matters will become more complicated, necessitating deeper gender reassignment surgery, which would impose a greater burden upon you." The pig-head demon trembled as he released Lynn's collar, collapsing onto the stool. "What are you contemplating?" "I am contemplating how to excise you." The pig-head demon's eyes were ablaze with fury, teeth grinding in humiliation. "Let's not dwell on futile thoughts." Lynn straightened his collar and sat at the counter, producing a medical record, and calmly asked, "Have you recently experienced abdominal distension, nausea, loss of appetite, or any unusual bleeding?" The pig-head demon slammed his hand on the table, suppressing his shivers and humiliation, exclaiming, "How could I possibly bleed? Explain how I would bleed." Lynn continued documenting, adjusting his eye, and calmly said, "Please remain composed. This is merely a standard inquiry. Aside from bleeding below, have any of the other symptoms manifested?" The pig-head demon, gritting his teeth, seethed, "So what if they have? Are you implying I have an upset stomach?" Lynn adjusted his eye, casting a glance at him, and inquired, "For how long have these symptoms persisted?" The pig-head demon, through clenched teeth, replied, "A month." Lynn persisted with his inquiries, calmly asking, "When was your last intimate encounter? Do you have any detrimental habits, such as excessive intimate activities or the use of certain questionable implements?" The pig-head demon stood there, frozen, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Retorting, "You dare ask that again?" Clearly infuriated by the question, Lynn calmly extended his hand to halt him, stating, "Very well, I shall refrain from that inquiry. Next question. During your most recent intimate encounter, did you experience?" Lynn furrowed his brow, making an emphatic gesture, a sensation akin to tearing pain. At this, the pig-head demon could no longer contain himself. He seized Lynn by the collar in a fit of rage, bellowing, "I have tolerated you long enough. Translate for me what tearing pain means. Explain it to me. What is tearing pain?" Lynn placed a firm hand on his chest, shaking his head, "Calm down. Further diagnosis requires specialized equipment. This is merely a necessary procedure I must follow as a physician, fundamentally for your well-being. Surely, you do not wish to leave any underlying health issues unresolved?" The pig-head demon huffed, nostrils flaring, his chest heaving with rage. Yet he ultimately relented under Lynn's soothing demeanor. Soothing experience 1. Soothing experience 1. Soothing experience 1. Lynn adjusted his collar once more, setting down his pen, casting a glance at him, and shaking his head. There is another possibility. You may have inadvertently consumed something imbued with strange properties, leading to an abnormality within your body, thus creating the illusion of pregnancy. Chapter 7. The surgery is perfectly completed. I observe that your complexion is poor, with pronounced dark circles and a pallid visage. Your wrist cold to the touch. Have you been unable to satiate your hunger regardless of your intake, frequently feeling ravenous? The pighead demon hesitated, resuming his seat. Despite previous doubts, this observation struck a chord. He had indeed been experiencing persistent hunger, even resorting to binge eating with little relief from the sensation. How did you know? Lynn remained inscrutable as he rose, retrieving a wooden basin from behind, filling it with clear water, before producing a bottle of light green potion from beneath the counter, which he poured into the basin. A wisp of green smoke emanated from the basin. Lynn clapped his hands and declared, "This is a summoning potion. Place your hand within. If there exists a malevolent spirit or other anomalous aberration within you, this potion can reveal the truth." The pighead demon hesitated, eyeing him warily. After ensuring there seemed to be no danger, he cautiously dipped his hand into the basin. In an instant, he felt a chilling sensation rising from his abdomen. "What is this?" His expression shifted slightly. The green water began to bubble, and strange black mist gradually manifested around him. In the next moment, he experienced a sharp cramp, and a grinning face protruded from his abdomen. "Hey, hey, 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 hey." The pighead demon's hair stood on end. My stomach, my stomach." The giggling voice suddenly transformed into wails. Wah-wah. Witnessing this, the pighead demon was utterly aghast. What in the world is this? With resolve, Lynn seized a nearby frying pan and struck the protruding face, flattening his belly. The wailing and laughter ceased instantaneously. Thud! The pighead demon collapsed onto the stool, his expression dazed, muttering, "What is this?" Lynn casually pushed the wooden basin aside and remarked, "Preliminary diagnosis indicates a parasitic malevolent spirit. However, judging by the effects of that previous concoction, this little ghost has yet to fully take shape. You are truly fortunate to encounter me." At that moment, the pighead demon was entirely convinced. He fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he pleaded, "Young brother, my previous demeanor was overly aggressive. Please do not take it to heart. You must save me. You must save me." He was genuinely terrified. If he were to confront a true malevolent spirit in a direct fight, he would not be afraid. But with the evil spirit growing within him, he felt utterly powerless. Lynn calmly held a pen and inquired, "Do you recall consuming anything unclean?" The pighead demon quivered as he replied, "A month ago, while I was out, I distinctly remember eating a little ghost. I inhaled it in one breath. Aside from that, I have only consumed pig and human." Lynn pondered for a moment before lifting his head and stating with seriousness, "Let us operate." A short while later, in the dimly lit operating room, a few candles and copper mirrors cast their light upon the pighead demon's greasy belly. He lay trembling upon the surgical table, expressing his discomfort. "You are making such a hasty decision to operate. Do you not intend to conduct a thorough diagnosis first?" Lynn donned gloves and a mask, calmly disinfecting the surgical knife as he replied, "Swift and decisive action is the essence of efficiency. You must trust in my diagnostic skills and ethical standards. I shall make an incision in your abdomen. If it can be removed, I will do so. If not," the pighead demon trembled, "then I shall take your life." Lynn shook his head. He retrieved a bone knife that his mentor often used and began sharpening it before the pighead demon's eyes. As the sparks flew, the pighead demon lay there in a daze, watching the iron hooks descend from above and the horrifying monstrous tissues submerged in large jars surrounding him. For reasons unknown, he felt akin to a boar destined for slaughter upon a chopping block. "Stop sharpening it! Stop!" he bellowed in panic, unable to endure the piercing sound of a sharpening blade. Instantly, Lynn rinsed the now razor-sharp surgical knife in disinfectant, its blade gleaming dangerously when he picked it up again. He approached the pighead demon, pressing his ear against the greasy belly to listen, then professionally drew a cross on the lower part of his abdomen with a pencil. "Are you prepared?" Lynn asked calmly. The pighead demon quivered. I'm ready." With a click, Lynn pressed a button beneath the surgical table, and the pighead demon's limbs were immediately secured by iron shackles. The pighead demon screamed in terror. "Let me go! Let me go!" Lynn frowned, holding the knife. "Do not shout. I have yet to make an incision. These shackles are to prevent you from thrashing about and compromising my surgical capability for your own good." The pighead demon trembled, Have you ever performed surgery on anyone before? Lynn calmly replied, while sharpening the knife. I have witnessed my mentor slaughter pigs. You're my first patient. However, I possess great confidence in my surgical abilities. A brief silence ensued. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Let me go. Let me go. The pighead demon screamed, struggling frantically. Lynn's gaze turned fierce as he shouted, What nonsense! The knife is ready, and now you say you do not wish to proceed. Are you not afraid of your belly growing larger, only to have the malevolent spirit burst forth? Since you are on my operating table, I must take responsibility for you. You will undergo this procedure, whether you desire it or not. With a swift cut, the operation commenced. Half an hour later, the pighead demon lay dazed upon the surgical table, his body twitching uncontrollably. He had lost count of how many times he had fainted and regained consciousness due to the pain. And in the next moment, a piercing cry echoed throughout the operating room. Lynn smiled as he cradled the little ghost, wiping the sweat from his brow. Congratulations, the surgery has been flawlessly completed. Before him appeared the page of the newborn spirit. Evil spirit blood infant, race. Evil spirit attribute. Chaotic evil, level. 1 description. A spirit formed from resentment and ghostly energy. Having absorbed a significant amount of life force, the evil spirit blood infant will devour its host's soul and flesh upon fully forming, gradually growing into a calamity. The pighead demon muttered in a daze, so, it up. Chapter 8. Stomach discomfort. I will operate again. Lynn nodded, then produced the bill. After some thought, he said, Although this is not the ideal moment for such a discussion, I must inform you. The total surgical fee is 300 skull coins. However, as this is my first surgery, I can offer you a 20 discount, bringing it to a total of 240 skull coins. The suturing fee is additional, totaling 280 coins. Would you care to sign? The pighead demon emitted a mournful squeal on the brink of mental collapse. Sew it up. Sew up. He trembled. Lynn nodded. Pointing to the various threads on the wall, we have hemp thread, wool thread, cotton thread, iron wire, and steel wire. Each has a different price. Which would you prefer? A tear fell from the corner of the pighead demon's eye as he murmured, Hemp thread. Lynn nodded, retrieving the hemp thread. Do you require anything else? So. He howled. Lynn nodded, skillfully picking up his steel needle, flicking the hemp thread, and approached the pighead demon, biting the end of the thread before pulling it taut. Please bear with me. I shall begin shortly. Experience in suturing skill. 1. Experience in suturing skill. 1. Experience in suturing skill. 1. Finally, after several minutes, Lynn took out scissors, snipped the thread, and patted the butterfly knot. He then poured a potion into his mouth and sprayed it onto the pighead demon's belly. Instantly, the sewn flesh began to close and heal rapidly. Ding! You have completed a hidden task, earning 50 skull coins, 50 surgical experience, and 50 diagnostic experience. Ding! You have gained 200 fear from the pighead demon. Ding! Your notoriety in Soul Alley has increased by 10. Lynn removed his mask, unlocked the shackles from the surgical table, and, cradling the little ghost, smiled. Congratulations, the surgery went exceptionally smoothly. As you can see, this was indeed a routine case of malevolent spirit parasitism. Fortuitously, you encountered me. Otherwise, your troubles would have escalated. In an instant, Lynn felt a blur before his eyes. A shadow suddenly trembled and dashed from the operating table, clutching its belly and sprinting at an unimaginable speed toward the exit. I shall never return, he vowed, resolving never to undergo such a terrifying surgical experience again. It felt like being butchered like a pig. Boss, your daughter was left behind. We are an apothecary. We do not assist in childcare, Lynn shouted as he hurried after him, chasing him all the way to the entrance. Yet, when he looked again, the shadow of the pighead demon had vanished into the darkness. With a sigh, Lynn contemplated before shouting into the mysterious void, Boss, should your belly discomfort return, come to me, and I shall operate again. Next time, I guarantee to provide anesthesia, and please, come quickly to take your newborn daughter. Instantly, the once bustling darkness fell eerily silent. Lynn turned and returned to his apothecary. Then he swiftly dashed to the counter, rummaging through the drawers beneath, and extracted a small vial of potent restorative elixir, which he promptly poured into his right eye. The eyeball he had forcibly removed gradually regained its vitality. Although the pain persisted, the effects were remarkable. Lynn rubbed his retinal eye socket and murmured, living in this world truly feels like walking on tightrope. His willingness to gouge out his own eye stemmed not from cruelty, but from a knowledge that his shop stocked advanced potions capable of expediting healing. However, these were high-end products, not of his own making, but rather the reserves of his mentor, typically reserved for personal use and not for sale. Ding! Your multiple abilities can be upgraded and your reputation in the Soul Alley has improved. Please check the panel for details. Lynn was taken aback and opened the system panel. Lynn, level 3 race, human strength, 4 agility, 5 intelligence, 8 constitution, 4 available points, 4 basic skills, intermediate housekeeping proficiency, 909-1000, beginner potion making, 9100 intermediate surgical ability, 203-1000, beginner knife skills, 26-100, beginner diagnostic ability, 55-100, skull coins, 250 notoriety, 15 description. The Apprentice of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, known for his morbid tendencies, has elicited a palpable malevolence from numerous patients, suggesting he is gradually inheriting his mentor's twisted style. Lynn pondered. What does this last comment mean? Is it not an insult? It is utterly lacking in objectivity. Aside from the absence of anesthetics, I have always been responsible towards my patients. This is nothing less than the system's blatant malice against me. He shook his head. However, he quickly noticed that he had leveled up, ascending from level 2 to level 3, with an additional 4 points to allocate. Admittedly, from this perspective, the panel provided by the system bore a striking resemblance to a low-quality online game. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was no game. It was a treacherous and dark otherworld, where death was irrevocable. Without hesitation, he allocated all 4 points to his constitution. After all, to become a competent doctor, a robust constitution was essential, especially in this chaotic world where frail bodies could become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ultimately, survival was the foremost principle in this realm. Confirmed. Instantly, Lynn felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He understood that those 4 attribute points were beginning to take effect. Gradually, the fatigue from his earlier surgical endeavor dissipated under the influence of this warmth. Replaced by an inexhaustible vigor, he removed his outer garment and gazed at his abdomen, where in mere minutes, the previously flat surface now exhibited the contours of burgeoning abdominal muscles. Lynn relished the exquisite sensation of possessing a healthy body. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries emanated from the counter behind him. Lynn hurried to the front, cradling the bloodied, ghostly infant in his arms. Upon inspection, he discerned a troubling issue. The infant, still underdeveloped, was roughly the size of 4 adult fists. Apart from a gaping mouth resembling a black hole, the rest of its visage was smooth and devoid of features, as if veiled by silken cloth. Evil spirit blood infant, gender, female level. 2 Lynn was bewildered. Just moments ago, this ghostly infant had been at level 1, and now, inexplicably, it had risen to level 2? Did that imply the infant was rapidly developing? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You have triggered a selectable hidden quest, Ghost Infant Transformation. Due to the premature birth of the ghost infant, the malevolent energy within is swiftly distorting its appearance. The more grotesque it becomes, the greater the malice it will exhibit upon awakening. Chapter 9. I shall perform plastic surgery on you. Selectable Quest Branch 1. Transform it into Soul Lamp Oil. Quest Reward. 2 days of Soul Lamp usage. Selectable Quest Branch 2. Feed it to the little treasure in the backyard. Quest Reward. 50 favorability points from the little treasure. Selectable Quest Branch 3. Soak it in a reagent for collection. Quest Reward. 10 experience in specimen creation. Selectable Quest Branch 4. Await the pig-headed demon to reclaim his daughter. Quest Reward. To be analyzed. Lynn calmly surveyed the 4 quest branches presented by the system. Naturally, he chose the 4th option. Sitting atop the counter, he placed the ghost infant on the table and began to click away on an abacus, stating with gravity, I am a doctor. If someone leave their child in my care and I dispose of them, would I not be the real monster? My moral standards do not permit such actions. Given my professional integrity, does the system not intend to reward me with something? Moral integrity. Lynn brandished his scalpel, awaiting new customers. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes to glance at the ghost infant, only to find its features contorting into a grotesque visage. Lynn's sanity. 1. 5 minutes later, upon another inspection, the infant's face was now sprouting numerous cysts, emitting a hoarse, guttural sound from its cavernous mouth. Lynn's sanity. 10 minutes later, when Lynn opened his eyes once more, the face was now overrun with intertwining, twisted appendages. Lynn's sanity. Lynn's eyes twitched in horror. It seemed the system had not misled him. If left unchecked, this ghost infant would indeed continue to warp into something unspeakable. No, if this continued, not only would the pig demon fail to recognize his daughter, but he himself would be utterly unable to bear it. It was horrifyingly grotesque, truly terrifyingly so. Lynn rose, stretching his wrists, and declared, fine, consider this a free cosmetic surgery for you. So you one T frighten me now and terrify others later? He donned a mask and gloves, binding the ghost infant to the counter with a rope. Creeping and crackling, the infant's twisted appendages suddenly sprouted numerous mouths, unleashing a series of terrifying roars directed at Lynn N. Smack! With a swift motion, Lynn N slapped the writhing appendages back into submission. Behave yourself. He donned a monocle, his expression stoic, and cracked his knuckles. Extending his hands, he grasped the infant's wildly contorted appendages, kneading them vigorously as though they were dough. The ghostly infant emitted sounds akin to terror from within. Evil spirit blood infant fear level 10. Cosmetic surgery is an art. Although Lynn N had never performed such procedures on others, his skill in sculpting clay was unmatched. In a sense, the two tasks bore striking similarities. The first step in cosmetic surgery, naturally, was to blend away the chaotic, viscous matter on its face, ensuring it became sufficiently rounded. This would lay the perfect foundation for the subsequent shaping of its features. Evil spirit blood infant fear level 10. Kneading the dough requires a considerable amount of skill. It must not be too dry nor overly moist. One must ensure it possesses sufficient elasticity and resilience, which is an arduous test of strength. Do not fidget. As your doctor, having brought you into this world, I am duty-bound to ensure your well-being during this time. Worry not. I shall take care of your facial concerns. Lynn maintained a serious expression. Drawing upon the noodle-making techniques he had mastered prior to his journey through time, he meticulously prepared the mass on the face. With a firm pull, he exclaimed, Evil spirit blood infant fear level 20. He twisted it into a braid and pressed it inward once more. Evil spirit blood infant fear level 20. Another pull. He twisted it twice and pressed it in again, thoroughly mixing the viscous and repugnant substance until it became uniform and elastic. The sounds emanating from the ghostly infant grew increasingly terrified. Evil spirit blood infant fear level 20. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. A grotesque figure, charred and covered in burns, stood there, its face oozing a foul, crimson slime. A sight both horrifying and bizarre. I wish to change my face, the creature rasped in a deep, singed voice. Lynn glanced over. Burnt ghost, race, evil spirit, level 15, attribute, chaotic neutral, combatability, ordinary, description, an evil spirit that was burned alive in a great fire, suffering 99, 9 burns. With a twisted and morose personality, harboring great malice towards anything beautiful. Ding. Quest triggered. Assist the burnt ghost in changing its face. Quest reward. 50 skeleton kinds. 50 surgical experience, special reward 1. Welcome. Please take a seat over there and wait a moment. Lynn leaned out from in front of the ghost infant, his eyes radiating a standard professional smile. The viscous ooze from the crushed ghost child splattered onto Lynn's mask. The recently arrived, burnt ghost froze in place. Please have a seat. I'll be with you shortly, Lynn smiled. He then redirected his attention to the bound ghost infant at the counter, employing both hands to expedite the process. He grasped the kneaded mass on either side and pulled with all his might. A chilling, fearful sound erupted from within the ghost infant's body. Twisting and shaping it further, he pressed it onto its face. The ghost infant trembled, flipping it over. He applied greater force, kneading the grotesque mass on its face with vigor. Just a moment, please be patient, Lynn said with a sincere smile, raising his head to the burnt ghost seated not far away. The burnt ghost remained transfixed at the terrifying sight before him. Its legs began to shake involuntarily. A pull. Another 2 meters. The burnt ghost exclaimed internally. Burnt ghost sanity level 20. A need. He took up the rolling pin. With a rhythmic motion, the ghostly visage was flattened, emitting frantic squeaks of terror. The burnt ghost's entire body trembled with pus-filled sores. Burnt ghost sanity level 20. Something is amiss. This medical establishment feels decidedly wrong. It trembled as it reached out its charred hand, stammering, May I inquire if you are Lynn? Still kneading the flesh of the ghost infant, raised his head, a genuine professional smile gracing his face, and replied, Oh, this little demon is far too hideous, even possessing a somewhat contaminative ugliness. As a doctor, it is my duty to give it a normal face. The burnt ghost shivered all over. It stood frozen, its scorched eyes wide open, its hunched body somehow straightening. Watching the ghost infant's face being manipulated by the doctor, resembling noodles being kneaded, made its legs tremble even more. A horrifying image of its own face being stretched and pulled by this doctor flashed through its mind. The burnt ghost began to panic. Surely, this cannot be a black shop. Just as this thought crossed its mind, smack, smack, smack. The doctor's hands swiftly crushed the numerous growths on the ghost infant's face. The thick, gelatinous fluid splattered all over, even hitting the burnt ghost's face. It's exploded. It's exploded. Oh dear. Burnt ghost sanity level 30. Chapter 10. A black shop. A black shop. It instinctively covered the cysts formed by its burns, visions of its own impending doom at the hands of the doctor flooding its mind. Talp, 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 talp. It trembled, its teeth chattering uncontrollably. Burnt ghost fear level 20. Burnt ghost fear level 20. In the next moment, Lynn removed the mask smeared with viscous fluid, revealing a friendly smile directed at the burnt ghost. I will go retrieve the tools from the back. Please wait a moment. You'll be next. The burnt ghost's sores quivered in response. What a terrifying smile. Why does he smile so strangely when he says it's my turn? Burnt ghost sanity level 20. Burnt ghost sanity level 20. Originally, it had hoped to take a chance after seeing the old pervert from the Bloodsaw pharmacy leave, thinking perhaps it could receive treatment for its burns without too much fright. But who could have predicted that the old pervert would leave behind a young pervert instead? It trembled, staring at the ghost infant convulsing on the counter, its face nearly transformed into a black, gelatinous mass. Is this to be my fate? It whispered. Just then, a cacophony of grinding and shrieking chainsaw sounds erupted from behind the curtain in the backyard. The burnt ghost clutched its head, terrified to the point of feeling its bones might shatter. A chainsaw! A chainsaw! Didn't he say he was just going to get some tools from the back? Why is there a chainsaw noise coming from there? What on earth is he planning with that chainsaw? An image of a chainsaw-wielding maniac with a twisted smile advancing towards it filled its mind. Smoke began to rise from its head. In the next moment, it heard footsteps approaching. Thud! Thud! The steps grew closer. Someone was coming towards it, chainsaw in hand. A shadow slowly emerged from the curtain, leading to the backyard, the sound of the chainsaw almost upon it. Oh! The burnt ghost frantically clutched its head as numbers began to float above it. Sanity level 20. Sanity level 30. Sanity level 40. In the next moment, the burnt ghost, with its sanity completely depleted, scrambled towards the door in a panic. A black shop! A black shop! Help! Help! Ding! Burnt ghost quest failed. Ding! The burnt ghost's fear level towards you. 400. Ding! Congratulations! You have achieved your first customer to reach extreme terror towards you, earning 100 skeleton coins. Ding! Your reputation, 10. Lynn? He lifted the curtain, shocked to see the trail of ashes left by the burnt ghost as it crawled away, and murmured, what just happened? I am merely a surgical blade that has dulled and requires sharpening. How could it be said that I have departed so abruptly? Moreover, what is this 400-degree fear directed towards me? Why the extreme trepidation? I have always adhered to the principle of service with a smile, speaking with utmost politeness and treating my guests with the highest seriousness. Shouldn't such demeanor elicit a more amiable response towards me? Lynn found this perplexing. Nevertheless, if they have chosen to leave, then so be it. Lynn felt a twinge of regret. Regardless, it was imperative to properly arrange this ghastly doll first. Ding! The sharp little carving knife in Lynn's hand glimmered with a dazzling light. An hour later, Lynn sat at the counter, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he set down the knife, gazing at the ghostly infant seated before him. Is it not more pleasing to the eye now? With its cherubic lips, plump cheeks, large eyes, and delicate nose, the previously horrifying and indescribably twisted form had, under Lynn's meticulous craftsmanship, transformed into something adorably lifelike. Before his journey through time, Lynn had always been the top of his class in manual arts. Every clay figure he crafted received unanimous praise and admiration from his peers. Lynn beamed, feeling at ease. Just then, a vertical pupil sprouted suddenly from the infant's forehead. Pop Lynn promptly burst it. Closing his eyes, he declared, "This is not a place for eyes to grow. This is a face I have painstakingly crafted. Should you wish to ruin it, do not blame me for wielding my knife again." Eerie Blood Infant Fear Level 50. Eerie Blood Infant Fear Level 50. Ding! The system has detected that the fear level of the Eerie Blood Infant towards you has surpassed its resentment growth rate, and the crisis level has been reduced to 321, continuing to decrease. Ding! You have triggered a hidden task. Suppress the ghost infant's resentment. Current completion, 321. You have received a reward, 151 skull coins. 100 experience in reshaping skills. Special reward, resentful spirit hair, X5. Lynn was taken aback. So this could trigger a hidden task? It seems that the myriad functions of this system still await his exploration. In the next moment, 5 long strands of hair materialized in his hand. Instantly, an introduction of the 5 strands appeared before his eyes. Resentful spirit hair. Hair belonging to a female ghost, infused with extreme resentment. Once possessed, the target will be ensnared by the strands around their neck, suffocating to death. Lynn stroked his chin. This appears to be a rather effective self-defense tool. However, with only 5 strands, careful consideration is necessary before use. Lynn stored the strands away and resumed tapping away at the abacus at the counter, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next customer. Of course, his attention remained fixed on the ghost doll before him. The moment it dared to show any sign of deterioration, Lynn would promptly press it back into shape. Time flew rapidly. The glow of the soul lamp outside gradually dimmed. This signified that night was approaching in this realm. The distinction between day and night in this shadowy world is marked by the light of the soul lamp. For during the night, no matter the effort, the soul lamp will not ignite. This meant that without the protection of the soul lamp, any monster could intrude upon one's sanctuary, tearing them to shreds. Just as the light began to fade and Lynn was nearing closing time, a series of knocks echoed from outside. A tall man clad in a thick, pitch-black cloak, adorned with a black top hat and sporting long, gray-white hair, appeared at the door. His vast shadow loomed as it entered, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lynn's heart tightened instantly. Before him, the man's panel materialized. Monster Hunter, Ocarus. Race, human. Level, combat ability, you will undoubtedly die. Alignment, chaotic good. Description, a formidable monster hunter traversing the dark world alone. He belongs to no organization and is exceedingly mysterious, dedicating his life to hunting down colossal creatures he deems evil. Please do not attempt to understand him. It is highly perilous. Lynn? This appears to be a human. Chapter 11. My blade must suit your flesh. This was, remarkably, the first human Lynn had encountered in these 2 years within the dark world. Moreover, judging by the panel, he possessed extraordinary combat prowess. I require healing. Along with some battle potions and restorative elixirs, came the raspy voice of the middle-aged man beneath the tall hat. Lynn immediately rose, donning a professional smile, and said, "Welcome. Please come in." The monster hunter strode through the door, causing the soul lamp hanging at the entrance to flicker madly, nearly extinguishing. This indicated the overwhelming strength of the hunter. He settled at the counter, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Lynn. At that moment, Lynn felt a searing pain in his skin. Merely the intensity of the man's stare inflicted harm, a testament to his formidable power. I never anticipated encountering a living kin in this dark world, the monster hunter remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he unscrewed a flask from his belt, took a swig, and a pungent, overpowering aroma of alcohol rushed forth. Ding! Task triggered. Heal the monster hunter's wounds. Task reward, 500 skull coins. Monster hunter favorability, 50. Task failure penalty, death at the hands of the monster hunter. Ding! You have activated a kin bond. Task failure penalty nullified. Lynn's heart sank. The moment he saw the task failure penalty pop up, he sensed impending doom. As anticipated, a monster hunter traversing this dark world would invariably harbor no fondness for any creature. Fortunately, he was also human. Otherwise, this formidable man would surely have cleaved him in two. Steadying his emotions, Lynn calmly regarded the monster hunter and smiled. "May I inquire where you require treatment for your injuries?" Beneath the tall hat, the monster hunter's pale lips moved slightly, and then he shed his cloak, turning around. In an instant, Lynn's pupils dilated. His entire shoulder was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, congealed with horrendous blackened blood clots, an utterly ghastly sight. The severity of the injury was beyond comprehension. Lynn could only wonder what sort of entity could inflict such damage upon the monster hunter. "I was ambushed by a red-clad, vengeful spirit and nearly lost my life. I will not let her escape, but first I must treat my wounds," the monster hunter rasped. Ding! The system has completed a preliminary diagnosis. The target's right shoulder is eroded by black butterfly venom, which has penetrated the bones. The situation is dire. Black butterfly? Lynn hesitated. The monster hunter moved slightly, sneering. "You actually recognize this toxin? It seems I underestimated you." Lynn chuckled awkwardly. No, he did not recognize it. He had merely instinctively repeated the key term from the system prompt. "System, what is the black butterfly?" he inwardly inquired. Ding! The black butterfly is a manifestation formed entirely from resentment and necromantic energy within the dark world, possessing a highly corrosive and invasive nature towards life. Should a regular organism come into contact, it will dissolve into pus and blood within 5 seconds. Lynn was taken aback. Without further ado, he donned a complete set of protective gear, including a mask and gloves. "Can I treat this?" he asked the system internally. Ding! You may attempt to scrape the bone to detoxify as a preliminary treatment. The monster hunter turned his head, impatiently saying, "Can we begin?" Lynn snapped back to reality, steadying his emotions as he donned a mask, and earnestly stated, "Esteemed guest, your injuries are rather severe, and judging by the circumstances, the toxins have already infiltrated your bones. If you wish to pursue treatment, we must first excise the tissues that have been corroded by the poison. He brandished 2 bone-sculpting knives with a serious demeanor, adding, "A surgical debridement is necessary." The demon hunter hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "What is your surgical prowess?" Lynn nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, my experience is extensive. Although this is only my second time wielding a scalpel, my previous patient offered me high praise, so I'm confident in my abilities." The demon hunter visibly paused, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then, from beneath his tall hat, a hesitant voice emerged. "Are there any other medical establishments in the vicinity?" Lynn sharpened his knives and replied with a chuckle, "There should be none. Even if there were, my mentor would have dealt with them. We do not allow the existence of a second medical establishment here." A brief silence ensued, the wind rustling the demon hunter's cloak. Finally, he turned, exposing his shoulder, and closed his eyes, saying, "All right, I will trust you this once. Proceed with the surgery." "Splendid." Lynn's face illuminated with a satisfied smile. The 2 large knives clashed against each other in his hands, creating a clattering sound. Sparks flew as one could faintly discern the twitch of the demon hunter's unkempt mouth beneath the brim of his hat. Demon hunter's sanity level 1. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had ventured into the wrong place. This certainly did not resemble a medical establishment, but rather a slaughterhouse. Was it merely his illusion? Why did this seemingly feeble lad instill an overwhelming urge to flee at once? "Do you require anesthesia?" Lynn inquired with eager excitement. "No need," the demon hunter replied, taking a swig of alcohol and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Anesthesia would only hinder my reflexes. A true man never resorts to such measures." Lynn enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, stating, "That's wonderful. I've never administered anesthesia, either. This truly aligns with my expertise." The demon hunter's heart sank momentarily. What had he just said? Before he could fully process it, he heard a sickening sound as a knife plunged into his shoulder, causing his entire body to stiffen. He turned his head in shock to see the blade embedded in his flesh, dazedly asking, "Is this how it begins?" "Lynn replied, "No, I was merely testing the knife." "Oh," the demon hunter muttered, still dazed, and instinctively reached for his flask, intending to take a sip. However, for some reason, his hand trembled slightly as he grasped the bottle. Yet, he reasoned that there should be no major issues, despite the boy's appearance. He surely would not dare to harbor any ill intentions toward a formidable demon hunter. "Thud!" The demon hunter exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" He turned to see a second knife embedded in his shoulder, his eyes wide with fury. Lynn, holding his toolbox with a serious expression, said, "I am merely searching for the right-sized instruments. Those 2 will remain in place as backups." The demon hunter, his fury escalating, shouted, "Couldn't you place the backups elsewhere? Must they be lodged in my shoulder?" Lynn shook his head, remaining composed. "Esteemed guest, I am testing the sharpness of the surgical instruments, as you surely understand. A dull blade would cause greater agony during the incision, which is highly undesirable. Therefore, as a physician, I must ensure my knives are perfectly suited to your flesh. Besides, the areas where the knives are inserted will be excised shortly, so you need not concern yourself with the integrity of your shoulder." The demon hunter stood there, rigid. Damn it, that made an unsettling amount of sense. Yet, was he truly doing this on purpose? Why did it sound so absurdly logical? Chapter 12. Isn't this just a matter of a single transaction? Stop testing. He gritted his teeth, gripping the flask tightly. Use those 2 knives and commence the debridement immediately. If you dawdle any longer, I will end you. He brandished his gleaming revolver. "But, no buts. Proceed to the next step." He slammed his hand on the table with a fierce expression. "Very well," Lynn sighed, adjusting his monocle. He then strode purposefully through the curtain to the backyard. Just as the demon hunter pondered what other antics he was about to unleash, Lynn emerged carrying a furnace. Sizzle. He stirred the charcoal within with a knife before inserting various tools from the counter into the flames. Demon hunter's sanity level. What on earth are you doing?" the demon hunter asked, unable to suppress a tremor at the corner of his eye. Lynn calmly picked up a knife glowing red with heat, stating, "Disinfection. The black butterfly is an exceptionally potent corrosive toxin, and to prevent the venom from inadvertently permeating into your other tissues during the debridement, the best method is to utilize high temperatures for sterilization. Although it may cause a slight sting, the results are outstanding." He tapped the glowing surgical knife, sending sparks flying. The demon hunter felt his throat dry, and for some reason, he shivered. Though it seemed he spoke the truth, he had often used high temperatures to seal wounds and prevent infection when injured in the past. Something about this felt unreliable. "Have you ever performed this practically?" he asked hesitantly. Lynn replied earnestly, "While I have not operated myself, I have observed my master perform surgeries for 2 years. The demon hunter exhaled in relief. Lynn continued, especially during the butchering process, when a red-hot knife is drawn swiftly, the results are quite impressive. The demon hunter's expression soured. Minutes later, Lynn withdrew the 2 red-hot knives from the furnace, calmly approaching the demon hunter from behind, declaring, "I shall begin now. It may sting a little. Please bear with me." The demon hunter clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth as he closed his eyes, muttering, "I can certainly endure, but I must ask. What in the world are all those plates on the counter for? Are you here to cook?" He shouted, pointing at the array of dishes on the counter and the dining cloth Lynn had draped around his neck. Those who knew would think he was here for surgery. Those who didn't would assume he had come for a meal. Lynn replied earnestly, "Dear guest, you are overthinking it. Those plates are for the removal of the necrotic flesh we will excise shortly. We must properly allocate the corresponding growth agents based on the amount of flesh to be removed. If we miscalculate the dosage, it could lead to excessive tissue growth in your shoulder, and this is for your own good." The demon hunter ground his teeth together. Get on with it. Were it not for the fact that this was the only apothecary within a radius of several hundred kilometers, he swore he would never set foot in this wretched place. It felt like a den of iniquity. "All right, I shall commence." Lynn's expression turned serious. In an instant, the sickening sounds of flesh being cut filled the air, followed by the sizzling sound of continuous cutting and cauterization. The demon hunter cried out, "It hurts. It hurts like hell." The pain was not merely from the slicing. It was also accompanied by the agony of burning and even a hint of a deep ache. Damn it, the pain was layered, akin to a rich, textured cut of meat. Knife skill experience, 1. Knife skill experience, 1. Knife skill experience, 1. If it hurts, it's not too late to administer anesthesia now, Lynn earnestly advised, simultaneously pondering why this time he was enhancing his knife skills rather than his surgical abilities. "Get lost," the demon hunter roared. "What do you see me in pain? I'm not hurting at all right." The demon hunter trembled as he clutched the counter, his complexion pale and quaking. Lynn adjusted his monocle, wielding a knife with deft strokes to perform the debridement, and coughed lightly, saying, "Then please release my counter first. And do move your fingers away from the edge of the table. It's made of fine ancient wood, quite valuable." The demon hunter bellowed, "I'll compensate you double." "So what? Are you forbidding me from grabbing something? Cut. Just cut harder. If you keep hesitating, I'll chop off your hand." Lynn, seriously holding his twin blades, replied, "I've been waiting for that. Then I shall indeed proceed to cut." The demon hunter flinched. "Wait a moment." Swish, swish, swish. "God, my God." He immediately witnessed piece after piece of blackened, meat-scented flesh neatly flying onto a plate. In terms of his fluid knife skills, whether slicing noodles or cutting meat, it was undeniably impressive. Anyone observing would be compelled to applaud. However, "Are you performing surgery or executing me?" The demon hunter slammed his palms on the table, howling, his eyes nearly rolling back in his head, drenched in sweat. "You'd be wasted not being an executioner. The cuts are so uniformly thin. Stop. Please just stop." Seeing this, Lynn grew anxious. He slammed the table, exasperated. "Why do you have so much to say? If I cut slowly, you're not satisfied. If I cut quickly, you're still not satisfied. You want to take anesthesia, yet you have so many demands." The demon hunter clutched the counter tightly, roaring, "Can't you just carve it out all at once? Why must you slice it piece by piece? Are you afraid I want to leave quickly enough?" Lynn retorted, "If I were to carve all at once, it would simply be a one-cut deal." The demon hunter blinked in confusion. "What are you saying?" Lynn glared. "I mean, there's a finesse to doing things. While a swift cut is indeed quick, if it damages a major artery, I assure you, you'll be leaving far more hastily than now. I'm a doctor, a white-clad angel. You must trust me. I treat my patients as if they were my own children. I would never allow my child to perish without receiving treatment." The demon hunter trembled, lips quivering, finally unable to hold back his howl. "Cut. Just cut. I swear I'll never return to this cursed place. Rest assured, once I finish your surgery, you will surely come to appreciate my skills." Swish, swish, swish. Knife skill experience 1. Knife skill experience 1. Several minutes later, the demon hunter lay slumped against the counter like a dead pig, bubbling white froth from his mouth. His eyes rolled back to the point where not a hint of black was visible, his body twitching, clearly having fainted. He felt as though he had entered a dream. A demon stood behind him wielding 2 sharp knives, grinning wickedly as he sliced them into pieces, displaying the flesh before him for tasting. "All right, the preliminary debridement is complete." Lynn picked up the liquor he had placed on the table, mixed in some medical alcohol, swished it in his mouth, then sprayed it onto the wound on the demon hunter's shoulder with a puff. Ack! A piercing shriek of terror escaped. Chapter 13, "Move again, and I'll shoot you." The demon hunter was jolted awake from his faint by the explosive impact of the potent liquor and alcohol. Trembling, he extended his hand, crawling forward, pleading, "Enough. Enough. Let me go. Right now, let me go." Lynn, diligently sharpening his knife, smiled cheerfully. "Go? My dear guest, what a jest. We have only just completed the debridement and disinfection, and the most crucial step remains. During your fainting spell, to ease your mood, I even crafted a little design for you. Do take a look. Isn't it rather nice?" The demon hunter, filled with dread, turned to gaze at the wound on his shoulder. Demon hunter, sanity 20. Instantly, the demon hunter was thrown into disarray. On his shoulder, amidst the stark black bone, there was an oddly charming design that had been carved out. "Do you feel your spirits lifting?" Lynn inquired earnestly. "I'll kill you," the demon hunter screamed, trembling with rage. The demon hunter hastily drew a revolver from his waist. Swish! Lynn deftly threw a knife, embedding it in the barrel of the demon hunter's revolver, and softly stated, "My dear guest, the surgery is not yet complete. Killing me now would be the height of irresponsibility. I am here to save you, yet you wish to kill me. Do you not find this utterly shameless? I assure you, I am committed to my medical ethics, even if you intend to kill me. You must allow me to complete your surgery first. I will never permit my patient to be left unfinished in my hands." He adjusted his monocle with the back of his hand, his expression grave, the lens glinting with a flash of light. The demon hunter trembled. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several shots into the ceiling. "I warn you, do not carve any more designs, and stop dawdling. What else do you want to do?" Lynn raised a small knife, solemnly stating, "Bone scraping." A few minutes later, the demon hunter looked at the chains that Lynn had somehow produced, binding him into a large bundle. "Why are you tying me up? Do you really think these ordinary chains can hold a demon hunter? You're too naive." With a serious expression, Lynn adjusted his glasses and replied, "My dear guest, it's not that I wish to bind you. I genuinely fear that during the surgical process, you might be unable to endure the pain and lash out at me. My death is inconsequential, but if the surgery fails, it would be the utmost humiliation for me and the greatest irresponsibility towards yourself, leaving me no choice but to resort to these measures." Lynn approached from behind, raising the small knife, speaking earnestly, "Dear guest, I shall commence the scraping. You must endure. This time, the pain will be literally excruciating. Wait, let me prepare." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ack. The demon hunter's mouth opened wide in terror, unleashing a prolonged, chilling wail. If the earlier debridement felt like a rough slicing, this scraping was akin to someone delivering relentless uppercuts to his most sensitive areas. "Fuck you." The demon hunter roared, struggling violently, the chains nearly breaking free. Demon hunter's fear level 10. Demon hunter's fear level 10. "Stop. Stop. It hurts. It hurts." The demon hunter howled in terror, finally unable to hold it together. Lynn gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his struggles, swiftly scraping the dark bone with his small knife, urging, "Endure. A true man never fears pain. As the saying goes, better a short pain than a long one. Just grit your teeth, and it will be over." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Knife skill 2. Knife skill 2. The demon hunter howled to the heavens, biting down on the chains in desperation, sparks flying. "Anesthesia. Administer the anesthesia immediately. I can't take it anymore." Lynn meticulously scraped away, stating, "Administering anesthesia now serves no purpose. I cannot inject it deep into your bones. Just hold on a little longer, and you shall soon be well." Surgical skill level 2. "I believe you not." The demon hunter howled, finally shattering the chains that bound him. Stretching out his hand to grasp his revolver from the counter, intent on shooting Lynn dead. Witnessing the impending action, Lynn's temper flared. "How dare you? After all the effort I've put into treating your wounds, you repeatedly attempt to kill me. This is utterly intolerable." With a swift motion, Lynn seized the revolver before him, thrusting it into the hunter's mouth, exclaiming in exasperation, "Move again, and I shall pull the trigger. If you do not cooperate with my work, I swear, I will end you. I am a doctor. You may insult my character, but you shall not disrespect my compassion for the wounded. I am determined to save you, even at the cost of my life." Lynn bellowed. The demon hunter, terrified, held the gun barrel in his mouth, howling to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. "I quit. I really don't want to do this anymore." Having roamed the dark underworld for years, enduring countless injuries, this was the first time he felt what it truly meant to be at the mercy of another. To experience a fate worse than death. The pain. This fellow was relentless. "Damn it, enough of this. I'm going straight for the big guns." Lynn dashed to the backyard, quickly retrieving a chainsaw, gritting his teeth as he emerged with it in hand. Demon hunter. Sanity level 10. Sanity level 10. "What are you doing? What the hell are you doing?" Don't come any closer. The demon hunter recoiled in terror. Lynn yanked the chainsaw's cord, the machine roaring to life with a menacing growl. Your bones are too tough. Scraping them will take at least a few hours. With that time, I might as well go straight for the solution. This beast will ensure that enduring pain is far preferable to prolonged agony. Here I come. Wait a moment. The horrifying and terrified screams echoed into the sky. Demon Hunter Sanity, level 20. Demon Hunter Sanity, level 20. Boss, I'd like to purchase a few bottles of restorative potions. Do you have any new stock? Outside the door, a long-haired ghost floated in, her ethereal form indicating she was not a troublesome customer. However, as she reached the entrance, a hand suddenly grasped her ankle. Her expression froze. She then saw a pale, trembling demon hunter barely clinging to consciousness, gripping the doorframe with one hand and her ankle with the other, gasping, "Help me! Help me!" In an instant, she heard the ominous sound of the chainsaw from behind the curtain. Dazed, she shakily extended her pale hand, gently lifting the edge of the curtain. Chapter 14. The Terrified Customer. In that moment, her long hair, cascading down to her ankles, stood on end. Behind the curtain, a blood-soaked youth brandishing a chainsaw was atop the demon hunter, the machine screeching as it ground against his shoulder. Sparks flew, bone fragments scattered. Seemingly noticing the customer outside the curtain, Lynn instantly lifted his head, his expression seamlessly shifting to a professional smile, revealing his pristine teeth as he said, "Welcome. We have plenty of potions. Please come in and wait a moment. Once I finish with this customer, I'll attend to you. It won't be long." Lynn emitted a friendly chuckle. Long-haired ghost, S Fear, level 30. Long-haired ghost, S Fear, level 40. Ah! The long-haired ghost shrieked in terror, clutching her head. As Lynn watched in disbelief, the ghost, now panicked, stumbled away, limping as she clutched her head, shrieking as she vanished into the swirling darkness. Ding! Your notoriety in Ghost Alley has increased to 1. Ding! Your notoriety in Ghost Alley has increased to 1. Ding! You have successfully frightened a customer into a psychological disorder. The long-haired ghost's personality trait, lively, has transformed into timid. You have earned the achievement, Customer Frightener. Customer Frightener, due to excessively bizarre behavior leading to customer panic. The apprentice at the Blood Chainsaw Apothecary is embarking on a path of no return. You have received a permanent debuff. Customer Fear level permanently increased by 1. The pain you inflict is increased by 1. Lynn was taken aback, numerous question marks floating above his head. How did I become the Customer Frightener? I have always adhered to the principle of putting customers first, treating them sincerely, and providing a smile with my service. This damned system cannot arbitrarily assign such bizarre achievements. Trying to escape, Lynn forcefully restrained the struggling demon hunter, revving the chainsaw once again. Never mind. Let us first treat this patient. Vroom vroom vroom. God! Finally! After a tense 15 minutes, Lynn, thoroughly satisfied, discarded the chainsaw, smiling as he admired the now polished, gleaming bones, blowing away the dust as he proclaimed, "Customer, it's done. The toxins that invaded the surface of your bones have been completely cleansed. Now, we merely need to facilitate further regeneration of your flesh, and your shoulder will be as good as new." Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow, his face radiating the honorable glow of labor. The feeling of saving a life is truly uplifting, elevating one's spirit. "Customer, are you satisfied? Customer?" Lynn turned in confusion, only to find the demon hunter convulsing violently, foam frothing from his mouth, his eyes rolling back to the point of near disappearance. "Customer! Customer!" Lynn exclaimed in alarm. Over half an hour later, ding. You have utilized special methods to incapacitate the legendary demon hunter, earning the achievement reward. Pain Inflictor. Pain Inflictor, achievement title. Permanently increases the pain inflicted by the host using various tools by 5. Lynn stood in stunned silence, absorbing the ludicrous system notification echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, on the operating table, the demon hunter slowly regained consciousness from his delirium. "You're awake?" As he opened his eyes, they reflected Lynn's professional smile. Instinctively, the demon hunter sprang up from the operating table, panic overtaking him as he fired several rounds in Lynn's direction. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." Demon Hunter Sanity, level 10. Demon Hunter Sanity, level 5. Demon Hunter Sanity, level 1. He was gripped with terror, his revolver still in hand, trembling uncontrollably. Opposite him, Lynn leaned against the wall, his posture nonchalant, while the bullets had traced a precise outline around him. "Calm down. Please remain calm. Forget those unpleasant memories. Rest assured, I have treated your wounds." Lynn extended his arms, speaking authoritatively. He discreetly nudged the chainsaw out of sight with his foot, preventing the customer from recalling any unwholesome memories. The demon hunter panted, striving to compose himself, then turned to inspect his shoulder. There, thick bandages enveloped the area, and aside from a slight stiffness when moving, the hollow sensation of raw flesh had vanished, along with the agonizing grip of the black butterfly's poison. It was as if that terrifying ordeal had been nothing but a dream. The Witcher exclaimed in astonishment. So soon? Lynn replied earnestly. The recovery is nearly complete. After removing the toxic infection from your shoulder, which damaged the muscle tissue and superficial bone fragments, the remaining issue is how to expedite the regeneration of your flesh. Holding an empty vial in his hand, Lynn continued, I have administered the finest flesh regeneration potion from my shop. Coupled with your inherently exceptional constitution and robust vitality, most of the lost flesh has already regenerated. Only a small central portion remains, as it was too distant from the surrounding tissue. I have supplemented it with a bit of other meat. Rest assured, I have eradicated any potential rejection. The Witcher froze in shock, tearing off the bandage from his shoulder. To his astonishment, his shoulder had indeed returned to its original state, rosy and vibrant. However, at the very center of the wound, a patch of muscle could be seen, distinctly different in color from the surrounding skin, a pristine white, adorned with a single hair. Pork! The Witcher erupted in fury, seizing Lynn by the collar and lifting him off the ground, glaring with clenched teeth. Lynn quickly raised both hands in a gesture of innocence. Dear customer, though the process may have been somewhat unpleasant, the outcome is undeniably perfect, is it not? Lynn blinked, his survival instincts fully engaged. Moreover, I assure you, should any complications arise in the future, you are welcome to return for a complimentary follow-up service, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. The Witcher trembled. Follow-up service? You still expect to provide me with a follow-up service? The Witcher's emotional state is extremely unstable. Crisis level 30. Crisis level 50. Crisis level 99. Dear customer, Lynn said solemnly, I'm a doctor. While there were indeed minor setbacks during the treatment, consider this. Compared to the agony of being consumed by the black butterfly's decay, the slight discomfort of the bone scraping pales in comparison. Living is paramount. Soothing experience 1. Soothing experience 1. Ding. Target's danger level is decreasing. At last, under the influence of Lynn's rather dubious reassurance, the Witcher slowly released his grip on Lynn's collar. He inhaled deeply, setting Lynn down, and through gritted teeth remarked, Truly, it is no wonder that you are of my kin. Surviving in the dark world to this day is indeed a testament to your prowess. Your methods of torment are, without a doubt, top-notch. Lynn scratched the back of his head, chuckling, You flatter me. You really think I was complimenting you? The Witcher suddenly seized Lynn's collar again, his eyes blazing with fury, growling, Have you ever performed surgery on anyone before? Lynn hastily shook his head, raising 3 fingers and earnestly declaring, I swear I have. I just performed a cesarean section on someone, and both mother and child are safe. They even praised me. Chapter 15. The Revolver Born to Impress. The Witcher was momentarily speechless. You dare to perform bone scraping after just one cesarean. He felt an overwhelming urge to devour the impudent youth before him. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, for despite the unpleasant process, this individual had indeed healed his wounds. He took another deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of frustration within, and set Lynn down. With a serious gaze, he locked eyes with him, grinding his teeth and closing his eyes, warning, You remember this. Should I hear any rumors about me fainting here, you should know the consequences. Do you understand? Crisis level 99. Lynn widened his eyes, nodding fervently like a bobblehead. Rest assured, the privacy of our customers is our lifeblood. Crisis level 10. The Witcher took a deep breath, donned his hat, and retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket, gritting his teeth. What's the surgical fee? Name your price. I will never return to this wretched establishment again. It's utterly exhausting. Lynn immediately shook his head, offering a sincere, charming smile, and clasped his hands together. No payment is necessary. Consider this surgery as a treat from your kin. Just remember to frequent my humble shop in the future. Ding. You have completed a task and received 500 skeleton coins. Frequent your shop. The Witcher inhaled deeply, closing his eyes and gripping his weapon. Do not think that flattery will erase what has just transpired, even if you are of my kin. He could easily discern Lynn's intentions to climb the ranks by befriending him. However, he was a solitary soul, unwilling to carry the burden of a pesky reminder of his painful memories. Casting a sidelong glance at Lynn, he dressed himself, pulling on his hat, and gravely advised, I suggest you do not linger here too long. Those of our kind, without the means to survive, will eventually find themselves as prey for monsters. Realizing an opportunity had arisen, Lynn recognized that despite the Witcher's frequent threats, he still showed a degree of leniency towards his kin. At least he hadn't killed him. How can I escape this world? Lynn urgently inquired. To be frank, I fell into this world by accident. And apart from this shop, I know nothing of the outside. The Witcher, adjusting his lustrous dark hair, scoffed, Consider yourself fortunate. Many like you, who fall from various worlds, end up as monster fodder. I can only tell you this. You are in the lowest depths of Sin City. If you wish to escape this world, aside from death, the only solution is to grow strong enough. Only the powerful have even the slightest chance of leaving. He twirled the revolver in his hand, tilting the brim of his hat with the gun's barrel. Lynn murmured, "All right, that was essentially unhelpful. However, I have finally gleaned a crucial clue. The Alley of Lost Souls is a region within the depths of a place called Sin City. So, what does that mean? I can never leave this wretched place?" Lynn lamented, his fear of the monsters gnawing at him. That can't be right. The Witcher gritted his teeth, his eye twitching in agitation. If we were to consider your treatment method, it stands to reason that the monsters here would fear you far more than you fear them. He shot Lynn a disdainful glance, stating, "Enough of this nonsense. I believe in fair trade. Since you have healed my wounds, I cannot let you go empty-handed. If you do not wish for coins, feel free to take something valuable from me." He spread his arms wide, showcasing the generosity of a Witcher. Lynn paused momentarily, his gaze instantly landing on the two metallic revolvers hanging from his belt. Witcher revolver, the Pale Hunter. Quality, legendary. Capacity, 6 demon hunting bullets. Description: one of the 2 demon hunting guns brought by the Witcher Ocarus from the world above, capable of inflicting tremendous damage to evil spirits, vampires, demons, and monstrous beings. With a decisive motion, Lynn grasped one of the guns. Snap! The Witcher swiftly seized his wrist, and an eerie silence enveloped them. The corner of the Witcher's mouth curled into a smirk, coldly remarking, "What an astute eye you have. You've chosen the most valuable item on me." Lynn replied earnestly, "I find these 2 guns truly magnificent." The Witcher scoffed, "Of course they are handsome. Just take a look at whose guns they are. Could they possibly be ugly? Do you often hunt those monsters with these 2 guns?" "No, I have never used them to slay a single beast," the Witcher replied nonchalantly. "Why not?" With a swift flick of his finger, the Witcher made the 2 revolvers dance in his grasp. In an instant, the dark muzzles were aimed squarely at Lynn's head. Lynn gasped. What? The Witcher's expression remained indifferent as he pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots echoed successively, a total of 12 resounding blasts. 12 bullets erupted forth, and Lynn stood there, his silhouette etched into the wall behind him by the bullets. The Witcher gently blew the smoke from the barrel and remarked, "While they are indeed quite dashing, these 2 guns possess a fatal flaw, which I believe you have just witnessed." Lynn inquired, "A human outline?" The Witcher sneered. "A human outline, you say? Quite a vivid description. To be precise, these guns were once cursed. You could say that no matter the angle for which you fire, your bullets are destined to miss the target. Therefore," he said, coolly putting away the guns, "they serve no purpose beyond mere showmanship." A brief silence ensued. Lynn, in a daze, declared, "Then I don't want them." He turned to leave. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets ricocheted at his feet, causing Lynn to leap back and press against the wall. The Witcher, holding the smoking guns, said calmly, "Since you have chosen them, you cannot simply refuse. I pride myself on fairness and integrity. If you refuse, it implies disdain for me. Thus, I offer you one last chance. Do you still wish to keep them?" Lynn, wide-eyed, replied, "Ido." The corners of the Witcher's stubbled mouth curled up slightly. With a flourish, he twirled the guns and slapped them onto the operating table. "Indeed, you are truly my kin. Your generosity is commendable. Had it not been for the curse preventing me from discarding these 2 guns, I would have done so long ago. I am quite pleased that you have taken them off my hands." Lynn, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" The Witcher smiled faintly. "Because of the curse. I am unable to dispose of these guns without a kin demonstrating a strong desire for them. Only through a fair exchange can they be relinquished. However, as you know, there are far too few human beings in this cursed place, making it quite challenging to find someone to take them." Witcher favorability 20. Favorability actually increased, Lynn thought. The Witcher adjusted his hat and turned toward the hall, saying slowly, "Since you have aided me greatly, I can also share some information with you. Tonight, regardless of what sound you hear outside, do not attempt to venture out or open the door. Some formidable beings have arrived in your vicinity." At this, Lynn was taken aback, for it echoed a warning given to him by his teacher. He immediately asked, "What monsters?" The Witcher smirked. "I believe it is best for you not to know. Additionally, if you manage to survive until dawn, I suspect we shall meet again." Ha! In the next moment, the Witcher's form transformed into a wisp of green smoke, gradually dissipating before Lynn's eyes. Chapter 16. If not, then I shall perish outside. In the hall, Lynn toyed with the revolver in his hand, pondering the Witcher's earlier words. Glancing at the door, he couldn't shake the feeling that the encroaching darkness of night seemed thicker than usual with the onset of twilight. He checked the time. In approximately half an hour, the soul lamp would extinguish, signaling the arrival of the night in this dark world. Surely, no guest would arrive at this hour. As he fiddled with the revolver, his gaze fell upon the ghostly infant resting on the counter. Evil Spirit Blood Infant. Level 7. Attributes. Chaotic Evil Description. A spectral entity formed from a confluence of resentment and ghostly energy. The Evil Spirit Blood Infant absorbs a significant amount of spiritual blood essence. Once fully formed, it will devour its host's soul and flesh, growing ever more powerful, ultimately transforming into a harbinger of calamity. He hadn't checked in a while, and the ghostly infant had grown to level 7. This alarming rate of growth suggested that it wouldn't be long before it became exceedingly difficult to handle. Could it be that the guns truly render one incapable of hitting a target, as he had been told? Lynn hesitated. He rose, placing the ghostly infant on the stool in front of the counter. Closing one eye, he aimed for the infant's head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the infant's ear. Evil Spirit Blood Infant Fear Level 10. The Evil Spirit Blood Infant recoiled in shock. Lynn raised an eyebrow, blowing the smoke from the barrel. I actually hit it? Skeptical, he decided to practice shooting since there was still half an hour left. He maintained a calm demeanor. Bang! Evil Spirit Blood Infant Fear Level 10. Bang! Evil Spirit Blood Infant Fear Level 10. Bang! Before long, half an hour had flown by. Suddenly, the soul lamp hanging on the doorpost extinguished without warning. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn quickly lifted his head, his expression grave as he dashed to the door to retrieve the lamp. The darkness outside deepened, enveloping everything in an eerie silence. Lynn understood the night had fallen. Creak. He swiftly closed the door, securing it with a rusted iron chain. The windows on either side of the door were tightly boarded up, leaving no crevice exposed. His experiences over the past 2 years had taught him that when the soul lamp extinguished and night descended, it signified a monumental trial. In such circumstances, anyone could intrude upon his sanctuary without permission. The bloody mass his teacher had disposed of that morning was a monster that had infiltrated the previous night. But without his teacher's presence to safeguard him, this would undoubtedly be a sleepless night for him. Ding! You have triggered the task, Sleepless Night. Task requirement: survive until dawn. Task reward: 500 skeleton coins. Level 1 special reward X1. Lynn's heart sank for a moment, but his expression quickly regained its composure. This was not a good omen. The triggering of a task signified a high probability of encountering significant danger that night. After all, the reward was an astonishing 500 skeleton coins. Typically, the greater the reward, the greater the peril. Time to go. Lynn swiftly retrieved the already prepared ghostly infant, grasped his bone knife, secured the revolver, and hurried back to his small attic. He lay under the covers, holding the bone knife, his expression tranquil as he closed his eyes and murmured, I hope to endure this night safely. Boom! In the darkness, a tremendous chime resonated. Lynn's eyes shot open. The sound signified that midnight had arrived. Just then, a frantic knocking echoed from the outer door. Lynn, open the door. It's your teacher. Evil spirits are chasing me. Quickly, let me in. The voice was filled with urgency and distress. Teacher. Lynn bolted upright from his bed, grabbing the bone knife. He rushed to the hall, where he immediately witnessed the door shuddering from the incessant pounding, accompanied by labored breaths and muffled cries of anguish from outside. It was indeed the voice of his teacher. Lynn, hurry, open the door. I may not make it. Lynn nodded. He brandished the boning knife and dashed swiftly to the entrance. With a swift motion, he thrust the knife through the crack of the door, producing a startling thunk. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth from the opening. Teacher, since it cannot be helped, let's meet our end outside, Lynn bellowed. A brief silence ensued, before a dull voice echoed from beyond the door. You're not even sure I'm your teacher, yet you dare to stab me? With renewed vigor, Lynn extracted the knife and repositioned it to stab once more. If it were I outside, my teacher would surely stab me as well, he declared earnestly. Silence lingered for but a moment, and then suddenly, a series of piercing shrieks erupted from outside, accompanied by an increasingly frenetic pounding on the door. As if something was desperately trying to force its way in, a resounding crash reverberated as a blood-soaked, nearly putrid hand burst through the door, reaching in with alarming speed. Lynn on sanity level 10. The hand clawed relentlessly at the door, producing a sharp, grating sound. I devoured you. I shall tear you to shreds, piece by piece, and savor every morsel. A grotesque voice rasped from beyond. Lina demandan fast. With determination, he wielded the boning knife and drove it into the hand, pinning it to the door. Instantly, The air was filled with a cacophony of piercing, distorted wails, while streams of scarlet blood seeped through the wooden panel, saturating the hall with a nauseating stench. Lynn understood. He was likely confronted by a particularly troublesome, malevolent spirit. Yet he felt no fear, for he knew that in the face of peril, maintaining composure significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Without hesitation, Lynn swiftly detached a strand of vivid red hair from his wrist. Evil spirit hair. This was one of the rewards he had received from the system during the day, and now it proved to be fortuitously useful. With a swift motion, the strand of hair made contact with a bloodied, decaying hand, rapidly extending outward, entwining the appendage. Mere seconds later, the sharp laughter from outside abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of suffocating gasps, as if something had been choked and was thrashing about desperately. It appeared to be merely a minor spirit, lacking in strength. Lynn gritted his teeth, seizing the wildly growing strand of hair and affixing it to the ceiling beam, pulling with all his might. The sound of tearing flesh echoed from outside, accompanied by the increasingly frantic struggles of the hand pinned to the door. Finally, it drooped lifelessly, seemingly silenced. However, Lynn did not let his guard down. He withdrew the boning knife and, through the crack of the door, thrust it 100 times, ensuring the creature was thoroughly dispatched before he dared to relax. One of the survival guidelines of this world, regardless of whether the opponent is dead or alive. It never hurts to strike a few more times. Chapter 17. If it cannot be cured, consume it. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system reached Lynn's ears. Ding! You have slain the Flesh Deceiver X1 and gained 100 experience points. Hearing this, Lynn felt a wave of relief wash over him. This indicated that the creature had not truly perished until after he had stabbed it over 100 times. He wiped the blood from his knife, feeling a sense of guilt. He knew his teacher would never return at this moment, and even if it were truly his teacher, he would still need to stab. For if it were indeed his teacher outside, they would do the same to him. Nevertheless, it seemed this night would indeed be one devoid of sleep. It was barely midnight, and already a monster had come knocking. Who could predict what else the latter half of the night might bring? Lynn prepared to clean the blood from the floor, but at that moment, a warning blared. Warning! A root-level monster is approaching. Crisis level 100. Lynn froze momentarily, yet quickly reacted, pressing himself against the outer wall, intently watching the door while holding his breath. A root-level monster? What in the world was happening? Could it be the formidable entity the monster hunter had spoken of? In the next instant, he felt a chilling aura sweep across his skin. Suddenly, Lynn's eyes widened as he saw the hand of the bloodied creature shift within the doorframe, as if something had yanked it forcefully outward. Without a second thought, Lynn severed the strand of vengeful spirit hair hanging from the beam. A chill mist poured through the hole in the door, and Lynn held his breath. In the distance, he could faintly hear a series of crunching sounds, akin to the gnawing of bones. Snap, crackle. This indicated that the root-level monster was lurking just outside in the street, and this level of chill was a first for him. The monster hunter had indeed spoken the truth. Tonight was no ordinary night outside. Goodness, was he truly so fortunate as to encounter it? Just then, a series of tremendous tremors echoed from beyond the door. Thud, thud. It was as if some colossal entity was slowly making its way down the street, drawing ever closer. Then abruptly, the sound ceased just mere meters from the shop's entrance. Lynn held his breath, and through the opening created by the bloodied creature, a beam of light pierced in. He was certain that light was the gaze of the unknown monster, frozen like a statue against the wall. Lynn could make out a massive eye peering in through the small opening of the doorframe, its focus locked onto him. He could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Slurp, slurp. Outside, the sound of something licking the door echoed ominously. Sanity level 1, sanity level 1. Lynn's eyes widened, paralyzed with fear. Yet strangely, he found the sound of that slurping oddly endearing, as if a little girl were crouching before him, playfully making that noise. But just then, Lynn's gaze fell upon a blood-red, tongue-like appendage slowly probing through the small opening. Sanity level 40. No. He retracted his previous thought. This was anything but adorable. Lynn remained motionless, and under his watchful eye, that blood-red appendage began to lick the blood from the inner side of the door, savoring every drop. As if still craving more, the appendage gradually slithered closer to Lynn. Slurp, slurp. Like a tongue, it left a trail of saliva on Lynn's face, causing him to freeze in place. His entire body rigid. His sanity plummeted further. If it had been 2 years ago, or if it were any other human in this situation, they would have long since screamed and fled in terror. But Lynn was no ordinary person. He was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, as long as he dared to flee or displayed even a hint of panic and fear, he would be instantly devoured by the monster lurking outside the door. Yet, at that very moment, a sound akin to that of a baby emanated from beyond the threshold. "The doctor has discovered you." Lynn's heart lurched, and in the next instant, the voice echoed once more. "Open wide, it hurts." "Lynn? Wait, something is amiss. Could it be that this monster outside is not here to consume him, but rather to seek medical attention?" Lynn endeavored to calm himself, glaring defiantly. "However, our little shop does not accept customers at night. It is the rule of the establishment. As the sole apprentice of a master, adhering to the rules has always been his greatest virtue. If we say we do not accept customers at night, then we certainly do not. But if we refuse service, we might end up as the meal. It has arrived." Lynn swiftly extracted the key, unlocked the door, and pulled it open in one fluid motion. "The Bloodsaw Apothecary is at your service." Lynn bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Our establishment upholds the noble tradition of curing ailments with our remedies and remedies with our blades. How may I assist you?" A chilling breeze rushed in from outside. Upon catching sight of the monster's full form, Lynn's heart raced uncontrollably and his sanity plummeted. For what in the world is this creature? Sanity level 20. Sanity level 20. To be precise, it was a head, an infant's head towering 2 stories high. There was no torso. From an neck sprouted countless densely packed, snake-like red tendrils. Its enormous eyes shone like searchlights, projecting 2 dim beams of white light. At that moment, a panel appeared before Lynn. Level. Race. Combat ability. Run. Description. If you hear a baby's laughter in the dark, if you glimpse pure eyes in despair, do not respond, for it is not hope, but the abyss. Lynn's mind raced, yet he maintained a facade of composure. He understood that if he dared to run now, he would undoubtedly be devoured. Stay calm. One must remain composed. Treat it as a mere customer. You can do this. Lynn. Creak. The massive infant head slowly opened its mouth, and in an instant, a wave of nauseating stench nearly caused Lynn to faint. "Toothache doctor." The colossal head emitted a delicate child's voice. The row of sharp, blood-stained teeth was disturbing enough to drain one's sanity entirely. "Cure it or be eaten." Lynn's sanity level 10. Huh. Why does that voice sound unexpectedly adorable? Chapter 18. The endearing appearance. Lynn's eyes widened, his back drenched in cold sweat. Nevertheless, since it had come for treatment, it indicated that he was not in immediate danger. Lynn quickly donned a mask, his gaze fixed upon the gory maw and the rows of razor-sharp teeth stained with flesh. "Rest assured, it can certainly be cured. A toothache is but a minor issue. May I inquire which tooth is causing you discomfort?" Lynn asked, his eyes wide with focus. The molars at the back, came the voice from the infant head. Lynn peered into the gaping maw, but due to the darkness and depth, he could discern nothing. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold decision. "Please open your mouth wide. I shall diagnose you right away." The infant head's mouth opened slightly. "Ding. You have triggered the quest. Cure the toothache. Quest rewards. Special reward X1. S favorability 50. Skull coins 1,000. Quest failure penalty, none." "Lynn, of course there's none, because I'm surely done for. What else could it be?" Taking a deep breath, Lynn steadied his nerves. In this situation, one could only hope for a miracle. "Keep calm. Treat it as an ordinary child. You can do this." Lynn cautiously climbed onto the infant head's tongue, braving the stench as he ventured towards the molars. The further he progressed, the more unbearable the odor became. "I can't see in this darkness," Lynn shouted. A horrifying scene unfolded before him. A tendril slowly reached towards the top of the infant head, and Lynn immediately beheld it wrapping around one of its eyeballs, plunging into the cavernous mouth. Suddenly, the pallid gaze illuminated the entire cavity. Lynn was drenched in sweat. "Now I understand," he shouted. He dared not delay, turning his gaze towards the molars. Dimly, he could see that the surrounding teeth were smeared with remnants of various foods, including severed hands, shattered skulls, entrails, and rotting flesh. A truly grotesque and terrifying sight. Evidently, this monster had an exceedingly diverse diet. Sanity level. Sanity level. Lynn steeled himself against the terror and began to search meticulously. In the very next moment, his gaze fell upon a spear lodged in one of the molars. Holy spear. Quality, legendary. Description, a spear that fell from an unknown world into the dark realm. Imbued with a sacred blessing, possessing formidable restraint against evil spirits, anomalies, and demons. Lynn's heart raced. It appeared he had pinpointed the cause of the monster's toothache. However, he never anticipated that this weapon bore the same effect as the Hunter's pistol, a non-Dark World artifact of holy nature. Could it be that this spear inflicted severe pain upon the creature? Lynn's expression grew uncertain. Cautiously, he approached to inspect it, only to discover that a sticky, severed hand was still attached to the spear's tip. Clearly, the spear's wielder had been devoured by this monster. Their body had been digested. Yet the weapon remained lodged within its teeth. "Customer, I have found the cause of the toothache," Lynn exclaimed. The delicate, chilling voice responded, "Pull it out, or be eaten." Lynn steadied his mind, and his gaze fell upon the numerous severed limbs surrounding the molar. "I Demon Healer S. Tentacle Fragment X1. Evil Spirit Witch Doctor S. Arm X1. Purgatory Mad Doctor S. IX1. Lynn's heart raced. Clearly, this was not the first doctor it had consumed. It seemed that before arriving here, it had visited many physicians. And, judging by the circumstances, this patient possessed a rather foul temperament. Once it declares it will eat you, it undoubtedly will. Yet Lynn quickly discerned a commonality among these doctors. They were all denizens of the dark world. The spear evidently had a significant restraining effect on the monsters. Their inability to extract it was certainly not without reason. But he was different. He was human. He would not be constrained by the sacred power. Perhaps this would become his greatest advantage. Lynn composed himself, approached the fetid molar, flexed his fingers, and then grasped it firmly. Hum! The spear emitted a faint, dim light before rapidly fading away. There was no backlash. Indeed, my initial conjecture proved accurate. Lynn steadied his mind. "I shall commence the extraction," he bellowed. With that, Lynn summoned all his strength, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, bracing one foot against his molar, and pulling with all his might. He exerted every ounce of energy he possessed, for his very life hung in the balance. It all came down to whether he could dislodge this wicked implement. If successful, all would be well. If not, he would surely meet a chaotic fate alongside his comrades. Crack, crack, crack. The spear had loosened. The eye that illuminated Lynn's efforts gleamed with excitement. As success appeared imminent, Lynn pulled even harder on the spear, yet his strength proved insufficient, despite a faint loosening. Further extraction grew increasingly arduous. "Help me, lend a hand." Lynn gritted his teeth, shouting at the eager, observing tendrils outside. After a brief pause, the tendrils rushed in, wrapping around Lynn's waist, one after another, and began to pull with fervor. However, aside from tightening around Lynn's midsection to the point of nearly causing a cerebral hemorrhage, the spear's progress remained painfully slow. Lynn, now anxious, called out, "Stop. Listen to my command. I will count to 3, and together we shall pull. Understood?" "Understood." Lynn inhaled deeply, grasped the spear firmly, and adopted a serious expression. 1, 2, 3, pull. Lynn shouted. In an instant, he and the tendrils pulled with all their might. 1, 2, 3, pull. Heave. With a tremendous inertia, the spear finally shot out of his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. Success. Lynn stared blankly at the spear. "Does this mean I am spared from death?" "Your favorability rating, 20. Yet, the pain remained excruciating. The gigantic head, mouth agape, lowered an eye, its gaze illuminating Lynn as if under a spotlight. Lynn peered inside, his gaze landing on the gaping hole left by the extracted spear. At that moment, the wound gushed forth blood like a fountain. "Wait." Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn smiled faintly and dashed back to his shop, rummaging through drawers to procure a plethora of anesthetics and hemostatic agents. Now that the foreign object had been removed, the subsequent steps would be considerably simpler. If one overlooked the creature's horrifying exterior, it was not so different from his other customers. Rushing back, the bleeding was a normal reaction. However, complete recovery would necessitate further treatment. Keep your mouth open and remain still. Having identified the cause and extracted the source of the pain, the next steps would be much easier. After all, this was his area of expertise. Lynn's expression turned grave as he swiftly climbed back into its mouth, positioning himself over the bleeding molar. This time, he moved with much greater proficiency. The hole, though only fist-sized, had evidently penetrated deep into the root. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the tooth's interior had been assailed by a divine force, faintly shimmering with light. It was evident that the emanating divine energy was continuously inflicting pain upon this creature. However, the bleeding was severe. Administering the hemostatic and analgesic agents to the root would prove quite challenging. Lynn pondered briefly before his gaze fell upon the curious eye that had followed him in and a nearby blood-red tendril, smooth and endearing in appearance. Snap! Lynn swiftly seized the tendril. "Dear customer, do you require this tendril? I need it to alleviate your pain." Lynn shouted. "Oh!" With a swift motion, Lynn severed the adorable tendril. The monstrous infant's head gasped in shock. Chapter 19. The Dentist for Root-Level Monsters. Instantly, a multitude of observing tendrils surged forward, intent on attacking Lynn. Yet, they quickly halted. Lynn pressed the severed tendril into a wooden basin, his expression serious, pouring vial after vial of potion into the basin. Then retrieving a syringe, meticulously injecting the concoction into the tendril. The tendrils froze in place, cradling the eye with curious stares. Minutes later, illuminate, Lynn exclaimed, grabbing the filled tendril triumphantly. Lynn was now fully immersed in his task. The tendril, cradling the eye, quivered, hastily directing its beam of light onto the bloodied molar. Lynn leaped forward, aiming the syringe-filled tendril at the gaping hole. His expression serious, he thrust it inside. The creature let out a pained cry as the tendril penetrated. However, it was evident that the tendril size was too large for the narrow opening. To reach the depths, he would require the aid of a more formidable tool. He would have to force it. In the next moment, Lynn dashed back to his shop, returning moments later with an array of tools in hand. Racing once more into the creature's mouth. "What are you doing?" The eye quivered slightly. Lynn's expression remained impassive as he held a hammer in one hand and a metal rod in the other, donning a mask. Adjusting his monocle with the back of his hand. The next moment, he plunged the metal rod onto the tendril pressed against the hole. The monstrous infant's head. Soon, a resounding clang reverberated through the air. Lynn wielded the hammer, striking the rod repeatedly, driving the tendril deeper into the tooth's cavity. Bang! With each strike, sparks flew and thunder rumbled. Lynn summoned all his strength, swinging the hammer with relentless determination to drive the tendril to the deepest part of the cavity. Meanwhile, the surrounding tendrils and the eye recoiled in terror, watching Lynn wielding the hammer with fervor. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The monstrous infant's head began to thrash wildly. Clearly, the relentless impacts were inflicting considerable tearing pain. This is a normal reaction. Bear with it. Once we reach the deepest point, the pain will cease. Trust in my professional expertise. After over 100 strikes, the tendril, saturated with Lynn's potion, was finally smashed into the cavity. The pain subsided. The eye displayed a bewildered expression. Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he brandished the metal rod. Of course, the potion has begun to take effect. However, this is merely the beginning. To achieve healthy teeth, further refinement is required. Your trust level, 20. The eye nodded vigorously, expressing its trust. Indeed, clearly, after Lynn's outstanding efforts, the creature had begun to place its trust in him. Lynn calculated the time. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed. All right, we can commence the procedure. Lynn raised his head, his expression grave, and retrieved his master's electric drill, pulling the trigger with force. ZZZ. Sparks erupted. Protective goggles. The surrounding tendrils quickly passed Lynn's goggles. Illuminate. The tendrils immediately raised the eye, directing its beam at Lynn's working area. Lynn spat into his palms, exerting a forceful poke, and grasped the electric drill, commencing the exhilarating procedure on the decayed molar. The interior of this tooth had succumbed to a sacred corruption, which served as the primary source of your anguish, unless the divine substance within was entirely eradicated. The moment the medication's efficacy waned, you would once again be engulfed in unbearable pain. Hence, a preliminary cleansing of your tooth was imperative, followed by the restoration of a robust, durable replacement. How enlightening. Trust level 20. The inquisitive eyeball gazed vacantly, illuminating Lynn's work. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lynn wielded the drill, meticulously grinding away the luminous substance harbored within the tooth. Bring a bucket, Lynn commanded. A tentacle swiftly darted into the shop, coiling around a wooden bucket and presenting it. Lynn, with a grave countenance, promptly deposited the ground tooth powder into the bucket. Fetch water, he bellowed. The tentacle quickly returned, entwined around a large water tank. Lynn diligently cleaned the residue surrounding the tooth. Then, his expression turned serious. What else is required? Perceiving Lynn's uncertainty, a delicate yet chilling voice echoed. Lynn replied earnestly, I require materials for the filling. However, my stock is insufficient. Otherwise, I could craft you a splendid steel tooth. Steel? Lynn pondered. Indeed, yet acquiring supplies would necessitate at least until tomorrow. The hour is simply. I possess steel, came the response. Lynn was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, witnessing the surrounding structures rapidly recede. Clearly, this enormous head was in swift motion. In the next instant, they halted before a colossal, ironclad edifice. Before Lynn could react, the creature's tongue shot forth like a blade. Splat! The entire building was cleaved in two. Steel puppet. Level. Race. Puppet. Attributes. Chaotic evil. Combat ability. Extremely powerful. Description. an iron puppet that roams the dark world. Since its sentience was birthed under the influence of dark forces, this formidable creature has become a nightmare for the denizens of the Shadow Realm. Lynn. He had encountered such a monstrosity once before. A similar puppet had invaded their humble shop, wreaking havoc, and his mentor had battled it with a chainsaw for over 10 hours to force it back. Why had it brought him here? Crash! A thunderous noise erupted. One of the puppets inside the iron structure had yet to react, and was swiftly flattened into a steel pancake by the infantile head's tongue. Lynn was dumbfounded. This was utterly absurd, both classified as, yet the disparity was staggering. Is one sufficient? The infantile voice queried. Smash! Another steel puppet was mercilessly crushed. What about two? The creature inquired. Smash, smash, smash. That S enough. That S more than sufficient. Through the refining, forging, and molding under the might of the giant infant's resilient tongue, Lynn had, within mere hours, fashioned a steel tooth shaped to fit the gap of the original molar. Utilizing a powerful adhesive, he meticulously welded the steel tooth to the molar. Following a series of polishing and finishing touches, a brand new tooth emerged, rejuvenated by Lynn's diligent efforts. Perfect. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lynn beamed with satisfaction, sensing a profound transformation within himself. Chime, you have completed the task. You have earned 1,000 skeleton coins. Trust level 50 and received a special reward. Critical hit potion recipe X1. Chime, you have achieved the unique title, Dentist for Origin Level Monsters. Origin Level Monster Dentist. You are the first human to have the audacity to treat an Origin Level monster's dental issue successfully. You have gained a permanent trait. Affinity for Origin Level Monsters 1. All attributes 10. Chapter 20. The first member of the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Doctor, you are remarkable. The enormous infant head articulated in a delicate tone. The two colossal eyeballs fixated on Lynn. I shall not consume you. Trust level 40. Lynn adjusted his monocle, performing a formal bow at a precise 90 degrees, presenting a professionally radiant smile. The accolades from our patrons shall always serve as a steadfast motivation for our progress. Might I entice you to experience our latest dental care services? Lynn winked. Encountering a super monster with an affinity for him was an opportunity not to be squandered. Securing it as a loyal customer would be utterly foolish otherwise. Dental care services? The creature inquired, curiosity tinging its voice. Lynn replied with a smile. Indeed, our establishment offers long-term dental maintenance, capable of eradicating any oral maladies, ensuring your teeth remain perpetually clean and healthy, thus preventing any discomfort, ulcers, or tooth loss. Lynn continued earnestly, why not try a sample? Should you find satisfaction, you may then decide whether to commit to becoming a long-term member. The massive infant head seemed to contemplate this, and Lynn soon received an affirmative response. Chime, you have triggered a new task. Assist in dental care. Task reward, 50 skeleton coins. Trust level 50. Precisely. That's the desired outcome. In this otherworldly realm, forging connections is paramount. Fostering a relationship with a monster of this caliber would be sheer folly otherwise. Wait, without further ado, Lynn dashed back to the shop, retrieving various cleaning tools typically employed for household chores, and then hurried back to the creature's maw to begin clearing out the various remnants trapped between its teeth. Chime, you have acquired unknown biological limbs, X15. Chime, you have acquired peculiar viscera, X54. Chime, you have acquired shattered craniums, X31. Chime, you have acquired gold, X132G. Chime, you have acquired superior enchanted armor, X1. Lynn was increasingly astonished as he continued to clean, for this place resembled a veritable treasure trove. After thoroughly cleansing the creature's mouth of various remnants, and under the curious gaze of the eyeball, Lynn dashed to his shop's storeroom, hauling bucket after bucket of materials, swiftly concocting mixtures in the center of the hall. What is this? The inquisitive eyeball radiated curiosity. Lynn, wielding a stick, swiftly mixed the viscous concoction in the large bucket, explaining, this is the slime from the abyssal slime, capable of generating copious amounts of foam, combined with soap pods that possess antibacterial properties, plus a whitening, cleansing agent specially formulated by my mentor, ensuring your teeth remain brilliantly clean and your breath fresh. Trust level 20. Remarkable. The eyeball bobbed in awe. Although unclear on the specifics, it was undeniably impressive. Soon, the Abyssal World toothpaste was ready. Lynn retrieved a large brush from the backyard, hoisting the bubbling, foamy bucket, and leaped into the creature's mouth, commencing his diligent brushing endeavor. May I assist? The curious eyeball inquired, observing Lynn's vigorous scrubbing with eager anticipation. For it was indeed a novel experience. Here, Lynn generously offered, presenting a plethora of small brushes from the shop. The tentacles immediately emulated Lynn's actions, each wielding a brush, curiously dipping it into the viscous substance, brushing away while glancing over with their ocular appendages, mimicking Lynn's movements. First this way, then that way, and then another way. Oh. Trust level 10. They also needed to remove the grime lodged between the teeth to prevent any potential infections. Oh. Trust level 10. They continued the cleaning for a full hour. Ding. Task completed. You have earned 50 skeleton coins. Affection level 50. Upon hearing the system notification, Lynn, drenched in sweat, set down the brush and sat upon the steps, a satisfied smile gracing his face after such labor. Is it not true that his entire dental set now appears rejuvenated compared to before? Ding. The gleaming, pristine teeth reflected a dazzling luster. One eye displayed a glimmering expression. They were a far cry from the blood-stained, yellowed teeth of yore. They were as clean as if they had just emerged from birth. With such radiant teeth, indulging in any morsel would undeniably awaken one's appetite. Are you satisfied with this service? Indeed. Would you like to become a lifetime member of our establishment? You may come for free dental cleaning at any time. Yes, please. May I ask your name? I shall register it for you, and upon your next visit, you shall receive a specially crafted golden membership card and a small gift. What is a name? It is what other beings call you. I have no name. Would you like me to bestow one upon you for free? Very well. Ding. You have successfully assigned a true name little one to a source level monster, and you have earned the exclusive achievement, Source Namer. Source Namer. As the first human in the annals of the Dark World to name a source level monster, and having been gladly accepted by the entity, you have made history. The host permanently gains Source Monster Affinity 1, Monster Affinity 10, Temporary Curse Removal Ability X1. Thank you for visiting our small shop. We welcome you back next time. Lynn cheerfully waved goodbye, his bright smile showcasing his sparkling teeth as he watched the source-level monster bounce away toward the end of the street. He executed a standard 90-degree bow, continually smiling as he saw the ultimate creature depart. Lynn immediately dashed into the apothecary, seizing a hammer and nails, and with a series of thuds, secured the door completely, staring wide-eyed as he pressed his hand against his racing heart. Only then did he fully relax. Although the entire process appeared harmonious, it was undoubtedly false to claim he was unafraid when faced with such a terrifying monster. Fortunately, his mental fortitude proved resilient. Otherwise, he would surely not have survived this night. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet, it was fortunate that he had successfully garnered the favor of that source-level monster through his excellent rhetoric and medical prowess. Lynn was acutely aware that in this dark world, source-level monsters were akin to ultimate bosses in online games. Any one of them would not be easily contendable by ordinary creatures. Moreover, he had an unsettling feeling that there were more than one. Lynn stared intently, striving to calm his racing heart. It was evident that the monster hunter was following these source-level creatures, yet he had not shown himself in Soul Alley, indicating that there must be other highly dangerous, formidable monsters lurking in the vicinity. It was fortunate that he had encountered a benevolent source-level monster capable of communication. Otherwise, like those rigid puppets, he could have easily met a grim fate. Indeed, possessing a particular skill can sometimes serve as a means of survival, Lynn mused. After all, skill classes are always the most sought after, regardless of their location. Chapter 21. Temporary Curse Removal Ability. System. Open the panel. Lynn. Level 5. Race. Human. Strength 17. Agility 18. Intelligence 21. Constitution 20. Distributable points 8. Source Monster Affinity 2. Monster Affinity 10. Skeleton Coins 2051. Reputation 34. Description: a mad and morbid apprentice of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, who inflicted immense pain on a top monster hunter. The establishment has a slight reputation among source-level monsters. Yet this does not alter his perverse and deranged nature. Ignoring the slander in the description, after this day of trials, his overall level had risen to level 5, and his foundational skills had experienced a substantial enhancement. Lynn took a deep breath, decisively allocating all 8 distributable points to his constitution. His constitution immediately soared to 28 points. The exhaustion from the previous night swiftly dissipated with this allocation. Assigning points to constitution was indeed a reluctant choice. After all, he was not a combat class. Facing high-level magical beasts daily, strength and agility were of little use. As for intelligence, he believed it pertained to understanding certain tools and phenomena. However, he had no current need for such things. Good health is paramount. In this bizarre world, one could easily contract horrifying ailments, losing one's life in the blink of an eye. Even without such threats, prolonged survival in this dark realm would inevitably weaken one's constitution. Once the points were allocated, Lynn promptly opened the reward the system had granted him. Temporary curse removal ability. You may select a curse for a target and remove it for 24 hours. Only one target can be cleansed at a time. Cooldown, 12 hours. Lynn's eyes brightened instantly. Curse removal. Though not permanent, he immediately envisioned one of its applications, the revolver he had obtained from the monster hunter. If he could erase the curse from that gun, it would equate to his possession of a legendary self-defense weapon. Without hesitation, Lynn retrieved the revolver from the box. Curse removal. Lynn extended his hand and shouted. In an instant, dark, viscous wisps began to seep from the silver revolver, accompanied by piercing howls. The next moment, under Lynn's gaze, the thick miasma was rapidly drawn away and suppressed. Ding! You have successfully completed a temporary curse removal. Cooldown, 12 hours. Ding! You have acquired a curse entry. 100 miss. Remaining time, 24 hours. With the system notifications, Lynn grinned, revealing a set of unnerving teeth. Crack! He gripped the revolver tightly. Although the time was limited to 24 hours, this gun would undoubtedly prove invaluable in a critical moment. Lynn turned and aimed at a bottle on the corner of the table. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A silver bullet shot forth, successfully striking the wall. Bang! Bang! Lynn fired several more shots in rapid succession, yet none hit the bottle. System, is the ability you granted me a sham? I've erased the curse. So why is my accuracy still so abysmal? Ding! Your firearm proficiency is 0. Lynn stared with vacant eyes, resolutely disregarding the system's explanation. However, he soon fell into contemplation. It seems that in order to truly wield this firearm in combat, a considerable period of practice in marksmanship is essential. After all, only with profound dedication can an iron rod be ground into a needle. A quick shooter is not forged overnight. Upon realizing this, Lynn's enthusiasm surged. He placed the empty bottle on the windowsill and stood 10 meters away. He took aim. Fire. Bang. Miss. Bang. Basic firearm proficiency 1. Bang. Miss. Bang. You have hit a level 75 monster. Night Devourer. You have gained 10 experience points. Lynn? On the wooden sill, a bullet hole, the diameter of a finger, had appeared, and from the distant street, an eerie howl echoed. Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? Lynn swiftly rushed to the windowsill, removed the wooden board, replaced it with a new one, secured it with nails, and then dashed back to his attic, diving under his quilt for a deep slumber. The actions flowed seamlessly, one after another. Ding! You have completed the task. Sleepless night. You have earned 500 skull coins. Level 1. Ding! You successfully survived your first night after awakening the system. Your day was remarkably fulfilling and satisfying. You attended to customers 5 times, defeated a Monster X1, injured a Monster X1, instilled significant psychological trauma in multiple patients, and you felt the richness and brightness of life. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to level 6. And the Daily Mall exchange system has been unlocked, refreshing daily. You can exchange skull coins for corresponding goods. Ding! Friendly reminder, after reaching level 10, you will be able to choose a profession for your first job change. Stay tuned. Lynn abruptly opened his eyes from the musty bedding. The massive spiderweb on the beam continued to remind him that this was no dream. He was still ensnared within the dark world. This marked the completion of 2 years and 1 day. Slurp, slurp. Tendrils, thick and sticky, were caressing his face and neck, while within the quilt, a bubbling sound reminiscent of frothing foam emerged. His body was smeared with various forms of viscous liquid. Lynn's sanity level 1. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Grasping the silver revolver from the bedside, he thrust it beneath the quilt and fired 3 shots downward. Miss. Miss. Ding. Your firearm proficiency has increased to 1. Ding. The evil spirit blood infant's attempt to parasitize you has failed, resulting in a fear level of 20. Lynn flung the quilt aside. Instantly, a multitude of dark, octopus-like tentacles erupted from the bedding, writhing and scattering across the room. At that moment, a creature with an adorable infantile visage was sprawled on his stomach, its expression vacant. The countless tentacles were grotesquely sprouting from its form. Indeed, it had succumbed to chaos once more. Lynn glared. No wonder he had felt an incessant sensation throughout the latter half of the night, as if something wished to burrow into his body. Slurp, slurp. He had unknowingly spent the night embracing an octopus monster. Lynn accessed its profile. Evil spirit blood infant. Race, evil spirit. Attribute, chaotic evil. Level 10. Description, A ghostly entity formed from accumulated resentment and ghostly energy. The evil spirit blood infant has absorbed a significant amount of lifeblood from creatures. Once fully formed, it will devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing and transforming into a calamity. P.S. Due to substantial psychological trauma inflicted by a certain individual, its aggression towards that individual has drastically diminished. Lynn? Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Due to the evil spirit blood infant's fear level reaching 1321 and its taming level exceeding 200, you have triggered a special mission, Growth of the Blood Infant. Chapter 22. The Initial Cultivation of the Ghost Infant. Mission Description. The evil spirit blood infant has reached the first shaping phase at level 10. The shaping process at this stage will determine the future growth direction and personality of the blood infant, as you play a significant role in its early development. You are granted the qualification to make preliminary adjustments to the blood infant. Mission Objective. Complete the first shaping phase for the blood infant. Mission Reward. Taming level of the evil spirit blood infant 50. Basic experience 200. Lynn was utterly bewildered. Can triggering a mission be this simple? After scrutinizing the mission description, he began to grasp its requirements. He was also struck with awe at the rapid growth rate of the evil spirit blood infant. It had barely been a day, and it had already soared to level 10. Furthermore, the deterioration was severe. Aside from the face he had molded yesterday, the rest of its body was entirely filled with wildly sprouting tentacles. System, what will happen if I allow it to develop unchecked? Ding! The target is an evil spirit. The immense resentment within will continuously alter its external features. If left unchecked, the target will gradually distort into an exceedingly malevolent being, harboring immense hostility towards its host. Lynn, so before it fully takes shape, I must constantly suppress this ghost infant's resentment? Once she no longer fears me, she might eliminate me? It seems I have indeed stumbled upon quite a predicament. In that case, I shall continue to make adjustments today. Lynn cracked his knuckles, his expression grave. He extended his hand and grasped the back of the ghost infant's neck. The tentacles dangled limply, as the immense fear accumulated from the previous day rendered her utterly devoid of resistance before Lynn. It was akin to how one behaves when they are terrified of someone. They become exceedingly compliant. Blood infant's confusion level 1. She gazed blankly at the terrifying human holding her, her hazy consciousness causing her to feel anxious about what might transpire next. What does he intend to do? Will he, like yesterday, mercilessly deform her face into bizarre shapes? And just then, Lynn sees two thick, slippery tentacles from her form, his expression grave, and then, in an instant, he began to tug, knead, and push as if he were making dough. Ghost infant. Evil spirit blood infant's fear level 20. You are still too disobedient. Without the doctor's consent, you have allowed so many strange tentacles to sprout from your body. This is exceedingly unhealthy for a child's development. Lynn meticulously tied the writhing tentacles one after another. With a vigorous motion, he pressed them back into place. Let Uncle Lynn perform a little cosmetic surgery for you. Ghost infant. Evil spirit blood infant's fear level 20. Evil spirit blood infant's fear level 20. Ding. You have successfully completed the shaping of the evil spirit blood infant's juvenile phase, significantly influencing her form's development. After more than half an hour, Lynn gazed with satisfaction at the evil spirit blood infant, now placed before him on the table, her expression still vacant. Yesterday, he had merely sculpted her face, but today, he had completed a full suite of services, leaving him immensely pleased with his handiwork. With rosy cheeks, chubby little hands, and a porcelain doll-like appearance, if this were in a human world, she would undoubtedly captivate countless mothers, evoking an irresistible affection for this healthy and perfect human infant. Naturally, due to the excessive number of tentacles that had erupted, even in the end, many remnants remained. Thus, Lynn made slight adjustments to one area of her form. He extended his finger and playfully flicked her petite, adorable beast ears. Is there anything extraordinarily adorable? Just maintain this shape and don't allow it to fall apart recklessly. Lynn earnestly admonished. Only in this manner can you grow healthily and transform into a beloved little girl. Understood? The malevolent blood infant wore a vacant expression. Ding. Preliminary form of the malevolent blood infant has been determined, initiating initial calibration of personality and growth direction. Ding. Data processing commencing, processing complete. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a panel materialized before him. Malevolent blood infant. Personality direction. Devious, resentful, lethal. Psychological traits. Distorted, crumbled, morbid. Growth direction. An unspeakable multi-limbed monstrosity. A warped vengeful spirit bringing fear and calamity. a malevolent ghost spreading disaster and slaughter. So this can be adjusted? Lynn pondered, glancing briefly before decisively shaking his head. Such a growth direction is utterly excessive. Indeed, this is a dark world, steering one away from any positive path. Lynn resolutely began to make adjustments. A few minutes later, malevolent blood infant. Personality direction: sweet, obedient, lethal. Psychological traits: virtuous, adorable, morbid. Growth direction: a charming little lowly. A beautiful girl bringing happiness and tranquility. A malevolent ghost spreading disaster and slaughter. System: can I adjust the descriptors following each attribute? I've merely crafted a half-finished product. Ding. Host privileges insufficient. During the first phase, adjustments can only be made to 2 attributes each. I see, Lynn contemplated. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he clapped his hands. Then let us leave it at that for now. When you reach the next stage, I shall remove those 3 negative traits, and you will become a perfect little girl. Confirmed. Ding. You have completed the task. Growth of the Blood Infant. You have received a reward. Blood Infant Taming Level 50, Basic Experience 200. Ding. First phase adjustments completed. The malevolent blood infant will enter a period of slumber to complete initial correction and shaping. After practicing marksmanship for half an hour, Lynn arose. As usual, he picked up a broom and began his daily cleaning routine. Ding. Household Skill Experience 1. Ding. Household Skill Experience 1. Once the cleaning was finished, Lynn took the soul lamp, carefully igniting the fire fluff with a flint, then opened the door for business, hanging the soul lamp on the doorpost. As was the case yesterday, the outside remained shrouded in mist, rendering everything beyond 10 steps invisible. Placing the ghost infant on the counter, Lynn sat down, intending to thoroughly examine the new features of the system. System: open the shop. The regular income from the store was beyond his control. However, the skeleton coins he had obtained from tasks now amounted to a total of 2,551, making him quite affluent indeed. Ding. Shop interface opened. Item 1, Toxic Slime Goo X10 kg, 50 coins. Item 2, Fortune Cat Doll that brings misfortune X1, 200 coins. Item 3, Baby Diapers X10 packs, 50 coins. Item 4, Flesh Growth Potion Recipe, 500 skeleton coins. Item 5, Blood Demon Flesh X5, 100 skeleton coins. Item 6, Passionate Succubus Perfume X1 bottle, 500 skeleton coins. After perusing the items for sale, Lynn abruptly stood up, eyes wide with disbelief, and exclaimed, System, are you certain these are the goods you wish to sell me? Chapter 23. There is nothing normal in this world. Indeed, initially, he had harbored high expectations for the system's shop. After all, in the novels he had read prior to his transmigration, a system's offerings were invariably of exceptional quality. But with superhuman bloodlines, 9-tailed fox babies, star destroyers, and adorable maidens, there seemed to be nothing the system wouldn't sell. Yet, upon glancing at his own system, one might mistakenly think it was merely a junk collector, for a cursory glance revealed a complete lack of useful items. System: refresh the inventory. Ding. This function is currently unavailable. Please be patient. Automatic refresh occurs daily at 5 o'clock. Lynn took a deep breath, grinding his teeth as he sat back down. All right. Although it has turned out to be the complete opposite of my expectations, at least it provides an additional channel for procuring goods. Doesn't it? Toxic slime goo. I'll buy it. It may prove useful for concocting toxic potions in the future. Skeleton coin 50. A fortune cat doll that brings misfortune. What purpose could this serve? Am I to feel so fortunate that I buy it to fill the void? I'll purchase it. It might make for an interesting gift. Skeleton coin 200. Baby diapers? Lynn instinctively glanced at the ghost infant he had placed on the counter. Well, given its rapid growth and that he had already shaped it into a humanoid form, leaving it bare would be inappropriate. I'll buy that. This could be of some use. Skeleton coin 50. Lynn placed the diaper atop its head. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the 4th item. Flesh Growth Potion Recipe. Upon consumption, this potion significantly enhances healing speed. Require materials: blood demon flesh, attribute-less slime goo, tyrant flower, carnivorous plant growth hormone. This recipe stands out as the only commendable item among the system's offerings. Furthermore, it is accompanied by the sale of the rare blood demon flesh material. This item is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Skeleton coin 500. Skeleton coin 100. Without hesitation, Lynn acquired both items. And with the critical potion reward from the system yesterday, he now possessed exclusive formulas for 2 types of potions. Lynn was in no rush to concoct them. As a potion shop, merchants would periodically arrive with various raw materials for supply. Considering the timeline, today was the day. Lynn promptly prepared his skeleton coins and bundled up the numerous severed limbs he had excavated from the source monster the previous day. Outside the door, the fog hung thick, and dark energy swirled. Lynn patiently awaited at the entrance. Gradually, the sound of creaking wheels and footsteps echoed from the shadows of the street. A figure emerged. An old woman carrying a lantern made of human skin, her face adorned with a benevolent yet eerie smile, stopping in front of his apothecary. "Young man, do you have any useless rubbish to discard to this old woman?" Ding. You have triggered the quest. Useless rubbish. Quest reward. 50 skeleton coins. Basic experience 100. Scavenger S favorability 50. Special reward X1. Yes. Upon hearing the system quest notification, Lynn's spirits soared. He readily agreed and swiftly returned to the shop, laboriously dragging out a large burlap sack. "Young man, do you have this much to dispose of?" The old woman's smile seemed to grow even brighter. Lynn politely asked, "Do you need help loading it onto your cart, grandmother?" "Oh, thank you so much, young man." The old woman smiled warmly. Lynn hoisted the heavy bag of refuse onto the cart the scavenger was pulling, and at that very moment, the old woman's smile abruptly froze. The essence of the source level? The old woman's face changed, a flicker of shock passing through her murky eyes. She immediately sensed the overwhelming weight and oppressive aura emanating from the cart. Her gaze toward Lynn transformed into one of profound astonishment. "The human skin scavenger's level of confusion toward you, 10. Lynn smiled and said, "It might indeed be tainted a bit. Last night, I examined a customer's dental condition, and this is the useless matter I extracted from its mouth. I thought you might find it useful, hence I intended to reserve it for you." The old woman's expression instantly shifted, exclaiming, "You examined the dental condition of a source-level monster? Aren't you afraid it might devour you?" Her gaze towards Lynn transformed, revealing a newfound astonishment towards this young man. Lynn chuckled, "Fear not. Serving customers is the ethos of our Bloodsaw Apothecary, regardless of who steps through our doors. We treat everyone equally." The human skin scavenger's level of awe toward you, 10. In that moment, Lynn felt the old woman's gaze shift, metamorphosing into one akin to that reserved for a monster. She lowered her voice, rasping from her throat, "Last night, 3 source-level abyssal hunters visited us. The one you assisted must have been the smallest among them. I advise you to refrain from further contact with them. You may not be aware, but last night, the adjacent Slaughter Alley, Evil Spirit Street, and Shade Lane were entirely devoured by those 3 hunters. 15 high-level demon slayers and spirits were slain." Lynn stood frozen. "The hunter you encountered yesterday was likely intending to feast in our Wandering Souls lane. It seems your presence spared us from calamity." Lynn exclaimed in disbelief. "But I found that customer rather charming. They shouldn't be so vicious, right?" A brief silence ensued, punctuated by a gentle breeze. The old woman appeared to be struck by the shocking and incredulous words. "Charming?" Lynn reiterated, "Indeed, quite charming. Notification. You have left a profound and indelible impression in the heart of the human skin scavenger. Notification. Your notoriety in Wandering Souls Lane has increased by 1. Notification. Your notoriety in Wandering Souls Lane has increased by 1. Lynn sought to elaborate, but the old woman shook her head, murmuring, "Indeed. There is no normalcy in the dark world, particularly among those who seem ordinary." Lynn, notification. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 50 skull coins, 100 basic experience points, and a favorability score of 50 with the human skin scavenger. Then, before Lynn's gaze, the old woman extended her gnarled hand, gradually reaching towards her chest. "Young man, the item you have given me is far too precious. I cannot digest it all at once. This is something I just scavenged. Perhaps it may be of use to you." A creaking sound echoed as Lynn beheld the old woman delving into her own chest cavity, forcibly extracting a still-beating, bloodied heart. The heart emitted billows of warmth, pulsating rhythmically in the air. Lynn's sanity, 10. Please accept it. The old woman rasped with a sinister smile. Chapter 24. Am I truly beautiful? Heart of the Faceless Demon. Quality, cursed object. Curse can be linked with the heart of a specified target, but requires vast amounts of fresh blood for sustenance daily. Description: each part of the formidable Faceless One harbors a curse, particularly their heart. Once you hear the sound of your heartbeat, be wary, for it may no longer belong to you. Lynn. The old woman chuckled ominously. If you wish for someone to perish, simply think of them and employ your most malevolent methods against this heart, and you shall derive immense pleasure from it. Ha ha. Lynn felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, the items this old woman bore were far from ordinary. This heart undoubtedly possessed the potential to be a formidable weapon. Yet the cost of its usage must be tremendous. Soon, the old woman pulled her cart and gradually vanished into the encroaching darkness. Watching her depart, Lynn gazed at the pulsating heart in his hand, a strange glimmer in his eyes. His collection of bizarre artifacts was undeniably growing. Nevertheless, this transaction was certainly profitable. The scavenger would pass by the shop every morning, making her a reliable NPC for exchanging various items. With the arrival of monsters delivering weekly supplies, Lynn spent a significant amount of skull coins to replenish the shop's inventory. Calculating the days, he anticipated that his mentor would return either tonight or tomorrow. Returning to the counter, Lynn patiently awaited the arrival of his first customer of the day. Outside, the dark mist swirled. At that moment, a series of 3 knocks echoed. Lynn promptly lifted his head, a professional smile adorning his face, and welcomed, "Welcome." The soul flame hanging on the doorpost flickered violently. Lynn's pupils constricted. The intensity of the flickering indicated that the visitor was of considerable rank. Outside stood a woman clad in a resplendent red evening gown, a smile gracing her lips. Her wavy hair cascading down her back. She was a breathtaking figure, seemingly capable of draining the very essence from anyone who dared to gaze upon her. "Boss, may your business flourish." Bloody de Galm Apparition. Level: Alignment: Chaotic Evil. Combat ability: She will gradually hollow you out. Description: A wandering amalgamation in the distorted realms of darkness. Never be lured by their enchanting forms, or you will be met with a nightmare. Lynn's vision presented the woman's panel. She held a covered platter in her hands, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from within. Lynn heightened his vigilance, yet maintained his composure, inquiring, "Greetings, do you require any treatment for discomfort?" The bloodied garment apparition smiled radiantly, her crimson lips revealing a set of unnaturally white teeth, imparting an inexplicable eeriness. She flirtatiously tossed her hair, sensually stating, "I have no discomfort. I just moved to this street this morning and intended to visit my neighbors. Surely, you would not refuse my visit?" She languidly licked her bright red lips. Lynn's sanity. 1. Lynn was acutely aware that in this dark world, the more seemingly normal a monster appeared, the more perilous it was. The woman before him exuded a distinctly ominous aura. "Welcome, of course, you are most welcome." Lynn's smile remained unchanged as he discreetly positioned his revolver and the heart within easy reach beneath the counter. "Please come in. The Bloodsaw Apothecary welcomes any friendly neighbor." For a creature whose level was indiscernible, the soul lamp outside would provide little assistance. If she were indeed harboring malicious intent, there would be no means of obstructing her. The woman, her face adorned with a beaming smile, gracefully stepped over the threshold. Almost simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Lynn's ears. "Notification: You have triggered the mission. Survive. Mission objective: Maintain your sanity above 0 before the bloodied garment apparition's malice towards you reaches 100, while ensuring her hostility does not exceed 100 for 30 minutes. Mission reward: 500 skull coins, 200 basic experience points, and a special reward: 1. In an instant, Lynn's heart tightened. Indeed, this malevolent apparition was not here with good intentions. And the mission triggered was one of survival, a threat potentially as grave as the previous night. He was acutely aware that had he chosen inaction last night, the headhunter would have devoured all the residents of the ghostly alley, which could be deemed a monumental crisis. And what of this woman? She did not resemble a primordial monster, yet should she desire to take his life, it would undoubtedly be an effortless endeavor. "Boss, you seem rather out of place among the locals," she said, gracefully perched on a stool before the counter, her chin resting on her hand. A playful smile dancing upon her lips as she gazed at Lynn. "Aren't you afraid of being consumed by some unfriendly patrons?" A single finger traced a line across Lynn's chest, utterly beguiling. Lynn's sanity value, 10. However, Lynn quickly regained his composure. With a professionally crafted smile, he swiftly brandished the bone saw left to him by his mentor and replied, "I must admit, I harbor some trepidation. However, it is the duty of a physician to heal and save lives. Regardless of my fears, I will treat my clients with utmost seriousness. That is the principle of a true doctor." Ding. Current crisis level, 51. The woman, with an alluring wink, exhaled softly. "How intriguing. But what if you were not my client? What if I intended to consume you?" She gently blew a breath towards Lynn, akin to a whisper in one's ear. Ding. Current crisis level, 61. Lynn maintained his calm demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he earnestly replied, "That is impossible, dear sister. Your beauty surely reflects a kind heart, as lovely as your exterior. A lady as exquisite and graceful as you would undoubtedly dine with the poise of nobility." Ding. Current crisis level, 56. "You possess quite the silver tongue," she remarked, a sultry smile gracing her lips as her finger danced across her own. "Do you truly find me beautiful?" "Absolutely. But tell me, Do you still consider me beautiful now? At that very moment, right before Lynn's eyes, her face began to slowly split open at the center. The smile remained, yet from the gory fissure emerged a row of jagged, backward-facing teeth, accompanied by thick, foul-smelling tentacles oozing from her gaping visage. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench and the scent of blood wafted from her form. Lynn's sanity value, 30. Do you still find me beautiful? The grotesque visage emitted a series of ghastly, sticky chuckles from the gaping maw. Ding. Current crisis level, 81. Ding. Current crisis level, 85. Ding. Current crisis level, 90. Slowly, as the crisis level surged dramatically, the split-faced specter inched closer to Lynn's own countenance. The sticky, raspy voice drew nearer and nearer. Am I truly beautiful? Gradually, the terrifying face hovered less than 5 centimeters from Lynn's own, the viscous tentacles and sharp barbs nearly enveloping him. And just at that precarious moment, Mua, Lynn planted a kiss on her. Chapter 25. One should not harbor expectations. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The specter stood frozen. The crisis level, which had soared to 99, plummeted instantaneously to 50. The specter seemed dazed. Lynn cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and said, My apologies, dear sister. Your sudden proximity was simply irresistible, and I could not help but steal a kiss. Please forgive my rudeness, for you align perfectly with my aesthetic. The specter, bewildered, asked, Aligns with your aesthetic? Drips of viscous liquid fell from the fissure of her face. The foul tentacles and barbs resembled a scene from a horror film. Lynn clutched his pounding heart, his cheeks flushed, and replied, Indeed. Since childhood, I have held a deep admiration for girls with splendid dentition and tentacles. He reached out, grasping 2 of the sticky tentacles that hung limply from the gaping maw, caressing them with the viscous slime. Especially the type that is delightfully slimy, like you, dear sister. You are akin to a cherished romantic ideal. The specter, still dazed, murmured, Something feels off. This human is quite peculiar. Why did he remain so composed when I revealed my flawless visage, yet appeared more excited when I unveiled my horrifying form? Lynn continued to stroke the slimy tentacles. Time seemingly frozen. But at that moment, Lynn abruptly halted, a frown creasing his brow. The specter immediately responded, narrowing her eyes with a cold smirk. What is it? Did you not profess a fondness for slimy ladies with splendid teeth? Crisis level, 70. Lynn replied earnestly, I have discerned something amiss. Dear sister, do you not prioritize oral hygiene? The specter, puzzled, retorted, What business is that of yours? Lynn sprang to his feet, earnestly declaring, That is a grave misconception. As a beautiful lady, how could you permit any imperfection? I believe you are in dire need of a meticulous dental care regimen, and I am an expert in providing such services. The specter remained bewildered. Minutes later, Lynn gazed with satisfaction at the specter, now boasting a pristine, gleaming set of teeth. He produced a small vial of breath-freshening solution and spritzed it onto her teeth. Do you not find your breath remarkably fresher now? He held up a mirror, smiling brightly as he presented it to her. Gazing into the reflection, she beheld her bright, gleaming teeth amidst the split of her mouth. Alongside the fresh tentacles, her expression remained blank. In truth, during those few minutes, she had been in a state of cognitive dissonance. This was not the trajectory she had envisioned. How could he, unfazed, instead take delight in providing her with dental care? Is this the reaction a normal human would display? Shouldn't he have screamed in terror and fled in fright? Something is amiss. This human is truly strange. Crack, crack, crack. The woman extended her hand, forcefully closing her split visage, restoring her previous enchanting human form. Smack! She struck the counter, coldly stating, Spare me the flattery. I have come to you on serious business. Speak. Did you perform surgery on a pig-headed demon yesterday? Crisis level, 71. Lynn pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed. The specter narrowed her eyes. A chilling smile creeping across her lips. You operated on him and even extracted a baby from his belly, did you not? In an instant, the image of that ghostly infant flashed in Lynn's mind. May I inquire, who are you? The specter, her intent clear, declared, I am her mother. Lynn. This was an outcome Lynn had never anticipated. He could not fathom how the ghostly infant, known for its chaotic nature, could be connected to the striking specter before him. Lynn exclaimed, Calm down, calm down. I am merely perplexed as to how a lady as beautiful as yourself could be involved with that pig-headed demon. And even so, should it be you who should be reborn? The woman sneered, Do not feign ignorance. You are well aware of the situation. He must have told you. A month ago, he consumed a little ghost, which, coincidentally, was a part of me. Now that it has formed, I am her mother. Lynn. Lynn struggled to steady his emotions and tentatively inquired, So, dear lady, you have come here, too. The woman coldly smirked, licking her crimson lips, and said, Of course, I must reclaim my own child. If my assumptions are correct, my offspring has likely morphed into a monstrous harbinger of disaster. Hasn't he it? Lynn, wide-eyed, retreated step by step. Well, how should I put it? In an instant, the woman's visage split open once more, her entire form oozing with a foul, viscous substance. Countless tendrils erupted from her hair, while slender hands grotesquely sprouted an array of eyeballs. She approached Lynn with a chilling grin, declaring, Slaughter, malice, resentment, evil. My child possesses all the delightful qualities I embody. Since it has been birthed, it will undoubtedly become a worthy predator, bringing calamity and nightmares to all. Crisis level 81. Crisis level 91. Lynn trembled, pressing against the medicine cabinet, with no escape left. Madam, please wait. How can you be certain that the infant is indeed your child? If you wish to take it away, I believe you should summon that pig-headed demon for a face-to-face verification. Lynn desperately sought to buy time. The woman sneered. Verification? Very well. I shall summon him to confirm. With a sudden roar, she opened her cavernous mouth, accompanied by a series of retching sounds. A slimy pig's head plummeted from her maw onto the counter. Thud! The nearly decayed pig's head stared blankly at Lynn, and she immediately recognized it as the very pig-headed demon she had encountered the previous day. Lynn, sanity level 20. Sanity level 20. Devoured. The pig-headed demon had indeed been consumed by this specter. Now hand over my child immediately. The woman approached menacingly, her multitude of tendrils swirling around Lynn. Perhaps, if you're fortunate, I might consider sparing your life. Lynn pressed her back against the wall, resolutely stating, I will hand it over. Certainly. However, the child may differ slightly from what you envision. But just then, a faint sound of tiny footsteps emerged from behind the curtain. Lynn's heart sank. The specter immediately lifted her gaze, sensing the presence, her face contorting into a cold smile as she remarked, It seems my child has heard the noise and is coming. He. Ignoring Lynn, she turned to face the curtain, her tendrils thrashing wildly around her, her smile twisting into a chaotic expression. Let me see what my child has become, an indescribable distortion or a roiling malice of forbidden evil. I'm rather curious. Lynn swallowed hard, her eyes wide. I suggest, madam, that you temper your expectations. For, indeed, Chapter 26, She Cannot Be My Daughter. In that very moment, the curtain in the backyard slowly parted. A plump, rosy infant emerged, yawning sleepily, appearing dazed and confused. With a pair of fluffy ears drooping, she looked adorably bewildered. The specter's expression instantly froze in place, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. An eerie silence spread unrestrained around them. Who is she? The specter asked vacantly. Lynn cleared her throat and replied earnestly. She is the infant birthed by the pig-headed demon yesterday. Isn't she adorable? Buzz. The specter's gaze became hollow. Instinctively, she extended a long tendril from her body, slowly reaching towards the little girl, but upon nearing her, she abruptly severed the tip of the tendril, accompanied by the severed tendril falling to the ground. It swiftly coiled around the little girl's leg like a serpent, seamlessly penetrating her. A perfect fusion. There was no sign of rejection. The specter shuddered, her eyes glazing over, for this signified that the beast-eared child before her was a fragment that had detached from her body a month ago. In other words, she was her daughter. But what a jest! She trembled, for under normal circumstances, the malicious fragment that had fallen from her should have transformed into an incredibly distorted monstrosity. A chaotic and ruined evil spirit from birth, an existence of unparalleled malevolence, slaughter, malice, resentment, evil. Yet how could this child seem so entirely devoid of malevolence? Lynn observed the specter, her expression vacant and her consciousness in a daze, and quietly inquired, System, provide an explanation. Ding. The malevolent spirit blood infant has completed its initial transformation, and according to the host's previous settings, its worldview and values have been adjusted appropriately. The malevolent spirit blood infant is currently in its infancy phase. Before Lynn, an introduction to the malevolent spirit blood infant materialized. Malevolent spirit blood infant. Level 10. Attributes, chaotic good. Description, originally a malevolent entity birthed from malice and resentment. Its growth trajectory has been altered due to someone's interference, rendering it seemingly less malevolent and chaotic than anticipated. Current taming level, 351. Current fear level, 591. Lynn, attention. Instantly, the previously dazed little girl stood at attention, as if reacting reflexively. Clap. Her tiny feet came together, her body straightened, eyes fixed forward. The little one stood perfectly at attention. Left face. The infant promptly turned, standing straight and facing Lynn, her expression, her tiny tail wagging excitedly. Clearly, the psychological imprint from before her transformation and her taming level had been etched into her very being. Lynn, good girl. It seems this is indeed a case of maximum taming level. Not ideal. The specter stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, her entire worldview crumbling. Lynn approached, lifting the little girl and presenting her before the specter, stating earnestly, "Madam, she is indeed a very healthy daughter. If you're certain this is your child, you may adopt her from me at any time." Lynn poked the little girl's chubby cheek and urged, "Little one, call me Mummy." Mummy. The little girl blinked, seemingly sensing the peculiar connection between her and the specter. She leaned in, licking her face with her tiny tongue, leaving a small wet mark. Specter. Sanity level 10. Sanity level 10. Impossible. She cannot be my daughter, she murmured hollowly, feeling her entire worldview and life philosophy rocked to their core. For she was the amalgamation of malevolent spirits, a grotesque, evil entity born from countless malice and hatred. Her daughter, formed from the fragments shed from her, could only be more twisted and monstrous than she. She trembled, regaining her senses as she gazed into the child's eyes. Crack! She felt something within her shatter. Purity. She had seen purity in the child's eyes. The notion that an evil spirit could possess such a terrifying quality was utterly inconceivable for a being of darkness. It must be a facade, she whispered to herself, just as I often transform into a beautiful woman to ensnare my prey. Indeed, beneath this pure facade lies an insidious and twisted soul, she murmured, concocting justifications for herself. Slurp. The little girl tiptoed, leaving a wet mark on her face, her eyes brimming with sweetness. Clearly, she had already sensed the intimate connection between herself and the specter before her. The little girl lifted her head, affectionately nuzzling the ghost with her forehead. Yada. Buzz. The ghost's expression went blank, the fragile understanding she had just begun to grasp shattered into fragments. Sanity 10. Sanity 10. This is unacceptable. The ghost stood there in a daze. Under normal circumstances, the malevolent fragments that separate from me should manifest as a distorted entity. How could this be? She abruptly turned her head, her venomous and furious gaze landing squarely on Lynn. Countless tendrils pointed threateningly at him. Did you conjure this? Ding. Crisis level 91. As it seemed she was about to strike, Lynn glared defiantly, promptly raising the adorable ghost infant in his arms. In that instant, the ghost's eyes were filled with the sight of the swaying little one. Slurp. The ghost infant extended its tongue, licking the tip of one of the tendrils. Yada. Ding. Crisis level 71. Ding. Crisis level 61. Ding. Crisis level 51. The ghost shrieked, clutching her head, on the verge of breaking down. Impossible. She cannot be my daughter. Absolutely not. This overwhelming despair was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. It was akin to a soul convinced of its utter ugliness and filth, yet bearing a child endowed with purity and kindness. Such a notion was intolerable for an abhorrent spirit. Ding. Host has triggered the task. Evil Spirit Mother. Task description. Convince the target to accept that the blood infant is indeed her daughter while dispelling the target's malice towards the host. Task reward. Skeleton coins, x 300. Base experience 100. Blood garment, evil spirit favorability 50. Lynn thought, this system truly has a knack for thrusting bizarre tasks upon you. However, whether he could alleviate this malevolence from the ghost certainly hinged on this child. Clearing his throat and adjusting his monocle, Lynn stated earnestly, "Madam, please remain calm. Since you have come here in search of your child, it signifies that you care deeply for her." Therefore, he cradled the adorable infant in his arms. Upon seeing your charming and healthy daughter, shouldn't you feel joy? Lynn hesitated. The ghost scoffed coldly, her wrath barely contained. Let me ask you this. If you saw your child resembling a ghost, would you feel joy? Lynn paused, replying, shouldn't one feel joy? Chapter 27 no. Even I don't believe it. The ghost stood there dazed. She realized this analogy was utterly irrefutable because he was no ordinary person. He was a pervert who could be thrilled by a terrifying evil spirit like her. Adjusting his monocle, Lynn shook his head. Madam, on this note, we must have a serious discussion. She is a part of you, flesh and blood. Regardless of her appearance, she is still your child. Moreover, he cradled the adorable infant once more, asserting she is so very charming. The ghost glared at him, her claws grinding together. Spare me your nonsense. If she had been born normally, my child would never have turned out like this. You must have tampered with her. Lynn waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us set that issue aside for now. Tell me, do you truly wish for your child to become a broken evil spirit, a grotesque creature brimming with tentacles? The ghost was momentarily taken aback. Observing the change in her expression, Lynn seized the opportunity. He did not allow her time to respond, saying earnestly, "Do you prefer a vile being that attacks you at first sight, or a sweet child who greets you with mommy?" He playfully flicked the little one's delicate beast ear. The infant immediately chimed, "Mommy." The ghost trembled, a flicker of confusion appearing in her malevolent eyes. Soothing experience 1. Soothing experience 1. Lynn gazed at her with calm assurance. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, you secretly yearn for a child possessing such purity in both appearance and heart. Do you not? Upon hearing this, the ghost erupted in fury. "Cease your prattle. I shall." Ding. Crisis level 81. Ding. Crisis level 91. Lynn playfully flicked the little one's ear again. Yada. The infant wiggled her tail. The ghost quivered, her rising murderous intent swiftly quelled by the tender sound. Ding. Crisis level 10. Ding. Crisis level 10. Lynn spoke earnestly. "I believe you resonate with my words on a deeper level. You speak nonsense." The ghost's tendrils writhed in fury, glaring at Lynn. "Nonsense indeed," he replied, waving his hand as the light from his monocle glimmered with wisdom. "You cannot deceive me, madam. Have you not realized that when in human form, your every movement exudes confidence, particularly your gaze, brimming with the allure of a mature woman? Such a feeling cannot be feigned. Deep down, do you not long to possess a form and beauty so perfect?" The ghost instinctively trembled. It was as though he had unearthed a secret she had long concealed in her heart. Her face flushed with indignation. "Do not rush to anger." Lynn extended his hand, his expression grave. "This is a natural inclination, not something to be ashamed of. Moreover, are you not aware? This is the dark realm, where humans are scarce. If you were to become so enchanting merely to bewitch others, do you not think—" He paused for effect. "Aside from enticing me, your beauty would find no utility?" The ghost stood there, stunned. Clearly, every word from Lynn struck like a dagger, piercing the softest recesses of her heart. For he spoke the truth. "Of course, both of your forms could enchant me. Let us set that aside for now." Adjusting his monocle once more, Lynn addressed her gravely. "Madam, while you may indeed be a malevolent spirit, I contend that a spirit pursuing beauty cannot be entirely wicked. You are certainly not the broken and evil monster you profess to be." Crisis level 41. Crisis level 31. Crisis level 20. The ghost stood there, dazed, as the rampant tendrils gradually calmed. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. No one had ever suggested she was not a broken evil spirit. "For instance, in my eyes, you are truly beautiful, not just in appearance, but in the maternal radiance that emanates from within. A soul aglow with a charm that surpasses even my own humanity." Lynn spoke earnestly and with grave intensity. "Do you still not comprehend? The malevolent shards you discarded have astonishingly given rise to such a sweet and adorable child. Does this not serve as a testament to the truth, goodness, and beauty that reside within your heart?" The last few words escalated in pitch, imbued with an electrifying power that resonated deeply. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 5. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 0. Ding. The blood-clad spirit's favorability towards you has increased by 10. The female ghost stood agape, momentarily stunned, as if the very words she uttered had instilled a sense of beauty within her own being. Observing the shifting emotions within her, Lynn pressed on with renewed fervor. "Consider your child. Why do other malevolent spirits give birth to twisted and distorted forms, while she alone possesses such a delightful visage and pure gaze? Do you truly believe that a mere human like myself could transform a corrupted spirit into such a delightful and beautiful being?" "No." Lynn gestured emphatically, his voice rising in fervor. "Even I cannot fathom it." Public speaking experience 1. Persuasion skills 1. Oratory experience 1. The female ghost moved her lips, standing there in a daze, unable to interject a single word, for what he said was undeniably reasonable. Lynn suddenly turned, adjusting his monocle with a serious demeanor, and declared in a deep, resonant voice, "So, cherish this, beautiful lady. This child is the most precious gift from the heavens. Who in this world could truly resist such an adorable little one?" He flicked the small beast ears of the child. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The female ghost stood there, dazed, instinctively extending her tendrils, clapping awkwardly twice. She herself was unsure why she clapped. It simply felt as though the moment warranted such a response. Lynn cleared his throat and inquired earnestly, "What do you think?" The female ghost shuddered, her gaze flickering with a semblance of panic as if attempting to evade something. "Well, it seems there might be some truth to it. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Survive. You have received a reward. 500 skull coins, 200 basic experience, special reward. Infectious Aura X1. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Evil Spirit Mother. You have received a reward. 300 skull coins, 100 basic experience, 50 favorability with the blood-clad spirit. Ding. You have achieved the accomplishment. Impromptu Orator. Impromptu Orator. You successfully persuaded a high-level female being harboring malice towards you during an off-the-cuff speech, granting you a permanent bonus. Persuasion success rate 1, permanent female favorability 1. Chapter 28. Embrace your child. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief, his lips twitching slightly. Yet he understood that, although the task was complete, now was not the time for lamenting the system. It makes sense, for every word I spoke was grounded in reason. Lynn sat upright with grave seriousness. Slowly, the ghastly visage of the female ghost began to close, her sticky tendrils retracting into her form, restoring her previous graceful and mature appearance. She gazed intently at the child in Lynn's arms, a flicker of anxiety washing over her. She avoided the child's innocent gaze, her demeanor akin to a bashful maiden newlywed. Come, hold your child, Lynn stated with a serious countenance. The female ghost hesitated, turning her head away, her hands uncertainly reaching out. Seeing her indecision, Lynn wasted no time and placed the child directly into the female ghost's embrace. The little ghost child nestled against her neck, playfully licking her cheek, leaving a trail of moisture in its wake. The female ghost stood there, stiff and bewildered, allowing her daughter to engage in such affectionate antics. Clearly, she had never before experienced such endearment. The fragments that had once fallen from her had birthed vengeful spirits that would mercilessly attack any living being, never treating her as a true mother. What do you think? Lynn asked earnestly. Do you not feel a sudden surge of joy and sweetness emanating from within? The female ghost, still in a daze while holding the child, replied, I'm not quite used to it. Lynn nodded, giving her a thumbs up, and replied, That's normal. The first time one becomes a proper mother often brings about a sense of disorientation, much like the awkwardness of one's first romantic encounter. After a moment, the female ghost vigorously shook her head, her expression returning to its icy demeanor as she held the child. You clever little imp. Do not think that mere words can alter the fact that my child has changed in your presence. I reside right next door, and should I ever take an interest in you, I shall come in the dead of night and devour you. The little ghost child playfully licked the female ghost's cheek again, causing her to lapse back into a state of confusion. We shall see. Lynn maintained a smile on his face, sweat beading on his brow as he watched the alluring woman depart with the ghost child. Once they had left, Lynn finally let out a breath of relief, collapsing into his chair. He murmured to himself, I must quickly enhance my combat abilities, otherwise, should I encounter such a situation again, fortune may not favor me as it did today. Moreover, that female ghost has already mentioned she would return. While today had successfully dispelled her malice, there was no telling when she might whimsically decide to sneak in at night and exact her vengeance. He could only await the evening, for his mentor was expected to return shortly. Lynn steadied his nerves and then opened the system space, retrieving the special reward he had just acquired. Affixuha. Quality, rare passive skill. Description, increases the likelihood of persuasion success during persuasive activities and diminishes the target's malice. Attribute bonus, soothing proficiency 1. A skill indeed. Lynn read the introduction carefully, grasping the essence of its function. In essence, it would enhance his success rate when conducting psychological guidance and similar endeavors. All things considered, it was a rather beneficial auxiliary skill. Learning. In an instant, the skill book transformed into a flowing essence that entered his body. His system panel immediately reflected the addition of a new passive skill. Time flowed gently onward as Lynn continued his monotonous daily work. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed from outside the door, jolting the drowsy Lynn awake. Instantly, he donned a professional smile and lifted his head, declaring, Welcome. A chilling aura slowly seeped into the room from beyond the door. Before him stood a towering figure clad in sinister black armor, with a face as pale as bone and long, bone-white hair cascading behind him, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Behind him trailed a malevolent warhorse, its coat shrouded in ominous black fur. Black Knight. Level. Attributes. Chaotic neutral. Combat ability. Extremely strong in both offense and defense. Introduction. The Death Knight, traversing the shadowy realm, possesses an indomitable spirit of combat, fervently dedicated to challenging every formidable adversary within this dark world, harboring an insatiable thirst for power. Lynn shuddered. It was evident. Yet another formidable contender had arrived. Moreover, Judging by his attire and the accompanying description, he undoubtedly belonged to the elite boss category. Indeed, the demon hunter had spoken true. An influx of extraordinary beings had descended upon Soul Alley. I require potent, battle-enhancing elixirs. A gravelly voice emanated from the Dark Knight. He procured a blood-stained pouch from within his cloak, and the clinking of coins resounded as he revealed its contents. Your reward shall be assured. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Prepare sufficient potent combat elixirs to satisfy the Dark Knight's desires. Quest rewards. Basic experience 200, skeleton coins 100, Dark Knight's attention rate 1. At last, a customer of adequate normality had arrived. Lynn promptly rose, maintaining a smile, and addressed, "Please, esteemed guest, you have indeed found the right establishment. Among all of Soul Alley, our Bloodsaw Apothecary boasts the most exquisite potions available." The Dark Knight rasped. "Is it not true that you are the sole apothecary within 100 miles? The Dark Knight stepped through the entrance. The soul lanterns danced wildly, illuminating his armored form with the sound of metallic clashing. An overwhelming aura enveloped the space. Undoubtedly, this was an immensely powerful warrior. "Pray tell, what type of auxiliary elixir do you require?" Lynn inquired with a smile, swiftly retrieving various vials from the counter and placing them upon the table. "Our shop offers a diverse array of potions, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction." Lynn pushed a vial toward the Dark Knight. "For instance, this one, a strength potion. It significantly enhances your attack power and is a bestseller in our establishment. You may wish to give it a try." The Dark Knight cast a glance, lifted the vial, inhaled its contents, and promptly consumed it in one gulp. Ding. Crisis level 10. To no effect. The Dark Knight set the empty vial down with a rasping tone. "This potion's enhancement to my combat capabilities is virtually negligible. Are you jesting with me?" Lynn instantly felt an overwhelming presence descend upon him, causing his heart to race. He quickly recognized the peril lurking within this task. In essence, should the Dark Knight remain unsatisfied with the elixirs provided, he might resort to violence. Chapter 29. The Perfect Amplification Crit Potion. Lynn's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he hastily opened the counter and retrieved a high-quality amplification potion meticulously crafted by his mentor. "Pray do try this. I assure you, it will meet your expectations," Lynn declared earnestly. "Top-tier Frenzy Potion. This potion significantly enhances all-around abilities and induces a frenzied state in the target." He placed the blood-red vial upon the table. Undoubtedly, this potion was the finest treasure hidden within their Bloodsaw Apothecary. The Dark Knight extended his hand, seized the vial, and drank it in one swift motion. Instantly, a crimson glow enveloped him, with hints of blood red flickering in his eyes, an apparent reflection of the potion's effect. Ding. Crisis level 20. Minimal effect. The Dark Knight casually discarded the empty vial, rasping. "Such a potion might serve the weaker beings, but for me, it is essentially inconsequential." Lynn's eyes widened as he quickly retrieved another high-quality potion from beneath the counter, stating, "Then pray do try this." Garbage. Crisis level 30. What about this one? A hemorrhoid remedy. Crisis level 40. This one is undoubtedly the best. Expired. Crisis level 60. Minutes passed, and Lynn gazed solemnly at the array of empty vials upon the counter, then at the visibly impatient Dark Knight. It was clear that the elixirs sold in his apothecary were utterly inadequate to meet the demands of such a high-caliber Dark Knight. Crisis level 91. Lynn's heart began to race with anxiety. This seemingly simple task bore a danger level that rivaled those he had encountered previously. Evidently, your establishment cannot produce any superior potions. The Dark Knight lifted his head, cracking his neck with a rasping remark. "You are wasting my time." Ding. Crisis level 95. Wait. As he sensed the imminent crisis, Lynn extended his hand, adjusted his monocle, and calmly stated, "We possess one potion that I am confident will fulfill your requirements. However, I lack it in stock and must brew it on site. You may wait a while, and I assure you it will be the finest elixir." The Dark Knight rasped. "Oh," Lynn replied steadily. "Should this potion fail to satisfy you, you are welcome to execute me on the spot." Ding. Crisis level reduced by 5. A flicker of interest glimmered in the Dark Knight's luminous eyes as he replied coolly, "Is that so? Very well. I shall grant you half an hour to concoct it. As you stated, if it does not meet my satisfaction, I shall take your life." "Excellent," Lynn affirmed earnestly. Lynn dashed into the backyard. Without hesitation, he retrieved the recipe awarded for defeating the root-level creature from his system space. Crit Potion. Quality Special. Materials: Root-level Biological Tissue X1, Explosive Fruit Pulp X1, Hellish Trifolium X4, Black Bat Wings X1, etc. Description: a potion that significantly enhances crit rate but may induce minor, negligible side effects. A reward for defeating the root creature. This potion was undoubtedly the finest he could present. With no other options, he had to gamble on this. The system's reward potion recipe should surpass any others in this realm. Lynn's expression turned serious. He rushed into the storage room, gathering the necessary materials for the potion. Most of the ingredients were available in his mentor's stock. As for the most challenging item, the root-level biological tissue, he also possessed it. Last night, while assisting the headhunter with dental work, he had collected ample fragments of teeth and the creature's oral mucosa. He had kept them. They were undoubtedly prime materials. Having prepared the ingredients, Lynn swiftly entered the apothecary's laboratory in the backyard, poised to commence the brewing process. His alchemy level was not particularly high, yet 2 years of diligent apprenticeship under his mentor had significantly honed his skills. Let the brewing begin. Ding. You have ground the potion powder. Alchemy Experience 1. Ding. You have extracted explosive fruit pulp. Alchemy Experience 1. Ding. You have purified slime mucosa. Alchemy Experience 1. Gurgling sounds emanated from the large vat as Lynn vigorously stirred the viscous liquid bubbling with eerie froth. Flames blazed fervently. Wearing a mask, Lynn maintained a serious demeanor. First, he added the black bat wings, then the fangs of the wolf spider hybrid. Ding. You have added potion materials. Alchemy Experience 1. Ding. You have added potion materials. Alchemy Experience 1. Boom. The contents of the vat transformed from white to purple, bubbling forth with an array of skulls. Lynn stood impassively before the vat, stirring continuously. The potion within shifted through a spectrum of red, blue, black, and purple hues. Time swiftly elapsed. Soon, 20 minutes had flown by. Ding. You have successfully brewed Crit Potion X1. Alchemy Experience 10. Ding. You have successfully concocted a Critical Strike Potion X1, earning 10 alchemical experience points. Ding. You have successfully concocted a Critical Strike Potion X1, earning 10 alchemical experience points. Accompanied by the system's notifications, Lynn swiftly poured the potion into an empty vial, placing it neatly on the countertop with a series of sharp clinks. A total of 10 critical strike potions. This instantly granted him an additional 100 points of alchemical experience. Critical Strike Potion. Exclusively for humanoid beings, this potion can enhance the target's critical strike rate by 100, though it may come with certain minor side effects. Whether it surpasses this threshold depends on the effects of the potion. Lynn's expression turned serious. In the Grand Hall, Lynn earnestly pushed the black-red Critical Strike Potion towards the Black Knight. Adjusting his monocle, he stated solemnly, "The Critical Strike Potion, our shop's latest high-quality concoction. You are the first customer to try this potion. Its effect will be determined by you." The Black Knight cast a cursory glance at the unassuming vial. He toyed with it in his hand and replied indifferently, "Are you certain this is your best potion? Think carefully. If it fails to meet my standards, I will adhere to our earlier agreement and take your head." Lynn replied calmly, "I assure you, your satisfaction is guaranteed." Yet, internally, Lynn felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he too lacked a definitive understanding of the potion's efficacy. At this juncture, he could only place his trust in the quality promised by the system. With a sudden pop, the Black Knight uncorked the potion. Instantly, a faintly acrid odor wafted out, and upon inhaling this scent, he momentarily froze. The stench. It was evidently far from pleasant. However, surprisingly, the mere whiff of the potion triggered a significant response within his body. For someone who had long been accustomed to consuming various concoctions, this sensation was a rare occurrence after many years. He became solemn, grasping the vial. He opened his mouth and consumed it in one swift motion. Buzz. Almost instantaneously, he felt an incredibly bitter surge of heat coursing through his body. This power. Trembling, he gazed at his arms and leaped to his feet. Chapter 30. I am bald, yet stronger. He felt it. He distinctly sensed the vigor within him roaring wildly. This potion was akin to a wild, alluring woman dancing voluptuously within him, causing his blood to surge. Roar. He joyfully howled to the heavens. The armor upon his body shattered with a resounding crash, hair flying wildly, revealing his pale, muscular physique. He struck the air with his fist. Boom! The air erupted with a sonic boom. Astonished by his newfound strength, it felt as if every strike he delivered could inflict devastating critical damage upon his foes. A whirlwind of ferocity. Such a potent potion. He inhaled sharply and declared, "After wandering through hell for so many years, I have never encountered a potion that could elevate my combat prowess to such heights. Incredible." Ding. Crisis level reduced to 0. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Lynn. His eyes ablaze with intensity. What manner of potion is this? Its effects are astonishing. Lynn smiled slightly, giving a thumbs up, and replied, "Our shop's specialty. The critical strike potion." "The critical strike potion," the Black Knight murmured, repeating the name with growing fervor. "I never anticipated that such a remote place could harbor a potion of such high potency. With this potion's aid, I should be capable of overwhelming that witch hunter." He vowed that this was undoubtedly the most explosive potion he had ever encountered. The tangible enhancement to his combat ability was an unparalleled pursuit for a warrior of his ilk. Lynn's expression turned serious as he hesitated, saying, "Dear customer, while the effects of this potion are indeed explosive, in the spirit of responsibility, I must caution you that it may produce some minor side effects. However, the specifics of these side effects remain to be investigated." Ultimately, Lynn decided it prudent to forewarn the Black Knight. Side effects? The Black Knight snapped back to reality, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Indeed, a potion that can nearly double my combat power will undoubtedly come with some adverse effects. But it matters not. What could be more terrifying than death?" His lips curled into a smirk. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in from outside, causing his exceptionally alluring long hair to flutter wildly. Then, in a silky cascade, it was blown away. Lynn's gaze instantly turned hollow. "Customer, it seems the side effects have already manifested." The Black Knight raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Lynn widened his eyes. "Why not feel your head?" The Black Knight arched an eyebrow, instinctively reaching to touch the glossy, white strands of hair atop his head. Swoosh! A smooth sensation greeted his fingertips. The Black Knight's pupils constricted in an instant, a wave of unease surging within him. Could it be? He instinctively glanced toward the nearby mirror. Buzz! His gaze went vacant. In the mirror, a gleaming bald head appeared before him, shining brightly in his line of sight. The roundness, the sheer brilliance, the eye-catching shine. Ding! A flash of dazzling light glimmered atop his bald head. An eerie stillness spread uncontrollably around him. "Where's my hair?" The Black Knight murmured in disbelief. Lynn's eyes widened. "On the floor, perhaps? Is this what you call a side effect?" The Black Knight repeated, bewildered. Lynn nodded. "It appears so." A brief silence ensued. "I will kill you." The Black Knight suddenly seized Lynn by the collar, his fury igniting, his face flushed with rage. Ding, ding, ding. The smooth, bald head sparkled with each of his movements, casting a series of glimmers. Lynn, now anxious, retorted, "Did you not say you feared nothing, not even death? What is there to fear about such a trivial side effect?" The Black Knight's eyes blazed with fury. "But you never mentioned I would go bald," Lynn exclaimed. "Though you are indeed bald, you have also grown stronger. This is merely a small price to pay for power." The Black Knight gritted his teeth, releasing Lynn's collar as he panted heavily. His gaze flickered violently, caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. Indeed, as a warrior in pursuit of immense power, being bald was not an insurmountable burden. Ding! Moreover, the potion's effects were undeniably astonishing, offering nearly a twofold increase in strength, an exceptional concoction. Ding ding. And what if he was bald? As a Black Knight, did he truly care about such trivialities? Ding ding ding. Exactly. What was a receding hairline in the face of true power? Ding 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 ding. Yet, he furiously pointed at the mirror, at the dazzling bald head that continued to gleam, and roared, "I can tolerate being bald, but why does it still shine? Like a light bulb. Have you ever seen a head that sparkles incessantly?" Indeed, atop his smooth, shining forehead, a peculiar effect caused flashes of light to appear every few seconds, exceedingly striking. This was undeniably a rather disconcerting situation. Lynn wiped the cold sweat from his brow, maintaining his composure. "Dear customer, please remain calm. This may also be a side effect. And what if it sparkles? Adding a touch of flair only highlights your uniqueness, does it not?" The Black Knight continued to grind his teeth, his fists clenched, his eyes flickering with intensity. In stark contrast, a brilliant glimmer periodically flashed upon his polished forehead. "How much for a bottle?" He ground his teeth in irritation. Lynn immediately raised a finger and stated solemnly, 1,000 skull coins, an absolute bargain. "How many of such potions do you possess, including the one you've consumed?" "A total of 10 bottles. I'll take them all." The Dark Knight slammed his hand on the counter, his expression grim. Lynn was taken aback. "Aren't you extremely averse to the side effects of such potions?" The Dark Knight suddenly seized Lynn by the collar, his eyes bulging with rage as he roared. "What does it matter? I'm already bald. Do you think I fear becoming even more so? Pack them up. If you dawdle, I'll kill you." A few minutes later, a notification chimed. "Ding! Task completed. You have received a reward of 200 skull coins, basic experience of 200, and a 1 increase in Dark Knight's return rate." Lynn stood at the apothecary's entrance, waving farewell to the Dark Knight galloping away on horseback, shouting, "Customer, We welcome your patronage next time. If you need similar potions again, I can offer you a 1 discount. Within the swirling mist, the sound of hooves gradually receded. Yet every second or two, a bright flash could be discerned deep within the fog, particularly striking to the eye. Several dozen minutes later, in the desolate and shadowy wasteland of hell, a hunter emerged slowly from the darkness, adjusting his high hat with a slight tilt of his gun. The fierce wind billowed his long robe. I have awaited you for a long time, Dark Knight, the hunter said with a smirk. I thought you would flee in fear and not dare to confront me. Chapter 31. My critical hit is maxed out. The Dark Knight, having traveled a great distance, leapt down from his warhorse. He drew forth a menacing giant sword from his back, his indifferent eyes glimmering with a chilling light beneath his helm. Hoarsely and darkly, he raised his sword, pointing it at the hunter, and declared, "Enough with the nonsense. Today, either you die, or I perish." The hunter erupted in laughter, his face adorned with mockery. "Haha, you think you can stand against me? Decades ago, you were no match for me, and nothing has changed. You journeyed all this way just to meet your demise by my blade. If that is your wish, I would be more than happy to oblige." In an instant, he drew the hunter's long knife from his belt, flames igniting fiercely along its length as the wind howled, causing his robe to billow. The smile on his face was both cruel and cold. The outcome remains uncertain. The Dark Knight's gaze flickered. With a flick of his finger, he uncorked the potion in his grasp and drank it in one swift gulp before shattering the bottle on the ground. "Come at me." He squinted, positioning himself for battle. "A potion?" The hunter smiled faintly. "It 1 change a thing, Dark Knight. No matter how many potions you consume, the disparity is insurmountable. You cannot hope to be my rival, but I'm still willing to grant you this opportunity." Ding! The hunter was momentarily startled, instinctively raising his gaze to the knight's helm. Was it merely an illusion, or did he just glimpse something shimmering within the helmet? It seemed accompanied by a peculiar sound effect. Ding! Did it flash again? The hunter's expression turned doubtful as he squinted. "It seems you have prepared some formidable hidden weapons to confront me?" The Dark Knight rasped. "Do you think I am like you? Knights of hell disdain the use of such treacherous devices." Ding ding. The Dark Knight, the hunter? Both men heard the 2 clear chimes. The Dark Knight clenched his fists, eyes closed, his temples twitching violently. "What is it?" The hunter grew more suspicious. "Your helm just gleamed twice again." The Dark Knight gritted his teeth, eyes closed. "You only need to know that it is not a hidden weapon." Ding ding ding. The Dark Knight, the hunter? A gentle breeze rustled. "Magic bombs?" The hunter's suspicion deepened. "No." The Dark Knight kept his eyes shut, fists clenched, veins bulging at his temples. "Holy scrolls?" The hunter's suspicion intensified. "No." The Dark Knight ground his teeth in frustration. "What is it?" The hunter's curiosity was fully piqued. The fierce wind whipped around the Dark Knight as he kept his eyes closed, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. With a decisive motion, he finally removed his helmet, revealing a shining, bald head. Ding! That smooth, round head emitted a brilliant flash. The hunter exclaimed, "By the heavens, what a dazzling dome!" The Dark Knight looked at his hands with a ferocious glare, his muscles rippling as he gritted his teeth. "This is but a small price to pay for defeating you." Ding! Though I am bald, I've become stronger. Ding ding. To quote that human lad, my critical hit is now maxed out. Ding ding ding. He raised the giant sword high above his bald head, pointing it menacingly at the hunter, as dark energy enveloped him like flames. In an instant, he charged at the hunter with the fury of a primordial beast. "And this time next year will be your funeral," he bellowed, leaping 100 meters. His giant sword descending upon the hunter with the weight of a mountain. Hunter. An hour later, in Soul Alley. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more at the door. "Welcome." Lynn immediately donned a professional smile, lifting his gaze toward the customer at the door. However, upon seeing the figure, he was taken aback, for it was a familiar face. Hunter Akris. Race, human. Level, combat ability, severely injured and dying. The hunter was clutching a blood-soaked chest, his body marred with lacerations, gasping for breath as he leaned against the doorframe, fingers dripping with blood. "What the hell? It's only been a day, and you're already gravely injured again?" Lynn exclaimed in disbelief. "Enough with the chit-chat." The hunter gritted his teeth, pressing firmly on his chest. "Quickly treat my wounds. The faster, the better. I'll pay you double." Ding! You have triggered a task. Heal the hunter's injuries. Task rewards: 200 skull coins, 300 basic experience, 20 favorability points with the hunter. Lynn widened his eyes and promptly moved to the door, assisting the hunter inside to sit down. "You're seriously injured." The hunter struggled to remove his hat, breathing heavily, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger and desperation. I encountered an old subordinate, one who was never my match before, but today I don't know what kind of devilish potion he consumed, suddenly becoming extraordinarily ferocious. Every strike was a critical hit. Damn! He cursed, his chest heaving violently, venting his frustration with a fist upon the counter. Lynn? If it weren't for his swift escape, I might have perished at that man's hands today. He rubbed his bloodshot, parched eyes, especially recalling that blindingly bright head. Each time he focused to attack, that polished dome would flash intensely, severely disrupting his concentration, almost blinding him. That fellow must have enchanted his bald head with some holy attribute. That cursed bald pate. It must undoubtedly be the result of that wretched potion. Should I discover who administered that vile concoction to him, I would surely reduce them to mincemeat. He pounded the counter in frustration, only to wince in pain as the movement tugged at his wound, drawing in a sharp breath. Lynn, taken aback, thought, could he possibly be referring to me? That dark night procured the potion from my shop with the intent to confront this demon hunter? Why do I suddenly feel as though I have become ensnared in peril? With a glare, Lynn declared, please wait here a moment. I shall retrieve a more potent restorative potion from a backyard. Make haste. The demon hunter was seething with rage, his temper flaring. Lynn exhaled deeply and swiftly lifted the curtain to dart towards the rear. Fortunately, it seemed the demon hunter did not suspect him. After all, how could a humble apothecary in such an inconspicuous place possibly possess such formidable potions? It was for the best he remained oblivious. In the main hall, the demon hunter sat at the counter, grimacing as he massaged his bruises. He casually grabbed several vials of restorative potions left by Lynn and gulped them down, feeling a significant relief. His gaze swept around the room, but at that very moment, his attention was suddenly captured by an empty vial resting in the corner of the counter. In an instant, his expression froze. This was... He reached out and picked up the empty bottle, and a memory from an hour prior surged forth, when he battled that bald fool. The very same vial from which he had consumed the potion. Identical. Chapter 32. Saving a fortune on lighting expenses. Could it be? His expression turned vacant. Just then, Lynn emerged from the backyard, cheerfully presenting several vials of high-grade restorative potions. Sir, each vial is priced at 200 skeleton coins, and no surgery is required. Consume it, and I assure you, you shall feel revitalized. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Lynn's ear. Lynn. The demon hunter lunged forward, seizing Lynn by the collar and gritting his teeth. You little rascal, you feigned innocence so well. I never would have imagined it was you who supplied that potion to the bald fool. Lynn, bewildered, replied, What potion? I did not comprehend. The demon hunter's fury surged. Are you still pretending? I witnessed that bald fool consume a potion before our duel, and the bottle was identical to the one on your table. Lynn, clearing his throat. Lynn, realizing the jig was up, ceased his charade and inquired curiously, Are you referring to a knight riding a warhorse? The demon hunter, still gripping his collar, retorted, What do you think? Lynn closed his eyes, maintaining his composure, and a smile crept onto his face. Ah, I see. A few hours ago, that customer indeed visited my shop and purchased a substantial quantity of potions, quite generously, I might add. He contributed a remarkable sum to my humble establishment. His demeanor was earnest yet polite, positioning himself as an outsider. The demon hunter ground his teeth, eyes glinting. What kind of potion did you sell him? Seizing the opportunity, Lynn donned a professional smile. Our apothecary's latest offering, a critical strike potion that significantly enhances combat prowess. Exceptional value. An absolute must-have for any endeavor of violence or plunder. Trust me, you won't find it elsewhere. Lynn adjusted his monocle, his expression grave. The demon hunter, with a venomous glare, retorted, You dare assist a dark creature against your own kin? Lynn, resolute, raised his hand. Please refrain from making assumptions, sir. Firstly, I was unaware of your relationship. Secondly, he sought a powerful potion, and with his generous spending, I had no reason to turn him away. Thirdly, Lynn closed his eyes, raising 3 fingers. This establishment caters to all friendly patrons. He may purchase this potion to confront you, and similarly, you too may procure it to confront him. Lynn gazed earnestly at the demon hunter, his eyes filled with sincerity and emotion. For the sake of kinship, I could even offer you a discount. A brief silence ensued. The demon hunter narrowed his eyes. How much? Lynn, Cedius, raised 2 fingers. The price is 2,000 skeleton coins. However, considering you're a long-standing customer of my kind, I shall extend a generous 20 discount, selling it to you at 1,600 coins per vial. A bargain. The demon hunter's eyes flickered contemplating for a moment, hesitating, or I could simply kill you and seize your little shop. Lynn unclosed his eyes, shaking his head. Sir, we are of the same bloodline. In times of need, we rely on our kin. This relationship is akin to that of family, even more profound as it flows through our veins. Moreover, I've even offered you a discount. Lynn Fagnid Soto. The demon hunter bristled with goosebumps, realizing this little brat's ability to irritate had significantly improved during their brief separation. Enough of this nonsense. The demon hunter growled, massaging his temples. How many did that bald fool buy? I want the same amount. I have plenty of money. Excellent. L'un esprit suave. A mere few minutes later. Ding. You have completed the task. Treat the demon hunter's injuries. You have received a reward. 200 skeleton coins, 300 base experience, and 20 favor from the demon hunter. The potions are ready. With a smile, Lynn placed the freshly concocted 10 vials of critical strike potions on the counter. The total for the 10 potions amounted to 160,000 coins, or 16 black skull coins, alongside 6 ordinary restorative potions at 300 coins, and 2 special restorative potions at 600 coins, culminating in a total of 1,690,000 coins. I shall round it off for you 170,000 coins. Thank you for your patronage. Lynn and bow deeply. The demon hunter gritted his teeth, rifling through his coin pouch. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt an inexplicable urge that this fellow was attempting to swindle him. After payment, he hesitated, eyeing the potions in his hands. Will drinking this truly lead to baldness? To be honest, he felt some reluctance, as his lustrous black hair had taken years to cultivate. Lynn replied earnestly, baldness is a trivial matter. Strength is a lifelong pursuit. Besides, what is hair? If you lose it, come to me, and I can even offer you hair restoration. Lynn suddenly conceived a promising business venture, a continuous income stream from critical strike potions and hair restoration services. The demon hunter hesitated, but the thought of nearly perishing at the hands of that knight, who was far beneath his strength, weighed heavily on his mind. If baldness could indeed lead to increased strength, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. With that, he decisively uncorked the vial and downed the potion in a single gulp. Buzz! Instantly, a radiant energy coursed through his body. He was taken aback, breath quickening. With a tremendous crash, the overwhelming force caused his garments to burst apart, revealing his well-defined muscles. He distinctly felt a tremendous enhancement within. It was simply unimaginable. In that moment, he finally grasped the extraordinary potency of the potion compared to baldness. It was certainly worth it. A gust of wind swept past, and under Lynn's watchful gaze, his once lustrous black hair was whisked away by the breeze. Ding! A ray of brilliance suddenly radiated from the gleaming expanse of his bald head. Lynn stifled a laugh, for he understood that succumbing to laughter would be fatal. Yet, it was a formidable challenge to restrain himself, as before him lay a head that was undeniably more rounded and polished than the previous one. The demon hunter turned around, gazing into the mirror at his own resplendent baldness, murmuring to himself, is it possible that being bald has made me stronger? A flash flickered across his forehead. Observing the dazed expression on the demon hunter's face, Lynn patted his shoulder and offered a comforting remark. My good sir, this is actually a fortuitous development. Just think, whenever you venture outside, you'll have your very own source of light, saving you a considerable sum on illumination costs. His reasoning was compelling, yet for reasons unexplained. An overwhelming urge to eliminate this human lad surged within him. Chapter 33. Who wouldn't shine? Minutes later, amidst the darkness beyond the Alley of Lost Souls, a faint glimmer could be discerned deep within the shadows, akin to a signal light, rapidly approaching. That illumination flickered like a firefly in the night, sparkling with a rhythmic cadence. In the next moment, accompanied by the whinnies of war horses, a grim-faced black knight, adorned with a shining bald head, charged forth. Surrounding his forehead, a swarm of moths danced, spiraling in a frenzied motion. His gaze was somber as he scoured the area for the elusive demon hunter. Over half an hour prior, he had severely injured the demon hunter, yet in a moment of vulnerability, the latter had managed to escape. He was convinced that the demon hunter could not have ventured far. As age-old adversaries, he believed that if he could slay him, his standing in the dark realm would ascend to a new echelon. This hard-won opportunity was one he would not relinquish lightly. At that moment, his eyes flickered as he sensed a familiar presence emanating from the direction of the Alley of Lost Souls. Found you, he sneered, abruptly turning to face the distant, hazy black mist. A flash of light erupted from the depths of the fog, momentarily stunning him. This was a sensation he recognized, an inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Within the inky, Swirling mists, he vaguely discerned a flickering halo gradually approaching, its cadence perhaps every 2 seconds, the light exceptionally bright. For reasons unknown, this feeling struck a chord of recognition within him, as if, in the next instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, bare-chested with eyes concealed in darkness. The Black Knight was taken aback, for he instantly recognized this figure as the demon hunter he had previously battled. Staggering back in shock, he observed the demon hunter, blade in hand, his expression cold and detached, as he advanced step by step towards him. A flash emanated from the demon hunter's equally polished forehead, illuminating the space around him. The demon hunter paused, his eyes opening wide, gripping the blade tightly, declaring, "Now, we can continue our unfinished battle." In response, the knight's forehead glimmered in unison. An eerie silence inexplicably enveloped them. The Black Knight stared in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the vial in the demon hunter's hand. Gritting his teeth, could it be? Indeed, the demon hunter emanated a formidable aura, raising his head high, coolly gazing down at the Black Knight, asserting, "I may be bald, but I have grown stronger." A brighter flash illuminated his forehead. "Do not presume that you alone can be bald. If I am bald, then you must step aside." His eyes widened with fierce determination, brimming with battle intent. The Black Knight's expression darkened, and he gravely remarked, "It seems we have returned to the same starting line." "Indeed," the demon hunter replied, his gaze unwavering. With a series of rapid flashes, he asserted, "Furthermore, my frequency of brilliance surpasses yours," indicating. He cracked his neck, sliding his fingers across his gleaming forehead, a fierce wind swirling around them as he declared, "I am stronger than you." A sequence of flashes followed, each more brazen than the last. The winds whipped beneath their feet, generating whirlwinds of rising battle fervor. Both stood immovable, squinting their eyes, as if poised atop the peak of the Forbidden City, their auras escalating dramatically. Even the light upon their foreheads seemed to engage in a contest, each flickering in succession. In the next moment, without further ado, 2 points of light surged towards one another in the darkness. With a resounding clash, blades met in an explosive confrontation, igniting showers of sparks as they fiercely grappled. "You, bald fool, have long been a thorn in my side. Do not think your baldness grants you victory. Do you truly believe I would not also be bald? You may be bald, but you're no match for me. I shall make you shine. I shall make you repent." With a thunderous crash, sparks erupted. "How dare you strike me? Then prepare for a taste of your own medicine." In that instant, the 2 furious points of light collided repeatedly, neither conceding. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the feat, Potion Distributor, earning 200 base experience. Potion Distributor, by selling the same potion, you have accrued over 20,000 skeleton coins, granting you a permanent boost, 1 to all attributes, and an additional 1 profit from potion sales. Ding! You have successfully advanced to level 6, unlocking new functionality within the system. You may log in at any time to view." Before the counter, a series of system notifications echoed within Lynn's mind. Swiftly, he allocated his newly acquired 4 attribute points entirely to Constitution. What is this functionality called Vision? Lynn pondered. He promptly summoned the system interface, where he discovered a prominently displayed eye icon in the corner of the panel. System. Vision is an ethereal realm generated by the supreme will of the Dark World, overlapping with the Dark Realm, a mirrored world that has existed for millennia. Within the confines of the Dark World, any denizen can utilize a special Vision Stone to project their consciousness into this realm. You may engage in information exchange with other beings within Vision. Upon death, you will be forcibly expelled from Vision, but your essence will remain largely unscathed. Having absorbed the system's explanation, Lynn began to comprehend. This appeared akin to a modern network, a realm of consciousness. It seemed he had much yet to learn about this dark world. "Do I need to expend that so-called Vision Stone to enter?" Lynn inquired hesitantly. "Ding! The system has successfully integrated for you. Each login will only require a fee of 500 skeleton coins, with automatic linkage provided." "Such an exorbitant cost?" Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. Fortunately, he had amassed a considerable income, allowing him to take a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn extended his hand and tapped on the icon resembling an eye within the system. "Activate." In the next instant, Lynn felt as though his mind had been struck violently, plunging his consciousness into an abyss of darkness. Vaguely, it seemed as if an immensely grand will had locked onto him, piercing through his very soul, instilling a chilling dread. Yet, this sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. In the following moment, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 34. That store is a super dark shop. Lynn found himself astonished. Before him lay not his quaint little shop, but an expansive plaza of unfathomable size, stretching into the horizon. The sky was ink black, and ethereal figures, akin to wandering souls, traversed the square. Above, an eye, radiating a faint black luminescence like a sun, hovered, observing the entirety of this realm. Ding! Host, you have successfully passed the Supreme Will's examination and entered the Vision Realm. You are now in the Vision Plaza of Abyss World number 11, Area 900. Please be advised, within the confines of the Vision Plaza, the Supreme Will prohibits any form of conflict. You may now freely access your information through the rune on your wrist. Please note, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from disclosing your coordinates and identity within the Dark World, where you shall bear the consequences. Skull coins are the sole currency for transactions within Vision. The system has automatically converted 1,000 skull coins into your account. Raising his translucent arm, Lynn indeed beheld a deep blue eye rune adorning his wrist. He quickly composed himself. The Dark World was truly beyond his imagination, giving rise to such a vast space for consciousness interaction. The Supreme Will. Lynn seized upon that pivotal term. It must be related to the colossal eye above. Could it be that the Supreme Will is the deity of this Dark World? Tentatively, he touched the rune on his wrist. In the next instant, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. Lynn, race, otherworldly human. Identity, none. Resources, 1,000 skull coins. Danger level, low risk. It was succinct. Compared to the system's extensive panel, this was rather simplistic. Lynn hesitantly inquired, System, what is your relationship with the Supreme Will? You seem somewhat similar. System, no relation. The reply was curt. Lynn shrugged and swiftly scanned his surroundings. According to his understanding, this place resembled a concept akin to the metaverse or sophisticated online games on Earth, where consciousness could be uploaded, enabling individuals to gather information from anywhere in this world. For someone like him, who rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, this was undoubtedly the most advantageous channel, given that different areas were delineated. The 900 Plaza likely encompassed a substantial region, including the Alley of Wandering Souls. Lynn pondered and analyzed. Just as he was deep in thought, a line of scarlet letters, formed by luminous dots, suddenly materialized before him. Identity, informant. Disseminating information to all beings in Plaza 900. A great battle is reigniting near the Alley of Wandering Souls, with demon hunters clashing against the Black Knight. Receiving information will cost 20 skull coins. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. He then observed many of the drifting phantoms in the plaza coming to a halt, evidently having received the same transmission. This capability was astonishing. If this was a function of the vision, then information could be monetized instantaneously. Without a second thought, Lynn clicked to confirm. 20 skull coins deducted. In that instant, a pitch-black image unfolded before him. Within the scene, swirling black mist accompanied by distant explosive sounds confirmed that two beings were engaged in battle amidst the darkness. Suddenly, two bright points of light flickered, rapidly clashing against each other. Lynn gasped. The next moment, the image sharpened as the mist dissipated, revealing two figures, the Black Knight and the Demon Hunter, who had just recently visited his shop. Ding, ding. The shiny foreheads of the two glimmered in the image. Lynn felt momentarily hollow. Simultaneously, a flurry of messages from various beings began to appear on the screen, with the number of recipients already reaching 2013. Indeed, he recognized them. They were the Black Knight, ranked 171 on the Wild Hunt list, and the Abyss Demon Hunter, ranked 143. They were currently near the Alley of Wandering Souls. Their rivalry was well known. They had clashed 2 years prior on the plains of Hellfire. Wait, did anyone else notice their peculiar appearances? They all seemed bald. And why were their heads gleaming? How strange. Curiously, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from their shining heads. So dazzling, my titanium alloy eyes. Although their baldness was puzzling, they seemed even more formidable than before. Impressive. As Lynn stared, a barrage of comments exclaiming "so shiny" flooded the screen. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt as though he were watching a barrage video on a website from before his transmigration. Was this dark world so modernized? Quickly finishing the viewing of the image, Lynn steadied his mind. It was clear that this was indeed a realm conducive to information exchange. One could not deny that such a world offered greater potential for development. If he could establish the reputation of his shop within the vision and expand his business, whether selling potions or providing medical aid, it would undoubtedly be far more convenient than merely tending to that little shop. If he could enter the vision, surely his mentor would also be aware of this place. However, despite these thoughts, Lynn remained cautious. His immediate priority was to thoroughly explore the avenues for information exchange in this world to better facilitate his development. Lynn's gaze fell once more upon the icy blue rune on his wrist. He tapped it once. Instantly, his identity panel within the vision appeared. He tentatively clicked twice. In a flash, a brand new panel emerged before him. Area channel. Immediately, Lynn saw a stream of messages rolling across the screen. This overwhelming sense of familiarity made him ponder whether he had traversed to an alternate world or merely into a gaming universe. The sensation was strikingly potent. Furrowing his brow, Lynn swiftly scanned the various messages from the channel. Blood doll. Dear uncles and aunts, have any of you seen my mother? If so, please contact me, and I will offer a generous reward. Skull demon, do not approach her. I warn everyone, she once devoured my arm. Had I not fled quickly, she would have swallowed me whole. Everyone, remain vigilant. Long-haired ghost. Dear neighbors, I must earnestly remind you that the apothecary in the alley is a den of iniquity. Yesterday, when I visited to procure a potion, you won't believe what I witnessed. Long-haired ghost. The deranged doctor within was straddling a person, revving a chainsaw to dismember them. I fled in sheer terror. Upon uttering these words, the channel erupted with activity. Blood doll. Indeed, it is an utterly nefarious establishment. That human doctor, just yesterday, performed a most grotesque act on me. He even gouged out my eyes, and the pain lingers still. Evil Spirit Queen image. Chapter 35, The Revelation. Lynn's eyes widened as he instinctively clicked on the image. In an instant, a cute child, suspended by a tentacle, materialized before him. Everyone, Evil Spirit Queen, that is my daughter. Everyone, Evil Spirit Queen. That human lad claimed that having such a daughter is a testament to my inner goodness. Yet I can't shake the feeling that he has bewitched her, as all my other children resemble this. Image. Lynn clicked on the screen. Instantly, a multitude of twisted, grotesque monsters emerged. Tentacle beasts, gaping maw creatures, and putrid amalgamations, presenting a severe visual pollution. Burn ghost. Ahem, your majesty, when I visited that shop yesterday morning, I encountered that human doctor, who appeared to be performing a horrifying cosmetic procedure on a ghostly infant. Could it have been your daughter? Evil Spirit Queen. Evil Spirit Queen. Private message elaborate. Snap. Lynn's eyes widened as he swiftly closed the regional channel. Surely this is a jest. Yet, how could he have known that in this dark world, there existed an information exchange platform akin to a metaverse? After all, he had only just managed to deceive that ghostly woman, and now, not even a day later, his ruse was at risk of unraveling. Initially, Lynn had intended to further explore the myriad functionalities of this world. However, at that moment, his mind was utterly consumed with dread. Swiftly, Lynn logged off. As his consciousness returned to his body, he dashed to the front door with unimaginable speed. Without a second thought, he shut the door. But almost simultaneously, from the depths of the black mist outside, a melodious voice emerged. Good child, are you closing early today? Are you afraid of something? Lynn's expression froze in place. Clack, clack. The sound of footsteps approached. Soon, from the swirling darkness, emerged a woman of stunning grace and beguilement. Her face bore a seductive smile. Long wavy locks cascading behind her, her movements enchanting. It was none other than the blood-clad, evil spirit from before. Lynn's sanity level, 10. She arrived so swiftly? A professional smile immediately blossomed on Lynn's face as he rubbed his temples and replied, No, not at all. I simply feel a bit unwell today and wish to close early to rest. The blood-clad, evil spirit sauntered closer, sensuously biting her crimson lips, saying, I see. How unfortunate. I had intended to properly thank you for your care of my daughter. Ding. Crisis level, 79. Lynn instinctively took a step back, discreetly gripping the revolver behind him, smiling. Oh, it was nothing. It was merely my duty. No need for thanks. Ding. You have triggered the task. Survive. Task rewards. 200 skeleton coins. 200 basic experience. Special reward, X1. Lynn. The blood-clad, evil spirit advanced step by step, her gaze soft yet ominous. Crisis level, 81. Crisis level, 85. Crisis level, 90. Yet, just as she was about to reach Lynn, a distant sound of wheels rolling drew near from the darkness. Creak, creak. It was excruciatingly grating. The blood-clad, evil spirit halted, her smile faltering slightly. Gradually, an elderly woman, wrinkled and pulling a cart, emerged before Lynn's apothecary, greeting him with a smile. Young man, are you closing up? Lynn immediately seized the opportunity like a lifeline, cheerfully responding, Yes, feeling a bit unwell, so I thought to rest early. How was your haul today, Grandma? The scavenger chuckled. Ah, being old, no one pays attention to this old hag, but thanks to the items you gave me, I won't need to scavenge for several days, ha ha ha. Without hesitation, Lynn earnestly said, "Don't mention it, Grandma. I actually collected some items you might find interesting today. Shall I show you now?" "Oh," the scavenger replied with a grin. "Thank you very much, young man." Lynn hurried back to the apothecary, retrieving the long hair of the demon hunter and the black knight, placing them solemnly onto the scavenger's cart. Ding! You have given the scavenger demon hunter's hair X1. Ding! You have given the scavenger black knight's white hair X1. The scavenger was taken aback, then fixed Lynn with a complex gaze, saying, "When I passed by the alley, those two outsiders were still fighting. Their heads were flashing. It hurt my old eyes. Did they get their heads shaved here?" Lynn smiled. "Indeed, they're both my esteemed customers." The scavenger paused, then broke into an impressed smile, saying, "Impressive. I never imagined the outsiders appearing in our wandering souls alley would have ties to you. Young man, you are quite formidable." However, this time, the old woman had nothing to offer in return. "I hope you don't mind if I rest a while at your shop's entrance." Lynn quickly assisted the elderly woman, cheerfully saying, "Not at all, Grandma. Please sit as long as you wish." Ding! You have completed the task. The blood-clad, evil spirit has rescinded her malice towards you. You receive rewards: 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, special reward. Curse diagnosis skill, book X1. Lynn maintained a smile on his face, but inside, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. He knew that the blood-clad, evil spirit had come to kill him. If not for the timely arrival of the well-connected old woman, he would have surely perished today. "Young man, who is this?" The scavenger smiled, turning to glance at the blood-clad, evil spirit in red not far away. Lynn promptly introduced with a cheerful demeanor, "Oh, this is also one of my customers, a lovely lady who has recently moved in and is quite friendly." The blood-clad, evil spirit let out a soft laugh, her gaze glinting coldly. She did not linger. Slowly turning, she tossed her long hair aside, her lips curling into a smirk. "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. However, I have prepared a delectable dinner tonight. I trust you wouldn't mind visiting my home? It's at number 45, and my daughter has taken quite a liking to you." Ding! You have triggered the task, Blood Feast. Task Branch 1. Accept the blood-clad, evil spirit's invitation and attend the dinner. Task Branch 2. Decline the blood-clad, evil spirit's invitation and survive the night. Task Rewards: 1,000 skeleton coins, 500 basic experience, special reward X1. The corners of the blood-clad, evil spirit's mouth stretched wide, revealing the writhing tentacles and jagged barbs within. "Surely, you won't refuse?" she said softly. Chapter 36, Public Execution. Then she crossed her arms, turned around, and gracefully walked once more into the darkness from whence she came. As the sound of her footsteps faded away, Lynn finally exhaled, allowing himself to relax. "Young man," the scavenger beside him smiled, "it's time to head back. But do take heed. Do not provoke any vengeful spirits, for they can haunt you eternally." Lynn quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Regardless, I must thank the old lady. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger." The scavenger chuckled, laboriously pulling his cart along, and replied, "If it weren't for you last night, the soul alley would no longer exist. However, the old lady will only assist you this once. What happens next is no longer her concern." Creaking and groaning, Lynn watched as the old woman and her cart vanished into the swirling mists. His expression grew serious as he hurried back to the apothecary. Checking the time, he raised an eyebrow and mused, "I can only wait and see if the teacher returns tonight. If not, that could spell trouble." Soon, the soul lantern outside flickered and dimmed as night approached. Yet there were still no signs of his teacher's return. Lynn paced anxiously, knowing that it was highly likely his teacher would not come back today. Before him lay only two choices: either visit a guest or stay until dawn. However, given his current abilities, surviving until the next day would prove to be quite a daunting task. Furrowing his brow, he wasted no time and promptly spent 500 skeleton coins to log into the vision realm, eager to gather intelligence. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he was greeted by a familiar username. "Regional channel, Burning Ghost. Your Majesty, have you dealt with that human boy?" "Evil Spirit Queen." The lad was fortunate. An unknown scavenger happened to pass by, and he seems to have a special bond with that old woman. "I refrained from taking action." "Skeleton Mage, you aren't referring to the skinning old hag, are you?" "Be cautious. She is one of the earliest residents of our soul alley, and many claim she might be a remnant of a formidable origin-level monster." "Evil Spirit Queen, quite intriguing, but should it come to blows, I have no fear of her." "Evil Spirit Queen, I have invited that boy to my home tonight. Should he arrive, a splendid show awaits him. If he does not, haha, then I shall seek my own amusement." "Burning Ghost, the Queen is invincible." The subsequent comments were a chorus of praise. clearly indicating that she had established considerable authority in Soul Alley in a remarkably short time. Truly, this was a world that revered strength. Skeleton Mage, Queen. Could he also be in the vision, watching us converse right now? Evil Spirit Queen, impossible. That fellow is quite weak and has yet to attain the ability to enter the vision. Even if he were present, I already find him quite irksome. Prepare for my battle report tomorrow. Evil Spirit Queen. Human Dog Doctor, are you there? Are you there? Evil Spirit Queen. The scoundrel who dares to train my daughter. Are you present? Show yourself. With a snap, Lynn hastily closed the regional channel, his eyes widening. They were openly plotting against him. This could not stand. Lynn immediately logged off, his demeanor grave. Narrowing his eyes, he equipped his revolver, heart, and bone knife, the best defensive tools at his disposal. He then opened his personal panel. Skills, infectious aura, slightly increases the success rate of persuasion. Curse diagnosis, allows the diagnosis of whether the target is cursed. Lynn thought to himself, a being with all attributes focused on combat and few life skills. He was a mere weakling. Direct confrontation was not an option. He would have to rely on cunning. With a serious expression, he noted the dimming soul lantern and, without hesitation, swiftly shut the door. Grasping the waning soul lantern, he stepped out of the apothecary for the first time. The lantern's glow pierced through the darkness, revealing an empty, silent expanse. Before long, Lynn stood before the door of number 45, Soul Alley. Raising his gaze, he beheld a dilapidated and crumbling house, a potent stench of blood and mold wafting toward him. This was formerly the lair of the pig-head demon, who had met his demise yesterday. Creaking, Lynn slowly pushed open the aged wooden door. "Madam, I have come to visit," he called out. The interior was shrouded in darkness, a heavy, moldy odor enveloping him. Cautiously, he stepped inside. In the shadows, he faintly heard the sound of what seemed to be something squirming, as if various objects were suspended upside down, clanking against chains. The next moment, one by one, the candelabras on the walls ignited, illuminating the entire room. Lynn was met with a horrifying sight. Hanging from the chains were numerous flayed and desiccated human corpses. He could clearly discern the twisted, frozen expressions etched upon their faces. Evidently, before the pig-head demon's demise, this place had been a bloody and brutal slaughterhouse. Lynn reached out, poking the face of a corpse dangling before him. "Not as handsome as I," he remarked, shaking his head before pushing past the hanging body and moving forward. In the next instant, he found himself before a square table in the center of the room, adorned with a blood-red tablecloth and two flickering candelabras. A pair of high-heeled shoes lay atop the table, creating an atmosphere that was both bizarre and unsettling. "Madam, are you here?" Lynn shouted, but received no response. He squinted, shrugged, and sat down in a chair seemingly prepared for him at the table. Meanwhile, somewhere on the second floor, countless viscous tendrils crawled up the walls. The blood-clad, evil spirit narrowed her eyes. Fixated on the scene unfolding in the mirror that emitted a faint glow, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor has arrived. Since you all wish to witness a public execution, today, you shall have your fill." In the vision, a live feed from the regional channel displayed the scene within the mirror, with 541 viewers already tuned in. "Blood Doll, I have a bad feeling after all. He is the Bloodsaw's apprentice. If he gets killed now, it will be terrifying when Bloodsaw returns. Burning Ghost, does the Queen fear such things? That Bloodsaw is a deranged murderer, and his apprentice is merely a little psychopath. A human being acting so brazenly in our Soul Alley must pay the price. Skeleton Mage, Evil Spirit Queen, how do you intend to kill him?" Before the mirror, the blood-clad evil spirit smirked icily, tossing her hair with a playful flick. "I'll 1T simply kill him. If he is human, the best execution should be to shatter his spirit first. Don't you wish to see the look of terror on his face? I think it would be quite entertaining." She turned her gaze to the corner, where a sweet, innocent child lay sleeping, her eyes instantly misting over. Had she not known the mischief behind it all, she might have truly fallen for that fellow's tricks. Poor daughter. She could have become a powerful and twisted predator, but now she is merely an adorable and utterly useless little one. All of this is that fellow's doing. Suddenly turning back, she glared intensely at the mirror, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the meticulously crafted scene I have prepared. Await the unfolding of his demise." In an instant, she tugged at a tentacle that hung from above. Creak. It was as though something had been set in motion. Chapter 37. The blade pierced through. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lynn stifled a yawn, reclining with his legs crossed, patiently biding his time. Yet at that very moment, a cacophony of chains echoed from behind him. Lynn abruptly turned his head, only to witness the desiccated, flayed corpse that had been suspended in midair, now standing motionless upon the ground. An eerie and frigid aura enveloped him. Lynn's eyes widened as he slowly reoriented himself, sitting upright with a newfound seriousness. Click! The sound reverberated. He spun around once more, and to his astonishment, the previously standing, skinless corpses appeared to have drawn even closer. Haunted? Lynn raised an eyebrow. This time, he did not turn away, but instead stared intently at the ghastly figures, scrutinizing their stillness. After a protracted silence, he blinked. In an instant, upon reopening his eyes, a skinless cadaver materialized silently before him, its terrifying visage mere centimeters from his face. Lynn's eyes widened, his body instinctively leaning back. On the second floor, the blood-clad specter smirked, its gaze flickering with delight as it observed the rigid Lynn reflected in the mirror, a visage of sheer satisfaction adorning its face. Meanwhile, within the realm of their viewing channel, various malevolent spirits were bubbling with excitement. Indeed, the Blood Queen's method of instilling terror was unparalleled. If I were in that fellow's shoes, I too would be petrified. Surely, the sudden animation of so many of his skinless kin would send chills down anyone's spine. He must be too frightened to dare blink again, lest he be met with a swift bite to the neck. The malevolent beings engaged in fervent discussion. Then, they witnessed Lynn cautiously leaning back, his eyes wide open. Slowly, he extended his hand toward the mouth of the skinless corpse. What was he about to do? The spirits were momentarily baffled, unable to comprehend his actions. It appeared he was not merely paralyzed by fear. Snap! As they stared in astonishment, Lynn swiftly pried a golden tooth from the mouth of the corpse before him, polishing it with a handkerchief, blowing gently, and pocketing it. Blood-clad specter, burnt ghost, blood doll. In an instant, the area channel, once filled with exuberance, fell into a profound silence. All present wore expressions of bewilderment. This was not right. It seemed to conflict with their anticipated narrative. What was he doing? A message in the channel read, utterly perplexed. Gold appears to hold significant value in the human realm, akin to the hard currency of skull coins, one malevolent spirit explained. Yet this rationale failed to resonate. Skull demon, look! He moving. Is he finally attempting to escape? The malevolent spirits fixated their gaze upon the screen. There! Lynn meticulously maneuvered from beneath the skinless corpse's arm, his eyes never blinking. He circled to the back of the figure, drawing forth a bone knife, and with a swift thrust, pierced through a concealed orifice. Blood-clad specter. Blood doll. Burnt ghost. He stabbed it. He actually stabbed it. As this scene unfolded, all dark beings observing the channel felt a shiver run down their spines, a tightening in their very cores, expressions of fear etched upon their faces. With each thrust of Lynn's blade, the onlookers trembled, as if he were not attacking mere puppets, but rather them. Something was amiss. These puppets were clearly incapable of frightening him. He appeared invigorated by his actions. This was unbearable. I cannot endure such spine-chilling imagery. He is utterly unfazed. The blood-clad specter, gritting its teeth, issued a command. Eliminate him. In an instant, the previously motionless, skinless corpses began to twitch ominously. One corpse suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying and raspy wail directed at Lynn. Yet before it could utter its cry, Lynn's knife, fresh from its previous assault, pierced through its mouth. And there, under the gaze of countless captivated spectators, Lynn unleashed an onslaught, dispatching one after another with remarkable precision. In less than 3 minutes, dozens of skinless puppets lay vanquished upon the ground. The area channel fell silent. All malevolent spirits stared, dumbfounded, at the striking silhouette of Lynn wielding his knife. How could this human be so formidable? He had dispatched them all. Moreover, he seemed utterly unperturbed. What is happening? I find myself gripped by fear. Just as the crowd remained in stunned disbelief, they suddenly saw Lynn sprinting towards the exit. Instantly, the spirit's eyes brightened. He intends to flee. But scarcely had Lynn vanished from view when a cacophony of hissing sounds echoed from beyond the screen. What was that sound? One spirit wondered, bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Lynn dashed back into view, brandishing a chainsaw, resembling a frenzied killer as he revved the infernal machine. The crowd gasped. How dare you frighten me? Are you eager for an untimely demise? Today, I shall chop you all up and feed you to my beloved pet. With a menacing roar, Lynn began his gruesome work upon the fallen, skinless puppets, creating a spectacle of horror that would terrify any child. In an instant, a series of grotesque and bloody images played out before the camera. Blood doll. I can't watch anymore. It's too frightening. He spares not even the corpses. Long-haired ghost. Indeed, he did the same yesterday. Burnt ghost. He is no ordinary human. My queen, you cannot employ normal methods against him. He is far more ruthless than his mentor. Within the area channel, countless messages flooded the screen. as the audience threatened to be psychologically scarred. The blood-clad specter hastily shut off the display, clenching its fists, exclaiming, "This fellow." Chapter 38. In truth, I too wish to cooperate with you. On the first floor. Ding. The blood doll's attitude towards you has reached extreme terror. You have gained 100 experience points. Ding. The burnt ghost's attitude towards you has reached a psychological trauma level. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding. The character traits of the long-haired specter, previously denoted as timid, have now been successfully transformed into reclusive, granting you an experience boost of 200. Furthermore, Ding, your notoriety in Soul Alley has increased by 30. Lynn? He grasped the chainsaw, momentarily frozen, scanning his surroundings. Something felt amiss. He had merely severed a few puppets. How could he have accrued such a staggering amount of experience? And what are those familiar names? Were they all contained within this room? Swiftly, Lynn surveyed the area, meticulously searching the space with his chainsaw in hand, yet he uncovered no further anomalies. How peculiar. Lynn shrugged in bewilderment, proceeded to tidy the scene, and nonchalantly seated himself on a nearby chair. From his pocket, he retrieved a small vial of aged liquor, pouring it into a goblet and savoring it with his eyes closed. In the regional channel, the myriad of dark beings finally blinked awake, slowly emerging from the grip of the horrific scene they had just witnessed. I believe this fellow must have honed his skills long before. Observing his method of dismembering, it is clear he has been profoundly influenced by that twisted mentor of his. This individual exhibits no fear at all. Indeed, I suspect that driving this character to despair will be no simple feat. The blood-cloaked malevolence narrowed her eyes, stating, "So what? After all, he is merely a frail human. If he is unperturbed by corporeal monsters, I refuse to believe he can remain impervious to ethereal specters." With a sharp tug, she yanked on another tendril that dangled beside her. Meanwhile, within the scene, Lynn, who was still indulging in his wine, suddenly felt a chilling breeze brush past his ear, causing him to involuntarily shudder. The flames of the two candlesticks on the table flickered ominously. Lynn halted, setting down his goblet. He turned to survey the dimly lit surroundings. Perplexed, what was happening now? For reasons unknown, the atmosphere around him had inexplicably turned frigid. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Lynn perceived the eyes of a portrait hanging on the wall, seemingly shifting. He swiftly turned to face that direction. Crossing his arms, he strode purposefully to the base of the painting, lifting his gaze to observe the visage of a golden-haired, blue-eyed nobleman depicted therein. Why is there a painting from the human realm in this place? Lynn mused, engrossed in contemplation. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that something was stealthily advancing towards him from the darkness behind. The candlelight flickered violently. Just then, Lynn felt an icy sensation on his shoulder, as if something were pressing down upon it. Instinctively, he turned to glance at his shoulder. In an instant, their eyes met. A ghostly visage, pale and decayed with blood oozing from its 7 orifices, was staring directly at him, mere inches away. The air thickened with an eerie silence. In the regional channel, a multitude of dark creatures held their breath, wide-eyed, anxiously observing the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, such insubstantial phantoms are the most terrifying. If I were to turn and witness such a sight, I would undoubtedly soil myself in fright. Surely this human's mental fortitude cannot be so formidable as to remain unfazed by such an unexpected encounter. All held their breath as they gazed upon the scene. In the unfolding moment of stillness, they suddenly witnessed Lynn wink at the apparition on his shoulder. The crowd? The ghostly face momentarily faltered, for it could clearly sense that this human exhibited no fear towards its presence. Lynn closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and sighed. "Save your efforts. Are you one of the actresses sent by that lady to frighten me? Kindly inform her that these theatrics are quite troublesome for a guest such as myself." The ghost paused, then widened its eyes in shock as it opened its mouth, emitting a horrific wail that echoed through the air. With a swift motion, Lynn delivered a sharp slap to the spectral visage. The crowd! The ghost's face, struck by the unexpected blow, returned to its original state. Wearing a dazed expression, Lynn shook his hand, closing his eyes, and remarked, "Why open your mouth so wide?" In the regional channel, a sudden realization struck. Something is amiss. That was not an insubstantial specter. How could he have slapped it so crisply? Is it possible for him to even make contact with a ghost? There is something awry. Within the scene, after restoring the ghost's face to its original form with a deft slap, Lynn kindly reached out, grasping the dazed specter's hair, turning to fix his gaze upon a headless, translucent form just outside his immediate vicinity. Gently, He placed her head atop the spectral body. Snap, snap. They are all set. No need for your head to flit about, nor to frighten others. Wouldn't it be better to simply be a quiet girl? Why mimic others in scaring people? Lynn tenderly brushed aside the decayed strands of hair upon her face. The ghost, still in a stupor, finally mustered the courage to inquire. How did you manage to touch me? Lynn chuckled warmly, producing an empty potion vial from his pocket. I am an apothecary, accustomed to dealings with malevolent spirits. If you do not frequently consume potions capable of interacting with the ethereal, how could you possibly perform your duties? The ghost. Lynn charmingly took her hand, donning a gentlemanly smile. My dear, what is your name? May I have the pleasure of knowing you? This sudden, charming inquiry plunged the entire regional channel into an unexpected silence. All stared at the unfolding scene in a state of shock. It felt as though events were veering toward an extraordinary direction. This is not right. Truly, something is amiss. In the scene, the female ghost was instantaneously at a loss. Quickly recalling her mistress's instructions, in a flustered attempt, she contorted her face, striving to conjure a terrifying spectacle. In an instant, her entire visage split down the middle. Plop, plop. 2 eyeballs tumbled from their sockets, landing on the ground. A brief silence ensued. Lynn offered no response. The ghost remained rigid, holding onto its horrifying pose. An excruciatingly awkward atmosphere spread unchecked around them. You're not afraid? She finally managed to stammer. This sensation was akin to a comedian desperately delivering punchlines to an audience that remained stone-faced, devoid of any inclination to engage. It was profoundly uncomfortable. Lynn cleared his throat, patting her shoulder. This method of fright has already been employed by your lady. While I would love to cooperate, I fear it may not be in your best interest. The ghost. Lynn kindly helped her gather her fallen eyeballs from the ground, gently placing them back in their sockets. Chapter 39. A Lesson Learned. A Lesson Learned. He then assisted her in reassembling her face, displaying a remarkably nurturing demeanor. Lynn leaned in, softly and alluringly, grasping her wrist with gentle firmness. His smile curving into a delicate arc. To instill fear is indeed an art form, particularly for those endowed with formidable mental fortitude. Ghastly sights may not easily unnerve them. One must delve deeper, allowing them to witness the terrifying phenomena unfold upon themselves to truly instill dread. For instance, Lynn smiled gently as he grasped her wrist, gradually drawing her into his embrace. The sound of creaking echoed as a visceral noise emanated from within his garment. A copious amount of crimson blood instantly stained his chest. Did she sense something pulsing? Was there a hint of warmth? Did blood seep forth? Indeed, as you surmised, what you now clutch is my very heart. In the regional channel, all held their breath, suffocated by the sight of the blood cascading from his chest, juxtaposed with the tender smile upon his face, instilling an indescribable shudder of immense terror within everyone's hearts. Sand value 1. Sand value 1. Sand value 1. Within the scene, Lynn maintained his gentle demeanor, inching closer as he tightened his grip on the ghost's wrist. The specter's eyes began to tremble, a flicker of fear surfacing within. Lynn whispered softly into her ear, "This is how it's done. You must gradually tighten your hold on their heart, allowing the target to distinctly feel the terror of having their heart seized, and ensure they witness you extracting it from their chest." The ghost trembled, fixating on the hand that had reached into his embrace. Then, slowly, Lynn withdrew her wrist from his grasp, revealing a still beating, scarlet heart, trembling in her grip. Drenched in blood. Sand value 1. Sand value 1. Lynn continued in a hushed tone, and once you compel them to watch as you extract their heart, their psyche will be stretched to its limits. The ghost trembled, her mental state fraying. Meanwhile, all in the regional channel held their breath, hearts lodged in their throats. Lynn slowly said, "At this moment, you merely need to suddenly." Lynn opened his mouth wide, eyes wide in surprise, his hands shifting to claw-like positions, unleashing a high-decibel scream. In an instant, the ghost was startled into a frenzy, her face betraying sheer terror. Lynn's sudden outburst shattered her defenses. "Ah!" The ghost clutched her head, shrieking in fright. The audience in the regional channel, having been attentively focused, were caught off guard by Lynn's sudden shout, their fear reaching a crescendo. "Ah!" Blood doll, sand value 50. Burnt ghost, sand value 50. Skeleton demon, sand value 60. Bloodied spirit, sand value 40. The regional channel erupted in chaos. And throughout the corners of Wandering Souls Alley, simultaneous cries of unutterable terror resounded. "I'm done. I want to go home. Mommy, someone is frightening me. I can't watch anymore." The entire regional channel was engulfed in a cacophony of ghostly wails. Amidst the chaos, Lynn could not suppress his hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. tears streaming down his face. He retrieved the heart of the faceless demon from the trembling ghost in the corner, blew on it gently, and then pocketed it. He flashed her a thumbs up, smiling. So what do you think? Was the effect not splendid? This is the way. First, you must heighten their mental state. Then suddenly introduce terrifying sounds and visuals, causing their psyche to unravel unexpectedly. Did you learn? The ghost curled in the corner, shaking, murmuring, I've learned my lesson. Please don't come any closer. Sand value 10. Sand value 10. Ding. The blood doll's attitude has shifted from fearful to utterly terrified. You have gained 200 base experience. Ding. The skeleton's personality trait, brave, has transformed into sensitive. You have gained 300 base experience. Ding. The long-haired ghost's personality trait, withdrawn, has converted into extremely withdrawn. You have gained 300 base experience. Lynn? Listening to the barrage of system notifications, Lynn was utterly bewildered. This was not the first occurrence. In an instant, Lynn paused. The system indicated that he had encountered all these residents of Soul Town in the regional channel. Could it be that his current situation was being broadcast live to the regional channel? How absurd. Lynn's gaze hesitated, scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, discussions erupted in the regional channel. Blood doll. Queen. Evil spirit queen. I believe this live broadcast should cease. This fellow is not the kind of person who could be easily frightened. Skeleton demon. He hasn't been frightened. We might be the ones to crack first. Burnt ghost. My queen. Your maid is already in tears. This fellow seems to be exceptionally skilled at this. The bloodied spirit ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Although she knew this fellow was no ordinary being, she hadn't anticipated his resilience. It seemed she would have to take matters in her own hands. Otherwise, she would lose face in front of the little ghosts of Wandering Souls Alley today. With a clap of her hands, she gritted her teeth. This live broadcast ends here. I'm going to eliminate him now. Await my good news tomorrow. She abruptly stood, preparing to shut off the scrying mirror. But as her gaze fell upon the mirror, she instinctively recoiled. This fellow in the image, Lynn had evidently discovered the source of the scrying and was now standing on a small stool, peering curiously into the lens with one eye. Then the camera shifted. Evidently, the object of observation had been pried loose by Lynn. After scrutinizing it, he solemnly stuffed it into his pocket. Chapter 40. Marrying and Having Children. Bloodied Spirit. Blood Doll. Queen, it's up to you. The doll suggests you charge in. Seize him by the neck, give him a beating, and then decapitate him. Skeleton demon, exactly. Don't give him a chance to speak. Just snap him out of existence to prevent future troubles. Long-haired ghost. ISNT that a bit impolite? Everyone. Long-haired ghost. I was just saying. Evil spirit queen. Fear not. By this time tomorrow, his head will be resting in the corner of my home, serving as my daughter's night pot. With that, the bloodied spirit swiftly closed the scrying mirror, narrowing her eyes. With a whoosh, tendrils erupted from her body, gritting her teeth as her form dissolved into a pool of crimson blood, seeping into the floor, heading downward. In an instant, the flickering candlelight on the first floor began to dance wildly, while thick droplets of crimson blood dripped incessantly from the ceiling onto the ground. In an instant, the viscous blood began to coalesce, transforming into the visage of a blood-soaked specter with a cracked face. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings. But apart from her trembling, ghostly servant huddled in the corner, there was no trace of Lynn. Where's that little brat? The blood-soaked specter gritted her teeth, her gaze swiftly landing on her ghostly servant. The specter, with a vacuous expression, pointed towards the wooden door leading to the corridor and said, Master, he has grown somewhat impatient waiting for you, so he decided to seek you out himself. He just opened the door to the backyard. That wretched little boy. The blood-soaked specter seethed with rage, instantly morphing into a twisted, shrieking demon, and bolted towards the door. She raced into the backyard, hastily searching through several rooms, yet found no sign of Lynn. Just at that moment, her gaze caught a fleeting shadow at the window of the second-floor attic. Her pupils dilated instantly. This scoundrel has infiltrated my private quarters. The blood-soaked specter erupted in fury. In the next heartbeat, she leaped, landing at the window, and flung it open with a flourish. What she beheld shattered her composure entirely. There stood Lynn in the second-floor chamber, cradling the wide-eyed, awakened little girl in his arms, gently stroking her small ears, a look of contentment gracing his face. The blood-soaked specter was taken aback. Release my daughter. With a piercing wail, the blood-soaked specter seethed, her tendrils instantaneously surrounding Lynn like icicles, aiming directly at him. Lynn snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on the enraged woman. Adjusting his monocle, he smiled and said, Madam, this is hardly a hospitable reception. You mentioned inviting me for dinner. Yet all I encountered downstairs was a fright. I didn't even catch a glimpse of you. He cradled the little girl and sighed. This is rather disheartening. The blood-soaked specter sneered coldly. Do not feign benevolence before me. I'm already aware of what you have done to my daughter. What? Do you still wish to deceive me with those daytime platitudes? It's clear that you are the one who has meddled with my daughter, claiming it to be a manifestation of my inner goodness. I could tear your tongue from your mouth in an instant. Lynn understood that in such a situation, one must not acquiesce to her narrative. Otherwise, no amount of explanation could suffice. Adjusting his monocle again, he maintained his composure and replied, Madam, regardless of what you believe you know, I assure you, I have not uttered a single lie to you. If I had even the slightest intention of deceiving you, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, striking the yard with a crack. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lynn remarked, Well, as you can see, that bolt of lightning, for reasons unknown, did not strike me, which sufficiently attests to the veracity of my words. Would you not agree? The blood-soaked specter smirked, her expression suggesting she was merely amused by his bravado. At this juncture, Lynn exhaled deeply, deciding to drop the pretense and lay his cards on the table. He sat down heavily on the bed, still holding the little girl, and sighed, All right, I confess. It was indeed my doing. However, dear lady, you must understand, I harbored no malice whatsoever. Moreover, when your daughter was born, her face was in such a wretched state, not only festering with sores, but also oozing. As a compassionate physician, Lynn lamented if I had not intervened. When that pig-headed demon returned to claim the child born from her womb, could I point to the child with a face dripping with pus and say, This is your little one? The appearance was simply too ghastly. The blood-soaked specter let out a cold laugh. Fabricate more. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Crisis level 87. Crisis level 97. Lynn immediately raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, Fine, there are other reasons, and this time I'm telling the truth. Speak. First, Lynn closed his eyes, raising a finger and said, I fear for my life. I'm afraid that when your child completely deteriorates, I will be the first to be eliminated, considering she is a malevolent spirit. The blood-soaked specter chuckled coldly. That excuse seems somewhat reasonable. Second, Lynn lifted his head, eyes still closed. I want to test my abilities to see if I could mold a child that meets my aesthetic preferences, so I borrowed your child to gain some experience. The blood-soaked specter ground her teeth in irritation. And the third, Lynn, appearing somewhat uneasy, replied, Of course, I also harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps the pig-headed demon would not come to claim her, thinking I might be able to fashion a charming girl, grow her up, marry her, and have children. The little girl in Yada's arms froze, the blood-soaked specter standing as if petrified. Lynn, making exaggerated expressions, adjusted his monocle and chuckled. Just kidding. How could I, Lynn, harbor such sordid thoughts? I merely wished to create a more pleasing child to behold, something aesthetically delightful. Do you find that amusing? The blood-soaked specter gritted her teeth. Lynn shook his head, eyes closed. Not at all. The blood-soaked specter was nearly driven to laughter with rage. I find it quite amusing. Shall I tear your mouth apart now, so you can laugh to your heart's content? What do you think? A calm smile graced Lynn's face as he replied, Madam, I believe it would be more prudent for us to sit down and have a proper discussion. If you truly wish to eliminate me, I am indeed no match for you, but you must discern the gravity of the situation. Chapter 41. There are many behind me protecting me. The blood-soaked specter sneered, her tendrils sprouting sharp barbs, chillingly stating, Oh, is that so? Lynn maintained his composure, responding, Firstly, I am a compassionate physician, and I also have many caring patients and clients. If I were to perish, they would be devastated by my absence. For instance, those two bald men currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle outside. They are my loyal patrons and friends. The blood-soaked specter narrowed her eyes, scoffing, Is that so? Are you referring to that demon hunter and the Black Knight? Do you think I would believe you? Before she could finish her sentence, there was a click, the sound of safety being disengaged. Lynn slowly retrieved a silver revolver from his pocket, raising it with a smile, aiming it at the ceiling, and said, You should recognize this weapon, yes? The blood-soaked specter trembled, her eyes narrowing. That is the demon hunter's revolver. She was all too familiar with that flamboyant demon hunter. He cherished the two revolvers he brought from the upper world, never parting with them. How could this gun be in his hands? Lynn smiled, holding the gun aloft. He is my kin, a beloved uncle figure, and this gun was entrusted to me for protection. If I encounter danger, firing a shot will summon him to my aid immediately. He is just outside, and it won't take long for him to arrive. A sneeze echoed from outside the alley, where a certain bald man had just sneezed violently. The blood-soaked specter narrowed her eyes, her gaze glinting with menace. Lynn smiled as he holstered the gun and then produced a fine, curled strand of hair from his pocket. "And what is this?" the blood-soaked specter coldly inquired. Lynn's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, nonchalantly, "This is a token from my Black Knight uncle," a strand of his chest hair, the longest and coolest among them. "My uncle, the Black Knight, has assured me that a mere flick of my finger would summon him to my aid. Should you doubt this, we may put to the test." The blood-clad, evil spirit was momentarily struck dumb, exclaiming, "Chest hair?" Lynn adjusted his monocle, maintaining a calm smile as he replied, "Indeed, you must sense the aura emanating from this token. My uncle visited today, requesting a haircut, and he left me this memento, cautioning that my fate appeared grim." It seems his words ring true. The blood-clad, evil spirit opened her mouth, at a loss for words, unable to muster any rebuttal. "Moreover, if you truly understand him, you must recognize that my uncle, a man so particular about his appearance, would not take kindly to anyone daring to shave his head." Lynn continued, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Consider this. Why do I remain unscathed? Can you not discern the profound bond between us?" Achoo! Outside, another bald figure sneezed, equally bewildered. The blood-clad, evil spirit's expression shifted, her gaze darting with uncertainty. His assertions were not without merit. She had previously encountered that madman, and the Black Knight was indeed as flamboyant as the demon hunter. Such a man could hardly remain indifferent to having his head shaved. Instantly, images of the disheveled hair the human lad had given to the scavenger flashed through her mind. Could it be? The blood-clad, evil spirit's expression grew grave. Indeed, the fact that this human lad could operate a shop in this monster-infested dark world hinted at some underlying connections. No wonder he exuded such confidence. But then, she frowned. "Do not deceive me. You cannot expect me to believe that, given their centuries-long enmity, their extraordinary relationship would allow them to avoid mortal combat every time they meet." Lynn's smile widened. "My dear lady, do you lack discernment? Cannot you see?" He squinted, intently suggesting, "Are they perhaps engaged in a love-hate relationship?" Achoo! Achoo! Outside, the demon hunter and the Black Knight sneezed simultaneously. The demon hunter pointed an accusatory finger at the Black Knight, exclaiming in exasperation, "I knew it. You're the one cursing me in your heart. You're finished." The Black Knight, gritting his teeth, retaliated by pointing back, "Spare me your nonsense. It's you who has been slandering and mocking me in your thoughts. Today, I shall ensure you regret it." In an instant, the two bald men clashed once more, engaging in a fierce brawl. Inside the room, the blood-clad, evil spirit furrowed her brow tightly, scrutinizing Lynn, momentarily hesitant to act. Though she sensed that his words were laced with deception, the chest hair and the revolver indeed provided substantial evidence of his unique connections with the two. Lynn smiled slightly, resting his elbows on the table, supporting his chin, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I shall refrain from elaborating on those two. As for my mentor, a mere inquiry will reveal that he is a formidable figure within the Alley of Wandering Souls, known for having dispatched countless foes with his chainsaw. As his sole apprentice, do you truly believe you would allow a good child like me to perish?" He stretched his neck and loosened his collar. "Additionally, the old lady in our alley is quite fond of me. She treats me like her own grandson. I must care for her in her twilight years. Can you imagine the sorrow she would feel if her clever and dutiful grandson were to die?" The blood-clad, evil spirit gritted her teeth, watching Lynn as he grew more animated in his speech. For reasons unknown, a surge of the desire to strike him down coursed through her. By the way, Lynn's tone shifted, and a faint smile graced his lips as he pulled from his pocket a small, translucent piece resembling white jade. "What do you make of this?" Her gaze locked onto the fragment in his hand, and her expression shifted dramatically. From that small white object, she sensed an indescribable, primal aura. "This is..." Lynn's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Unfortunately for you, my lady, you must be aware of the infamous abyssal bounty hunter, yes?" The blood-clad, evil spirit trembled, instinctively stepping back as her eyes fixated on Lynn. The abyssal bounty hunter, as a creature of the dark world. She understood all too well the terror that this entity represented. These horrific, primal monsters roamed the shadows, devouring countless lives and flesh whenever they appeared. Even the most formidable sovereigns of the dark world would tread cautiously around such beings. To make matters worse, just yesterday, multiple gatherings of dark creatures near the Alley of Wandering Souls had been completely consumed by those hunters. She had narrowly escaped from one of those hunters the previous night. Could it be? Lynn adjusted his monocle, a smile playing on his lips as he hinted, "It seems you are aware. Now can you guess why?" Amidst the countless lives lost around the Alley of Wandering Souls, it alone escaped this calamity. Chapter 42. sustained strategy. The blood-clad, evil spirit stared at the white, jade-like object in his hand, her mind racing. This is impossible. Lynn stood, smiling lightly. Unfortunately, I am the personal dentist favored by that bounty hunter. She visited me last night for a dental checkup and has since become an honorary member of my establishment, greatly enhancing my business. The blood-clad, evil spirit's mind erupted in chaos, leaving her momentarily blank. While she had harbored great apprehension toward the previous claims he made, she felt no genuine fear of confrontation. After all, in the dark world, few were cowards who feared retribution. However, facing a creature of such primal power was an entirely different matter. For those of that caliber, should you invoke their ire, they could pursue you through any means, rendering even the upper realms a futile refuge. There had been instances where a lord of the dark world had offended a primal monster, and within a single day, all living beings in his domain had been slaughtered, leaving him utterly forsaken, hunted down to his demise. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail human boy possessed such connections. Observing the pallor on her face, Lynn smiled while cradling the child. My dear lady, one must not judge solely by appearances. Although my strength may be lacking, robust relationships can constitute a different form of power. Moreover, there is no need for you to harbor anger towards me. Rising, he patted her tentacle gently. After all, we are neighbors, and, as such, should support and care for one another. Besides, you are such a beautiful and mature elder sister. The blood-clad, evil spirit's gaze flickered as she ground her teeth. It was evident that this man was employing both soft and hard tactics, a duplicitous strategy of persuasion. Yet, in truth, she found herself reluctant to act against him. Without delving into the veracity of his words, the mere presence of that tooth fragment exuding an aura of primordial energy compelled her to reconsider. For if it were indeed authentic, she would have unwittingly brought calamity upon herself. Nevertheless, an overwhelming desire to eliminate this human wretch surged within her. In a fit of rage, she let out a piercing scream, her thrashing tendrils striking the surrounding walls with a resounding crack, fervently releasing her pent-up fury and dissatisfaction. Eventually, panting and grinding her teeth, she sank to the floor, the sound of her gnashing teeth resonating clearly. This feeling of frustration, with no outlet for her wrath, was truly unbearable. Madam, please calm yourself, Lynn said calmly, cradling the adorable child. The things I spoke to you during the day, though partially fabricated, were not entirely deceitful. While the notions of truth, goodness, and beauty may be somewhat exaggerated, I genuinely perceive qualities in you that other malevolent spirits lack. The blood-clad, malevolent spirit retorted. Do not attempt to deceive me further, you wretched little creature. She swore she believed not a single word that escaped his lips. Were it not for the enigma that was this boy, she would have already sought to eliminate him. Taking a deep breath, Lynn maintained a tranquil smile. I assure you, I am not lying, for you must concede this point. You possess a fondness for beauty, do you not? The blood-clad spirit faltered. Lynn rose to his feet, still holding the child, and gazed around with a smile. Your chamber is exquisite, in stark contrast to the repugnant, chilly rooms below. It is evident you have meticulously arranged your bedroom. The walls, the bed, and the furnishings all provide a refreshing aesthetic, a feat not commonly achieved by other malevolent spirits. He then turned his gaze softly towards the modest vase on the windowsill, which held a singular white flower. I recognize this blossom. It is the non-toxic night lily, one of the rare flowers in the dark realm. While not exceedingly rare, do you not find it peculiar for a malevolent spirit's room to house such flora? Moreover, it appears you have nurtured it quite well. On the windowsill, the crystalline white flower shimmered delicately, its beauty strikingly vivid. Lynn continued, if I may inquire, if you truly find your child's current appearance distasteful, how do you explain the lovely dress and top adorning this child? Upon hearing this, the blood-clad spirit's gaze darted away, panic evident in her demeanor. That was merely, Lynn interjected, let's not dwell on that. Clearly, you see your child as adorable, and when alone, you must have felt a longing to embrace and cherish her. Yes? The blood-clad spirit's face flushed crimson, her frustration evident. I do not. Do not speak such nonsense. Do not make baseless assumptions. Lynn replied, what is there to deny? It is a perfectly normal expression of affection for a mother towards her daughter. And your choice of such a beautiful outfit clearly indicates your satisfaction with her appearance. The adorable child wiggled her hands and feet. The blood-clad spirit blushed fiercely, rendered speechless. Yet, she could not deny the truth in his words. Compared to her previous, distorted progeny, she indeed preferred this relatively normal and charming child. However, Hearing this from him was utterly mortifying. With a benevolent expression, Lynn gently said, "Madam, I have always believed that those who cherish beauty in their hearts possess a beautiful spirit. This alone distinguishes you from other malevolent beings. I am confident that even in the human realm, you would be a most endearing young lady." As Lynn's voice softened, the blood-clad spirit struggled to resist the urge to believe him. Despite her resolute self-admonitions, her heart raced inexplicably. She bit her teeth, her gaze flickering towards the wall beside her. Yet Lynn's words echoed persistently in her mind, touching the most tender parts of her heart. As a soul resurrected in this dark realm after death in the human world, she had endeavored to adapt to her new existence, yet memories of her past life lingered. She often pondered, what if I had not died? If I were still that girl in the human world, would I not be surrounded by family, watching my daughter grow, marry, and have children? Yet, each time she glimpsed her twisted reflection in the mirror, the horrific visage incessantly reminded her, "You are dead. You are but a distorted malevolent spirit, a wretched ghost." Beep. Mission triggered. Resolve the blood-clad spirit's grievance. Current progress. 11. Phase 1 reward. 500 skull coins, 500 base experience. Special reward X1. Chapter 43. The curse has been lifted. The system prompt echoed in Lynn's mind, prompting him to regain his composure as he observed the blood-clad spirit, who appeared somewhat lost. He could distinctly sense that his words had pierced her defenses, and once he identified a breakthrough point, he could entirely dissolve her animosity towards him. Lynn's mind raced, and at last, his gaze fixed upon her fragmented visage, which continuously writhed with tendrils and barbs. A realization struck him. This was indeed a breakthrough point. The best approach to help a spirit that yearned for beauty was to liberate her from her grotesque form. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Lynn adjusted his single lens glasses and spoke gently. "Madam, I believe you do not favor your current appearance, do you? If you are willing, I might be able to help you truly transform into a human form." The moment his words left his lips, they detonated in the blood-clad spirit's mind like a thunderclap. Instinctively, she lifted her head, astonished as she regarded Lynn, her gaze momentarily frozen. Yet, she quickly regained her sardonic and scornful demeanor, replying, "You do not jest. Do not think that just because you've shaped my daughter, you possess any genuine ability. That is merely because my daughter is still in her juvenile form, and the curse of malevolence within her has yet to fully manifest. You have likely never encountered a true malevolent spirit." In an instant, a cacophony of cracking bones and flesh echoed as her body began to split and swell, her graceful figure sprouting numerous decaying hands, exuding a noxious and viscous flesh. Before Lynn stood the grotesque figure of the blood-clad malevolent spirit, gradually expanding and contorting into an indescribable monstrosity. Countless faces emerged upon her form, each brimming with malice. It resembled a horrific amalgamation, as if numerous bodies had been ground together in a meat grinder and forcibly reassembled. A cacophony of hoarse, venomous whispers echoed in Lynn's ears, merging into a sinister chorus. "This is it, my true essence. Do you still believe you are composed and assured?" Drip, drip. A foul, viscous substance fell to the ground as the elongated, serpentine neck bore the head of a woman, floating before Lynn with a cruel, mocking smile. The adorable child in Lynn's arms was immediately frightened into tears. Sanity level 10. Sanity level 10. Lynn stared in stunned silence at the indescribable creature before her, rendered momentarily speechless. The blood-clad spirit sneered malevolently. "Curses, torment, resentment. These are what have transformed me into this abomination. Do you truly believe that your scalpel can resolve this?" The chilling, derisive tone reverberated in Lynn's ears. Crisis level 80. Crisis level 99. Warning, warning. The target's crisis level is approaching 100. Yet at that moment, Lynn quickly regained her composure, betraying no sign of panic. She swiftly seized upon a key term from the spirit's words. "Curse. If this was indeed the catalyst for her current state, then I possess a solution," Lynn declared calmly. The blood-clad spirit's expression faltered. Lynn fixed her gaze upon the spirit, reaching out to touch her serpentine neck. In an instant, he activated his curse diagnosis ability. Ding. Target curse diagnosis in progress. Ding. Target curse diagnosis complete. Malevolent spirit curse. Formed from the countless resentments of souls departed, the more grievances and beings the target consumes, the more intense the curse becomes, distorting the target's form, a highly advanced curse. Almost as soon as he heard the diagnosis, Lynn lifted his head, exclaiming, "Activate the limited time curse clearing ability." Ding. The limited time curse clearing ability has been applied to Demon Hunter Revolver. Would you like to switch targets? Yes. Buzz. In that very moment, The blood-clad spirit's eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. She immediately beheld the hand that touched her neck radiating boundless light. The luminous energy surged into her body like gentle tendrils, and she felt the curse within her beginning to slowly peel away under the influence of that radiance. This. She gasped in astonishment, her face reflecting utter shock. Before her eyes, countless twisted black threads were shrieking as they were gradually extracted from her being by the light. Her pupils dilated as if she had been completely drained. She sensed the curse's detachment, the pain and distortion gradually receding from her. She cried out in anguish, her voice echoing in the air. In the next instant, her shattered and contorted form began to dissolve within the luminous veil, revealing a pale and slender body amidst the blood and remnants of flesh. Ding! Curse extraction successful. Limited time, curse clearing ability now in cooldown for 12 hours. Ding! Curse clearing experience 1. Ding! Curse clearing experience 1. The brilliance gradually faded, and a dark, sinister rune materialized in the palm of Lynn's hand. It was the malevolent spirit's curse that he had extracted and contained. As the light dissipated and visibility returned, Lynn's gaze fell upon the pristine body lying amidst the foul blood on the floor, her long, cascading hair resembling a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. The curse has been temporarily lifted, Lynn stated with a smile, his expression unwavering. On the floor, the blood-clad spirit remained in a daze, slowly rising to sit up, her eyes reflecting the sight of her long hands. She turned her head, staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror. In an instant, her mind went blank. "This is impossible," she murmured, trembling as she reached out to touch her own cheek. For she felt it. This was her body, no longer the disguise formed from flesh and blood, but her true essence. The tormenting curse that had plagued her for centuries vanished, as if it had never existed. "What have you done to me?" she whispered, as if trapped in a dream. Lynn, smiling and holding the child, replied, "As I mentioned, I have cleansed the malevolent spirit's curse from within you. Do you still think I am deceiving you, madam?" Lynn feigned an air of confidence. The blood-clad spirit stared in disbelief at her reflection. The flawless body before her made her feel as though she had just emerged from a terrifying nightmare. "You really?" she stammered, struggling to comprehend the reality as she rose unsteadily from the ground. The century-old curse of the malevolent spirit had indeed been lifted by this human youth, so effortlessly. Chapter 44. "So, how much do you think I am worth?" She clutched her hair tightly, eyes closed, releasing a series of nearly uncontrollable cries of excitement. Her words tumbled forth incoherently. She could scarcely find the language to articulate the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Lynn stood wide-eyed, observing the woman who suddenly appeared to be in a frenzied state. "System, has the curse truly been lifted?" "It has. But why do I feel she is even more unhinged than before?" After a prolonged period of incoherent shouting, the blood-clad spirit seemed to lose her wits, collapsing onto the floor, covering her face as she murmured, "Forgive me. Could you please step outside? I need a moment to collect myself. My emotions are quite tumultuous right now." Lynn nodded in understanding, quickly cradling the child and hastening to exit. After Lynn departed, the blood-clad spirit remained seated on the floor, gazing at her beautiful reflection in the mirror. "Ding! You have completed the first phase of the task, the grievances of the blood-clad spirit. You have gained 500 skull coins, 500 base experience, and a special reward, Malevolent Soul Lantern X1. Ding! The blood-clad spirit's affection for you has increased by 10. Ding! The blood-clad spirit's affection for you has increased by 10. Downstairs at the table, Lynn sat restlessly, cradling the child, the back of his neck prickling with unease. He had been waiting there for nearly half an hour. Since the task completion notification, every minute, an alert of affection level 10 had chimed in his ears. Just a few minutes ago, the affection level had surpassed the 300 threshold. However, he remained unaware of what psychological transformations the blood-clad spirit was undergoing upstairs. Nevertheless, with such a significant boost in affection, he was certain he would safely navigate through this night. Surely, she would not attempt to harm him again. Lynn pondered, although the journey was fraught with twists and turns. The ultimate outcome evidently veered towards a favorable direction. Once this evening has passed, and with the return of his teacher tomorrow, he would no longer need to be so apprehensive. After all, his teacher's prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled. At that moment, a delicate, fair hand gently pushed open the door. A sweet and sultry voice floated in from within. "Thank you for your patience." Lynn immediately lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Beneath the dim candlelight, He beheld a woman clad in a red dress, her wavy hair cascading elegantly, her face adorned with the distinctive blush of matured beauty as she gracefully stepped out. At that instant, Lynn couldn't help but express his admiration, for in shedding her curse, she had transformed into an even more stunning and authentic version of herself than before. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, the blood-dressed spirit, her cheeks flushed, took a seat opposite him. Unlike her previous caustic demeanor, she now bore a striking resemblance to a gentle, neighborly matron. "I apologize," she said, lowering her head and covering her flushed cheeks. "I am truly remorseful for my prior disrespectful behavior, and for the immense malice I harbored towards you for a time. I feel utterly humiliated." Lynn couldn't help but internally scoff. "It's quite all right," he coughed lightly. "As neighbors, we should strive for harmony and mutual understanding, shouldn't we?" Ding. The blood-dressed spirit's affection for you has increased by 20. Ding. The blood-dressed spirit's affection for you has increased by 20. This was not ideal. The blood-dressed spirit's cheeks deepened in color as she confessed. "Though you say that, I still feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. I never imagined you could truly dispel the curse from within me." At this, Lynn raised a finger with earnestness, stating, "I have only temporarily alleviated the curse. You must understand this is not a permanent solution. The curse will last approximately 24 hours, and if it is not eradicated again within that time, you will revert to your former self." It was imperative that she grasp this. As a physician, integrity is paramount. Naturally, the most crucial reason for this clarification was to prevent her from feeling deceived should she revert after a day, which might provoke her to retaliate against him. The blood-dressed spirit appeared taken aback. "Only 24 hours? To be honest, after being liberated from the torment of the curse, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation within the last half hour. The mere thought of the centuries she endured sent shivers down her spine, making her reluctant to revert to her previous state." Lynn nodded solemnly. However, noticing a hint of disappointment about to cross her face, he quickly shifted his tone, closing his eyes and saying, "That said, every 12 hours, I can help you dispel it once more, so in a sense, it could be considered a more permanent solution." "Really?" The blood-dressed spirit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding. The blood-dressed spirit's affection for you has increased by 20. Ding. The blood-dressed spirit's affection for you has increased by 20. Indeed, Lynn smiled gently, giving a thumbs up. "Moreover, as neighbors living in such proximity, if you wish to maintain your current appearance long-term, you simply need to visit me daily for treatment. And as neighbors, I can offer you a 20 discount. This arrangement would ensure not only his safety, but also provide him with a stable clientele and source of income." It was a win-win situation. A 20% discount? The blood-dressed spirit propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Lynn with a playful smile. "Is there a fee involved?" Lynn immediately rubbed his shoulders, feigning a weary expression, and replied with a wry smile, "Madam, to be honest, while the process of dispelling curses may seem straightforward, it is quite taxing. As neighbors, I can certainly waive a few fees, but subsequent treatments will still incur charges. After all, we are running a modest operation here. Expecting free services? Not possible." The blood-dressed spirit beamed. "What are your rates? Or what kind of compensation do you require?" Lynn pondered for a moment, smiling as he raised a finger. 1,000 skull coins. With a 20% discount, that would be 800 skull coins. How does that sound? Quite a favorable price. Wouldn't you agree? For a spirit of such high caliber, Lynn had little doubt that she possessed wealth. After all, beings like the Dark Knight Hunter dealt in black skull coins, indicating they hailed from affluent backgrounds. However, he set a reasonable price, keeping in mind the long-term nature of this business. It was essential to cultivate a steady flow rather than rush. Yet, to his surprise, the blood-dressed spirit shook her head with a smile, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "I don't have any money." Lynn was taken aback. "Madam, you must be jesting," he replied, incredulous. "How could someone of your caliber lack funds?" The blood-dressed spirit, still smiling, responded, "I truly have no money. In the past, whenever I desired something, I simply took it from the source, which rendered transactions unnecessary, and thus, I never accumulated any currency." Lynn felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, after their rapport had grown to this extent, she wouldn't resort to violence against him, would she? Sweat beaded on his brow as he stammered, "If you lack funds, other forms of compensation can be considered, provided the price is right." "Really?" The blood-dressed spirit raised an elegantly arched eyebrow. Lynn crossed his arms, closing his eyes as he stated, "Indeed, whether it be body parts, herbs, cursed objects, or even corpses, I am open to negotiation, as long as the price is suitable." At that very moment, Lynn was suddenly enveloped by an alluring fragrance. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the blood-dressed spirit leaning over the table, her nose mere inches from his, her lips slightly parted, releasing a teasing aroma that enveloped him. Her seductive gaze and soft breath whispered, "Then how much do you think I am worth?" Chapter 45. Sister teaches you how to engage in practical combat. Lynn. She delicately extended her slender fingers, tugging at the straps of her shoulder, her fair skin dazzlingly bright. The allure radiating from her mature femininity was intoxicating, ensnaring his gaze like a potent toxin. Lynn's eyes widened. Instinctively, he attempted to create a bit of distance. Yet, her captivating visage drew nearer, rendering his efforts futile. Danger! Lynn struggled to maintain his composure, stating, "Madam, please conduct yourself with decorum." The blood-dressed spirit's red lips parted slightly as she softly murmured, "Did you not call me sister earlier? Do you not find that title more pleasing?" A sharp intake of breath filled Lynn's chest, as he felt as though he had just climbed out of one pit only to fall into another. He fought to steady his heart, asserting, "Our establishment does not accept barter of that nature." The blood-dressed spirit leaned over the table, inching closer to his ear, her breath warm and intoxicating as she whispered, "Are you truly certain you don't want to? What a splendid physique this is, freshly liberated from its curse, entirely untainted by any corruption. Do you truly not wish to indulge in a little playfulness?" She cast a sultry smile and a tantalizing glance at Lynn. "Lynn, willpower 10. Willpower 10. Lynn swore that this female specter was undeniably a masterful enchantress. For a pure-hearted youth in his teenage years, she was simply not a rival of the same caliber. Lynn stood rigid, smoke wafting from him. In his arms, the adorable child he held gazed on with curious eyes, evidently oblivious to the unfolding situation. "Truly, do you not wish to give it a try?" The blood-clad specter continued her seduction. Lynn, stiff as a board, managed to utter, "The child is watching." The specter's lips curled into a slight smirk as she breathed softly into his ear, murmuring, "Very well, to my chamber." Thump, thump, thump. Lynn could hear the frantic beating of his own heart. After all, as a teenager thrust in such a mysterious realm, this level of allure was far beyond what any ordinary willpower could withstand. Moreover, the absence of a system alert indicating danger implied that there was no immediate threat. Yet, it was precisely this lack of peril that made it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure and rationality, and to think it was all under the guise of reward. Ultimately, Lynn sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and resignedly uttered, "I won tea." The blood-clad specter was taken aback. "Huh, you won tea? In what sense? Such a charming boy. So suave and eloquent. Surely he had shared joyous moments with girls before? In the human world, he would undoubtedly be the quintessential, charming rogue, capable of easily winning the hearts of young women." The specter regarded him with a strange expression. "You have never been intimate with a girl?" Lynn, eyes still shut, offered no reply. Not even kissed. Lynn felt his temples throb in response. "Surely you've held hands?" Lynn's head erupted with dark lines, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Ding. You feel profoundly insulted." Observing the pained expression Lynn struggled to conceal, the specter's lips gradually revealed a peculiar smile, her eyes sparkling as if she were a wolf eyeing a delightful little rabbit. "I see," she said, delicately licking her lips, and whispered in Lynn's ear, "Then allow me to teach you, step by step." "Lynn, ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement. A wonderful first experience. Granting you 200 base experience points. A wonderful first experience, a milestone achievement. The host has successfully taken the first, albeit naive, step from boyhood towards manhood. Et un ninja permanent incréase, constitution 1, stamina 1, endurance 1. Ding. The blood-clad specter's favorability towards you is now 50. Ding. The blood-clad specter's attitude has shifted from indifferent to favor, granting you 400 base experience points. Lynn, huffing. The soul lamp at the entrance flickered to life, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lynn fastened each button with care, maintaining a facade of composure, yet the frantic motion of his closed eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Indeed, he had failed to uphold his resolve. As for the passage of those few hours, Lynn thought it best left unmentioned, lest it be deemed inappropriate for younger audiences. "Remember to wait for your sister tomorrow night. She still requires your assistance at the shop for proper treatment." A sultry voice drifted into his ears. Lynn didn't dare look back, fearing that the sight of those mature and captivating eyes would once again enthrall his recently regained sanity. I think I'll head back now," Lynn coughed. The voice softly echoed beside him. "If you help me rid myself of this curse, I shall impart even greater knowledge, far superior to what you have previously learned." Lynn fled as though pursued, the sound of her melodious laughter ringing in his ears. As he glanced back, the blood-clad specter held her arms, playfully tousling her cascading waves, a smile gracing her lips. Then, As if by magic, she produced a mirror, gazing into her own reflection, lost in the joy and excitement of her newfound liberation from the curse. Ding! You have successfully completed the task. Blood Feast. You have been rewarded. 1,000 skeleton coins, 500 base experience points, and a special reward. Cloak of the Blood Demon. Cloak of the Blood Demon. Quality rare. Traits upon use. It conceals one's presence and allows one to phase through solid objects like a specter. Description. The formless and intangible specters embody humanity's deepest fears. Thus, the denizens of the abyss crafted this cloak to render you as insubstantial as a ghost. However, beware. Donning it means sacrificing all offensive capabilities. Ding! You have leveled up. Please allocate your attribute points. On the way, Lynn quickly opened his attribute panel. Lynn, level 9. Race, human. Strength, 31. Agility, 32. Intelligence, 35. Constitution, 44. Available points, 16. Notoriety, 64. Description. A twisted and perverse apprentice at the Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Beneath a facade of innocence lies a heart that spreads fear. Having inflicted significant psychological trauma on numerous customers and incited two high-tier beings into a drug-induced frenzy. While he bears a slight reputation among root monsters, he remains notorious for deceiving virtuous women and enforcing violent retribution. Lynn, what a ridiculous description. How have I been labeled as a twisted pervert? How have I spread fear? And what do you mean by deceiving virtuous women and coercing them into repayment? My first experience was maliciously snatched away. I was lured into this. And why is the blood-clad specter considered a virtuous woman? Does that not make me as innocent as a harmless little lamb? With a dark expression, Lynn vented his frustrations, yet, as per his usual practice, allocated all his attribute points to Constitution. While the other attributes possessed their own advantages, durability was undoubtedly the finest asset in this dark world. Furthermore, with enhanced Constitution, his other abilities would see a latent improvement, such as stamina and endurance. Even the force behind his punches would be markedly stronger than during his frail days. Now that he had reached level 9, it meant that with just one more level, he would meet the system's job transition requirements. Chapter 46. He was simply too forceful. And who knows what kind of transition task would be triggered at that time. Lynn hurriedly grasped the lantern and made his way to the potion shop. He still dared not linger outside, although he had grown considerably stronger. Who could predict what monstrous entities might suddenly emerge from the black mist to drag him into the shadows? He remained woefully weak. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of any dire incidents. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, the flickering soul lamp cast a faint glow, and there were no signs of visitors inside. Had something happened to his mentor? Lynn hesitated, sitting at the counter, drumming his fingers on the table. After his teacher hurriedly departed, promising to return within 2 days. It is now the 3rd day, and still, his teacher has yet to appear. Lynn cannot help but suspect that something may be amiss. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has delayed the return. With a composed demeanor, Lynn wrapped his fingers on the table, ultimately deciding to delve into the vision realm for exploration. His investigative pursuits had been interrupted yesterday due to the incident with the blood-clad specter, making it imperative for him to thoroughly explore today. Enter. Skull coins, 500. Accompanied by a wave of intense nausea, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes to once again behold the expansive plaza with the enormous eyeball hovering above it. He had returned to the vision. Let us see what they are discussing. Lynn swiftly accessed the regional channel in hopes of gathering some intelligence. Regional channel. Blood doll. My queen. My queen. How is the situation progressing? Has that human apprentice met a gruesome fate? Is his head twisted off and used as a chamber pot? Burnt ghost. My queen. Please elaborate. We are all eager to learn the details. Long-haired ghost, autistic. Skeleton mage. My queen, are you there? Has that scoundrel who dared to bully your daughter been decisively dealt with? Evil spirit queen. Blood doll. My queen. You've appeared. So, has that fellow received his due punishment? Evil spirit queen. He did make me quite comfortable. Buzz. In an instant, silence enveloped the regional channel, followed by an avalanche of flooding the screen. Blood doll, huh? Burnt ghost. What do you mean by comfortable? Evil spirit queen. I was too irritable yesterday. He is indeed a remarkably skilled doctor. I shouldn't have treated him so rudely. However, I do not go back on my word. I promise to consume him, and I shall, albeit in a different manner. Everyone, evil spirit queen. Ahem, no more talking. He was a bit too vigorous. I need a rest now. Goodbye. Everyone, what do you mean by a little sore? Please clarify. And what exactly is this different manner? Why does it feel like something bizarre and indescribable transpired last night at the queen's abode? Burnt ghost. My queen, please shed some light. What on earth happened with that fellow? My queen! My queen! Skeleton mage. You must be joking. Is it possible that not only did that human lad survive, but he also managed to charm the formidable evil spirit queen? With unimaginable speed, Lynn abruptly shut the regional channel, his eyes wide, cold sweat cascading down like a torrential downpour. No, I do not. Do not make wild assumptions. The female specter is far too open. Why can she speak so freely about everything? Lynn vigorously shook his head. While it is true that some ambiguous games were played last night, they certainly did not escalate to that level. Absolutely not. Lynn forcibly calmed himself, closing the regional channel and resolving not to dwell on those peculiar matters. He began to meticulously explore the other functionalities within the vision. After all, this realm might very well become a new avenue for his development. Establishing a modern-style online shop would be nothing short of splendid. Before long, Lynn had grasped the basic functions of the vision. However, he increasingly questioned whether the so-called Supreme will truly hail from the same realm as himself, as many elements bore striking resemblance to online gaming. Firstly, within the vision, all beings can disseminate information externally. You may charge a fee, but a portion of skull coins must be remitted as a processing fee upon publishing information. 2. You can release information within your local area or opt for a wider audience across the vision or even larger regions, though this requires appropriate permissions and higher fees. 3. In addition to each plaza's corresponding regional channel, there are broader domain channels and the largest public world channel. Indeed, it was the phrase world channel that heightened Lynn's suspicion regarding the composition of this vision, as it seemed incongruous. 4. You can expend a portion of skull coins to register your own shop and identity within designated areas of the vision, although a daily fee of 1 black skull coin is required. Indeed, that amounts to a staggering 1,000 skull coins each day. 5. Beyond trading in the vision, you can also accept various tasks published by different beings in specific domains, thereby earning rewards in skull coins. It could be said that this vision functions almost as an independent economic system, were it not for the overwhelming presence of dark beings traversing its expanse. He might have believed he had logged into a massive online game. And 6. This was the most captivating point Lynn had discovered. Within the vision, there exists a unique domain known as Contract Realm. According to the description, this place gathers prayers and offerings from various terrestrial worlds and transmits them in real time to the dark world, provided certain conditions are met. One may forge a temporary contract with a being from the surface, allowing you to descend into their world in a demon-summoning form, and upon fulfilling the contract, you would receive the offerings made by that surface being. If that were the case, Lynn pondered, could there be prayers emanating from Earth? If so, might he return home through this means? This was indeed a tantalizing prospect for a teenage boy who had been away from home for 2 years. Especially in such a dark world, it would be disingenuous to claim he did not miss home. Nonetheless, Lynn was not in a rush. He had other matters to attend to. Teleportation, trading zone. Lynn activated the rune on his wrist. In the next instant, a blue glowing hexagram array materialized beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from a spot. Sin City high-level weapon shop, selling black stone giant shield, suitable for humanoid creatures, price 11 black skull coins. Focus your vision to teleport. A demon mechanic shop, offering limb reconstruction services, selling high-level magical energy cores, price negotiable. Focus your vision to teleport. One-eyed giant slave shop, selling one fox girl from the violet world, fair-skinned and beautiful, mentally controllable, can be trained and raised, price 5 black skull coins. Focus your vision to teleport. Chapter 47, I Love Luo. Upon arriving in the trading zone, Lynn was bombarded with a barrage of flashing advertisements. His lips twitched in response, as the sheer absurdity was overwhelming. It was akin to opening a web page only to be inundated with hundreds of advertisements. Information overload. However, Lynn paid little mind to it. Upon entering the trading zone, new functionalities appeared within the rune on his wrist. Shop teleportation. Simply input the corresponding number and name to directly teleport into a shop's domain. Shop creation. Consume 10,000 skull coins to establish your own shop. Formula trading. Visit specific high-value item trading zones for auction and purchasing services. Without hesitation, Lynn clicked on Shop Creation. He now possessed over 30,000 skeleton coins, which indeed allowed him to establish his own shop within the realm of the vision. After entering Bloodsaw Apothecary, along with the address of Soul Alley, Lynn clicked Submit. Yet, in the next moment, a notification regarding the duplication of information materialized before his eyes. Pondering, Lynn wondered if his teacher had already created a shop with the same name in the vision. This was certainly a possibility. as his mentor was a native of the dark beings, evidently having gained access to the vision long ago. There was no reason for him to be unaware of this place. Teleport. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Without hesitation, Lynn inputted the corresponding name and clicked teleport. Amidst flashes of blue light, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes to find himself in a cramped, independent space of less than 50 square meters. Above the shop before him, the words Bloodsaw Apothecary were prominently displayed. Lynn's gaze immediately fell upon the iconic bloodsaw symbol beside the apothecary. Indeed, this was undoubtedly his teacher's establishment. The bloodsaw emblem was his mentor's exclusive insignia. Lynn raised his head, observing the empty storefront, and instinctively reached out to push the door. Instantly, a line of blood-red text appeared before him. Authorization not detected. Please enter shop command. Command? Lynn hesitated, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. Can it be set with a password? However, since it was his teacher's shop, he reasoned that entering would likely not raise any objections from his mentor. After some contemplation, Lynn decided to give it a try. Although he didn't know his teacher exceedingly well, he had picked up on certain habits over their time together. Muscular hunk. Command incorrect. Access denied. Single for 200 years. Command incorrect. Access denied. My disciple is the cutest. Command incorrect. Access denied. Lynn straightened his face, thought for a moment, and then, with a vacant stare, declared, I love Luo. Command correct. Access granted. With a click, the shop's door slowly swung open. Lynn mused. Indeed, using such wicked preferences as commands is identical to a safe's password. He stepped confidently into the shop. Upon entering, Lynn confirmed that this so-called vision was indeed vastly superior to those so-called virtual worlds, as it allowed for the integration of real-world items. It was undoubtedly a remarkable domain of advanced technology. However, the shop contained nothing particularly rare, and the potions stored were not significantly different from those found in a small store. Clearly, his teacher did not place much importance on this establishment within the vision. It was understandable, considering that each entry and exit required 500 skeleton coins, along with vision stones, which were evidently consumables. It was definitely a losing venture for ordinary beings to operate a shop here. Nonetheless, it appeared that regular maintenance was ongoing. Lynn accessed the shop's interface and discovered a balance of 4,000 skeleton coins reserved for daily shop expenses. To Lynn's surprise, the vision shop even had a log that could be consulted. He perused it. Day 90. Sold a complete set of adult wailing curse monster organs. Income, 5 black skull coins. Day 93. Sold hellbinding demon head X1. Income, 1 black skull coin. Day 95. Rest. Day 97. Sold soul-eating eyeballs X2. Income, 2 black skull coins. As he read through the entries, Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. His teacher indeed enjoyed engaging in side enterprises, for he distinctly remembered that during the time periods noted in the log, his teacher would return home carrying several bloodied sacks, promptly heading to the operating room, where Lynn often heard the sounds of meat being chopped. It turned out that the apothecary was merely a front. His teacher's true source of income was the trade of these monsters' organs. Lynn gasped. Yet, this also hinted at the formidable prowess of his mentor, as the monsters listed for sale were undoubtedly immensely powerful creatures. Lynn continued to flip through the log until, in the next moment, his attention was drawn to a recent entry. Day 105, an old friend from the Demon Association contacted me, inviting me to the Hanging Man Tower to investigate some peculiar occurrences within the association. It has been 10 years since I left the Demon Association. It is indeed strange for them to seek me out now. Lynn checked the date. This log entry was dated 3 days prior. It appeared to explain his teacher's departure 2 days ago. Hanging Man Tower? Demon Association? Lynn pondered. Clearly, this was an organization within the dark world, and his mentor had once been a member. However, he was not well versed in this matter, as his teacher had no reason to disclose more details to a well-behaved apprentice like him. Lynn shook his head. Nevertheless, since it was an invitation from an old friend, his teacher should not encounter any unexpected troubles. Lynn closed his eyes. Soon, he cast these thoughts aside, for what mattered most to him now was earning money, promoting his products, and establishing his reputation. With the vision providing a broader platform, he must leverage his advantages as a traveler. He swiftly exited the vision and logged off. Rushing to the backyard, Lynn hastily prepared various materials for potion making. If he intended to thrive in the vision, it was imperative to have a sufficient supply of marketable goods. The critical strike potion and flesh growth potion in his possession were both unique premium formulas obtained from the system. The critical strike potion was verified as an excellent concoction capable of enhancing combat effectiveness. He firmly believed that these 2 potions would command a vast market within the vision. Root level biological tissue X1, burst fruit pulp X1, hell, 3-leaf grass X4, black bat wings X1, etc. He listed the materials required for the critical strike potion. While the other materials were relatively common, he only had remnants of the root level biological tissue, some fragments of teeth left behind by the headhunter. After the last refinement, he estimated he could produce about 30 bottles with his current stock. To manufacture in bulk, he would undoubtedly require additional supplies. However, for the time being, it would suffice. Without further ado, Lynn promptly brought the materials to the potion room and began refining the critical strike potion. Bubbling and boiling, he ignited the fire and set the pot. Ding! You have refined critical strike potion X1. Ding! You have refined critical strike potion X1. Ding! You have refined critical strike potion X1. As the system notifications chimed, 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and he now held 30 bottles of a peculiar yellow-red potion. Chapter 48. You see Shock Body. Swiftly packaging the potions, Lynn wore a smile and once again spent 500 skeleton coins to teleport back into the vision. Everything was complete. Now, the most crucial task was to sell the potions in his possession, setting a slightly higher price of 3,000 skeleton coins per bottle. He was confident that anyone who used his potions would undoubtedly become a repeat customer. Therefore, the priority now was promotion. Without hesitation, Lynn activated the runes on his wrist and began crafting a message for dissemination. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Extremely potent critical strike potion now available. After indulging, one can significantly enhance their attack power. A bottle for 3,000 skeleton coins. Limited to 30 bottles, reasonably priced. First come, first served. Exclusively available here. No other branches. Hurry to seize the opportunity. Click. Skeleton coins 1,000. Information shared successfully. Lynn, with a smile on his face and a hint of eagerness, quickly switched to the trading channel. As he gazed at the information he had disseminated, an overwhelming premonition washed over him. He felt as though countless customers were about to trample his doorstep. Half an hour later, Lynn sat at the counter, eyes closed. A slight smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the empty street outside. Perfectly normal. Perhaps the promotional effects have yet to manifest. It has only been half an hour. A little more patience is required, and soon enough, customers will come knocking. He could also spend another 1,000 skeleton coins on promotion. 2 hours later, Lynn, with furrowed brows and arms crossed, paced back and forth at the shop entrance. Why is there not a single soul? He had already advertised 3 times. Surely someone would have shown interest. No need to panic. He could wait a bit longer. Haste makes waste. That's right. Keep it up. 3 hours later, Lynn leaned rigidly against the counter, his head adorned with cobwebs, his expression vacant. He had spent a total of 5,000 skeleton coins, promoting 5 times in succession. Is it truly the case that no one is willing to even take a peek? Money seems to be slipping away like water. Thud. Lynn slammed the table. You forced my hand. I had no intention of resorting to this, but it seems I have no choice. Gritting his teeth, Lynn pulled up the information sharing interface and swiftly crafted the following message. Shocking. The secret to making muscular men even more robust. A heartfelt share from top demon hunters. A critical potion that leaves succubi blushing and queens gasping. 1 bottle for explosive transformations. 2 bottles for ascendance. 3 bottles. As powerful as a bulldozer. Do you aspire to be a true man? A pillar of strength. Click here. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Thud. Click to promote. The game hasn't even begun. Damn. Lynn's fingers flew over the keyboard as he hastily edited several anonymous messages in the trading channel, each at the price of 100 skeleton coins. Wow, the critical potions from the Bloodsaw Potion Shop are truly exhilarating. After a dose, my boyfriend couldn't handle just one. No way. Such a treasure trove of potions should not be carelessly shared. And only 3,000 skeleton coins per bottle? Wow. What if someone snatches them all? Stop posting. Be careful. The potion prices might go up. Isn't it better to secretly hoard them? Let yourself grow stronger and more robust in silence. Isn't that enticing? Is this potion really that powerful? No, not at all. It merely doubles your combat strength and ensures a perfect critical hit each time. It's nothing extraordinary. But can it really cause explosive transformations? Not just explosive. It can transform all the right and wrong places. This potion delivers. How else could it be called a critical potion? Thud. Lynn clenched his teeth, momentarily halting his 17 years of single-handed speed. Following this barrage of messages, an unexpected silence fell over the trading channel. Dark spots flitted above Lynn's head. Yet in the next moment, an abrupt change occurred. Countless beams of teleportation light emerged outside the shop, so bright they almost dazzled the eyes. Meanwhile, A cacophony of notifications echoed in Lynn's ears. Dark Giant Reboard requests entry into the shop. Fallen Tauren requests entry into the shop. Succubus Alea requests entry into the shop. Multi-armed Demon requests entry into the shop. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn chose to allow all. In an instant, a multitude of phantoms cascaded through the entrance like a flood, turning the quaint shop into a bustling hub, with at least a dozen phantoms squeezing into every available space. Each phantom's eyes sparkled with excitement, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. Boss, is everything in your information true? Do you really sell such magical potions? Is there truly a potion that can transform one into a superhuman, making my queen gasp in astonishment? I want 10 bottles of the critical potion. Boss, I want them now. Is it truly recommended by top demon hunters? Boss, give me 50 bottles. I want to test the effects. Get out of the way. I entered first. Boss, 1 bottle for me. How outrageous. I was clearly first. Boss, I'll take all the potions. Boss, do you accept alternative forms of payment? I can come over. I'm a very good succubus. In an instant, the potion shop that was once ignored became overflowing with countless patrons lurking in the shadows of the dark world. Lynn, indeed, it is just like on Earth. If you don't offer something thrilling, no one will bother to visit. However, it is evident that this place remains a sanctuary. The customers are excited and innocent, not scoffing at such lowly promotional tactics as those on Earth. It is indeed quite a conundrum. Lynn, feigning difficulty, said with a pained expression, "Everyone, while our potions are genuine, this shop has always operated on a small scale with limited stock. We currently have only 30 bottles of the critical potion, and 10 of those are reserved for regular customers. This truly puts me in a difficult position." Seeing the troubled expression on Lynn's face, the throng of customers erupted. "Damn, what are you complaining about, boss? 4,000 skeleton coins per bottle. I'll take them all. If you're feeling troubled, I'll add an extra 500 coins per bottle. I have plenty of money." "Huh, you think you're the only one with money?" "Boss, 5,000 per bottle. Let us start with 30 bottles, just to see. 5,000. How petty. I'll give you 6,000. 7,000. 7,500. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, Lynn quickly raised his hands, urging, "Everyone, please stop arguing. Although our potions are indeed of excellent quality, let us practice rational shopping. Don't squander carelessly. Earning money is not easy. Payment can be made over there. Direct transfer is fine." Chapter 49, even bald now. Ding. You have earned 10,000 skeleton coins. Ding. You have earned 10,000 skeleton coins. Ding. You have triggered the achievement. All potions are equally black. And you have gained 500 base experience. All potions are equally black, a special achievement earned by selling the same potion and generating over 300,000 skeleton coins in one go. You receive a permanent bonus. Increased income from potion sales by 1, intelligence 1, eloquence 1. Inside the shop, Lynn sat amidst a pile of coins, counting the skeleton coins in his hands. My conscience won't allow it, but I swear I haven't deceived any consumers. If combat power can truly double, then all aspects of combat strength should indeed rise exponentially. Our Bloodsaw Potion Shop's reputation is absolutely top-notch. If anyone is troubled by hair loss, I will concoct a batch of hair growth potions tomorrow at a very reasonable price. Meanwhile, on a plain in the dark world, a line of fully armed dark elves stood solemnly, gazing intently into the ominous mist ahead. The leader, a dark elf with a grave demeanor, held a spear, ready for battle at any moment. This marked the 5th day of their valiant defense against the abyssal swarm within the Elven Royal Court, a critical juncture in their struggle. Should their battalion succeed in withstanding this fierce counteroffensive, they could await the arrival of reinforcements. In the shrouded darkness, a series of distant, ominous roars reverberated. Faintly, pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the shadows. Have our supplies not yet arrived? The Elven captain turned, a frown etched upon his brow as he gazed back at his subordinates. Their situation was dire. All routes for supply transport had been severed, leaving them with no option but to rely on the limited resources of the vision stones they possessed, which were dwindling. If they could not repel this onslaught of the swarm, their defenses would be utterly breached by the morrow. "Captain," a dark elf rushed towards him, breathless, halting before him with a heavy gasp. "I have established a connection with the royal court through the vision. They have urgently dispatched a portion of supplies to us. However, the transmission is limited. Only a little over 100 vials of combat potions procured in haste have been sent." He quickly set down the box he had been carrying and opened its lid, revealing a meticulously arranged array of various composite potions. Half of them were emergency healing elixirs, while 2/3 were strength-enhancing potions. The remaining third comprised several vials of high-grade combat potions urgently acquired by the royal supply officer. He picked up a vial filled with a nauseating, murky liquid and solemnly extended it to the captain. "Captain, take this." The elven captain furrowed his brow, accepting the vial and gazing at the repulsive contents within. "What potion is this?" "It resembles urine," the elf replied earnestly. "The supply pressure on all fronts is immense, and the royal court stock is nearly depleted. Thus, the newly procured potions vary greatly in quality. But it is said that this particular potion can nearly double the user's combat strength, proving exceedingly potent. Double. Upon hearing this, the dark elves around them exhibited expressions of astonishment. They were all too aware that potions capable of significantly boosting combat prowess in a brief span were typically scarce, and those that could enhance strength by such a margin were regarded as trump cards, potentially life-saving in crucial moments. Yet, it was equally known that such potions often came with severe side effects. Some would leave the user exceedingly weakened for days following their consumption. Nevertheless, the utility of this potion remained undeniable. Are there any side effects? In this urgent situation, we cannot ascertain clearly. How many vials were sent? 5. The captain's expression turned grave. Distribute the potions. If they can indeed double our combat strength in a short time, I am confident we can defeat that aberration. If we can vanquish the Swarm Mother, we will alleviate the crisis of our defenses significantly. At that moment, a series of piercing roars erupted from the darkness. In the next instant, dark mist surged forth as countless monstrous crawlers erupted from beneath the ground, their foul mandibles emitting horrifying shrieks directed at them. In the distance, a colossal Swarm Mother suddenly came into view. "Here they come," the captain bellowed, his voice resonating with urgency. "Prepare to defend." The swarm surged forth like a tidal wave. The captain led the charge, plunging into the midst of the swarm, wielding his spear with ferocity as he tore through the crawlers, reducing them to mere fragments. His gaze locked onto the immense aberration commanding the swarm from deep within. With a fierce determination, he thought, if this potion truly could double his combat strength, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to slay the aberration that had plagued them. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vial, gritting his teeth, and consumed its contents in a single gulp. In that very moment, an indescribable surge of heat coursed through his being, enveloping him entirely. His pupils dilated, and he felt a surge of power as though his very blood was boiling. The potion acted as a potent catalyst, amplifying his strength exponentially. In the next heartbeat, he let out a primal roar. His armor erupted into shards around him, and under the astonished gaze of his comrades, their captain revealed a physique of explosive muscle, rippling like rock. "Captain!" They gasped in disbelief, elated, for they could sense the palpable increase in their captain's aura. But in the very next moment, another tremendous explosion echoed. The captain's once lustrous black hair was blown away alongside his armor, revealing his gleaming scalp. A flash of light erupted from his smooth forehead, dazzling the eyes of all present. "By the stars! How radiant!" they exclaimed. "Why does hair explode too?" Almost simultaneously, the same explosive sounds resounded from afar. The elves turned in shock to witness the other 4 warriors who had consumed the potion, similarly bursting forth from their garments. Their rippling muscles and shorn heads became the most striking figures on the battlefield. Chapter 50. You don't want to drug me, do you? The elves were astounded. Though they were now bald, their strength had evidently soared. Was this the side effect of such a potent potion? In the next moment, amidst the overwhelming surge of power, the captain seized a spear and bellowed, pointing towards the aberration deep within the swarm. "Prepare to charge." Under the astonished gazes of the elven forces, the 5 who had consumed the potion, wielding their weapons, surged forth with an intensity akin to that of a primordial beast, advancing towards the aberration at an unimaginable speed. The countless crawlers in their path were effortlessly swept aside as if they were mere chaff. "They're so powerful. What kind of potion is this? How could it amplify their combat prowess to such an extent in such a short time?" "But Captain, at least wear some armor. Don't charge in with nothing on." "Captain." As they watched in shock, the 5 bald, muscular warriors, their bodies radiating formidable power, crashed through the depths of the swarm like a veritable bulldozer. Meanwhile, across the shadowy realms, more bald, muscular warriors were simultaneously showcasing their dominance in various domains. Vision breaking news. A 10-year-old boy from the sinful city's Blood Demon clan has suddenly gone bald and experienced a surge in power, single-handedly defeating 15 tentacle demons in a trial, breaking the Blood Clan's century-old record. Breaking news. A vessel from the Unicorn Demon clan, lost at sea, has been successfully rescued. allegedly due to the sudden high-frequency shining scalp of a certain first mate, which was mistaken for a lighthouse by passing ships, guiding them to safety. Breaking news. A werewolf in Sin City has been besieged by a clan of vampires. After undergoing a transformation, he unexpectedly gained significant strength, vanquishing over a dozen vampires with ease and successfully eluding capture. Apothecary. Ding. Your notoriety in Sin City is 10. Ding. Your notoriety in the Dark Elf Kingdom is 5. Ding. Your notoriety among the succubi is 10. As Lynn meticulously concocted a flesh-multiplying elixir, a cacophony of notifications filled his ears over the past few hours. Clearly, this notoriety stemmed from the 30 bottles of critical strike potions he had previously sold. However, Lynn paid no heed to these distractions. In that moment, he stood solemnly before a cauldron, intensely focused on the viscous crimson liquid within. Bloop. Bubbles rose steadily from the depths of the cauldron. He added a chunk of blood demon flesh X1, a liter of compounded slime essence, a tail of a demon gecko, and a gram of dark bat droppings. After thoroughly mixing, he incorporated a minute amount of Hunter S. Tartar. Masked, Lynn diligently adhered to the recipe for the flesh-multiplying elixir, leaving no detail overlooked. Ding. Alchemy experience gained. What? Ding. Alchemy experience gained. What? Ding. You have mastered intermediate alchemy, granting you 1 intelligence and 200 base experience. The system notifications continued to resonate in his ears. After a full half hour, Lynn carefully bottled the freshly concocted elixirs. Mission accomplished, with a smile illuminating his face. He wiped the sweat from his brow. This was one of the 2 formulas rewarded by the system. Unlike the critical strike potion, the flesh-multiplying elixir was an auxiliary restorative potion designed to expedite the regeneration of flesh and heal wounds. Flesh-multiplying elixir, a top-tier potion that swiftly heals external injuries and allows for the regrowth of severed limbs, albeit with potential minor side effects. Lynn had crafted a total of 17 bottles, not due to a lack of desire to produce more, but rather because the essential material, the organic tissue of a root-level monster, had been entirely depleted. Such materials were indeed rare and elusive. Returning to the front of the shop, Lynn arranged his meticulously crafted elixirs upon the counter, closing his eyes in anticipation of customers. However, having learned from the previous experience with the critical strike potion, he was curious about the potential side effects of this new elixir. Surely, there wouldn't be anything too peculiar, would there? Now, he awaited the arrival of his test subject. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the door. Lynn instantly rose, donning a professional smile, and declared, "Welcome to the Bloodsaw Apothecary, where we are sincerely at your service." At the entrance stood a fairy, adorned with a pair of pure black moth wings, gracefully descending to the ground. She appeared to be less than 50 centimeters tall, clad entirely in black knightly armor, her chest puffed out, with a miniature longsword hanging from her left waist. However, the right side of her body was gruesomely bloodied, her arms seemingly torn asunder, flesh in tatters. With a soft thud, the fairy pushed her helmet's visor upward, revealing a pair of dark, earnest eyes, and said in a childlike voice, "I need surgery, okay?" Lynn's mind immediately conjured her status panel. Black Moth Fairy. Level, 88. Age, 99. Race, Fairy. Alignment, Chaotic Good. Combat ability, small yet efficient, embodying pure essence. Description, originally part of a fairy tribe from the surface world, a small faction was exiled into the dark realm long ago, gradually evolving to adapt to the shadows, possessing remarkable agility and night vision. However, due to their limited combat prowess compared to other races of the same level, they are often kept as pets. Lynn was taken aback, as this was the first time he encountered such a race. Ding! You have triggered the quest, Severed Arm Rebirth. Quest rewards, Skeleton Kinds, 200. Base experience, 200, special reward, X1. Please come in. Lynn maintained his professional smile, his gaze fixated on her mangled arm, with a flutter of her wings. The Black Moth Fairy perched herself upon a stool at the counter, but even while standing, she barely reached Lynn's eye level. A monster ate my arm. She pointed at her bloodied left limb, adjusting her mask back into place, her expression serious. I need treatment, or I will die. I finally found this apothecary. Will you heal me, okay? She seemed naive, easily deceived. Lynn offered a kind smile, adjusting his monocle, and reassured her. Fear not. Our Bloodsaw Apothecary is the finest within 100 miles of this haunted alley, renowned for its excellent reputation. Not only can we restore your arm, but we could even return it to you if it returned to ash. The Black Moth Fairy gazed at him intently. Is that true? Though she desperately wanted to believe him, she felt an ominous undertone lurking beneath his seemingly benevolent smile. You're not planning to drug me, and tie me up in your attic for some nefarious purpose. Are you? She inquired earnestly. This direct question left Lynn momentarily speechless. Was this a characteristic of her race? How could she brazenly pose such a query? Moreover, even if she suspected foul play, would anyone confess to it? No. Lynn replied earnestly. That's good. The Black Moth Fairy relaxed, releasing a small sigh from behind her mask. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you has increased by 10. Lynn? Chapter 51. The easily deceived written all over her face. Something is amiss. Why did her affection increase by 10 points simply because he denied her accusation? This increase in affection was far too effortless. Was it truly acceptable to so casually trust a stranger after just one question? This was the dark realm. The trait of being easily deceived was practically inscribed upon her visage. Why would you ask such a strange question? Lynn inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. The Black Moth Fairy adjusted her fallen mask, revealing her earnest gaze, and replied, because the Elder warned us before our migration that the creatures of this world are quite wicked. Many of our kin have been easily deceived by certain malevolent races and subsequently treated as playthings. Thus, the Elder instructed us to remain vigilant against outsiders to avoid being tricked. Lynn was taken aback. So, are you saying that you think I'm a con artist? She squinted, asking dangerously. No, Lynn replied. That's good. The Black Moth Fairy sighed in relief, retrieving a water flask from her pocket, taking several sips, and visibly relaxing. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust in you has increased by 10. Lynn? Just like that, her trust level increased. Did not the Elder advise her to remain vigilant? How could she so readily place her trust in a stranger after merely posing a question? Was this truly normal? You mentioned that your race is in the process of migrating? Lynn queried, perplexed. The Black Moth Fairy cast him a sidelong glance and responded. The Elder said such confidential matters must not be disclosed to any unfriendly beings to prevent being traced. Are you an unfriendly being? I am quite amicable, Lynn assured her. The Black Moth nodded and said, yes, that's good. Since you are a benevolent being, I shall not hesitate to share. We are indeed in the process of migration, aiming to settle in the mountains to the north of the Hellfire Plains, where there is ample water and food sufficient for the sustenance and proliferation of our kin. It is an excellent location, indeed. He rubbed his forehead in response. Lynn felt he had grasped a method to either swiftly penetrate this tribe or easily obliterate them. Such trust was exceedingly cheap. If this were a trait inherent to their entire race, it was a marvel that they could survive in this world at all. Lynn, feeling a pang in his head, massaged his temples and inquired, then you are. The Black Moth Fairy gulped down some water, wiped her mouth, and suddenly stood up, speaking with earnest honor. I am the powerful commander of the fairy clan, the first great knight of our kind to pass the trials. You may address me as Lady Yaya. Wherever my blade points, that is the direction in which my clan shall advance. With a clang, she unsheathed her petite sword from her waist and, pointing it forward, proclaimed loudly, pioneers of the fairy clan, trailblazers of the great territory, light illuminating the dark world, vanguards of the far migration. Great Lady Yaya indeed. I shall lead my kin to a luminous future. The two faced each other in silence as crows flew overhead, leaving 6 dots in their wake. An awkward atmosphere spread unabated. The Black Moth Fairy climbed down from the table, sat upright in a chair, sheathed her sword, and closed her eyes, saying, I apologize. I cannot help myself. Lynn was rendered speechless. He realized that this fairy was not only easily deceived, but also seemed to possess a touch of folly. It was indeed a wonder she had managed to survive this long. However, I am quite puzzled, Lynn said, while cleaning the bloodstains from her severed arm. Isn't the Hellfire Plains to the north? Why have you come to the Southern Soul Alley? There must be several hundred kilometers between here and the plains you mentioned, correct? In his view, Lynn had already gathered a little understanding of the geographical environment surrounding Soul Alley. The fairy, yeah, kept her eyes closed, clutching her water jug, and replied, Please refrain from uttering such strange words. This vanguard has been traveling northward and shall soon find the new territory of our fairy clan. Lynn stroked his chin, pondering, and hesitantly asked, Which way is north? Yea extended her hand, pointing straight ahead, and said, There in the direction my finger indicates. Lynn, bewildered, responded, Are you certain? The direction you point is south. Are you quite sure you haven't lost your way? Yea lifted the visor of her knight's helmet with a snap. Squinting as she replied, Do not question the directional sense of the vanguard. I have traveled 2,000 miles from home, crossing mountains and valleys. Do you truly believe I could be mistaken? My instincts have always been remarkably accurate. Does your entire clan rely solely on intuition for navigation? Lynn asked incredulously. What else could it be? At a loss for words, Lynn then inquired, How far is your new territory from your clan? Yaya closed her eyes and held up 5 fingers, stating approximately 500 kilometers. Lynn rapped on the table and asked, "Then may I pose a question? If it is only a 500-kilometer journey, why have you traveled 2,000 kilometers without arriving?" Yaya froze, her fingers halted in midair. An eerie silence enveloped them, as if she had suddenly come to a realization about something long overlooked. After a prolonged moment, the fairy named Yaya stared blankly and remarked, "Now that you mention it, it does indeed seem rather strange." "Of course it's strange," Lynn exclaimed. "What sort of mindset could one possess to not realize they were heading in the wrong direction after traveling 2,000 kilometers from home? Her survival thus far is nothing short of an affront to the supreme will and a disservice to this world." Taking a deep breath, Lynn retrieved a compass from beneath the counter and placed it before her. "Consider this a gesture of goodwill from a sympathetic stranger. 200 skull coins, a friendly price. With this, I believe you shall never lose your way again." Yeah, cradling the knight's visor, gazed curiously at the small device and asked, "What is this?" Lynn closed his eyes and replied, "A compass, a mysterious instrument that allows one to discern direction even in the darkest of worlds. I typically sell it for 1,000 skull coins, but for you I offer it the price of 200 as an act of compassion." "Ah," the fairy named Yaya exclaimed, her face lighting up with curiosity as she took the compass and began to fiddle with it. "How does one use this?" Lynn pointed to the needle. "Do you see the needle? The direction it points is south. If you wish to travel north, simply head in the opposite direction of the needle. It is quite simple, is it not?" "Indeed," Yaya replied. "What a marvelous and practical tool. Do you wish to buy it?" "Yes." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the achievement. 100-fold profit. Congratulations, host, for gaining 200 basic experience. 100-fold profit, a special achievement that grants permanent bonuses of intelligence 2. Morality 1 for successfully selling any item at over 100 times its cost." Chapter 52, It's About to Break. The fairy named Yaya held the compass with both hands and earnestly addressed Lynn. "Boss, you are indeed a remarkably kind outsider. You are the very first person I have encountered who did not intend to drug me and take me away for nefarious purposes. You are someone I can consider a dear friend indeed." Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust level towards you, 30. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's fondness level towards you, 30. Lynn, feeling a sense of unease rather than joy at the notifications, thought to himself, "Indeed, I'm a morally corrupt individual." He rubbed his forehead and said, "Since you consider me a dear friend, allow me to offer this friendly reminder. Those who claim they're not bad people may not necessarily be good. And those who say they want to deceive you might very well be lying. Do not casually consume anything offered by others. Do not turn your back to strangers. And do not follow anyone home. If you remember these few phrases, I assure you your journey will be smooth." With a clatter, Yaya raised her knight's helmet and replied earnestly, "That is indeed sincere advice. I shall remember it." Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust level towards you, 10. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's fondness level towards you, 20. Lynn sighed. Clearly, she had not retained the advice. However, considering she had managed to survive 2,000 kilometers from home, she must possess many means of self-preservation. Never mind it. Their brief encounter had reached its conclusion. Lynn's gaze returned to her arm, and after cleaning the bloodstains, he could see the gruesome, torn marks upon it, as if something had bitten her entire arm off. Truly horrifying. "How did you sustain this injury?" he inquired with curiosity. The fairy named Yaya closed her eyes and explained, "During my adventures, I encountered a burly giant. I approached to ask for directions, and in response, that giant bit me. Had I not dodged in time, it would not have been merely my arm that was lost, but my head. That creature was far stronger than I. I was no match for it." With a snap, the visor of her knight's helmet fell back down, obscuring her cheeks. Lynn was left speechless. "Very well," he said, donning his mask and gloves. "Given your injuries, you have likely performed some initial first aid. However, to prevent infection, further cleansing is necessary. First, remove your armor. I shall conduct a small clinical examination." With a clatter, she complied. The fairy named Yaya lifted her knight's visor and proclaimed earnestly, "I refuse. A knight never sheds his armor." Lynn shrugged and replied, "Very well. If you choose not to remove it, shall I administer anesthetics? Just a heads up, the procedure will be excruciating without it." The fairy, Yaya, solemnly raised her visor again, asserting, "I refuse. Anesthetic would only impair the knight's reaction speed, and my pain tolerance is at maximum. This is the result of arduous training as a knight." Lynn remarked, "Impressive. You are the second person to exhibit such bravery in my presence." Moments later, before the operating table, the fairy named Yaya lay supine, intently observing Lynn, who held 2 scalpels. "I am now but a fish on the chopping block, ready to commence." Lynn, with a furrowed brow, warned, "If you cannot endure, do shout out. But do not bite your tongue. I am about to make my incision." With a glint of cold steel, Lynn's scalpel shimmered menacingly. Yeah closed her eyes and declared, "I have already stated, my pain tolerance is at maximum. My resistance to pain is fully developed. I shall not thud." The blade struck, and Yea's pupils dilated. Her mouth agape as she emitted a sudden, high-pitched scream. Thud! The fairy immediately sat upright, tears streaming from beneath her helmet as she clutched her torso and exclaimed, "Why does your blade inflict so much more agony than others? Did you employ some bizarre method to amplify the pain?" Lynn, eyes closed, tersely replied, "Administer the anesthesia." Refusal. The fairy, reclined once more, gritting her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "My pain resistance is maxed out. A knight possesses the virtue of endurance. I shall not thud. Thud. Ouch. Lighter. You're being too forceful," she cried. "You claimed your pain resistance was maxed out. Do not squirm. If you fidget, I may cut something else." Yet she protested. But even with max resistance, each incision transcends the threshold of pain. Thud. I am about to split. Is about to break apart. "Do not utter such strange sounds," Lynn exclaimed. "This is merely the initial scraping." Thud. Thud. You've hurt me. The noble knight shall perish from this agony. Help. Help. I'm being torn apart. I wish to go home. I no longer wish to continue," she cried, her sharp teeth bared as she struggled to lash out at Lynn's arm in a fit of pain-induced madness. Desperation gripped Lynn, while firmly holding down the fairy, whose teeth clattered threateningly. He diligently attempted to clean the wound. Finally, in a bid to complete the final cleaning, Lynn swiftly seized a nearby rolling pin and, as the fairy opened her mouth, thrust it inside to hold back her razor-sharp teeth. Yea's eyes widened in shock, her resistance intensifying. "Hold on, just a little longer. We're almost finished. Endure. Endure." After several minutes, a notification chimed. "Ding. Your surgical skill has successfully reached intermediate level. You have gained 300 experience points." Yea lay on the operating table, her mind buzzing, her dark eyes wide open and vacant, entirely spent, drenched in sweat from the intense pain. With a swift motion, Lynn extracted the rolling pin from her mouth, satisfied as he removed his gloves. "The preliminary cleaning is complete. You may rise now. We can proceed to the next step." The fairy named Yea slowly climbed off the table, shaking her knight's helmet, rubbing her eyes as she remarked, "It felt as though I had just awakened from a nightmare. I nearly broke apart." As Lynn washed away the blood, he replied, a normal reaction. Yea stared blankly at her left shoulder, which had been cleaned, shook her head vigorously, then earnestly pointed at Lynn, stating, "You are the first man to inflict such pain upon me. You have left a profound impression. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you has increased by 20. Lynn, baffled, watched as she squinting grasped the thick rolling pin, eyeing the teeth marks, and said, "You are also the first man to dare use such a robust object in my mouth." Chapter 53. The Terrifying Flesh Growth Potion. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's impression of you has increased by 50. Lynn exclaimed, "Do refrain from uttering such peculiar statements. What do you mean by a man who uses something in your mouth? It was merely a precaution to prevent you from biting." He fixed her with a deadpan gaze, humorless. "Let's not digress. We have one crucial step remaining. Your arm is entirely ruined, while regeneration is possible. It depends on your financial means." The fairy named Yeye replied earnestly, "I can afford it. I brought all the funds from my clan with me." Then, under Lynn's watchful gaze, she adjusted her oversized knight's helmet, struggling to maintain balance as she reached beneath her collar to grasp her bosom. Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was she doing? In the next moment, Yea forcefully yanked something out. With a thud, she sat on the ground, pulling forth a large pouch of coins, which spilled onto the floor with a delightful clinking sound. Lynn stared in astonishment. Yea's previously ample bosom deflated instantly after retrieving the pouch. "Fake! Fake!" she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "All the money is here, wealthy enough to purchase you." She opened the pouch, revealing it filled to the brim with black skull coins. Lynn gasped. Each black skull coin was equivalent to 1,000 skeleton coins. Based on the pouch's volume, it meant this fairy carried at least hundreds of thousands in wealth. Truly, she was exceedingly affluent. With closed eyes, she scooped a handful of black skull coins from the pouch and placed them on the operating table, declaring, "Is this sufficient?" "Enough." Lynn's eyes widened. A fool soft-bodied, rich, and easily deceived, she embodied every trait. Shaking his head to dispel unrealistic thoughts, he swiftly turned, retrieving the long-prepared flesh growth potion from the cabinet. Smiling as he approached. Given the circumstances, allow me to administer my latest concoction for your treatment. One gets what one pays for. This is an exceptionally high-grade elixir. Priced at 3 black skull coins per vial. Surely, that is not excessive? At long last, my own potion is finally proving its worth. The Black Moth Fairy paused momentarily, then shook her head earnestly, stating, "It may not yield any effect, for my constitution is peculiar, and I have reached maximum resistance to various toxins." Closing her eyes, she raised a finger with conviction, adding, "This means that negative toxins hold no sway over me. Likewise, restorative potions are ineffective as well. Thus, we find ourselves in quite a predicament." As she spoke, she retrieved a vial of vibrant green liquid from her attire and forcefully removed the cork. With a puff, a great cloud of skeletal mist erupted from within the bottle. Lynn, taken aback, exclaimed. The fairy spoke seriously. "For instance, this is a potent toxin commonly used in our fairykins brews. I have been consuming it since childhood, yet it bears no effect." With that, she tilted her head back and drank it in one swift motion. The bottle shattered upon the ground, releasing wisps of green smoke. Burping, she wiped her mouth and remarked, "As you can see, such a fierce hallucinogenic poison does not affect me at all. Had it been a typical fairy, they would have long since succumbed and been carried away. Yet here I stand, full of vitality." Lynn, perplexed, replied, "You truly are a toxic enigma." He then inquired, "So what brings you here?" "To test my luck." The fairy responded earnestly. "While I am not particularly afraid of pain, losing an arm would indeed be quite distressing. Thus, I sought a medical establishment, hoping to procure a robust prosthetic if possible." Lynn glanced at the flesh regeneration potion in his hand, contemplating. He then smiled and said, "Very well, let's give it a try. My potion is rather unique. It may yield some unexpected results, don't you think? If it proves ineffective, there will be no charge. Given that the formula was provided by the system, it ought to differ significantly from those available in this world." And he held considerable confidence in the system. Moments later, on the operating table, Lynn uncorked the potion and, with the fairy watching curiously, carefully applied it to the stump with a cotton swab. ... A cool, tingling sensation accompanied by some pain enveloped her. Will it have any effect? Her voice grew tense, for she truly wished to avoid the prospect of having only one arm, as prosthetics would surely lack the dexterity of a real limb. "Please be patient." Lynn adjusted his glasses and said, "Truth be told, this is the first time I am applying this potion to a living being. The outcome remains to be observed." Suddenly, Yaya felt a faint itch emanating from her left arm's wound. Startled, she quickly turned to glance at her shoulder. To her astonishment, she beheld her wound visibly sprouting fresh, pink flesh at an observable rate. "Is it actually working?" She gasped in shock. This was beyond her expectations, for she was acutely aware of her unique constitution. While it had spared her from many dangers, it had also caused her considerable distress in daily life. What would heal a regular fairy in a single potion required her extensive time to mend naturally. Yet, she never anticipated that the potion offered by this human doctor would truly take effect. The speed is quite rapid. Your body's resistance does indeed influence the potion's efficacy. Though not significantly, Lynn observed intently as the arm continued to regenerate, swiftly jotting down the clinical observations. Wide-eyed and anxious, watched her arm grow, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. "Incredible. Doctor, your potion is truly remarkable. Simply astounding. You are indeed a man of great capability." Beep. "The Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you has increased by 50. Do not develop feelings for me too readily," Lynn cautioned, diligently documenting the changes. "Can you describe what you are feeling? I need to take notes." The fairy swayed her legs and replied, "Tingling, numbness, and some pain. It's not just my arm. Other areas feel tingly as well." Lynn meticulously recorded each sensation. "And?" he inquired, adjusting his glasses once more. "It feels wonderful. It feels as if my arm is growing, almost as if I've gained 2 arms. Quite a marvelous sensation." Lynn continued his notes. But as he lifted his gaze to speak, his eyes widened in horror, freezing in place. Just behind the fairy's shoulder, a tentacle slowly emerged from her armor. Sanity decreased by 10. With a slither, the tentacle caressed her cheek, leaving a trail of liquid. The fairy, eyes closed and neck swaying, exclaimed, "Yada yada. Doctor, please refrain from licking my face. While I acknowledge your impressive skills and the deep impression you've left on me, touching my body so carelessly is still unacceptable." Beep. "The Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you has decreased by 5. Lynn Stamalet, Chapter 54. New Year's Grand Promotion. Buy one, get one free. With a slither, The tentacle began to weave its way toward her helmet. The black moth fairy erupted into giggles, flailing her arms. Yada, stop that. It feels so strange. Wait, you can't just scratch me like that. Yada, no, she protested, Doctor. You are truly mischievous. Beep. The black moth fairy's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Lynn, feeling a sense of dread, thought, that girl should really open her eyes and take a look. The fairy, upon opening her eyes, immediately noticed Lynn's rigid expression from 2 meters away. She froze in surprise. Doctor, why are you standing so far away? Lynn, still stiff, replied, I was always standing this far. The fairy blinked in confusion, then suddenly felt an odd sensation on her neck. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward the side of her helmet. Buzz. The expression on her face turned blank. Sanity decreased by 30. Sanity decreased by 30. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire spirit alley. In the operating room, the fairy rolled about on the table, shouting, Why is there a strange hand on me? This is not right. Help me. Do not move. Uncle will help you. Lynn exclaimed, rushing forward in a panic. Help. It's going to get inside. Lynn was utterly shocked. This was a calamity. Lynn swiftly restrained her, exerting all her strength to seize the appendage, gritting her teeth as she managed to yank the tentacle from within her helmet with a resounding pop. The tentacle writhed incessantly in Lynn's grasp, flinging viscous slime everywhere around them. The fairy, stricken with terror, felt her sanity plummet, trembling as she clutched her helmet and shrieked. It sprouted from my own body. It grew right out from my shoulder. Brace yourself, Lynn commanded, seizing a nearby razor and pinning the tentacle onto the surgical table. With a decisive motion, she brought the blade down. The tentacle fell to the ground with a splat. Ia gasped in horror. Lynn stomped on the severed tentacle multiple times, reducing it to a pulpy mess. The fairy, still in shock, clutched Lynn's chest, trembling as she turned her head to behold the writhing appendage. What on earth is happening? Lynn pondered. It appears to be a minor side effect of the potion. A side effect? The fairy exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Lynn replied, closing her eyes. As you are aware, the more potent the potion, the stranger the side effects. This powerful regeneration serum can restore severed limbs, but it may also induce the growth of additional, unexpected features. It is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Normal? Yeah, echoed, dazed. Normal, my foot. I've never encountered a terrifying potion that casually causes bizarre appendages to sprout. This isn't healing, it's mutation. What if even stranger things begin to manifest? She held her sword unsteadily, her eyes brimming with tears. The small blade menaced the air with rapid swipes. Black moth fairy sanity level 10. Lynn extended 2 fingers, gently nudging the tip of her sword aside. Adjusting his monocle, he spoke gravely, fear not. Wealthy individuals rely on technology, while those less fortunate depend on mutations. Although you are a wealthy fairy, experiencing a mutation occasionally is harmless. Besides, despite your transformation, he pointed to her arm. Isn't it a testament to the potion's efficacy? Lynn's expression was earnest. But, Yaya stammered. It's genuinely frightening. Black moth fairy sanity level 10. Lynn reassured her sternly. Don't be afraid. The doctor is here. Trust me. No matter what peculiarities arise, I can swiftly eliminate them. He gestured confidently to the gleaming bone saw in his hand. Are you serious? She asked, clutching her helmet in disbelief. Lynn nodded earnestly. Absolutely. And don't you desire a healthy arm? For the sake of a sound body, what essay little mutation? Yaya remained in a daze. That makes sense. But why do I still feel as if he has some ulterior motive? This is the last time, she declared tearfully. Lynn gave her a thumbs up, commending her indomitable spirit. Under the watchful gaze of the trembling fairy, a fresh dose of the potion was applied to her severed limb. Time flowed slowly. In the next moment, a tail, sprouted a dreadful tail. Cut it off, quickly. With a squelch, she felt something strange inside her clothing. More sticky tentacles. Cut them off. Cut them off. She cried, wings. New wings are sprouting. She paused, admiring their beauty. Wait, those are rather lovely. I think I'll keep them. Yet I said I could keep them. Why did you cut them off? Minutes later, the notification chimed. Ding. You have completed the task of limb regeneration. You have earned 200 skull coins and 200 experience points. Yaya lay there, trembling yet restored, as she tentatively moved her newly healed arm. Beside her, a wooden barrel overflowed with the peculiar severed appendages. How do you feel? Lynn asked, assisting her to sit up. Yaya replied dazedly. I feel like my entire body is brimming with strange things. Do not worry. It's all an illusion. I have removed everything that shouldn't be there. Lynn reassured her. Yaya struggled to lift her trembling hand, murmuring, the potion costs money, and to remove those oddities, that must be quite expensive. Lynn felt a tear welling up. New Year S special. Buy one, get one free. Chapter 55. Surviving until dawn. A few minutes later, Ia stood dazedly as Lynn gently placed her helmet on her head, slung a bag over her shoulder, and even wrapped up the bizarre tissues they had removed, securing them for her as a keepsake. An impeccable treatment, Lynn praised, giving her a thumbs up with a smile. If you found this experience satisfactory, please give us a thumbs up. On your next visit, you'll receive an 11 discount. Ia quickly hugged her helmet, saying, thank you, boss. Can I leave now? Lynn scrutinized her, raising an eyebrow as he twirled the bone, saw thoughtfully, something feels off. I distinctly remember that the last time I administered the potion, you didn't sprout any oddities. His gaze wavered uncertainly, so I wonder if there's still something amiss. Black Moth Fairy sanity level, 10. Could it be? She wondered. Lynn cautiously inquired, do you feel anything unusual in your body? If so, it's best to speak now. Yeah, clutching her helmet, replied, I don't feel anything out of the ordinary. She curiously set down her package and jumped up and down. My weight feels just the same as before. If anything odd had sprouted, I'd surely notice. Nothing strange, she declared confidently. Lynn sighed with relief, smiling, that's wonderful. This means the potion doesn't always induce mutations, which is quite favorable. Thank you immensely for your cooperation in this experiment. As Lynn waved goodbye, the little fairy, disheartened, hugged her head and flapped her wings, disappearing into the swirling darkness. Lynn felt a wave of relief wash over him. He returned to the surgical room, intending to tidy up, wondering when he might encounter such an agreeable customer again. Just then, a clattering sound echoed from beneath his feet. Lynn's ears perked up. In the next moment, he spotted a bulging bag on the ground, his expression freezing in shock. Wait, this seems to be... Instinctively, he reached out to open the bag. Instantly, a treasure trove of black skull coins filled his view, dazzling to the point of nearly blinding him. Lynn was taken aback. Wait, something amiss. Why is the fairy coin pouch here? Didn't I just see her chest swell, nearly bursting with coins? I thought she had stuffed it in there. But if the pouch wasn't there, then what exactly is she hiding beneath her garments? Is it possible that the false has turned true? Lynn's mind went blank in an instant. He dashed out of the door, clutching the money bag with unimaginable speed, only to find that the shadowy moth fairy had vanished without a trace. In that moment, a horrifying scene flashed through his mind. The little fairy, when she next attempted to extract money, could very well bring forth the genuine article. Lynn thought, if that is indeed the case. I hope she realizes it soon and returns quickly. While the form is still malleable, there is still time to press her small size. Clutching the money bag, Lynn resumed his slumber at the counter, waiting for new patrons. Yet, for reasons unknown, the business today was lackluster. Aside from the foreign shadowy moth fairy, only a handful of customers had graced his establishment. As boredom set in, evening once again approached. Has the teacher not returned? Lynn glanced hesitantly at the black mist outside. Today marked the third day. Even if the teacher had been delayed by some matter, there should have been some news by now. Lynn paced back and forth in the hall. Although his teacher was not human and often spoke to him in a cold manner, without the teacher's care over the past 2 years, it would have been a fool's errand for a mere human like him to survive in this dark world. Not to mention, without the teacher's guidance, he would never have mastered so many medical and alchemical techniques. Hopefully, the teacher will return by dawn tomorrow. Lynn gazed anxiously at the black mist outside. He removed the flickering soul lamp from the pillar, preparing to close shop. Just then, suddenly, his pupils dilated, and a look of anguish crossed his face as he violently coughed up a foul-smelling, scarlet pool of blood. To his astonishment, the blood began to writhe and twist before his eyes, contorting into several grotesque, blood-soaked characters on the ground. Danger! Leave! Immediately! The 6 crimson characters lasted only a few seconds before evaporating into wisps of green smoke. Almost simultaneously, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! You have successfully triggered the quest, Blood Knight. Quest description: survive until dawn of the next day by any means necessary. Quest rewards: 2,000 skeleton coins, 2,000 experience. Special reward X1, special achievement X1. Lynn's pupils constricted in an instant. He quickly crouched down, frowning at the remnants of the blood that had vanished. Teacher. He immediately recognized the handwriting of the 6 blood characters. Had his teacher cast some sort of spell to send him a warning? What on earth was happening? Lynn abruptly raised his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the depths of the black mist outside. Accompanying the teacher's warning was the system-trigger quest, which offered rewards exponentially greater than those of the previous survival tasks. In fact, the benefits outweighed even those from the day of the root monster. This clearly indicated that the crisis he was facing this time would be exceptionally severe. What could it be? Could it be that the teacher encountered some danger outside, and that peril had spread to his blood-saw apothecary? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn swiftly composed himself and dashed back into the shop. Flesh, growth potion, faceless demon heart, demon hunter revolver, bone cutter, soul lamp. These were the many special items he had acquired during this time, and they were now his greatest support. He chose not to remain, for the teacher's warning implied that staying would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Better to spend the night at the home of the blood-clad evil spirit. While she might intrude upon him, it was certainly far safer than remaining here. Lynn packed a bundle, lifted his head, and swiftly stepped through the door. A chilling breeze swept from the depths of the black mist. The moment Lynn stepped out, his foot froze in place. From the heart of the black mist, an enormous silhouette slowly emerged into his view. Thud, thud. Accompanying it was a series of footsteps that seemed capable of shattering one's heart. For some inexplicable reason, the pitch-black mist began to transform into a crimson hue, a nauseating stench of blood wafting toward him. Warning, warning. Your danger level has risen to 100. Warning, warning. Chapter 56, Flesh Puppets, Hellwalkers. In an instant, Lynn bolted back into the shop, gritting his teeth as he swiftly shut the door behind him. His gaze flickered, the soul lamp in his hand swaying violently, nearly extinguishing. It's over. There's no escaping now. He hadn't anticipated the crisis would arrive so swiftly. The system's warnings were unmistakably clear. This threat was aimed directly at him, or rather, at the blood-saw apothecary. Since escape was not an option, he had to rely on self-preservation. Lynn gritted his teeth. Without further ado, he dashed into the backyard, forcefully sealing the door. Boom! With a resounding crash, the apothecary's door burst open, and a torrent of crimson mist, bereft of the protection of the soul lamp, surged inside. A massive shadow loomed ominously over the hall's floor, accompanied by waves of noxious, bloody odor, reminiscent of a corpse that had been submerged in water for days, now crawling across the ground. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps echoed. In the surgical room of the backyard, Lynn pressed his back against the wall, one hand gripping the bone cutter, the other clutching the revolver, his expression grave and furrowed. The soul lamp had extinguished, signaling the arrival of night. Now, nothing could shield him. The sounds of potion bottles shattering in the hall rang out, one after another, crisp and jarring. Lynn clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as the veins on his temples throbbed violently. 100 skeleton coins. Crash. 500 skeleton coins. Crash. 821 skeleton coins. With each sound of breaking bottles outside, a number surged in Lynn's mind. It wasn't fear, it was heartache, because those were small coins, round, plump coins, more important than life itself. Lynn squinted, his gaze darting. Confrontation was not an option, for merely the aura that had just emanated made his heart feel as if it were about to explode. The only thing that could save him now, and in time, was blood-clad. Without hesitation, Lynn solemnly extended his hands, gripping the revolver tightly, his expression steadying. She resided at 44 Soul Alley, just across the street. If he acted in time, she would surely receive his signal and arrive promptly. Curse removal. He solemnly invoked the command. Ding. Would you like to remove the curse from the blood-clad evil spirit and utilize the curse-clearing ability of the Demon Hunter revolver? Yes. In an instant, Lynn felt the malevolent curse drawn from the blood-clad evil spirit within him begin to fade. Simultaneously, the revolver in his hand began to exude a viscous black liquid. Those black liquids clung to his palm, expelled from the revolver. The revolver radiated a faint glow. Ding! You have successfully removed the curse from the Demon Hunter revolver. The cooling period lasts for 12 hours, with a duration of 24 hours. With a click, Lynn instantly disengaged the revolver's safety, squinting his eyes and pressing himself against the door with heightened vigilance. The curse had been lifted by him, which meant that the blood-clad malevolent spirit could revert to its original form. This was also the sole means by which he could convey information. He firmly believed that once the malevolent spirit regained its curse, it would promptly seek him out, for only he could assist her in eradicating the curse from within her being. At this moment, his survival hinged on enduring until the blood-clad spirit arrived, granting him a glimmer of hope. A foul stench of blood wafted from the direction of the hall. Lynn could distinctly sense a momentary pause in the sounds emanating from the hall, undoubtedly drawn by the activation of his curse-lifting ability, which had captured the attention of that creature. The curtain was slowly lifted, casting a long shadow across the corridor. Lynn cast a wary glance at the shapeless silhouette outside the operating room door, squinting and gripping his revolver tightly. Thud, thud. The footsteps echoed once more, drawing ever closer, while the imposing shadow began to creep toward the backyard. Lynn held his breath, his gaze becoming chillingly calm. In the terrifying silence, he could only hear the rapid beating of his heart and the heavy footfalls reverberating through the corridor. Inch by inch, the vile stench of blood spread swiftly. Just then, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, when Lynn's nerves were taut, a sudden, deafening noise erupted. His pupils dilated in shock as a spiny hand pierced through his chest, breaking through the wall behind him, blood pouring forth from the wound. Thud! Lynn's pupils glazed over as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Behind him, a crimson and twisted hand slowly withdrew from the wall, leaving no trace of damage, as if the wall were nothing more than an illusion to it. The overwhelming scent of blood permeated the air as the crimson tide flowed from Lynn's chest, staining the floor beneath him. His eyes remained wide open, his body convulsing uncontrollably, blood gushing forth. Thud, thud. The footsteps resonated once more. Then, beneath the reflection of Lynn's unfocused gaze, a massive, grotesque figure gradually pushed open the door, standing at the threshold of the operating room. What manner of monstrosity was this? It resembled a colossal mass of decaying flesh crudely stitched onto a body, devoid of a head or facial features, save for a single grotesque eye protruding from the midst of the putrid mass. That eye nearly consumed its entire torso. Surrounding the body were scattered, human-sized eyeballs, and various types of arms sprouted forth, some resembling human limbs, others tentacles, beastly claws, twisted appendages of malevolence, and even horrific mechanical limbs. It appeared to be a monstrous aberration, violently stitched together. Blood flesh puppet type 3, Hellwalker. Level, race, abomination. Faction, chaotic evil. Combat ability, an unparalleled creation of immense strength. Description, a pinnacle creation of the Demon Association, one of the most advanced flesh machines of the Inverted Tower. Its emergence heralds slaughter and destruction. This ultimate weapon, specifically crafted to hunt down rebellious entities, possesses the ability to incessantly consume living beings and undergo new evolutions. Never attempt to become its target. Blood gushed forth from Lynn's body as he stared wide-eyed at the creature inching closer. Tentacles, crimson and serpentine, emerged from the monstrosity, slithering across the ground before piercing into Lynn's legs like hypodermic needles. The sickening sounds of flesh being punctured filled the air. It was consuming him. Yet, in the next moment, the tentacles that had invaded his body to siphon his blood halted abruptly. Organic detection of human quality deemed inferior. Consumption priority not recommended. Initiate cleansing. A shrill voice echoed in Lynn's ears. With a sickening sound, the tentacles exploded his legs into a crimson mist. Almost simultaneously, his shattered heart surged violently. A torrent of blood coursing from beneath his skin to his wrists, as if some crisis response mechanism had been triggered. In an instant, Lynn's pupils constricted. Like a flash of inspiration, he tightened his grip on the revolver, spun around with determination, and gritted his teeth. With the barrel aimed directly at the creature's massive eye, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The demon-hunting bullet shot forth, striking the very center of the creature's eye. A piercing wail erupted as divine energy surged through its entire form like an electric current, causing its multitude of arms to lash out frantically, bringing the walls crashing down around it. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lynn swiftly reached into his pocket and donned a crimson cloak, gritting his teeth as he did so. In that terrifying moment when the monstrous hand lunged at him, Lynn rolled, merging into the ground, vanishing from sight. Error in secondary identification. Target exhibits high levels of camouflage. Race adjustment. Bioengineered human. Underwent advanced biological modification. High consumption priority. Recommended for extermination. Chapter 57. Eye stalks and tentacles. Full body mutation. In the basement, Lynn, cloaked and clutching his bleeding chest, gritted his teeth while retrieving a razor and swiftly slashing at his legs. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. He had underestimated the situation. He had been far too complacent. When confronting a creature of such caliber, he should have known better. They possessed numerous methods to detect your whereabouts. Experience. His combat experience and crisis management were still woefully inadequate. Had he not donned the cloak of the blood demon at the last moment, he feared he would not have survived. Cloak of the blood demon. Quality, rare. Characteristics. Upon use, it conceals one's presence and allows one to phase through solid matter like a specter. Description. The intangible and insubstantial specters evoke the deepest fears within humanity. Thus the creatures of the abyss crafted this cloak, enabling one to become like a specter, formless and formless. But beware, Donning it means relinquishing all offensive capabilities. Lynn gritted his teeth, clutching his chest while fixating his gaze on the basement door. These past few days had been far too serene. He had truly forgotten the nature of the world in which he resided, a world where death could strike without warning. He forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood and viscera. Without further ado, he retrieved the flesh-enhancing elixir, pouring it into his severed legs and perforated chest cavity. Grinding his teeth, he twisted his neck, murmuring, "Indeed, in critical moments, high physical resilience proves invaluable. I owe a debt of gratitude to my mentor. Had it not been for that procedure, I would likely have met my end by now." Creak, creak. The flesh-enhancing elixir began to take effect, and his damaged chest cavity and legs started to mend at an unimaginable pace. The potion, effective even against the most resilient of fairies, manifested an unimaginable rate of recovery within a normal human body. In mere moments, Lynn's physical form was restored to its pristine state. Gasping, he rose with determination, testing the limits of his nearly shattered body. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Your body has undergone a first-level mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a first-level mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a second-level mutation. With a sudden burst, two barbed tentacles sprouted from Lynn's back. The skin at the nape of his neck split open violently, revealing a single inverted eye that slowly blinked open. Ding! The system has detected 3 controllable mutations and is analyzing the target. Ding! Analysis complete. Flesh tendrils. Connects to the central nervous system, allowing for voluntary control over contraction and growth. Evil spirit eye. Links to the visual nerves, capable of piercing through barriers and detecting malevolent energies. With a flourish, the tentacles extended before him, barbs glinting menacingly. Gritting his teeth, he narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was time to test this newfound power, at the very least. The revolver would prove formidable against that monstrosity. After all, it was a hunter's prized weapon, a high-quality tool for combating the dark forces. Click! He disengaged the revolver's safety. In the next instant, clad in a blood-red cloak, Lynn slipped through the wall like a wraith. With the aid of the evil spirit eye, he quickly spotted the massive flesh creature lurking in the corridor. His mind sharpened to a razor's edge, he maneuvered through the walls, inching closer to the beast. A flash of crimson darted past the creature. Its enormous pupils slowly rotated, scanning the surroundings, while its frenzied arms seemed poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a flicker from behind him. The creature's back erupted with pairs of eyes, fixating on the corridor behind it. But just as its attention was drawn away, Lynn's narrowed gaze emerged from the breach of the alchemical chamber door. "You are finished." In an instant, Lynn pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots rang out. 6 demon-hunting bullets pierced through the door, embedding themselves within the creature. In that fleeting moment, crackling explosions of divine energy erupted from the creature's form. The hunter's revolver wielded an extraordinary counter against the denizens of darkness. The holy power it contained was the bane of most monstrosities. Almost instantaneously, Lynn observed the creature's movement slow. The revolver's ammunition was reloading. This was an opportune moment. Lynn swiftly drew his bone knife. Yet, just as he prepared to burst through the door, he was met with the horrifying sight of 6 eyeballs emerging from the bullet holes, hollow gazes fixated upon him. A wave of imminent danger washed over him. This was bad. Without hesitation, Lynn donned his cloak, ready to phase through the wall. But it was too late. Those vacant eyes locked onto his face. Hiss, 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 hiss. A painful groan escaped his lips as his flesh began to dissolve under their cursed gaze. Wisps of smoke rising from his visage. The look it had cast upon him was laced with malevolence. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Lynn abruptly vanished underground. In the depths below, he gasped for breath. He uncorked a fresh vial of flesh regeneration potion, pouring it over his dissolving face and neck. The scarlet liquid seeped eagerly into his skin, rapidly mending the wounds on his face. Simultaneously, the system's alerts chimed once more. Ding! You have undergone a first-level mutation. Ding! You have undergone a first-level mutation. With a rush, 2 massive tentacles burst forth from his shadow, but Lynn remained focused. Utilizing the evil spirit eye, he observed the creature from a distance. To his astonishment, he saw that the 6 bullets he had fired were being gradually expelled from the creature's flesh. The divine currents enveloping him were also diminishing swiftly. This meant that, in merely 2 exchanges, the creature had adapted to the holy damage inflicted by the demon-hunting bullets, or had it triggered a unique form to counter his attacks. This was dire. Lynn furrowed his brow. His greatest reliance rested upon his revolver. If it had developed substantial immunity to holy damage, victory over this creature would be impossible, and even approaching it would become perilously dangerous. He quickly composed himself. The prior probe had been ill-conceived. He must remain rational. He needed to vacate this area and reassess. Determined, Lynn resolved that confronting the monster with his current capabilities was an unattainable task. Without a second thought, he passed through the wall, moving swiftly toward the outside world. Engaging in a futile struggle would not be valorous. It would be sheer folly. Moreover, as a mere level 9, despite possessing a few decent tools, he could not compensate for the disparity in raw power. At this juncture, he had to heed his instincts. With a grave expression, Lynn darted through the subterranean passages, while the evil spirit tirelessly monitored the creature's movements. Time slipped away. However, just as he exited the domain of the Bloodsaw potion shop, a sudden flicker caught his evil spirit vision. The creature's form shimmered and then vanished from sight. It had masked its presence. Lynn's expression shifted. A chilling aura surged from behind him. Instinctively, he shifted to the side. In an instant, a colossal hand, like an apparition, burst through the ground, grazing his cheek and striking the side of his face. It was the very hand that had pierced his heart earlier. Chapter 58, the final card. The heart of the faceless demon. Remarkably, it could still assault him even while cloaked in the blood demon S-mantle. Thud! Lynn's body tumbled heavily along the street for several meters. Clutching his bloodied left eye, he gritted his teeth and swiftly rolled back underground, moving like a specter. He hastily retrieved the flesh regeneration potion, pouring it forcefully over his cheek. The flesh healed rapidly. Ding! Your body has undergone a second-level mutation. In an instant, his neck split open, revealing a new evil spirit eye. Dual pupils overlapped. Almost simultaneously, the previously vanished creature's presence re-emerged within the sight of his twin vertical eyes. At that moment, as he discerned its form, Lynn's pupils constricted in shock. He beheld the illusory giant hand relentlessly pursuing him. The arm was still connected to the creature. It grew uncontrollably, disregarding the barriers of the ground as it continued its relentless chase. Moreover, due to the shared nature of their malevolent forms, that enormous hand could undoubtedly inflict harm upon him. Even while cloaked in his shroud, Lynn could distinctly perceive one of the creature's eyes above ground, fixated upon him, tracking his every movement. Damn it! Lynn couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The advantages he had previously enjoyed beneath the cloak had swiftly transformed into vulnerabilities. For under the cloak, he was rendered incapable of mounting any offensive maneuvers, unable even to fire a weapon. Yet, the hand of his adversary was fully capable of assaulting him. He had to devise a means to rid himself of that hand. Gritting his teeth, Lynn's gaze darted about rapidly. In a fleeting moment, his eyes landed upon the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Without a moment's hesitation, he harnessed the aid of his 4 tendrils, propelling his speed to its utmost limits, and surged into the shop from beneath the ground in an instant. With a swift motion, he tore off the cloak. Like a spider, Lynn adeptly scaled the walls with his tendrils and then dashed into the loft where he slumbered. Found it! Lynn flung open the cabinet door, his gaze resting upon the shelves brimming with potions. Yet, almost simultaneously, within his spectral vision, the malevolent hand breached the ground, lunging towards him in the loft, disregarding all barriers. At that moment, Lynn's eyes narrowed sharply. He swiftly raised the bone knife in his hand, its razor-sharp blade slicing through the air, shattering the entire cabinet of potions with a resounding crash. Green liquid splattered across his body, staining the crimson blade in his grasp. Damn it! In that instant, every muscle in his body tensed. Gripping the knife with both hands, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, thrusting it violently towards the floor beneath him. Almost simultaneously, the shrieking malevolent hand pierced through the floor, and the potion-encrusted blade plunged into the palm of that colossal hand. A hissing sound erupted as the hand emitted a wailing cry akin to that of an infant. The ground beneath was alive with the sound of the corrosive potion, which swiftly caused the skin of the malevolent hand to peel away. Spectral Manifestation Potion. This was a concoction developed by his mentor, designed to allow corporeal beings to interact with malevolent spirits. As an apprentice, he had stockpiled an ample supply of these potions, for one must always be adequately prepared when faced with an array of diverse clientele. At that moment, it was clear that this potion was proving its worth. With a fierce determination, Lynn yanked the bone knife free and struck down towards the arm of that hand. With a heavy thud, an entire cabinet of potions tumbled to the floor, the viscous liquid splattering across the bedroom. The malevolent arm collided forcefully with the wall, distorting and emitting smoke as if it were scorched. Lynn gasped for breath, refusing to hesitate. He immediately reached for other potions within the cabinet. Knowing that this was no place to linger, he had to act swiftly. Suddenly, a sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed. Lynn's pupils dilated, and the front of his throat bulged as a slender hand emerged from behind him, penetrating through his nape and grasping his spine. Crimson droplets of blood began to fall. Lynn's third eye on the back of his neck quivered as he beheld the hand that attacked him. He recognized it all too well. It belonged to the Fae. In that instant, he recalled the reason the Fae had come to the apothecary. She had spoken of encountering a giant, narrowly escaping with her life after sacrificing an arm. It dawned on him. She had encountered that very monster. This meant that after devouring her arm, the creature had developed a formidable resistance to the potions. The ordinary concoctions he possessed were utterly ineffective against that hand. Despair, an overwhelming sense of despair, washed over him. Yet just as the hand threatened to sever his spine, Lynn threw back his head and roared, his blood surging into the 4 tendrils. With a sudden burst of force, the tendrils coiled and pierced the small hand that held his spine captive. Though cracks spidered along his spine, Lynn's final counterattack bore fruit. As the hand hesitated and slackened its grip, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lynn broke free from its grasp, turning with ferocity. He swept the bone knife horizontally. In a swift motion, the hand was severed along with his tendrils, falling heavily to the ground. Yet it continued to crawl, still shrieking. Gritting his teeth, Lynn summoned his last reserves of strength, plunging the knife down, pinning it to the floor. Exhausted, he collapsed in front of the cabinet. In that moment, he couldn't even spare a thought for the flesh growth potion, for in his spectral vision, the monster had returned to the entrance of the apothecary. Time was of the essence. In this critical juncture, Lynn extended his bloodied hand and grasped his greatest trump card from within his garments. Heart of the faceless demon. The image of the monster flooded his mind, and his spectral vision fixated intently upon the creature below. Let the games begin. He snarled. In an instant, his fingers plunged into the heart, and a torrent of darkness surged forth like a geyser. It was as if countless malevolent spirits were screaming frantically within the heart. Almost instantaneously, the massive creature below froze in place, its enormous eyes shrinking in terror. In a heartbeat, it was as though its core had sustained an unfathomable blow. Pop, pop, pop. The obsidian orbs on its body burst open. The multitude of arms sprouting from it twisted uncontrollably, clawing and tearing at its own flesh. Faces began to emerge from its bloated form, howling and distorting into grotesque visages, as if something was desperately trying to break free. The heart's core was struck by an unknown force. Its holy resistance faltered, the malevolent perception waned, cellular constraints weakened, and the curse's hold diminished. Emergency repairs initiated. Countdown 201918. Chapter 59, Priority 1, Devour. In the loft, as Lynn's body lay paralyzed and his nerves damaged, he gritted his teeth and summoned the last of his strength to open a vial of flesh growth potion. As the potion spilled onto his palm, the damage to his spine rendered him incapable of controlling his body. Yet, the potion continued to work rapidly, mending his ravaged tissues. 20 seconds. He hoped it would suffice. He clenched his jaw, his gaze falling upon the heart of the faceless demon beside him. This cursed object was indeed a powerful tool, his ace in the hole. Yet he had never anticipated that even utilizing such a bugged item would not suffice to vanquish that monster. At this very moment, the heart had turned pitch black. Though this heart was potent, its immense curse carried unimaginable side effects. A tremendous force of attraction suddenly emanated from the heart, causing him to feel the boiling of blood coursing through his veins. In the next instant, that heart unexpectedly split open, swiftly adhering to his chest. Thump, thump. The heart began to beat incessantly, drawing forth an unceasing flow of his blood. Simultaneously, as it siphoned away his life essence, the heart transformed into a vivid crimson hue. At first glance, it appeared as though a pulsating, sanguine tumor had taken root upon his chest. A dual blow indeed. Lynn clenched his teeth tightly. However, the flesh growth serum sensed the rapid depletion of his blood and commenced the continuous production of new blood. The two forces had reached an impasse. Yet, Lynn knew that if he did not recover swiftly, he would still meet his demise once the 20 seconds elapsed. With gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, he urged himself, hurry, mutate, transform. At this moment, his only reliance lay in the flesh growth serum's ability to alter his body. The damage to his spine had nearly severed his control over his limbs, and he desperately needed new appendages. In the next moment, the system's prompt finally resounded. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Crack! Almost simultaneously, Lynn's left eye bulged, and a long, scarlet serpent suddenly emerged from his eye socket. Ding. Mutation analysis in progress. Ding. Warning. Your current physique and will cannot fully control this mutation. Target control efficiency, 31. Level 3 mutation, blood serpent. A flesh and blood serpent birthed from the brain, possessing an insatiable thirst for blood. In an instant, Lynn felt the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from the mutated entity, and even his own brain was engulfed by a desire for blood. A mere 31 efficiency. It was a gamble. Lynn gritted his teeth, concentrating all his mental faculties to struggle against the serpent that had sprouted from his eye. Amidst its frantic writhing, he finally managed to direct its formidable jaws to seize the second vial of flesh growth serum from his waist. Crack! The vial shattered instantly, and the crimson serum splattered across his entire body. Simultaneously, Lynn lost all control over the brain serpent, which began to thrash wildly. It seemed to have caught the scent of fresh blood, suddenly opening its gaping maw to sink its fangs into the faceless demon heart that was drinking greedily from his chest. Blood spurted forth, and a fierce clash erupted between the two. The brain serpent began to tear at the heart, which responded by manifesting intricate layers of flesh, as if attempting to envelop the serpent and consume it whole. Lynn lay there, breathless, observing this absurd spectacle. The brain and heart were at war. Such a horrifying scene could only unfold in this dark world. However, due to the entanglement of the heart and the brain serpent, the rapid loss of blood Lynn had been experiencing was greatly alleviated. The flesh growth serum also began to rapidly repair his damaged spine. Tom was on his side. Meanwhile, downstairs, the countless thrashing limbs had finally settled into stillness. The enormous, fixed pupils twitched slightly, and the creature's entire form began to stir. Core repairs complete. It began to seize control of the bodily tissues. Threat assessment index adjusted to extremely high. Target consumption value at the maximum priority. Comment sentez-vous? Buzz. The creature's massive pupil glowed red, abruptly lifting its gaze to the ceiling. In that instant, its colossal body burst through the ceiling with a thunderous crash, landing in the attic on the second floor. Its gaze scanned the blood-stained walls and floor. However, Lynn was nowhere to be found. Target locked. Highest priority for consumption activated. Malevolent vision engaged. One of its eyes became ethereal. The next moment, it suddenly turned and leaped forth. Simultaneously, on the street shrouded in swirling black mist, Lynn, cloaked and disoriented, staggered forward along the road. The brain serpent, still emerging from his eye socket, continued its conflict with the faceless heart clinging to his chest. But he had finally regained control of his body at the last moment, thanks to the repair from the flesh growth serum. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination surged within him as he raced towards number 44. He understood that the monster would not relent, and to survive, he could only seek assistance from the equally formidable haunted house. Finally, as he broke through the fog, a slender silhouette appeared within his line of sight. From afar, he could faintly hear the sound of song. In the next moment, a woman clad in a blood-red gown, a smile dancing on her lips as she cradled a child, approached him step by step. She was drenched in blood, her expression serene, and in her other hand, she held 3 severed heads, each adorned with a straw. The bloodstained specter instantly recognized Lynn, who was stumbling towards her, and her expression shifted slightly. That brat from the apothecary? She mused, somewhat surprised, noticing the bloodied state of Lynn, along with the severed tentacles behind him and the long serpent emerging from his eye. She remarked, such exquisite eccentricity today, darling. Engaged in some peculiar performance art? Gasping for breath, Lynn wiped the blood from his face and forced a smile. Perhaps. But has your curse not yet lifted? Why haven't you sought me out tonight? The blood-stained specter, charmingly cradling the child, pouted her crimson lips and teased. What? Are you so eager? Reliving the warmth of yesterday, are we? She smiled seductively, as if Lynn's blood-soaked appearance was more to her taste. Not home? Lynn asked. Eyes wide, she lifted the 3 heads in her grasp, sweetly caressing her face, and tilted her head. Indeed, it's quite a headache. My daughter is at a crucial stage of growth. Without some nourishing supplements, she may develop poorly. So, as a mother, I must take matters into my own hands. The child wiggled its ears, sucking on the straw as it feasted on the heads. Lynn's sanity value, 10. She scrutinized Lynn's appearance, a smile gracing her lips. Now, tell me, my sweet darling, have you encountered an insurmountable problem? Otherwise, with your nature, you wouldn't be so hastily seeking out your sister, would you? Chapter 60. Not so easy to deal with, Lynn struggled to divert his gaze from the severed head she held, his expression turning serious as he exhaled. I have indeed encountered significant trouble, and substantial trouble at that. I attempted to resolve it on my own, but as you can see, he extended his arms, feigning innocence. I've lost at least a ton of blood. The bloodstained specter chuckled merrily. It seems our notorious apothecary owner has his own troubles. Lynn, serious, adjusted the serpent in his eye socket and said earnestly, "Yes, so let us make a deal. I know you are exceedingly powerful, and if you can help me eliminate the monster pursuing me, I'll waive 5 months of your fees. A fair price, just this once. Don't miss this opportunity." The sanguine specter remained with a smile that radiated malevolence, unmoving. "Since you claim to be pursued, why do you stand here, so composed, engaging in conversation? Are you not the least bit anxious?" Lynn rubbed his temples and replied earnestly, "Can anxiety resolve the issue?" The sanguine specter's smile widened brilliantly. Behind her, a billowing crimson mist surged toward them. Boom! Boom! The resounding thuds echoed like the tremors of an earthquake. "Warning! Warning! A crisis is rapidly approaching. Warning! Warning! A crisis is rapidly approaching." Yet, Lynn remained unfazed, gazing into her bewitchingly cheerful eyes, finally exhaling. "Then state your terms. What do you desire? Surely, you do not wish to witness my demise?" The sanguine specter replied with a grin. "It seems the little schemer has discerned my intentions. However, since you insist that I propose, I shall not hold back." Her tongue delicately traced her lips, and she leaned slightly forward, her lush crimson lips brushing against his cheek. A heady scent of blood enveloped Lynn's senses. "It appears you have yet to submit before me?" Her voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, echoed near his ear. "Then come, beg me. Kneel before me, kiss my toes, and declare your willingness to submit. I shall grant you my assistance." The corner of her mouth curled up, imbued with mockery. A brief silence ensued, as if the very air had thickened. Was this flirtation? Lynn tilted his head, smiling at her. "No." The sanguine specter maintained her smile, stating, "I do not indulge in flirtation at such moments." Silence enveloped them, a low rumble permeating the atmosphere. In the next instant, Lynn smirked and departed. He patted her shoulder, swiftly sidestepping her. Cloaked in his sanguine mantle, he resembled a traveler of the night, swiftly disappearing into the dark mist of the street. "If business resumes normally by tomorrow morning, I shall assist you in lifting the curse. Of course, I can offer a reasonable discount. Until next time." Lynn raised his chin, giving a thumbs up to the curious child in her arms, a radiant smile gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the distant shadows. No explanations were offered, nor responses given. It seemed the question required no answer at all. Standing still, the sanguine specter gazed blankly in the direction Lynn had departed, appearing somewhat astonished, both amused and bewildered, regarding this individual with newfound respect. She brushed her forehead, a hint of exasperation crossing her features. Truly, this was unexpected. Suddenly, a tendril shot forth into the mist, swiftly pulling Lynn back with a jolt. Before he could comprehend, he found himself ensconced in the sanguine specter's embrace, her formidable bosom crushing him in a display of overwhelming affection. How utterly adorable. Ding. The sanguine specter's affection level increases by 10. Ding. The sanguine specter's affection level increases by 10. Just kidding. You truly are the boy capable of dispelling my sister's curse. Your occasional display of masculinity is particularly enticing. Furthermore, that smile earlier was incredibly handsome. I adore boys who can maintain their composure in critical moments. My maternal instincts are simply overwhelmed. The child in her arms waved their straw playfully. The sanguine specter cradled Lynn's head with a look of blissful indulgence, resembling a doll, swaying her body with delight. Lynn felt like a small boat tossed in turbulent waters, struggling to escape her wicked embrace. The vastness of her bosom surged like crashing waves, rendering him breathless. Finally, he managed to gasp for air. What does this mean? It means crisis level 90, crisis level 100. At last, Lynn struggled to free his head from her overwhelming embrace, and in that fleeting moment, he beheld her visage, now grotesquely split, revealing sharp barbs and tendrils mere inches away. Her cheeks bore a cracked smile. "I've assisted you." Suddenly, a multitude of sinister, dark tendrils erupted from her form, piercing the ground like vines, causing the earth to fracture, ensnaring the immense stones effortlessly. Countless tendrils sprawled across the entire street. Boom! The sound of shattering air rang out. Dozens of resounding crashes echoed as the ejected debris halted the creature's advance within the sanguine mist. As the blood fog dissipated, a grotesquely contorted flesh puppet emerged into view, its enormous vertical pupil fixated on Lynn and the sanguine specter. Target confirmed. Initiating hunt. High priority analysis of secondary target interference. Lynn stared in shock at the unfolding scene. The sanguine specter, with a smile, handed the child to Lynn, gracefully striding toward the oncoming flesh puppet. Her long, pale fingers grew nearly half a meter in length, tipped with black, blood-dripping claws. Her wild hair transformed into numerous serpentine faces, each bearing a human visage. When she raised her head again, she had morphed into a demon, her eyes alight with chaotic delight and madness. Lynn, you have provoked a formidable adversary this time. She chuckled maniacally, her mouth stretching to her ears, her elongated nails dangling before her as she swayed forward, emitting an unsettling, deranged laughter. Lynn's eyes widened as he clutched the child in his arms, hastily retreating. Be cautious. This creature is not to be trifled with. Do not underestimate it. He swiftly relayed all the information he had gathered about the creature to the sanguine specter, detailing its characteristics and strategies for confrontation. Not an easy opponent, is it? She replied, her smile growing increasingly deranged. She swayed slowly, the chaotic curse around her seeming to rise tangibly, sending chills and madness coursing through Lynn, who stood behind her. Chapter 61. How much do you truly love me? It was uncertain if she had even heard Lynn's words. In an instant, her form vanished from his sight as she swayed. Lynn's heart raced. So fast. Even quicker than when I moved last night. Is this the sanguine specter's battle form? How incredibly manly. In that split second, a flash of crimson light revealed a face adorned with a sickly grin before the monster. No one could discern how she had appeared before the creature. Ha ha! In an instant, her sharp, dark claws, akin to colossal blades, carved 10 horrific gashes into the monstrous flesh. Countless chaotic tendrils writhed behind her, launching a rapid and terrifying onslaught against the creature, leaving Lynn only able to perceive a fleeting shadow of blood. Her smile grew increasingly terrifying, her gaze more sickly and gleeful, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. Her 10 fingers, resembling blades, danced wildly as the creature's blood splattered around in a chaotic spray. The refrain of kill, kill, kill intertwined with her sinister laughter, mimicking a meat grinder that mercilessly disfigured the creature in an instant. Lynn could only watch in stunned silence. Truly, this was the battle style befitting a level monster. At this juncture, if he didn't tease out 666, what was he waiting for? With wide eyes, Lynn bellowed, incredible, absolutely astounding. Ma'am, you are simply magnificent. Perfection, an utterly flawless offensive. My goodness, that attack was razor sharp. What a play. A soaring kick right to the heart. Unbelievable. Truly invincible. My God, look at those enchanting tentacles, striking right at the heart. Those nails. Perfect. Sharp. Absolutely stunning. The cute child in Lynn's arms was equally wide-eyed, shaking her tiny fists and exclaiming, Oda, Oda. Instantly, he was filled with fervor. Lynn generously unleashed every impressive adjective he could muster, showering praises without restraint, both where it was warranted and where it was not, repeating them over and over. The blood-clad malevolent spirit's affection for you has decreased by 1. The blood-clad malevolent spirit's affection for you has decreased by 1. The second target's threat level escalated, initiating secondary countermeasures. The highest priority target remains the first target. Hunt. Buzz. The creature, now grotesquely marred by the blood-clad malevolent spirit's assault, suddenly illuminated with a glow in its enormous eyes. Almost simultaneously, a thick exoskeleton rapidly grew over its torn flesh, instantly withstanding the frenzied slashes of the blood-clad malevolent spirit. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sparks erupted. The fragmented vertical pupil swiftly adjusted, narrowing its focus onto Lynn. Buzz. Lynn immediately sensed the familiar, overwhelming wave of a curse. It was the gaze curse. As he shouted 666, Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Even after being reduced to this state, its target remained him? Just how much did it love him? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn swiftly embraced the cute child, pivoted, and dashed away. Mom, I leave this to you. For the health of your daughter, I must temporarily retreat. But fear not. I shall return shortly. In an instant, the curse activated. Yet almost simultaneously, the frenzied expression of the blood-clad malevolent spirit interposed itself between Lynn and the creature, its gaping mouth unleashing a terrifying wail towards the monster. Whoosh. Countless faces erupted from the fissure like moths, dissipating the dreadful gaze curse. Priority Target 1 continues to execute the highest devouring directive. The priority hunting command is active. In a heartbeat, the creature's arms began to grow wildly, as if possessed by frenzy. Its colossal form swiftly approached Lynn, completely disregarding the blood-clad malevolent spirit's obstruction. relentlessly locking onto Lynn like a maggot. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of howling giant hands began to encircle Lynn from all directions. Your opponent is me. Hee hee hee. Just as it diverted its attention from the blood-clad malevolent spirit to pursue Lynn, an elongated neck coiled like a serpent, swiftly wrapping around it. The ghastly, manic grin on its face was directly aligned with the creature's pupil. Whoosh. The ground beneath it shattered as barbed tentacles surged upwards, spiraling around its legs like serpents. In an instant, countless tentacles erupted, severing those arms mid-air and engaging in a frenzied struggle. She abandoned cutting and opted to strangle it directly with her tentacles. Hee 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 hee. The tentacles coiling around it manifested the joyous faces of children, reveling as if in a grand feast. Those faces, like phantoms, disregarded its armored exterior and began to gnaw at the creature from within. Yet, despite this, the creature remained machine-like, fixated on Lynn's retreating figure, shuffling forward with relentless determination. The threat level of Target 2 further escalated, executing secondary countermeasures. Hunt. In a flash, the enormous pupil shattered, fragments cascading to the ground like sticky pearls. Those shards rapidly reformed into numerous normal-sized eyeballs. Its target remained Lynn. Lynn abruptly turned, witnessing the fallen eyeballs flipping over, all fixated on him, tiny tentacles writhing from their backs as they surged in his direction. Lynn gasped, "Are you kidding me?" The cute child, equally astonished, clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Oda, Oda." A significant portion of the eyeballs had yet to escape the reach of the blood-clad, malevolent spirit's tentacles and were swiftly punctured. Nevertheless, a substantial number broke through the encirclement, rapidly advancing toward Lynn. Lynn suddenly halted, turned, and clenched his jaw. It seemed escape was not an option. With that thought, he drew the Demon Hunter revolver from his coat and aimed at the oncoming tide of eyeballs. His expression sharpened, the enhancement from the two malevolent spirit vertical eyes allowing him to lock onto every incoming eyeball. He would have to face it head-on. Click. The trigger was pulled in an instant. Chapter 62, Crisis. Synchronized Evolution. Bang, 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 bang. Ding. You have killed one eyeball entity. Your firearm proficiency has increased by 1. Ding. You have killed one eyeball entity. Your firearm proficiency has increased by 1. Ding. You have killed one eyeball entity. Your firearm proficiency has increased by 1. Quickly closing the revolver, Lynn retreated swiftly, cradling the giggling child. He could now only fire 6 shots in rapid succession, and to shoot again, he would need a recovery period of several seconds. This interval was the most perilous. More limbs were needed. Lynn promptly retrieved a vial of flesh-enhancing serum from his coat and downed it in one gulp. Since he had already mutated, he no longer needed to worry about what bizarre limbs might sprout. In an instant, the blood consumed by the faceless heart began to regenerate rapidly due to the serum, while the 4 tentacles he had severed earlier also began to regrow under its nourishment. The system's notifications filled Lynn's ears. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 2 mutation. Whoosh! Tentacles erupted wildly from Lynn's body once more, though in contrast to the blood-clad, malevolent spirit's tentacles, which stretched for hundreds of meters. His were considerably more compact and adorable. Lynn suddenly spun around, hanging the giggling child onto a tentacle, his expression instantly turning serious. With one hand wielding a gun and the other a knife, several sharp tentacles poised to target the oncoming tide of eyeballs. Lynn's gaze sharpened. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Lynn swiftly advanced towards the onslaught of eyeballs, his bone-slicing knife effortlessly cleaving through a dozen or so in an instant. Meanwhile, the tentacles behind him accurately punctured each eyeball with a series of sharp, precise strikes. Ding! Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding! Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding! Your combat experience has increased by 1. Bang! 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 Bullets struck each eyeball with unerring precision, the incessant notifications from the system ringing in Lynn's ears. With the aid of the malevolent spirit's vision, despite his still nascent proficiency with firearms, his targeting capability had received a significant boost. Moreover, confronting these minor adversaries represented an unparalleled opportunity to amass experience. With a swift motion, he swept his blade once more, severing another wave of eyeballs in a single stroke. Ding! Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding! Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ora Ora, the adorable creature, suspended in the air by the tentacles, gleefully waved its arms and legs, clutching an eyeball it had seized, and bit into it as if it were an apple. Soon, under Lynn's relentless assault, the tide of encroaching eyeballs was systematically annihilated. Courage has risen, young one, the blood-clad, malevolent spirit, swirling around the creature, turned its head to reveal a half-mad smile, offering words of praise. Lynn, having cleaved through several eyeballs, instantly gave her a thumbs up, his smile flashing like a spark of light. I'm unperturbed by these minor foes. Conditions were rapidly improving. The lowly tide of eyeballs, under Lynn's manipulation, posed no real threat to him. Meanwhile, the creature itself was being suppressed by the blood-clad spirit, unable to advance an inch. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Time swiftly advanced. Madam, how fares your side? Lynn shouted towards the blood-clad spirit after dispatching the last eyeball. The countless tentacles and faces that comprised her form had nearly ensnared the creature entirely, with blood oozing from the seams of the tentacles. Hee. I am delving deep into its core. The weakest point of this flesh and blood puppet lies right there. Once I extinguish its core, this creature will be nothing but scrap metal. The sound of the blood-clad spirit's frenzied laughter echoed through the tentacles. Inside the mass of flesh, a sharp barb was relentlessly pushing inward, inching closer to the creature's core. I made contact. The blood-clad spirit licked her lips in excitement. Gradually, the barb embedded within her body began to morph, finally transforming into a razor-sharp hand. Bit by bit, she constrained the core within the creature's body. With a swift thrust, her nails plunged deep into the fleshy core. Yet, just as she was about to speak, a chilling voice emanated from within the creature's form once more. Second target analysis complete. Countermeasures are being generated. Malevolent entity countermeasures initiated. Malevolent curse countermeasures activated. Highest priority target adjustment. Execute supreme hunting directive against target 2. Counter-hunting measures activated. Synchronization with devour directive in progress. In an instant, the blood-clad spirit felt an indescribable sense of impending doom wash over her. And in that very moment, Lynn witnessed the countless tentacles enveloping the creature convulsing violently, as if something within were surging chaotically. Something's amiss, Lynn gasped, looking up sharply. The next instant, with a series of sickening squelches, numerous human hands erupted from within, tearing through the tentacles that bound the creature. These hands latched onto the outer surface of the tentacles, quickly forming a net entirely composed of hands, encircling the blood-clad spirit's appendages in a reverse entrapment. Lynn was taken aback. Could it be that the creature had been fixated on him all along, merely to conduct simultaneous analysis and countermeasures against the blood-clad spirit? It was adapting and gathering data. This is bad. Lynn suddenly surged forward, breath quickening as he raced towards that direction. Within the multitude of hands, a cacophony of gnashing sounds erupted, reminiscent of flesh being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder. Simultaneously, the countless tentacles sprouting from the ground, belonging to the blood-clad spirit, began to writhe violently, as if something from within was tearing at her, consuming her. A piercing shriek of agony echoed. In the next moment, the thickest tentacle nearest to Lynn distorted and transformed, frantically contorting into the shape of the blood-clad spirit. Simultaneously, countless pores began to sprout from her body at an alarming rate, as though something was devouring her from within. No, this is wrong. Hee. It doesn't fear me. It genuinely believes I pose no threat. Hee. While I consume it, it is simultaneously analyzing me. Hee. Truly a formidable opponent. Amidst the frenzied, deranged laughter, the blood-clad spirit, now twisted into a grotesque form, was swiftly consumed from within by myriad tiny arms, morphing into countless small, maggot-like flesh chunks. Madam, Lynn cried out urgently as he charged forward. Hunting, devouring, generating deconstruction, curse absorption, assimilation. In an instant, before Lynn's astonished gaze, a massive, blood-soaked tentacle erupted from the ground, blocking his path. With a crack, the tip of the enormous tentacle split open, revealing countless barbs, while simultaneously, numerous vertical eyes opened upon its surface. Warning, crisis level is rapidly escalating. Warning, current crisis level at 70. Warning, current crisis level at 87. This was not the blood-clad spirit's tentacle. It had been restructured. This was the creature's tissue. Chapter 63. This is an exceptionally agile tongue. Highest priority directive retrieval. Target 1 analysis in progress. Target 2 analysis in progress. Target adjustment postponed. Highest priority hunting directive against target 1. The moment those words echoed, the colossal tentacle launched a ferocious attack towards Lynn. However, just as the tentacle was about to descend upon him, 2 identical tentacles suddenly burst forth from the ground. ensnaring the attacking appendage with a resounding crash. Go! A sinister voice suddenly resonated from within the creature. It was the blood-clad spirit. She was not dead. She was still battling within the creature. Madam, Lynn shouted. Yet in the following moment, the tentacle controlled by the blood-clad spirit came crashing down upon Lynn. His pupils dilated, and under the immense force, he was sent hurtling into the darkness at the far end of the street. His vision was swiftly obscured by layers of black mist. He reached out, retreating in desperation as his sight widened. Soon, all that remained was the howling wind in his ears. Bang! Lynn's body hit the ground heavily. He quickly regained his footing, his breath coming in rapid gasps. How could this happen? How did it come to this? The situation had seemed entirely within his grasp just moments ago. How could it have spiraled into chaos so suddenly? Without a hint of hesitation, Lynn clenched his teeth and sprinted fervently towards that direction. Yet, he halted abruptly. No, he raised his head sharply. He understood that if even the blood-clad warrior could not contend with that monstrous entity, then his venture would only lead to his demise. But was he to turn tail and flee now? To escape like a coward? To seek vengeance at a later time? One absurd notion. Lynn gritted his teeth resolutely. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards that direction again. However, he did not engage in battle. Instead, he swiftly veered into his potion shop and raced to the backyard. He rummaged through his belongings in a frenzy. In the next instant, he secured the remaining half of his flesh-enhancing potion, stowing it away. If she could endure, there must be a way to save her. Just as he was about to depart, he abruptly stopped. In that fleeting moment, he spun around, breathless, and approached the cellar door. Right? There was also his teacher's pet. Surely that creature could lend a hand. With a crash, Lynn flung open the cellar door, and a foul stench immediately engulfed him. Hey, Lynn shouted, gritting his teeth. I know you're pretending to be dead, and I also know you despise me for feeding you expired potions every day, but the situation is dire. Regardless of what you are, I need your assistance. My teacher is in danger. That monster has come knocking. Its target is our Bloodsaw potion shop. And if I perish, you, as a member of our shop, will not escape either. Can you hear me? Lynn bellowed. He then hurled several stones downwards. Ding! The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 1. Ding! The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 1. Hiss! A menacing voice, reminiscent of a snake's hiss, emanated from the depths of the dark cellar. And in the next moment, with a whoosh, a gigantic, serpentine figure surged forth from the cellar, casting a colossal shadow over Lynn. Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. This was Little Darling. Level. Faction. Lawful Evil. Race. Combat ability. Description. A tongue concealed within the Bloodsaw potion shop cellar. It appears to be a part of some entity's body. Willingly nurtured by Bloodsaw for unknown reasons, harboring an intense aversion to the expired potions and a human boy who had fed it for 2 years. Little Darling? Lynn murmured. Hiss. The elongated, massive tongue loomed over Lynn, with a fissure at its tip, for which an identical tongue emerged, also swallowing another identical tongue. It presented itself in an exceedingly grotesque and bizarre manner before Lynn. Hisses. It fixated its gaze upon him. For some inexplicable reason, Lynn instantly comprehended the meaning behind its hisses. He reached out and grasped its tongue, saying, Care to insult me again? Hisses. Lynn ground his teeth, tugging at its tongue. Fine. Go ahead and insult me. But we are in a crisis. My friend is out there battling that monster. And let me tell you, it is coming for us. Although you are both ugly and cowardly, you are still part of our Bloodsaw potion shop. I raise you with my own hands. Think about it. If my friend gets obliterated and I follow suit, who do you think will be next? That's right. It will be you, you horrid, cowardly tongue. Lynn roared at it. Ding. The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 10. Ding. The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 10. Hisses. Lynn gripped its tongue firmly, stating that wasn't waste. It was a potion. Although slightly expired, it was still bona fide potion. Hisses, hisses. Lynn, exasperated, clutched its tongue and declared, all right. If you accompany me now, I will feed you high-quality potions for the next 2 months. Potions that will elevate you to a state of euphoria. What do you say? A brief silence ensued. Hisses. Ding. The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 0.001. And in the next moment, the enormous tongue, akin to a serpent, uncoiled from the cellar, extending rapidly. It then ensnared Lynn, propelling him swiftly outside the shop. This was an exceedingly agile tongue. On the street, in less than 5 seconds, Lynn and the colossal tongue returned to the battlefield. Upon witnessing the scene on the street, Lynn was instantly struck with shock. The thoroughfare had been utterly transformed, bearing the scars of battle. In the center of the street, the monster, enveloped by countless arms, continued to pulsate and expand. Overall absorption progress, 54. 55. Detecting target 1 approaching. Highest priority for extermination engaged. Whoosh. In an instant, numerous enormous tentacles, adorned with vertical pupils, erupted from the ground in a frenzy. The tongue. In that instant, the tongue turned to flee. 3 months. Lynn shouted, seizing the tip of the enormous tongue. Rescue my friend. In return, I will provide you with high-quality potions every day for the next 3 months. Ding. The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 0.01. Hisses. Chapter 64. Nothing ever ends. The next moment, the tongue writhed violently. Lynn immediately set the child aside, flicking her beast ears, and turned sharply, gritting his teeth. Let us charge. Instantly, Lynn, wielding his blade, and the tongue surged towards the central cocoon at an unimaginable speed. Leave those tentacles to you. As long as I reach that monster, I have a way to save my friend. Lynn bellowed. Hearing this, the tongue swiftly coiled around Lynn several times, raising its tip to unleash a projectile towards the encroaching tentacles. And in the very next moment, the tentacles with vertical eyes launched an assault against them. Attack! Lynn shouted, pointing his knife forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the long, agile tongue surged forth at an unimaginable speed, directly licking one of the tentacles. Slurp! A resounding slurp echoed. Then, under Lynn's watchful gaze, the massive tentacle instantly dissolved into a pool of thick, congealed blood amidst the rancid saliva. Ding! The scent of excrement. The little darling's affinity towards you increases by 1. Ding! Utterly reluctant to lick, the little darling's affinity towards you increases by 1. Well done! Lynn exclaimed in excitement. He adjusted his hood and increased his speed once more. Along the way, the enormous tentacles that impeded their progress were continuously transformed into thick sludge and blood under the little darling's disdainful licking. 100 meters, 80 meters, 30 meters, closer, even nearer. Target 3 analysis. Missing tissue of the giant prioritized for containment. Anti-corrosion mode activated. Curse resistance mode engaged. Containment initiated. Buzz. In that moment, Lynn suddenly observed the tentacles sprouting anew from the ground, revealing a dense network of capillary-like tissue barriers. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. In an instant, those tentacles surged past him at an unthinkable speed, ensnaring the colossal tongue from all sides. Little darling, Lynn exclaimed in alarm. The entangled tongue began to struggle fiercely, its entire body secreting a copious amount of viscous fluid. The substance cascaded to the ground, swiftly eroding it into deep ravines. Yet, the tendrils that ensnared it remained undeterred by the corrosive nature of the secretion. A sharp, screeching sound emanated from the massive tongue. At that moment, however, Lynn was beyond caring. With a fierce snarl, he advanced towards the creature, ensconced in a multitude of grasping hands. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Crack, crack, crack. The multitude of arms on the creature began to split apart, and a colossal vertical pupil gradually materialized within the gaping chasm. But the instant that piercing gaze fixated upon him, Lynn summoned every ounce of strength within him. All his tendrils surged forth in unison, howling as they propelled his body toward the immense cocoon. The crimson cloak billowed around him. Gritting his teeth, Lynn extended his hand downward, reaching for the very center of the gigantic pupil. At last, in an instant, his hand pierced through the massive pupil without hindrance, and under the augmentation of the blood demon cloak, he seamlessly melded into the vast cocoon. A torrent of writhing flesh surged before him, and a fierce grimace adorned Lynn's face. In that moment, locked within the vision of the malevolent spirit, he seized the already fragmented arm. The cork of the flesh growth serum was suddenly released. With a roar, he yanked the nearly shattered body of the blood-clad specter toward himself, pressing the serum bottle against her chest. With a rush, the moment the serum made contact, her broken limb began to regenerate. An onslaught of anguished wails from countless spirits converging. As a conglomerate of malevolent entities, how could she possibly be easily consumed? Just one final step remained. Gritting his teeth, Lynn thrust out his hand. Vengeful spirit hair. In an instant, several strands of hair ensnared the blood-clad specter, while the other ends shot outward with all his might, wrapping around the buildings lining the street. Move! Lynn bellowed. In a fleeting moment, the vengeful strands tightened, forcibly dragging the regenerating body of the blood-clad specter outward. Flesh continuously compressed, the cocoon bulged ominously. A chilling voice emanated from within the creature. Target 2. Highest priority target switched to Target 1. Initiating ghost countermeasure, commencing devouring process. And in that pivotal moment of target switching, Lynn, in his ghostly state, roared at the exterior tongue, Now's the time. Through his encounters with this creature, Lynn had discerned its sole weakness. Each time it switched targets, an extreme vulnerability would arise. During this interval, actions towards the previous target would falter, while directives for the next target had yet to be fully implemented. It was in this moment that the opportunity to rescue the blood-clad specter presented itself. A strand of vengeful spirit hair was swiftly propelled by Lynn towards the small treasure ensnared by the tendrils, instantly wrapping around its tongue's tip. In that final moment of vulnerability, the small treasure exerted a powerful backward force. With a pop, the regenerating body of the blood-clad specter was yanked free from the creature's cocoon by the immense strength. Simultaneously, Lynn's ghostly form was pulled outward alongside her. Hope seemed to shimmer before him. Lynn's pupils dilated as the surrounding black mist loomed ominously close. He reached forward with all his might. Ghost countermeasure initiated. Devouring process commenced. Priority target 1 activated. Buzz. In an instant, Lynn's flying form was abruptly constricted. His pupils froze in place. The vengeful strands snapped at the moment of the ghostly countermeasure. Just a second more. That final second felt like a razor-thin line between life and death. The blood demon cloak was instantaneously shattered. His skin was swiftly enveloped by countless flesh buds, the immense flesh wall tightening abruptly, twisting his body in a brutal manner. Consciousness seemed to teeter on the brink of oblivion. At that moment, it felt as though no one would mourn his passing, nor would anyone grieve for his demise. In fact, no one could witness his death. Was this truly the end? Was this fate? Was the life that had just begun destined to be extinguished mid-journey? If so, in a body almost crushed into a mass, Lynn defiantly raised his middle finger. Damn it! Crack! 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 All the flesh growth serums he had clutched to his chest were simultaneously subjected to immense pressure and shattered. A torrent of serum flooded through the contorted mass of Lynn's flesh. It would not end here. If death was truly inevitable, then before that final breath, he would ensure it would be a grand farewell. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Warning! Host has used an excessive amount of flesh growth serum in one go. Mutation will spiral out of control. Warning! Warning! Ding! Your body has undergone a level 4 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 6 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Chapter 65. Uncontainable. Mutation Rampage. The mutation had begun to spiral beyond control. In the next moment, the creature's body swelled dramatically, its exposed flesh erupting with countless protrusions. It was as if something within its being was struggling vehemently, desperately attempting to break free. Faces and tendrils began to emerge from its flesh, grotesquely outlined. Warning: unknown mutation disturbance detected, initiating highest level analysis structure and emergency comprehensive suppression. Target analysis successful, initiating countermeasures. Warning: target exhibiting abnormal mutation. Analytical data invalid, initiating secondary analysis. Secondary analysis successful. Counterwarning: target undergoing new mutation. Analytical data invalid. Third analysis data invalid. Fourth analysis data invalid. A cacophony of disordered sounds erupted from within the creature's form. Meanwhile, outside, the small treasure that had broken free from the sudden mutation gaped in shock at the frenzied, contorted monster. It was utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Yet, it could distinctly sense that within the creature, countless indescribable entities were wildly proliferating. Astonishingly, it realized that all these unfathomable entities bore the essence of that young human boy. Beside it, the half-shattered blood-clad specter suddenly opened her eyes. Under the potent influence of the flesh growth serum, her fragmented body began to heal rapidly. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her gaze was drawn to the grotesque form of the creature writhing in the distance. In that instant, she sensed a familiar presence emanating from within the creature. Could it be? Her complexion paled as she struggled to rise. Lynn, unable to decipher the chaotic information, the mutation efficiency has exceeded the core analytical load. Initiate the highest level of consumption directives and activate the utmost countermeasures. The malevolent spirit has engaged furnace mode and activated biological extermination protocols. A warning of annihilation has been issued. The grotesque flesh creature has begun to shriek in madness. Countless arms sprouted from its form, crashing straight into its own body. Warning: influenced by the flesh puppets, mutation is spiraling out of control. Warning: severe external interference from flesh. The mutation is spreading uncontrollably. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. In that instant, as the blood-clad spirit and the monstrous tongue watched in terror, a colossal tentacle adorned with hollow human faces erupted violently from the creature's body. Trembling with fear, the tentacle extended to hundreds of meters in height. A roar reverberated through the skies. The immense force even caused the entire street to tremble. What on earth is that? In this moment, even the blood-clad spirit could not help but recoil in dread. For she clearly saw that the terrifying faces sprawling across the tentacle were all identical to Lynn's visage. Twisted, chaotic, catastrophic. And in the next moment, the mutation struck again. The creature's enormous vertical pupil was suddenly pierced, creating a gaping maw from which a torrent of viscous, crimson liquid surged forth. The horrifying wails of infants echoed, as those thick, scarlet fluids birthed one embryonic child after another. Each infant bore an unmistakable resemblance to Lynn. Baby's sanity level 50. Blood-clad spirit's sanity level 40. At this moment, even the blood-clad spirit was horrified by the ghastly scene. It was a terror that seemed to claw at the very soul, incessantly polluting the mind's eye. And this was merely the emergence of two catastrophic entities. She could clearly see that within the monster, countless other horrors were struggling and shrieking. Biological extermination protocols have been activated. Urgent extermination measures are underway. Commands echoed urgently from within the creature's body. The flesh monster writhed in agony. One of its arms suddenly morphed into the head of a tumor-ridden dragon, unleashing searing breath upon the shrieking embryonic infants below. The terrifying flames engulfed the ground. Meanwhile, the additional arms that sprouted from it began to frantically entwine with the tentacle filled with faces, tearing and hunting relentlessly. It had devolved into an all-out melee. Warning. The third, fourth, and fifth unknown mutation entities are about to break free. Biological extermination measures are failing. Hiss! Almost instantaneously as the warning sounded, several twisted flesh amalgamations burst forth from the creature's rear, their features grotesquely fused. Upon their emergence, they shrieked and clamped down on the monster's form. The creature found itself overwhelmed. Countless arms began to frantically engage the new mutations. This horrifying tableau left the blood-clad spirit pale and shaken. She swiftly activated her spirit vision. However, upon discerning the internal situation, her countenance turned to one of utter terror. Lynn. In truth, she could no longer discern any semblance of Lynn within the monstrous form. Twisted within the creature's body was a mass of flesh undergoing catastrophic mutations. Countless horrifying aberrations erupted like a deluge from that bloodied mass. Catastrophe. This was an unimaginable contamination of disaster. Warning. Unable to contain biological extermination failure. Threat level elevated to 0. Initiating emergency flesh reconstitution protocols. The voice emanating from within the creature grew increasingly frantic. In the next moment, its entire structure began to compress inward, emanating an uncontrollable, persistent heat as it pressed down upon itself. It seemed to seek to eliminate the internal mutations entirely through this means. Ding. Host flesh is undergoing complete invasion and consumption. Host life force is critically depleted. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Ding. Mutation failed. Flesh suffers severe cellular interference. Life form abnormal. Material composition aberrant. Warning. Host body is undergoing an unknown special mutation. Ding. Unknown level mutation detected. An unknown level mutation has gained sentience. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. And at that very moment, the blood-clad spirit's vision was abruptly severed. Yet in that final instant before darkness, she glimpsed a terrifying entity suddenly emerging from the twisted mass of flesh. Simultaneously, the monster's body began to swell, viscous blood seeping from every pore. Warning. Special unknown mutation detected. Unable to analyze. Accelerating reconstitution process. Target exhibiting strong hostility. Target exhibiting overwhelming desire to consume. Flesh reconstitution is restricted. Warning. Target beginning to devour host. Countermeasures ineffective. Flesh reconstitution ineffective. Biological extermination ineffective. Target is rapidly expanding. Structural loss at 1-2-2-1-2-6. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. Chapter 66. Empty consumption. A special unknown mutation. Outside, under the pallid gaze of the blood-clad spirit, the monster's skin began to flatten at a visible rate, the numerous protrusions receding. It did not appear to be suppressed. Rather, it seemed as though something was being consumed from within. Hee-ha-ha-ha! Eerie laughter of children echoed from within, sending shivers down the blood-clad spirit's spine. Her pupils quivered. For that laughter was all too reminiscent of her own when her mind spiraled into chaos during her transformation into battle form. In an instant, a horrifying suspicion dawned upon her. Something unimaginable was being birthed within that creature. Amongst it were fragments of her own cursed essence previously consumed. What on earth is this? Crash! Crash! In the next moment, she suddenly witnessed the arms sprouting from the creature being violently pulled inward, as though something were yanking them from inside. One by one, they sank into its body. In mere moments, all of its arms were forcibly retracted into its form. Following that, the tentacle bursting forth from its body, covered in Lynn's faces, was also yanked back into the creature with great force. Subsequently, the countless terrifying embryos that had spilled forth were also drawn back in. Crunch, crunch. Horrific sounds of chewing echoed from within the creature. Blood-clad spirits, sanity, level 10. Blood-clad spirits, sanity, level 10. Warning, warning. Host systems are completely failing. Structural loss at 88. Warning. Target is beginning to consume the core. Target is beginning to devour. Sizzle. Sizzle, warning. The blood-clad spirit shuddered violently. The abrupt interruption of sound instilled within her a profound and uncontrollable unease. Then she beheld as the monster's pupils rapidly dimmed. Its colossal body, seemingly losing all strength, collapsing to the side. It was as if something had completely devoured it from within just moments prior. A crack suddenly appeared on one side of the body. A blood-stained hand dangled out from that opening, moving slightly before falling still. The blood-clad specter stood there, stunned. Her mind blank, utterly at a loss. It wasn't until she quickly regained her composure that her breathing became rapid. Had the flesh puppet perished? Meanwhile, in a dark realm, within an inverted tower, standing on its head, a tremendous explosion erupted from a facility at the base of the tower. A violent surge of energy instantaneously annihilated all living beings in that vicinity. Alerts blared. Warning. Flesh puppet type 3 has lost link. Target retrieval in progress. Body damage at 98. Full link failure. Ear-piercing alarms echoed within the inverted tower. Raging flames spread continuously from the control facility. And a multitude of personnel with ashen faces fled frantically down the corridors. What was happening? In the innermost depths of the inverted tower, a deep, gravelly voice resonated from a massive container bubbling ominously. Master, the Type 3 flesh puppets we dispatched to hunt Bloodsaw, and others have lost their connection. The backlash has incinerated the control base of the Type 3 puppets. A figure clad in black rushed urgently through the door of the hall, surrounding the enormous container. Dozens of demons seated at immense tables were visibly shaken. Are you jesting? A demon towering several meters rose, its expression fierce. The Type 3 flesh puppets are the most advanced hunters of our demon association, unmatched except by primeval beings and monarch-level creatures. Who in this dark world could possibly rival them? All the demons around shared a grim countenance. The destructive power and hunting prowess displayed by the Type 3 puppets in recent times were undeniable. In the past 3 days, nearly all the rebellious members unwilling to return to the fold had been exterminated under the relentless pursuit of the Type 3 puppets. Just 5 days prior, one of their flesh puppets had even engaged a formidable monarch-level being. While it had been overmatched, the adversary had similarly found it challenging to counter their puppet. Bloodsaw? A hoarse voice emanated from the vast container at the center of the hall. I am familiar with him. The original puppet was orchestrated by him and 4 other members of the 5-man council. However, the flesh puppets of today have far surpassed that era. He lacks the capability to extinguish my perfect creation. The crowd's expressions flickered, their brows furrowing in concern. Order. The gravelly voice resounded once more. Locate the coordinates where the Type 3 puppet severed its link and simultaneously dispatch the Predator Squad, Type 4, to the target site for urgent reconnaissance. We must obtain the most accurate intelligence. Understood, the assembly replied, bowing their heads. In the spectral alley, where dark mist coiled around the streets, the blood-clad specter rushed before the monstrous entity, forcefully tearing it open from the fissure. Upon witnessing the scene within, even she could not suppress a gasp of horror. Her complexion paling. Inside, the creature appeared nearly hollowed out, with only a thin shell remaining, and the inner flesh walls were marred with numerous gnawed marks. Clearly, not long ago, this monster had undergone an indescribable and terrifying transformation. Now, all the mutated flesh had vanished, leading one to speculate whether it had all been devoured by some entity. Lynn, are you all right? She clenched her teeth, swiftly shaking her head to cast aside the fear. She broke through the hollow shell of the monster, grasping the hand and forcefully dragging it out. A torrent of foul, sanguine water gushed forth. Lynn's body resembled that of a newborn, his garments long since lost. Yet curiously, his form bore no injuries, no parts missing. It was as if all the horrific scenes from earlier had nothing to do with him. The more normal he appeared, the more she felt an ineffable strangeness and dread. Enough of this. Let us return. The blood-clad specter swiftly hoisted him onto her back, gritting her teeth. Lynn leaned against her shoulder, eyes closed, his left hand dangling and swaying instinctively. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a long tongue crept out from his palm, licking the bloodstains on the back of his hand before retracting swiftly. Chapter 67. Function. Flesh Cataclysm. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing the task, Blood Knight. You have earned 20,000 skeleton coins, 5,000 base experience, and a unique special reward. Function. Flesh Cataclysm. Ding. Your level has reached 10, unlocking the job transition task. Additional experience is temporarily stored, to be returned post-transition. After a long while, Lynn awakened, his eyes bleary. He instinctively extended a hand to rub his eyes. Yawning and murmuring, daylight has broken. It's time to open shop. But at that moment, memories from the previous night surged back like a tidal wave. His eyes widened as he sat upright on the bed. Where's this? He gazed around in astonishment. It was an elegant bedroom, the covers neatly arranged, a pristine white flower adorning the windowsill, and a massive floor mirror nearby. The memories quickly aligned with the surrounding scene. He recognized this as the blood-clad specter's room. Something's amiss. He forcefully reached out, rubbing his aching head, furrowing his brow. He distinctly remembered being engulfed by that monstrous entity, his flesh contorted into a mass. But what followed was a blur. Why am I here? Lynn swiftly threw off the covers, standing before the towering mirror, scrutinizing the handsome young man reflected within. And remarkably, his body was completely unharmed. Lynn hesitated, gazing at his hands, feeling a profound sense of surrealism. Lynn, you're awake. In the downstairs living room, the blood-clad specter, busy in the kitchen, looked up in surprise as Lynn descended the stairs wrapped in bed linens. Immediately, she rushed over, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him close. Her voice urgent. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body? Lynn hesitated. What time is it? It was already the next day. What about that monster? Minutes later, upon hearing the blood-clad specter's account of her awakening, Lynn's brow furrowed again. You mean to say that after regaining consciousness yesterday, you saw a multitude of malign entities growing within that monster, and then it was dismembered from the inside? The blood-clad specter fixed her gaze on him and replied, yes. And after I dragged you out from that puppet, you were already in this state. In Lynn's mind, the system prompt he heard before losing consciousness flashed vividly. Flesh proliferation agent. Indeed, the system's final prompt indicated that the mutation had spiraled out of control. Clearly, during the time he was unconscious, a significant number of mutations had proliferated within him. Could it be that the limbs he had mutated disassembled that monster from within? Lynn raised an eyebrow. But if that were the case, why was he perfectly intact? Where's the corpse of that monster? Lynn inquired. It's in the backyard, replied the blood-clad specter, earnestly leaning over the table. After I dragged you out from within it yesterday, I returned to fetch it. Such a formidable creature must harbor some sinister secrets. Lynn immediately rose, tilting his head. Take me to see it. In the backyard, Lynn crouched down, frowning at the twisted mass of putrid flesh and blood. The shape of the monster from yesterday was now nearly unrecognizable, reduced to a collapsed and contorted shell. Signs of gnawing? Lynn reached out, touching the inner wall of the creature, his expression contemplative. The blood-clad specter nodded gravely. Indeed, this puppet was devoured from within by some entity, and judging by the circumstances at the time, it seems that this puppet's body must have contained only. She fixed her gaze on Lynn. Lynn glanced at her, pondering, you don't suspect that I consumed it, do you? The specter responded earnestly. That possibility cannot be dismissed, as you exhibited severe mutations at the time. Even the monsters that appeared then instilled a sense of dread in me. Lynn's expression deepened in thought. If that were the case, perhaps he merely appeared normal now, while secretly undergoing some insidious transformation. Without further ado, he swiftly activated his basic attributes interface. Name, Lynn. Level, race, human mutation, strength, 22, agility, 23, intelligence, 26, constitution, 51, unallocated points. For description, a frenzied apprentice, a mutation from the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Adept at navigating the realms of powerful beings and excelling in interpersonal relations, although unable to change the inherent nature of a shrewd merchant. His commendable qualities and fighting spirit displayed in times of crisis remain praiseworthy. Mutation? Although the system unexpectedly provided a favorable introduction, eliciting a sense of joy, The mere sight of the word mutation caused Lynn's heart to leap into his throat. System, explain, or have I mutated? Lynn urgently queried in his mind. In the next instant, he received a notification. Ding, you have triggered the quest. Body's reaction. Quest rewards, skeleton coins x 1000, basic experience x 500, legendary reward x1. Quest description. Extensive use of flesh-growing potions in a special environment has resulted in the host body merging with the flesh puppet, leading to a malignant special mutation. Quest objective. Identify the mutation within your body within half a day and discover a method of control. Quest failure. The mutation will completely replace the host, and the process is irreversible. Lynn, I asked where I have mutated, and you immediately send me a quest. What's the situation here? System, could you not just tell me where I have mutated? Ding, please explore on your own. At that moment, a multitude of little girls riding grass mud horses galloped through Lynn's mind. He genuinely wished to pull this system out and pin it down, giving it 1,000 spanks. Ding, please refrain from engaging in malicious thoughts towards the system. The system has provided additional assistance. Please explore independently. Oomph, I give you a gesture. You interpret it as you will. In the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of the blood-clad specter, Lynn abruptly stood up, turned decisively, and stated, apologies. I have some urgent matters to attend to. We shall meet again soon. He swiftly dashed out the door. The blood-clad specter, astonished, exclaimed. Yet scarcely 5 seconds after Lynn rushed out, he re-entered with fervor, directly hoisting the empty shell of the flesh puppet and sprinting away. I shall take this useless flesh back to refine my potions. We shall meet again. Chapter 68. Let's go do it. Minutes later, Lynn, wrapped in a mere bedsheet and burdened with an enormous mass of flesh, hurried back to his apothecary. The hall lay in ruins, a chaotic aftermath of the previous day's battle. Lynn wasted no time. He swiftly scavenged for a soul lamp, lit it, and hung it on a pillar before rushing into the backyard. The attic and front hall had sustained damage. However, most of the backyard remained relatively intact. The cellar door stood ajar, indicating that his little treasure had returned. Yet, Lynn had no time to concern himself with that individual. His situation was dire. Calm down. Let me think. Lynn rapidly collected his thoughts, his mind racing. If mutations had manifested within his body, how should he address it? He recalled that his teacher must possess tomes regarding similar phenomena. Without hesitation, he bolted to the basement, kicked open the heavy door, and dashed to his teacher's library. This was a place his teacher would ordinarily never permit him entry. Yet, in this critical moment, he needed to ascertain the nature of his mutation as swiftly as possible. Flipping through the extensive collection of books, Lynn lit a candle and donned his monocle, his expression serious as he perused numerous texts. Malignant cell mutations triggered by radiation, 100 peculiar curses leading to bodily distortion fiction. The mutated lowly in her tentacles, a tale that must be told guide. 35 practical techniques for taming malevolent spirits. Lynn rummaged through various hidden corners, hastily reviewing a wealth of specialized tomes. After a solid hour of reading, he firmly closed a book with a serious expression. 100 methods. Let us try them one by one first. If all else fails, then I shall resort to desperate measures. After thorough contemplation, Lynn summarized the following points. First, the malignant mutation within his body was likely in a latent phase, or due to some peculiar reason, it was unable to awaken immediately to eliminate him. The logic was simple. If the mutation could awaken right away, the system would not have issued a quest with a half-day time limit. Second, it was uncontrollable and might possess its own will. Third, the entity that hollowed out that monster was likely the very mutation currently residing within him. It exhibited immense, destructive power, and he certainly could not contend with it. Fourth, the system had provided him with additional assistance. Maintaining his composure, Lynn swiftly opened his skill list. Infectious aura, curse diagnosis, ability, flesh cataclysm. Lynn's pupils constricted instantly. Indeed, this was the skill he had obtained upon completing the Blood Knight task. Ability, flesh cataclysm. Quality, special, description, a power acquired through intense flesh reorganization and severe mutations, allowing the host to freely control their flesh for secondary restructuring and proliferation. The ability's upper limit is determined by the host's constitution points. Flesh control? Lynn gazed intently at his hands. It appeared that the fierce battle with that monster the previous night had inadvertently granted him a novel special ability. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to test its efficacy. Lynn promptly closed his eyes, concentrating his will on a specific area of his body. In an instant, Lynn's pupils dilated. He felt it. He sensed that wondrous transformation. Indeed, this extraordinary ability indeed allows him to reshape the flesh and blood of his own body at will. astonishingly larger and more grotesque. This skill is truly remarkable. Invincible. No. Lynn quickly composed himself. This was not the time to dwell on such bizarre notions, nor to ponder the peculiar applications of this skill. The foremost priority was to ascertain the nature of the aberration within him. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of identification. He needed to discover a means to contain it. Additionally, if the creature from last night had indeed consumed that aberration, where would such a massive quantity of flesh be stored? His emaciated frame could hardly accommodate such substantial mass. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that his weight had not undergone any abnormal fluctuations. Let's assume that the flesh still resided within him, unprocessed and undigested, perhaps concealed from his perception due to the aberration's unique existence. Lynn pondered deeply. Since that aberration still lingered within him, any unusual occurrences in his body would undoubtedly impact it as well, considering they shared the same corporeal vessel. If that were the case, Lynn narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within them. Silently, he turned his gaze toward a bottle situated in a corner. Faintly, he could discern the ominous inscription of dichlorvos emblazoned upon it. The atmosphere around him descended into an eerie silence. Oh, let's go. In the next moment, Lynn seized the bottle of dichlorvos, pried off the cap, and began to gulp it down voraciously. This concoction was the ultimate pesticide he had painstakingly replicated over the past 2 years, guided by the teachings of his mentor and shaped by the memories of his previous life. Consuming it would surely provoke a violent reaction, leading to relentless diarrhea, nausea, and a host of complications that would make one wish for death. But a true man never fears dichlorvos. Warning: host life at risk, acquiring abnormal buff, dichlorvos poisoning. Seizing the remaining moments of his mobility, Lynn hastily dashed into the alchemical chamber, rummaging through cabinets to gather all the expired potions he had stockpiled, which he had yet to administer to his beloved pet. Squinting, Lynn cracked open a vial with a sharp snap. Instantly, wisps of smoke shaped like skulls began to rise from the bottle. What kind of anomalies would these potions, long past their expiration date, produce? Even he could not ascertain. Nevertheless, let's go. Gritting his teeth, Lynn threw his head back, downing one bottle after another with great fervor. Warning: host acquiring abnormal buff, severe itching. Warning: host acquiring abnormal buff, severe skin rash. Warning: host acquiring abnormal buff, viral spread. The system notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. Lynn's reasoning was straightforward. If the aberration shared his body, and if it possessed its own will, then surely it could be coaxed out through this self-destructive method. Now, it was a matter of whose resolve was more steadfast. Without a second thought, Lynn swiftly gathered a plethora of materials from the storeroom, opened his mentor's alchemical tome, and began tossing various ingredients into the cauldron while flipping through the pages. Bubbling and boiling, the potion pot soon erupted with a riot of colorful froth. Lynn revealed a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a feverish delight as he gazed at the bubbling concoction, the kaleidoscope of colors reflecting ominously on his cheeks. Ding! You have successfully concocted a plague potion, X1. Ding! You have successfully concocted a severe weakness potion, X1. Ding! You have successfully concocted a malignant virus potion, X1. Your alchemical experience 1. Your alchemical experience 1. Chapter 69, he was relentlessly forcing it down. The notifications continued to resonate in Lynn's ears, undeterred. In less than 2 hours, he had concocted over a dozen terrifying and bizarre potions, according to the alchemical tome. To enhance the flavor, Lynn even unearthed his mentor's treasured vintage wine. With all preparations complete, he brought out a rocking chair, placed it in the backyard, and reclined upon it. One gulp of the virus potion, followed by a sip of the old wine, and he swayed back and forth, his expression one of utter satisfaction. Ding! You are poisoned. Current life force rapidly diminishing. Expected to depart within 20 minutes. Gulp! Ding! You consumed a recovery potion. Life force temporarily restored. Ding! The virus is ruthlessly ravaging your vital organs. You are expected to succumb to various complications within 15 minutes. Gulp! Ding! You consumed 2 potions. Life force temporarily restored. Mere minutes later, Lynn chuckled coldly, arms outstretched, feeling the multitude of indescribable complications surging within him. The pain alone manifested in over a dozen different forms. Not to mention the sensations of itching, burning, melting, coldness, and fever, as if countless ants scurried through his body, or someone were relentlessly pressurizing his chest with a pump. Every conceivable adverse reaction afflicted him. Ha 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 ha. If this were a normal person, they would have split apart 10 times over. Lynn sneered through clenched teeth. Now is the time to test his willpower. Lynn activated a stopwatch. 20 minutes. If he felt no significant reaction within that time frame, he would extend it by another 20 minutes. Soon, the first 20 minutes drew to a close. Lynn still felt no signs of anything unusual beyond these complications. Gritting his teeth, he seized a bottle of recovery and detoxification potions, downing them in quick succession. Smack! He slammed the table and grabbed various lethal potions nearby. Again, time flew by. As the second 20 minutes approached, he could faintly see his left hand twitching slightly. But Lynn was oblivious, for not only was his left hand trembling, but his entire body was shaking as well. Furthermore, his complexion shifted through a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Again, Lynn weakly reached out, gulping down a detoxification potion. The third 20 minutes commenced. Lynn lay rigidly in the rocking chair, his body overwhelmed by a cascade of terrifying complications, akin to enduring the most excruciating tortures known to man. His left hand began to convulse uncontrollably, and it was evident that a yellowish liquid was seeping from his palm. However, in his current state, Lynn was oblivious to the abnormalities in his left hand, as every part of him was in a state of distress. He had nearly pushed himself to the brink of collapse. Again, Lynn could no longer articulate words. Yet, he resolutely grasped a bottle of pesticide, preparing to consume it. Finally, as the fourth 20 minutes approached, a distinct and somewhat trembling system notification reverberated in his ears. Ding! Fear level toward you. 10. His left hand had long since turned palm up, a gaping wound oozing a copious amount of white foam, occasionally convulsing. But in his current condition, Lynn was deaf to it all. He had nearly exhausted his supply of potions. Again, I could still go on. Lynn shakily extended his hand toward the distant bottle of pesticide. The system notifications surged in urgency. Ding! Fear level toward you. 10. Ding! Fear level toward you. 11. Ding! Fear level toward you. 12. Yet it was almost uncontrollable. His left hand trembled as it clutched the rocking chair's arm, wrapping around it tightly, causing a fissure to appear in his palm. Ugh! Countless bubbles erupted from the mouth of that hand. Clearly, it was beyond salvation. The drug had taken effect. The drug had taken effect. However, in his current state, Lynn was completely short-circuited, dragging the chair forward in a desperate attempt to grasp that bottle of pesticide. One can only imagine the magnitude of his obsession. I can still do it. System. Left hand, wah. Ding. Fear level. 15. Ding. Fear level. 20. Just as Lynn was about to reach for that bottle of pesticide, his left hand finally panicked, scrambling in the opposite direction, all the while frothing profusely, leaving a long, sticky trail of white foam on the ground. The drug had turned against him. Was this entity truly a monstrosity? It had never witnessed a source so intent on self-destruction before. The antidote. The antidote. I can't take it anymore. Oh, Q, how unfortunate. At last, that trembling left hand thrust forward with all its might, elongating the wrist just enough to grasp the antidote bottle, and then forcefully opened it, pouring it into the mouth of its palm. Halfway through, it instinctively turned its hand to glance at Lynn on the other side. Left hand, wah! It instantly bristled with fury. While it was consuming that half bottle of antidote, Lynn was already hastily gulping down the pesticide. Gulp, gulp. And, judging by his efficiency, he was far surpassing its own pace. What a disaster. Its entire hand felt as though it would split apart. Ding. Fear level, 10. Ding. Fear level, 10. At that moment, time was of the essence. The left hand swiftly seized the antidote bottle, trembling as it forcefully poured it into its mouth. It was not particularly afraid of these poisons, but even the bravest could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the drug. A massive dose could induce illness even in those who were healthy. Finally, after finishing the entire bottle of antidote, the left hand, panting as if it had broken, hung limply in place, yearning for recovery. Yet in the next instant, it suddenly sensed that wretched body behind it stirring once more. Huh! It instinctively trembled and turned its hand, only to witness the drugged Lynn, who had already succumbed to the effects of the drug, laboriously crawling on the ground, reaching out towards a bottle of unopened poison amidst a pile of containers. The determination to self-destruct was truly heart-wrenching, evoking tears from anyone who witnessed it. Left hand, wah. Ding. Fear level, 20. Ding. Fear level, 20. In that moment, the left hand finally mustered all its strength to grasp a nearby pillar, crying out in sheer desperation. Dame. Dumb. Dumb. Chapter 70. Just 2 more centimeters. Because it truly could no longer endure. Having consumed such an assortment of strange substances for dinner, it had initially hoped for a moment of digestion, only to be inundated with a deluge of bizarre pesticides. A little would have been manageable, just a matter of enduring through it. But no, He was being force-fed a lethal dose. If he were to die, so be it, but this wretched being persisted in teetering on the brink of life and death. This was sheer torment. Too cruel. The left hand clung tightly to the pillar, regardless of how the body behind it struggled to crawl forward, resolutely refusing to let go. Meanwhile, the drugged Lynn continued to inch forward, a relentless force of will persisting even in his stupor. Let go, let go, he murmured, frothing at the mouth. No, no, the left hand shouted. In that instant, a protracted and heated stalemate ensued. At this moment, letting go would spell disaster. Thus, they remained locked in place for over 10 minutes. Finally, Lynn's eyes began to swirl, and he reached out with a trembling hand towards that bottle of pesticide, only to collapse just a few centimeters short. His mouth foamed profusely, a wisp of smoke rising from his head. Unattainable, a heart weighed down by despair. Just 2 more centimeters. The inevitability of death loomed. Lynn ultimately succumbed, having poisoned himself. Ugh! At last, the left hand could bear it no longer, trembling as it slid down the pillar, leaving a long, foamy trail behind. It did not fall. It remained steadfast. It exerted all its strength to drag the now convulsing, frothing body behind it, extending its 5 fingers, trembling and leaving a long trail of foam as it struggled towards the alchemical chamber. Each shaky step left a lengthy trace of white behind. The fervent desire for life and struggle was displayed in its most vivid form at that moment. Antidote, OQ help. Finally, the trembling left hand managed to support the smoking body as it reached the alchemical chamber, then struggled to climb onto the shelf, trembling as it unscrewed the cap of a recovery potion. Gulp, 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 gulp. At long last, having exhausted every ounce of strength to consume all the available potions. That left hand, too, turned its palm over, frothing just like Lynn, and finally succumbed. It was unclear how much time had passed. Ding. Your poison resistance, 1. Ding. Your poison resistance, 1. Ding. You have achieved a milestone. Poison jar. Earning 300 basic experience points. Ding. You have achieved a milestone. Not dead from poison. Earning 300 basic experience points. Poison jar. A special achievement obtained by surviving over 500 instances of poisoning in a short period without dying. Granting a permanent attribute boost of all attributes 1, poison resistance 10. Not dead from poison. A special achievement obtained by enduring over 200 types of toxins in a short time without dying. Granting a permanent boost of all attributes 2. Constitution 5, poison resistance 5. Amidst a barrage of system notifications, Lynn finally groggily opened his eyes. Rubbing his painfully throbbing temples, Lynn grimaced as he rose from the ground, feeling as though his entire body belonged to someone else, a most uncomfortable sensation. Had the mutation been drugged out of me? He struggled to stand, only to collapse back down. His body felt utterly weak, weak as if he had just undergone a series of extraordinary exertions. Lynn shook his head vigorously, attempting to recall the events leading up to his fainting. Though his consciousness remained hazy, his mind clouded. However, he vaguely remembered that, in the final moments of his blackout, he had indeed perceived something amiss with his body, as if a part of him had moved on its own. What could it have been? Lynn rubbed his eyes, straining to remember. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand resting on his lap suddenly twitched. Then with a twist, it turned palm up. The wound on its palm, gasping for breath, whispering, "I've been saved." In an instant, Lynn's body stiffened. His rigid gaze fell upon his left hand, which was gasping and trembling on his lap. In an instant, a peculiar interface materialized before his eyes. Race, abnormal mutation. Attribute, lawful evil. Level, none. Combat ability, an insatiable hunger for devouring. Description, a unique mutation birthed through a series of fortuitous events within the body of a young human. Intricately interwoven with remnants of flesh from a Type 3 flesh puppet, the heart of a faceless demon, and fragments from malevolent spirit aggregate, coexisting with its host. Possessing formidable power, yet harboring an aversion to pesticides. At that very moment, his left hand also became acutely aware of Lynn's stare, diverting its focus towards him. Though devoid of eyes, an inexplicable sensation of mutual gaze lingered in the air. For a fleeting instant, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Lynn's sanity value, 10. Left hand's sanity value, 9. In the next heartbeat, Lynn's left hand abruptly opened its gaping maw, revealing a set of sharp teeth, lunging ferociously towards Lynn's head, as if it were a wild beast intent on devouring him. "I will eat you." Simultaneously, Lynn reacted with remarkable speed, gritting his teeth and seizing his left wrist with his right hand, forcefully pushing it back. "I remember now. Indeed, my left hand has mutated. No wonder I couldn't get high." With a loud crash, he was sent tumbling to the ground by the overwhelming force. The gaping maw of his left hand grew larger and more menacing, its sharp teeth snapping violently at the air before him. In this dire moment, Lynn's determination surged. He rolled over, gripping his left wrist with all his might, gritting his teeth, and resisting with fervor. No, this mutant strength is too great. If this continues, I might lose my head. I must devise a strategy. Yes, the ability I just acquired. Ability, Flesh, Cataclysm. Buzz. Lynn instantly concentrated his consciousness on his left hand, gritting his teeth as he boldly activated that skill. In an instant, blood surged through his arm, flesh writhing furiously. Yet, he immediately sensed an immense repulsion emanating from his left hand, resisting his control. Clearly, this was the will of the mutation. You possess such vile abilities, daring to attempt to control me. I will devour you. I'll die. The teeth snapped even more ferociously. Although Lynn could not fully dominate his left hand, he succeeded in stifling its offensive, significantly alleviating the pressure on his right hand. You damn thing. You can still talk. I will outlast you. Today, let us see who will eliminate whom. Damn it. Lynn was seething with rage. Chapter 71. One of us must perish today. Lynn wrestled with his left hand, causing chaos throughout the room. You talk big. You vile creature. Don't think just because I'm attached to you that I won't dare to move against you. You little brat. Lynn forcefully pushed his left hand to the side, declaring, come on, if you dare, let us see you try. Am I afraid of just a hand? This is outrageous. How can such a minor mutation be so audacious? Today, no matter what, I must eliminate it. If necessary, I shall part with this left hand. Without hesitation, Lynn summoned all his strength and charged toward a wall, crashing his left hand against it. Lynn's health won. Less health won. You dare to strike me? Take this. With a swift motion, the tongue of his left hand elongated dramatically, lunging towards Lynn's face. Clearly, if that terrifying tongue struck him, it could either kill him or leave a gaping hole in him. Just as the tongue was about to pierce Lynn, he seized the opportunity, viciously opening his mouth. Snap! Wah! Lynn bit down hard, capturing that tongue. His health, 10. Lynn's health, 10. Seizing the moment, Lynn gritted his teeth and dashed into the adjacent operating room. Grabbing a cleaver, he raised it menacingly, aiming to cleave his left hand in two. However, in that critical moment, his left hand violently whipped its tongue, hurling Lynn backward to the ground. The cleaver fell heavily, creating a sharp clang. Yet, Lynn's ferocity had already ignited. Today, one of them must die. Without a second thought, Lynn snatched up the fallen cleaver. His left hand, undeterred, quickly grasped his scalpel from the operating table. Come on, let us hurt each other. Clang, clang. The two blades clashed, sparks flying, echoing like a war cry. Lynn pressed forward, declaring, you're finished. Today, I will first chop you up, then preserve you in a jar as a specimen. The left hand, equally determined, resisted fiercely, retorting, give a try. Flower cue. Clang, clang. In that moment, Lynn and his left hand swung their blades mercilessly at each other. The sound of metal colliding filled the air, sparks erupting as they fought fiercely. They battled from the operating room to the alchemy lab, and then from the alchemy lab to the foyer, finally spilling into the backyard, neither willing to yield. The conflict intensifying. Ding. Your combat ability. One ding. Your combat ability. One ding. Your combat ability. After a relentless struggle with his left hand for several minutes, clang. Their blades collided once more, plunging them into a tense standoff. I'll give you a chance. Leave my body voluntarily, and I'll spare your life. That should be my line. Just let me eat your head, and I'll let you go. It seems we have no room for negotiation. Who would negotiate with you? I'll devour you. Clang, clang. At that moment of fierce combat, as their blades struck together, an immense recoil sent both weapons flying. The more agile left hand quickly seized the opportunity, opening its gaping maw to engulf Lynn's head. I will eat you. As the crisis loomed, Lynn cast aside all hesitation. He thrust his right arm into the maw, bracing against its upper and lower jaws to prevent it from severing his neck. Once again, the battle reached a fever pitch. You're finished. The left hand forcefully tossed Lynn down, yet he seized the chance to wrench his head free from its jaws. Watching that ferocious maw thrash before him, Lynn gritted his teeth. Who's finished is yet to be determined. In that moment of peril, lying on the ground, Lynn's eyes landed on a collection of bottles and jars, one of which held the pesticide he had concocted, preserved intact. In an instant, Lynn felt as if he had glimpsed the dawn. Yes, this must be the last bottle remaining before my blackout. At this moment, Lynn clenched his teeth fiercely, executing a swift roll before opening his mouth to accurately seize the bottle of pesticide. With a deft motion, he flipped over, pressing down his enormous left hand. In that fleeting moment, his left hand caught sight of the ferocious cold smirk that graced Lynn's face, as well as the pesticide bottle clutched between his teeth. "Ah!" the left hand exclaimed, its fear level rising to 10. "You can't open a cap. Don't harbor such delusions." It twisted vigorously. "What?" Lynn sneered. Under the unwavering gaze of his left hand, Lynn instantaneously activated the fleshly catastrophe. A diminutive hand slowly sprouted from his cheek, and right before its eyes, he audibly popped the cork from the bottle. In an instant, as the left hand emitted a high-pitched scream of terror, the entire bottle of pesticide gurgled its way down its throat. "Choke on this. I'll make you choke." Moments later, with a belch, the left hand stood vacantly, incessantly burping. Its mouth was flooded with a viscous, strange liquid, foul and difficult to swallow. It was filled to the brim. "Ding. Host, you have acquired an abnormal status. Pesticide poisoning. Warning. Warning. The pesticide you ingested has triggered a reaction from the residual toxins within your body. The toxicity is beginning to retaliate. Ding. Your abnormal status. Pesticide poisoning has transformed into pesticide poisoning." Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Buzz. His expression instantly turned hollow. No. He had forgotten. Since his poisoning would elicit a reaction from this aberration, then forcing toxins upon it meant he would also, in an instant, gurgle. His stomach began to churn violently. A wave of profound nausea surged through every capillary in his body. His complexion shifted rapidly from pale to red, then to purple, and finally to green. Lynn's left hand muttered vacantly, "You foolish host, poisoning me means you too will suffer." In that moment, Lynn abruptly turned his head, forcefully pushing open the cellar door, and began to retch uncontrollably. Ugh. Ding. Your little darling's affection level is 10. Ding. Your little darling's affection level is 10. The left hand, in a woeful state, struggled to rise, trembling as it grasped a nearby knife, ready to strike at Lynn. "I will kill you. I will eliminate you, you vile creature. How dare you force that terrifying pesticide upon me?" At that instant, the left hand could no longer contain itself, collapsing beside Lynn, also retching into the cellar. "Wait until I finish vomiting, then I'll kill you." Ugh. Ding. Your little darling's anger level is 10. Ding. Your little darling's anger level is 10. After retching for a solid 10 minutes, Lynn, utterly exhausted, leaned against the edge of the cellar, trembling and gasping for breath. His face ashen, his left hand mirrored his state, sprawled against the cellar edge, its long tongue hanging limply, also thoroughly nauseated. "Truce," Lynn gasped. "Let me recover, and then I'll chop you up." "Agreed," the left hand replied languidly. "I have no appetite for you right now. I shall consume you later." Chapter 72. Why does he possess two faces? After a peaceful respite lasting half an hour, Lynn, eyes closed against the cellar edge, suggested wistfully, "How about we coexist peacefully for the time being? What do you think?" "That seems like a splendid proposal," the left hand responded. "Continuing this conflict serves no purpose." "I concur." The notion of two consciousnesses inhabiting a single body was, upon reflection, quite acceptable. Indeed, a brief silence ensued. Clang. The clash of two blades reverberated through the air. Sparks flew as Lynn, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I knew you were plotting to ambush me." Thankfully, my reflexes were swift. "I never anticipated your treachery." The left hand forcefully pressed its knife forward, retorting, "You were the one attempting to sever me while I was off guard. You are the truly vile one. I will end you." Clang, clang, clang. The reawakened duo engaged in a fierce duel once more. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Is anyone in the shop? I require treatment." Ding. You have triggered the quest, diagnose the ailment. Quest reward, 200 skeleton coins. 100 base experience, special reward X1. Upon hearing the notification, Lynn immediately snapped back to attention, continuing to clash blades with his left hand while shouting, "We have a guest. Please come in." Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn dashed to the operating room, hastily donning his trousers and lab coat. "If it weren't for the customer, I would have diced you up by now, you detestable fiend." Clang, clang. Lynn swiftly made his way to the front room, and in an instant, he beheld a figure resembling a goat-headed creature entering through the door. Goat-headed monster. Species, aberration. Attribute, chaotic neutral. Level, 69. Combat ability, powerful melee prowess. Description, a wandering aberration in the dark world. They consider themselves the offspring of the nameless black mountain goat Shabnicolas, yet most believe this to be a stretch, as they bear little resemblance to beings such as the pork demon or goblin. When Lynn spotted the creature, the goat-headed monster also immediately recognized the human youth charging towards it, momentarily stunned. It did not understand the intentions of this human wielding two knives. Was it a robbery? Instinctively, it glanced at the dilapidated sign above the door reading Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Surely, this was a potion shop, was it not? In the next moment, clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing startled it. The monster widened its eyes, watching the human wielding two knives clashing with fervor, swallowing nervously. Welcome. Lynn instantly pivoted, seamlessly transitioning into a congenial professional smile. I am the attendant here. Since the owner is away, I am currently in charge. How may I assist you today, dear customer? He then turned back to resume his fierce duel with the left hand. Goat-headed monster's sanity level. The goat-headed monster was astonished, swallowing hard as it instinctively pressed against the doorpost, wide-eyed. I'm a traveler. I believe I might be unwell and heard that this place has a humble reputation. So I happened to pass by and thought I might find a doctor. Clang, clang, clang. With sparks flying, Lynn turned his head, instantly shifting into a warm, friendly smile. Then you have come to the right place. To be frank, there are no other shops for miles around. This is the sole potion shop within 100 miles. Rest assured, whatever ailment you suffer from, I guarantee a remedy. Clang, clang, clang. Lynn immediately returned to fiercely suppressing his left hand. The sight of the sparks flying from their blades sent shivers down the goat-headed monster's spine. Something was off. This potion shop felt distinctly different from any normal apothecary. He trembled as he pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide as he retreated, stammering, I see. Perhaps, boss, you have your own affairs to attend to? Should I come back another day? As he spoke, he swiftly turned around. Suddenly, a knife whistled past his forehead, embedding itself in the wall before him. The creature with the goat's head gasped. That was close. Just 2 centimeters away. Goat-head monster sanity level 5. Goat-head monster sanity level 5. I am so sorry. Lynn exclaimed, his face a mask of contrition. He quickly swiveled his head, dodging the barrage of knives being swung by his left hand, and dashed to his side, seizing the discarded knife and engaging in a fierce duel with his left hand. Lynn briefly turned his head, revealing an apologetic expression. My apologies. I accidentally lost my grip. Did I frighten you? The goat-head monster quivered, stammering. And no, did you really lose your grip? That doesn't seem right. It felt as though the knife had been thrown because he had displayed signs of wanting to leave. Indeed, I lost my grip. To be precise, upon hearing your intent to depart, I became momentarily distracted, which affected my judgment and caused the knife to slip, Lynn explained apologetically. The goat-head monster was taken aback. Is that so? Why does that reasoning seem utterly ludicrous? Do not be alarmed. Please do come in. Lynn urged with genuine enthusiasm. In truth, you are our very first customer today, which excites me greatly. He cordially stepped aside, pulling his stool from behind the shattered counter with his foot, and continued, Our establishment has recently undergone renovations, but I assure you that despite the simplicity, we possess all the essential medical supplies. Rest assured, we will provide you with a delightful experience. Clang, clang, clang. Lynn abruptly turned, engaging in combat with his left hand once more. The goat-head monster sat in a stupor. Can it truly be delightful? Why do I feel otherwise? It gulped nervously, trembling as it said, may I step outside for a bit? I feel like my left foot stepping in first might have been somewhat rude. Lynn wore a regretful expression, replying, Oh, is that so? Are you not planning to receive treatment here? The goat-head monster, still dazed, asked, What would happen if I said yes? Lynn flashed a friendly smile, stating, Of course, nothing would happen. After all, the customer is king, and the king has the right to choose. With that, Lynn swiftly turned, brandishing his knife and attacking with even greater ferocity. I'll slay you. I curse you. I'll slay you. The goat-head monster thought, Goat-head monster sanity level 5. Goat-head monster sanity level 5. Why does he have 2 faces? Chapter 73. I've already stabbed. Something feels off. Why is he uttering threats while fighting himself? Logically, it seems as though he is the only one here. Is he hinting at something? Is this the Soulwalker Alley? The local customs are quite pure. The goat-head monster warily glanced outside before looking back at the 2 sparking knives in his hands. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to observe the situation further. He tightly pressed his legs together and sat on the stool, trembling hands resting on his knees. Boss. The goat-head monster stammered. What is the purpose of wielding 2 knives in combat? Are you practicing some formidable technique? Lynn boast, Dakinavak. No. I simply wish to sever my left hand. Haha. The goat-head monster shivered, bewildered. W.I. Lynn turned his left hand, resuming his clashing of blades, and said, I cannot elaborate too much, but you should know that this hand is no good. It craves flesh. It nearly tried to consume me just now, and if I do not restrain it, It might even wish to feast upon you. He instantly switched to a warm smile, assuring, but fear not, you are safe with me. Ding. Goat head monster tremor level, 10. Ding. Goat head monster tremor level, 10. The goat head monster sat trembling on the small stool, legs tightly pressed together. Is that true? Is that true? Why do I get the feeling that you are subtly suggesting you wish to kill me? You cannot bully me, a mere outsider, even if my intellect is lacking. You should not treat me with such disdain. This is a black shop. If I do not leave soon, I truly fear for my life here. Moreover, how could there still be humans running a shop in this dark world? It is evident that something is amiss. A normal person could not possibly be so at ease. He once again felt a surge of urgency to escape. Boss, he ventured. When do you plan to treat me? Perhaps you should prepare? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy as he replied warmly. Have you finally decided to receive treatment at our establishment? Splendid. You've made an exceedingly wise choice. There is no need to wait long. I shall diagnose you immediately. With that, Lynn turned back to face his left hand, swiftly rummaging through the counter for his stethoscope. Clang, clang. I'll diagnose you, you filthy creature. You clearly wish to kill me. It's written all over your face. If I stay here any longer, I must truly be deranged. A black shop. I'm out of here. Seizing the opportunity while Lynn had turned his back, he swiftly stood up, attempting to move quietly towards the door. However, at that moment, a tremendous clang erupted from behind him, followed by a booming voice. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. You think you can evade me? Whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sounds pierced the air. This Soulwalker alley is filled with my good neighbors. If I can't chop you up, I'll have my neighbor come and do it. The goat head monster halted in its tracks, frozen in place. Goat head monster sanity level, 10. Do you think that wielding a knife makes you my equal? I'll tell you, the hands I've chopped can circle the entire Soulwalker alley many times over. The goat head monster quickly withdrew its hand from the knife hilt at its waist. No, I was just habitually touching it. Goat head monster sanity level, 10. You better watch yourself. There will be many days ahead. If you behave, I might refrain from chopping you, but if you do not listen, do not blame me for being merciless. Lynn brandished his knife across his chest, gritting his teeth as he faced off against his left hand, which was equally armed. Goat head monster sanity level, 30. Taking advantage of the moment, he quickly turned, smiling as he pointed his knife at the stethoscope, saying warmly, Dear guest, we may begin now. Meanwhile, the goat head monster, who had somehow returned without him noticing, sat tightly with its legs pressed together on the small stool, nodding rapidly and trembling. All right, I'll do as you say, Sop. Minutes later, the goat head monster sat trembling at the counter, one hand quaking as it pressed one end of the stethoscope against its heart, while across the counter, the human youth had closed his eyes. His left and right hand still gripped their knives, clearly in a tense standoff. However, it was evidently much less intense than the previous knife fight. After listening for a while, Lynn furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, the goat head monster's heart raced. Doctor, have you discovered something concerning? It was now genuinely unconcerned about anything. He was deeply concerned about when this doctor would rise and take his kidneys. He genuinely wanted to exclaim, Lamb kidneys are utterly unpalatable. Indeed, Lynn remarked earnestly, your heart rhythm appears somewhat irregular. It seems you recently experienced a severe shock, which has caused a surge in your adrenaline. If that were all, it would not be a matter of great concern. The creature with the sheep's head interjected. Do you possess even the slightest inkling of the fright I have endured? Speak up. He lifted his gaze, steadily meeting the doctor's eyes, and continued. However, I observe that your complexion is ashen, your gaze lacks vitality, and your lips bear a purplish hue, which are likely signs of poisoning. Should you suffer further shocks after such poisoning, resulting in rapid blood circulation, it could indeed endanger your life. The creature with the sheep's head exclaimed, Are you jesting? Is this doctor making a mockery of me? Have you recently ventured into a place rife with miasma? The creature, in a daze, replied, I've visited a swamp. Were you attacked by anything? The creature, still dazed, rolled up his sleeves, revealing numerous scratches upon his arms, and replied, I was not attacked. I merely sustained superficial wounds from the vines within. I bandaged them and thought nothing of it. Ding. Auxiliary diagnosis in progress. Special toxin human-faced vine has been recorded in the database. Clank, clank, clank. Lynn swiftly parried several strikes from the left hand that sought to ambush him. He then turned his head, rapidly scanning the information provided by the system. His expression shifted to one of calm as he stated, The human-faced vine is a highly toxic plant that thrives in damp, cold environments, typically lying in wait underground to ambush passing creatures. However, the toxin's incubation period is quite lengthy, Under normal circumstances, it is not usually fatal. The creature with the sheep's head queried, "And what about in abnormal circumstances?" Lynn, still focused on his left hand, quickly reviewed the material, responding first and foremost. One must avoid any further fright, preventing an accelerated heartbeat, and maintain a tranquil and serene disposition to avert elevated blood pressure. Just at that moment, Lynn's concentration faltered. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the creature's left hand swelled several times its size, revealing sharp fangs that instantly engulfed Lynn's head. The creature exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Sheep-headed creature, sanity value, 10. Sheep-headed creature, sanity value, 10. Secondly, Lynn quickly hardened his neck with flesh and blood transformation to prevent it from being bitten off. He then extended his foot, forcefully pushing against the lower jaw of the enormous mouth, straining to hold it open. Lynn stated, "If the toxin has already begun to spread, your body will gradually emit a peculiar fragrance, which, at this juncture, can easily attract malevolent beings with an insatiable appetite for consumption. However, fear not. Our apothecary is quite secure, devoid of any wicked entities." Slurp, slurp. The sheep-headed creature sat there, its body exuding an unusual scent, while a several-meter-long, slimy tongue dangled from the enormous mouth, mindlessly licking its cheek. Sheep-headed creature terror level, 50. Sheep-headed creature terror level, 50. Thirdly, Lynn diligently raised 3 fingers of his right hand, rapidly perusing the information provided by the system. If the peculiar fragrance has fully manifested and attracted malevolent beings, immediate bloodletting treatment must be administered. Even a minute's delay could be life-threatening. The sheep-headed creature promptly drew a small knife, thrusting it into the major artery of its leg. Blood immediately spurted forth. "Wait." Lynn extended his hand, exclaiming, "I misread. You should consume copious amounts of water and restorative potions to inhibit the accumulation of toxins. Bloodletting is a hasty method of relief and should not be utilized." The creature exclaimed. It gazed at Lynn, then at the knife embedded in its leg and the spurting blood from its artery. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You should have said it earlier. I've already done it." Chapter 74, all in the backyard soaking. Finally, Lynn forcefully extracted his head from the giant mouth of the left hand. He firmly restrained the enormous mouth with his right hand, witnessing the sheep-headed creature's leg bleed profusely, and urgently implored, "Dear guest, while I mentioned that bloodletting is a rapid method of relief, there truly was no need for you to resort to such drastic measures so hastily. Did you not come here seeking treatment? Why the urgency for relief?" The sheep-headed creature was rendered speechless. "Goodness, I never intended to seek relief. If you had conveyed your message all at once, I wouldn't have stabbed myself." It pointed at its bleeding leg, gesturing frantically. "Stop. Stop the bleeding. It's gushing." Sheep-headed creature, sanity value, 10. Sheep-headed creature, sanity value, 10. Have you come to terms with it? Do you also believe that living is preferable? It truly brings me immense joy to witness your change of heart. Lynn's expression turned serious as he swiftly extended his foot, expertly pressing down on the major artery of the creature's bleeding leg. With a hissing sound, the torrent of blood was immediately stemmed. The sheep-headed creature sagged, its dazed face glistening with beads of sweat. "Is it possible for me to not receive treatment here? Could you spare me just this once? I swear, in the future, if I see you, I will certainly take a different path." Tears of distress streamed from its wide-open eyes. Sheep-headed creature breakdown value, 10. Sheep-headed creature breakdown value, 10. Lynn, feeling disheartened, replied, "I apologize. I'm still a novice and have caused you some unpleasant experiences. However, once you step out of this door, there will be no other apothecaries within several hundred miles." The sheep-headed creature trembled, shedding tears. There must be." Lynn, feeling troubled, responded, "There truly are none. There were some in the past, but now they are all preserved in the specimen room in the backyard." He pointed to the specimens soaking behind him. In that moment, the sheep-headed creature completely broke down, and the once stalwart figure wept bitterly. It thought of its parents, its 3 years of wandering, and its 2-year-old child, still in need of care, mentioned in the letter. It realized it was about to meet its end in this sinister establishment. Its sobbing grew more desperate. "Please, do not cry. Leave it to me. I am a doctor, and I guarantee you will walk out of that door in good health." Lynn earnestly attempted to console it. Furthermore, the toxin from a human-faced vine is not particularly potent. In a sense, it is akin to a chronic poison, and as long as the correct antidote is found, it can be easily eradicated. He utilizes abilities to conjure tentacles, retrieving a myriad of potions from the counter. Before the creature's eyes, he swiftly mixed several potions in the appropriate proportions. Once the initial concoction was complete, Lynn squinted his eyes, slowly splitting the tentacles, grasping a syringe. and observing the sharp needle as the liquid began to ooze forth. Let me give you an injection first. After a few doses, while it cannot be said to be a panacea, it will undoubtedly invigorate you. E.M. inserted. The sheep-headed creature suddenly extended its hand, trembling. Wait a moment. Uft. Bah. Ding. The sheep-headed creature's terror level, 10. Ding. The sheep-headed creature's terror level, 10. Minutes later, the sheep-headed creature sat dazedly in chair, its body adorned with numerous syringes of various sizes, and the wound on its thigh had been bandaged. Lynn, using his tentacles, tied a butterfly knot on its thigh, asking, "How do you feel? Is the effect not remarkably favorable? The potion I prepared for you is a special antidote developed by my teacher specifically for the toxin of the human face vine. You have indeed come to the right place at our Bloodsaw Apothecary. I must tell you, the efficacy of our establishment is indeed unparalleled elsewhere." The creature with the goat's head leaned against the wall, experiencing the gradual ebbing of its weakness. It is truly peculiar. After enduring a dozen injections, despite suffering a significant mental blow, the inexplicable frailty and lethargy within its body have been greatly mitigated. Even the unusual fragrance emanating from its being has begun to dissipate. Could it be that this is not a nefarious establishment engaged in murder and mayhem, but rather a legitimate apothecary? Have I perhaps misjudged? The creature with the goat's head, still in a daze, remarked, "You wouldn't intend to heal me first and then slice me up, would you?" Lynn, resolutely suppressing the urge to devour him with his left hand, replied, "Of course not. Here at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, we adhere to the principle that the customer is king. As long as you possess wealth, not only can we refrain from slicing you, but you could even slice me. Ding. Your soothing experience has increased by 1. Ding. Your soothing experience has increased by 1. Ding. The goat-headed creature's spirit has been greatly comforted, and you are successfully progressing towards becoming a proficient and reassuring physician." The goat-headed creature sighed in relief, muttering, But what if I have no money?" A profound silence enveloped the apothecary. Even the left hand, which had been gnashing its teeth with an intention to consume Lynn, came to an abrupt halt. Lynn, taken aback, raised his knife and inquired, "No money?" The goat-headed creature immediately bristled. Ding. The goat-headed creature's sanity has decreased by 1. Ding. The goat-headed creature's sanity has decreased by 1. I certainly do. I have plenty." In a flurry, he produced bag after bag of skeletal coins from his attire, his movements so swift they nearly left an afterimage. Upon seeing the clattering coins, Lynn's face immediately brightened with a congenial expression, exclaiming, "You truly frighten me. Please do not jest, or I might have thought you were here to take the king's medicine. I had already contemplated which part of you to slice. My heart was racing in fear." The goat-headed creature chuckled. "Is that so? Ha ha. The goat-headed creature's blood pressure has increased by 1. The goat-headed creature's blood pressure has increased by 1. He hastily diverted the conversation, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "But I must say, the effects of your potion feel remarkably potent. Within mere minutes, I feel significantly better." As Lynn counted the coins, a knowing smile graced his face. "Indeed, my mentor previously cultivated this toxin on a grand scale, and thus possesses considerable insight into its treatment. One could say in the entire dark realm, only our shop offers a remedy with such remarkable efficacy." The goat-headed creature, wiping sweat from his brow, said that if other creatures were to fall victim to this toxin elsewhere, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Lynn reassured him, "Rest assured, apart from our establishment, no other place harbors this toxin." The goat-headed creature paused, sensing an underlying peculiar logic in the air. Chapter 75, A Temporary Truce. "Dear customer, I have calculated your bill. You have received a total of 21 injections, each costing 100 coins, amounting to 2,100 coins. The bandaging of the major artery is complimentary. You currently possess 1 black skull coin and 700 skeletal coins. You still owe 400 coins. Lynn maintained a smile on his face. The goat-headed creature instinctively felt his pouch, then placed a small bag of coins on the table. Lynn nodded and smiled. "You are still short by 100 coins. The goat-headed creature immediately searched his entire being. In an instant, he became despondent. I have none left." A brief silence ensued. Lynn slid a ledger toward him, stating earnestly, "Please take a look. We accept more than just coins for payment at our establishment." The goat-headed creature glanced at the ledger, which displayed kidney 1,000 coins, eyeball 200 coins each, arm 250 coins, genitalia 500 coins, and so forth. The goat-headed creature gasped. Lynn raised his knife, smiling amiably. "I suggest you keep your eyeballs. Once you earn enough money, you can always redeem them here, and we shall safeguard them for you." "Wait, The goat-headed creature swiftly extended his hand. I have other valuables that can be used for payment. Take a look. He quickly retrieved an object from his pack and placed it on the table. I found this a few days ago while wandering outside. It seems to be a part of something, and I thought it might be quite valuable, so I kept it. Lynn was taken aback. His gaze fell upon the object before him, which shimmered silver, resembling a fragment of a container, with scorch marks around it. Almost instantaneously, a description of the object appeared before Lynn's eyes. Fragment of mithril skull. Quality, rare material. Description, a high-strength skull fragment forged from special mithril. This exceptionally precious mithril is often utilized by the Demon Association to create formidable biological weapons. The Demon Association? Lynn's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave as he scrutinized the fragment, asking, "Where did you find this?" The goat-headed creature, looking bewildered, replied, "In a hilly area to the west, about 100 kilometers away. When I arrived, it seemed there had just been a battle, and I dared not linger, so I hastily collected some parts and fled." As he spoke, he retrieved several similarly scorched fragments from his pack, all of which bore descriptions linked to the Demon Association. Lynn pondered for a few minutes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a reward of 200 skeletal coins, 100 basic experience points, and a special reward. Radiated severed fingers X2. Radiated severed fingers. Type, consumable. Description, additional limbs grown from an unknown creature after exposure to radiation. Consuming them will temporarily induce a massive radiation surge in the body. Lynn beamed as he escorted the goat-headed creature out. He then swiftly grasped his left hand and hurried back into the shop. Ceasefire. Lynn's demeanor turned serious. It would be impossible for you to consume me at this moment. I suggest we postpone our matters for now, as I have more pressing concerns. Only a fool would heed your words. In an instant, the left hand swelled violently, opening its maw wide to devour Lynn. Its sharp teeth were a mere breath away, and its long tongue emitted a terrifying, slithering sound. In a flash, Lynn's entire head was engulfed. Yet, the left hand hesitated, mumbling, "Why didn't you dodge?" Lynn, arms crossed, his head trapped in the creature's mouth, calmly replied, "I know you lack the courage to consume me. You had a bit too much to drink earlier, and your mind was clouded. Now that you've regained your composure, it's clear to me that you truly do not dare to eat me." The left hand sneered. "Is that so?" Lynn replied, nonchalantly, "It is likely due to our interconnected fates, if I react adversely to your poison. You too must respond if you consume my head, for you could not survive alone." The left hand hesitated. Lynn closed his eyes, stating coolly, "Am I correct?" A moment of silence passed. The left hand gradually opened its mouth, revealing Lynn's head, returning to its original size, showcasing a sharp tooth. Lynn wiped the drool from his forehead and squinted. "It seems I was right." The left hand opened its mouth, snapping its teeth together with a rhythmic clack, exclaiming, "No. It's just that I am uncertain about the adverse repercussions that might arise from severing your head, but that does not imply I wouldn't consume you." Clearly, the prior incident involving pesticides had left it with a significant psychological scar. Ding! Your task, bodily reactions, current completion level 50. Introduction. Through extensive exposure to pesticides, the mutated entity has begun to doubt its own survival after eliminating you, yet it remains fiercely hostile towards you. Ding! You have triggered the second phase of the task, with the time limit erased. Task objective. Survive your interactions with the mutated entity without allowing it to perceive the truth that eliminating you would not harm it. Lynn. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that it could live on after killing me? One absurd joke. If it were to actually take a bite, just now, would that mean my demise would be in vain? Lynn's sanity level, 10. Huh. The left hand, baring its fangs, scrutinized the suddenly perspiring Lynn with a fierce gaze. However, Lynn was no ordinary individual. Years of cultivating a calm demeanor allowed him to swiftly regain his previous nonchalant expression. Lynn calmly remarked, "Since you're uncertain, I advise you not to attempt it. Otherwise, it would be a case of mutual destruction. I doubt you would wish to end up as the cause of your own demise, would you? If this were to circulate, it would be utterly laughable." Although outwardly appearing as unflappable as a seasoned veteran, internally, Lynn was in a state of turmoil. Yet, he understood that he must maintain his composure. Should he display any sign of weakness, this mutated left hand would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to bite off his head. Let us address the matter at hand. With a forced calmness, Lynn donned a monocle, its lens reflecting a chilling white light. He toyed with the fragments of mithril on the counter and quietly stated, "The creature that arrived last night is a creation of the Demon Association, and I have seen my teacher mention this organization in his journal. According to the records, my teacher was once a member of this organization." Although unsure of what transpired, Lynn pondered, based on yesterday's experience. It is highly likely that my teacher developed a profound conflict with this association. That flesh puppet was, in fact, sent here to eliminate us. But it failed to locate my teacher and instead found me. The left hand interjected. Humph. Lynn rose, pacing back and forth, saying, moreover, judging by these fragments, the influence of the demon association has infiltrated the vicinity. After eliminating that puppet last night, they must have employed some special means to ascertain what transpired here. The left hand retorted, I was the one who eliminated it, not you. Lynn disregarded its words, continuing his pacing and contemplation. If I were in their position, I would undoubtedly send more individuals here to investigate or eliminate any potential threats. If they discover that I am merely an ordinary human, they would undoubtedly crush me without a second thought. Lynn abruptly lifted his head, his expression steady, stating, either tonight or tomorrow, we shall surely encounter the second wave of crisis. Lynn conducted a profound analysis and reached a conclusion. The left hand, in anger, exclaimed, what does it have to do with me? Lynn cast a glance at it, adjusting his monocle, and replied, do not think you can remain uninvolved. Our fates are intertwined. If I am killed, you too shall perish. The left hand scoffed. Lynn then displayed a look of relief, gently patting its head. Let us calm down. Although I am unaware of how you transformed, you are, after all, a part of me, a left hand I utilize most frequently. Logically, we should share a deep bond. Reassurance experience. 1. Reassurance experience. 1. The left hand declared, but first, let be known that I shall consume any intruders. You shall have no share, and furthermore, no pesticides are allowed. Our cooperation is limited to these 2 days. Lynn adjusted his monocle, its shine glimmering. Deal. Chapter 76. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar? Time. Evening. Lynn donned a new combat outfit in the attic, squinting as he located a suitable knife from the surgical room. The left hand slumbered soundly, its palm-esque mouth producing rhythmic bubbles. No, the equipment at hand is still insufficient. Lynn meticulously searched through the empty shell of the flesh puppet, but still could not locate the revolver and bone saw he had lost the previous day. Moreover, judging by the description of this left hand, his greatest trump card, the heart of the faceless demon, had likely become a part of this creature. This implies that his revolver and knife might have also been swallowed by it. Lynn furrowed his brows. He glanced at his left hand, which was still snoozing and emitting zzz's. Should I search for them? Lynn contemplated and then made a bold decision. Donning a mask and gloves, Lynn's lens reflected light as he cautiously extended his right hand, gently prying open a gap in the mouth of the left hand. After a moment's reflection, he activated a slender tendril from his shoulder. Under his careful control, he guided the aberrant tendril into the mouth of the left hand. Curious. This mutated entity is evidently not as simple as it appears. Though it seems to be a part of me, it likely possesses its own unique internal structure. Lynn meticulously felt his way, eyes closed, and finally he reached the depths without obstruction. The tendril immediately encountered various indescribable, undigested flesh chunks and mechanical components. It appears that the remains of the creature it consumed are located here. Lynn mused, then began to extract items from within. Ding! You have acquired a shattered core X1. Ding! You have acquired decayed flesh X1. Ding! You have acquired a demon hunter revolver X1. Ding! You have acquired a bone saw X1. Lynn's eyes brightened. Found it. Indeed, my conjectures were correct. Both of my equipment were consumed by this mutated entity. With a triumphant grin, Lynn retracted his tendril and looked disdainfully at the sticky revolver and razor. Click! He disengaged the safety. Not a single fragment. After all, it is a legendary item. How could it possibly wear down so easily? I'm finally whole again. His gaze then shifted to the left hand, which remained in slumber with its mouth propped open. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to extract a few more items? There may still be some well-preserved treasures within that creature. After all, opportunities like this are fleeting. Lynn thought to himself, then carefully extended the tendril back into the mouth of the left hand. Ding! You have acquired a focusing IX1. Ding! You have acquired a dragon S breath hand X1. Ding! You have acquired Wraith S hair X1. As he continued to delve deeper, Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the stockpile is immense. If all these valuable items were to be digested, it would be an utter loss. With that, Lynn's enthusiasm surged as he retrieved items one by one, quickening the pace of his tendril S extraction. Drowsy it awakened. In an instant, it beheld Lynn, who was busy collecting various goods. The left hand exclaimed, "Wah! How infuriating! This scoundrel! This is intolerable!" Snap! The sharp maw of the left hand suddenly clamped down. Splurt! The tentacle controlled by Lynn was instantly severed in two. Ding! Host health points have decreased. Ding! Host health points have decreased. Gulp. The left hand swallowed the tentacle in one bite, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What do you want? Do you wish to fight?" Then it caught sight of the pile of slimy limbs and flesh surrounding Lynn. In an instant, the left hand was taken aback. Lynn extended his hand, cleared his throat, and said, "Allow me to explain. I merely wish to retrieve a few items that you swallowed yesterday. I harbor no intention of engaging in battle, I assure you." A brief silence ensued. The next moment, clang, 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 clang. The left hand seized a knife and began to wildly slash at Lynn, who was left with no choice but to raise his own blade in defense. "Listen to me. Grant me a chance to explain. I will kill you. I will kill you. Ada, Ada. How dare you snatch away what I have consumed? How dare you attempt to retrieve what I have devoured? You are finished. I will slay you." Clang, clang, clang. As dusk approached, the two resumed their life and death struggle after a brief period of peace. Yet at that moment, a system notification rang in Lynn's ears. "Ding! You have triggered the quest. A restless night. Quest objective: survive the search of 3 hunters. Reward: 1,000 skeleton coins. 1,000 base experience. Extra special quest objective: eliminate all hunters. Reward: 1 legendary special item, 1 legendary skill blueprint." Quest description: the night in Soul Alley is fraught with danger. After enduring a deadly battle last night, a new crisis is brewing, with enigmatic hunters approaching like hounds drawn by sound. Please endeavor to remain concealed. Crack. Lynn gripped the knife tightly, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Silence. Just as I suspected, they have arrived." Whoosh. The soul lanterns outside flickered and then quietly dimmed. This signified that night had fallen. In Soul Alley, the black mist swirled ominously. Target detection has identified the collection of blood samples from flesh puppets type 3. Sample matching complete. Scenario recreation is underway. Amidst the black fog, a creature with a human head and spider body raised its head, its eye sockets instantly bloodshot, projecting a crimson image onto the ground. The scene unveiled the gruesome spectacle of the flesh puppet's demise from the previous night. Clearly, it had employed some special means to recreate the events of yesterday. Scenario analysis indicated that the flesh puppet perished due to internal consumption and collapse. Information transmission complete. Danger level assessed as A grade. Further investigation is permissible. Crack, crack, crack. The massive spider body slowly maneuvered its gigantic egg sac, emerging from the black mist. Following closely behind were 2 identical creatures. Their sharp spider legs resembled blades, leaving behind chilling tracks on the ground with each step. Meanwhile, Lynn held a revolver in his right hand, while a tentacle sprouted from his shoulder, wielding a knife, his expression serious, akin to a cat perched atop a beam. Drawing from his previous experience, he refrained from pressing against the wall this time to avoid being ambushed through it. "Lefty," Lynn said sternly, disengaging the safety. "You are nimble. Take position atop the doorframe. We shall cooperate. Once someone enters, we strike together. I will bind it with my tentacle, and you can devour it directly. Fear not. This time, all the prey is yours." The left hand retorted, "Do not call me Lefty. Do you think our relationship is that close?" It elongated silently, spreading its 5 fingers and hovering above the doorframe. All around, the 4 tentacles Lynn had split off were poised and ready to strike. 4 tentacles were his limit. But he felt confident, for he now had a formidable ally who consumed everything. And, judging by the hints, the incoming threat would not be the flesh puppets. With that in mind, he felt prepared for battle. Lynn narrowed his eyes, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce in the night. Time passed slowly. It was uncertain how long it had been until, in the next moment, Lynn's pupils contracted as he spotted a figure slowly emerging at the entrance of the apothecary. "Now's the time," Lynn shouted, and without hesitation, his tentacles shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the figure in place. Meanwhile, the left hand, hidden atop the doorframe, expanded and opened its gaping maw, ferociously swallowing the figure whole. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Instantly, 2 terrified voices echoed from within the cavernous mouth. Lynn froze. Why did that voice seem so familiar? Chapter 77, The Hunter's Strike. Without hesitation, Lynn swiftly descended from a beam. He then beheld the large and small legs of the figures flailing helplessly within the closed maw of the left hand. Blood garment, evil spirit sanity 10. Evil spirit blood, child sanity 10. Lynn exclaimed, "Stop, stop, they're on our side." Startled, Lynn reached out. Moments later. The sticky blood garment, evil spirit, and the adorable child sat back to back on the threshold, strands of viscous saliva dripping from their bodies. It felt as though they had just awoken from a nightmare. The blood garment, evil spirit mumbled in a daze, "Yada." The child extended its tongue, licking the gooey substance off its mother's face. Lynn pulled the left hand back, astonished. Ladies, what brings you here? The blood garment, evil spirit, shook off the saliva with determination, gazing earnestly at him. Of course, we were worried about you. You rushed out in such haste during the day, and now that night has fallen, you Haven T come to find me. What if you encounter monsters like those from last night? Lynn felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, after fighting side by side the previous night, their bond had undeniably strengthened. Moreover, the blood garment, evil spirit, cast a wary glance at Lynn's left hand, her expression growing more cautious upon noticing the crack in its palm. Allow me to introduce. Lynn regained his composure, smiling as he gestured toward his left hand. This is the entity that mutated from me last night, the one that consumed that creature. Since it is my left hand, I have temporarily named it Lefty. Gulp. The left hand immediately clamped down on Lynn's pointed finger. Left hand's favorability towards you. 1. Left hand's favorability towards you. The blood garment, evil spirit's face was filled with astonishment. It's just a hand. The horrific scene from last night flashed through her mind, where the creature was devoured from within, piece by piece. This was beyond her imagination. Moreover, it seemed to possess its own consciousness. It appeared that the creature Lynn had mutated into was something beyond conventional reasoning, and it seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The blood garment, evil spirit, stared blankly at Lynn, who was struggling to restrain the left hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Lynn firmly controlled the left hand, stating calmly, tonight will not be peaceful. After the demise of that puppet, the organization it belonged to will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Tonight will surely be another sleepless night. The blood garment, evil spirit hesitantly glanced at the door outside. Are you certain it is tonight? Lynn, with a sense of vigilance, declared, I possess unique channels of information. Just as the words left their lips, a resounding clang echoed from the mist beyond the door, as if blades were striking the ground. The two exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Swiftly, Lynn ascended to the rafters, while the blood-clad specter revealed her true form, floating like an octopus, her elongated fingers gently adhering to the shattered ceiling. Her nails gradually elongated, and a hint of morbid excitement flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, a child was suspended by a tentacle from her mother, blinking innocently at the left hand poised nearby. With a playful flick, she extended her tongue to lick the left hand. Ding! The blood infant specter has gained 1 affection point for your left hand. Huh? The left hand, momentarily bewildered, glanced at the blinking child. With a swift motion, it too extended its tongue to taste the child's cheek. Ding! Your left hand has gained 1 affection point for the blood infant specter. The playful exchanges continued, both entities reveling in their newfound camaraderie, as if they had found kindred spirits in their shared delight. The simplicity of joy among monsters was indeed remarkable. Observing the absurd scene at the doorframe, Lynn, exasperated, hissed, Stop licking! Stop licking! Someone's coming! Meanwhile, outside in the depths of the black mist, a massive conglomerate of arachnid-like entities slowly manifested before the entrance. Target location confirmed and scanning initiated. The foremost creature's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, immediately fixing upon the vacant store interior. In an instant, Lynn leaped down, gun drawn, aiming directly at the creature's eye. Bang! The sound of the gunshot shattered the air as the demon-hunting bullet hurtled towards the creature's eye socket. Hiss! Instantly, the sacred power radiated throughout the creature's body, electrical currents coursing through it. No need to hide. This time we face biological puppets. Prepare for battle, Lynn shouted. Upon hearing the mechanical, synthesized voice from outside, Lynn understood that the adversary possessed scanning capabilities. However, since they had already reached their doorstep, it was time to confront them head-on. Target locked. Identity confirmed. Target classified as Flesh Puppet Type 3, maximum danger level. Commencing hunt. In the blink of an eye, the 3 monsters sprang into action, their forms dissolving into a series of afterimages, their arms sprouting razor-sharp, scythe-like claws. How swift! Before Lynn, the interface of the 3 monsters appeared. Hunter Type 120. Level. Attributes none. Race. Biological mechanical conglomerate. Combat ability, exceptional speed, and formidable regenerative capabilities. Description, a top-tier hunting tool of the Demon Association, renowned for its speed and agility, possessing lethal slashing and tracking abilities, often utilized for executing hunting missions. Lacking a soul, it is impervious to mental and curse attacks. Indeed, a creation of the Demon Association. In that fleeting moment, the 3 hunters zeroed in on Lynn, launching a rapid assault. Almost simultaneously, as one of the hunter's claws grazed Lynn's face, a pair of crimson talons surged forth. Leave this to me. In an instant, a red shadow flashed before Lynn. The blood-clad specter, in her ghastly form, materialized at his side, her half-meter-long, razor-sharp claws clashing with the hunter's blades. Her crimson eyes sparkled with excitement and madness. Chapter 78. Neuronal synchronization initiated. A horrific fissure slowly split open at the center of her forehead, revealing dreadful barbs and tentacles. Leave it to me. I was quite angry yesterday, Her morbid excitement intensified, her entire being quaking with exhilaration. Witnessing this, Lynn instantly realized that the blood-clad specter had entered a frenzied battle state. Then I shall entrust this to you, Lynn shouted. Without hesitation, he quickly distanced himself, retracting his left arm with a swift motion, snapping back to his side. Now this hunter is ours. Left hand, bite it, Lynn commanded. The left hand rapidly grew, opening its gaping maw, exclaiming, "No need for your guidance." Like a long serpent, the left hand lunged at the hunter. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as the left hand's terrifying strength created a massive crater at the hunter's location. Yet, the hunter's speed was astonishing. Almost the instant the left hand attacked, it deftly evaded, leaping high like a gecko, its 8 blade-like legs piercing the wall. A frantic red glow flickered in its eyes. Target analysis. Unknown biological entity initiated for hunting. Buzz. The 2 scythe-like blades in its hands emitted sharp electrical sparks. The next moment, its entire body spun like a whirlwind of blades, surging towards Lynn with blinding speed. SSSSSS. The cobblestones in the street were swept up and hurled by the terrifying blade storm. Without a moment's pause, Lynn gritted his teeth, summoning 4 tentacles to propel himself swiftly backward. Simultaneously, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, demon-hunting bullets struck the menacing blade storm. Under the sanctified damage inflicted by the bullets, the hunter's speed was abruptly curtailed. Ding! Your firearm's proficiency increased by 1. Ding! Your firearm's proficiency increased by 1. Left hand, Lynn shouted. Leave it to me. The left hand retracted swiftly, opening its cavernous mouth. Its long tongue split into 2, then 4, transforming in an instant into hundreds of elongated tongues, resembling swords as they surged toward the blade storm. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of massive metal collisions echoed, countless sparks erupting. The seemingly supple tongues revealed a hardness rivaling steel upon contact with the blades. Upside-down tower, in a hall where machinery and flesh intertwined. A man clad in grayish-white robes, his face adorned with intricate mechanical structures, strode in with his guards. His gaze was somber, his voice chillingly cold. Have the 3 hunters in Soulmates been contacted? Several servants in the hall turned, striking their chests with one hand, responding solemnly. The signal has been established. Vice President of Mechanical Demons, we are ready to seize control of the 3 hunters at any time. The mechanical demon walked indifferently to the center of the hall, instructing, bring up the visual feed. I want first-hand information from Soulmates. Yes. The servants swiftly complied, and the screen before him gradually illuminated with a red glow, flickering as 3 images materialized. Reflected in the images were Lynn and the blood-clad specter, currently engaged in battle with the hunters. The mechanical demon narrowed his eyes instantly. At first glance, he captured the sight of the morbidly excited and terrifying red-clad specter. That frantically dancing figure utterly subdued the 2 hunters. Kill, 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 ha ha ha. The deranged laughter, paired with the maniacal movements, resembled a gruesome feast of slaughter. The blood-clad, malevolent spirit, it was actually her. A frown momentarily creased Shima's brow, his expression turning slightly grave. He recognized this malevolent entity, especially in the Sin City, where this solitary madwoman was renowned. She was a demon capable of unleashing carnage entirely according to her whims, and particularly in combat. Her pathological exhilaration and relentless drive to slay her adversaries made her a figure many high-ranking powers wished to avoid. Impossible. Even she could not possibly slay a Type 3 flesh puppet. His gaze narrowed. He was the direct orchestrator of this internal purge. Aside from the president of their demon association, over the past few days, he had employed various methods, coercing and enticing, to eliminate those elders who once constituted the mainstay of the demon association. The colossal blood and flesh organization, which had been divided and safeguarded by them years ago, had largely been reclaimed during these hunts. According to the sensations among the colossal organizations, one fragment lay within the soul alley, guarded by the blood saw. The flesh puppet from yesterday had been dispatched at his own behest. His expression darkened further as he turned his attention to the visual feed of the 3rd hunter. There, he beheld the youth with the peculiar left hand wielding a firearm. Could it be him? A mere human? His countenance grew increasingly grim. No, it was evident at a glance that this human, aside from his odd left hand, possessed a markedly inferior strength. Yet, his attention was soon drawn to the demon-hunting revolver in the youth's grasp, and his expression shifted slightly upon seeing the weapon. The demon hunter's revolver? Only at that moment did he begin to regard the human youth with a modicum of respect, for it was clear that the typically solitary blood-clad specter seemed to stand beside him. And in the hands of this seemingly frail youth rested the very revolver that the flamboyant man never parted with. This alone suggested numerous implications. Establish a neural synchronization with the Type 3 hunter. Shyamalan closed his eyes, forcefully extracting a viscous mechanical interface from the back of his head and inserting it into the flesh interface of the hull. Yes, Vice President. The neural information synchronization initiated identity verification. Shyamalan possessed the highest authority. Synchronization with a neural source of the Type 3 hunter was successfully linked and activated. Buzz. In an instant, as Shyamalan reopened his eyes, he had seized control of the Type 3 hunter's body, his gaze immediately landing on Lynn several dozen meters away. Almost simultaneously, a system alert reached Lynn's ears. Ding. Warning. Crisis levels are rising rapidly. Ding. You have triggered an emergency special mission. Survive. Mission rewards. Basic experience X 1000. Skeleton coins X 1000. Special item X1. Chapter 79. Focused Eye. Gaze of the Curse. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the alert, Lynn distinctly sensed the difference in the hunter before him. Compared to before, the hunter's eyes now radiated a cold, astute clarity. No longer mechanical, but rather, they resembled those of a human. Not good. A profound sense of danger surged forth. Left hand. Be careful, Lynn shouted. He instinctively prepared to retreat, but the hunter suddenly lifted his head, his body hurtling toward him at lightning speed. The left hand instantly opened its gaping maw, repeating its previous tactic, its sharp tongue surging toward the hunter with ferocity. Transform. High temperature. Fiery attributes. The hunter's pupils were instantly enveloped in a blazing heat. Meanwhile, the mantis blade on his arm erupted in a torrent of searing light, scattering countless sparks. With a thunderous crack, amidst the raging storm, the heated blade sliced through the air. The left hand's long tongue was swiftly severed under the extreme heat. A pained cry erupted. The left hand quickly retracted, its elongated tongue reduced to a smoldering remnant. My tongue is gone, it exclaimed to Lynn. Lynn gritted his teeth as he retreated. Can it regenerate? The left hand flicked its tongue, and the severed half began to grow anew. It's regrowing. Almost instantaneously, the hunter appeared before Lynn like an afterimage, his blade radiating with fiery attributes, lunging toward Lynn with deadly intent. I'll handle this. The left hand swiftly seized a bone knife entwined around Lynn's tentacle. Crack! A burst of intense flame erupted, its arm elongated like a serpent. The left hand brandished the knife, clashing with the hunter in a fierce duel. Evidently, the vengeful spirit from earlier, having had its tongue severed, erupted with newfound ferocity. Clang! Clang! The blades collided, sending forth a shower of sparks. Yet, Lynn could discern that the hunter opposite him seemed transformed, his combat experience vastly superior, executing each attack with ease. Although the left-hand strikes were fierce, they lacked precision, resembling a chaotic flailing rather than a structured technique. Left hand. Lynn quickly raised his weapon, gritting his teeth as he fired at the hunter from the side. Quickly showcase your strength to take down that flesh puppet. Weren't you incredibly valiant yesterday? The left hand retaliated. That was from within. Now it's from the outside. Even if I wish to consume it, it must first cut me. Lynn retorted loudly. I'm the doctor. It tore you apart. I'll stitch you back together. The left hand shot back, but there's no time for that. Lynn swiftly retreated, his gaze darting. Truly, this was a perilous otherworld where death loomed at every turn. An opportunity? All right, I shall create that opportunity for you. Lynn swiftly reached into his pocket, abruptly extracting a pitch-black, cyst-ridden eyeball. Focused eye. Type. Cursed object. Ability. After being used by the flesh puppet, it can activate the gaze of the curse. Limitation. Requires complete integration with the body to activate. Description. The cursed eye of the Type 3 flesh puppet. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you, filled with curses and resentment. All that falls within its sight will dissolve, everything melting away, collapsing into nothingness. This eyeball was excavated from the left hand's abdomen. During his previous ambush, he had studied it meticulously. It could be said that if any other creature obtained this eyeball, it would bear no effect. But he was different, with the capability of blood and flesh calamity. He could integrate this eyeball into his own body. Thus, with a swift motion, Lynn extended his finger, gritting his teeth as he forcefully inserted it into his right eye socket. Ding. Your vitality is depleting. Ding. Your vitality is depleting. In the next moment, with a sickening squelch, he pried out a bloody eyeball from his right eye socket. He blew a breath, gritting his teeth as he cautiously withdrew a small vial from his bosom, delicately placing his own eyeball within it, before seizing the grotesque eye of the monster and forcefully thrusting it into his own eye socket. The agony is unbearable. Blood gushed from Lynn's right eye as he swiftly activated his flesh mutation ability. With a rustling sound, a profusion of nerve tissue rapidly enveloped the focusing eye. Ding! You have linked a new organ. Focusing eye. Ding! Warning! Warning! The energy level of the focusing eye is excessively high, significantly diminishing your control over the additional limb. With a rustling sound, the two appendages behind him instantaneously shriveled and disintegrated. But it was sufficient, because, left hand, get away, Lynn bellowed, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his bleeding right eye, his body bending under the immense strain inflicted. The moment the voice pierced the air, the left hand recoiled sharply. Upon witnessing the condition of Lynn's right eye, it was seized by shock. You used that puppet's eye? Almost simultaneously with her exclamation, Lynn shot his head up, his visage twisted as he fixated his gaze upon the hunter. Cursive gaze. Activate. A low, almost string-snapping hum resonated. The pupil of Lynn's right eye constricted instantaneously, countless thin black lines converging upon the center of his gaze. The hunter trembled, sensing an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In an instinctive reaction, he accelerated to his utmost limit, moving so swiftly that an afterimage trailed behind him. Yet the curse had already been unleashed. Creak! A piercing shriek erupted, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit being scorched. Wherever his gaze fell, the surrounding walls and the stones beneath him dissolved at an unimaginable pace into a viscous sludge. In this open space, there was nowhere to evade. No matter how swift the hunter was, in this expansive area, his form was immediately affected, his exterior rapidly succumbing to corrosion. The focusing eye. The mechanized demon's complexion shifted dramatically. How was this possible? At that instant, he realized that even if his flesh puppet had not fallen to this boy, it was undoubtedly entangled with him. This person must be exterminated. Chapter 80. Arm of Dragon's Breath. Scorching dragon flame. In an instant, he gritted his teeth, braving the excruciating corrosion and dissolution, and charged straight towards Lynn. Left hand. Quickly, Lynn bellowed, desperately restraining his right eye. In that moment, the left hand surged forward, revealing a sharp, bloodthirsty grin. All right, leave it to me. A sound reminiscent of a crow's prolonged caw echoed. The razor-sharp maw of the left hand suddenly gaped open, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the entire street. The ground stones were upheaved, the surrounding structures cracked incessantly, and even the dense black fog that lingered above the street was drawn into the gaping maw, like a tornado, resembling the eye of a storm. That abyssal mouth seemed to beckon doom. The ghastly sight caused the hunter's trajectory to veer dramatically. The mechanized demon's expression shifted instantaneously. In that moment, even he was compelled to halt, driving his dual blades into the ground to prevent being consumed by the gaping maw that resembled a black hole. Yet in that fleeting moment, a sense of foreboding surged within him. This is bad, he howled. I've locked onto you. A sinister smile split Lynn's face. In an instant, his right eye focused on the hunter, now forced to a halt. The surging curse spread across the hunter's entire being like the whispers of a malevolent spirit. His form quickly manifested signs of extensive corrosion. Hiss! Countless blisters and sores erupted upon the massive spider legs as his visage contorted grotesquely. Emergency protocols activated, extensive damage detected, initiating powerful healing and curse countermeasures. The hunter's form triggered its built-in countermeasures. But in that very moment, he suddenly beheld the human boy extend his hand, producing a black cloth-wrapped arm from behind. There's more to come. Lynn's smile widened, revealing a hint of madness and morbidity. A wave of immense unease swept over the mechanized demon's heart. Arm of Dragon's Breath. Type: heavy biological composite organism. Ability: exhales searing dragon fire. Description: a taboo biological extermination device of the flesh puppets. A powerful weapon forged from the essence of the dragon's head. The scorching dragon flame possesses formidable purifying properties against dark beings. Infused with the dragon's resentment, it shall unleash its boundless hatred upon all enemies before it. Cataclysm. Lynn roared. His right hand hurled the severed arm into the air. The two appendages behind him swiftly coiled around it. Flesh surging as countless nerve tissues climbed and spread across the severed limb's stump at a staggering pace. Ding! Warning! Warning. Overloading detected. Overloading detected. Roar. In that instant, an immense dragon's roar reverberated throughout the night sky. The black cloth enveloping the severed arm exploded, revealing a colossal dragon's head intricately linked to the grotesque limb. Its eyes ablaze with unending fury and anguish. Dragon breath. Lynn, with a fierce countenance, controlled the arm of dragon's breath, directing the black dragon's head towards the hunter. In that moment, the dragon's maw gathered a radiant blaze that illuminated the entire street. The massive dragon mouth opened wide, as if seeking to eradicate all impurities in this world. The scorching dragon fire, imbued with boundless wrath, erupted forth like an inverted magma flow, engulfing the entire street. Roar. The intense flames instantly enveloped all within view. Crack. Within the inverted tower, the enormous screen was entirely consumed by the searing dragon flames. All researchers within the Hunter's Hall were struck with terror and astonishment, the overwhelming might compelling them to retreat. And in the next heartbeat, the screen of the third hunter shattered. Warning. Third hunter's core melting, neural synchronization automatically disengaged. Hiss. Accompanied by the acrid scent of high temperatures. The connection port the mechanized demon had pulled from the back of its head instantly shattered, the violent backlash severing its neural synchronization with the third hunter. Master Mechanized Demon. Are you alright? Surrounding subordinates rushed in, alarmed. The mechanized demon gasped, its face contorted with rage, the mechanical structures of its visage sparking and exploding. That wretch used the killing weapon I meticulously crafted for the flesh puppet. How dare he? Boom! He smashed the nearby machine into fragments with a single punch. His fury was undeniable, for in his eyes, the human clearly appeared to be a feeble combatant. Aside from that peculiar left hand, the only means he had to inflict any real damage was the demon-hunting revolver in his grasp. Yet he never anticipated that the human could implant the biological weapon of the flesh puppet into himself. No, that individual cannot possibly be human, for no human could possess such a terrifying ability. Could it be that he is a biological weapon birthed from Bloodsaw's research? He clenched his teeth. Indeed, this is the only possibility. Bloodsaw was once a venerable figure within their demon association, a pioneering bioweapon researcher of the colossal beings. Over the past decade, he may have secluded himself in that remote location, concocting new biotic creations. His fists were tightly clenched. Before his eyes loomed the mocking grin of that human, the mechanical structure of their face erupting with sparks. His expression twisted with rage. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by remote control, had his true form been present, what would it matter even if he had equipped the focused eye and the dragoness breath arm? Meanwhile, on the other side, a crackle echoed as two signals abruptly severed. The other two screens instantly extinguished. Lord Mechanomancer, Hunters 1 and 2 have been eliminated by that blood-clad specter. We have lost our signal link to that area. Two servants approached, their faces grave. The Mechanomancer snarled, "Do not concern yourselves with that. I shall personally lead my flesh puppets to confront them tomorrow." "Have we located Bloodsaw yet?" One servant replied solemnly. "The other hunters are in pursuit. According to the latest information, Bloodsaw has likely made his way to the doll courtyard, where he shares a close bond with the doll madam." The Mechanomancer narrowed his eyes, his fingers clenching ominously. In Soul Alley, the blood-clad specter, having torn the two hunters to shreds, swiftly emerged from her frenzied state of curses. She turned her gaze towards the thick smoke that billowed from the street after the flames had subsided. Even she had felt a wave of trepidation and shock when the dragon's breath surged forth. She dashed through the smoke. "Lynn, are you all right?" Upon seeing Lynn's condition, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. The entire street lay in ruins. At the edge of the smoke, Lynn coughed violently, the dragon's breath arm disconnecting from his shoulder, clattering to the ground. Most terrifying of all was his right eye. That pitch-black focused eye with just a glance exuded an aura of enigma and chill. Mifine. Lynn forcefully extricated the focused eye from his right eye socket. Then, before the blood-clad specter, he carefully retrieved a vial containing his own eye from his pocket. With a swift motion, he pressed it into the right eye socket. Blood-clad specter's sanity. 5. The sight made the blood-clad specter's heart tremble. Lynn poured some restorative potion into his eye, closed the right eye, and smiled. "It's all sorted out." Burping heartily, he revealed a tiger tooth, then spat out a screw. "Notification. You have completed the mission, A Restless Night. You have earned rewards. Skull Coins X 1000, Basic Experience X 1000. Notification. You have completed the additional mission objective, Slay 3 Hunters. You have received the legendary special item, Knight Metaclass Transfer Quest Blueprint, and the legendary skill Blueprint, Random diagnosis technique. Notification. You have completed the mission. Survive. You have gained basic experience X 1000, skull coins X 1000, and acquired the special item, Night Demon Blade. Lynn's eyes gleamed with excitement. This haul was nothing short of bountiful. He swiftly opened the recently acquired system rewards. Night Metaclass Transfer Quest Blueprint. Type, quest item. Description. These are the doctors who traverse the night, a compassionate group of surgical experts whose aim is to bring joy to all their patients, dedicated to alleviating the ailments of all beings. Thus, it is advisable to approach them with an affliction, otherwise they may be displeased. Random diagnoses technique. Quality, special legendary skill. Effect, randomly diagnose up to 20 ailments of the target. Description, surely he must be afflicted, right? He cannot possibly be free of illness. It is expected that something must be diagnosed. Chapter 81, The Informant of the Vision. Night Demon Blade. Type, surgical knife. Quality, legendary. Special effect, never dulls. Description, a sturdy surgical knife, though half a meter in length, is more suited for slashing. However, it is equally adept for surgical procedures. The finesse of the blade's skill is often showcased through intricate surgeries, and legend has it that it becomes even sharper under the cloak of night. 3 high-quality special items, along with a plethora of skull coins and basic experience. This evening's endeavors had more than compensated for yesterday's losses, restoring him significantly. Moreover, he had reached level 10. Once this incident was resolved, he could attempt to transition to a new profession. All in all, it was a delightful turn of events. Lynn did not claim his rewards immediately, but chose to temporarily store them within the system's built-in storage space. It's all been dealt with. The blood-clad specter furrowed her brow. However, given the situation, it appears that this was merely a reconnaissance wave. You may have stirred a formidable organization. If you do not devise a plan soon, it is likely that you will encounter even greater calamities in the coming days. After experiencing the events of yesterday and today, the blood-clad specter had come to realize the gravity of the situation. In this dark world, if there were an organization dedicated to the study of top-tier biological weaponry, it would undoubtedly be the Demon Association. They excelled in the fusion of machinery and flesh, standing apart in the entire dark world. How could you offend such an organization? The blood-clad specter frowned at Lynn. I see you rarely leave Soul Alley. How could you possibly have angered such a group? Did you perhaps cause someone to perish while treating them, thus incurring their wrath? Lynn shook his head, maintaining his composure. The situation is likely related to my teacher's encounter, though I have yet to make contact with them, so I'm unclear on specifics. Regardless, tonight's sleepless night has finally passed safely. We must clean up the battlefield. This is no place to linger. If we attract the attention of any other creatures at this juncture, it would be a grave miscalculation. Agreed. Half an hour later, at Bloodsaw's Apothecary. It's getting late. It seems there will be no further incidents today. You should head home and rest, madam. The blood-clad specter nodded, cradling her adorable child. Yes, should you encounter anything insurmountable, remember to contact me at once. For the next few days, the curse shall remain upon me. Once this crisis is resolved, you may assist me in my healing. With that, the blood-clad specter extended her hand, smiling as she affectionately ruffled Lynn's hair before turning and departing Bloodsaw's Apothecary with her little one. Indeed, while this lady may be eccentric, the events of these past 2 days revealed her to be a remarkably reliable specter. Lynn did not linger further. He swiftly closed the door, returned to the guest room in the backyard, and lay down on the bed with his eyes shut. Today had been fraught with peril. Although it lacked the terror of yesterday, the transformation of that hunter still drew his attention. He was certain that the individual controlling that hunter was a member of the Demon Association. This meant that the calm before the storm still prevailed. If he did not find a way to confront this, he would undoubtedly face even more horrifying assaults in the days to come. He must devise a means to contact his teacher, or Xiao Xiao. Lynn resolved firmly, his restlessness dissipating as he closed his eyes and uttered, "System, enter the vision. Notification, skull coins, 500. In an instant, accompanied by a profound sense of disorientation and detachment, Lynn's consciousness abruptly detached from his corporeal form. The next moment, he found himself standing upon the familiar, ethereal square. Above him, the colossal pupil continued to shine unchangingly. As he stepped into the area, a torrent of information bombarded his ears. Area information update. Following yesterday, a high-intensity monster invasion has once again occurred in Soul Alley, with the invaders suspected to be advanced biological weapons from the Demon Association. Residents of Soul Alley are advised to refrain from venturing outside to avoid unforeseen dangers. Area information update. Intelligence is being tracked in real time. The battle in Soul Alley has concluded, with one participant suspected to be the renowned Lady Bloodgarb, the Queen of Evil Spirits. The identity of another participant is suspected to be an apprentice from the recently popular Bloodsaw Apothecary. Click to view. Skeleton coin 30. Lynn's eyes widened. No way. Such rapid information leakage in the visual realm? Furthermore, there's even a video. Does that mean there were others on the street at that time? Lynn swiftly clicked to enter. Skeleton coin 30. Instantly, a scene of swirling black mist unfurled before him, featuring the 3 human spider hunters they had recently dispatched. In the next moment, Lynn beheld his own strikingly handsome face captured on screen. The moment of the footage cut in was during the middle of the battle, precisely at the instant he had just activated the focus gaze to retaliate against that hunter. The number of viewers currently watching had skyrocketed to 2,000. Above the screen, lines of comments rapidly streamed by. That's the doctor. I recognize him. How terrifying. Is that guy's strength really this formidable? He is so handsome. No wonder when I passed by that apothecary today, the storefront was in tatters. I thought it had finally been smashed, but given the circumstances, could it be that the doctor also participated in yesterday's battle? This is too impressive. I always thought he was just a harmless apprentice. I never imagined that Soul Alley harbored such a remarkable individual. No wonder. I previously believed that the human was only surviving here due to the protection of the Bloodsaw pervert, but it seems he possesses considerable strength himself. Lines of comments continued to cascade across the screen. There were local residents of Soul Alley, as well as beings from other regions within the same area, many of whom curiously inquired about the identities of the individuals on screen. The viewer count quickly soared to 3,000. This meant that with just this piece of information, the information sharer had amassed at least 90,000 skeleton coins. This was nothing short of a lucrative industry, yet at the same time, it left Lynn utterly astonished. During the battle, he had not noticed any other beings in the vicinity. His inability to perceive them could perhaps be attributed to his lack of strength. But neither the left hand nor the Bloodgarb evil spirit had detected any anomalies, which was telling in itself. Lynn fell into contemplation. Clearly, this information broker must be deeply entrenched within the visual realm, belonging to a highly capable species. Information sharing must be one of its primary enterprises. In light of this, he might be able to leverage this broker to seek methods for swiftly contacting specific targets. Lynn quickly pulled up the information it had just shared, locating the name of the being that posted the information within the visual realm. Click. Information Broker 024. Identity. Information Merchant. Message. Specializing in the sharing and selling of intelligence from various regions within the dark world, with a focus on transmission capabilities. Chapter 82. The Contract Messenger. Indeed, a merchant. Without further ado, Lynn's gaze swiftly focused on its information interface. In an instant, his vision blurred, and the scene before him rapidly distorted. The next moment, he found himself seated in a small room, the space minimal, illuminated only by a lamp on the front table, facing a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? The robed figure calmly addressed the suddenly appearing Lynn. Lynn glanced around the surroundings, his gaze settling on the cloaked figure, and replied composedly, "Are you the one sharing the information?" The robed figure seemed accustomed to such queries, responding with a steady tone. "I am the information officer for Zone 900, Information Broker 024. I can provide you with all valuable intelligence within this zone, though it comes at a considerable price." Lynn cast a sidelong glance at it and remarked, "Yet your establishment appears rather desolate." 024 replied slowly, "This is an independent grid I applied for within the visual realm. Every customer who enters my shop is transported to a separate grid space. Currently, I am simultaneously serving 754 clients across other grids." Lynn nodded, impressed. "Impressive. Managing so many clients at once is indeed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary being." Not wishing to waste time, Lynn pondered briefly before earnestly inquiring, "I wish to purchase some intelligence. Do you have relevant sources?" 024 responded in a measured tone, "What specific information do you seek?" Lynn adjusted his non-existent monocle and stated earnestly, "First question, I wish to know the exact location of Bloodsaw." A brief silence ensued, the candlelight flickering. Then 024, maintaining an unchanging tone, replied slowly, 50 black skull coins." Lynn exclaimed, "What? 50 black skull coins? That's a staggering 500,000 skeleton coins. Are you insane? I couldn't even sell my entire shop for that amount." 024 replied calmly, "The target information has been elevated to A grade 1 day prior, and real-time tracking has increased the price by 50-fold. You're not the only client seeking the coordinates of this target." Lynn felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, His mentor's current predicament was not favorable. Aside from him, the Demon Association was undoubtedly also employing various means to locate his mentor. Regaining his composure, Lynn stated steadily. Second question, how can I swiftly contact a specific being over a long distance? 024, without any pause, replied slowly. Depending on a method, the pricing varies. The minimum fee is 100 skeleton coins, and the maximum is 100,000 black skull coins. You may choose your desired standard. Lynn closed his eyes and said, the cheapest option, direct transfer. Skeleton coin 100. 024 nodded and replied slowly, payment received. To answer your query, the fastest way to contact a specific being over a long distance is through the visual realm. The visual realm is a mirror world overlapping with the dark world. Due to its transmission capabilities, you can communicate freely with any being logged into the visual realm in any region. A brief silence followed. Lynn hesitated, and then 024 replied, response complete. Thank you for your patronage. Lynn groaned in frustration. Is that really worth 100 coins? If I could contact them in the visual realm, would I even need to consult you? 024 succinctly replied, this is the lowest tier of intelligence. In other words, you get what you pay for. Lynn made an effort to calm his emotions, closed his eyes, and stated solemnly, still the same question. This time I require intelligence valued at 1 black skull coin. Payment successful. Skeleton coin 1,000. 024 paused briefly before saying slowly, payment received. To answer your query, you may hire a contract messenger to deliver messages over long distances. The speed of delivery varies depending on the price of the messenger. After speaking, number 24 remained as immobile as a statue. A pale and slender hand emerged from the black robe, placing a ledger upon the counter. We also offer a courier service here. You may select any courier of your choice. Lynn cast a fleeting glance at it. The information seemed to hold some value. His gaze then settled upon the ledger on the counter, and he began to peruse its contents. Ominous bad. A beast-type courier capable of swiftly transmitting information through the target's bodily tissues and true name, while simultaneously bringing misfortune to the target. Tamed hellhound. Possessing acute olfactory and tracking abilities, it requires but a trace of scent to deliver messages over great distances, albeit with a high likelihood of never returning. Void Rifter, an exceptionally efficient courier, boasting the fastest speed in the Dark Realm. It delivers messages swiftly, transmits quickly, and meets a swift demise. Speed in every aspect. Corrupted Earth Tortoise King. With the pinnacle of defensive power and armor in the Dark World, it guarantees the integrity of the letters with complete certainty. Boasting an industry-low accident rate of 0 and consistently ranking at the top of the information security list, unshakable. Lynn surveyed the options and felt that the Tortoise King seemed to have some reliability. I will choose the Corrupted Earth Tortoise King, he declared. Number 24 hesitated, seemingly checking something, before slowly stating, I am currently making an appointment for you. There are 5 idle Tortoise King couriers available. Accident rate, 0, speed, 1 mh. Wait, Lynn interrupted abruptly, perplexed. 1 mh? Number 24 nodded and replied, indeed, due to special modifications of the breed, their speed has increased tenfold compared to previous years. The Tortoise King you are appointing has maintained the record for the tortoise race in our establishment for years, a record that remains unbroken. Lynn pondered for a moment. Do you have anything more reliable? He took a deep breath, closing his eyes and clenching his fist. Number 24 spoke slowly. Currently, only these 4 couriers are available. However, we are hastening the domestication of more varieties. If you find this unsatisfactory, you may return at a later date. Lynn furrowed his brow, his mind racing. After a long pause, he hesitated. The Ghost King is highly secure, but slow? Number 24 nodded, affirming, yes. Lynn contemplated further. The Void Rifter is fast, but it dies quickly. Number 24 paused again, nodding in agreement, yes. Lynn slapped the table, maintaining his composure. Book me 2 of each courier. I have urgent needs. Number 24 nodded, pausing briefly before stating, your appointment has been successfully made. Please fill in your address in the Dark Realm. We will expedite your delivery. Due to the biological contract, transactions cannot occur in the visual realm. Rest assured, we will not disclose your information. You may fill it in with confidence. He placed a form before Lynn. Lynn hesitated for a moment, then glanced at it, casually writing down the address next door. Number 24 retrieved the form and said, 2 Void Rift couriers and 2 Corrupted Earth Tortoise Kings are being processed for you. The total hiring fee is 2,600 skeletal coins. Upon payment, we will dispatch immediately. Lynn exclaimed, didn't I just give you 1,000 coins? His frustration grew. Number 24 replied calmly, the previous amount was for information consultation. This is the courier hiring fee and must be settled separately. Ding. 2,600 skeletal coins. Number 24 continued. The payment has been received, and arrangement for delivery are underway. You may return and await your package. It is expected to arrive within 2 hours, along with the instruction manual for proper use. Thank you for your patronage. Chapitre 83. Random diagnoses technique. Apothecary. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, emerging from the visual realm. He immediately sat up in the guest room and glanced at his left hand, still soundly asleep, before swiftly drawing the night demon blade and darting out of the apothecary, carefully sneaking into the dilapidated building next door. He found a well-concealed spot with good visibility to hide and await the delivery. Though somewhat frustrating, it was imperative to swiftly contact his teacher and Xiao. Otherwise, if the Demon Association sent heavy reinforcements, it would be too late to remedy the situation. During this time, Lynn quickly opened his system space and retrieved the 2 special items he had acquired. Night Doctor Class Change Quest, Random Diagnosis Technique. Lynn meticulously read the descriptions, grasping the purposes of both items. The Class Change Scroll, upon use, would trigger a quest and transport him to a special location. Once he completed the task, he would officially transition to the role of Night Doctor. The Random Diagnosis Technique appeared to be quite formidable. It implied that with this skill, he could swiftly diagnose targets. Lynn contemplated. Use. In an instant, the scroll in his hand transformed into beams of light that merged seamlessly into his body. Ding. You have learned the special skill, Random Diagnosis Technique. Ding. The Random Diagnosis Technique consists of active and passive triggers. Passive trigger allows for rapid, multiple random diagnoses of the target, quickly identifying any ailments present. Can be triggered through any tissue of the target's body. Active use. By focusing your gaze on the target, you can randomly induce at least 1 to a maximum of 20 ailments, consuming a significant amount of mental energy. Note, the ailments inflicted depend on the target's physique and the host's mental capacity. Lynn inhaled sharply upon hearing the prompt. This truly was a legendary special skill. It could genuinely bestow ailments upon a target? How remarkable! In an instant, a nefarious chain of thought crossed Lynn's mind. Inflict ailments, treat ailments, and profit. Ugh, how malicious! No, he was a morally conscious and principled young man. He could not engage in such a conscience-defying act. People shouldn't, at least not like this. Contemplating this, Lynn glanced at his left hand. Ding. Passive diagnosis triggered. Identified target ailment 1. Indigestion. Identified target ailment 2. Pesticide phobia. Identified target ailment 3. Hypersomnia. Identified target ailment 4. Genetic mutation. A series of system prompts echoed in Lynn's ears, and with just a cursory glance, he comprehensively understood the ailments afflicting his left hand. Lynn quietly gasped, astonished. This skill was incredibly powerful. For a doctor like him, it was nothing short of miraculous. Then, Lynn's gaze wavered. Should he perhaps test the active skill a little? No, that would be highly unethical. Besides, using his own left hand as a test subject would weigh heavily on his conscience. After some thought, he reasoned that a slight trial shouldn't pose a significant issue. Resolute, he focused his gaze on his left hand, still in deep slumber, and his pupils constricted. Activate. Ding. You have randomly diagnosed the target with the ailment, vomiting. In the next moment, his slumbering left hand turned pale, jolting awake. Ugh, I feel dizzy. Something's off. Did I eat something bad? No, that shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged. With a retch, his left hand expelled a considerable amount of dismembered limbs. Gagging, it soon hung limply, exclaiming, "Why did I suddenly start vomiting? Something's not right." Lynn immediately and earnestly retrieved a bottle of restorative potion from his pocket, exclaiming, "I told you not to indulge in so much food indiscriminately. Look at you, fallen ill now. After consuming so much spoiled meat yesterday, and 3 mechanicals today, it's a wonder you haven't vomited yet. Here, drink this potion and take a good rest." The left-handed OO opened his mouth, unable to refute, and muttered, before gulping down the restorative potion with a slurp. Ding. The left-handed OO's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. The left-handed OO's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. The left-handed OO's attitude towards you has slightly improved. Although he finds you detestable, you don't seem so bad at times. Lynn, the left-handed OO yawned and arrogantly remarked, "Don't think I'll thank you, nor should you believe that handing me a potion will win me over. I might still devour you at the next opportunity." Lynn, indeed, a formidable skill. Resting with closed eyes, 2 hours swiftly passed. In the next moment, Lynn suddenly sensed a disturbance from the outside world. He quickly opened his eyes and cautiously concealed himself. A chilling wind howled from outside, creaking the door ominously. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, a tall, slender specter materialized at the doorway. "Your delivery, rasped a voice as hoarse as if its throat had been scorched. It seemed unmistakably to be the informant's package. Lynn's expression shifted slightly, and he leapt down from the beam, approaching the door with composure, looking up at the towering, slender, ghostly figure. "Is that you, Mr. Shermu?" Lynn inquired, nodding. He presented the identification given to him by the informant. The lanky specter sniffed lightly to confirm the identity, then stiffly extended its pale hand, removing its celestial cap to extract an exquisitely wrapped wooden box. "Please verify." Lynn cast a glance at him and then took the wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered 4 neatly arranged scrolls inside, accompanied by a card. The card bore a series of universal dark world inscriptions. "Thank you for your patronage." Informant. Instructions. Open the scroll, drip your blood, sign your name. The employment contract has been prepared for you. Once completed, the courier will respond to your summons. Postscript. Please write your name on the back of the card and hand it to my courier to confirm that you have successfully received the goods. The slender specter offered Lynn a quill. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn extended his hand to accept the pen, accidentally brushing against the specter's fingertip. Lynn was instantly engulfed by an indescribable chill that coursed through his entire being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Simultaneously, a series of alerts echoed in his ears. Ding. Disease detected in target. Chronic rheumatism. Ding. Disease detected in target. Unattractiveness. Ding. Disease detected in target. Cold toxin eroding the body. Ding. Disease detected in target. Abdominal cyst. Chapter 84. You are ill, severely so. Lynn momentarily froze. He then raised his head sharply, fixing a serious gaze upon the courier's eyes, unblinking. The slender specter was taken aback, perplexed as to why this human was staring directly at him with such an unnerving intensity, causing a sense of unease. "Could you sign, so I can return with my report?" he rasped. Lynn extended his hand, stating solemnly, "Wait a moment." The specter blinked, asking, "What is it?" Lynn adjusted his monocle and inquired earnestly, "Have you recently experienced abdominal distension, a pervasive chill throughout your body, and need discomfort while walking? When looking in the mirror, do you sometimes feel a surge of tears?" Instantly, the slender specter froze in place. What is happening? How does he know? Indeed, for several months, he had felt increasingly unwell, particularly after delivering a message to the frigid bones. Something had felt amiss ever since. But how could this individual know his symptoms? Observing the specter's astonished expression, Lynn calmly adjusted his glasses and declared, "My friend, your life hangs by a thread." The specter. Lynn continued earnestly, "As you can see, I am a professional doctor. The moment I touched your fingertip, I sensed something was wrong with your body. Tell me, have you experienced any of the symptoms I just mentioned?" The specter, bewildered, replied, "Why, yes, I have had some." Lynn nodded gravely. "Have you ventured to the extreme cold recently and been harmed by some twisted creature? Do your knees ache when it's overcast?" The specter gasped, "How do you know?" Lynn squinted slightly, replying, "Let us not dwell on how I know. Just recognize that your condition is dire. If left untreated, it could lead to paralysis or even death. And at the very least, you'll lose your job and lead a life of wandering." The specter panicked, but Lynn adjusted his glasses, resolutely gesturing toward the door. "Fortunately, you encountered me, a professional physician dedicated to healing. If it weren't for our serendipitous meeting, I wouldn't be sharing this with you. Just next door is my practice. Come, and I will assist you thoroughly. Rest assured, the costs are reasonable." A few minutes later, within the dimly lit blood saw Apothecary. The slender specter sat dazed upon a small stool, gazing at the young human clad in a white coat opposite him. He couldn't fathom why he had followed him inside. Logically, shouldn't he have hurried back to report? Yet, the symptoms Lynn had mentioned had indeed troubled him for months, and this doctor had merely touched him to reveal them all. Could it be that a mere courier had stumbled upon such an opportunity? Lynn, masked and serious, regarded him, saying, "Dear guest, your ailments are somewhat complex and numerous. I shall examine them one by one. Now, please lift your leg." The specter, bewildered, instinctively glanced at his leg, then at Lynn's trustworthy gaze. Ultimately, he complied and rested his leg on the counter. Now bang. Lynn struck his knee with a small hammer. The specter exclaimed. Slender specter's sanity decreased by 10. Lynn inquired seriously, "Does it hurt?" The specter trembled. "It does. It hurts more than before, by dozens of times." Lynn replied gravely, "That's correct. The root of your ailment lies here. You clearly have rheumatism triggered by cold toxins. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to bone hyperplasia, rendering you bedridden." The specter quivered, "But it never hurt this much. You just hit it. Was my strike too forceful?" Lynn asked deeply. The specter, bewildered, replied, "And no, it wasn't heavy. Lynn adjusted his monocle, stating seriously, if it isn't heavy and it still hurts this much, it indicates that the illness has penetrated your very bones. Do you truly wish to find yourself in a better state? The specter fumbled for words, unable to articulate a response. After a long pause, he hesitantly muttered, "It can't be that serious, right?" Bang! Lynn slammed the table, causing the slender specter to shudder violently. "This is utterly absurd. Do you have any idea how many patients have succumbed to their conditions due to such wishful thinking? Do you understand the torment that ensues once the illness has fully ravaged your body? It hurts." Lynn leaned forward slowly, intently declaring, "It's a pain akin to losing a mother, especially on overcast days." At first, it was merely ants crawling, then it felt as if a hammer were pounding, and eventually it transformed into the sharp slicing of knives. Each cut was agonizing, akin to a fleshly orb that, when touched, inflicted unbearable pain. The gaunt figure leaned back, eyes wide, hands clutching the legs of the bench, trembling uncontrollably. Treat! I need treatment now. Please, doctor, do not speak." Minutes later, "This is our establishment's specially formulated blood saw, muscle, and bone patch. Apply one patch 3 times daily. Once completed, you shall feel warm, itch, and experience substantial relief from pain. This is the internal medicine for rheumatic pain. Take these 2 pounds of medicine back and brew it, consuming it once a day for 7 days. If there is no effect, return to me. Your physique is slender. It is evident that you're malnourished. I shall prescribe some tonics to ensure that you thrive. Perhaps even run like Lucian." Lynn calmly stuffed various medicines into the gaunt figure's arms. The gaunt figure, dazed, clutched the increasingly absurd pile of medications and questioned, "Doctor, are we taking too many medicines?" Lynn replied nonchalantly, "Too many? This is merely for your old rheumatism. There are still other ailments I have yet to mention." There are more?" The gaunt figure trembled. Lynn took a seat, pushing the medicines aside. He gazed sternly at the gaunt figure and asked, "Have you been feeling a continuous chill in your body these past few days, and no matter how you exercise or keep warm, you cannot suppress that coldness?" The gaunt figure's eyes widened in horror as he looked at his pallid hands and replied, "Why, yes. Lynn is kintif. And do you often feel that this chill surges from within, pulsating from your abdomen throughout your body?" "Exactly," the gaunt figure exclaimed in shock. "Lynn statis solemnly. Based on my preliminary diagnosis, you seem to be afflicted with cold toxin, and it is malignant. This condition has even led to the formation of a malignant cyst within your abdomen." "That cannot be." The gaunt figure gasped. Clang! Lynn drew his night demon knife and replied calmly, "Whether it is true or not, we shall find out through surgery." Chapter 85. Your loyal Dr. Shuangmu. 10 minutes later, in the operating room, the gaunt figure lay trembling on the table, watching Lynn sharpen his knife. "Are we really going to operate?" Lynn nodded, blowing on the gleaming blade, closing his eyes as he said, "There is no choice. The root of the problem lies there. Without surgery, it is impossible to treat with medication alone." The gaunt figure quivered. "See, can I have anesthesia?" Lynn paused, then smiled apologetically, scratching the back of his head. "I almost forgot. Look at my memory. Rest assured, I will administer it to you right away. Hee." With that, Lynn quickly set down the knife and rummaged through the cabinet behind him for various bottles. The gaunt figure felt a surge of alarm. "Why did you say again? Something feels off. Isn't it standard procedure to administer anesthesia before surgery? Why do you seem unaware of where your anesthesia is?" The gaunt figure's sanity is at 10. He trembled as he watched Lynn's back, increasingly sensing that this doctor was somewhat unreliable. And then, in the next moment, he heard Lynn's delighted voice. "Found it." The gaunt figure sighed in relief. "Expired?" Lynn frowned at the bottle in his hand. Snap! The gaunt figure sprang up instantly. Lynn turned, noticing the gaunt figure's teeth chattering, eyes wide, trembling in fear. "Why don't you bear with it?" "No." The gaunt figure instinctively reached out, filled with terror. He absolutely did not want to endure. Just a light tap on his leg caused such pain. If the surgery proceeded without anesthesia, he could only imagine the agony that awaited. What if they inadvertently removed his kidney? That would be too horrifying. Seeing the patient's overwhelming resistance, Lynn pondered for a moment and then furrowed his brow slightly. "However, there's another method of anesthesia. I wonder if you would be willing to try it." "What method?" The gaunt figure looked as if he had found hope. Lynn replied seriously, "Physical anesthesia." "Physical anesthesia?" Bang! Ding! You have knocked out the gaunt figure. You gained 10 basic experience points. Ding! You have successfully excised the gaunt figure's cyst. Your surgical skill increases by 10. Ding! You have realigned the gaunt figure's displaced kidney. Your internal medicine skill increases by 1. Ding! You have successfully completed an outstanding suture. Your suturing skill increases by 10. Half an hour later, Lynn assisted the trembling, hollow-eyed, gaunt figure, who leaned on a crutch, unsteadily exiting the operating room. A bandage wrapped around his head signified physical anesthesia. A bandage around his waist indicated kidney excision, cyst removal. Bandages on his legs signified chronic rheumatism. Bandages on his face signified ugliness. Dear guest, everything proceeded very smoothly. The cyst has been removed. The residual cold toxin in your body requires further recuperation. This is a new prescription I have prepared for you. Ensure you take on schedule. Remember, the 4 cannot stop, and the medication must not be interrupted. I guarantee you will be cured within a week. Lynn said earnestly, giving a thumbs up. The gaunt figure stared blankly at the 4 drip hanging above, glancing again at his tightly wrapped knees and entire leg, supporting himself with a crutch. A warm pack tucked inside his clothing and a heating patch on his forehead. I thank you, he said hollowly, wishing your family happiness and joy. No need to thank me. It is my duty. Your bill has been prepared. Surgical medications total 3,000 skull coins. Will you be paying in cash or cutting something? Lynn's smile was particularly genial. The gaunt figure, in a daze, asked, how much? 3,000, dear guest. Lynn smiled warmly. That is outrageously expensive. The gaunt figure trembled as he fumbled 3 black skull coins from his pocket, placing them on the counter. 1 visit to the doctor, and I've spent half a year's worth of savings. No wonder people say not to go to the hospital. You and your wallet will inevitably part ways. Can I leave now? The gaunt figure asked, desperate to depart. Of course. Lynn smiled, swiftly packaging the myriad of medications for him, helping him secure the load on his back. The remaining scattered medications found a home dangling from a 4 stand. Also, check the delivery and prepare the receipt. The gaunt figure clutched the card, saying, I still need to report back. Wait a moment. Lynn smiled, immediately retrieving 4 scrolls from a box, examining them carefully before closing his eyes and satisfiedly placing them back in the box. However, he did not notice that a single strand of hair had inadvertently brushed against his fingertip as he handled the scrolls. All set. I'll be right with you. He began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the system's prompt. Ding. You have discovered target diseases. Congenital hyperalysis. Ding. You have discovered target diseases. Permanent skin suppuration. Ding. You have discovered target diseases. Malignant toxins from parasitic toxic moths. Ding. You have discovered target diseases. Intermittent limb dissolution. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. His gaze then fixated on the box. He was certain that he had not come into contact with any living beings, yet these prompts were undeniable. In the next instant, Lynn's gaze was drawn to the long strand of hair upon the scroll. What would this be? He squinted. Could it possibly belong to that informant? Casting a glance at the elongated, shadowy figure, he inquired, Sir, may I ask if my delivery has passed through another's hands? Upon mentioning his work, the slender specter grew solemn and responded, No, my master only dispatches one-on-one. It is personally packaged by the master and never has another being laid hands upon it. With these words, Lynn understood. A smile crept onto his face. It was indeed that informant. Furthermore, it seemed he was afflicted with various peculiar ailments. No wonder he lingered in the realm of shadows, gathering intelligence year after year. In an instant, Lynn recalled the thousands of skeletal coins he had previously lost to this trickster. With a slight smile, he swiftly picked up his pen and began to write on the back of the card. Dear informant, he penned, I am pleased to inform you that I have successfully received your delivery, for which I am most grateful. However, it seems you have inadvertently left a strand of your hair in the package. As a professional physician, I couldn't help but notice some concerning health conditions from your lovely tress. He proceeded to list the maladies he had discerned. I sincerely empathize with your suffering. Should you come across my receipt, please do not forget to visit Mr. Shuangmu at the potion shop located at XXXX in the Shadow Realm. Remember to make an appointment and bring sufficient payment. I can provide you with further diagnosis and treatment. Wishing you good health. Yours faithfully, Dr. Shuangmu. With a receipt duly written, he handed it to the slender specter with a smile. Upon glancing at the contents of the card, the specter's face turned an alarming hue of green. This was utterly preposterous. How could a single strand of hair lead to a diagnosis of such dire ailments? This was akin to soaring to the heavens. Nonetheless, it was of no concern to him. Without further ado, the specter turned and, leaning on his cane, hurriedly departed, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the corridor. As he reached the door, Lynn's voice rang out behind him. Guest, you are always welcome to return. Thank you for your patronage. The specter trembled at the sound, quickening his pace as he almost fled into the enveloping darkness. Watching the slender figure vanish, Lynn wasted no time. He swiftly retrieved the 4 scrolls from the box and gradually unfurled them. The intricate hexagram symbols etched upon the scrolls immediately captured his attention. Sorcery, or perhaps a summoning and contract array commonly employed in the dark world. Through such arrays, one could forge transient pacts with beings from the shadowy realms or other worlds. And the 4 scrolls he possessed were evidently specialized for this purpose. Without hesitation, Lynn produced a quill and ink, seating himself at the counter to swiftly compose his first letter. Dear little one, he began, I am your dentist, Lynn. Do you remember me? Not long ago, you became the first lifetime member of our establishment, and I am filled with immense honor and joy because of it. You are a truly kind and delightful young lady. Since your departure, I have thought of you day and night, yearning for you, even tossing and turning in my sleepless nights, losing several pounds in the process. This brings back memories of that wonderful evening. Unable to contain my feelings for you, I have decided to write you a letter today. If I do not reach out to you, I fear I may not survive. You are like a beam of moonlight in my heart, truly unforgettable. Thus, may I extend to you an invitation? I cordially request your presence tomorrow at Soul Street, where I have prepared a lavish feast for you. Please do not decline. Yours, yearning for your visit, Mr. Lynn. Upon completing the letter, Lynn sealed it with wax, then bit his finger to let his blood drip onto the array inscribed upon the scroll, inscribing his name, Lynn. Instantly, under his watchful gaze, his blood began to flow gently along the array. In the next moment, the array glimmered with a sanguine light. Suddenly, the air vibrated in waves. In an instant, the array erupted with a burst of light, revealing 2 beings of human size. One was sleek and feline in form, resembling a leopard adorned with intricate red runes, shimmering as if it might vanish at any moment. The other was a giant tortoise, its shell encrusted with brown moss, and its head bore an unsettlingly grotesque visage. Void Rifting Beast, level 80, alignment, lawful neutral, combat ability, swift, description, a peculiar creature wandering between the void and the abyss. When you gaze at the sky and witness a multitude of meteors streaking by, do not doubt, these may not be meteors, but rather a horde of rifting beasts traversing through the void. Corrupted Tortoise King, level 81, alignment, none, combat ability, sturdy, description, the Tortoise King, submerged in the corrupted marsh, is gentle and sluggish, spending the majority of its life in slumber. Thousands of years hold little meaning for them. And while most corrupted tortoises prefer to remain in the marsh, some independent souls seek to find work in the outside world, such as delivering messages. Upon witnessing these 2 extraordinary beings, Lynn's eyes brightened. Are you my messengers? He greeted with a smile. The void rifting beast emitted a howl in response, while the corrupted Tortoise King slowly turned its grotesque head and opened its mouth, uttering a. Lynn blinked as time slipped by. After a minute, the Tortoise King, with an almost incomprehensible slowness, revealed a silly, endearing grin. Lynn nearly lost his breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He solemnly presented the letter to the Tortoise King, stating earnestly, I would appreciate your assistance. I have been informed by your master that you merely require a trace of the recipient's biological essence, or aura, to swiftly locate them and deliver the letter. With that, Lynn retrieved a small fragment of tooth he had recently scraped from the Holy Lance, presenting it. Her name is Little One. Remember this essence and ensure the quick delivery of my letter. The Tortoise King sniffed the fragment, then, with an unfathomable slowness, opened its mouth to gently grasp the letter. Good. Then, under Lynn's anxious gaze, it took an agonizingly long time to extend its neck toward its back. With a click, a small door slowly opened on its shell. Lynn's patience wore thin. He swiftly seized the letter and, with incredible speed, stuffed it into the hidden compartment beneath the tortoise's shell, shutting it with a decisive clap. The Tortoise King slowly opened its mouth again, grinning foolishly. He gradually extended his limbs, advancing towards the door at a pace barely perceptible to the naked eye. Lynn felt a wild throbbing in his temples, but he chose to ignore it for the moment, allowing it to race ahead, while his gaze fell upon the eager void leap beast beside him. You have a task as well, Lynn stated solemnly. I am aware that you are the swiftest among the messengers. Before Lynn could finish his thought, the void leap beast vanished before his eyes, only to reappear instantaneously. Crouched before him, panting with its tongue lolling out. A woo! It howled, tilting its head back. Then, it placed a small fragment of rock at Lynn's feet. Lynn blinked in astonishment. Is this a piece of meteorite? Are you saying you just ventured into the void outside in that brief moment? The void leap beast proudly flicked its tongue. Lynn took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and patted its head. Quick! Indeed, you are fast. However, Lynn pointed at the blood gushing from its cracked skull and exclaimed, You've split your skull open. Watch where you're going when you leap. You may be fast, But if you kill yourself before I can send a message, I'll be forced to cover your funeral expenses before the letter even reaches its destination. Chapter 87. On the brink of death yet still concerned for you, my apprentice. Lynn knew none of these messengers were reliable. This simply would not do. A combination was necessary. He immediately turned his gaze towards the Tortoise King, who had managed to inch outward by a mere 10 centimeters. Minutes later, Lynn clapped his hands, satisfied as he shoved the void leap beast into the Tortoise King's shell. The principle was quite simple. The tortoise's shell had ample gaps, and the leap beast was the type that could easily meet its demise. Squeezing it into the shell, and then pulling its limbs out through the openings effectively achieved a form of combined evolution. A void leap tortoise, balancing the speed of the void leap beast with the defense of the Tortoise King, although the speed would undoubtedly diminish due to the added weight. The defensive capabilities would see a significant enhancement. There would be no more fear of the leap beast colliding recklessly and causing its own demise. To be cautious, Lynn implemented additional safety measures. He sealed off the extra openings to ensure that the void leap beast would not be flung out due to its excessive speed. Let us embark. Lynn clapped his hands and addressed the two creatures emerging from the shell. Tortoise, you're responsible for delivering the letter safely to the recipient, and you, Dog, will ensure the tortoise reaches the destination swiftly. I believe that once combined, you shall become a refreshing force within the messenger community. With a resounding clap on the tortoise's shell, he commanded, onward. In an instant, the wall was breached by the void leap tortoise, vanishing into the black mist at an unfathomable speed. Without delay, Lynn seated himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he grasped the quill and began composing the second letter. Esteemed teacher, I am your apprentice Lynn, and I find myself on the brink of death. My body bleeds, my brain is oozing, and I am about to burst apart. Though I had received your prior warning, they're simply too powerful, those vile beings. They have smashed our shop, burned our sign, and assaulted your most cherished apprentice. Master, my life hangs by a thread, yet I remain fixated on your last instruction. I failed to uphold the shop. I have disappointed you, but even as I approach death, I yearn to know, are you still alive? This messenger is summoned with the last vestiges of my strength and scant funds. I am uncertain whether the letter will reach you, but I must convey this. Once a teacher, always a father. Please, on the morrow of the coming year, ensure that you burn 3 incense sticks for your student. Your apprentice Lynn, on the verge of death, still remembers you. With tears welling in his eyes, Lynn quickly sealed the letter and, using the same method, fashioned a second void leap tortoise. With a clap on the shell, the messenger shot off at great speed. Lynn gazed seriously towards the door and declared, it seems we may not arrive in time. Hours later, within a vast temple complex at the edge of the land, a gathering of unparalleled grandeur was underway. This was the domain of the one-horned demon king, one of the 72 great lords of the dark world, and his clan, the one-horned fiends, was renowned across the abyssal realms. This was due to the fact that lord-level beings are a formidable presence in the dark world, second only to the primordial entities. Consequently, the one-horned fiend clan thrived in the dark world. Although his power ranked among the lowest of the 72 lords, even the high-ranking lords dared not provoke this clan. For all high beings were aware that the 3 primordial headhunters, who roamed the dark world, had once been close friends with him. It was precisely for this reason that the one-horned fiend clan had ascended to the forefront of power in the dark world. Brother Titan, your acceptance of my invitation to gather here has truly left me flabbergasted and overjoyed. The one-horned demon king, adorned in the garb of the broken-winged one-horned demon, stood grandly, raising a cup twice his size in a toast to the 3 massive heads seated at the altar. 3,000 years, to be graced by your fleeting clarity. I must toast you, dear brother. He tilted his head back and poured the copious blood wine down his throat. Beside him, numerous one-horned fiends reverently carried freshly slain corpses, fervently pouring them into the vessels before the 3 headhunters. These were fresh sacrifices just harvested. If Lynn were present, he would instantly recognize that the slightly smaller of the 3 massive heads on the altar belonged to the one he had previously encountered, Xiao Xiao. Ding! Xiao Xiao opened her gigantic mouth, revealing a row of gleaming teeth that sent shivers down the spines of the one-horned fiends below. So dazzling, the one-horned demon king exclaimed, giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. I never imagined my niece could grow even more radiant and charming. Beside Xiao Xiao, a massive female head could be seen, from which countless tendrils poured forth, voraciously consuming the fresh corpses, chewing with fervor. It bore a gruesome smile, its eyes flickering between chaos and clarity. It had found a physician. Make my daughter happy. Streams of blood gushed from her gaping maw, saturating the temple with a potent stench of blood. Meanwhile, The largest head remained silent, its gaze more chaotic than that of the two headhunters beside it, occasionally flashing with intense malice. Only on rare occasions did a glimmer of clarity break through the tumultuous gaze, were it not for that flicker of clarity suppressing the chaos. The sheer malevolence emanating from it would have driven the surrounding one-horned fiends to madness. "Sister-in-law, has my brother's condition improved?" The one-horned demon king inquired cautiously. The colossal female head cackled menacingly, expressing its resentment over the decapitation it suffered long ago, a malicious curse that allowed its existence in this dark realm. It was perpetually consumed by thoughts of vengeance, laughing maniacally at the prospect of slaughtering its foes. Suddenly, terrifying tentacles erupted from the neck of the Titan's head, grotesquely wrapping around the female visage, incessantly tearing and attacking. "I have not been defeated. It is you, Valharpy, whose curse has brought forth this torment." Chapter 88. A Love Letter to Your Daughter. Chunks of flesh were relentlessly torn from the face of the female head, yet her smile grew ever more vibrant and sinister. "Huh, you impotent deity, unable to best your adversaries, resorting only to venting your frustrations on your own kin. Ha ha ha, if not for the curse. You would merely be a skeleton, all modmon, ha ha ha." The chaotic, horrific onslaught persisted for several minutes, instilling dread in all the unicorn demons within the temple, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was only when clarity began to balance the turmoil in its eyes that the Titan gradually calmed. The unicorn demon king exhaled a sigh of relief. Should his elder brother truly have lost control at that moment, their entire clan would have been on the brink of annihilation. Yet he understood the depths of his brother's grievances, for in those days his elder brother had. He shook his head, dismissing the memories of the past, and proclaimed with a blend of grandeur and solemnity, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, and niece, please take refuge here for a few days. As your brother, I shall provide you with an abundance of fresh sustenance daily, to welcome you and cleanse the dust of your travels." With a swift motion, he extended his tentacles, ensnaring a high-ranking unicorn demon from the ground, toying with it as one might with a plush toy. "Mirror." "Yes." The unicorn demon, pale of countenance, hurriedly grasped a large mirror, not daring to move an inch. Clink. Little Xiao Xiao grinned, admiring her own gleaming white teeth in the mirror, lost in her own delight. This had become the routine of the headhunter in recent days. The reasons for this behavior remained unclear for now. After a feast of wine and food, the unicorn demon king found himself quite intoxicated. However, just as he prepared to rise and make a toast, his gaze flickered, the effects of the alcohol vanishing in an instant. "Who dares to intrude upon my domain?" In an instant, he shattered the void with a punch, extending his hand to seize a gigantic turtle from the ether. Clack, clack, clack. His claws and the turtle's shell produced a cacophony of sparks. "Is this a messenger?" The unicorn demon king furrowed his brow. As a sovereign being, he was certainly aware of the highly secure Turtle King messengers. "What is it?" The female head turned, her gaze fixing upon the unicorn demon king. "It is a void messenger, likely intended for me. I shall address it at once." Without hesitation, he connected his consciousness to the Turtle King in his grasp. If someone was using the Turtle King for communication, the message must have been sent several hundred or even 1,000 years ago. Was it from an old acquaintance? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. But the next moment, upon receiving the message from the Turtle King, he was taken aback. "Not for me?" Then, frowning fiercely, he turned to the unicorn demons below and bellowed, "Who is Xiao Xiao? Come forth immediately." Yet, before his words could fully escape, a voice echoed from the high platform. "I am Xiao Xiao." A chill ran down the unicorn demon king's spine. He instinctively turned to behold the headhunter grinning at the mirror. His gaze then shifted to the female head beside him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He had never imagined his sister-in-law would bestow such a peculiar name upon their daughter. It hardly seemed like a legitimate name, more akin to a term of endearment for a pet. He was left speechless. The female head, with a crackling motion, turned her gaze, clarity overtaking part of her expression, and inquired, "Has our daughter received a name?" Xiao Xiao turned her head, flashing her grin. Clink. The glimmering teeth sparkled. The female head's gaze appeared to melt, as she extended her tongue to affectionately lick her daughter's face, clearly besotted with her child. The unicorn demon king paused in astonishment, and seeing no objection, it was tantamount to acceptance. Click. A small door behind the king slowly creaked open, revealing a letter within. After pondering briefly, the unicorn demon king picked up the wax-sealed letter, feeling a strange sensation wash over him. Was it truly possible for someone to write to a being of primal origin? Most primal beings are notoriously chaotic, and achieving even a fleeting moment of clarity is a remarkable feat. Niece, your letter. I cannot read. Xiao Xiao continued to admire her shiny teeth. Who penned this? The female head inquired, her eyes closed. The unicorn demon king contemplated and soon began examining the letter. Quickly spotting a name, Lynn, he was taken aback. In an instant, Xiao Xiao, previously engrossed in her own reflection, spun around and declared, "Read." The unicorn demon king's eyes widened, a sense of unease creeping over him, for he had never witnessed his headhunter niece exhibit such an expression beyond her usual ferocity. Something was amiss. There was something peculiar about this Lynn. Just based on that gaze, he sensed that Lynn possessed an air of formidable prowess. He dazedly opened the letter, swiftly scanning its contents. Upon finishing, his expression shifted dramatically. This truly must be read aloud. The tone and phrasing within the letter seemed utterly inappropriate for a public setting. Read, Xiao Xiao insisted. The unicorn demon king stammered, very well, I shall read it. My dear Xiao Xiao. Buzz. The female head, previously licking her daughter's cheek, halted her movements abruptly. The chaotic glimmer in the Titan's eyes also stilled. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Xiao stirred her tentacles and urged continue. The unicorn demon king trembled as he clutched the letter. Beads of sweat forming as he read aloud. I am your dentist, Lynn. Do you remember me? Not long ago, you became the first lifetime member of my practice, for which I am immensely honored and delighted. The two massive heads perked up attentively. I remember, Xiao Xiao affirmed. The unicorn demon king cast a furtive glance at his silent elder brother and sister-in-law, swallowing hard as he continued, You are an exceedingly kind and adorable girl. Ever since your departure, I've been unable to sleep soundly, my mind filled with thoughts of you, neglecting food and drink, losing several pounds in the process. In that instant, an eerie silence blanketed the gathering. Chapter 89. He is attempting to lure her. Even the unicorn demons below fell into a daze, some of them spilling their drinks as they poured. Xiao Xiao nodded. I have also lost 2 pounds. And no, the demon king quaked internally. The implications were starkly different. His niece was merely lamenting the absence of her teeth due to hunger, while the letter's author was flirting with her. His grip on the letter trembled, fear creeping in as he realized he was hesitant to continue reading. The subsequent lines were even more nauseating. Read, Xiao Xiao urged eagerly. Read. 2 ominously deep voices echoed. The unicorn demon king instinctively raised his head, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. A colossal shadow loomed, and before he knew it, the enormous heads of his elder brother and sister-in-law had materialized before him, their gazes fixed intently upon him. His brother's previously chaotic eyes had, at some point, regained their clarity, albeit a clarity that was far from normal, more fearsome than the earlier confusion. Beads of sweat dripped down his brow as he felt the chilling gaze of death upon him. He instinctively swallowed hard and tremulously uttered, This reminds me once again of the wonderful night we spent together. Buzz. The hair of the 2 heads before the horned demon king suddenly surged like tentacles, causing the entirety of his being to bristle in terror. The beautiful female head sneered the night. The Titan head growled menacingly. The horned demon king, trembling, swallowed again and stammered, The letter, it says so. Indeed, it was a splendid night, he continued, his body swaying slightly as if under the influence of those metaphorical tentacles. The 2 heads shuddered simultaneously, their expressions shifting to one of delight. Could it be? Had their daughter already? Recite. The 2 heads barked impatiently. The horned demon king felt as if he might shatter from the pressure. Internally, he lamented the absurdity of whoever had penned such a nauseating love letter at this moment. And right in front of her parents, no less. He wished to slap himself. Having glanced at the letter, he should have found a subordinate to read it aloud. Why was he embroiled in this quagmire? He was utterly risking his life for this. Yet there was no retreat now. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, Because it is simply impossible to suppress the yearning I feel for you. I have decided to write you a letter today. I believe that if I do not write to you, I shall not survive. Crack, crack, crack. He could already hear the terrifying grinding of teeth emanating from the 2 heads before him. Not survive? The Titan head screamed, its eyes bulging. You are like a ray of white moonlight in my heart, truly impossible to dispel. Crack, crack, crack. The horned demon king felt the ground beneath him fissure. The white moonlight, the female head, ground her teeth, her eyes shimmering ominously. The horned demon king trembled as he clutched the letter. Thus, I wish to invite you to the Soul Alley for a gathering. A grand feast has been prepared in your honor. He recited that wretched love letter with remarkable speed and urgency. Meanwhile, below the stage, all the horned demons were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. A brief silence ensued. Is that it? The 2 heads growled in unison. The Horned Demon King, still dazed, held the letter and replied, and no more. The little one wriggled her tentacles and exclaimed, "Oh, do you miss me so much? And there's a grand feast too." Once again, silence fell. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the little one, clearly in high spirits, leaped off the stage, extending a tentacle to snatch the letter from the Horned Demon King's grasp. With a bounce in her step, she proclaimed, "Mom and Dad are gone, and the daughter is off to enjoy the feast." And so, under the gaze of all, the little one merrily hummed a cheerful tune as she bounded out of the temple, a naive girl, led away by a mere letter. In the next moment, the countless horned demons below finally reacted, their jaws dropping in terror. What kind of dimensional joke was this? Who or what was this Lynn in? One extraordinary being, so powerful, beyond comprehension. Writing to even more primordial entities was one thing, but to compose such an amorous and flirtatious love letter, this was invincible. God, oh God, right in front of her parents, he was brazenly courting their daughter. Did he even realize this entire family comprised ancient, primordial gods? Finally, the Horned Demon King raised his head, gazing at the two silent hunters. He sensed the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. My elder brother and sister-in-law, I think, boom. But before he could finish, the Titan head erupted in a furious roar, countless tentacles thrashing wildly throughout the temple, causing the very dome to crack. Damn it, taking advantage of my illness to woo my daughter, writing such nauseating things. This is too much. Calm down. It is not easy to find someone who fancies our daughter. You must remain composed. My daughter is only 5, not even of age, and already entangled. Aye. 5 years old before death, now 3,000 years old. She is of age now, old man. Don't ruin this. The temple descended into chaos. The female had desperately restrained the now raging Titan head. Calm down, old man. Let her have her freedom. As parents, we should not interfere. Freedom, my foot. This is abduction. Abduction of a good, innocent maiden. Boom. The entire temple finally succumbed to its burdens and collapsed. Chapter 90. The Dull Miss of the Dull Courtyard. Dull Courtyard. A glaring red moon hung high above the castle's tower. Surrounding the castle was a vast expanse of thorny roses blooming amidst the mist. Blood-red petals scattered across the lengthy, silent path, and the air was faintly filled with mysterious, haunting melodies. Crack, crack. The sound of footsteps echoed through the flower fields. Amidst the shadowy mist, a multitude of spider-headed hunters cautiously advanced towards the central castle, preparing to launch the third assault. Hunter Team 21 is in position. Request to issue the assault order. Order received. Confirmation complete. Assault. The leader of the hunters' eyes glimmered with a series of red lights. In the next moment, dozens of hunters surged forth at an astonishing speed, charging into the flower fields within the black mist. Simultaneously, from various directions of the castle, several teams composed entirely of hunters launched a simultaneous attack on the Dull Courtyard. As they advanced, remnants of countless damaged hunters littered the surroundings, indicating that prior assaults on the Dull Courtyard had failed spectacularly. Along the path, the frenzied thorns were ruthlessly cut down by their blades. Information transmission has breached the third zone. Target is 500 meters away. The hunter's eyes flickered with red light, but at that moment, they suddenly caught sight of a figure materializing at the end of the foggy path. Their perspective rapidly zoomed in, revealing the form of an exquisitely crafted life-size doll. She held a parasol adorned with black gilded edges, her head crowned with a lavish, doll-like hat, clad in a black gown of gilded Gothic design. Her long white hair cascaded down her chest, and her high heels clicked melodically against the ground. She appeared exceedingly peculiar, her movements stiff, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, remarkably, she was capable of motion. However, it was this almost lifelike state that imparted an ineffable sense of horror. Ding 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 ding. The crimson glow in the eyes of the dozen or so hunters flickered violently. Target analysis, target identity confirmation, information retrieval in progress. Target identity confirmed. Puppeteer of the Dull Court, 7th Control Master. Black Crescent Moon, combat capabilities extremely formidable. Warning, target threat level exceedingly high. Initiate full-scale extermination. Almost in that very instant, the hunters surged towards the Gothic doll with unimaginable speed. Countless petals danced in their wake, scattering across the obsidian sky. In the blink of an eye, the hunters had already encircled the Gothic doll. Click, 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 click. A cacophony of gears grinding echoed. An eerie scene unfolded. As if time had abruptly frozen, the hunters who had rushed towards the doll suddenly became immobile. Faintly, under the refracted light of the red moon, One could discern that fine, resilient threads had emerged at the joints of their bodies, binding them like marionettes, frozen in place. Mechanical restraints activated, unable to break free. The hunters struggled vehemently, yet aside from the hissing of machinery from within, they were utterly incapable of any movement. In the flower field, the exquisite Gothic doll tilted her head, her articulated fingers delicately flicking. With a sudden thrust, one of the hunters pivoted sharply, his razor-sharp mantis blade piercing through another hunter's skull. Stab! Stab! The sounds of punctures echoed again. The hunters, in a theatrical manner, stabbed one another in the head, one by one, until only the last remained. The Gothic doll raised her head, resembling an innocent little girl, gazing at his rapidly flickering eyes. Raindrops pattered upon her black umbrella. Suddenly, the Gothic doll tilted her head. Crack! In an instant, the neck of the hunter before her twisted grotesquely, snapping with a sickening sound. His body crackled with sparks before crashing heavily to the ground. In less than a minute, all the hunters lay vanquished. The invaders at the northern gate were entirely annihilated. Record, 59 seconds. The Gothic doll turned mechanically, reporting. Simultaneously, she heard several distinct voices. The invaders in the southern region have been eliminated. Record, 3 minutes, 51 seconds. The invaders in the northwest region have been eradicated, sustaining minor injuries, requiring part replacement. The invaders in the eastern courtyard are currently being dealt with. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Crescent Moon, how is your efficiency so remarkable? Did the ladies' engineer provide you with new components? You have already significantly outpaced your sisters. Crescent Moon, being a cleanup type doll, naturally operates at a swifter pace than us. Enough chatter, finish the battle quickly. We still need to report to the lady. A cacophony of voices buzzed around her. The Gothic doll, clutching her black umbrella, took deliberate steps along the path toward the castle. Each step she took was perfectly measured, her Gothic gown fluttering gracefully in the wind. However, at this moment, she abruptly halted. Her gaze shifted slightly, as if she had detected something. In an instant, a dense web of glass-like threads pierced the nearby space. Buzz! The fabric of reality split open, revealing a bizarre tortoise king being drawn from the void, ensnared by the threads in a most peculiar upside-down manner. A messenger. The tortoise king blinked rapidly, uttering the words with an astonishing velocity. The Gothic doll tilted her head. Moments later, within the castle, Blood saw your message. In a grand hall filled with gears, the elegantly attired doll mistress walked in with a graceful stride. Her nearly 3-meter-tall figure was curvaceous and exuded an air of nobility. If one disregarded her height, she could easily be mistaken for a medieval noblewoman. On the opposite side of the hall, the tall and imposing Bloodsaw leaned against a mechanical table, his gaze flickering. Beside him, doll-sized figures with button eyes were busily tending to his substantial wounds with various tools. Message? Bloodsaw inquired heavily. Who sent it? The doll mistress elegantly seated herself in a lavish chair across from him, delicately lifting a cup of rich coffee, nonchalantly stating, My daughters discovered it in the courtyard. It was delivered by a void messenger. The sender is named Lynn. Do you recognize the name? At these words, Bloodsaw froze momentarily. Lynn? How could that be possible? With difficulty, he stood up, his massive frame moving towards the table as he reached out for the letter. Who is he? The doll mistress inquired, pursing her lips. He is a child I adopted 2 years ago. Bloodsaw gazed solemnly at the letter, saying, He has been my apprentice at the Apothecary for the past 2 years. A few days ago, upon realizing that the Demon Association might venture into Soul Alley, I urgently transmitted information to him. It seems he has managed to evade their clutches. Steeling himself, he swiftly opened the envelope. Upon seeing the scrawled handwriting, he instantly recognized it to be his apprentice's, as only that individual could render neat writing into such an abominably illegible script. However, as he read the words inscribed upon the letter, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 91. My apprentice is breaking apart. Teacher, I am your apprentice, Lynn. I can't go on. I am dying, my body is bleeding, my brain is oozing out. I am about to split apart. His focus sharpened, his eyes growing grave as he continued reading. The more he read, the more evident his fury became. Upon reaching the final line, Your dying apprentice, Lynn, sending this, his hand trembled visibly as he clutched the letter. This was no mere message. This was unequivocally a farewell letter from his apprentice. I curse you, Demon Association. Boom! He roared, slamming his fist onto the floor, sparks flying from his body as the ground shattered beneath him. He gasped for breath, his eyes a crimson hue. His intense, emotional outburst startled even the doll mistress, who stood nearby. Bloodsaw, what are you doing? Without uttering another word, Bloodsaw gritted his teeth, swiftly rising and attempting to push the door open to leave. Madam, I thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days, but I must depart today. I shall repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. He was seething with rage. Yet just as he was about to step through the doorway, countless threads ensnared his body, binding him in place. What madness is this? Your wounds have yet to heal. If you go out now, aren't you courting death? The doll mistress narrowed her eyes, gripping the threads tightly. Outside, there are hunters tracking you. I assure you. The moment you step out of my courtyard, you will be dispatched by the flesh puppets lurking outside. Bloodsaw, in a fit of rage, violently tore at the threads binding him, his face contorted in fury. Rather than idly waiting here, it is far better to engage in a fight to the death. The demon association. I shall make them pay in blood for their transgressions. He roared, severing one thread after another with palpable fury. It was evident just how incensed he was at this moment. Madame Puppet frowned. The usually composed Bloodsaw had suddenly lost control, clearly stirred by the contents of the letter. She swiftly extended her hand, using a thread to retrieve the letter from the ground, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a few seconds, she finished reading the letter, looked up with a frown, and said, "Your apprentice has been." Bloodsaw trembled, gritting his teeth as the veins in his body throbbed, murky liquids streaming from his blood-red eyes. It is my fault as a mentor. Had I known this was a trap, I should have sent him to safety beforehand. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. The image of his apprentice writing this letter surfaced in his mind, a figure covered in wounds, missing limbs, bleeding profusely, and with a cracked skull, struggling to hold a pen, trembling as he penned this farewell to his incompetent teacher. He could see the dried tear stains on the letter. Clearly, he had been weeping uncontrollably while writing, bleeding and crying simultaneously. How pitiful! How helpless! In an instant, memories of the past 2 years spent together flooded his mind. Although he rarely smiled and often ordered his apprentice about, the bond between teacher and student, once a teacher, forever a father, was indelible. Bloodsaw howled in despair. Demon association. Today you have slain my apprentice. Tomorrow I shall ensure your obliteration. I, Bloodsaw, will not share the heavens with you. With a resounding snap, the threads binding him were severed. Just as he was about to lose control and charge out in rage, Madame Puppet gritted her teeth and summoned more threads, firmly restraining him in place. Calm yourself. Even if you go out now, it will resolve nothing. Moreover, I suspect there is something amiss with this letter. Bloodsaw, gritting his teeth, let large tears fall to the ground as he shouted, "That is my apprentice's handwriting. It cannot be a forgery. Do you think I cannot recognize my own foolish Sanskrit?" Madame Puppet, now agitated, retorted, "Do not let the contents of that letter cloud your judgment. Have you ever seen someone on the brink of death meticulously punctuating every line with such emotion?" A brief silence ensued. Madame Puppet rubbed her temples, took a deep breath, and waved the letter, saying, "A person who is about to perish cannot possibly write a lengthy, heartfelt piece. Think logically." In a fit of exasperation, she walked over and struck his head repeatedly with her fist. "Look at the letters. They are perfectly formed, each dot round and smooth. Does this resemble someone on the verge of death? This could only be written in a state of comfort." She flipped the letter over, pointing at the hand-drawn expression, and he still had the energy to draw such a woeful face. Bloodsaw gaped, speechless. Madame Puppet took a deep breath, released her hold on the threads binding him, leaned back in her chair, and said, "Fool, just like back in the day. Your thick-headedness has left your brain devoid of cells. Likely only muscle remains." Bloodsaw slowly rose, clutching the letter, uncertain. "Are you suggesting my apprentice was merely jesting with me? That he is actually unharmed?" Madame Puppet sighed, saying, "Unharmed is an overstatement. He must have faced some peril, but certainly not as dire as he described in his letter. If you doubt me, you can check the vision. If Soul Alley has truly vanished, people will definitely be discussing it." She casually tossed Bloodsaw a vision stone. Minutes later, in the vision, 2 ethereal figures slowly materialized in the 900th vision square, accompanied by beams of light. Bloodsaw remained doubtful, while Madame Puppet stood calmly, arms crossed. This should be the corresponding vision square for Soul Alley. You can check the regional channels. If something serious has occurred in Soul Alley, information will undoubtedly be posted here. Bloodsaw replied solemnly, "Though you say so, I still feel something has happened to my apprentice." Bam! Madame Puppet delivered a punch to the back of his head. She took a deep breath and, rubbing her temples, said, "You are hopeless. Just look for yourself." With lingering doubt, Bloodsaw opened the regional channel for the 900 square. The moment he read the discussions, his expression shifted dramatically. "Regional channel, Blood Doll. Something bad has happened. Everyone in Soul Alley, do not go outside. A terrifying creature has arrived. Death Sorcerer. What is going on these past few days? Why is there such a formidable presence here every day? I cannot stay any longer. I must move. Bell ringer. Residents of Soul Alley, secure your doors and windows. If possible, head to the basement and hide your presence. Whether Soul Alley survives today is left to fate. Simultaneously, an urgent regional message appeared before all beings in the 900 square. Informer, warning. A root-level creature has appeared near Sinful City's Soul Alley. Those who can evacuate, please do so immediately. Again, this is a confirmed report. All nearby beings must evacuate urgently. Click to view. Cost in skeleton coins, 100. Chapter 92. This is not right. Bloodsaw's breathing quickened. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly accepted the regional message. In an instant, a veil of dark fog enveloped his vision, and as the image became clearer, he recognized the location. It was right outside his potion shop. His expression turned grave. The scene showed Bloodsaw's potion shop in a state of severe disrepair, clearly having endured a fierce battle. At that moment, a massive head concealed in the black mist loomed at the entrance, with crimson tendrils extending into the shop. As if searching for prey. Apprentice! He screamed. This time, he truly felt shattered, not seeing the Demon Association's minions, but rather a presence far more terrifying. The horrifying image of Lynn, on the brink of death, being devoured by the monstrous creature flashed through his mind, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones being chewed in its maw. Madame Puppet, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback, murmuring, "This is not right. I told you my apprentice was in trouble, yet you insisted on rambling on." Bloodsaw's muscles tensed. Without a second thought, his figure vanished from vision. In the distance, one could faintly hear his roar. "Hang in there, my apprentice. Teacher is coming to retrieve your body." "Wait," Madame Puppet cried out, quickly logging off as well. Meanwhile, in the attic of Bloodsaw's potion shop, the slumbering Lynn suddenly felt something soft and sticky brushing against his face. "Stop it." Groggy, Lynn reached for the revolver on the counter and fired a shot in the direction of the disturbance. Bang! Then, turning over, he closed his eyes and resumed his deep slumber. Ding! You have shot the Source Hunter. Xiao Xiao. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding! You have achieved the Audacious You, earning a base experience of 100. The Audacious You, a special achievement, acquired when one boldly attacks an opponent deemed absolutely unbeatable. You gain a permanent bonus, Agility 5, Intelligence 1, Happiness 10. Buzz! Lynn's eyes snapped open in an instant, the drowsiness instantly banished by the ominous system notification. Xiao Xiao. Lynn shot upright from his bed, eyes wide, turning to gaze out the window. There outside loomed a massive infantile head, vacantly positioned, a flattened, bullet-shaped imprint on its forehead, wisps of green smoke curling up from it. Lynn! Lynn's sanity level, 10. Lynn's sanity level, 10. A few minutes later, in front of the apothecary, Lynn climbed a ladder, eyes fixated, prying the flattened bullet shell affixed to Xiao Xiao's head free, blowing on it, then retrieving a large band-aid from his pocket and applying it. Is this some sort of welcome ceremony? Suddenly, a shot had struck Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao, supported by his tentacles, watched Lynn's actions intently. Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, let's just call it that. He swiftly jumped down from the ladder, tossing it aside, his face alight with a welcoming expression. Xiao Xiao, I did not expect you to arrive so soon after I penned that letter just last night. It truly takes me by surprise. Xiao Xiao replied. I hurried over as soon as I saw you were missing me. Ding! Xiao Xiao's affection level, 1. Lynn was deeply touched. Truly, it is an honor. To have such a delightful and understanding guest is indeed a remarkable occasion. It seems today is secure. If those hound from the Demon Association dare to come, I shall ensure they perish one by one, or even in pairs. Behold my teeth. Xiao Xiao grinned widely, showcasing a row of gleaming white teeth. Ding! The teeth flashed menacingly at Lynn. Dazzling, isn't it? Lynn instantly raised his thumb, stating earnestly, they are exceptionally well maintained. Just as radiant as before. It appears you have taken good care of your teeth, Xiao Xiao. Indeed, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Well, while maintaining your teeth this way is commendable, it is also crucial to eat, you know. How about this? Come to my backyard, and I shall prepare some pastries to whet your appetite, followed by a comprehensive care session to ensure that apart from your teeth, every other aspect of you shines with charm. How does that sound? Splendid. Meanwhile, several kilometers outside the Go Soul Alley, behind a small hill, a colossal head could be seen, half hidden behind a rise, tentacles coiling around a massive telescope, peering intently in the direction of Ghost Soul Alley. Behind the hill, the horned Ghost King stood guard with hundreds of elite sentinels, utterly still. Indeed, after Xiao Xiao departed, they had been discreetly following at a distance. This was his idea, as failing to do so could easily result in his elder brother, in a fit of rage, obliterating their stronghold. Brother? What's the situation? Have you spotted that scoundrel? The horned ghost king glared. Next to him, the female head with the telescope had her lips curl into a manic smile, saying, yes. He is quite a handsome young man, albeit somewhat diminutive. However, before she could finish her sentence, the Titan head violently smashed the telescope against the hill, roaring in madness, thrashing its tentacles and wreaking havoc on the surrounding terrain. Damn it, I will obliterate him now. Such a diminutive race. Trying to drive a big vehicle like me. I'll show you what driving a big vehicle means. Calm down. Don't rush in and ruin my daughter's opportunities. Besides, what if he is small? You weren't exactly large either back then. Finally, after an arduous effort, they managed to restrain the enraged Titan head. The Titan head, furious, snatched the telescope back, breathing heavily in agitation, continuing to spy through the lens. Blocked by that dilapidated building. I can't see. He has taken my daughter to his home. How dare he? In rage, he began to pound the small hill with his tentacles. Don't get worked up. We are here for reconnaissance, not to engage in battle, understand? At last, the Titan head's fury subsided as it menacingly ground its teeth, quickly grasping the specialized hearing aid crafted for them by the Horned Ghost clan, eagerly receiving the sounds emanating from that direction. Soon, they intercepted the audio signal from the direction of the Bloodsaw Apothecary in Ghost Soul Alley. Is this truly necessary? Xiao Zhao's voice conveyed confusion and resistance. Fear not. Since it is a comprehensive service, all aspects must be considered. I am your doctor. There is no cause for concern regarding any adverse events. Chapter 93. Affirmation from the Big Shot. Listening to that detestable speech, the Titan head behind the hill, clutching the hearing aid, trembled with agitation. Simultaneously, those from the Horned Ghost King's group, employing special means to intercept the sound from the other side, widened their eyes, holding their breath, rendered speechless. Something feels off. Why is the situation gradually veering into strange territory? Could it possibly be as they suspect? This cannot be. Damn it. The Titan head, nearly losing control in his fury, sent the small hill flying into the air. Don't stop me. Let me kill him. That bastard tricked my daughter and is committing such vile acts. The Titan head bellowed as he charged forward. Behind him, the female hunter frantically tugged at him with her tentacles. It must be a misunderstanding. Our daughter, like us, lacks a physical form. The Titan head slammed his tentacles against the ground, roaring. Other aspects are even less acceptable. Meanwhile, the Horned Ghost King and his companions were on the verge of cracking under the pressure. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a genuine warrior. At this moment, without exception, all the elite sentinels, including the Horned Ghost King, felt an indescribable admiration for the human named Lynn. A true warrior dares to confront the bleakness of life. An even fiercer warrior dares to stand unyielding against the source level. What strength must one possess to allure someone over with just a letter and then proceed to engage in intense activities in the backyard without hesitation? This person is simply invincible. In the apothecary's backyard, Lynn forcefully pried open the colossal ear canal of the giant head, peering curiously inside with a lamp. He could vaguely see a plethora of sticky foam, tainted with grime, oozing from within the ear. Lynn picked up a tool, grinning widely as he gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. It turns out it was blocked, but fear not, with my special lubricant and foaming agent. A few pokes will suffice. Xiao Xiao said, thank you so much. Ding. Xiao Xiao's trust level. 1. Without further ado, Lynn immediately grabbed a brush and vigorously inserted it into Xiao Xiao's ear, clearing out the large clumps of grime from the deepest part of the ear canal. It didn't take long at all. Soon, all the blockages were cleared. Lynn smiled and inquired, do you feel more unimpeded now? Xiao Xiao, amazed, listened to the sound from afar and replied, It seems I can hear much more than before. The doctor is remarkable. Ding. Xiao Xiao's affection for you has reached 10. Ding. Xiao Xiao's trust in you has also reached 10. Lin raised his thumb, a flash of brilliance illuminating his teeth as he grinned widely and proclaimed, this is merely the beginning. We must address the other areas as well. I'm getting started now. In the distance, atop a hill, a group of unicorn demons stood sentinel beside the apparatus, straining to absorb the increasingly peculiar and profound sounds emanating from that direction. The furious titan's head was ensnared in place by the tendrils of a female huntress, its mouth blocked, emitting a series of enraged roars. Its eyes ablaze with a frenzied fury. Grr! The titan's head bellowed in rage. The female huntress, dazed, covered half her face with her tendrils, and remarked, "My daughter has grown up." Beside her, the unicorn demon king nodded vacantly, murmuring, "It has lasted over 2 hours." At that moment, his admiration for the youth named Lynn surged within him like an unending torrent, akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable. Truly, he could conjure no further adjectives to encapsulate his emotions. Just ahead, yet so many wonders have been wrought. If only it possessed a body. What marvels could ensue? Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you has reached 50. Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you has reached 80. Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you has reached 100. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the achievement. Acknowledgement from a great one. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Acknowledgement from a great one, a special achievement that grants you a chance to earn profound respect and admiration from a king-level existence. Yielding a permanent enhancement. All attributes 10, charm 1. While Lynn was gently washing Xiao Xiao's face with bubbles, he suddenly froze, a perplexed look crossing his features. How'd I earn yet another bizarre achievement? I haven't done anything. Could it be that someone watched last night's video, or that his critical hit potion had received acknowledgement for some great being? This indeed seemed plausible, as his potion was a unique, flawless creation from a system. With this thought, Lynn's spirits lifted, and his movements in tending to Xiao Xiao's skin became increasingly adept. Ding. Xiao Xiao's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. Xiao Xiao's affection for you has increased by 1. Unbeknownst to him, from another direction in the spirit alley, a tall figure cloaked in black slowly emerged from the shadows, appearing at the entrance of the alley. His eyes squinted, the mechanical structures on his cheeks pulsating with an eerie glow. Behind him, 2 massive flesh puppets materialized, their enormous pupils staring blankly at the spirit alley as they came to a halt. Accompanying them were numerous spider-bodied hunters, densely packed. "We have arrived," the mechanical demon stated expressionlessly. Chapter 94. Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? Following the conclusion of yesterday's fierce battle, he immediately mobilized a significant force from the Demon Association to hasten their arrival at this location. The visage of that human youth resurfaced in his mind, the one capable of integrating the advanced biological weapon he had developed into himself. "I hope you haven't fled." His eyes narrowed, his demeanor cold. Otherwise, it would truly diminish the enjoyment. He had devised subsequent plans. This time, he aimed to capture the subject alive and take them to his laboratory for dissection, hoping to study the unique traits of humanity. Perhaps with this specimen, he could achieve a significant breakthrough in the future development of advanced biological weapons within the Demon Association. To ensure success, he had used his authority to summon 2 Type 3 flesh puppets and a multitude of hunters. Such formidable arrangements would compel even a king-level being to retreat. He was filled with absolute confidence, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You should feel honored that the vice president himself has come to deal with you. Your demise will not be in vain." He cast a dark glance over his army of hunters and flesh puppets as they stepped into the spirit alley. Simultaneously, as Lynn cheerfully dried Xiao Xiao's face with a towel in the backyard, a sudden system notification rang in his ears. "Ding! You have triggered a special quest. Preserve your corpse." Quest description: do your utmost to survive. If survival proves impossible, strive to keep your body as intact as possible. Quest rewards: 5 black skull coins, 3,000 basic experience. Special reward X1. Corpse preservation reward: 50 black skull coins, titanium coffin X1, flower wreaths X5, a respectable suit X1. Buzz. Lynn's movements instantly froze in place. Yet, he quickly regained composure, his expression swiftly returning to a state of calm. A quest had been triggered. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. After 2 failed hunting attempts, the Demon Association had decided to dispatch a stronger entity against him. And since the system had issued a quest, it indicated that the impending crisis was alarmingly close. Moreover, the quest parameters were rather absurd. Had the standards for completing a quest been lowered to this extent? In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself clad in a formal suit, flowers in hand, lying peacefully in a titanium coffin, surrounded by fluttering paper money and drifting wreaths. The entire process was already arranged. Gritting his teeth, Lynn's expression turned serious. Fortunately, he had cleverly invited Xiao Xiao over last night. Although it was regrettable that the teacher had not returned, it was still a substantial improvement. "Xiao Xiao, are you hungry?" Lynn turned to regard the freshly scrubbed Xiao Xiao with earnestness. Xiao Xiao replied, "Is it a feast? I haven't eaten anything in 3 days." Lynn raised his thumb with sincerity, grinning. "Fear not, the takeaway I've ordered has arrived. It is undoubtedly the feast of feasts, and this time, I assure you, you will be well fed." Outside the apothecary on the streets of Spirit Alley, thick black mist rolled away in waves, and the mechanical demon emerged step by step from the shadows. Behind him trailed two massive flesh puppets and an innumerable host of hunters. Halt! He abruptly raised his hand, halting the advancing forces. His gaze fixated on the youth slowly materializing at the forefront of the street. Clad in linen attire, arms crossed. With a subtle arc of a smile and a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lynn stood there, quietly observing them. The mechanical demon squinted. He recognized the youth immediately, the very one who had rendered one of his hunters inoperative last night. He truly hasn't fled, and he stands there so brazenly? What on earth is this situation? Welcome, esteemed guests. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lynn smiled, bowing in a gentlemanly manner to the mechanical demon's forces. Adjusting his monocle, the air of malevolence surged palpably. Simultaneously, a notification flashed across his vision. Informant. Latest intelligence from Spirit Alley. Warning. The danger level in Spirit Alley has escalated to the highest tier. Aside from root-level beings, numerous top-tier biological puppets have reappeared within Spirit Alley, suspected to belong to the advanced creations of the Demon Association. Click to view. Cost, 100 skeleton coins. A multitude of residents, who had refrained from venturing outside, were instantly captivated by this new piece of news. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers who clicked in exceeded 2,000. As the dark mist slowly dissipated, the scene of confrontation before the bloodsaw apothecary emerged vividly before all observers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. The Demon Association. Indeed, I recognize the emblem emblazoned upon them. These are all flesh and blood weapons belonging to the Demon Association. What on earth is happening? Why has the Demon Association dispatched such a multitude of biological weapons to our Soul Alley? Have you forgotten? The battles from last night and the night before involved those very biological puppets from the Demon Association. The viewers were horrified by the throngs of hunters depicted in the imagery. Their gaze soon fell upon the figure standing before the hunters. A smile gracing the face of Lynn. It's that kid. Indeed, the unscrupulous apprentice from the bloodsaw apothecary. What is he doing? Is he foolishly attempting to confront them? This seems exceedingly reckless, does it not? Have you forgotten? The participant in last night's battle was that apprentice from the apothecary. Clearly, the Demon Association has come seeking him. Is it possible that he intends to take on this entire army of biological entities by himself? What a ludicrous notion. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he stands there exuding an undeniable charm. Enchanting. The viewers in the realm were engaged in fervent and shocked discussions. Beyond Soul Alley, behind the shattered hill, the massive head of a titan, coiling its tentacles around a telescope, observed the standoff transpiring on the streets of Soul Alley. The Horned Demon King gazed intently, remarking, "It appears to be the biological weapons of the Demon Association, and their scale is considerable. It seems they are indeed here to trouble the human lad." Just as he began to ponder, he suddenly froze. Wait, could it be that this human boy lured Xiao over precisely to contend with these weapons from the Demon Association? Could it be that the so-called feast he mentioned in his letter is actually without a moment's hesitation? He swiftly retrieved his telescope, scanning the vicinity of Soul Alley for Xiao Zhao's figure. In the next instant, he spotted her currently crouched in the apothecary's backyard, her enormous eyes peering curiously at the hunters on the street. He noted the drool trickling from her mouth and the gleam in her eyes that betrayed her restless hunger. The sound of her swallowing and licking her lips echoed. The Horned Demon King thought to himself indeed. Chapter 95. Did I hear you correctly? In Soul Alley, the mechanized demon squinted, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he regarded the boy. Something is amiss. Why does this fellow seem so utterly unperturbed, showing no fear whatsoever? Has he mistaken the presence of so many biological weapons from the Demon Association as a sign of his own invincibility? After all, from their previous encounter, he had gleaned a rough estimation of this human boy's combat prowess. Even with two top-tier biological weapons at his disposal, he could at most take down 1 or 2 hunters. To imagine he could stand against 100 is nothing short of a delusion. It seems you've realized we would come? The mechanized demon squinted his eyes, deciding to probe further. Lynn, calmly crossing his arms, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, after all, you suffered the loss of a flesh puppet and 3 hunters at my hands. Unless the Demon Association is prepared to concede defeat, you certainly won't let this go." The mechanized demon scoffed, saying, "It appears you possess quite the audacity. What, knowing we would come, you do not flee for your life because you believe you can triumph over us?" Lynn adjusted his monocle, replying coolly, "I have no such confidence." The mechanized demon sneered, "Oh, Then I find it curious, if you have no confidence, what are you doing here? Warning. Crisis level 100. Warning. Crisis level 100. A gentle breeze swept through the dark mist, tousling Lynn's hair. He slowly raised his head, adjusting his monocle, and then, with a profound expression, stated, "Nothing more than putting on a show." The wind stirred up the dust from the ground. The mechanized demon momentarily faltered, opening his mouth as if to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. He truly did not know how to continue the conversation. It seemed he had inadvertently touched upon a blind spot in his reasoning. This individual, he does not seem quite normal. In the realm, the previously astonished and animated observers fell into an eerie silence. The reflection of light from Lynn's monocle gleamed as he stated, "Because my teacher once told me, if you find yourself in a guaranteed victory situation but hesitate and deliberate, that would be utterly disgraceful. Since you already hold 3 kings in your hand, why not play them one by one to tease your opponent? How could you not honor the fine hand you've been dealt? How could you not honor?" His monocle flashed with a bright light as he intently declared, "Your parents who gave you life. Ding. Your notoriety in the dark world has reached one. Ding. Your notoriety in the dark world has reached one. Ding. Your notoriety in the dark world has reached one." All viewers in the realm were momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, they found themselves rendered speechless. This person, surely he must be a little unhinged. If one were to claim he was sane, no one would believe it. Such arrogance. How could he so earnestly utter such audacious words in the presence of a pack of ferocious beasts? This individual is certainly not right. Ding. The mechanized demon's anger has risen to 10. Ding. The mechanized demon's anger has risen to 10. Ding. The mechanized demon has been successfully provoked by your bravado. What a delightful notion of teasing me one by one. You, who lack any sense of self-preservation, dare to flaunt your bravado before me. Have you found some semblance of confidence? The mechanized demon gritted his teeth in fury, his expression contorting into a snarl. Who is he? He is the vice president of the Demon Association, a top-tier demon who has developed countless advanced biological weapons. And this imbecile dares to flaunt himself before him, making him appear as though he possesses no intelligence whatsoever. He has little patience remaining. The components of the giant can be sacrificed. This fellow must die. Kill him. The mechanized demon howled in rage, instantaneously issuing the command. Countless hunters behind him abruptly raised their heads and, in an instant, surged toward Lynn with unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, the 2 massive flesh puppets beside him focused their vertical pupils in an instant. You think you're so capable? Enjoying your little charade? Flesh puppets, activate the highest level of biological extermination. Initiate war mode. I want you to crush him into a single-celled puddle of blood. The mechanized demon howled viciously. Almost the moment his command was issued, the forms of the 2 flesh puppets immediately began to transform, with countless arms shrieking forth from their flesh. War mode activated. Highest response commands engaged. Biological extermination mode initiated. Target locked. Dragon's breath arm engaging focused vision. Opening the corridor of evil spirits. Commence the hunt. Buzz. In an instant, the terrifying speed of the 2 gruesome flesh puppets surged to its zenith, effortlessly surpassing the encroaching hunters. Countless frenzied arms erupted from their bodies, shrieking as they launched a supreme assault against Lynn. Do you believe your posturing will save your life? My Type 3 flesh puppet is the finest weapon of war in this realm. Even if that blood-soaked specter were to arrive, what of it? Even if a monarch-level entity were to descend, what of it? He bellowed, his entire being crackling with electric energy. Even if a source-level entity were to come, what of it? His thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire soul alley. Boom! At the very moment his words echoed, a colossal head plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon one of the flesh puppets that had nearly reached Lynn. A splatter of putrid flesh and sanguine muck erupted forth. An eyeball, still pulsating with a crimson glow, rolled to the feet of the mechanized demon. Ding! Little one has crushed a Type 3 flesh puppet, earning you a friendship reward. 200 base experience. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The mechanized demon remained frozen in its previous posture, mouth agape. As if time itself had halted, the eyeball rolling at its feet emitted a stream of vapor, still radiating heat toward it. An aura of source-level energy emanated from the massive head, casting a shadow over the entire street. The echo of his earlier boast continued to resonate through the soul alley. Even if a source-level entity were to come, what of it? What of it? How? Why? Lynn rubbed his ears, curiosity piqued as he leaned closer. I didn't quite catch that. What did you just say? Chapter 96. Come. Ride me. In an instant, The scene revealed the enormous, glistening head drooling profusely. Those witnessing the live broadcast shrieked in terror. The image visibly trembled, rapidly distancing itself at an unimaginable speed. Reluctant to draw nearer, it was the source-level headhunter from before. The very monster of source-level caliber. This has to be a joke. It can't be. Could it be that the creature came to Soulmates not for slaughter, but was summoned here by that Lynn fellow? This is inconceivable. Ding. The bell ringer's fear level towards you. 10. Ding. The night devourer's fear level towards you. 10. Ding. The blood servant's fear level towards you. 10. Ding. You have successfully triggered the achievement. Spreading fear, earning you 200 base experience. Spreading fear, a milestone achievement, awarded when over 1,000 beings develop fear towards you. You have taken a significant step towards the indescribable malevolence, granting you a permanent boost. All attributes 5. Monster fear level 1, joy 10. Lynn listened in bewilderment as the system notifications rang in his ears. Little one, with her long tongue flicking out to moisten her lips, exclaimed with excitement, "Is this takeout? So much meat, I can hardly contain myself." "Don't worry, little one. No one will compete with you. They're all yours." Lynn reached out to caress the head's visage. The mechanized demon stood rigidly, trembling before the colossal head that loomed over the human, its mouth agape, its mind buzzing. How could a source-level entity possibly exist? Terrified, it began to retreat step by step, its entire body quaking. "This is impossible." Ding. The mechanized demon's fear level towards you. 10. Ding. The mechanized demon's fear level towards you. 10. Lynn slowly advanced, picking up the 2 eyeballs of the flesh puppets from the ground, twirling them in his hands. He gazed deeply at the mechanized demon and said, "You all called for help, so naturally, I must not be left behind. Do you truly think I would be bold enough to stand before you without any preparation?" He adjusted his monocle and continued earnestly. "I did say it was 2 kings and 3 explosions. Why are you still here? Are you underestimating me?" Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the achievement. Fox pretending to be a tiger, earning you 200 base experience. Fox pretending to be a tiger. A special achievement gained by successfully intimidating targets stronger than yourself through the influence of formidable allies. You receive a permanent boost. Intelligence 3, Reputation 5. Lynn watched as the mechanized demon trembled in retreat. Its gaze reflecting the massive headhunter and the flesh puppet reduced to a pulp, its twitching remains. Meanwhile, urgent warnings from another flesh puppet echoed in his ears. Target analysis. Source level maximum warning. Cannot be resisted. Cannot be devoured. Battle success rate analysis. 0. Devour success rate analysis. 0. Immediate escape is advised. Immediate escape. At that moment, the mechanized demon finally regained its composure, roaring as it turned to flee. Run. In an instant, it unleashed its fastest reflexes ever, spinning around with the swiftness of the wind, dashing back in the direction it came from. Seeing this, Lynn grinned widely and said, "Little one, the next part is up to you. Go ahead and feast. If you're still hungry, I'll take you to their lair for more." Little one joyfully replied, hum." In a flash, she opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of tendrils that surged towards the hunters on the street. As they were swept up, she devoured them with a satisfying crunch, savoring the taste of chicken. "This is delicious. Besides the meaty flavor, there's also a metallic chewiness. So good," Little one exclaimed, filled with delight. Ding. Little one has consumed a hunter, increasing her affection towards you by 1. Ding. Little one has consumed a hunter, increasing her affection towards you by 1. In an instant, Soulmates transformed into a veritable paradise for diners. Hunters shrieked and scrambled chaotically, racing after the mechanized demon, while several foolish hunters bravely charged forward, only to have their blades shatter against Little One's nose. Crunch, crunch. Little one joyfully devoured one after another, overwhelmed by the feeling of being generously treated by someone she held in high regard. She was determined to consume every last morsel without a trace of waste. Her joy was boundless. Aside from Uncle Unicorn, no one had ever treated her so well. As the viewers witnessed this dramatic turn of events, they were left in awe. Indeed, that source-level headhunter was summoned by Lynn. "I can't believe I'm witnessing such a scene in my lifetime. It's like watching a baby chick being fed." Wait a moment. Do you remember that a few headhunters devoured many creatures in our area recently, but spared Soulmates? Could it be? Could it be that it was due to that apprentice's presence here? Upon hearing this, all the residents of Soulmates were struck dumb. Indeed, with this revelation, it became clear. No wonder. No wonder. It means that if it weren't for that young man named Lynn in Soulmates, they would have likely. And in the next moment, when their gaze returned to the screen, they were utterly shocked. They beheld the massive source headhunter extending a tendril, wrapping it around Lynn's waist, lifting him to its head, and then bounding after the fleeing prey with fervor. No way. The origin level hunter actually took the initiative to let him ride. What on earth is their relationship? This connection could not possibly be a simple acquaintance. It was utterly astonishing. He seemed to be the very first human in history to dare to mount the head of an origin-level monster. The Origin Knight. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone trembled in disbelief, for it truly transcended their comprehension. It was akin to a globally renowned, lowly queen suddenly appearing in their remote, impoverished village, turning to the ordinary simpleton next door and saying, "Come, ride me." Such a thought evokes a terrifying spectacle that could shatter one's worldview. Chapter 97. Request for support. Request for support. Soul Wraith Alley. Ding. You have triggered the epic achievement, Origin Knight, and you have gained 1,000 base experience points. Origin Knight. Epic surreal achievement. Successfully persuading an origin-level monster to willingly allow you to ride it while still maintaining a profound fondness for you. Description. This is an epic achievement that is impossible to obtain in the early stages, with difficulty comparable to the epic achievements of Origin Confidant and Origin Whipmaster. Second only to the hell-level challenges of Origin Knight and Origin Baby. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained an epic permanent enhancement. 50 increase in speed while riding an Origin-level monster. 10 stamina, 50 accuracy, and 10 charm. Amidst the whirlwind, the system notifications incessantly chimed in Lynn's ears. He tightly grasped the tiny hair to prevent himself from falling, exclaiming, "Absurd achievement. System, enough already. This is clearly a perfectly normal friendship. How can it be labeled as an Origin Knight? Moreover, since we are good friends, what's the harm in a little ride? Shao shao. Chase over there. There's plenty to run after. Eat your fill. I'll provide support." Lynn bellowed. Without hesitation, he instantly drew his revolver, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the distant head of a hunter. With a click, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Ding! You hit a hunter. Your firearm proficiency has increased by 1. The struck hunter instantly became frozen in the sacred current of demon-hunting bullets, and then Xiao Xiao, extending her tongue, swiftly devoured it. Crunch! Crunch! It was both crispy and delectable, and still alive. For Xiao Xiao, this was truly a delightful feast. Xiao Xiao, over there. Oh, bang! Ding! You hit a hunter. Your firearm proficiency has increased by 1. Crunch! Ding! Xiao Xiao joyfully consumed a hunter, increasing her fondness for you by 10. Bang! Firearm proficiency 1. Bang! Firearm proficiency 1. This terrifying hunt had already astonished all creatures passing by outside Soul Wraith Alley. Groups of hunters fled in panic, and behind them, gunfire echoed incessantly. Suddenly, a massive head, carrying a wildly shooting human boy, leaped out from the black mist. Under their astonished gazes, it soared over their heads. Catch the shrimp. Love Nest blow up, Special Forces. Lynn gritted his teeth, firing his gun, clutching Xiao Zhao's hair, sparks flying as he drifted away in pursuit. Speeding like the wind, lightning fast. What has flew past my face? A bewildered creature stared into the distance. And why was there strange music playing? Bang, bang, bang. Under Lynn's precise, supportive gunfire, one hunter after another became morsels for Xiao Xiao. 51, 52, 54. Xiao Xiao, are you full yet? Lynn shouted, firing with gusto. Xiao Xiao licked her tongue, leaping from the sky. Then let us go after that big one. Lynn hollered, shooting into the sky. All right, Xiao Xiao replied. Boom! The massive head suddenly descended, a blaze of sparks racing towards the fleeing mechanical demon. What a joke! What a dimensional joke! The mechanical demon, terrified, pressed down on his hood, sprinting away at a frantic pace. In his half-mechanical eye, he could see that the hundreds of hunters he had brought with him were now reduced to less than half. It had barely been 10 minutes. An origin-level monster. Not a single one in their entire association, and yet he just happened to encounter one in this remote backwater. The howling wind rushed into his terrified gums, and his hands flailed as he sprinted at blinding speed. Ding! The mechanical demon's fear level has increased by 10. Ding! The mechanical demon's fear level has increased by 10. Without uttering a word, he trembled as he pressed down on the mechanical structure on his left face. You are establishing a connection with the association, awaiting signal delay. You have successfully established a connection with the association. Soon, a hoarse voice came through from the association. Please state your command, Mechanical Demon Lord. This is Association Unit Number 5, ready to obey your orders. Panicking, the mechanical demon shouted, Quick! Don't delay. Immediately locate my position and activate the void jump device. Right now. But before he could finish his sentence, a bullet suddenly shot from behind. With the boost of the epic achievement, and in the mechanical demon's unprepared state, the bullet struck his half-head, shattering the mechanical structure on his right side. Not good. He screamed in terror. But it was too late. A long tentacle, akin to a massive club, struck him. With a shriek, his body was flung away. The mechanical structure on his left face shattering under the tremendous blow. They're coming. They're coming. He abruptly turned his head, horrified, gazing at the human boy shooting wildly while mounted on the head of the origin-level monster. Without a second thought, he accelerated and fled in a frenzy. Hello, hello. He pounded on the mechanical structure on his left side, only to discover in terror that the impact had severed his communication device from the association. This is bad. He gritted his teeth and roared. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters behind him, Lynn, riding Xiao Xiao and enthusiastically shooting, instantly heard a voice in his ear. Hello, Mechanical Demon Lord. What has happened? We have confirmed your location per your command. The jump device has been activated, my lord. Please respond. What is going on? He abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto a flickering blue mechanical structure soaring in midair. What is this? Lynn swiftly extended a tentacle from his body, yanking the mechanical structure towards him. Ding! You have acquired Model 325 Demon Communication Device. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Then he immediately heard an urgent voice emanating from within. He pressed it to his ear and listened intently. Soon, he grasped the general meaning, and a kind smile spread across his face. It turned out the mechanical demon intended to escape using some form of remote jump. However, since it had fallen into my hands, Lynn quickly altered his vocal apparatus using the flesh catastrophe, mimicking the mechanical demon's tone, and bellowed into the communicator, requesting support. Support. I require an overwhelming military force to encircle the target. I shall reiterate, pinpoint my coordinates. I request reinforcements immediately. At that moment, the machinator heard a voice behind him, abruptly turning around to witness Lynn, brandishing his communicator, bellowing fervently at the other end. Machinator, goodness gracious. The takeout is insufficient. Bring more. Chapter 98. The first battle is the final battle. Indeed, Lord Machinator, we are currently determining your coordinates. The command will take effect in 5 seconds, and we shall promptly deploy the Hunter Squad. A swift reply crackled through the communicator, followed by a series of rapid mechanical sounds. Clearly, they had discerned the gravity of the situation. Their Machinator vice president was evidently embroiled in an urgent crisis. Immediately notify District 41. Unseal all hunters within the area. And issue an emergency command. The teleportation device has been activated. Please proceed to the designated assembly point without delay. Within the Demon Association, cloaked figures donning triangular hats hastily issued directives. In District 41, viscous liquids were expelled from numerous containers, awakening the hunters sealed within. They instantly received their orders, their eyes flickering with a frantic crimson light. Within mere minutes, a dense throng of hunters had assembled. The Hunter Brigade is fully gathered, the void teleportation mechanism activated, and target coordinates confirmed. Deployment authorization granted, highest priority. Assembled by Machinator. Gomos. With a chilling synthetic voice resonating throughout the factory, the thunderous sound of colossal machinery echoed. In the next instant, piercing blue light enveloped all assembled hunters. Their forms instantly became ethereal. The void teleportation has been initiated, proceeding with emergency transit. In an instant, every hunter vanished from District 41 of the Demon Association. Simultaneously, in the desolate wilderness outside Soul Alley, Lynn lowered his communicator, flashing a radiant smile at the fleeing Machinator in the distance. The Machinator, in terror, felt his mechanical structures clatter ominously. That fellow has forsaken his humanity. Don't come near. It was Timmy speaking to you just now. He shouted, but it was far too late. He immediately sensed the tremor in the space around him, an all-too-familiar sensation, reminiscent of the long-range rapid transit devices they had developed, inspired by the abilities of the void-jumping beasts. In the next moment, swish, 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 blinding blue beams cascaded from the sky, descending rapidly beside him. Within that luminous aura, fully armed hunters leapt forth, gathering around him in a tumultuous flurry, their eyes fixated on the Machinator, flickering with red light. The hunters of District 41 have assembled, responding to your command and ready to follow your lead. The Machinator screamed in a frenzied pitch. You've been deceived. This is a trap. Run quickly. Rest assured, Vice President, the hunters of District 41 are of advanced modification. We possess superior intelligence and biological extermination capabilities, and we have yet to record a single failure. The leading hunter brandished its razor-sharp mantis blade, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. With a grave expression, it proclaimed, Our creed is speed. Faster. Exceedingly fast. We shall swiftly resolve the conflict and eliminate the enemy, penetrating deep behind their lines. We fear no adversary. The first battle is the final battle. Smack! A tentacle, sweeping from afar, instantaneously flattened it into a pulp. Ding! You have slain a modified hunter, earning a friendship reward, 50 experience points. Machinator, hunters, run. What are you still doing here? You useless fools. The Machinator, exasperated, turned and sprinted away like a bolt of lightning. The modified hunters around him abruptly pivoted, immediately detecting the source knight in the distance, thrashing with countless writhing tentacles, barreling towards them. Hunters! Ding! The modified hunters exhibit a fear level of 10 towards you. Ding! The modified hunters exhibit a fear level of 10 towards you. In an instant, the hunters that had teleported arrived at unimaginable speeds, whizzing past the Machinator like the wind, fleeing ahead with greater swiftness. Machinator, 0Q. These worthless beings. They're running faster than I am. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Come back. All of you return to me. Protect me. He shouted frantically. But just as his words fell, a colossal shadow suddenly descended from the sky upon him. He looked up in shock, and to his astonishment, a gigantic head of the source level, carrying the human boy, soared overhead, landing heavily before him. The writhing tentacles beneath the head surged forth, swiftly arcing towards the hunters that had just teleported in. The Machinator cradled his head, lamenting. They're surrounding us, flanking us in support. Machinator's breakdown level, 10. Machinator's breakdown level, 10. Grab the shrimp. The love nest has annihilated the special troop camp. Damn it. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. You have shot a modified hunter, achieving proficiency level 1 in firearms. Ding. Little Xiao has consumed a modified hunter, increasing your favorability by 1. And you received a friendship reward, 50 base experience points. Ding. Little Xiao has consumed a modified hunter, increasing your favorability by 1 and happiness points, 10. Like a tiger among sheep, Lynn, riding Little Xiao, unleashed a barrage upon the fleeing hunters below. It was akin to a roaring tiger tank crashing into a phalanx of infantry, with him as the machine gunner, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the retreating soldiers. 7 o'clock, 2 hunters. Edible. Swish, swish. Crunch. 12 o'clock, 3 hunters. Little Xiao. Accelerate and crush them. Swish, 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 swish. Ding. Little Xiao has slain a hunter. Ding. Little Xiao has slain a hunter. Ding. Little Xiao has slain a hunter. Unmatched prowess has been unleashed. In the realm of sight, a multitude of onlookers were astounded, following the relentless pursuit, witnessing the one-sided slaughter and domination. This is essentially a dimensional strike. For this cannot even be classified as a battle. It resembles a high-level expert returning to a novice village, or a Tyson unleashed in a ring filled with juvenile female boxers. It is nearly a unilateral annihilation. They had never witnessed such combat. This was beyond the realm of humanity. Chapter 99. Thanks to Lord Machinator for the support. Little Xiao, are you full? Half full? You seem to have an enormous appetite today. Of course. Eat your fill. If you're still hungry, I shall order more. Lynn, with a serious expression, promptly grasped the communicator again. Switching instantly to the Machinator's voice, Lynn roared into the device. Reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Are you all intent on hastening my demise? Such a meager force is barely sufficient to fill the gaps. Immediately, at once, I require a greater military presence on the battlefield. Do you comprehend? If you dare to send such a meager force next time, I shall return and twist your heads off to use as chamber pots. All the contacts on the communicator were taken aback, cold sweat cascading from their brows. Their hands trembled with fear. Yes, Lord Mechanism, we shall immediately summon more personnel. Please do not be angry. They were acutely aware of their vice president's temperament, a merciless tyrant who would unhesitatingly dispose of anyone who dared to provoke his wrath, casting them into the factory for disassembly. A mobilization order was issued across the district. The vice president of Mechanism was in crisis and requested military support. The mechanical swarm troops were activated, as were the eradicator units and the biochemical puppet clusters. The Void Leap device initiated the assembly of transport. Meanwhile, outside the Soul Alley, the fleeing Mechanism sensed a more profound tremor from the void surrounding him. He instantly grasped the situation. More reinforcements? He was overwhelmed with despair. Don't teleport. Don't send more. You need to raise them. Clutching his head in panic, he shrieked at the blue halos descending around him. Yet, his pleas were futile. Almost instantaneously, massive portals began to materialize beside him, swarming with mechanical insects and eradicator units. surging forth with ferocity. Just as they emerged, a small vessel carrying Lynn drifted over, instantly unfurling countless tendrils. Mechanical swarm troops. Eradicator units. Let's go, little one, Lynn roared, unleashing a barrage upon the newly arrived forces. Good. Before the astonished eyes of thousands of spectators, the small vessel charged into the ranks of the teleporting units like a tiger among sheep. Ding. The small vessel has slain 10 mechanical insects. Ding. The small vessel has consumed 6 eradicator units. Ding. The small vessel has devoured 10 biochemical puppets. At the communication station of the Demon Association, several operators chuckled into their communicators. Vice President. What now? We have obediently followed your orders and dispatched a substantial force. This is our association's most treasured reserve. Lynn, while continuing to fire at the mechanical swarm below, picked up the communicator and praised, excellent. You have done remarkably well. This support is both timely and plentiful. I shall remember this. Upon my victorious return, I shall reward you handsomely. The operators' faces lit up with immense excitement. They envisioned their Lord Mechanism's satisfied expression upon his return and their bright future, rapidly advancing in rank. After all, receiving the Lord Mechanism's praise was their utmost honor. Yes, my lord, serving you is our duty and our supreme honor. Our loyalty is as steadfast as the heavens. They quickly became ecstatic and fervent. Without hesitation, the lead operator eagerly initiated contact with several other districts. Urgent order. The Vice President demands immediate reinforcements. All idle personnel, report to the Void Leap Zone. Assemble at the Leap Zone. In no time, a considerable number of forces within the Association received this urgent mobilization order and swiftly took action. Within the Demon Association, aside from their ever-absorbed president, the Vice President, Lord Mechanism held the highest authority, especially during this period when their president was preoccupied with self-modification and neglecting worldly affairs. It could be said that all matters within the association were decided by the vice president. Such prestige was undeniably formidable. Lord Mechanism, we have urgently dispatched a substantial force for you again. Do you require long-term support? The operators eagerly communicated. Lynn, with a hearty voice, boomed praises good. Truly commendable. For this, you shall rise in rank. Effective immediately, you are all promoted by 3 levels. When I return, I shall consider bestowing honors upon you. The operators were overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, they knelt before the communication device, fervently bowing and exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Mechanism, for your patronage. We are willing to serve you devotedly, forever following your lead." Tears welled in their eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. Professional Dreamer, you gained 200 base experience. Professional Dreamer, a special achievement. Through the act of endearing enemies with promises, targets may become exceedingly grateful, potentially granting you permanent bonuses. Intelligence 5, basic favorability with monsters 1. Lynn, praising further, said into the communicator, honors can wait until later. But you must remain vigilant. The enemies I face are formidable and cunning. Remember, we are in a critical moment. There may be attempts to infiltrate our communication signals, providing you with false information. You must possess excellent discernment, understood? The operators replied immediately, loudly declaring, rest assured. My lord, we have held this position for decades without faltering. We will be meticulous. There will be no mistakes. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, on the other side, the overwhelmed mechanism, engulfed by the surging army, was utterly unraveling. Stop sending. Stop it. This is a trap. A trap. If I find out who is dispatching troops, I will chop them up. He shrieked, nearly in tears. He hastily seized a mechanical insect, shouting at it frantically, quick, relay the true situation back to base. Tell them they have been deceived. The voice requesting support is not mine. Some scoundrel has taken my communicator. It's not me. Chapter 100. Never have I seen such audaciousness. In that moment, a flurry of communication signals erupted within the Demon Association's communication hub. Just then, the signal connected. Without hesitation, Mechanism yanked the mechanical insect and bellowed into the device. Hello. Hello. Who among you is the operator? Stop the teleportations. Someone is impersonating me. The orders you received are false. I repeat, do not send anyone else. Within the communication hub, the operators exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smirks. Look at you. Lord Mechanism truly has foresight. Just as he mentioned someone would infiltrate the signal to confuse us, here it is. Ha! One operator retorted mockingly, not bad. You've imitated our vice president's voice quite well. Have you put in a lot of effort to impersonate him? Ha ha, quite the clever thief. Mechanism was on the verge of exploding with rage. Listen closely. I am your vice president. I am Mechanism. He roared, My identification number is 0352372. Immediately summon your superior. The operators continued to laugh. One of them picked up the communicator, saying, "Oh, you've even stolen the identification code so accurately? And you wish to see our superior? I'm afraid you're not joking, are you? Do you really think our superior can be summoned at will? Spare him your futile chatter." Acquiring the authority of a mechanical insect is akin to impersonating the vice president. Such a display of intellectual deficiency is truly remarkable. Leave it to me. I have recently downloaded a compilation of profanities from various races from the information repository, and I find myself at a loss for how to utilize it effectively. In the next moment, a torrent of insults directed at his ancestors erupted from the mechanical demon, laden with vulgarity. The invective was abundant. On average, every 3 sentences included a mention of his mother, every 2 a reference to his father, and there were frequent comparisons to his inadequacies. The mechanical demon trembled with rage. "Who do you think you are?" He spat. "Do you believe that by barking, you can alter the reality of your own inadequacies? Do you think that by howling, you can usurp the place of a dog in our hearts? What do you mean?" He retorted. "Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be so ugly, you must have put in considerable effort. What sins did your parents commit? Surely, they must weep for you. There are already so many ugly beings in the dark world. Must you strive to lower the standards even further? Is there truly no shred of shame within you to emerge in such a grotesque form and deceive others? I have never encountered such brazen audacity." With a furious howl, the mechanical demon finally could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a torrent of blood. Splattering 5 steps away, having already been driven to madness by that human, he endured over 10 minutes of tirades from his subordinate. And even the strongest mental fortitude could not withstand such an assault. Clutching his chest, he forcefully shoved the mechanical insect aside. Trembling as he pointed towards the distant head of Lynn, stammering, "I shall not share the same fate as you." With that, another spurt of blood erupted, and the mechanical structures on his body erupted in sparks, billowing thick black smoke. His eyes rolled back as he choked on his own blood, wide-eyed and sparking, before he crashed into unconsciousness. Ding! You have triggered a special achievement. Defeating the enemy without combat. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Defeating the enemy without combat. Special achievement. Obtained by causing the mindset of a core figure from the opposing faction to explode and faint through special means. You have gained a permanent enhancement. All attributes 5, intelligence 5, happiness 10. Meanwhile, at a distance, the Titan's head, observing through a telescope, displayed an uncommon lack of fury. The tentacles at the back of its head swayed left and right, reflecting its relatively good mood at that moment. The female head, with a satisfied expression, licked her lips while holding the telescope, remarking, "My daughter has indeed found a commendable boyfriend. To treat her with such an abundance of food truly stirs the heart. Wouldn't you agree, old man?" Affection level 1. The Titan's head opened its viscous maw with a menacing grin, retorting, "A sugar-coated ploy to steal my daughter away with just 1 meal? Not a chance." The Demon King interjected, "Yet I can't shake the feeling that this young man's true intention may merely be to have my niece assist him in addressing the threats posed by the Demon Association. It seems he is using her as a pawn. After all, compared to his 2 chaotic elder siblings, he understood the intricacies of human relationships far better. No way." The female head licked her lips again, gazing through the telescope at the delectable food continuously arriving. "These are provisions, not threats. They appear quite appetizing." The Titan's head, unusually, did not refute her, continuing to observe with the telescope. The Demon King stood aghast, mouth agape. "No, it can't be. I had forgotten. For an entity of their caliber, this doesn't pose a threat. At most, it's just some unruly food that can be casually consumed. In their perception, this is likely akin to a young man inviting their daughter to enjoy a feast of squealing piglets rushing towards them." He was drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, within the depths of the Demon Association's inverted tower, in a vast subterranean chamber, a colossal consciousness slowly awakened. The mobilization of numerous mechanical creatures within the association finally caught its attention. What's happening? A somber voice rumbled from the depths of the container. Why is there such a significant military mobilization? Has the void jump been activated? Who issued the command? The moment it awakened, its consciousness enveloped the entire inverted tower, witnessing the mass mobilization of machines within. In the core area, beside the enormous container, dozens of servants responsible for maintaining its operation immediately knelt on one knee, reporting, "Chairman, it is Vice Chairman Mechanical Demon's command. He encountered a threat requiring a large army for a joint assault, so we received an urgent report requesting immediate military support. This is the reason for the current large-scale mobilization." Chapter 101, The grinning teeth split apart. The consciousness hesitated, swiftly taking control of most of the flesh and machinery within the inverted tower. The mechanical demon was its most trusted subordinate. Thus, it had bestowed upon him the highest authority within the association, allowing him to handle all matters, big and small. However, that did not imply that all actions could proceed without its authorization. Such a significant troop movement was no trivial matter. In an instant, it remotely connected to the mechanical demon's communicator. Mechanical demon, what is going on? How could you permit such a large-scale mobilization of biological troops? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. The somber voice echoed through Lynn's communicator. Lynn was taken aback, quickly realizing that one who dared to address the mechanical demon in such a tone was likely the true boss of the Demon Association. Without hesitation, Lynn smiled slightly, altering his vocal cords to mimic the tone and pitch of the mechanical demon, stating, "Chairman, I have encountered some significant troubles here. Once I resolve the situation, I will report back to you immediately." A brief silence ensued. The communicator fell into quietude. Yet, scarcely a few seconds passed before the voice resumed, now imbued with an icy chill. "You are not the mechanical demon. You have taken his communicator." Just as Lynn prepared to respond, the signal abruptly cut off. Almost simultaneously, the continuous influx of mechanical and flesh armies also came to a halt. Lynn immediately comprehended. It was evident that the big boss had seized control of the Demon Association's authority. A subtle smile crossed Lynn's face. However, he had never anticipated truly deceiving that boss with his voice. After all, those who could command an organization were not easily trifled with. Meanwhile, within the inverted tower of the Demon Association, the consciousness coldly exclaimed, "The mechanical demon has likely encountered an unforeseen calamity. You inept fools have squandered my forces and allowed yourselves to be toyed with like monkeys. You have brought disgrace to the Demon Association." The thunderous voice resonated throughout the inverted tower. The communication officers trembled, their faces pale, collapsing to their knees in fear. In an instant, it remotely seized control of all troops outside the spirit alley, including hunters, mechanical swarms, and sweepers. Its will descended instantly, locking onto the now unconscious mechanical demon and the head wreaking havoc. Root level? Its gaze turned frigid as it swiftly analyzed the situation. "Thus it appears that I have been thoroughly outmaneuvered this time. Is this an attempt to wield a primordial being against my association as a display of power?" His gaze was frigid as he swiftly grasped the entirety of the battlefield's dynamics. He felt no sorrow for the loss of those mechanical creations, for they were merely the products of a biological factory. As long as the inverted tower remained, given time, he could effortlessly replicate an identical army. The sole concern weighing on his mind was the primordial being currently devouring his creations. He discerned at a glance that, although this head belonged to a primordial entity, it still fell short compared to those that truly embodied terror and calamity. His thoughts began to race. The death of a mechanical soldier mattered little. The loss of a vice president could be mitigated by promoting another, but a truly insurmountable primordial being was an opportunity too rare to ignore. He narrowed his eyes. Should he manage to capture this primordial creature, even without assembling all the components of the giant, it would undoubtedly unleash considerable power. "Unseal my second body. Initiate the phase shift. I shall personally engage with it." The cold light of determination flickered in his narrowed eyes. Simultaneously, Lynn, riding atop this swift little creature, was hunting down the remnants of the Demon Hunter Association's forces when he suddenly lifted his head, sensing the tremors in the surrounding space. Compared to earlier disturbances, this one was markedly more intense. A sense of unease gripped him. "Little one, are you full?" Lynn inquired immediately. Little one replied, "I am 8/10 full. I still desire more delicacies." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a deep blue halo descended from the sky, crushing dozens of mechanical insects into dust on the wasteland below. A massive figure emanating a terrifying aura gradually came into view before Lynn. In an instant, the figure's panel materialized before him. Hunter God Puppet. Race, flesh creation. Level, attributes, none. Combat ability, a formidable strength surpassing that of a king. Description, one of the most advanced flesh creations of the Demon Hunter Association, a destroyer derived from the Giant Project, and the ultimate defensive weapon crafted to confront king-level and primordial beings. However, due to the immense power derived from the Giant Project, only one individual within the entire association can wield it. If you encounter it, pray that it is not targeting you. Buzz. Lynn's gaze turned vacant. This was utterly excessive. Could this be the notorious boss of the Demon Hunter Association? Warning. Warning. Crisis level 100. Please evacuate immediately. Warning. Crisis level has reached 100. Please evacuate immediately. But almost simultaneously with the system's alerts, a skinless, massive blood hand erupted from the colossal flesh giant, sweeping towards Little One without hesitation, devoid of any preamble. Little One, dodge! Lynn shouted. It was too late. The enormous hand descended upon them with a resounding crash, striking Little One's cheek. The sheer force caused the ground to tremble, and Little One was sent sprawling several dozen meters away. Titan head. Female hunter. Unicorn demon king. The flesh giant shuddered, observing Little One, who had merely been displaced a few dozen meters, narrowing its eyes, the expression on its face turning grave. Clearly, this probing strike had provided it with a general sense of the primordial being's strength. As the dust settled, Little One, who had been biting down on a hunter, stood dazed. She instinctively removed her eyeball, glancing at her cheek. With a crack, a fragment of her tooth broke off and fell to the ground. In an instant, her eye socket flushed crimson at an unimaginable speed, and a wave of grievance surged within her. Little One, are you all right? Lynn asked, astonished, extending his hand. Wah! She cried out, bursting into tears, pointing at her broken baby tooth and lamenting, Doctor, my pretty tooth has cracked. Oh, why it's broken. Chapter 102. They must be finished. I told you so. Lynn hung upside down in shock as Little One opened her mouth to show him her cracked incisor. It's broken. It's broken. I can't even speak properly. Wah, wah, wah. Little One sobbed, deeply distressed. Meanwhile, behind a distant hill, the unicorn demon king gazed at the unfolding scene, his mind buzzing. Almost instinctively, he turned to his older brother and sister-in-law, and his expression shifted in an instant. The two colossal heads, larger than small mountains, loomed side by side, dark clouds swirling ominously above them. From behind, their expressions were obscured, yet the ominous aura emanating from their silent figures imparted a sense of impending doom, as if a storm were about to break. This is bad. This is very bad. He was acutely aware of his brother and sister-in-laws doting on their daughter. She was the apple of their eye, coddled as if she might dissolve in their hands. And they would go to great lengths to ensure her safety, shadowing her every step, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. And now, a grand competition had been thrust upon them. The unicorn demon king swallowed hard, eyes wide. Brother, sister-in-law, I think. Crack. Countless terrifying fissures suddenly spread out from beneath the two colossal heads. The titan head squinted its eyes, the size of small buildings, and remarked, Did you see that clearly? The female head revealed a malevolent expression. I saw it quite clearly. In that moment, for the first time in millennia, these two heads, historically at odds, stood in unison. The titan head declared, I am exceedingly enraged. The female head ground her teeth, venomously replying, I feel the same. A brief silence followed. Then, in the next moment, before the astonished gaze of the unicorn demon king, boom, with a thunderous roar, the two heads sprang into action, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The unicorn demon king gazed on in horror. They're gone. Absolutely gone. He vowed that anyone who dared to make his brother and sister-in-law's daughter cry in front of them would be beyond salvation, even if the divine were to intervene. That individual had truly no sense of the situation. They hadn't even considered who they were challenging. Initially, losing a few puppets was tolerable, but now it was truly catastrophic. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, under the influence of that colossal consciousness, countless remaining hunters and mechanical insect troops swiftly gathered around the imposing hunter godhead. Towering several dozen meters, it resembled a giant stripped of its skin, with grotesque crimson tendons visible. The hunter god puppet held its head high, its expression impassive, radiating an aura of unimaginable terror. It flexed its wrist, gazing down at Little One, who was still crying, and Lynn, who was desperately comforting her, saying, Baby, don't cry, and coldly remarked, You must be the human who destroyed one of my flesh puppets a few days ago. A primordial being, indeed. With such power at your disposal, you can certainly traverse this dark world with impunity. However, you should have never dared to provoke the esteemed Demon Association. Today, you have destroyed countless of my biological puppets. Thus, I assure you, escape is no longer an option. Warning, crisis level 100. Warning, crisis level 100. Lynn abruptly lifted his head, his expression calm, and leaped down from atop his diminutive form. With a click, he swiftly raised his revolver with one hand, aiming it at the colossal hunter puppet in the distance, narrowing his eyes and stating, Do you comprehend the psychological damage a grand duel can inflict upon such a small child? Behind him, the little one wept more sorrowfully. The hunter puppet scoffed, its neck cracking ominously, and retorted, It seems you possess a certain bravado. Do you truly overestimate your own capabilities? Do you intend to challenge me with that toy in your hand? With a mocking laugh, It continued, I would advise you to flee while you still can. Before I eliminate this root creature, you might still have a fleeting moment to cherish your existence. Bang! A gunshot. A hunter bullet struck the puppet squarely between the eyes, releasing a shower of minute electric sparks before falling to the ground. Yet Lynn did not cease his assault. Bang! 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 He relentlessly pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine of his revolver. The spectators observing this scene were instantly taken aback. Has he lost his sanity? That creature was clearly formidable. From their previous encounter, it was evident that even the root-level being might not stand a chance against that giant. This individual, he truly must be out his mind. That earlier slap had sent the root's head flying several meters away. The peril was unmistakable. Do you dare to fire upon me? The hunter puppet narrowed its eyes, effortlessly crushing the bullet in its hand. Lynn, unfazed, held his weapon steadily at the puppet's head, declaring, perhaps I am a bit weaker. However, witnessing a doctor bully his patient is profoundly irksome, regardless of his circumstances. The little one sobbed even louder. Ding. The little one's affection for you has increased by 10. Ding. The little one's affection for you has increased by 10. Ding. The little one sincerely regards you as a trustworthy companion worthy of affection. Ding. You have triggered the epic achievement, Root Companion, earning 200 basic experience points. Root Companion. Epic achievement. A root-level creature's affection has reached a level of trust. Upon triggering this achievement, it signifies that you have gained a root-level friend. Strive for deeper friendship. You have received permanent bonuses. Root-level creature basic affection 5, charm 5, constitution 5, love 1. Lynn turned to the little one, giving a thumbs up with a beaming smile, his teeth glinting like a beacon. That expression seemed to convey, fear not, for I shall protect you. The little one wiped her tears and said, ding. The little one's trust in you has increased by 1. Even at this moment, he has not forgotten to show off. The onlookers were utterly astonished. This is absurd, unbelievably absurd. Is he truly fearless, or is his sanity in question? It is akin to facing an oncoming nuclear bomb, not fleeing, but defiantly giving it the finger while still attempting to appear cool in front of the little girl. Chapter 103. There is no turning back now. The hunter puppet roared with laughter, declaring, fascinating, truly fascinating. Are you attempting to enhance that root-level creature's affection for you? You are indeed a shrewd human, but the condition is that you must survive to leave this place. Do you believe that is feasible? My body possesses power beyond that of a monarch. At full strength, even a genuine root-level being would falter before me, while the head behind you has merely just entered the root tier. Lynn squinted, blowing the smoke from the gun's muzzle, and calmly replied, surely, you do not believe I possess only this one friend? Upon hearing such a statement, the hunter puppet erupted into laughter as if it had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Even the surrounding modified hunters joined in with raucous laughter. Oh, could it be that you can summon even stronger root-level beings? Are you attempting to perform a mechanical descent here? Do you think root-level creatures are so easily summoned? With a thunderous shout, he pointed at Lynn, but just as his words fell, 2 massive heads, towering higher than mountains, plummeted from the sky like meteors, crashing down behind the hunter puppet. The laughing modified hunters were instantly reduced to nothing but splattered blood and gore. A fleeting silence ensued. A fierce wind howled, swirling the surrounding dust away. A colossal shadow loomed over the hunter puppet, which still maintained its stance, pointing at Lynn. 2 chaotic gazes, akin to spotlights, illuminated a circle around him. Lynn solemnly blew on the muzzle of his gun and adjusted his monocle, stating, hasn't arrived? The little one, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, Daddy, Mommy? The entire arena fell into a hushed silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ding. Heart Eater's SAN value 10. Ding. Heart Eater's SAN value 20. Ding. Heart Eater's SAN value 30. The hunter puppet stood rigidly, fixated on the enormous shadows cast behind it, instinctively swallowing hard. Its massive form, mere meters from the 2 colossal heads, appeared as diminutive as child. You were quite arrogant earlier. It seems you have issued a challenge to my daughter. The hunter puppet stiffly turned around. Buzz. Its eyes went vacant. Reflected in its gaze were the 2 enormous heads, standing before it like twin mountains, their malicious eyes glinting with intent. The overwhelming and chaotic aura emanating from them was exponentially more terrifying than that of the smaller head, like a torrent of molten dread locking onto its very being. Truly, a root-level being. Heart Eater's Terror Level 10. Heart Eater's Terror Level 10. This is not right. This is utterly wrong. Did that kid really open a portal? Why have mechanical deities truly appeared? What kind of joke is this? Is that child an avatar of supreme intention? Why did he summon two stronger root-level beings with a mere utterance? Meanwhile, the spectators were left in a daze, their minds buzzing, unable to articulate a single word. The events of the day had far surpassed their comprehension. A small being summoned two giants. This is its progenitors arriving. It is them, the 200 heads. I can recognize them without a doubt. Just days prior, this trio had devoured multiple locations near the Soul Alley. They are indeed a family. What kind of absurdity is this? Is that apprentice truly that formidable? When did he befriend such a formidable family? The comments on the screen surged at an unimaginable speed, flooding the battlefield. Lynn maintained a composed demeanor, yet within, his heart thundered like a drum. He appeared as steadfast as an old dog, but in truth, he was in a state of disarray. Indeed, through the system's prompts, he had surmised that Xiao Xiao was unlikely to be alone. After all, he had learned from the old woman's words long ago that the headhunters were far more numerous than just Xiao Xiao. Thus, after witnessing the collapse of that combatant, Lynn felt a sense of assurance regarding the battle. Truly, how could one be so foolish as to strike another daughter before her parents? Unlike himself, who treated others' daughters with the utmost care and kindness, earning goodwill wherever he went. You are quite brave. The Titan's head squinted, its tone laced with sarcasm. Thud. The head of the hunter puppet buckled at the knees, dazedly stammering, I wasn't that brave. I was merely speaking casually, truly. Hard-eating demon sanity level, 20. The female head licked her lips with malice, saying, You seem to enjoy that bout quite a lot. Sound. Heart-eating demon terror level, 40. Sound. Heart-eating demon terror level, 50. Sound. Heart-eating demon terror level, 100. And no, I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. The hunter puppet, in a fit of panic, clutched its shoulders, trembling uncontrollably. I was just joking with her. Such a lovely child, who could bear to strike her? Really, please don't misunderstand. It was merely a tradition from our demon association, a way to express affection and goodwill. When encountering particularly adorable and amiable beings, we convey our inner kindness in this manner. He stammered, eyes wide and hands gesturing as he trembled. It's really a cultural difference, a divergence in regional customs. It's genuinely a friendly gesture. Smack. He slapped a nearby hunter. Just like this. It's as normal as a handshake. You see, it brings joy. The gaze of the two colossal heads fell upon the nearby hunter. With a crackle, sparks flew as the hunter's head rolled before the two titan heads. Hunter puppet. I must have used too much force. A brief silence ensued. He pointed at the severed head of the hunter, asserting, You see, even though his head has indeed fallen, he is still quite happy. Just look at him smile. It's beautiful. The hunter puppet knelt, arms wrapped around itself, rendered speechless. The titan's head remarked gravely, Why have you ceased your chatter? The female head squinted. Weren't you just having such a delightful time? Near the brink of collapse, tears streaming down its face, the hunter puppet trembled and cried, I can't return to normal. Chapter 104. Emergency Plan 0. Hunter S collapse level, 10. And in the next moment, the two massive heads, consumed by fury, seized him and unleashed a torrent of writhing tentacles that assaulted the hunter puppet with unimaginable force. Boom! 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 In an instant, the air was filled with shrieks, the hunter being pummeled relentlessly, dust swirling around them. How dare you hit me, you scoundrel? Do you have any idea the psychological damage the bout inflicted upon my daughter? First strike, then feast. Eat first, then strike again. The ground trembled violently. Great clouds of dust surged upward, and the colossal figure before the two titan heads resembled a mere rag doll, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. All the spectators, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of horror, their mouths agape, their minds blank. They vaguely perceived that the giant, surrounded and assaulted by the two heads, had attempted to raise a hand in defiance, yet as soon as it did, it was swiftly pinned down and trampled. Slap, slap, slap. The rhythmic sound of blows and anguished cries sent shivers down the spines of all who listened. This was the might of a root-level power. Truly, one creature subdues another. Just moments ago, that giant had been so arrogant. How terrifying. Before Lynn, the information regarding the two heads materialized instantly. Titan head. Level. Race. Attributes. Chaotic evil, chaotic neutral. Combat ability, no need to flee. Description. The head of a titan that has fallen from a higher, unknown realm into the realm of darkness, filled with boundless rage and chaos. The ensuing madness and curse upon its emergence have rendered it one of the most intractable root monsters of the dark world. Its moments of clarity are few, but once plunged into chaos, it becomes a disaster for all beings in the dark realm. Which godhead? Level. Race. Attributes. Chaotic evil. Lawful evil. Combat ability. Trust me, at times, death is a form of bliss. Description: the head that fell alongside the Titan, cursed to become exceedingly cruel and malicious, deriving amusement from tormenting its prey. Each being it targets ultimately meets a painful demise, as only such wickedness can quell the furious resentment within her. Yet, despite this, her love for her daughter remains undiminished, as she harbors a fervent desire to see her wed. Lynn, upon reading the introductions of the two massive heads, his heart raced with trepidation. Lynn widened his eyes. The descriptions suggested that Xiao Zhao's parents might be connected to those ethereal deities. This plunged him into a realm of knowledge far beyond his grasp, as that domain felt exceedingly distant from his current understanding. If they were indeed linked to divine beings, could Xiao Xiao also be? He turned to gaze at Xiao Xiao, who was energetically waving her tentacles, her teeth glinting in the light. A deity. Lynn's gaze turned vacant in an instant. Lynn's sanity level 1. Seemingly sensing Lynn's attention, Xiao Xiao extended her tongue, slathering him with a sticky, gooey substance. My parents are quite formidable, though I'm not certain why they came here. I'll introduce you to the doctor I adore, so you can meet my parents. Wiping the saliva from his face, Lynn felt a surge of relief. Indeed, Xiao Xiao remained exceedingly friendly and adorable. With her, as a connection, surely her elders would treat him with kindness. With a ripping sound, under the fierce tearing of the two colossal heads, the massive flesh giant emitted a piercing scream before being gruesomely torn in half by the dreadfully large maw. Run. In a state of utter panic, he finally managed to extricate his consciousness from the hunter's body at the very last moment of being ripped apart. This forced extraction, devoid of any preliminary steps, inflicted severe damage upon his consciousness. In an instant, his awareness returned to the core area of the Demon Association's inverted tower. In the Grand Hall, the servants were struck with terror as they beheld a hand, slick with goo, suddenly thrusting up from the container at the center of the hall. Crackling. Amidst the shower of sparks, their president, gritting his teeth, laboriously emerged from the container. The robust cables and tubes embedded within him snapped with a series of sharp cracks, and he emerged, fully unclad, from one of them. President, what on earth has transpired? Your body is still undergoing transformation. How could you? The surrounding attendants, their faces pale, hurriedly gathered around. Immediately issue the highest level command to the entire association. The Heart-Eater grimaced, his visage contorted in a fierce snarl. All senior personnel still within the inverted tower, cease all operations at once. Initiate the zero-level defense protocol. Simultaneously, activate the emergency evacuation plan, and promptly teleport all components of the giant. Upon hearing this, the attendants looked on in shock. Zero-level emergency protocol. What kind of jest is this? That plan has only ever been activated during existential crises threatening the very survival of the Demon Association since the inception of the inverted tower. Are we truly at the juncture where such measures are warranted? Hurry! The Heart-Eater roared. The attendants, trembling and panicked, rushed towards the communication devices. This was no jest. Their leader was entirely serious. The Demon Association was indeed facing an unimaginable peril. Buzzing echoed throughout the various sectors within the inverted tower, as all lights flickered a menacing crimson, while the blaring alarms reverberated throughout the structure. Warning! Warning! All association members, please be advised. The zero-level emergency evacuation plan is being activated. All members, return to your respective posts. Warning! Warning! The exit to the outside world is about to close. The inverted tower is entering full lockdown, commencing the highest-level emergency evacuation. Chapter 105. Head, let us have a private chat, just the two of us. Members within various sectors of the inverted tower stood stunned, listening to the alarm blaring in their ears. The president has activated the zero-level evacuation plan. What on earth has happened? Are we truly facing a crisis of life and death? Quick, back to your posts. In an instant, all personnel within the inverted tower were thrown into chaos, rushing about in a frenzy. And not only those inside the tower. Members of the Demon Association scattered throughout the dark world received the notification of the zero-level plan's activation almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, having departed from the doll courtyard and racing through a forest towards Soul Alley, Bloodsaw felt a sudden jolt, sensing the alarm resonating within his body. The zero-level plan has been activated. His expression shifted to one of shock. Once a senior member of the Demon Association, he had participated in the construction and modification of the inverted tower alongside the former president during its initial establishment. Such urgent signals have been ingrained into every member's being since the tower's inception, ensuring swift communication in the face of insurmountable threats. The activation of that signal indicated the commencement of the zero-level plan. He was well acquainted with this protocol, having been one of its key architects. How is this possible? Who possesses the audacity to assault the Demon Association stronghold? He was utterly astonished. Even though he had long since distanced himself from the organization and was currently being hunted, he still held an accurate understanding of the Demon Association's formidable strength during its peak. Not to mention the hidden god hunters. The modified flesh puppets type 3 alone possessed the capability to handle the vast majority of crises. What is wrong? The pursuing Madame Doll inquired loudly. Bloodsaw gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing. The Demon Association is in trouble. They seem to be facing some monumental threat. It's beyond imagination. Madame Doll quickly matched his pace, raising an eyebrow. What do you think it could be? Bloodsaw replied through clenched teeth. I don't know. Let us hasten our speed. If we take the route to the inverted tower on our way to Soul Alley, we might witness something significant. With that, he accelerated, darting out of the forest with fervor. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, the Titans and Witches' heads savored the remains of the colossal god hunter, gnawing on its flesh and blood. Have you located that wretch's position yet? I'm still quite furious. The faceless head growled, chewing vigorously on an arm as blood oozed grotesquely from her teeth. P1T escape. After slapping my daughter, where does he think he can run? As she turned her gaze toward Xiao Xiao, her malevolent expression transformed into one of tearful affection. Come here, my daughter. Let mother embrace you. You've suffered. Two lengthy tendrils reached out to lift Xiao Xiao, who, with tear-filled eyes, affectionately rubbed her face against her mother's. Mom, why are you here? Xiao Xiao asked, carrying Lynn on her back as she dashed forward. The witch's head, with tears in her eyes, extended her tongue, licking her daughter's face. Mom and Dad were worried about our precious girl. We feared she might be deceived by scoundrels, so we quietly followed. Lynn sat atop Xiao Xiao's head, clutching two strands of her hair, her expression vacant, her sanity plummeting. After all, it was exceedingly difficult to remain calm in the presence of two immensely powerful and unfamiliar primordial monsters. But you'll be fine, right? I'm Xiao Xiao's good friend and personal dentist. Surely, everything will be all right. Lynn, sanity 10. Xiao Xiao chirped. Then, she excitedly pointed at Lynn on her head with her tendrils, beaming with delight. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Lynn, whom I absolutely adore. He is a wonderful person, incredibly skilled. Every time I visit him, I feel so comfortable. She flashed a bright smile, showcasing her pristine, pearly teeth. Suddenly, Lynn felt the weight of two murderous gazes fixate upon him. Warning, warning, crisis level rising to 999. Warning, warning, crisis level rising to 999. Lynn's body tensed in alarm. Something was amiss. Why did it seem as though Xiao Xiao's parents were intent on eliminating him? Uncle, Auntie, hello, Lynn stammered, straining to maintain composure. I'm Xiao Xiao's dentist and caregiver. My surname is Lynn. I reside at 55 Soul Alley. I'm 17, unmarried, own a home. My parents are deceased, and I have some savings. I hope to receive your guidance. A profound silence ensued. The four eyes, larger than houses, stared at him, as if ready to devour him at any moment. In this surreal atmosphere, he struggled to keep himself from fracturing. Is that so? The two heads narrowed their eyes at him. Warning, crisis level rising to 9,999. Warning, crisis level rising to 9,999. Lynn felt a chill run down his spine, triggering a sense of alarm. What was happening? Why was the malice directed at him only intensifying despite his apparent anxiety? Not bad, young man. The Titan's head extended a tentacle, squinting its eyes as it audibly chewed on flesh and blood, poking at Lynn's side while saying, You drive quite skillfully. Lynn's sanity value is 10. Lynn's sanity value is 10. Another bifurcated tongue prodded Lynn's side from the opposite direction, accompanied by a chilling, mocking laughter that resonated in his ears. A mere letter lured my precious child here. What a wicked trick to deceive a little girl, isn't it? Your daughter seems quite comfortable in your embrace. The incessant alert's warning of Lynn's rapidly diminishing sanity echoed in his ears. Warning, warning. Host's current sanity value is about to reach 0. Please stabilize your mind immediately. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a special achievement. Root level malice. Earning you 300 base experience points. Root level malice. A special achievement obtained by surviving for 60 seconds in front of a root level creature that harbors immense malice towards you. Proving your bravery, granting you a permanent bonus. Mental strength 5, constitution 5, courage 5. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a second stage achievement. Double portion of malice. Earning you 500 base experience points. Double portion of malice, a special achievement. What? You actually survived for 60 seconds in front of two root-level creatures that harbor immense malice towards you. No one knows how you managed that, but it undeniably proves your unparalleled ability to attract enmity. Your courage is unmatched. You gain a permanent bonus. Mental strength 10, constitution 10, joy 10. No, Lynn stood rigidly. I'm not happy at all. Where do you see my happiness? At a time like this, you grant me an additional 10 points of joy as if you wish for me to leave in a more cheerful state? Damn system. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, when I was little, riding with the doctor was truly delightful, and I was so happy catching shrimp. She recited the lyrics that Lynn had blurted out during his reckless driving. Buzz. Lynn felt a void wash over him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a torrential downpour. Warning. Sanity value is about to hit 0. Sanity value is about to hit 0. Xiao Xiao. At this moment, let's refrain from uttering any peculiar words. He implored. With a murderous intent already swirling around him, he felt a chill creeping down his neck. He was on the verge of shattering. Observing Lynn's state, the Titan's head cracked open its bloody maw, revealing its menacing teeth, grinning as it patted his shoulder, saying, once we've devoured the one who fanned my daughter, shall we have a private chat? Chapter 106, The Colossus Project. A private chat. What will we possibly discuss? Surely, Xiao Xiao's father must have misunderstood something, right? Heaven and earth can bear witness. Although he secretly entertained the thought of inviting Xiao Xiao to assist him in resolving this crisis, he swore he bore no ill intentions whatsoever. For who could truly harbor any unhealthy malice towards such a charming and friendly guest as Xiao Xiao? Yet, witnessing her parents' sinister, malevolent smiles, it was clear a monumental misunderstanding had occurred. Come, daughter, you haven't eaten your fill, have you? Since we have this opportunity, indulge yourself. Xiao Xiao responded. Meanwhile, across a vast expanse of wilderness, the earth began to tremble ominously. The Zero Crisis Response Plan had been activated and was in the process of full activation. Accompanied by the discordant sounds of mechanical grinding and flesh surging, the ground gradually cracked open, revealing the structure of the inverted tower emerging from below. If anyone were present, they would be astounded to witness the towering edifice rising, the ground splitting apart as colossal mechanical arms, hundreds of meters long, erupted from the earth. With a resounding crash, a massive creation, amalgamated from flesh and machinery, slowly ascended to the surface. It appeared to be an inverted mechanical tower, its surface adorned with pulsating, hardened flesh. The Zero Plan had been fully initiated, the highest defense mechanism activated, and the prototype Colossus number 012 was now in emergency combat mode. In the depths of a sealed subterranean chamber, the president of the Demon Association, Heart Eater, coldly observed the screen displaying the rising inverted tower. Countless data points flickered on the screen, revealing various statistics of the colossal creation. President, the Zero Plan has been flawlessly initiated. All systems are operational. Heart Eater's expression remained icy, a smirk curling his lips as he stated, excellent. This is the most formidable defense mechanism established since the inception of our Demon Association. Once the Zero Plan is activated, the entire inverted tower will transform into a colossus, becoming an unparalleled weapon of war. Over the centuries, through the continuous enhancements and upgrades by the elite members of the Demon Association, the current inverted tower is entirely beyond its former capabilities. More importantly, with the gradual excavation of the Colossus's major components, 10 years ago, I personally oversaw a comprehensive upgrade of the inverted tower. It can be said that the present inverted tower is our closest success in researching a Colossus. Its destructive and defensive capacities are nothing short of cataclysmic. President, what exactly has transpired? Why the urgency to activate the prototype Colossus? The senior members gathered in the core area inquired gravely. Heart Eater replied solemnly. We have attracted the attention of 3 root-level creatures. If we do not initiate the Zero Plan immediately, once they arrive, we will have no opportunity left. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone around paled in shock. What? 3 root-level creatures? How is that possible? Sir, you must be jesting. Which fool would dare provoke beings of such caliber? Is he insane? He can't drag us down with him if he seeks death. Heart Eater replied coolly. I was the one who provoked them. What of it? The crowd fell silent. Heart Eater raised his head, his gaze flickering as he coldly declared. The inverted tower contains all of our association's research data accumulated over the years. We cannot afford to abandon it lightly. You must immediately arrange for the transfer of all materials related to the Colossus project, followed by those concerning other advanced biological weaponry. He fixed his gaze upon the screen displaying the towering inverted structure, squinting as he remarked, However, I have unwavering confidence in my finest creation. Even if those 3 root-level beings arrive together, so what? Even if we cannot defeat them, we will undoubtedly buy ourselves several hours. In the desolate wilderness, the location of the Demon Association, the figures of Bloodsaw and Doll Lady suddenly leaped forth from the billowing black mist of the mountains, revealing the entire expanse of the wilderness before them. Almost instantly, Bloodsaw's expression turned serious as he spotted the towering, blood-encased edifice standing at the edge of the wilderness. Indeed, the Zero Plan has been activated. What exactly does that heart-eater intend to accomplish? How dare he initiate this creation? Such a terrifying colossus is akin to a world-ending giant, rendering it unimaginable that it could be a product of human craftsmanship. Observing the immense and colossal figure, one might venture to assert that even a being of primordial origin would find itself thoroughly challenged in combat. But what is it exactly? The Doll Lady inquired in astonishment. Bloodsaw narrowed his eyes, flexing his explosively muscular frame, and replied with a menacing grin. This is the pinnacle of our Demon Association's research. The inaugural prototype of a war machine, meticulously crafted to emulate the Titan. It embodies the cutting-edge technology accumulated by our association over generations, representing the most substantial creation we are capable of producing at this juncture. It draws upon the technological legacy of a fallen civilization from our dark world. Upon hearing this, the Doll Lady was immediately shaken to her core. She had a modicum of understanding regarding the Demon Association's endeavors. In this dark realm, the association specializes in the intricate art of machinery and flesh modification, possessing unparalleled expertise in these domains. Flesh is frail, while machinery ascends. This was the founding principle of the Demon Association. However, as the association evolved, it concurrently delved into both flesh modification and mechanical ascension, achieving unprecedented heights in both fields within the dark world. The Doll Lady pondered aloud. A technological civilization? Bloodsaw affirmed gravely. Indeed, yet rather than a mere technological civilization, it is more accurately described as the lost legacy of that civilization. It is precisely because we have acquired that legacy that we initiated the Titan Project. Chapter 107. A human rides atop the headhunter. A blueprint, a flawless blueprint, and a true Titan, shattered from the outer realm into the dark world. Approximately 3,000 years ago, this colossal entity, which harbored the entirety of a civilization's technology, plummeted from a higher world. It was the perfect synthesis of flesh and machine. From the information they unearthed, the complete Titan's power far exceeds that of primordial origin, reaching a level beyond their comprehension. Consequently, members of the Demon Association throughout the ages fervently sought to unravel the secrets of that Titan, even contemplating its reconstruction. For if they could indeed resurrect that Titan, no one in the dark world could rival them. However, due to some terrifying discoveries, the Elder President expressly forbade this plan, and the various components of the Titan were safeguarded by the Elders who had once spearheaded the initiative, thereby bringing the Titan project to a standstill. Yet who could have foreseen that, upon the ascension of the Heart Devourer, the previous president's orders would be entirely disregarded, and that dreadful project would be reignited? The Doll Lady furrowed her brow as she gazed at the inverted tower and inquired, "What is the combat capability of this tower? How does it compare to the true Titan you mentioned?" Bloodsaw replied solemnly, "It cannot be compared at all, but it was constructed using some principles derived from a Titan. In terms of destructive power, it rivals that of primordial origin." Instantly, the Doll Lady contemplated a certain possibility. Just as she was about to express her conjecture to Bloodsaw, the earth suddenly trembled once more. It felt like the footsteps of a colossal being, or the resounding impact of a great mountain striking the ground. Boom! Boom! Could it be? Both were taken aback, turning swiftly toward the direction from which the tremors emanated. And in the next moment, with a tremendous rumble, a massive girl's head leapt forth from a chasm, coming into view. That was the headhunter. Bloodsaw was instantly shocked, recognizing the imposing creature before them at a glance. He quickly grabbed his binoculars for a closer examination, and at last confirmed, indeed, it is the headhunter. Has the Demon Association provoked such a monstrosity? Witnessing this scene, Bloodsaw swiftly understood the rationale behind the activation of the Zero Plan. Indeed, the establishment of the Zero Plan was intended as a contingency for the association when confronted with monarch-level and primordial beings of terrifying nature. They have truly lost their minds. Bloodsaw seethed with anger, gazing into the distance at the enormous head. Although he was currently embroiled in a life-and-death chase, as a former elder of the Demon Association, He couldn't help but feel a surge of rage upon witnessing this sight. However, the headhunter appeared to be somewhat smaller in size, suggesting its power might not be on par with those truly formidable beings of primordial origin. He gazed intently and remarked, if this is the only one, the prototype titan could still handle it with ease. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, another thunderous boom resonated. A head, several times larger than the previous one, emerged from the chasm behind it. Bloodsaw, doll lady. At that moment, Bloodsaw was utterly astounded. Another one. His gaze quickly darted to the other head, which appeared to be that of a female, exuding malice and cruelty. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. Bloodsaw gasped, trembling as he declared, "It's over. I thought there was only one. It turns out we've provoked two beings of primordial origin. One of them is even a mature specimen." The doll lady opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment found herself speechless. Bloodsaw pondered for a moment and contemplated. However, if there are only two primordial beings, the prototype titan may not withstand the pressure, but should at least buy us some time for data transfer. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, an even larger head than the previous two suddenly leapt from the chasm, crashing down beside them. Bloodsaw, oh no! Doll lady, wah what? Bloodsaw sanity 10. Bloodsaw sanity 10. Doll lady sanity 10. Doll lady sanity 10. Bloodsaw trembled, his arms shaking as he exclaimed, 3. There are 3 of them. What the hell have we done? Did we inadvertently poke the nest of primordial beings? The doll lady muttered. What do you think the odds of victory are for the Demon Association? Bloodsaw stomped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, what victory are you talking about? Just surviving with some scraps would be a miracle. No matter how formidable our creation, we cannot contend with 3 of them. At this point, it would be better to head back and wash up for bed. The doll lady, dazed, lifted her binoculars to gaze at the 3 primordial head hunters appearing in the distance. To be honest, having lived in the dark world for so long, it was her first time witnessing such a convergence of primordial beings. It was, without a doubt, both terrifying and spectacular. She scrutinized them closely, and just at that moment, she suddenly froze, for she saw the smaller head open its mouth and extend a tentacle, from which it extracted a humanoid figure and placed it atop its own head. The once fearsome expression of the girl transformed instantly. The doll lady thought, wait a moment, something is amiss. Why does the expression of a primordial head hunter suddenly resemble that of a cute little sister acting coy? And what is the meaning of this human? It doesn't seem to be the head hunter's emergency food. After all, who would place their emergency food atop their head, allowing it to ride them while displaying such an adorable expression? She stood there, dazed, peering through the telescope, murmuring, Bloodsaw, you must look. I've discovered something amiss. There's an invincible figure riding that source-level headhunter. Upon hearing this, Bloodsaw raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth, saying, this is no time for jesting. The upside-down tower is surely lost. We must hasten to devise a way around this route to Sin City. The doll lady whispered, no, you must look. I am not jesting. There's indeed a human riding that headhunter. Bloodsaw's impatience flared. How could one joke at such a time? A human? Riding a headhunter? Might as well say a rat is riding a cat. In exasperation, he seized the telescope and directed his gaze towards the trio of headhunters. Chapter 108. The first attempt to startle a teacher. Buzz. In an instant, his eyes glazed over. His body stiffened, frozen in place as if turned to stone. There, atop the smaller headhunter's head, sat a human boy, cross-legged, skillfully manipulating a string while cheerfully demonstrating it to a curious, eye-holding tentacle before him. He resembled a neighborhood older brother, whimsically performing peculiar tricks to win the affection of a curious little girl. But that was not the crux of the matter. He recognized the boy's face instantly. His disciple. Bloodsaw was struck with shock and roared. The doll lady. Bloodsaw, this cannot be. Surely, my old eyes deceive me. Yes, it must be a figment of my anxious mind. After all, how could my obedient young apprentice be roaming about atop a headhunter? Indeed, it is but an illusion. If my disciple possessed such prowess, he would have long been striding through the dark world with ease. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, murmuring as he extended a hand, biting his finger to draw blood, and began sketching a small array on the ground. Shouldn't I reach out? If he is alive, he should be able to receive my message, right? As if to prove something, he inscribed a few lines in that tiny array. Disciple, are you still alive? After writing, he chanted incantations, a flash of crimson light in his eyes, and pressed his hand upon the array. Almost simultaneously, the boy, who was smiling and demonstrating string tricks atop the headhunter's head, suddenly froze, feeling a surge of blood rise within him. The next moment, he painfully coughed up a pool of blood into his hand. Is this the teacher? Lynn felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He then noticed that the blood in his hand began to writhe and gradually formed several grotesque characters. "Disciple, are you still alive?" Lynn leaped to his feet, elated, exclaiming, "Of course I am alive. I'm living quite comfortably." "Teacher, you are indeed safe?" Struggling to contain his excitement, Lynn raised his head and shouted into the surrounding wilderness, "Teacher, I'm still alive. Are you dead?" "When will you return to the shop?" Your disciple is quite frightened. Almost at that very moment, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations. You have triggered the achievement, the first attempt to startle the teacher. You have earned 200 basic experience points. The first attempt to startle the teacher, a special achievement. Gained by startling your teacher in any manner. You have taken a bold step towards betraying your mentor. Congratulations on receiving a permanent bonus. Mental strength 1, strength 2. Happiness 20. Lynn? He was utterly bewildered, his mind clouded with confusion. What an absurd achievement. I startle my teacher. This system cannot just hand out such nonsensical achievements. Bloodsaw, why are you trembling? Stop frightening me. What on earth is happening? The doll lady stared in shock at the convulsing Bloodsaw on the ground, utterly at a loss. What's going on? Just moments ago, he was fine. Could it be an epileptic fit? That should not be possible. By all logic, could a modified human even have epilepsy? Bloodsaw, in a daze, muttered, "That figure riding the source-level headhunter. It truly is my disciple." The doll lady. In the wilderness, Lynn looked around in bewilderment, ultimately shrugging, perplexed. Time continued to pass. Minutes later, we have arrived. The head of the witch god sneered, licking his lips. Lynn immediately opened his eyes, his gaze drawn towards a colossal tower of flesh and blood that appeared at the end of the wilderness, and he stood up, squinting in astonishment. Could it be the Upside-Down Tower? The stronghold of the Demon Association, the very organization that hunted his teacher and himself. Is that it? Billowing clouds of dust and fog dissipated, revealing a tower that reached into the clouds, shimmering with metallic and mechanical luster, massive gears interlocking with the dark, expanding flesh, creating a bizarre amalgamation of flesh and machinery. Gigantic mechanical arms grotesquely sprouted from the fleshy cysts beneath the tower. The tower's pinnacle resembled a colossal chimney, spewing forth thick, black smoke from a post-industrial age. The collision of flesh and machinery. It bore an extraordinarily bizarre, steampunk aesthetic. The Upside-Down Tower. Almost simultaneously, an information panel materialized before him. Trial Model Colossus now. 012. Upside-Down Tower. Level. Type. Flesh and mechanical creation. Attributes. Compatibility. Unmatched anti-source Colossus. Description. The most advanced creation of the Demon Association. A trial Colossus born from the legacy of the Dead Star civilization, though due to only using partial constructs of the Colossus blueprint. It cannot be compared to a true Colossus. Yet the Upside-Down Tower, gathering the research accomplishments of the Demon Association over centuries, still possesses terrifying strength that rivals the source. Almost simultaneously, a series of system notifications rang in Lynn's ears. Ding! You have encountered your first miraculous creation. The pictorial system has been activated. You may now freely use the pictorial system to record any creatures and wonders you encounter. And you can spend a certain amount of skeleton coins to conduct a deep analysis of any specific entry. Ding! The cost of analysis in skeleton coins relates to the target's strength and structure. Upon completion, you can gain deeper insights into the target, including personality, preferences, true strength, weaknesses, and more descriptive information. Lynn? Miraculous creation? Wonder? Pictorial? Indeed, this system possesses even more functionalities awaiting my exploration and refinement. But why does it increasingly feel as though I am in a world akin to an online game? Lynn blinked, and he immediately noticed a new icon representing pictorial next to the vision icon at the bottom right of his interface. He attempted to click it. Instantly, pages filled with pictorial information appeared before him. Ding! Detection of miraculous creation. Would you like to immediately record it? Record. Ding! Recording successful. Trial Model Colossus. Upside-Down Tower has been added to the Wonder page. Current number 001. You have received a collection reward. 10 free attribute points. Lynn. Chapter 109. Do you even dare to pretend in front of me? 10 points of free attributes. Is it truly that formidable? This extravagant reward is merely a result of his acquisition of information about a wonder. One must realize, he only cast a fleeting glance. Ding! Upon the activation of the pictorial system, the host is encouraged to input as much additional pictorial information as possible. Each pictorial will yield corresponding attribute point rewards based on the uniqueness of the target information. The host is urged to persevere. I see. If that is the case, could it be that even Xiao Xiao, her mother, and her father could be recorded? After all, they are beings of the root level. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn swiftly directed his gaze towards Xiao Xiao beneath him. As anticipated, the system notification rang in his ears. Ding! You have recorded the root level being, Headhunter. You have received a system reward, 6 points of free attributes. Lynn was immediately elated. So is indeed possible. Without delay, he turned his attention to the other 2 root level beings in the vicinity. Ding! You have recorded the root level being, Headhunter. You have received a system reward, 20 points of free attributes. Ding! You have recorded the root level being, Headhunter. You have received a system reward, 15 points of free attributes. Lynn, this is invincible. With the activation of this pictorial system, the enhancement of his personal strength is an unimaginable boon. Having recorded only 4, he has already accrued 51 points of free attributes. This surpasses the attribute gains from leveling up by a considerable margin. Xiao Xiao, holding her eyes, gazed curiously at Lynn and remarked, Doctor, you seem so happy. Lynn gave her a thumbs up and replied with a smile, Of course. I am happy because I encountered something delightful. Xiao Xiao responded, Well, if the doctor is happy, then Xiao Xiao is happy too. Simultaneously, within the enclosed space beneath the inverted tower, the large screen suddenly displayed the imposing figures of the 3 headhunters. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Association trembled in fear, beads of sweat cascading down their brows. They truly have arrived. The Heart-Eater demon sneered. Pressing both hands against the screen, his gaze fixed on the 3 headhunters, and declared menacingly, Good. Very well. Since you have come, I shall let you witness the formidable power of our association's most elite creations. With a decisive motion, he pressed a mechanical switch before the screen. The prototype Colossus was fully activated and entered combat mode. Target locked. Root countermeasures initiated. The Colossus blueprint commenced full activation. Stage 1 of information construction completed. Stage 2 of energy transmission accomplished. Commence extermination. In an instant, amidst the desolate wasteland, the towering inverted tower sprang to life, its colossal form gradually emerging from the ground. Massive mechanical legs encased in dark flesh, creaking as they extended from the debris. Dozens of enormous mechanical arms dangled behind the Colossus like the limbs of a zombie. It gradually rose, shedding countless grains of sand. The towering structure emitted a blinding red glow, and from its colossal chimney, thick smoke billowed forth. After countless years of effort by numerous association members, they had collaboratively developed flesh and blood tissue comparable to the root level, combined with precision alloys and demonic skeletal structures derived from Colossus architecture. The expression of the Heart-Eater demon became increasingly deranged and sinister as he observed the screen. With wings that mimicked the characteristics of the abyssal bone dragon and the core of a gigantic lava colossus serving as the energy source, alongside the regenerative capabilities of the blood demon convergence and the curse of the descendants of the old gods linking the intricate structures. What do you possess to contend with me? Even if you are root-level beings, what can you do before the pinnacle of my association's research achievements? He howled ferociously. Outside, a tempest brewed, swirling black mist forming a vast, continuously rotating vortex above the gigantic Colossus. The prototype Colossus slowly moved its massive mechanical limbs, turning to lock onto the distant trio of headhunters. With a deafening roar, the Colossus unleashed a terrifying bellow towards them. The heavens and earth shifted colors. The ground trembled. Warning! 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 You have triggered an urgent special mission. Escape. Mission objective. Evacuate the desolate wasteland in the shortest time possible. Mission rewards. Black Skull Coins. 5. Basic Experience. 10,000. Special Reward. X1. Lynn covered his ears, aghast. Yet at that very moment, as the Colossus finished its roar, a series of piercing sounds suddenly erupted in Lynn's ears. He immediately beheld the Titan's head. Grimacing as it opened its massive jaws, and thick, powerful tentacles shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards the Colossus. With a thunderous crack, the Colossus, which had just been roaring at them, staggered and fell to the ground, its towering form collapsing. A brief silence ensued. Lynn stared blankly at the scene, his mind buzzing. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Heart-Eater demon and others in the underground enclosure also shifted from smiles to shock. What? Lynn had an inkling of what was happening, and in the next moment, a series of rapid-fire sounds echoed. The massive tentacles, propelled from the Titan's head, struck the Colossus's body with relentless force, leaving it battered and bruised, sparks flying. Lynn, what the hell? A mere mechanical creation dares to act all high and mighty before me. I'll let you roar all you want. The rhythm of the tentacle-like whips was impeccable. Lynn stood in a daze, watching the chaotic scene unfold. It felt as though this was not what he had anticipated. Why had the atmosphere, once brimming with urgency, suddenly shifted to something so bizarre? Wasn't there supposed to be an epic battle between true warriors, Headhunter versus Colossus? Almost simultaneously, he received a system notification. Ding. Current mission canceled. Ding. You have triggered a new mission. Clean the battlefield. Mission description. After the battle concludes, collect as many valuable items as possible from the remains of the prototype Colossus to enrich your collection. Mission reward. Whatever you collect. Lynn in Chapter 110. Zwazwa thought she had fallen asleep. Within the enclosed space underground, the high-ranking officials of the Demon Association gazed vacantly at the screen before them. The colossal creation, reaching towards the heavens, now resembled an insurmountable mountain. With each resounding crack, the hollow expressions of all present quivered slightly. Particularly at that moment, the Heart-Eater demon, who was propping himself against the screen, maintained a stiff smile on his face, yet inexplicably felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. It was as if each crack of the tentacles striking the Colossus was a slap against his own face. Chairman, a figure cloaked in black trembled and exclaimed, I fear the situation is not in our favor. Did you not say that even if the Colossus could not withstand those 3 root-level beings, it could still hold its ground and buy us a few hours? Yet, judging by the current scene, I would be surprised if it lasts even 10 minutes. In the darkened environment, the technologically advanced command center flickered with the glow of the massive screen. The atmosphere in this environment is undeniably grave and serious from any perspective. Yet the images projected on a large screen at this very moment depict a scene of relentless beating, reminiscent of a creature being mercilessly subdued. It evokes a sense of absurdity, akin to a cartoon figure being battered by a monstrous entity. A chilling energy courses through my chest, rising and falling, leaving me unable to exhale. Stop dawdling. Quickly gather any materials we can carry and prepare the jump device immediately. Do you understand? I mean now. Right away. Move. He bellowed. The entire base was engulfed in a cacophony of piercing alarm sounds and flashing red lights. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the facility, warning. All personnel with level 2 clearance or above, please proceed immediately to Jump Hall 1 and prepare for an orderly evacuation. Warning. The current damage level of the inverted tower is at 8,584. It is expected to fail completely within 5 minutes. Evacuate immediately. The sharp tones of the alarm sent fear and shock rippling through all the researchers in the base. Is this a joke? The inverted tower is damaged. What nonsense is this? Haven't we already activated Plan Zero? How long has it been since we initiated it? You're telling me the inverted tower is collapsing? What force could possibly topple it? Suddenly, the entire base was enveloped in a palpable sense of panic. Everyone understood that the Demon Association was on the brink of catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, outside, the battle that commenced was entirely incongruent with what Lynn had envisioned. The Titan's head and the Witch God's head clashed in the distance, creating a cacophony of sounds as they engaged in a fierce duel. Observing the scene, Lynn felt a dryness in his throat, rendering him speechless. Then, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, the visceral clash of steel, the thunderous collision of machinery and flesh. The dramatic confrontation between the cartoon figure and the monstrous adversary would only unfold between evenly matched foes. Yet, if the powers were not on the same level, the stronger side could easily toy with the weaker one. I've learned. Lynn exclaimed, his eyes widening. He felt a sense of growth within himself. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He activated his flesh transformation, manifesting a malevolent eye upon his cheek. If this was indeed the headquarters of the Demon Association and the inverted tower was already in play, then other members of the association must be lurking nearby. His gaze fell upon a massive pit not far away, delving deeper into the earth. With the aid of his malevolent vision, he quickly detected a multitude of life forms lurking hundreds of meters underground. Just as I suspected, Lynn smiled slightly, gently wiping away the eye on his cheek. Xiao. While we wait here, you mentioned you weren't full earlier, right? Shall we go find something delicious? Xiao responded with excitement. The mere mention of food instantly dispelled her fatigue. Let us go to that big pit, Lynn shouted, pointing toward the deep chasm. In an instant, obedient Xiao leaped forward, plunging them both into the vast abyss. Inside the base, alarms blared, warning. A powerful source of curses detected approaching rapidly. Full defense system activated. Prepare to intercept. At the deepest part of the base, the heart-eating demon, who was commanding the evacuation of critical association documents, was immediately met with the shrill alarms. In his mind, connected to the entire base's systems, a vision of a Source Knight rapidly approaching along the long corridor emerged. It's him. Upon seeing Lynn's face, the heart-eating demon's rage surged. It's that human. All this chaos began because of him. If it weren't for that guy, our association wouldn't have provoked these 3 terrifying Source-level beings. And now, he dares to set his sights on our base. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Lynn, riding Xiao Xiao, smiled and lifted his head, greeting him with a polite gesture. Bang! The heart-eating demon slammed his fist against the steel wall. Activate the defense system. Attack! Target that human. Bring it down, he roared with rising fury. Ding! The heart-eating demon harbors a grudge against you. 20. Ding! The heart-eating demon harbors a grudge against you. 20. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Lynn smiled slightly, observing the myriad of surveillance devices lining the expansive corridor. He crouched on one knee, poised like a coiled panther ready to pounce. Xiao Xiao, charge ahead. I'll handle everything else. Our target is that audacious individual who dared to offend you. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, quickly writhing her tentacles as her massive head surged forward like a formidable vehicle, charging ahead with great speed. Her trust and fondness for Lynn had reached a point where she followed his every command without question. In her heart, Lynn had become a reliable and friendly figure she could confide in. Zwa, stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're awake. It's time for you to act, so wake up. Lynn delivered a sharp slap to his left hand. Ding! Zwa's fondness for you one. Ding! Zwa is trying hard to appear as a normal left hand, not because of fear, but simply obeying the heart's wishes. Zwa believes it is asleep. Chapter 111. Great success. Bang! Lynn slapped it again. Ding! Zwa's fondness for you. 1. Lynn closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Then, the sounds of slaps echoed. Aya, aya, aya. With each slap, the ear-splitting notifications rang in his ears. Finally, Zwa opened wide, biting onto his right hand, exclaiming, Stop slapping. Stop. What about the cotton candy? I already said not to wake me. It doesn't matter whether I can handle it or not. You just keep going. Lynn didn't give her a chance to argue. Firmly grasping her fingers, he said seriously, You're not going to back down, are you? Instantly, Zwa's fingers twitched, revealing a startled expression. Back down? What a strange thing to say. Would I back down? Nonsense. I fear neither heaven nor earth. All right, even if it's a massive head, I'm not afraid. As if hearing the peculiar conversation above, Xiao Xiao, racing forward, curiously plucked out an eyeball, lifting it with a tentacle, and looked at Lynn with intrigue. Doctor, did you hear that voice? Upon seeing the eye roll towards her, Zwa immediately panicked, pulling Lynn's arm back and hiding behind his shoulder, trembling. Ding! Zwa's fear of Xiao Xiao. 10. Ding! Zwa's fear of Xiao Xiao. 10. Accompanied by the rising and falling system prompts, little Xiao tilted her eyes in curiosity and remarked, It's nothing, little Xiao, you need not worry. My left hand is merely shy. It will get used to it. Lynn, eyes closed, bore a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Little Xiao, intrigued, responded, Oh. She then extended her tentacle again, unfazed by the peculiar notion that the doctor's left hand seemed to move on its own and was afraid of her. After all, just as she possessed numerous tentacles, it was entirely normal for a doctor to have a left hand that could also move independently. Sensing the tremor in her left hand, Lynn, with a mischievous grin, seized its wrist and raised it before her, stating, Lefty, you are trembling. The left hand, encircled by its pinky and thumb, retorted, I'm not. What do you see me trembling? I was merely stretching casually. Did I tremble? I did not. Ding. Lefty's fear level towards little Xiao. 5. Are you soft-hearted? Do you fear the strong? Lynn's ambiguous smile deepened as she pointed at the left hand. Instante, Lefty si vered, exclaiming, No, I am not. Where's the softness or fear of strength? I am a perfectly normal anomaly, and of course, I would be afraid when encountering a creature I cannot possibly defeat. That is entirely normal. Her expression grew vacant as she observed Lynn's increasingly sinister grin. It felt akin to 2 evenly matched opponents, one suddenly discovering a vulnerable weakness, which the other then ruthlessly exploited. Lefty. The left hand heard the voice and snapped back to reality, only to be met with a sinister face looming close. You startled me. What are you doing? Ding. Lefty's fear level towards you. 2. Lynn leaned in ominously, and cold sweat began to trickle from the back of Lefty's hand. You should be obedient, right? Lefty wouldn't disobey, would she? After all, cold mixed pig trotters are quite crunchy. Do other hands taste just as crispy? The tone was chilling, akin to a cold breeze brushing against one's scalp. Ding. Lefty S fear level towards you. 5. Ding. Lefty S fear level towards you. 10. Lefty S teeth chattered as she swallowed hard. Are you implying that I should be fed to? Ding. Lefty S fear level towards little Xiao. 20. Lynn, with an affable demeanor, replied, how could that be? You have accompanied me for 17 years as my left hand. I would never commit such a heinous act. After all, I am no devil. Lefty finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking at least I would be boiled or fried first, then sprinkled with some cumin. Lefty exclaimed, what? Ding. Lefty S fear level towards you. 10. Ding. Lefty S fear level towards you. 10. Lynn smiled, raising an eyebrow, and then pulled out a lollipop and a bottle of pesticide from his pocket, placing them before Lefty. Lefty, now in tears, wailed, what are you doing? Lynn smiled. It's a multiple choice question. The obedient child receives candy, while the disobedient child gets medicine. Now, Lefty, do you wish to be the obedient child or the disobedient one? Lefty, feeling wronged, asked, can I choose an obtuse angle? A brief silence ensued. Little Xiao, today, the doctor treats you to cold mixed left hand. Lynn shouted, turning around. Lefty gasped, what? Little Xiao queried, is it really delicious? Absolutely. The ingredients are fresh and lively. A bite yields a delightful wah-wah accompaniment. Lynn remarked, how intriguing. I would love to try. Lefty thought this character is so twisted that he might actually do it. Be obedient. I have never said I would be disobedient. I haven tea. In the future, you'll be the big one, and I'll be the small one. That should suffice, right? Please, no cold mixing. Ding. Lefty S obedience level 1. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lynn beamed with delight. He picked up the lollipop and cheerfully instructed, open your mouth. Lefty obediently complied. Lynn, eyes closed, pinched Lefty S pinky and said, isn't this right? After all, I am not a devil. If you are obedient, we can surely coexist harmoniously. As long as you stick with your father figure, you can rest assured. I'll have a bite, and I guarantee you'll have a bone to gnaw on. Sweet. ISNT it. Lefty, with the lollipop, murmured sweet oh. Finally, for the time being, Lynn had managed to pacify the left hand, feeling quite relieved. Although he had employed intimidation and temptation, it was indeed a significant step forward. He was confident that if he continued to balance kindness and authority, he would ultimately transform this disobedient anomaly into an invaluable ally. Before Lynn stood a door. The small voice of little Xiao echoed beneath him. He smiled slightly, then suddenly looked up, pulling a sinister, severed hand from the system space. It was none other than the dragon's breath arm. With a tremendous crash, the fleshly calamity commenced. Vines of flesh erupted from his shoulder, entwining themselves with the dragon's breath arm. The lifeless eyes of the dragon head on that arm ignited with a fierce glow. Ding. You have linked to the dragon's breath arm warning. Your body is severely overloaded. Yet Lynn paid it no mind. System. Allocate all attribute points to Constitution. Ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Chapter 112. Your entire family is lowly controlled. In an instant, the system's explosive prompts resounded in his ears. The moment the allocation was completed, he felt a surging heat flow through his body like a flood breaking through a dam, coursing through every part of him. The immense pressure brought on by linking to the dragon's breath arm was immediately alleviated by this torrent of heat. Ding. Constitution allocation complete. Dragon's breath arm load reduced to light load. Before Lynn, his panel materialized. Lynn, level 10. Race, human anomaly. Faction, strength, 47. Agility, 51. Intelligence, 61. Constitution, 154. Special attributes, happiness, 70. Love, 1. Description, a shrewd human apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, adept at deceiving little Lolas and a notorious lolicon. Despite having undergone numerous battles, he remains unaltered in his malicious inclination to suddenly emerge and play the fool. However, he seems to possess a high tolerance for pain and mental resilience, exhibiting no ordinary surprise at the various anomalies of his body. Recently, he appears to have developed a penchant for the thrill of indulging in soft while facing hard. Lynn, what? This system is insufferable. You are the lolicon. Your entire family is full of lolicons. Yet, Lynn understood that this was not the time for such musings. He resolutely disregarded the system's unjust evaluations and vile slanders. Gazing at his constitution exceeding 100, he smirked, the king of hell is coming. With such a high constitution, it signified that his flesh would possess greater vitality and elasticity. Coupled with the skill of flesh calamity, he was no longer a fragile being, but had transformed into an indestructible cockroach. Little Xiao, force it in. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the massive steel door leading to the underground base was smashed open by little Xiao's head, creating a gaping hole. The defense systems detected an intrusion and activated in full. The biological machine of the hunter activated its target lock and opened fire. Buzz. In an instant, fissures erupted along both sides and above the steel corridor, revealing automated machine gun turrets that clicked into place, countless red dots zeroing in on the diminutive Lynn. Target locked. Hot, 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 hot. The massive turrets abruptly pivoted, unleashing a torrent of fire towards Lynn. Truly, the Demon Association was formidable. They possessed such an advanced automated defense system. Just as Lynn prepared to crawl for cover, his left hand surged forth, expanding before his eyes into a pentagonal shield crafted from flesh. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage of bullets struck the shield, only to be deflected away. Lynn gasped, exclaiming, "Zwa. You can alter your form at will now?" Zwa retorted, "Quit the chatter. Hurry up and take out those turrets. They're hurting me." Lynn understood that this was not the moment for idle conversation. With Zwa's shield in place, he swiftly drew his demon-hunting revolver from his pocket, his expression turning grave. Bolstered by the enhancement from the Root Knight, his gaze locked onto the several turrets ahead. Bang, bang, ding. Your firearm proficiency has reached level 1. Bang, ding. Your firearm proficiency has reached level 1. A few precise shots rang out. Crackle. A series of electric flashes erupted, and the turrets were instantly rendered inoperable before Lynn's legendary revolver. Xiao Xiao. Keep charging forward. Lynn bellowed. Yes. Xiao Xiao, eyes closed, raced forward without a care. Meanwhile, Lynn's shooting grew increasingly adept, his expression focused and serious, his eyes darting to lock onto the ever-emerging turrets. He leaned out, firing 6 rapid shots, 1 shot for each turret, awaiting bullet regeneration. Bang, bang, bang. Cooling. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to repeat the process. After several rounds, all the defensive turrets lay defeated beneath Lynn's revolver. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. 100 shots, 100 hits. You have gained 200 base experience. 100 shots, 100 hits. A milestone achievement awarded for hitting over 100 targets consecutively with firearms or other launchable weapons without missing. Although this achievement is less challenging than its namesake, it remains a significant recognition of the host's prowess. You have received permanent bonuses: accuracy 5, shooting speed 5, ammo cooldown speed 5. At this moment, Lynn could scarcely indulge in mocking the system. Xiao Xiao. The turrets have been neutralized. Ahead lies the second gate. Lynn shouted. His left hand transformed back to its original form as Xiao Xiao accelerated further. Yet, in the next instant, the great gate suddenly rumbled open. Immediately, Lynn beheld a horde of hunters poised to strike within, equipped not with the sharp mantis blades he had previously encountered, but with cannons affixed to their left arms. Target lock, highest command. Engage and attack immediately. Ding, 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 ding. The dozens of hunters' eyes ignited with brilliant light. Almost simultaneously, the cannons in their hands unleashed searing streams of molten fire throughout the corridor. The conflagration swiftly enveloped the entire passageway. Spitting fire at me, Lynn was taken aback. Is this allowed? What about us? In an instant, Lynn sprang to his feet, the dragon's head connected to his shoulder, as if animated, twisted menacingly towards the raging flames. With a resounding dragon roar, the colossal black dragon's head tilted skyward, spewing forth an intense inferno. No, that was not mere fire. That was dragon breath. Roar. In a flash, Lynn gritted his teeth, fiercely restraining the almost uncontrollable dragon's breath arm. The immense maw unleashed a torrent of dragon breath against the incoming molten flames. Whoosh. The two colossal tongues of fire collided, melting the corridor under the extreme heat. Ding. Your flesh cataclysm ability has reached level 1. Ding. Your flesh cataclysm ability has reached level 1. Warning. Warning. Molten fire cannot suppress the target. Immediately switch to defensive form. Immediately switch to defensive form. Crackle. At the end of the corridor, the hunter's molten fire projectors erupted in a series of overload explosions, sparks flying. The glow of the fire reflected off their skin, indicating the overwhelming pressure they were under. Warning. Overload. Overload. Activate defensive mode immediately. Just as the alarm blared, a tremendous dragon roar shattered through their fiery curtain. The searing dragon breath, capable of melting anything, swiftly enveloped them as if heralding the end of the world. Crackle. Their flesh was rapidly dissolved, revealing the silvery, mithril structure beneath. Yet, even the highly reinforced metallic framework showed signs of melting under the terrifying dragon breath. Target flame intensity decreasing. Body damage at 41. Armor completely ineffective. Immediately transition to combat mode. Prepare for ambush. Too late. In an instant, the hunters, crackling with sparks, raised their heads. Reflected in their eyes was a youth surging through the firewall, wielding a half-meter-long black blade, his face adorned with an unnaturally polite smile. Leaping forth, he struck the neck of the foremost hunter with a single blow. Chapter 113. This was a forceful breakthrough. Swoosh! The legendary knight demon blade effortlessly sliced through the neck of the hunter, which had been nearly melted by the dragon breath. Ding! You have slain a hunter. You have gained 500 base experience. Almost before the remaining hunters could react, Lynn's left hand suddenly opened wide, expanding to an almost human size, and swallowed another hunter whole. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The nearly dissolved hunter emitted sparks, but to no avail. Ding! Your left hand has devoured a hunter. You have gained 100 friendship experience. Xiao Xiao lamented. That was my delicious food, sob sob. Ding! Xiao Xiao's affection for Zhua has increased by 1. Ding! Zhua's fear of Xiao Xiao has increased by 10. The left hand quickly shook its head, decisively closing its mouth, then the entire arm twisted, transforming into a long sword blade. Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. You can turn into a sword? The left hand danced wildly, leaving deep gashes on the hunters. The hunters he had previously consumed had been digested, and he had assimilated some of their abilities. Moreover, it seemed that your physique suddenly became significantly more powerful. Consequently, the things I can transform into have increased. Swoosh! Swoosh! The agile sword blade formed by his left hand, now several meters long, sliced through the hunters with ease. Lynn was utterly astonished but refused to be outdone, summoning his flesh cataclysm to bite down on a hunter's head, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Indeed, his left hand was exceptional. It possessed such remarkable traits. This made him feel as if he were playing a game of brutal slaughter. If weapons could transform, might not other things be capable of transformation as well? For instance, without further ado, should the opportunity arise, I shall diligently explore the extensibility and potential of Zhua. Lynn was suddenly invigorated. Your combat ability 1. Ding! Your combat ability 1. And in the very next moment, with a slight entrance, those hunters who had nearly lost their capacity to resist beneath the dragon's breath instantly became a lavish feast for the diminutive figure. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn significantly enhanced his combat prowess and firearms mastery. That wretched human, the Heart-Eater, glared furiously at the dark figure emerging from the corridor, his entire being nearly succumbing to rage. The surveillance along the lengthy corridor had been thoroughly obliterated by the previous torrent of flames. However, the relentless notifications of the hunter's demise continued to echo in his consciousness, incessantly informing him that this individual had breached their defenses and infiltrated the very heart of their base. Yet, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with that individual any longer. For on the ground, the two headhunters had nearly devoured the suspended tower, poised to join the fray at any moment. Nevertheless, it was nearly complete. The data that needed transferring had already reached a secure location. This place had become obsolete. Since you were so eager to intrude, I shall ensure that you remain here forever. The Heart-Eater's expression twisted into one of malevolence. He swiftly connected his consciousness to the main console of the base, ready to initiate the self-destruct sequence. Authorization confirmed. Highest level access granted. Command dispatched. Self-destruct sequence commencing. Current countdown, 10 minutes. All personnel are to evacuate immediately. The piercing alarm blared throughout the entire base. The inhabitants, filled with trepidation, heard the explosive, synthesized voice from above. Each member displayed expressions of horror and shock. Self-destruct? What kind of joke is this? We haven't evacuated yet. We haven't evacuated. Hurry, to the jump hall. Quickly. Numerous members began to scream. At this moment, they could no longer concern themselves with the prospect of disobeying orders. For if the self-destruct measures were activated, they would surely perish alongside the entire base in the inferno. Meanwhile, in the jump hall, the Heart-Eater, accompanied by dozens of high-ranking members of the Demon Association, hastily pushed open the doors, their gazes dark as they approached the jump device. Is the jump position set? Coordinates established. Most of the precious data has been transmitted. We can depart at any time. Good. Activate the jump device. Yes. Hum. The colossal machinery within the hall immediately roared to life. A blinding blue light coalescing in the center of the hall, gradually forming a luminous blue barrier. Jump device activated. Coordinates confirmed. Dump Gotha generating. Countdown, 1098. The Heart-Eater gritted his teeth, turning his gaze resolutely toward the rear. This will not conclude so swiftly. We shall see. When the day comes that the giant is born in my hands, all of you will pay for today's transgressions. Yet, Just as he finished speaking, the entire hall's illumination began to flicker violently. Then, with a crack, the hall was plunged into darkness before once again igniting with emergency red lights. Warning: base energy core compromised. Energy efficiency reduced to 30. Jump initiation failed. The blue barrier, which had been on the verge of forming, instantly dimmed and collapsed with a resounding crash. What is happening? The faces of the high-ranking officials surrounding the Heart Eater turned ashen. The Heart Eater himself was struck with a tremor, suddenly realizing the dire situation. He stared in horror at the emergency lights that flickered to life due to the energy supply failure. Could it be? He abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly linked his consciousness to the energy supply core deep within the base. Within the monitoring feed of the flickering energy core, the Heart Eater was met with a sight that nearly shattered his sanity. He staggered backward, trembling. In his consciousness, he beheld the towering energy reactor, several hundred meters high, which supplied power to the entire base, now marred by a massive, transparent breach, accompanied by explosive sparks. It was evident that something had recently crashed through the entire energy supply structure. The core distinctly revealed the enormous silhouette of a head, and atop that silhouette lay a humanoid outline resembling the character. How glaringly conspicuous! ZZZZ. The breached energy core emitted 2 bursts of sparks. The Heart Eater stood there paralyzed, his mind a blank slate, incapable of uttering a single word. The sight of that glaring silhouette felt more insulting than a dozen burly men trampling upon him in a most demeaning manner. It was as if someone had slapped his face repeatedly while departing with a devilish grin. That sensation, that feeling. He spread his arms wide, casting his gaze skyward in a howl, the immense humiliation forcing tears from his eyes. What brings forth the deepest despair? Is it the 3 origin-level headhunters? Or the toppled suspended tower? No. The most despairing situation is having just activated the base's self-destruct mechanism, only for the jump system to malfunction, leaving you trapped within a base on the verge of explosion. That feeling. I'll kill you. I'll damn well kill you all. The Heart Eater's voice trembled with anguish. Once the self-destruct sequence is initiated, there is no means to deactivate it. To prevent enemies from breaching and compromising the energy supply, the self-destruct mechanism was designed with its own energy source. It's cracking. It's really going to break apart. Almost immediately, a tremendous roar echoed from the southeast of the jump hall as a root knight, riding upon a small, erratic creature, crashed through the robust steel, performing a drift, showering sparks as it came to a halt within the jump hall. Found you, he, with blood streaming down his face. Lynn offered a slight smile. Hefting the dragon's breath arm, riding the small creature and aiming the dark muzzle of his revolver at the Heart Eater's head from a distance. Behind them, from the massive breach they had created, a clear line could be seen extending from the base's outer corridor to their location. The outlines were unmistakable, displaying various postures. A straight line of destruction. This was a forceful breach. Chapter 114. Flesh and blood, weakness, machinery, supreme. You have destroyed our energy supply hub. The Heart Eater gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in fury as he stood up menacingly. The high-ranking officials within the jump hall were all wide-eyed, drawing their weapons, fixated on the colossal head of Lynn. Lynn regarded him calmly, lightly brushing his cheek, where a vertical eye slowly opened. Since you possess a device capable of jumping, I anticipated your desire to flee. However, as machines, undertaking a jump must require considerable energy. No? He disengaged the safety on his revolver. Yet, I did not expect you to be so deranged as to activate the base's self-destruct mechanism before your departure, intending to obliterate your entire base along with everyone here. Lynn revealed a smile, his teeth gleaming white. I must admit, it suits my purpose perfectly. It was precisely because he sensed his intentions that Lynn refrained from hastily summoning Xiao Xiao to this location. Instead, he directed Xiao Xiao to promptly dismantle the energy supply facilities of the base. With the assistance of the malevolent spirit's vertical pupil, he effortlessly pinpointed the energy core of their base. He did not obliterate the energy core itself, but merely destroyed the transmission hub responsible for supplying energy to the base, which would directly lead to a temporary paralysis of the entire facility. Ding! You have triggered a mission. Utilize Xiao Xiao's power to eliminate the president of the Demon Association. Mission rewards: 1 Black Skull coin, 5,000 basic experience, 1 special reward. The incessant blaring of alarms around him signaled the countdown to the base's explosion. 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Excellent. The eyes of the heart-eating demon turned increasingly frigid, the fury within them receding like a receding tide. He coldly declared, 3 entities of the source level indeed possess the capability to annihilate us completely. Yet you have overlooked one critical detail. You should not be present before me. In that instant, his pupils transformed into a brilliant silver. A series of imperceptible ripples emanated from his body, and Lynn instantly felt as though his entire brain were on the verge of exploding, accompanied by a resounding boom. Warning! Warning! You have suffered a severe mental shock. Health points decreasing. Health points decreasing. The rapidity of the transformation was overwhelming, causing Lynn's eyes to bulge and bleed profusely. Everything was happening too swiftly for him to react. My head! Zwa gasped in horror as she and Lynn shared a bond. She immediately sensed the excruciating mental anguish akin to that of being torn apart. This was a mental attack. Xiao, clearly caught off guard, gazed vacantly, evidently lacking any prior experience with such an assault. In that moment, Zwa hesitated not at all. She abruptly opened her enormous maw, unleashing a piercing, spirit-like wail. Her entire arm rapidly dissolved, transforming into thick, viscous black liquid that cascaded to the ground. A wail reminiscent of an infant's cry echoed. The dark, sticky substance that fell to the ground began to writhe, metamorphosing into numerous infants that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lynn. As soon as these infants appeared, they opened their gaping, pitch-black mouths, emitting a series of eerie cries. Distorted, strange, contaminated. Had the blood-robed spirit been present, it would have been astounded to recognize that these grotesque, viscous infants were the very aberrations that had manifested when Lynn was within the flesh puppet. Almost simultaneously, the heart-eating demon was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of nausea and dizziness. The cries resonated like a venomous curse, a horrifying mental pollution that instantaneously disrupted his mental fluctuations. He doubled over in agony. The mental shock he had unleashed upon Lynn was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen disturbance. In that fleeting moment, Lynn forcibly opened his bloodshot, swollen eyes and raised his revolver, coldly aiming it at the forehead of the heart-eating demon. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the demon-hunting bullets struck him, unleashing a torrent of divine electrical energy that crackled across his form. Simultaneously, Xiao's tendrils followed suit. With a swift thrust, the sharp appendage pierced through his neck, severing his head from his body. Enduring the excruciating pain in his mind, Lynn rolled over, gazing at his left hand, which had dissolved into countless streams of viscous black liquid. With a grave expression, he inquired, Zwa, are you all right? The liquid began to coalesce anew, gradually creeping up his body and reforming into his left hand. Zwa appeared significantly weakened, clearly having expended immense energy in executing such a terrifying maneuver. She retched a mass of black liquid, saying, I'm fine, just a bit lacking in appetite. I fear I won't be able to eat for several days. Observing Zwa's dazed state, he realized that had she not reacted in time, he might have already suffered a mental explosion, leading to his demise. Indeed, this was a perilous world. Even in the presence of a source-level creature like Xiao, absolute safety was a fallacy. What was that, Doctor? Lynn raised his head, stating, a mental attack, a direct assault on one's will and spirit, utterly insidious and terrifying. It was evident that Xiao was not specialized in this domain and had only a rudimentary understanding of mental attacks. The assailant had evidently targeted him, fully aware that even if he attempted a mental assault on Xiao, her source-level consciousness would render it largely ineffective. He truly wished to extinguish Lynn's life. Upon learning the assailant's name from the system's notification, Lynn should have anticipated that this individual possessed formidable mental power and would undoubtedly employ psychic means. Had it not been for Zwa, he likely would have faced a disastrous fate. Is that fellow dead? Lynn squinted, replying, he must have transferred his consciousness at the last moment. This individual likely possesses more than one body. The absence of a completion notification from the system confirmed that the individual was still alive. Without further ado, Lynn activated the spirit's vision and smiled with determination. Xiao, let us depart. Since he failed to eliminate me the first time, he shall not have a second opportunity. Meanwhile, in the deepest core of the base, a mechanical, synthetic voice faintly echoed from the depths of a colossal container. Consciousness transfer complete. Body 1 aggregation in progress. Rebooting. Crack. Countless electrical sparks erupted within the container. In the next instant, a precise mechanical hand shattered the container's rigid exterior. A pair of glowing crimson eyes flickered to life. Flesh and blood. Weak mechanical supremacy. Rasta voice. Chapter 115. Of course. My beloved patient. With a tremendous explosion, the lid of the container was forcefully blown off. Countless fluids transformed into billowing currents amidst the blast, and within those pale streams, a humanoid mechanical entity emerged slowly. Its entire body was adorned with mechanical skeletons, devoid of flesh, surging with blood-like currents of red energy. The heart-eating demon staggered forth. This was his body one, his strongest combat form aside from the hunter puppets. The loss of energy had rendered the jump device inoperable, confining this body within the base. This had become his ultimate trump card. I will remember you all. I will not let you escape, but not now. When I return, you will all perish by my hand. His voice was hoarse, his mechanical hand clenched tightly. Without hesitation, he turned abruptly, unleashing an overwhelming force through his mechanical form. He propelled himself upward, crashing through the hardened steel structure above, swiftly ascending to the upper levels of the underground base. The self-destruct countdown read 4 minutes and 5 seconds. He did not pursue Lynn further, but instead raced down the corridor toward a secret passage leading out of the base. As the energy supply hub was reactivated, success in completing the leap before the base's self-destruction seemed increasingly elusive, leaving only a physical escape as the sole means of survival. As the contemporary president of the Demon Association, he would surely devise a contingency plan for himself. Boom! 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 The precise mechanical form relentlessly shattered wall after wall, resembling a colossal hand barreling forward. However, as he burst through a wall and entered a lengthy corridor, a mocking yet familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Just as I suspected, you possess a new body. I told you, the president of the Demon Association could not be so easily dispatched, could he? Is it you, human? The Heart-Eater demon instantly recognized Lynn's voice. That persistent devil. Enraged, the Heart-Eater demon swiftly turned, unleashing an even more ferocious mental shockwave toward the source of the sound. Buzz! The emergency lights in the corridor exploded amidst the overwhelming mental turbulence. Come out! The Heart-Eater demon, consumed by fury, bombarded his surroundings with psychic blasts. His formidable mental power distorted and crumbled the solid steel walls. In the next instant, a massive head crashed through the wall before him, akin to a heavy truck, colliding directly with him and sending him flying several dozen meters. Boom! The deafening sound resonated as the Heart-Eater demon's metallic body struck the wall heavily. Yet, he stood up as if unscathed, his eyes shimmering with a menacing crimson glow. His gaze immediately locked onto the small figure that had appeared. As you wish, and then? Lynn's voice, tinged with amusement, emanated from the small being. Without hesitation, the Heart-Eater demon roared and launched another massive mental shockwave toward Lynn, who was concealed within the head. Buzz! The tremendous psychic impact fell upon the small figure, but merely stirred insignificant ripples within its consciousness before dissipating rapidly. The Heart-Eater demon was taken aback, staggering backward. You wretched being. Lynn, seated cross-legged, arms crossed, eyes closed, calmly replied from within the small being, you should be unable to affect the primordial entities, right? No matter how powerful your mental prowess, it cannot surpass that of the primordial beings. Therefore, this is why you dare not use mental shockwaves on the small one, as you know it would be futile. Lynn slowly opened his malevolent vertical eye, massaging his temples. So, you only dare to bully me. Mechanical Heavy, God 71, Modified Type. Type, Heavy Mechanical Creation. Affiliation, None. Level, Combat Capability, comparable to that of a King-class heavy armor of the Primordial. Description, the pinnacle of mechanical creations crafted by the Demon Association. This war weapon is purely mechanical and distinct from the hunter puppets. The advent of Titan technology led to a wavering of the mechanical ascension ideology initially upheld by the Demon Association. Consequently, the mechanical heavy god was shelved. Yet the Heart-Eater demon secretly modified this mechanical form, successfully integrating Titan technology, thereby rendering it one of his most powerful embodiments. Lynn's malevolent vertical eye pierced through the small figure, fixating on the Heart-Eater demon. The Heart-Eater demon rasped, emitting a mechanical synth sound. Indeed, you are a shrewd human, capable of devising such a method to evade my psychic explosion. You have certainly opened my eyes, yet I still do not comprehend why you must eradicate us entirely. Lynn smiled, arms crossed, and responded from afar. Eradicate you entirely? Do you not find such a statement rather shameless? When you dispatched your flesh and blood puppets to the Soul Alley with the intent to eliminate me, did you utter such words? When you sent hunters for a second cleanup of me, you showed no desire for reason. Oh, my mistake. I was merely a disposable creature to be easily eliminated. Your true aim was to kill my mentor and my precious one. You surely did not expect that the one standing before you would be a mere apprentice from that apothecary, did you? Lynn grinned, revealing a set of pristine, menacing teeth. The Heart-Eater demon's eyes flickered with madness. The countdown had dwindled to a mere 2 minutes. Time was running short. No, he must escape from here at all costs. He could not afford to let this creature waste any more of his time. Buzz! He abruptly turned, charging down the corridor with unimaginable speed, gritting his teeth as he raced toward the corridor's end. Small one. Lynn squinted. It's time to eat. Without granting him any opportunity, the small figure swiftly moved its tentacles, crashing toward the Heart-Eater demon at an accelerated pace. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the Heart-Eater demon was forcefully crushed by the small figure, rolling several dozen meters away. Dare to bully my doctor? I will end you. Slap. The massive tentacles struck the Heart-Eater demon with great force, sending countless sparks flying. The small figure launched a fierce assault, its numerous tentacles firing like bullets from a machine gun upon the Heart-Eater demon's mechanical form. The Heart-Eater demon roared in fury, rising abruptly and retreating as two searing long swords extended from his arms with a crack. Clang! Clang! The dual swords clashed against the small figure's reinforced tentacles, resulting in a shower of sparks. In that moment, the corridor was illuminated and darkened in flashes, the sound of clashing metal resounding. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Heart-Eater demon howled more ferociously. Yet, he found himself unable to break free from the small figure's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the blaring self-destruct alarm grew increasingly intense, signaling that the entire base could ignite at any moment. Simultaneously, from within the small being, Lynn squinted his eyes, slowly extending his hand, his gaze penetrating through the small figure's teeth onto the Heart-Eater demon. So, are you truly a mechanical creation, or merely a facade? If you're a consciousness transfer, you should still reside within the shell, hiding the filthy flesh, right? Ding! You're currently using the active effect of the random diagnosis technique. Do you wish to utilize it immediately? Of course, Lynn replied, narrowing his eyes. My dear patient. Chapter 116, Cerebral Thrombosis and Alzheimer's Buzz. In that fleeting moment, Lynn's outstretched arm suddenly clenched tightly. Ding! Random diagnosis technique successfully employed. Ding! You have diagnosed your target with a random ailment, brain parasite. Ding! You have diagnosed your target with a random ailment, cerebral thrombosis. Ding! You have diagnosed your target with a random ailment, cerebral infarction. Ding! You have diagnosed your target with a random ailment, Alzheimer's disease. Ding! You have diagnosed your target with a random ailment, schizophrenia. Almost instantaneously, the Heart-Eater demon, who was grotesquely clashing with the small figure's tentacles, was struck by a violent tremor throughout his entire body. An indescribable wave of sensations surged from his brain, engulfing all his sensory receptors. His control over the mechanical body began to falter. The visual sensors generated a blurry image in his mind. At that moment, he experienced a severe lack of oxygen in his brain and vascular blockage, accompanied by overwhelming dizziness and nausea, along with a series of cognitive errors affecting his mental judgment. His consciousness was gripped by terror. Alarms blared incessantly from within his mechanical form. In the blink of an eye, the sensors connected to his brain analyzed all the anomalies he was experiencing and transmitted the findings to his visual receptors. Upon seeing the afflictions displayed before him, darkness descended over his vision, and he nearly succumbed to paralysis. This is impossible, he screamed in terror. Due to the cerebral anomaly, his mechanical body was instantly flung hundreds of meters away by a mere tendril. A cerebral infarction. He was exhibiting symptoms of a stroke and a cerebral thrombosis, alongside a series of malignant complications afflicting his brain. What sort of absurdity is this? His face was a mask of horror. In the next moment, from the distance, the voice of Lynn emerged from a small creature. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Heart Devourer. You are incapable of truly severing your ties to a physical entity and allowing your will to exist independently. Are you? You are not a genuine specter. Your mechanical form is merely a shell designed to safeguard your fragile brain. Were you to utilize a true flesh and blood body, I might have been powerless against you. Yet, your error lies in employing a mechanical armor in my presence. With his eyes closed and a serene expression, Lynn had already grasped the structure of this mechanical form through the system's feedback. Beneath the composite mechanical structure lay nothing more than a frail, flesh and blood brain. It was akin to extracting your own brain and encasing it within a machine. No matter how formidable your mechanical body may be, it cannot alter the reality of your brain's frailty. His diagnostic abilities hinged upon his mental fortitude and the resilience of the target's physiology. The weaker the target's constitution, the higher the likelihood of his success. Conversely, the stronger the target, the lower the success rate. Had the Heart Devourer retained its previous corporeal form, the chances of success would have been minimal. However, confronted with the current brain devoid of body, the outcome was predictably favorable. For before true mechanical embodiment of the will could be realized, this so-called mechanical body was merely a more profound weapon. Small creature. Its weakness lies within its head. Now it is your turn. Lynn rose with a cryptic smile. In an instant, the small creature surged forth like a heavy truck, its massive tendrils forcefully driving the heart devourer's mechanical head into the ground. Boom! Boom! The resounding impacts echoed, while incessant warnings from the mechanical body reverberated in the heart devourer's ears and before its eyes. Warning: visual transmission compromised, auditory transmission compromised, neural signal weakening, abnormal cerebral degeneration. Immediate treatment initiated. Warning: severe impact to cranial structure, cerebral degeneration worsening, irreversible deterioration, stroke, cerebral thrombosis, parasites, Alzheimer's. The heart devourer could scarcely fathom that it had stumbled into such a predicament. Curses. That wretch must have employed some form of curse, directly bypassing its mechanical form to affect its brain. Having never been ill, it was suddenly beset by a multitude of ailments. Immediate transfer of consciousness required. He bore the intensifying cerebral degeneration with excruciating agony. He understood. Only by executing a second transfer without delay could he preserve his life. Otherwise, this diseased brain would become the source of his demise. If his consciousness dissipated within this compromised brain, it would spell his utter annihilation. Hurry, hurry! With a fierce snarl, he exerted his will, locating the fourth brain. Locking completed. Initiating emergency consciousness transfer. Warning: abnormal mental flow detected. Current concentration at 37. Please concentrate immediately. Otherwise, transfer will fail. Please concentrate immediately. Boom! Boom! Outside, the terrifying tendrils continued to bombard his mechanical head. With each strike, his mental concentration fluctuated wildly. He howled in agony, struggling against the escalating degeneration within his brain. Gradually, he sensed a peculiar anomaly within his consciousness. This peculiarity swiftly manifested in his cognition, as his mind began to intermittently falter, and he would suddenly be at a loss for his intended actions. As the external bombardment intensified, so too did the severity of this phenomenon. Suddenly, his voice changed. 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, 3 plus 3, we two he. A foolish grin spread across his face, his voice taking on an odd timbre. Next, let's play some music and dance. Hee-ho, I'm a happy snotworm. I want to buzz. His consciousness abruptly fell into a brief void. Wait, what was I just doing? In an instant, the hazy memory resurfaced in his mind. He trembled violently, suddenly realizing the gravity of his situation. Terrifying words began to emerge within his mind. Mental, split, disorder. A flicker of fear finally appeared in his eyes. No, this cannot be. Transfer now. He nearly expended the last of his strength, his voice laced with hysteria. I cannot perish here. I am the president of the Demon Association. I still have to complete the Grand Resonance Project. I must wash it all away. Wash away. Hee. Let's play some music and dance. He jolted awake once more. No, he screamed in terror. Simultaneously, the countdown to the base's explosion echoed in the background. Chapter 117, Legendary Skill, Past Remnants. 10, 9, 8. Lynn suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed, Small creature. The base is about to explode. We must ascend. What about him? Lynn smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow, and replied, Of course, we shall return to excavate him later. Without a moment's hesitation, the small creature halted its assault on the formidable mechanical body. Countless tendrils surged upward, crashing through the steel structure overhead, swiftly making their escape. 5, 4, 3. The countdown continued. The heart devourer, suffering from severe cerebral degeneration, writhed in agony, desperately reaching out to climb outward. However, the cerebral affliction severely hampered its consciousness, rendering its mechanical form incapable of properly receiving the commands issued by its brain. I will kill you. I will kill you. It repeated the words with a ferocious intensity, the hatred and resentment towards Lynn distorting its will. I will take your life. I must fly. I must soar. He. The split of consciousness erupted once more, and it emitted fits of foolish laughter. Almost simultaneously, the countdown concluded. The self-destruction mechanism activated. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous explosions erupted throughout the base, engulfing the corridor where the foolishly laughing heart devourer resided in a roaring inferno. Outside, as a head leapt from the massive crater, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed dramatically, the tremendous explosion igniting a towering blaze. The small creature's massive head landed firmly on the ground, bringing its descent to a sudden halt, bouncing lightly on the edge of the explosion's radius. Ding! You have exceeded the task. Preserve the entire corpse. Task reward: 5 black skull coins. Base experience: 3,000. Special legendary reward: skill, past remnants. Ding! You have completed the special task. Eliminate the president of the Demon Association. Task reward: black skull coin x1. Base experience: 5,000. Special reward: skill enhancement scroll x1. Accompanied by the system prompt echoing in his ears, Lynn offered a faint smile as he leaped forth from his diminutive form. The explosive gusts of wind whipped through his hair as he gazed with a grin at the billowing ruins before him. At last it was over. Memory of the past. Category: skill. Quality: legendary. Description: a unique ability that consumes a significant amount of mental energy, allowing the temporary reenactment of a target state from a specific moment in the past. It cannot alter the target's strength, and its success rate is proportionate to the target's resistance. Duration: 1 hour. Skill enhancement scroll can be used to strengthen learned skills, slightly improving their effectiveness with a maximum enhancement level of 10. With a soft thud, the enhancement scroll landed in his palm, and a new skill appeared in his repertoire. Memory of the past? Lynn contemplated the skill description with care. This seemed akin to his random diagnosis ability, a rather sinister skill. The ability to recreate a target state from a moment in the past? Could it mean he could revert a target back to a fertilized egg? Lynn stroked his chin, pondering its potential applications. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. If it merely recreated the past without affecting the target's current power, its utility seemed rather limited. A bizarre image of a fertilized egg pursuing him with aggression flashed through his mind, leaving him with a peculiar expression. At that moment, a tremendous tremor reverberated from afar. The Titan's head and the Sorcerer's head, alerted by the commotion, bounded toward him, each leap striking the ground with the weight of a small mountain, instilling a sense of dread. It appeared that his daughter had dealt with them all. The Sorcerer's head let out a wicked, chilling laugh. The Titan's head, gnawing on a mass of mechanical structures intermingled with flesh, oozed foul blood from between its teeth as it grimaced, saying, "Apologies, my dear, but I devoured that giant statue." Father, you might have knocked out a tooth. Perhaps you should have a doctor assist you." An eerie silence spread unchecked around them. Lynn sensed the murderous intent looming behind him. He cleared his throat and said, "Little one, haven't we forgotten something? Shouldn't we first extract that mechanical entity?" Despite the system's indication that the Heart Eater was dead, he doubted the mechanical body could be easily destroyed. After all, even with Little One's formidable strength, she had failed to crush the mechanical head. Evidently, its defensive capabilities rivaled that of the source itself. After several arduous minutes, with Little One's assistance, Lynn successfully unearthed the smoking mechanical body from the debris. It was covered in burn marks and was exceedingly hot, yet other than the apparent melting on the surface, its internal structure remained intact. One could only imagine the exceptional strength of this mechanical creation. While the exterior displayed no severe damage, the internal brain was likely beyond repair. Stretching his hand, Lynn drew forth his indestructible knight demon blade and forcefully plunged it into the back of the mechanical construct's head. Turning around, his eyes reflected Little One's as he said, "Little One, strike again. I have a profound interest in that Heart Eater's brain." "All right," Little One replied. However, before she could act, Lynn was suddenly enveloped by 2 colossal shadows. He turned, eyes wide, to behold the enormous heads looming over him, their cold gazes sending a chill down his spine. "Are you already ordering my daughter about?" The Titan's head grinned, revealing terrifying fangs. "No," Lynn protested, glaring. "I haven't consented to this marriage yet." The Sorcerer's head squinted, a malicious glint in its eyes. Lynn was bewildered. Something was amiss. What were they talking about? Why did it feel as though he could not comprehend their words? A marriage? What marriage? With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath them erupted, launching all creatures into the air. Lynn turned, swallowing hard, and then beheld the massive tentacles of Little One's mother rising, his knight demon blade plunging directly into the mechanical entity's head, forcibly prying open the cranial cap. Lynn stared, swallowing again, and said, "Thank you, mother." The Sorcerer's head, wearing a curious, enigmatic smile, opened its mouth and replied, "No need for thanks. We are family now. No need for such formality." Lynn shivered. For reasons unknown, he harbored a deeply unsettling suspicion. He turned, feeling the chilling gaze piercing his back. Yet he maintained his composure and cautiously approached the mechanical being. Upon glimpsing the interior of the head, Lynn froze, his expression rapidly shifting to one of seriousness. Just as he had suspected, there lay a brain. A Fleshy Brain, Chapter 118, discussing joyous matters. The grotesque brain tissue, with its wrinkled surface, continued to emanate steam, though the temperature was not excessively high, indicating that it had not been adversely affected by the explosion, testament to the mechanical entity's remarkable protective capabilities. Its true demise stemmed from the multitude of afflictions he had inflicted upon the Heart-Eater's brain. The steaming brain oozed thick fluids, interspersed with strands of blood, clearly rendered entirely ineffective. Would you like to immediately archive the target in your compendium? Yes. Ding. You have archived the mechanical heavy god in your compendium. You have received 5 points of free attribute rewards. Ding. You have archived the Heart-Eater in your compendium. You have received 2 points of free attribute rewards. Heart-Eater Compendium. Current sample integrity, 13. Abnormal afflictions, cerebral thrombosis, cerebral infarction, Alzheimer's disease, parasitism, schizophrenia, etc. Description: an ancient race residing in the dark world. Also known as brain demons, they possess formidable mental power but lack a corporeal form. Some unique Heart-Eaters can parasitize within hosts, gradually consuming or assimilating the target's brain. The assimilated brain becomes a new vessel for the Heart-Eater's consciousness, enabling rapid consciousness transfer among multiple brains. Gazing at the information on the compendium, Lynn stroked his chin. Brain demons? So that was it. While it differed slightly from his initial conjecture, the overarching concept remained largely intact. The reason he could impart so many afflictions at once was simple. The Heart-Eater did not reside within a fleshly body, but rather within a mechanical one. Thus, his diagnostic abilities could entirely bypass the mechanical influence and directly affect its brain. In terms of physical attributes, how could a single brain compete against his hundreds of attribute points? Lynn smiled gently, carefully packaging the brain and stating, "I shall bring this back for my teacher. I believe you will greatly appreciate this gift." Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, the Lady of Dolls had witnessed the cataclysmic explosion and the subsequent annihilation of the giant statue by the two source-level beings in its entirety. She inhaled deeply, still trembling at the memory. Her gaze fell upon Lynn, standing before the three source beings, his face adorned with a smile. Is he truly the disciple of Bloodsaw? She mused, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. He is truly exceptional, far surpassing that fellow Bloodsaw. Her heart fluttered. After all, such a young and capable entity was exceedingly rare even in this dark world. Most importantly, he was still human, in a realm shrouded in darkness. A solitary human thrived with remarkable distinction, earning an exquisite bonus to her merits. She cast a fleeting glance at the still bubbling, unconscious figure of Bloodsaw, her interest in this antiquated pervert waning significantly. After all, had it not been for the dire scarcity of reasonably normal humanoid beings back in the day, she would never have enlisted the assistance of this utterly unrefined individual to lift the blood source curse afflicting her. Gradually, a scheme began to form in her mind. Initially, she had intended to enlist Bloodsaw's help to free her daughters from their own curses. However, her perspective had shifted. What if she could cunningly entice his exceptional apprentice to the doll manor? With some special methods, perhaps she could foster a bond between him and her daughters, akin to the gradual emotional development she once experienced with Bloodsaw. If all went smoothly, she would no longer have to witness her daughters suffer under the burden of their doll-like curses. Resolute in her newfound determination, her expression turned serious. She cast another glance at the still-dazed Bloodsaw, and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling off the cliff. Useless waste. He had been spewing for over half an hour. Such a waste of resources. Informant. Major event. The Demon Association's stronghold in the desolate wilderness has been severely damaged. An hour ago, the 3 root-level hunters launched a cleansing operation against the Demon Association. The stronghold has been completely obliterated, with casualties yet to be determined. Further intelligence awaits exploration. Informant. The compilation of footage featuring the hunters and the Demon Association has been organized. For those wishing to understand the details, focus to acquire it. Skull Coins X500. In an instant, this sudden influx of information reverberated across various regions of the dark world. Although the Demon Association was somewhat secluded, it remained an immensely powerful force within this realm. Their formidable mechanical and flesh and blood creations had long been the object of fervent pursuit by many beings. And now, an imposing power had been utterly annihilated. The hunters. It was unfathomable how the Demon Association had provoked those 3 monstrosities. If they were indeed hunters, it was hardly surprising. In a world governed by root-level taboos, no matter how strong one was, provoking them would inevitably lead to demise. Alas, yet another organization had perished at the hands of the root level. Discussions erupted fervently across the major regional channels regarding this incident. Meanwhile, the informant's battle compilation footage swiftly circulated throughout the dark world. Curiously, in all the footage released by the informant, the visage of the humanoid being accompanying the 3 hunters had been deliberately erased. Who was this humanoid? Could it possibly be a ruler from some distant realm? How could they traverse alongside those 3 hunters? I speculate it must be the ruler of the Unicorn Demon clan. Apart from that entity, who else could maintain a favorable relationship with the hunters? Yet, something felt amiss. Even the Unicorn Demon King would hardly be permitted to ride atop a root-level hunter's head, would they? That being appeared to be riding quite high indeed. Speculations concerning the identity of the figure accompanying the hunters proliferated. Only the residents near the Soul Alley remained silent. They knew precisely who that figure was, yet they dared not speak, for they resided near the Soul Alley. And if they truly angered that young man, something dreadful might ensue. As for why the informant had deliberately obscured his appearance, that remained a mystery. Several hours later, ding, you have picked up a Lava Core X1. Ding, you have picked up Precision Gears X51. Ding, you have picked up Damaged Mechanical Structures X30. Ding, you have picked up Pulsating Eyeballs X5. Ding, congratulations. You have achieved a milestone, Scavenger, earning you Basic Experience X200. Scavenger, a milestone achievement for collecting over 1,000 pieces of scrap, indicating that you have preliminarily grasped the essence of scavenging and recycling. You have received a permanent enhancement. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Happiness 10, living up to the system's expectations. Lynn commenced a rapid scavenging spree after confirming that the Demon Association had left few survivors. Regardless of the utility of the items, if it was collectible, Lynn gathered everything with the intent of future utilization. After promising Xiao Xiao that she would assist in procuring better materials for her dental repairs, Xiao Xiao was as jubilant as a child weighing 20,000 pounds, also agreeing to help transport all the collected goods back to Soul Alley after Lynn finished scavenging. After several hours of industrious activity, Lynn gazed contentedly at the bountiful spoils before him, smiling as he extended his hand to high-five Xiao Xiao's tendril. Everything was packed up. Such joy. Indeed, Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow, hands on his hips, grinning like a youth who had just completed an exhilarating game. Shall we prepare to return? It would be unfortunate to attract the attention of something else, he suggested. Suddenly, Lynn felt a tendril wrap around his waist. Lifting him aloft, he patted the tendril, saying, Xiao Xiao, stop it. I have a fear of heights. Being lifted this high isn't fun at all. Xiao Xiao curiously raised her head and replied, Xiao Xiao isn't lifting you. Lynn's expression froze. Instinctively, he opened his eyes wide, turning his head to see a massive, malevolent female face suddenly materialized before him. Oh, it's you, Annie, Lynn stammered, swallowing hard. Sanity -1. Sanity -1. Sanity -1. The head of the witch god gazed coldly at Lynn, who appeared as small as a mouse, and asked, Have you finished your tasks? Lynn, still dazed, replied, I have. The witch god's head opened its mouth in a sinister grin and inquired, Would you like to have a private chat with your Annie? Lynn, in a stupor, wondered, Can I refuse? The witch god licked the slime off Lynn's body with a sly grin, asking, What do you think? Lynn's eyes widened in alarm as he stuttered. What shall we talk about? The witch god licked her lips, saying, Let us discuss something that will bring you joy. Hey. Sanity -1. Chapter 119. Do you like my daughter? Lynn sensed something amiss. He stared wide-eyed, striving to maintain composure. Yet, in the face of a crisis level soaring to 9,999, it was nearly impossible for anyone not twisted in mind to remain truly unflappable. How about this? Lynn suggested, desperately attempting to regain control. Shall I call Xiao Xiao to join us? I believe having her around would provide us with more common ground. Don't you think? The smile on the witch god's face grew ever more radiant, but combined with her mountain-like visage and the naturally emanating sinister gaze. It was a smile that few could endure. Darling, do you mind if Mommy has a private chat with your doctor? Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Oh, has Mommy finally noticed the doctor's prowess? Indeed, Xiao Xiao continued. In that case, Xiao Xiao is willing to share with Mommy. Ding. Xiao Xiao feels very happy for being able to bring you a new guest. Lynn. The smile on the witch god's face blossomed even further. Then, in a state of disarray, Lynn found himself ensnared by that gigantic head, whisked away towards the distant woods by tendrils, while Xiao Xiao waved goodbye from behind. Beyond a small hill, Lynn paced back and forth like an ant on a hot skillet, his hands clasped behind his back and his head bowed low. His heart raced at an alarming rate, exceeding 200 beats per minute. The insidious intentions of his diminutive parents had become painfully evident, and indeed, had his slight misgivings been unraveled? The desperation stemming from the threat of the demon association compelled him to draft a vile letter, deceitfully luring Xiao Xiao into this predicament. No matter how he contemplated it, the whole affair was profoundly distasteful. Lynn anxiously engaged in a mental whirlwind. Yet, the situation had been dire. And amidst his myriad of strategies, only Xiao Xiao could unequivocally resolve this crisis. The previous hearsay regarding marriage was dismissed as mere jest, unworthy of consideration. Lynn, in a state of utter turmoil, suddenly lifted his head, the expression on his face swiftly returning to one of calm resolve. Acknowledgement was in order. If that were the case, the deity, out of respect for his relationship with Xiao Xiao, might very well choose to spare him. With a newfound determination, he turned and fixed his gaze upon the towering head that faced away from him. "Have you come to clarity?" came the sinister chuckle from the deity's head. Lynn raised his chin, inhaled deeply, and with a resolute demeanor declared, "Auntie, I must extend my sincerest apologies." "Oh." The deity's head emitted a ripple of curiosity. "The letter I wrote to Xiao Xiao was indeed tinged with selfish motives. The circumstances were critical, leaving me no choice but to write to her under the cover of night." He raised 3 fingers solemnly, asserting, "But I swear to you, my intentions were devoid of malice. From our very first encounter, I recognized Xiao Xiao as a remarkably kind and delightful girl, and I cherish this rare friendship immensely. Who could possibly dislike such an adorable young lady?" Lynn's expression was earnest and unwavering, devoid of any hint of deceit. He understood that the sole means of extricating himself from this precarious conversation was to emphasize the profound bond he shared with Xiao Xiao, despite their limited acquaintance. Yet, given the rapport that had blossomed, one could argue that she was indeed a close friend. Notification: the deity's head's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Although the deity remained silent, the system's alert reassured Lynn that his strategy was proving effective. "It appears you hold a keen affection for my daughter." The deity's tone morphed into something more sinister and cruel. Lynn, with his 3 fingers still raised, replied, "Indeed, I do. How could one not be enamored? It would be sheer folly to claim otherwise." Notification: the deity's head's favorability towards you has increased by 10. The atmosphere had evidently shifted. The deity's head, with a cold smirk, continued, "Do you not mind that my daughter is but a head? You are unaware of our lineage, yet you dare to befriend her?" The tone turned increasingly treacherous. Notification: crisis level has escalated to 99,999. Lynn's expression swiftly regained its composure as he entered a state of focus, adjusting his monocle with a steady hand. "Auntie, that assertion is profoundly misguided. What does lineage matter? What does form matter? What does beauty matter? True friendship lies in recognizing the genuine heart that beats beneath the surface. There exists an ancient adage within our community: a beautiful exterior is commonplace, yet an intriguing soul is a rare find. What if a creature possesses the most exquisite appearance? If her heart does not match her outward beauty, then all is but fleeting illusion. For true friendship transcends appearance, and it is about whether you can ignite a brilliant spark together." With a grand gesture, Lynn maintained his composure, his passion igniting the atmosphere. Notification: skill: infectious aura activated, enhancing the emotional resonance of your speech. Engaging in this debate was truly his forte. As a young man from the 21st century, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, this theoretical discourse was almost instinctual. He could easily expound upon it for an entire afternoon. And Xiao Xiao did not care that I am merely a humble human. How then could I concern myself with the nature of her lineage? Lynn calmly added. The deity's head appeared momentarily taken aback, astonished by the fervor of his words. However, upon further contemplation, every utterance rang with undeniable truth, devoid of flaw. The deity's expression gradually shifted from hostility to solemnity as it scrutinized Lynn's face intently. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for its daughter? The deity was compelled to reconsider. Although it had previously entertained such thoughts, they had seemed implausible, especially given the seemingly innocent nature of Lynn's association with its daughter. Yet, after absorbing his words, something felt increasingly amiss. No, the happiness of its daughter was at stake. If he truly aspired to become her suitor, it must maintain vigilance. The deity narrowed its eyes, departing from its previous malice, and with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Do you swear to cherish my daughter, and not merely indulge in a fleeting whim?" Chapter 120. I consent to your marriage. Lynn adjusted his monocle and replied, "Auntie, your statement is even more misguided. Setting aside the sentimental rhetoric, do you truly believe that if I were merely to toy with her affections, Xiao Xiao would allow me to escape unscathed? Would you and Uncle grant me clemency? Do you think it advantageous to offend a being of your stature? Absurd. Of course. This is no trivial game. Xiao Xiao is my first source-level VIP. Regardless of the establishment, she is a supreme guest, deserving of the utmost respect and courtesy from the proprietor. This principle is beyond my comprehension. Notification. The deity's head's favorability towards you has increased by 10. The deity's head observed Lynn's unwavering gaze, void of evasion, and listened to his reasoned discourse, feeling its resolve gradually waver. Could it be that he truly cared for its daughter? Uncertainty crept into its thoughts. Indeed, there was no benefit in antagonizing him. The deity's eyes flickered as it narrowed them, questioning, "But do you believe you possess the capability to care for my daughter? Can you ensure her happiness? After all, you're quite young." Lynn closed his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. "Auntie, you need not harbor any concerns regarding this matter, for I am quite adept in this realm. Not only can I bring joy to Xiao Xiao, but I am also at your service, ensuring that you two will leave with a smile, thoroughly satisfied." The deity's head stood agape, astonished by the audacity of this young lad. Glancing swiftly towards her husband in the distance to ensure he had not overheard, she swiftly enveloped Lynn with her tendrils. Was this young man always this bold? Experience? What kind of experience are you suggesting? She pondered in shock. Could he truly have designs on her daughter beyond mere affection? The revelation left her utterly astounded. What manner of perverse individual possesses the audacity to speak so directly? Are you jesting with me? The head of the witch deity narrowed its eyes and remarked, "You are quite brave, aren't you?" Lynn, takenebak, replied. Histin? No, not at all. When have I ever dared to jest with you? What do you mean by the experience you just mentioned? The murderous intent emanating from the witch deity's head began to envelop the atmosphere. Lynn, bigwilder, estamered, oral care. Beauty treatments, skincare, hair care, dietary wellness. A brief silence followed, as an inexplicable tension permeated the surroundings. Minutes later, a cacophony erupted through the sky. In the distance, Xiao Xiao was astonished to see Lin ensnared by a tentacle, spinning at a dizzying speed like the blades of a helicopter. Ecstatic, Xiao Xiao bounced around, exclaiming, "The doctor is flying. Look, he is flying." Moments later, on the mountain's backside, Lin, pale-faced and unsteady, retched violently. He swayed, his vision swirling like a spiral, nearly expelling the remnants of his last meal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the achievement. Human Windmill. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Human Windmill, a special achievement obtained by spinning oneself at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour without succumbing to death. Grant you a permanent attribute bonus. Anti-dizziness 1, agility 5, joy 10. Madam, what is the meaning of this? Lin, enraged, feeling dizzy. The witch deity's head closed its eyes and replied, "It's nothing. Just remember to speak fully in the future. Consider this a test from the mother of my daughter." Lin filled nauseos. What kind of absurd test was this? I consented. The witch deity maintained its authoritative demeanor, stating, "Though you may seem unreliable, my daughter holds you in high regard and has made a promise before me. You may court my daughter, but to marry her, my husband's consent is necessary." Ding! The witch deity has agreed to your union. Her favor towards you has increased by 20. Lin finally exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That is truly wonderful. I'm immensely grateful for your magnanimity, madam. A brief silence ensued, and Lin's expression suddenly turned vacant. Wait, what did she just say? Marriage? What marriage? Courtship? What courtship? The witch deity looked down upon him and said, "You are the first being in history to wish to court my daughter. Although you are rather young, I have reconsidered. Your previous words were indeed commendable. One should not judge by appearances, but by the heart. I was initially hesitant, but seeing your earnestness, I, as her mother, am willing to grant you an opportunity." The witch deity broke into a broad smile, her satisfaction unmistakable. Lin's favorability increased by 20. Lin's favorability increased by 20. Lin's favorability increased by 20. Wait, Lin exclaimed, panic rising as he extended his hand. "Madam, this is no jest. Were we not discussing whether you would let me go? Why have we suddenly shifted to courtship and marriage? My relationship with Xiao Xiao is not as you perceive it. I have been emphasizing that our bond is purely platonic." The witch deity closed her eyes, repeatedly pressing a button that played a looped recording. "Do you still wish to deny it? We possess ample evidence of your misconduct toward my daughter." Chapter 121. This is a life or death question. Lin stood there, dazed, as his mind reverberated with turmoil. It felt as though he had been thrown into a pond of nuclear fallout. No, this isn't right. Lin, in shock, clutched his head. He rushed forward, leaping to snatch the device ensnared by the witch deity's tentacle, but she swiftly lifted it, preventing him from reaching it. Please, allow me to explain. Lynn was genuinely panicked, his face pale. It is not as you think. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. We did not engage in the nefarious acts you suspect. It was merely a routine grooming. I was just cleaning Xiao Zhao's ears, truly. Believe me. The witch deity, eyes still closed, smiled faintly, her expression of wisdom revealing the truth to Lynn. She slowly replied with a gentle smile, I had my doubts, but your current panic only confirms my suspicions. Her expression seemed to say, young man, I see right through you. Trying to hide? How amusing. Lynn, in a frenzy, grasped his scalp, feeling as if he might explode. Madam, please listen. It is not as you suppose. If you do not believe me, you can. No need to continue. The witch deity interrupted, eyes still shut. It is normal for young people to feel embarrassed. However, as a mother, I must remind you, while I do not oppose your intimacy with my daughter, she is merely ahead at present. A brief silence ensued. Lynn grasped his head in despair, banging it against the nearby hill, releasing a heart-wrenching wail of frustration. No, why can't I clarify this? Nothing inappropriate occurred, as you imagine. Please, let me explain. Our relationship is purely platonic. At this proclamation, the witch deity's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent surging forth. Oh, are you implying you refuse to take responsibility? Lynn's expression became vacant once more. That is not what I meant. The witch deity's demeanor softened, her tone gentle. That is good. If that were the case, dear, I would be compelled to take action. After all, if it were not for my daughter's affection for you, I might have been tempted to indulge myself. Lynn's favorability decreased by 10. Lynn, feeling hollow, stuttered, is this some kind of life or death dilemma? No, absolutely not. While life is indeed precious, when weighed against my innocence, Lynn's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he lowered his head, his gaze frantic, his mind racing at an unimaginable speed. No, it is impossible to clarify this here. The misunderstanding is too grave. Even if I explain, she will assuredly not believe me. Right? Xiao. There is also Xiao. She is merely the party involved. If Xiao informs her parents about what transpired this morning, the misunderstanding will be resolved immediately. Exactly. With this realization, Lynn's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. The witch deity, her tone still gentle, asked, do you still wish to refute? Lynn, composed, narrowed his eyes and said, Madam, I may indeed be unable to clarify this to your satisfaction, and even if I did, you would surely assume I am covering up. However, Xiao is an exceptionally pure girl. If you do not believe me, we can confront Xiao directly. Surely, she would not lie. The witch deity narrowed her eyes as well, saying, so you wish to deny it? Lynn clenched his teeth and declared, Madam, you may indeed slay me, but you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation. He pointed into the distance and shouted, if Xiao confirms that we engaged in anything improper, Lynn, will obey your every command. You need only say the word, and I shall not stray. The head of the witch god coldly licked its lips and remarked, an amusing little creature. Since you wish to deny it, why not summon my daughter for some inquiries? Let us see how you will explain yourself. A few minutes later, behind a small hillock, Xiao gazed at her mother on the left and the tightly clenched Lynn on the right. She was rather perplexed as to why the atmosphere here seemed to have taken a turn for the strange. Turning to her mother, she inquired, Mother, are you dissatisfied with the doctor? In an instant, the witch god's head displayed a soft, indulgent expression, reaching out with its tendrils to embrace Xiao, gently nuzzling her. Not at all. As long as my daughter is content, a mother shall find satisfaction. The purpose of summoning the little darling was to ask a few questions. My dear, you must speak the truth to mother. Xiao, puzzled, asked what kind of questions. The witch god's head smiled and inquired, Dear daughter, did you and this doctor engage in any peculiar activities in that alley this morning? Lynn immediately cast a hopeful glance at Xiao. Quickly, Xiao, tell your mother everything about the care I provided you, and assure her that we were merely engaged in proper, respectable activities, not those bizarre behaviors. Xiao glanced bewilderedly at her mother, then turned to look questioningly at Lynn. Suddenly, she recalled how the doctor had taken care of her that very morning. A radiant expression illuminated her face, causing the surrounding tendrils to dance with excitement. Yes, Lynn exclaimed, this is beyond explanation now. The witch god's head beamed with an even more radiant smile, gently stroking Xiao's head, asking, do you like this doctor? Xiao nodded vigorously, declaring, I absolutely adore him. He is a wonderful person. The witch god's head softened further, inquiring, oh, my darling, would you like to like him even more? Xiao Xiao, perplexed, formed a question mark with her tendrils. Like a Moor? The witch god lovingly poked Xiao Xiao's cheek, her eyes filled with hope. Indeed, for instance, a relationship akin to what your father and I share, such as marriage. Lynn gasped. Xiao Xiao pondered. Marriage? Although I don't quite grasp the meaning of those words, I do see that while my parents sometimes bicker, they are inseparable and share a close bond. Could that be what marriage signifies? If so, I want. Xiao Xiao leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, I want to be closer to the doctor. Lynn lamented, oh no, deceiving an innocent little girl. Forcing a marriage. The witch god's head appeared oblivious to Lynn's distress, tenderly embracing her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Why is mother crying? Xiao Xiao curiously reached out with her tendrils to wipe away the tears. With a smile through her tears, the witch god replied, oh, it's nothing. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. My poor darling passed away at the tender age of 5. Had it not been for that disastrous war, my precious daughter might have blossomed into a lovely young lady by now. It pains me to see her suffer in this hell, transformed into such a frightening creature, enduring the madness of her 2 incompetent parents. The more I contemplate, the more guilty I feel toward my daughter. Today, having finally encountered someone she truly cherishes, I must ensure he stays. It has been far too long since I have witnessed my daughter express such genuine happiness. The witch god wept profusely. Lynn was equally distraught, feeling the weight of this cruel fate. What sin have I committed? I am merely 17, still a minor, not yet of legal marrying age. The witch god quickly composed herself, her sorrowful expression fading as she swiftly approached Xiao Xiao, as if fearful of losing a precious duckling, her sharp tendrils pricking Xiao Xiao's. A droplet of blood instantly floated up from the spot. Ouch! Xiao Xiao exclaimed. The witch god hastily soothed her. Bear with it. This is a tradition of our Titan clan. If you truly like a boy, you can first sign an equal contract with him. Xiao Xiao inquired. An equal contract? The witch god smiled, patting her daughter's head. Indeed, it is a simple form of magic that imposes no significant constraints on either party. But it will inform other Titans that you have a close companion and are a young lady ready for marriage. Although the Titans had long ceased to exist, Xiao Xiao immediately responded, is it a symbol of a close relationship? The witch god wiped her tears, affirming, yes, it symbolizes maturity. Xiao Xiao cheerfully remarked, well, I would very much like that. Would the doctor agree? She turned her hopeful gaze toward Lynn, who was rendered speechless by the face-hugging creature. Is the doctor crying? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. The witch god, still wiping her tears, reassured her, those are tears of joy. He is more than willing. The face-hugging creature, which had been muffling Lynn's voice, grew a tiny tendril from behind, gently poking the back of Lynn's head, nodding up and down enthusiastically. See how happy he is? The witch god said through her tears. Suddenly, a peculiar wave enveloped Lynn, who felt an indescribable connection forming between him and Xiao Xiao, akin to a telepathic bond that allowed them to sense each other's heartbeats and proximity. Simultaneously, an ancient cross pattern slowly appeared upon their foreheads, flashing briefly before vanishing beneath their skin. In that moment, Lynn received a system notification. Ding! You have signed a mind contract with Xiao Xiao. You have gained a permanent enhancement. Titan clan reputation increased to friendly, which god's favorability 30, all attributes 10. Mind contract. A traditional ceremony from the ancient Titan clan, allowing the parties involved in the contract to become more attuned to one another. Description. In Titan customs, on the day of the annual celebration, giants who have mutual affection propose to sign a contract with their beloved. If accepted, it signifies a deeper understanding, and if suitable, they may become eternal partners. Blessed by the Titan gods. Lynn was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the epic achievement, Titan lovers. You have gained 200 base experience. The Titan lovers' epic achievement. You shall attain this when you forge a mental contract with a Titan of either gender, signifying your irrevocable journey down the path of grand endeavors. You are bestowed with a permanent augmentation. Trust level 30, mental power 10, physical strength 10. Chapter 123. Do you wish to revert to your former self? In a moment of astonishment, Xiao Xiao plucked her own eyeball, gazing at the swiftly dissipating mark upon her forehead, and mused, is this what marriage entails? The head of the witch deity smiled benevolently, responding, not quite. This is merely a mark that facilitates deeper understanding between you. Of course, should you ever feel it unsuitable, it can be erased. Only when there is an absence of mutual dislike, over time, will a true marriage mark be established. Her laughter radiated bliss, akin to a mother who has witnessed her daughter's growth. Xiao Xiao, filled with curiosity, remarked, I see. Although I do not fully comprehend, it seems to be a wonderful thing. She instantly sensed a peculiar connection with the doctor. Without hesitation, she extended her tendrils, cradling the state of Lynn before her, exclaiming, "What a marvelous connection with the doctor!" Lynn, momentarily freed from the confines of the witch deity's grasp, was at a loss for words as he gazed into Xiao Zhao's innocent eyes. "How could I explain this to you? It's all happening too swiftly." The rapidity of events left him stunned, unable to articulate his current predicament. From the moment the witch deity silenced him, he realized she must have already known this was a misunderstanding. She was feigning ignorance. What obsession she must harbor to be so eager to marry off her daughter. He resolved to find an opportunity to clarify the convoluted situation to Xiao Xiao, lest it spiral into chaos, oblivious to the underlying tensions. Xiao Xiao joyfully placed Lynn atop her head and turned to her mother, inquiring, "Mother, may we depart?" The witch deity smiled affectionately, replying, "Yes, indeed." At last, a long-held obsession was put to rest. As twilight descended, dark mists swirled ominously. On the edge of a desolate wilderness, Lynn sat dejectedly upon a small hillock, accompanied by the inquisitive Xiao Xiao. Sensing Lynn's despondence, she gently prodded his shoulder with a tendril. "Are you unhappy, doctor?" Lynn lifted his gaze, staring vacantly into the distance, and sighed. "How could I be happy like this? It's all so sudden. I didn't even have the chance to speak before entering into that ridiculous contract with you." "My apologies," Xiao Xiao replied. "I thought you also wished to deepen our relationship." Lynn hung his head in resignation, aware that this predicament was not Xiao Xiao's fault. Despite her formidable power, her psyche appeared quite juvenile, rendering her susceptible to manipulation. "It's not that I'm opposed to deepening our connection, but Xiao Xiao, do you understand what marriage entails?" With wide eyes, Xiao Xiao responded, "It's like being better playmates and friends like mommy and daddy." Lynn let out a faint, bitter laugh. "No, it's a sacred commitment, implying a lifetime spent together, built upon a substantial emotional foundation before one can utter the holy vows." Xiao Xiao looked bewildered, struggling to grasp the concept. As the evening breeze rustled around them, Lynn sighed and shook his head. How could she possibly understand? Though she was vast, by the standards of giants, she was still but a child. In an instant, images of Xiao Xiao as parental figures from a higher realm flooded Lynn's mind. Heads that had fallen, steeped in resentment and curses, remnants of war and death among the Titans. He stared ahead, captivated by the innocence radiating from Xiao Xiao's face. Was she a Titan whose head had been severed? Had she, like them, plummeted from a higher world into this hellish realm 3,000 years ago? If that were the case. "Xiao Xiao, may I ask you a question? How old are you?" Bouncing enthusiastically, Xiao Xiao replied, "Daddy says I'm 5, but Mommy says I'm 3005. I can't quite remember." Lynn was taken aback. 5 years old, he murmured. "Could it be that you have always lacked a body? Or is it merely here?" Xiao Xiao responded, "I seem to recall having one long ago, but then it suddenly vanished. It's been too long. I can't remember." Lynn sat there, stunned. Could it be that at the age of 5, she had lost her head amidst the war they had endured and subsequently transformed into the current headhunter, a primordial being? An indescribable chill began to bloom within him. If even children were not spared, then what they had experienced was undoubtedly a true genocide. Turning to Xiao Xiao, he regarded her with newfound emotions, perhaps sympathy, or perhaps pity, especially upon witnessing her unblemished innocence, devoid of memories from her former life. He pondered the calamity she must have faced at the moment of her demise. He closed his eyes, his hands clenching slightly. Curiously, Xiao Xiao inquired, "Doctor, what's wrong? Are you unhappy again?" Lynn raised his head, standing up, his disheveled hair tousled by the evening breeze as a smile spread across his face. "It's nothing." He brushed off the dust from his attire. "I merely recalled something suddenly." Turning to Xiao Xiao, he extended his hand with a grin and asked, "Xiao Xiao, would you like to transform back into your former self?" Xiao Xiao, puzzled yet intrigued, responded, "Huh?" With a smile, Lynn spread his arms wide, saying, "Yes, just like me, having a body apart from your head. Would you like that? If you do, I can help you." Instantly, Xiao Zhao's spirits lifted. "Can you really?" "Indeed. Though it will only be for a brief hour, it will be sufficient." Lynn slowly reached out his right hand, his smile radiating warmth. "Because I, too, am eager to see what the true Xiao Xiao looks like." Chapter 124, Wholehearted Trust. On the barren plains. "What? You allowed my daughter to forge a mental contract with that creature?" The Titan's head nearly erupted in fury, extending enormous tendrils that ominously aimed at the witch deity's head. The witch deity's head met his rage with a cold smile, defiantly stating, "And what of it? Since it is a being my daughter favors, it is only natural that they remain." Upon hearing this, the Titan's head was nearly driven to madness. His eyes widened. His expression contorted into a grotesque snarl as he rebuked her. You are utterly deranged. My daughter is but 5 years old. How dare you challenge my limits? The witch deity's head stood like an immovable mountain before him, coldly retorting. We have been dead for 3,000 years. Do you still believe it is the same as before? Had you not lost, my daughter would not have suffered alongside you. My poor child lost her head at 5. She was so young and knew nothing. All of this is your fault, you pitiful wretch, and you still dare to accuse me? As her words grew more impassioned, the malice and chaos in her enormous eyes became increasingly evident. A dark aura began to manifest around her head, the vile curse spreading unchecked in the air around them. Begone! I shall slay the human immediately, he bellowed, his colossal head striking the witch's visage with such force that it was propelled several dozen meters away. Enraged, he cast his gaze toward the night sky. His massive cranium loomed like a mountain, thundering toward that direction. How could he not comprehend the madwoman's intentions? She harbored a deep-seated guilt toward her daughter, and after transforming into this abomination, she obsessively sought to atone for her perceived failings. She was determined to ensure her daughter lived a life akin to that of a normal human being. But was that even feasible? It was a delusion of the highest order. How could his daughter possibly forge a sacred pact with the Titan race alongside such a frail species? Yet at that moment, from behind him, a cacophony erupted. Slithering tendrils, reminiscent of serpents, surged forth, ensnaring his head with an unyielding grip. You dare lay hands on me? The Titan's head roared in fury, eyes aflame with madness. The witch's head, malevolent and cruel, commanded the tendrils. You worthless wretch. Do you truly believe our daughter remains that innocent 5-year-old child? If it weren't for you, she would have blossomed into a magnificent Titan by now. I swear, if you dare to interfere with her desires today, I shall rend you into bloody shreds. Almost instantaneously, as her words fell from her lips, the witch's head unleashed her tendrils with a ferocious snap. A foul and terrifying maw descended upon his face in a grotesque display. With a sickening squelch, a sizable chunk of flesh was torn away and devoured. The Titan's head, incensed and humiliated, became increasingly frenzied, resembling a madman as he obliterated the tendrils that bound him into a myriad of bloody fragments. You madwoman, it is all you're doing. Cursed be you. You have robbed me of my peace. You shall pay dearly. With a series of grotesque sounds, his massive tendrils plunged into the witch's eye sockets, crushing her eyeballs into a pulpy mess. Yet, the witch's head appeared impervious to pain, ravenously gnawing at his own cranium. Ha ha ha, you pitiful creature. The more you rage, the more your power dwindles. No matter how furious you become, you cannot reclaim the past. Ha ha ha, you are but a twisted monstrosity. She cackled venomously. The two heads, in a frenzied display of madness, savagely tore at each other's flesh. The curses and malice that had been suppressed surged forth once more. Their once clear eyes were rapidly clouded by malevolence. Yet, it seemed they were destined to endure indefinitely. The flesh they consumed mended itself at a visible rate. And with each healing, the curse intensified. With a ferocious snarl, the Titan's head ripped away her entire facial skin, torrents of blood cascading between his teeth. In a fit of rage, he sent the witch's head hurtling back hundreds of meters. As his anger swelled, it spiraled out of control, growing ever more frenzied and hateful, sinking him deeper into despair. The Titan's head suddenly pivoted, furiously charging toward Lynn and the others. Ha ha ha, you useless waste. All you know is impotent rage. Ha ha ha. One by one, tendrils shot forth from behind him, ensnaring him tightly. However, the Titan's head was no longer inclined to acknowledge the madwoman behind him. He dragged the mocking, cackling headlong, seething with fury as he moved forward, determined to face death. Meanwhile, atop the hill, the evening breeze tousled Lynn's hair as he smiled and extended his fingers toward Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, if you are ready, then relax your spirit. Only by trusting me, without any reservations, can I cast that spell. Nervously, Xiao Xiao asked, is it truly possible? Her anxiety was tinged with anticipation. Lynn replied with confidence, I believe I can accomplish it. It begins now. His expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he concentrated all his mental energy upon Xiao Xiao. Perhaps it was sympathy or pity. He suddenly pondered why such an unjust fate had befallen this innocent, curious girl. She knew nothing, perhaps still trapped in a dream, only to be brutally decapitated and cast into this bleak abyss, transforming into a creature that none dared approach. In that instant, countless fine shards of light suffused Lynn's eyes. Ding! You're activating the skill past remembrance. Do you wish to intervene with the target immediately? Yes, there was no doubt. The legendary skill's introduction flashed in his mind. Though it would last but an hour, and perhaps even shorter due to the target's fundamental nature, if he could truly allow the Xiao Xiao of yesteryear to re-emerge. Even if only temporarily, it would serve as a form of solace. Ding. Please set the time point for the re-emergence. 3,000 years ago. At the moment before her decapitation. Ding. Settings complete. Analyzing target's rejection level toward the host. Ding. Analysis complete. Current rejection level toward you. 0. Resistance level. 0. Trust level boost. 200. How truly remarkable. Lynn gazed at the expectant Xiao Xiao before him, a smile slowly curving his lips. How touching, Xiao Xiao. In that instant, he activated past remembrance. Chapter 125. The restored body of Xiao Xiao. Buzz. A blinding radiance enveloped Xiao Xiao in an instant. The immense head emitted a luminous glow, piercing through the oppressive darkness shrouded in black mist, illuminating the surroundings like a curtain tearing through the night. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Titan's head, driven by relentless fury, approached, momentarily halted by the eruption of a magnificent light. It shone like the sun, grand and resplendent, reminiscent of a sudden return to the upper world, where sunlight bathed everything in warmth. The Titan's head stood still, its entire visage illuminated by the glorious radiance. The witch's head behind him, too, stood transfixed, rendered speechless at the sight of the luminous curtain. In this dark realm, there was no searing light, only an unchanging black mist and a leaden sky. The only illumination came from the dimly flickering soul lanterns, flames born of suffering and blood. Never before had there been a moment like this, as if sunlight had truly descended upon this pitch-black hell. Yet in this instant, they beheld it, light blinding, magnificent light, like the tumultuous passage of time. It resonated within their chaotic malevolence, stirring echoes of memories nearly forgotten from their past lives. Buzz. The immense beam of light, after its momentary descent, transformed into countless glimmering points, gradually dissipating into the air. Amidst that radiance, a figure, so familiar and nostalgic that it brought tears to their eyes at the mere thought, materialized as if conjured from a dream. The Titan's head trembled, its boundless rage collapsing at the mere sight of that figure. Daughter, the witch's head mumbled, vacant of expression. Unbeknownst to them, crystalline droplets began to trail down the grotesque visage of blood and flesh, plopping softly onto the ground. As the light faded, before that small hillock, a pair of crystalline, emerald-green eyes opened, akin to a tranquil pool of water, filled with wonder. Adorned with a grand butterfly bow atop her head, cascades of silky, golden locks draped gracefully down her delicate, round cheeks, resting upon her chest, clad in a fitted nightgown embroidered with floral buds. Her slender arms cradled a pillow as she sat in a state of innocent bewilderment before the hillock, gazing vacantly at the doll-sized Lynn perched atop it. "Oh," she exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed down at her slender hands, marveling at her long, fair legs and tiny feet. It was indeed real. Her wide, verdant eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy as she leapt up exuberantly, exclaiming, "I have a body now! How wondrous! Truly, it is magnificent!" With that leap, half of the small hill nearly trembled beneath her. Lynn, taken aback, raised her head, striving to maintain her balance as she beheld the towering girl before her. Could this truly be the little one from 3,000 years ago? Despite her formidable stature, her proportions were unexpectedly perfect and harmonious, clearly not yet matured. Her features and appearance resembled a life-sized version of a young girl from the human realm. Moreover, she was breathtakingly beautiful, exquisite in every detail. Although her face still bore the innocence of youth, any observer could easily perceive that, when she matured, she would blossom into an extraordinarily enchanting young lady, a golden-haired, azure-eyed little girl. "Doctor, doctor, doctor!" The little one was almost beside herself with joy, quickly seating herself before the petite Lynn atop the hillock, exclaiming with uncontainable delight, "You are truly remarkable. I really have my own body now." She spread her arms wide in a jubilant cheer, then reached out, gleefully lifting the diminutive Lynn into her embrace, cradling her against her chest like a cherished doll, nuzzling affectionately against her. "Oh, how incredible this is! The doctor is indeed a splendid physician. I am absolutely overwhelmed with excitement." The little one was in a state of bliss. Ping. The little one's affinity for you has reached 50. Ping. The little one's trust in you has reached 40. Ping. The little one's trust in you has reached 50. Ping. The little one's attitude towards you has transformed from trust to fondness, granting you a base experience of 200. Ping. Your epic achievement, rooted close friend. has successfully advanced to Rooted Beloved, granting you a base experience of 500. Rooted Beloved, Stage 2 Epic Achievement. When a root level being's trust in you exceeds 100 and their affinity exceeds 500, there's a small probability of advancement each time trust is gained. This signifies that you have acquired a Rooted Beloved from the realm of darkness, bestowing upon you a permanent attribute enhancement. All attributes 20. And the little one's affinity for you is 50. Ping. Affection value unlocked. Description. Shall we deepen the bond of friendship and trust, or pursue a higher path? This is a fork in the road. Lynn. While Lynn was still processing the situation, the little one could no longer contain her joyous exuberance, playfully sticking out her tongue and affectionately licking Lynn like a kitten. Slurp. Slurp. I adore the doctor. You are so wonderful. Oh, truly, I am utterly enamored. Within moments, Lynn found herself drenched from the affectionate licks. Evidently, despite having temporarily regained her original form, the habits of expressing affection developed over the years among monsters had not been altered. Lynn had not anticipated that the little one's original form would be so endearing. Wait, little one, please stop licking. You must listen to me first. Slurp. Am soaked. I'm completely drenched. I'm quite dirty, covered in dust. Slurp, slurp. Why do you keep licking more enthusiastically? In the distance, the heads of the Titan and the sorceress stood side by side, gazing blankly at the scene before them. The wounds from the recent bloody battle on their heads were rapidly healing under the influence of the curse. Is this our daughter? The sorceress's head murmured. Remarkably, the furious Titan head, at that moment, found itself devoid of anger, its lips moving in a daze as it stared at the small figure that seemed so familiar from memory. In that instant, scenes from before their defeat surged within his chaotic mind. Amidst the raging flames and flying ashes that consumed their tribe, he watched helplessly as his daughter awakened from slumber, only to have her head severed before his very eyes. He had been so close, having dashed forward in madness, yet he could not save her in that final moment. Chapter 126. This affection is not that kind of affection. At that time, she had been so small, so entirely disconnected from the war. And it was from that moment that the unquenchable fire of rage transformed into a curse that drove him to madness for 3 millennia. Most of the time, he was in disarray. For each time he regained consciousness and beheld his daughter, still innocent as ever, and witnessed her pure, joyous gaze, he was reminded of that fateful scene, the bloody blade descending. He had remained trapped in that night of chaos. Thus, he was unwilling to accept the passage of time, to acknowledge the ensuing 3,000 years of torment, or to confront the present. For in his memories, his daughter would always remain that small child, the one who would joyfully rush to him, affectionately calling him daddy. In a fleeting moment, tears, hot and tumultuous, streamed from his eyes, which were as chaotic as a house. Even mucus flowed forth. Was it an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. Surely, the chaos induced by the curse had rendered him once more disoriented. Yet if he could preserve this moment, he would gladly remain forever in this state of confusion, forever ensnared by the curse it brought. As if sensing their presence, the little girl, cradling Lynn and nuzzling her, twitched her ears and turned her head in their direction. The moment their gazes met, the Titan and sorceress heads trembled, even holding their breath. In the next instant, the golden-haired little girl's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Daddy! Mommy! The little one leapt from the ground, holding Lynn, jubilantly scampering towards them. At the sound of those 4 words, both the Titan and sorceress heads trembled profoundly, tears and mucus spilling uncontrollably. Darling daughter. In the next moment, the little one joyously embraced the 2 heads, eyes closed, pressing her cheeks against theirs. In an instant, they were transported back to many years ago, to a distant memory that had become blurred over time. It felt as though such scenes unfolded every day, tranquil, peaceful, and carefree. In that moment, feeling the warmth of their daughter's cheeks, experiencing her tangible form, the Titan and sorceress heads could no longer restrain their sorrow, breaking into uncontrollable weeping. It was a remnant of the past, a familial bond carried away by time and curses. In this infernal realm, within this pitch-black and enigmatic world, I have even momentarily forgotten the visage I once bore in life. Yet, why is it that I can recall this child before me with such vivid clarity? No matter how hard I strive, the memory remains indelibly etched in my mind. I weep uncontrollably, my cries resounding through the darkness. I embrace tightly for what seems an eternity, words caught in my throat, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Lynn, nestled close to my chest, is inadvertently squeezed in this moment where no one else pays heed. The magnitude of the situation evokes a sense of trepidation within me, fearing for Lynn's fragile existence. However, As I lift my gaze to the tear-streaked faces of my parents, a flicker of solace ignites within my heart. Indeed, were it not for this shadowy world, in a life we once inhabited, we would have been a blissful family of 3. There was no deliberate plan for such an outcome. Yet witnessing it brings a profound joy even to myself. I close my eyes, wrapping my arms around myself, a faint smile curving at the corners of my lips. 10 minutes later, I find myself seated on the ground, blinking at Lynn cradled in my arms, her long golden hair flowing like autumn wheat swaying in the breeze. This is it. I lift Lynn with delight, rubbing my cheek against her. It is the wonderful doctor who granted me a body. Truly, it feels miraculous, astonishingly magnificent. Ding. Your affinity with Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Suddenly, the stern gaze of the Titan head falls upon Lynn, while the witch god's head remains beside Xiao Xiao, wiping away tears, long tendrils caressing her golden locks as if tending to a precious artifact. Is it because of him? The Titan's expression is laden with doubt. Lynn raises her head and clears her throat, saying, "It's not that remarkable. It's merely an innate ability of mine that allows past events to resurface." After grasping Xiao Xiao's situation, I simply decided to experiment, and to my surprise, it truly worked. He meets the gaze of Xiao Xiao, who looks up at him with wide, blinking eyes, and his cheeks flush slightly as he coughs and adds, "I apologize. I never anticipated just how adorable Xiao Xiao was in her previous life." Stare. Lynn suddenly feels 2 extraordinarily piercing gazes fixed upon him. He blinks, swallows hard, and raises his hands defensively, saying, "I was merely speaking casually." The Titan's eyes still reflect skepticism, disbelief coursing through him, as it is simply unfathomable. In his eyes, this fellow is merely a somewhat capable, frail human. Apart from his dubious ability to charm his daughter, he possesses hardly any merits. Yet, he never imagined that this individual harbors such an uncanny power. Can it be sustained indefinitely? The Titan's head, noticing a glimmer of hope, leans in closer. Lynn, serious, raises a finger and adjusts his broken glasses, stating, 1 hour, that is my current limit. Even though he had surmised that such an ability could never be permanent, the revelation of an entire hour still took him by surprise. In this dark realm, they are nearly the apex of primordial beings. The Titan head inquires gravely, "What is the name of this ability?" Lynn, with his eyes closed, replies, "Memories of the past." The Titan murmurs the phrase, "Memories of the past." Indeed, a fitting name for the ability to allow the deceased to briefly revisit their former lives. His gaze toward Lynn grows intricate. But the facade does not truly revert to what once was, does it? Lynn meets his gaze and affirms, "Indeed." A flicker of melancholy passes through the Titan's eyes. Lynn understands his thoughts, but that is an impossibility, for it signifies reversing time, defying death, an endeavor far beyond his capabilities. Even if this skill could achieve such a feat, it would require an exorbitant price. His memories of the past merely represents a manifestation of bygone events, a genuine illusion. Beneath the veneer of this phantasm, nothing has truly changed. Xiao Xiao remains the primordial hunter, still bereft of her head. Silence envelopes the surroundings. Suddenly, Lynn feels a stirring from Xiao Xiao's hand, and before he knows it, she lifts him into her palm, bringing him closer to her face, allowing him to gaze into her lake-like azure eyes. She winks at him, proclaiming, "I like you." Taken aback, Lynn stares, then is met by her pure, unblemished, vivacious gaze. He smiles gently, resting against her palm, giving her a thumbs up, revealing his pristine teeth. "Same here." Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Lynn exclaims, "Wait, stop. Panic surges within him. "Xiao Xiao, you must understand when I say same, it is in the context of normal friendship, devoid of any ulterior motives, purely the affection of good friends. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Xiao gazes at Lynn and replies, "Understood." Lynn exhales, relieved. "That is good." Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Ding. Your admiration from Xiao Xiao has increased by 1. Lynn exclaims, "What is happening? Why is it increasing even faster?" It seems Xiao Xiao, noticing Lynn's flustered state, mischievously flashes her pearly whites, her eyes sparkling, before immediately embracing him as if he were a cherished doll. "I like you." Moi. Chapter 127. He actually turned Annie into. After a considerable time, Lynn finally extricates himself from Xiao Xiao's suffocating embrace. Gasping for air and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, This trajectory toward an abnormal situation must be curtailed immediately. Although she is indeed 3,005 years old, she is still a very small lowly. Such a union is unacceptable. At least it should not be. While Lynn contemplates a solution, a tendril prods him from behind. He turns to find an almost face-to-face encounter with a terrifying visage, akin to the tempestuous breath of a lion, causing him to gasp. Sanity decreased by 1. Lynn blinks, swallowing hard, and inquires, "Is there something you need, uncle?" The Titan head narrows his eyes, resembling a mighty lion, and solemnly states, "Since you can temporarily revert my daughter to her original form, is it possible for you to—" His expression gradually morphs into one of discomfort. Lynn, wide-eyed, stands rigid, paralyzed with apprehension. Before he can finish, a tendril launches him several meters away. Lynn rolls like a ball, unable to utter a word as he sees the Titan head fuming above him, his frustration palpable. This useless creature, seeking assistance yet stammering, truly loses face. The witch god's head, eyes closed, veins throbbing at his temples, reflects the strain. Lynn, wide-eyed, gulps again. It appears there is some underlying resentment. In an instant, the witch god's head, replacing the Titan, presents a disturbingly gentle and friendly smile. Yet, due to its horrific countenance, the smile only enhances its eeriness. Ha 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 ha! The head of the witch deity, with its tentacles delicately covering its mouth, regarded Lynn with an expression reminiscent of a reserved noblewoman, filled with praise and mirth that made Lynn's hair stand on end, causing his sanity to plummet. I knew I had not misjudged. Our son-in-law truly exceeded all expectations. Lynn was utterly flabbergasted. The discerning eye of my daughter was indeed infallible. The more I observed him, the less I could find to dislike. To have a son-in-law of his caliber is a dream come true, one that fills me with joy even in slumber. Lynn, even his self-reference had shifted. Sanity level, 1. Lynn exclaimed, auntie. The witch deity's head, still covering its mouth, replied, Annie, how unrefined. You should address me as mother like Xiao Xiao does. Ite se far more indeeding. Ah. Ding. Lynn's sanity level, 10. Ding. Lynn's sanity level, 10. Lynn sat dazed upon Xiao Xiao's lap, opening his mouth, but finding himself at a loss for words. The image of being tossed into the air, swung back and forth, resurfaced in his mind. Could transformations occur so swiftly? Lynn exhaled deeply, rubbing his temples. For now, I shall stick with Auntie. Auntie, do you wish for my assistance? Perhaps to recreate the experience for you as well? Upon hearing this, the witch deity's smile blossomed even more as she responded, Oh no. How could a mother impose such demands on her son-in-law? That would be terribly undignified. Ha ha ha. Yet in an instant, she leaned closer, her enormous eyes narrowing to less than a meter away from Lynn's face. Serious now. Is it possible now? Lynn, still in a stupor, replied, I suppose so. Moments later, Lynn found himself standing in the palm of Xiao Xiao's hand, gazing earnestly at the slightly anxious and apprehensive witch deity's head, extending his hand with utmost seriousness. Auntie, first and foremost, you must understand that my abilities possess significant limitations. Although the expenditure of mental energy will not exhaust me, there's a crucial prerequisite. You must completely lower your guard. Otherwise, with your strength, even the slightest resistance will render my ability ineffective. The witch deity's head appeared slightly tense, stating, I am ready. Lynn nodded solemnly. Ding, you are about to activate the remnants of past memories. Shall you proceed to influence the target immediately? Yes. Ding, the target's resistance to you is measured at 50 with a resistance level of 12 and trust level increment of 0. Lynn sighed, observing the somewhat nervous witch deity's head. Auntie, you still harbor too much resistance against me. Relax. Do not regard me as an unwelcome presence or a threat. Otherwise, I truly cannot succeed. The witch deity's head contemplated for a moment. Then her expression hardened. Now it is possible. She appeared confident. Ding. The target's resistance to you has increased to 60 with a resistance level of 21. Why has it increased? If this continues, I truly cannot assist you. Lynn exclaimed in desperation. The witch deity's head thought for a moment, then earnestly stated, Please hold on while I adjust my state. With that, she turned her back to Lynn, muttering to herself while taking several deep breaths. She then turned back, her expression serious as she looked at Lynn. Now it can be done. However, before she could finish her sentence, she covered her forehead with a tentacle, furrowing her brows as she murmured, No, I'm still not ready. Every time I see you, I involuntarily equate you with that scoundrel who tried to deceive my daughter. I cannot help it. Lynn, after what felt like an eternity, just as Lynn was about to give up in frustration, the witch deity's head suddenly focused, declaring, I've thought of a solution. Lynn raised an eyebrow in confusion. With a swift motion, the witch deity extended a tentacle, transforming its tip into a disc resembling a pocket watch. With a flick, the watch began to swing before her. Could it be? Lynn stood in astonishment. The witch deity's eyes followed the pendulum intently. I was once the strongest witch of the Titan tribe. Hypnosis is my forte. Just a moment while I erase my prejudice against you, and it will soon be done. Then, Lynn heard her muttering, "He is my amiable and harmless son-in-law. He is not the scoundrel who abducted my daughter, nor the immoral and twisted individual with a proclivity for young girls, nor the ruffian who drives recklessly. I have never contemplated dismembering him, devouring him, skinning him alive, or turning him into a doll." Lynn listened in a daze as she recited the various tortures she had envisioned for him, counting at least 121 distinct forms of cruelty. How malicious could one be? Clearly, if not for Xiao Xiao, surviving this long had not been easy. Minutes passed. At last, the witch deity's head, eyes narrowed, released a purplish aura from her gaze, immediately shutting her eyes as her tentacles drooped lifelessly. During her hypnotic state, she murmured, "Hurry," her voice dwindling to a mere whisper. "Remember, the time to recreate is 4,500 years ago. That was my most glorious era." She had hypnotized herself. Ding! The target's resistance to you has decreased to 0, and their resistance level has also dropped to 0. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lynn's expression turned grave. Whether he would succeed depended on this very moment. Recapture time. 4,500 years ago. Shall I immediately activate the remnants of past memories? Yes. Lynn responded earnestly. Buzz. In an instant, a blinding light surged forth. This time, Lynn felt an unprecedented pressure. Although all forms of resistance had been reduced to 0, the absence of trust weighed heavily upon him. And this was, after all, a deceptive method, unlike Xiao Xiao's genuine belief in him. Gritting his teeth, Lynn strained to sustain the manifestation. He hoped for success on the first attempt. Otherwise, at that very moment, Lynn bellowed, channeling all his mental energy into the endeavor. Buzz. The light converged instantaneously. Lynn collapsed, breathless, in the palm of Xiao Xiao's hand, gazing at the swirling luminescence. It should be successful. Gradually, as the light dissipated, the witch deity's head, feeling the transformation within herself, awakened from her trance, eagerly glancing down at her form. Had she reverted? Was she once again in her most resplendent state? She had not yet wed that wastrel. She was still the noble witch of yore. In the next moment, a pair of familiar little hands, clad in black silk gloves, appeared before her. She froze in astonishment, quickly noticing the elegant black swan dress adorning her, and her almost weightless, flat chest. She opened her mouth, attempting to speak, only to have a childish, impish voice emerge instead. Buzz. Her gaze turned vacant. Could it be? Chapter 128. Has it been just a few minutes, and she has transformed so drastically? She swiftly extended her hand, vacantly conjuring a massive mirror before her. In an instant, she beheld herself in that mirror, a little girl clad in a black swan dress. Her lips painted a vivid red, with long black hair cascading down her back. Buzz. Her mind was a blank, and she numbly stepped back several paces. This was... She recalled it vividly, a time long ago when she was merely a 12 or 13-year-old little sorceress, adorned in the formal attire she had donned for her promotion ceremony. This manifestation did not evoke the grandeur of her existence 4,500 years prior. Instead, it conjured memories from an even more distant past. A sharp and exasperated cry escaped her lips. Yet, due to her excessively juvenile voice, even her high-decibel shout sounded soft and unthreatening. That rascal. He actually transformed him into a... Almost instantaneously, a system notification echoed in Lynn's ears. Ding. You have triggered a special achievement. All things can be lowly. You have gained 200 basic experience points. All things can be lowly, a perverse achievement. Utilizing past memories to manifest a target into a certain era referred to as XX, with a certain probability of reward, whether intentional or not. This indicates that the host possesses a remarkably healthy psyche. You have received a permanent bonus. Shooting speed 5, stamina 5, endurance 3, defense penetration rate 5. Lynn. A small surprise filled her with joy as she clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Mother, you look so young. How cool." Her eyes shimmered with excitement, and she dashed forward, wrapping her arms around her waist, tilting her head up to nuzzle against her, saying, "Mother, you are so soft." The witch god trembled in fear, feeling this youthful body, and her gaze abruptly fell upon the dazed Lynn, who was perched atop her head. Her expression exploded into a flurry of anger. That rascal transformed him into a little lowly. How infuriating! How utterly detestable! Do you wish to perish? Crack! Lynn was instantly seized by that delicate hand, grasped like a mouse. The witch god glared at him, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Did I not say? You must manifest me to 4,500 years ago. Did you not hear clearly? 4,500 years ago, not 7,500, she shouted, her chest heaving with frustration. However, her excessively youthful demeanor rendered her anger devoid of any intimidation, instead imbuing her with a hint of adorableness. Her face flushed crimson, filled with rage and embarrassment, akin to a little lowly incensed by an odd individual suddenly lifting her skirt, almost igniting with fury. Explain. I demand an explanation. The witch god shouted. Witch god's anger level 10. Witch god's anger level 10. Lynn quickly regained her composure, pondering carefully before calmly replying. Aunt, please remain calm. There indeed were some technical difficulties. When manifesting your younger self, I did not expend much mental energy, but the burden and pressure you imposed on me were several dozen times greater. Thus, there may have been some confusion in the temporal positioning. To prevent a final failure, I expended all my mental energy at that last moment, so... Lynn lifted her head, gazing at the incensed black-haired lowly before her, sincerely stating, Perhaps you have indeed regressed a tad in age. Ding. The witch goddess favorability toward you increased by 10. Ding. The witch goddess favorability toward you increased by 10. Regressed a tad in age. She was astounded. Grabbing at the emptiness of her attire, she shouted, Is this merely a tad? My splendid figure, developed over 3,000 years, is gone. Do you see? Empty. Completely empty. Lynn regained her composure, adjusting her monocle. Her expression calm as she replied, Aunt, this assertion is erroneous. At this age, development is simply not feasible. Moreover, since it is a manifestation of the past, should you not embrace the joy of youth with greater delight? Experience joy? You big turnip head. The witch god furiously yanked him closer, gritting her teeth. I see you are doing this deliberately. You scoundrel. I have long suspected you are not a normal person. No wonder you approach my daughter, you despicable, shameless, lowly enthusiast. You actually relish this. You are doomed. Lynn was taken aback. He immediately felt a profound sense of insult. It was merely a minor mishap, yet it had escalated to such an extent. How could he endure that? Lynn promptly pointed, declaring, Aunt, while one may indulge in reckless consumption of medicine, words must be chosen wisely. I have always been quite serious. If I were truly a lascivious, lowly enthusiast, why would I not simply manifest you while bathing? Would that not be more exciting than now? As soon as he uttered those words, Lynn realized he had misspoken. Though the figure before him appeared to be a harmless, heavy-set lowly, she was fundamentally the mother of Xiao Xiao, the fearsome witch god. Lynn shuddered, and as expected, he immediately noticed the black-haired lowly's expression redden with fury. In an instant, a loud scream erupted. I'm done. In a swift motion, she hurled Lynn far away. Get a try if you dare. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, quickly sprinting forward, leaping to catch Lynn in her arms. Meanwhile, the witch god, gritting her teeth and rolling up her sleeves, advanced with a furious demeanor, ready to confront Lynn. Suddenly, a booming laughter echoed from the distance. The witch god froze. Then, she heard the resounding, thumping sound approaching. Father, you're awake? Xiao Xiao joyfully exclaimed as she rushed towards Lynn. The Titan's head, with a sinister grin, looked at the witch god and remarked, Yes, upon hearing the commotion, I quickly awakened, prepared to mock her. Then, as Lynn and Xiao Xiao watched in astonishment, the Titan's head circled around the transformed lowly witch god, scrutinizing her with a cold smirk. The Titan's head, with an air of judgment, sneered, TSK. Is this not the renowned sorceress? Just a few minutes gone, and look how far she has fallen. Chapter 129, Tears at First Sight. The witch god's face instantly flushed with rage and humiliation. Is this what you looked like before you fully developed? So short. In our Titan clan, you will be the smallest. It appears your second growth spurt came later. Ugh. You learned to apply lipstick back then? Quite adept, I see. You even learned to wear black stockings? Very avant-garde. I always thought you were a wicked witch, but it seems you had a silly and cute side as well. The Titan's head extended a tendril, playfully flicking the large, floppy-eared rabbit headpiece atop her head. The illustrious sorceress wears such adornments? Ha ha! The Titan's head laughed uproariously, his mirth unrestrained, evidently in high spirits and exceptionally clear-minded. Did you think you were a bunny girl? The Titan's laughter grew louder. The witch god gritted her teeth, her fists clenching tightly, her face flushed crimson. Being exposed by her wretched husband in her childhood state, and openly mocked for it, was undeniably infuriating. Throughout her life, whether in front of her daughter or him, she maintained an image of an extraordinarily noble lady. How to be like this now? In an instant, the witch god, seething with rage, lifted her head, her gaze directed at Lynn, filled with an intensity that seemed capable of tearing him apart. However, due to an overwhelming naivety, even when gazing fiercely with all her might, it was challenging to instill any sense of intimidation. Naturally, this consideration disregarded the aspect of physical stature. The witch god, eyes shut tight, ground her teeth audibly, fists clenched as she declared, "Have you had your fill of laughter, you fool? This is merely a minor misstep. Surely you, a worthless wretch, must yearn to revert to your former self, don't you? Alas, I regret to inform you that my dutiful son-in-law cannot assist those who harbor malice towards him. Thus, your chances of transformation are non-existent." The Titan's head let out a chilling chuckle. "You think you can hypnotize yourself? How naive." The witch god cast a scornful glance at him, mocking, "And you, a muscle-bound brute? Do you truly believe you can master the intricacies of sophisticated spells? Spare us your grandiloquence. With your size, even attempting self-hypnosis is futile." The Titan's head sneered. "Who said I needed hypnosis?" The witch god raised an elegantly shaped brow. In the next instant, before Lynn and the diminutive figure could fully comprehend, two tendrils shot forth, swiftly ensnaring a nearby hillock. With a whoosh, Lynn and the diminutive figure turned their heads, eyes wide in astonishment at the hill that was suddenly hurled into the sky. The speed was so extraordinary that it transformed the hill into a mere speck in the blink of an eye. Ding! The point of light flickered and vanished. Lynn gasped in disbelief. "What a height!" The diminutive figure exclaimed, astonished. The Titan's head, amused, adjusted its features and slithered into a more suitable position. True Titans never rely on frivolous antics. I have lowered my defenses to the bare minimum, and my self-repulsion is firmly suppressed. Can you rival me? Can you? Huh! A resounding boom echoed. As Lynn and the diminutive figure watched in shock, the hill, flung into the heavens, plummeted down with unimaginable acceleration, crashing squarely upon the Titan's forehead amidst its mocking laughter. A cloud of dust billowed. The Titan's head lay motionless on the ground, its long tongue dangling out, viscous brain matter oozing forth, while the surrounding tendrils twitched sporadically. Remember, the Titan's head trembled as it raised a single tendril, struggling to utter, "In my prime. 3,001 years ago, I would have shielded you for life." With that, the tendril fell limp against the ground, devoid of sound. "Father!" The diminutive figure quivered, collapsing to a kneeling position. "Uncle!" Lynn trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The cold wind howled. The dark-haired mourned for the white-haired. A wave of inexplicable melancholy permeated the air, evoking the peculiar sensation of a funeral. Both individuals broke into tears. "Your father is not dead yet, my dear. Why do you weep?" The witch god crossed her arms, her temples twitching in frustration. The diminutive figure, wiping her tears, replied, "The doctor brother cried. So I couldn't help but join in, feeling an inexplicable sorrow." The witch god's eyes twitched, gritting her teeth. "What are you crying about now?" Lynn dabbed at his tears, his eyes slightly reddened. "I apologize for my outburst. I often accompanied my master to nearby funerals and cannot bear such scenes. They trigger tears uncontrollably. Each cry cost me 50 coins. The diminutive figure chimed in, "Oh, that is quite a lot." The witch god, eyes shut, clenched her fists. "This cannot continue. I sense that if I allow my daughter to remain with this individual, she will inevitably be led astray. Does he even realize the chasm between himself and normalcy? Stop crying for now." The witch god opened her eyes, twitching. "Look at the effort he expended to become unconscious. Can you restore him?" Lynn wiped away the remnants of his tears, pondering the reserves of his mental energy. He contemplated, "My mental energy is nearly depleted. Even eliminating other distractions, I lack the confidence to proceed with my current reserves." The witch god scoffed, "That is easily resolved. If you need mental energy, I can supply it. You can restore him." After a moment of reflection, Lynn nodded, rising from the diminutive figure's side. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he extended his hand towards the Titan's head in its dormant state. "Ding. Would you like to immediately activate the skill? Past memories on the Titan's head?" "Yes." Ding. Detected that the target's rejection level is 120, resistance level is 200, and trust level has increased by 20. Restoration cannot be completed. Ding. Detected that the target is in a state of deep unconsciousness. Special permissions have been granted by the target's mind, temporarily negating various effects, allowing for influence. Chapter 130. Let us give him a super doubling. Is it truly feasible? Lynn maintained a calm expression. He quickly devised an alternative method for utilizing past memories. if it couldn't be activated in a normal state. Perhaps knocking the target unconscious would grant him free reign. Unwholesome images flashed through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed the nefarious thought, regaining his composure. In that case, let us proceed. Buzz. In an instant, blinding light surged around the Titan's head under Lynn's influence. Just as Lynn felt his remaining mental energy rapidly depleting, a torrent of chaotic mental energy surged into his brain, swiftly replenishing his reserves. Do not move. Continue the restoration, came the witch god's calm voice from behind. Clearly, the diminutive figure's mother provided him with substantial support in mental energy. With this backing, Lynn felt unencumbered, focusing intently with closed eyes to pinpoint the moment he wished to restore. Before long, he accurately set the time at 3001 years ago. Perfect. A slight smile graced Lynn's lips. Yet, just as he intended to withdraw his mental energy to complete the past memory's activation, the witch goddess' voice echoed mysteriously in his mind. Go further back. Lynn was taken aback, but that's already 3,000 years ago. Add another 0. A brief silence ensued. What does adding another 0 mean? Lynn was astonished, mentally inquiring at a rapid pace. The witch god squinted. Never mind. That old fool mocked me so. Do you think I can swallow this insult? Keep pushing forward. If he dares to trouble you, I'll protect you. But adding another 0 means everything will be lost. Lynn protested. The witch god chuckled coldly. Do not underestimate him. Though he is a fool, he was once the war god of the Titan clan, hailed as the strongest Titan. His lifespan exceeds your imagination. Lynn asked incredulously, Are you certain? You truly believe nothing will happen? The witch god narrowed her eyes. Stop asking foolish questions. I've said I'll protect you. So what are you afraid of? Proceed. With matters reaching this point, Lynn gritted his teeth. He resumed, channeling his mental energy, diligently reaching for an even more distant time frame. The continuous surge of mental energy from behind rendered his depletion almost negligible. Finally, the time was fixed at 10 years ago. Now this should suffice, right? Let us add another 5,000 years. Let us give him a super doubling. Lynn. Minutes later, Lynn asked, What about now? The witch pondered. Since we have already gone this far, it matters little. Let us add another 2,000 years. Consider it a gift for him. Lynn had grown numb to it all. Very well. Add it. The customer is God. We shall heed your wishes. A few minutes later, Lynn spoke hollowly. Let us not add any more this time. The witch suggested, What if we pull him forward another 5,000 years? What do you think? Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. Am I even allowed to voice my opinion? The witch insisted, Pull. Let us continue forward. We shall extend it to the limit and make adjustments afterward. Lynn, finally, after a total of 53,005 years, we have reached the end. There is no further to go, for that marks the beginning of life itself. Any further extension would require separate calculations. The witch contemplated, Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Lynn replied, Of course it is inappropriate. We've already taken it to the extreme. It would be absurd for it to be anything but. The witch reflected for a moment, and seemed to agree that this course of action was indeed excessive. After all, he was her husband. Though a fool, he shared a bond of several millennia with her. Recalling the tender moments they had shared, the memories flooded back vividly. Moved by nostalgia, the witch wiped her tearful eyes and softly said, Let us rewind by 1 minute. After all, he is still my husband. Lynn, moments later. With a resounding flash of brilliant light, this prolonged reenactment finally came to a close. As Titan's consciousness slowly emerged from the fog of unconsciousness, he immediately sensed the changes in his body. Although the curse and power remained unchanged, the distinctly different sensations coursing through him filled him with overwhelming excitement. His awareness quickened. At last, after 3,000 years of death, would he once again stand upon the earth in the prime of his former glory? The magnificent Titan, the defender of the earth, the rending force of the skies, clad in his invincible form, wielding 2 colossal axes. He felt the resurgence of his long-buried memories flash before his mind's eye. Gradually, he became electrified with anticipation. At last, could he relive the days of yore? In the next moment, the radiance enveloping him began to dissipate, revealing the youthful forms of his wife and daughter before him, along with the humans seated atop his daughter's head, covering his face in exasperation. He instinctively opened his powerful arms, yearning to embrace them warmly, wishing to convey that their strong husband and father had returned. He had come back. Such emotions were enough to bring tears to the eyes of any who witnessed them. However, just as he was about to open his arms wide, he paused, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Where were his arms? Where were his strong and powerful limbs? Something was wrong. Indeed, it appeared that he had shrunk considerably in comparison, to the point where he had to look up at his daughter and the human. He seemed almost diminutive when compared to that human. But had he not been resurrected to his form from 3,000 years ago? At last, he instinctively turned to inspect himself. Ding. Titan's head sanity value, 10. Ding. Titan's head sanity value, 10. Ding. Titan's head sanity value, 10. A peculiar sound erupted from the ground, akin to a terrified squeak from a fertilized egg the size of a ball. Lynn slapped his forehead, eyes closed. His face contorted in agony as he muttered, "Damn it. The sight is too intense. I truly cannot bear to look. This is a travesty. It is a genuine travesty." Chapter 131. Perhaps this is my life. Uncle, please do not blame me. I am merely a tool, and this is all the little one is doing. It has nothing to do with me. I am still a kind-hearted individual. And in that instant, a system prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! You have triggered a special achievement. The beginning of life, you have gained 200 basic experience points. The special achievement, the beginning of life, is awarded for successfully resurrecting the target to the genesis of life using past memories, demonstrating that you possess a compassionate heart, willing to allow others to experience the birth of life and its challenges. You have received permanent enhancements. Constitution 2, Stamina 2, Compassion 1. Lynn. Meanwhile, the witch gazed at the Titan's head, which had been reduced to the size of a fertilized egg, and burst into unrestrained laughter. She was practically shaking with glee, holding the tiny egg and chuckling to herself. Oh, is this not the legendary Titan of yore? After just a few minutes, look how far he has fallen. The fertilized egg emitted an enraged squeak. The witch sighed. There is truly no need for this. I understand you long to return to the past, but there is no necessity to revert to such youth. Just look at yourself. You have become an egg. But I must admit, she winked playfully, it's rather unique. The Titan fertilized egg, seething with rage, leapt up, and unable to contain itself any longer, charged at her, knocking her to the ground. For if one could not discern who was behind this farce, it would be immensely foolish. In an instant, the two began to brawl fiercely. You worthless fool! How dare you mock me? You came running after me every day, and now you think I would marry an ancient relic like you? The two fought with such intensity that the very earth trembled beneath them. Meanwhile, on the other side, their daughter, watching the spectacle, let out a giggle. Waving her slender arms, "Go, Daddy! Go, Mommy!" Lynn turned his head, his eyes reflecting the nostalgic smile on his daughter's face. He opened his mouth to ask, "Little one, are you recalling something?" With a blink, she looked back at Lynn and then gently closed her eyes, cradling him in her embrace as she sat down. The evening breeze caressed her golden hair. She appeared especially serene, tranquil, and beautiful. Yes, at some point, she lifted her head and gazed into the dark sky, her eyes brimming with hope. Mommy and Daddy used to play like this too. Once they fought so fiercely that the house even collapsed. I was so frightened. I hid under the bed and cried all night. I thought they would never speak to each other again, perhaps never be together again, and it terrified me. She rubbed her moist eyes with a smile. But the next day, I watched them with hopeful eyes as they treated each other with ointment, exchanging sweet words. As if the previous night's quarrel had never occurred. She turned to Lynn with a twinkling smile, like a little sprite. It wasn't until later that I realized this was merely their way of interacting. They loved each other deeply, but when conflict arose, they would fight fiercely. Lynn remarked, "A peculiar way of interacting. Perhaps this is simply their unique dynamic." Xiao Xiao lifted her head, brushed her long hair behind her ear, and winked at Lynn resting her chin on her hand as she said, "But Xiao Xiao is truly happy. Doctor, didn't you notice? In truth, Mom and Dad have long since harbored no malice towards you." Lynn was taken aback. He gazed at Xiao Xiao's parents, who were playfully frolicking in the distance. Gradually, he began to comprehend the essence of Xiao Xiao's words. Indeed, regardless of who they may be, even the most malevolent demons of hell must have once cherished something beautiful. He hopped down from Xiao Xiao's shoulder and smiled, giving her a thumbs up, his teeth glinting like a flash of light. Xiao Xiao beamed and vigorously nodded, extending her own hand to mirror his gesture. Their hands, one large and one small, met gently, creating an unexpectedly harmonious connection. It was as if everything was conveyed without words, the faint mark on their foreheads whispering of the growing bond between their spirits. I might still forget or remain unable to transform into a normal girl. But truly, thank you, my doctor. Countless specks of light began to emerge from Xiao Xiao's form, her face adorned with a tearful, yet beautiful smile. As her golden hair gradually dissipated like feathers, her delicate features and body slowly fading into the ethereal. A sudden burst of brilliance caused Lynn to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the hand that had just reached out to him had vanished. As if everything had been a mere illusion, Lynn stood there, dazed and lost, feeling an inexplicable emptiness welling up within him. He closed his eyes, remaining silent until he sensed a peculiar touch on his hand. Upon reopening his eyes, he found a gentle appendage softly brushing against his hand, and there was Xiao Xiao, her cheeks unchanged from before. "Ah, the doctor has returned." "Yes, I have returned," Lin replied, his face breaking into a genuine smile. "Can Xiao Xiao change back?" "As long as I'm here. She can at any time, I promise." "Oh, that is wonderful. If I change back, I hope to still be Xiao Xiao's dentist." "Is that all right?" "Of course. That will definitely happen. Then it's settled. Perhaps my life was destined to intertwine with creatures from the abyss. And if that were the case, so be it." A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he gently clasped Xiao Xiao's outstretched appendage, signifying some form of acceptance or transformation. The dark mist swirled, and the sky remained shrouded in inky blackness. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to hear a system prompt whispering in his ear, only to vanish swiftly as if it had never existed. Your revival degree 1. Chapter 132. Solutions regarding size issues. An entire hour passed. As the fleeting remnants of bygone years dissipated, the once familiar visages of the Wushan and Titan heads gradually returned to their previous forms, as if awakening from a dream, as if they had never descended into hell, as if they still resided in the world they had always known, unchanged. They returned. The Wushan head fell into an unusual silence. The two ceased their playful antics and returned to reality. "How nostalgic," the Wushan head remarked, lifting its gaze, a hint of genuine amusement flickering in its eyes, before it settled its stare upon Lin. With the movement of its massive head, it once again loomed before Lin, towering like a mountain. Scrutinizing him for an extended moment, it grinned wide, revealing its menacingly sharp teeth, and said with a sinister chuckle, "Although I still don't particularly like you. It seems I don't utterly despise you either, he." Lin felt a shiver run down his spine at her laughter. "Ding. The Wushan head's affection for you has increased by 10. Lin exhaled, a smile breaking across his face as he raised his hand, giving the Wushan head a thumbs up. Clearly, after this incident, he had successfully gained the approval of Xiao Zhao's mother. At the very least, he was no longer merely regarded as a plaything favored by her. As for the Titan head's attitude, well, it seemed unchanged. It was evident that the former fury and murderous intent in its eyes had dissipated. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the realm of the Soul Alley. Xiao Xiao waved her appendages, glancing at Lin as she said, "Doctor, Xiao Xiao will escort you home. And thank you for today's hospitality." Xiao Xiao is very happy. Lin smiled broadly, extending his hand toward her. "Yes, I'm very happy too." Just then, Lin suddenly felt an appendage poke at his back. He turned around to find the Titan head's enormous visage, its imposing presence casting a shadow over him. Uncle, is there something you need?" Lin widened his eyes. Truth be told, it was impossible not to feel a thrill of trepidation in the presence of Xiao Xiao's immensely powerful father, the Source Being. The Titan head's disdain for him was even more pronounced than the Wushan head's. However, the anticipated scenario of being flattened into a mere pancake by a tentacle did not unfold. The Titan head, with an air of indifference, gestured with its appendages and said, "Come with me. We need to have a private conversation." Another private conversation? Lin had developed a psychological aversion to those words. He stared wide-eyed and protested. "Can we talk here?" The Titan head shot him a look that conveyed either talk or perish, prompting Lin to nod vigorously. "All right, Uncle. I'm open to any discussion. I can talk until I bleed." A few minutes later, amidst the swirling black mist, the Titan head stood with its back to him, exuding an aura of stern authority. Lin, standing there, felt an inexplicable fear, akin to the sensation of visiting his girlfriend's home and being summoned into a dark room for interrogation by her father. But what a joke. The relationship between Xiao Xiao and him was utterly innocent. "Do you know that the type of scoundrels I despise most are those who dare to entice my young daughter? I typically devour such individuals on sight," the Titan head said, languidly licking its robust, menacing appendages as a display of its might. Lin broke into a cold sweat. "Uncle, you are misunderstanding. There is truly nothing going on between Xiao Xiao and me. We are merely ordinary friends. Moreover, consider this. How could a being of my diminutive stature possibly entice such a formidable giant as Xiao Xiao? The sizes simply don't match." Lin, desperate to clarify this misunderstanding, stammered, "I genuinely don't know how to explain this." The Titan head, still facing away, replied indifferently, "Is that so? Yet, for certain truly vile scoundrels, they always devise various tricks to ensure their sizes match perfectly." Lin blinked. I don't quite understand." The Titan continued, There is no need for pretense in front of me. I can see you possess a certain ability to manipulate your physical form. Do you not? Lynn he must be referring to flesh catastrophe. Indeed, such an external mutation is quite easily discernible. But what does that have to do with our conversation? The Titan head replied coolly, if you merely utilize your ability to adjust your size appropriately, wouldn't that resolve the matter effortlessly? Lynn, Seiroku. In that moment, Lynn's mind and body were struck with overwhelming shock. He found himself a loss for words. Something was off. This was utterly not right. Lynn's mind was besieged by an uncontrollable and horrifying vision, where he found himself in a disconcerting predicament. He stood there, rendered speechless, as the Titan's head, indifferent and aloof, addressed him. Now that the issue of size has been perfectly resolved, do you still believe you cannot act? Lynn, feeling a chill of rigidity, stammered, wait a moment, uncle. Please allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. The information is overwhelming, and I feel a bit dizzy. Yet, the Titan's head offered him no respite. With an air of disdain, it continued, there is no need for pretense. I am acutely aware of your tricks. The size issue has been resolved. So with your ability to manifest the past, you could easily revert my daughter to her normal state, allowing you to indulge in your desires. I see right through your intentions. Lynn stood frozen, hands raised, utterly at a loss for words. No, I truly have no such thoughts. If you had not brought it up, I would not have even considered it. Something feels amiss. Are you threatening me? Or are you providing me with a step-by-step tutorial? This line of thought is far too perilous. Chapter 133. A step-by-step tutorial. The Titan's head lifted, its expression devoid of warmth. I never imagined you could harbor such vile thoughts toward a mere child. Yet, I suspect your intentions are not so depraved. If I am not mistaken, you wish to engage in a gradual process of nurturing my daughter, allowing her to slowly remember your form. Am I correct? A malicious coldness flickered across the Titan's visage. Lynn felt utterly vacant. I do not. I truly do not. He implored desperately. The Titan's head, cold and dismissive, interrupted. Are you still pretending? If I am not mistaken, you have likely discerned my daughter's preferences by now. I fear you're also aware that she adores shiny objects, relishes lavish meals, enjoys bubble baths, and delights in adventures and outings. Most of all, she loves being cuddled to sleep at night, you scoundrel. Lynn stood there, hollow and speechless, whispering to himself. Initially, he had been unaware, but now it seemed he knew everything. Uncle, are you truly not providing me with a tutorial? The Titan's head regarded him with cold detachment. Even if you know all this, abducting my daughter is out of the question. As long as I am even slightly aware, I will never allow her to leave my sight. Lynn responded, that is indeed quite reassuring. The Titan narrowed its eyes, continuing, unless you can decipher my chaotic patterns. Lynn remained silent. The Titan's head strolled leisurely. But you certainly do not know that I only experience chaos on odd days, while I am intermittently lucid on even days. On the last day of every week, I grant my daughter a day of freedom, allowing her to venture out unaccompanied. On that day, I sleep deeply, and even if she brings back some creature to rest with her, I will not hear it. You are, of course, unaware of this, are you not? Lynn replied, yes. Indeed. The Titan closed its eyes and remarked, thus, your desire to abduct my daughter is nothing more than a fool's errand. Should I see you alone with her, I would devour you. Do you believe that? Lynn, dazed, answered, I believe. The Titan nodded, adding, however, I have been experiencing blurred vision and double vision lately, and I am uncertain when this will improve. You likely did not hear that last part, did you? Lynn, feeling hollow, replied, no. The Titan nodded, standing with its tendrils coiled, eyes closed. That is good. Ding. The Titan's head felt a sense of satisfaction, raising your favorability to 10. Lynn stood there, utterly at a loss. So, is this some kind of hint? No. It seems to have become quite explicit. Is this truly not a step-by-step tutorial? Yet, this is clearly a simple misunderstanding. Why does it seem to deepen with every explanation? Enough, the Titan declared. I have said all that needs to be said. I had intended to devour you now, but my teeth are not in good condition, and seeing you makes me feel full, so I might consider postponing that. However, do not be so foolish as to abandon this halfway. The Titan narrowed its eyes, revealing a terrifying set of sharp teeth, as menacing as a guillotine, glinting ominously at Lynn, as if to say, should you dare to abandon this endeavor, I could easily make a meal of you. It was utterly terrifying. Lynn stammered, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. This was a roundabout way of coercing compliance through intimidation. Yet, I genuinely regarded the little one merely as a valued customer. A cherished friend, nothing more. I assure you, my intentions are pure. After a long pause, the Titan's head resumed its indifferent demeanor, standing with its tendrils coiled. Now, Regarding my daughter, our discussion ends here. However, you must have many questions for me. I am in a good mood and shall grant you the opportunity to ask. Lynn vigorously shook his head, casting aside his previous emotions. He swiftly regained his composure, his expression serious, as he declared, "Yes, I do have some doubts. I can discern that you and your family do not seem to be natives of this world. Where do you hail from?" Lynn hesitated. This had indeed been a question lingering in his mind since he encountered this peculiar family. According to the system's introduction, they appeared to have descended from a higher realm into this dark world. Moreover, the term Titan in various legends on Earth denotes a formidable, godlike race. The Titan's head elevated slightly, stating, "We are certainly not natives of this world. You should already be aware that we are Titans, a supreme race that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine." Lynn was taken aback. The Titan continued, "Your world is what we refer to as the realm of death, a forsaken dark world abandoned by the gods. Cursed chaos, misfortune, and hatred, all the detritus of existence, including those who should not exist, are dragged into this realm, condemned to an eternity without rebirth. Of course, besides such detritus, there are also many self-righteous organizations that meddle in this world, even sending troops to battle its monstrous inhabitants." It cast a sidelong glance at Lynn. "And there are countless innocents like you who have fallen into this world for various reasons." Lynn pondered for a long moment, then raised his head earnestly, stating, "How can one leave this place? Return to my original world?" Chapter 134, You Cannot Bind Me. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across the Titan's face, as if it had heard the greatest joke in the world. Its tone subtly shifted, growing slightly chaotic. "Leave? Yes, you may leave, for you are among the living. However, returning to your original world is not so simple. The heavens are filled with countless stars, yet you have fallen to the earth without a beacon. How could you possibly navigate through the myriad of starlight to find your world?" Lynn maintained a serious gaze, locking eyes with the Titan. His hand gradually clenched into a fist. "It seems you long to return home." The Titan's head sneered maliciously. "Indeed, who wouldn't he wish to escape this wretched world?" He raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with venom as he mockingly and chaotically surveyed the pitch-black night. "For 3 millennia, I have been cursed and confined here, 3,000 years of torment. My hatred, my fury, they blaze eternally within me. The very thought of those past curses torments me. Yet, the more they afflict me, the more I resist." Suddenly, he erupted into a frenzied, wicked laughter. Thick, inky tendrils slithered from his eye sockets, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Each appendage ignited with a fierce, black flame. Lynn was jolted, immediately lifting his head. "Uncle," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha. I too wish to return to my world to incinerate them and consume their remnants." The Titan's eyes ignited with chaotic wrath. The blazing tendrils spread like a viscous stream of fire across the desolate wilderness. "Warning, warning. Target's chaos level has increased dramatically. Host, please evacuate immediately. Warning, warning." The system's urgent alerts echoed in his ears. Clearly, the recent conversation had rekindled memories of past calamities for the Titan's head. "I do not wish to be trapped here, transformed into this abomination, suffering endlessly while my wife and daughter endure their own torment." In an instant, he raised his head with a monstrous glare directed at the obsidian sky. "Heaven, you cannot suppress me. You cannot bind my will. One day, I shall return from this hell and incinerate you all." A roar of chaotic rage erupted. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, the Titan's head propelled itself upward, entwined with the boundless. Flaming tendrils, leaping toward the darkened sky. The colossal head, ablaze with furious fire, resembled a spear cleaving through the heavens, vowing to obliterate all darkness that dared restrain him. Lynn stood in shock, witnessing that head transform into a fireball, vanishing toward the obsidian expanse. Yet, just as the figure seemed about to disappear from sight, a cacophony erupted. Suddenly, chains of darkness shot forth from the ground in every direction, piercing the sky. Each chain was several meters thick, yet ethereal and nearly transparent. It was as if his leap had triggered a chilling curse. In the blink of an eye, the small father, striving to break free from the night as shroud, was ensnared by the intangible chains, bound from the vast heights above. With a thunderous crash, the massive head fell heavily to the ground, creating a smoldering crater. The chains writhed like serpents, lashing against his head and cheeks, leaving trails of ash-like scars. "Ha ha ha ha!" The Titan's head cackled maniacally, enduring the torturous lashes. "You cannot confine me. If you deny me death, you shall not live either. Ha ha!" He howled defiantly, attempting to leap once more, yearning to break the shackles of this world. However, The ethereal chains instantly rebound him, pinning him firmly to the ground, searing his head relentlessly. Yet, he continued to laugh, to rage, to resist. As he proclaimed, the more they sought to bind him, the more his fury intensified. Lynn dashed toward the smoldering pit, his eyes reflecting the frenzied Titan's head, ensnared by the cursed chains at its center. Warning, warning, do not approach. Do not make contact. Target curse level, source level. The chains not only restrained him, but lashed at him mercilessly. Was this the source of his chaos? Lynn gazed deeply. If this was indeed a curse, and if this was the origin of his anguish and fury, then in that moment, Lynn abruptly raised his head, his expression tightening. Almost instantly, he leapt down, calm and resolute, as tendrils erupted from his shoulders, akin to an exoskeleton, propelling him swiftly toward the Titan's head. Warning, warning, do not approach. Do not make contact. Yet Lynn paid no heed. His demeanor was composed, akin to a nimble cheetah darting between the rising, intangible chains. If this was a curse, if this was the reason for his suffering, he seized his wrist, brilliant light flaring in his eyes. Perhaps, I can. In that fleeting moment, Lynn leapt, threading through the myriad of chains, extending his hand toward the Titan's head. Ding! You are activating a limited-time, curse-clearing ability. Would you like to proceed immediately? Yes. Lynn affirmed deeply. In an instant, blinding radiance surged from his hand, enveloping the Titan's head. Ding! Target's curse level is too high. Curse-clearing ability significantly weakened. Ding! Target curse cannot be completely eradicated. Curse-clearing limit, 15. Would you like to continue? Yes. Limited time, curse-clearing ability successfully activated. Target curse reduced to 85. Host's mental energy exhausted. Chapter 135. You call me brother. I call you son-in-law. In the distance, as the countless ethereal chains surged from the surrounding wasteland, the face of the shaman, alongside Xiao Xiao, transformed dramatically. She comprehended instantly what had transpired. Her husband had once again triggered the curse rooted deep within his soul. Oh no! Without a moment's hesitation, the shaman turned her head, her face grave as she rushed with Xiao Xiao toward the source. Is father acting up again? Xiao Xiao asked, her complexion paling. Clearly, she had witnessed similar scenes more than once, especially during her father's chaotic episodes, when his boundless rage could not be contained, and he would repeatedly strive to break free from the dark world's constraints. The ethereal chains would then appear, mercilessly repressing him once more. That was the manifestation of the curse, a shackle placed upon them, binding them for eternity. The shaman's eyes sparkled with determination as she gritted her teeth. We must hurry. This foolish man could not choose a worse time to lose control. I hope that little one remains unscathed. Hearing those words, Xiao Zhao's face turned ashen, anxiety flooding her features as her father's visage loomed in her mind, igniting her unease. We must move quickly. Finally, after several minutes, they traversed the burning wasteland. As soon as they stepped into the area, the shaman immediately sensed something was amiss. In the past, whenever her husband fell into madness, the unleashed curse was invariably terrifying, often tormenting him until he was battered and bruised. Yet, inexplicably, just as she entered this realm, she felt the violent curse had inexplicably weakened. Though the reduction was subtle, it had never occurred before. She gazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. We have arrived. The head of the witch god, accompanied by the little one, suddenly charged towards the large pit that had been created. Her expression was grave. Upon witnessing the scene before her, a look of astonishment instantly flickered in her eyes. In the very center of the pit, the head of the Titan remained shackled by colossal chains, displaying moments of confusion interspersed with clarity. Not far away on the ground lay Lynn, utterly drained of mental energy. At that moment, his left hand was desperately clawing at the earth, dragging the unconscious and drooling Lynn in a strenuous effort to reach a safer location. The cursed progenitor. Do you believe you can elegantly swipe away this creature's curse? That is a root-level curse. How naive can one be? Ultimately, you must rely on your magnificent left hand to assist you. After this, there shall be no grand feast of 5 tons. You can forget about earning my forgiveness. With relentless determination, his left hand heroically dragged Lynn towards safety. The witch god's head remarked, "Isn't that the doctor's moving left hand?" Meanwhile, the Titan's head appeared to have regained considerable lucidity. Clearly, the weakening of the curse had alleviated the burden that would have otherwise taken him an extensive amount of time to suppress. The witch god's head was filled with astonishment at this development. An hour later, as a flicker of mental energy circulated within his mind, the exhausted Lynn gradually began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the little one's face, towering like a 2-story building. "The doctor is awake," she exclaimed. Before Lynn could fully comprehend his surroundings, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the achievement. Reduction of root level curse. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Reduction of root level curse. A special achievement awarded for utilizing a time-limited curse ability on a highly advanced cursed entity and successfully achieving a partial reduction of the target's curse. You have received a permanent bonus. Mental power 5, Constitution 2. Ding! You have successfully recorded the curse. Binding of the undead." In an instant, Lynn sprang upright, his eyes wide open as he inquired, "How is Uncle doing?" Just as the words escaped his lips, a deep, resonant voice responded from behind him, "I am well." Turning around, Lynn beheld the Titan's head, now gazing at him with a serious demeanor, his eyes having regained clarity, evidently having emerged from the chaos that had earlier engulfed him. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion or not, Lynn distinctly sensed that the Titan's head now emanated a hint of wisdom and vigor that had been absent before. This was evident in the way he regarded others. The previous gaze, filled with suppressed rage and malice, was now replaced by one resembling that of a sentient being. Humanity. The Titan's head gazed deeply into his eyes and spoke. "You have weakened my curse?" Due to the curse, his anger was difficult to contain, and should that endless fury be unleashed due to some trigger, he would instantly succumb to tremendous madness, tormented incessantly by past grievances. This suffering rendered him desperate. However, just moments ago, as the curse roared forth, threatening to plunge him into chaos, this young boy, through some unknown means, had managed to diminish the curse's intensity. Though the reduction was minimal, it significantly amplified his clarity within consciousness. Lynn rubbed his aching forehead and replied calmly, "I merely gave it a try, never expecting it to truly succeed. This is a different ability. I can temporarily purge a target's curse for 24 hours. However, my current strength is too feeble to completely eradicate the curse afflicting you, though I believe I reduced it by approximately 15. At these words, the witch god's head was overtaken by shock and disbelief. How could this be? As a witch god, she understood better than anyone the terror of the curse that tormented them. This curse could grant them immortality, yet simultaneously bind them to this dark world, driving them into madness. Even she could not entirely suppress this curse. Yet this diminutive human dared to. The Titan's head gazed at him solemnly and asked, "Does this mean that once your power becomes sufficiently formidable, you could completely rid us of our curse?" Lynn pondered for a moment and smiled. "I believe this should be possible." Confidence. It radiated from him, a powerful assurance that shone from within. It was akin to a glimmer of hope bestowed upon one lost in the depths of despair, causing the Titan's head to feel a surge of emotion, his eyes moistening. He inched closer to Lynn, uncertain of the origins of this human boy or the secrets he might harbor. Yet, all of that seemed inconsequential in light of his words. "But I am curious. Knowing full well that I was engulfed in chaos, you recklessly rushed in. Were you not afraid of death?" He studied the young human with a complex gaze. Lynn's lips curled into a slight smile. "Of course, I fear death. Yet, I believe that if I possess the ability, why not take the risk? After all, in my eyes, the parents who could bring forth such a lovely girl as the little one must surely be kind-hearted individuals. If that is the case, why not take a chance?" He lifted his head, a healing smile gracing his face. The wind tousled his hair, and that smile, at that moment, shone as brightly as the sun. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the achievement. Never miss an opportunity to impress. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Never miss an opportunity to impress. A special achievement awarded when, during any attempt to impress, you convey the true goodness within your heart to the target, leaving a profound impact. This indicates that the host has successfully taken a significant step toward becoming a healing doctor, granting you a permanent bonus. Compassion 1, Charisma 5. Handsomest 1, Lynn remarked. Ding. The Titan's head has a favorability rating of 30. Ding. The witch god's head has a favorability rating of 40. The Titan's head felt his eyes well up as he gazed at Lynn. Especially upon seeing the sincerity in Lynn's smile, a warmth emerged in his battered heart, a sensation he had not felt in many years. Could it be that within this hellish realm, there existed such pure and beautiful beings? Just for this simple reason, merely out of kindness, he had unhesitatingly extended a helping hand. This boy, with a gentle slap, a slender tentacle landed on Lynn's shoulder, and the Titan's head, eyes glistening, declared, "No need for further words. With what you just said, I consider you my friend. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just invoke my name." He wiped his red-rimmed eyes and added, "If you don't mind from now on, you may call me Big Brother, and I shall refer to you as son-in-law." Let's pledge our brotherhood. Lynn trembled with excitement, deeply moved by the atmosphere. He extended his hand, quivering, and said, "Big brother." The Titan's head, eyes still brimming, replied, "Son-in-law." In that instant, it felt as if peach blossoms were swirling around them, and the air resonated with deeply moving melodies, not asking for the same year or day of birth, but wishing for the same year and day. Boom! Boom! The sound of two loud crashes echoed as the witch god's head, with a crackling sound, unleashed a series of explosions, her eyes closed in focus. Lynn and the Titan's head had already been sent flying dozens of meters away, smoke billowing from the ground. The witch god's head closed its eyes, its tendrils curling as it remarked, "No hope for those two dimwits. Why don't you just perish together?" Chapter 136. Who lured the invaders here? At the entrance of the Ghost Soul Alley, Lynn smiled and waved his hand to the Xiao family, saying, "Let us leave it at this, Xiao Xiao, uncle and aunt. I reside at 55 Ghost Soul Alley. If you have some free time, feel free to visit me anytime." Xiao Xiao replied, "But doctor, I can't bear to part with you." Lynn gently patted his head and said, "Xiao Xiao must be good. We won't be seeing each other for a while. But I am your dentist. Whenever you have time, you can always come to see me." Of course, Xiao Xiao could not remain there indefinitely. Though the presence of a root-level friend provided a profound sense of security, Lynn was acutely aware that the appearance of such beings in this dark world would inevitably attract considerable attention, leading to unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, the Titan's head and the witch god's head could not possibly linger. Their conditions were too peculiar. A moment of chaos could result in the entire Ghost Soul Alley being reduced to rubble. The Titan's head gazed deeply at him and said, "You must exercise caution. Your bold actions yesterday, bringing my daughter to annihilate that organization, have likely drawn unwanted scrutiny. But remember, if anyone dares to bully you, just send me a message. None will survive." Lynn was instantly touched. Indeed, a single word from an elder could evoke an indescribable sense of security. Finally, in this dark world, he had found a reliable ally. Lynn eagerly asked, "But how will I contact you? Should I write a letter?" A brief silence enveloped them. Just as Lynn pondered the sudden stillness in the air, Xiao Xiao remarked, "But I can't read. It would be quite distressing without a translator." Lynn was taken aback. Yet it was true. For root-level beings, there was no compelling reason to learn the script of this dark world, as they had no desire or need to integrate into it. After some contemplation, Lynn suddenly remembered something. "Oh wait." Without hesitation, and under the puzzled gaze of the Xiao family, Lynn dashed towards the pile of salvage packages he had brought back and began to search meticulously. Finally, after persistent effort, he unearthed a dozen black stones from a bundle. The witch god's head hesitated. Lynn smiled slightly and said, "Vision stones." Vision stone, a mysterious substance that connects to the realm of vision. Upon use, it allows one's consciousness to upload into the vision realm, with each visit requiring a vision stone as a medium. Indeed, the informant had stated that the vision realm was the fastest method of transcending distances within this dark world. Simple, efficient, and remarkably useful. Minutes later, vision, a massive eyeball floated in the pitch-black sky above the square, its surging gaze acting as a colossal beam of light that illuminated the entire plaza. Shadows swirled everywhere within the square, while beyond it lay an impenetrable darkness. It was now deep into the night, yet the vision square remained densely populated with shadows, as it corresponded to a vast area, including the Ghost Soul Alley, teeming with consciousness. At that moment, numerous shadows were engaged in discussions about the footage released by the daytime informant. "So, yesterday, those 3 root-level headhunters appeared right here?" "Yes." "You saw the imagery, didn't you?" "It was in the adjacent Ghost Soul Alley." Reliable sources confirm that the headquarters of the Demon Association has indeed been obliterated. I have an acquaintance outside the association who said they can no longer reach the main brain. They're terrified, feeling they could be devoured at any moment. I suspect many dark beings will come here to investigate soon. Wait, since those 3 root-level headhunters are within our area, do you think they might also come to the vision? As this statement echoed, a profound silence fell over the crowd, swiftly followed by waves of derisive laughter. "Don't be ridiculous. Are you out of your mind? The vision is the only order in the dark world. How could genuinely chaotic entities possibly come here?" "Exactly. Utterly foolish. I've never heard of a root-level being descending into the vision. It never happened before, and it's certainly one T in the future. Do you think all root beings possess a conscious will like us? Most are formless, indescribable entities. How could they come here? If those 3 root-level headhunters truly arrive in the vision, I'll stand on my head and defecate, flipping 100 times around the square. I'm telling you, even God couldn't stop it." Laughter erupted around them, filling the square with a jovial atmosphere. But in the next instant, Swish, swish, swish. Four robust, luminous rings suddenly descended in the center of the vision square, accompanied by the convergence of light, two large and one small. Three colossal heads, towering even higher than small mountains, descended into the very heart of the square. Vision announcement. Vision square number 900 has detected the arrival of 3 root-level wills. Current will capacity has exceeded regional limits, triggering supreme will number 11 permissions. Vision square number 900 is undergoing emergency expansion. Vision announcement. Vision square no. 900 has completed expansion and promotion. Current regional will capacity level has increased from level 9 to level 7. With a resounding rumble echoing across the square, the eternally still eyeball above also turned its gaze towards the 3 enormous heads that had appeared in the square. The entire space of the square began to expand at an unfathomable speed. In mere seconds, square number 900 had grown to 100 times its previous size. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Is that really those 3 root headhunters? How can this be? We were just discussing this, and they actually arrived. Whereas the guy who said he'd stand on his head and defecate. Get out here. If you don't flip 100 times today, I want to let you off the hook. The once bustling square instantly emptied, all the shadows crowding in terror at the edges, trembling as they gazed at the 3 terrifying entities in the center. Who brought them here? Who lured the invaders to this place? Chapter 137. The founding of a healing group. This was something they had never anticipated. The vision square they inhabited had truly welcomed the arrival of root-level beings. And not just 1, but 3 at once. This was their first encounter with the supreme will of the vision urgently upgrading their desolate locale into a burgeoning metropolis due to the arrival of these 3 entities. In the center of the square, Lynn smiled, arms wide open, and declared, "Xiao Xiao, uncle, aunt, welcome to the vision." Xiao Xiao gasped in awe, gazing at the surroundings in wonder. What a vast and peculiar place this is. The Titan's head vigilantly surveyed its surroundings, and his gaze was instantly drawn to the enormous eye looming above, fixated upon them. Instinctively sensing a hint of threat, he narrowed his eyes and remarked, "The supreme will of vision, I have heard tales of it, yet this is my first time here." Lynn's heart stirred as he inquired, "Uncle, do you know something?" The Titan raised his gaze and replied, "Are you referring to the supreme will? I only know that it is a consciousness that descended upon this world long ago, its existence predating mine by eons." He sniffed, his eyes flickering with danger as he continued, "It is formidable and terrifying, possessing the capacity to create a realm of consciousness that corresponds with the entire dark world. Its rank surpasses even mine." Lynn pondered this, having contemplated the same question. However, it felt incredibly distant. With his current abilities, he could not possibly reach it. The Titan then said, "But fret not. Such a will does not concern itself with any specific creature. The origins of the dark world are far too numerous for it to take notice." Is it because they pose no threat? The more Lynn thought, the deeper and more terrifying the mysteries of this world became. Shunning thoughts of the unattainable, a smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "Indeed, the vision provides a remarkably convenient domain for the creatures of this dark world. Utilizing the vision, no matter where you are, you can contact me and leave messages." He lightly touched the blue rune on his arm, recalling that during his exploration of the vision as functionalities, there was a feature that allowed him to pull individuals into an independent channel. Found it. Almost instantaneously, a line of crimson text manifested before him. "You are creating an independent group channel. Daily cost, 50 skeleton coins, initial construction fee, 1,000 skeleton coins capacity, 50 individuals. Do you wish to create it now?" "Yes." In an instant, Lynn witnessed the transformation of the rune on his arm. Beyond the channels of vision and regional, a new independent group appeared. Unnamed Channel 1. Truly feasible. The myriad functionalities of the vision were indeed bountiful, leading Lynn to ponder whether the so-called supreme will was truly connected to the world he inhabited. Without further ado, he promptly sent invitations to his little family. Root level Xiao has joined the channel. Root level Titan's head has joined the channel. Root level which God S head has joined the channel. Watching as his once solitary group swiftly expanded to 4 members, Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With this independent little group, future communications would undoubtedly be far more convenient. However, the channel's name required alteration. You are modifying the channel name. Modification complete. Change to Loving Family VIP Membership Group of Bloodsaw Apothecary. Lynn beamed. Excellent. In the future, should he encounter reliable and affectionate high-level patients and their families, he could easily invite them into this independent little group. Once they joined, they would all be one family. "Xiao Xiao, is Dr. Brother there?" "Lynn, present." "Remarkable. Has Xiao Xiao learned to chat so swiftly? Such talent. Titan's head. Why is it a VIP membership group? Lynn. Because Xiao Xiao is my first VIP client here. Hence the name. Notification. Member Witch Goddess head is modifying the name. Lynn. Mother-in-law Witch God. I believe this is more reasonable. Lynn. Fiancé Xiao Xiao, hey? Xiao Xiao has a strange title now. Useless Titan's head, Exiting group chat, Lynn sighed in exasperation, turning to face Xiao Xiao's parents, who were glaring at each other with gritted teeth. He sensed that this group would surely be brimming with joy in the future. Xiao Xiao remarked, "It's quite interesting. Does the doctor need a piece of that dark stone each time he enters here?" Lynn smiled and replied, "Indeed." Xiao Xiao inquired curiously, "What if it runs out?" Lynn chuckled, patting her head. "That is simple, Xiao Xiao. You just need to find a passing creature and kindly request a piece of vision stone from them, and they will surely oblige." Xiao Xiao exclaimed in wonder, "Really? Will they be that friendly?" Lynn gave a thumbs up, smiling, "Absolutely. Well, thank you, doctor." In the Soulwalker alley, Bloodsaw, Apothecary. Exhausted, Lynn returned to his loft, collapsing onto his bed with closed eyes. At last, he was home. This day had been filled with so many events that its experiences rivaled the monotony of his past 2 years. He had bid farewell to Xiao Xiao and her parents. But with the vision, future communications will be far easier. Sleep, a period of rest, then swiftly change jobs. His experience had already accumulated far too much. Lynn closed his eyes, lying upon the bed, and soon drifted into slumber. In the early hours of dawn, amidst the dark mist of Soulwalker Alley, 2 towering figures gradually emerged. One was a muscular figure, marred by scars from numerous stitches, grotesque in appearance. The other was a 3-meter-tall matron, adorned in a splendid gown, wearing a large sun hat, with long fingers adorned with rings of considerable worth. "Are you certain those 3 root-level headhunters have departed?" Chapter 138, Disciple. Teacher has returned. Bloodsaw inquired with evident concern. The doll lady, poised with her arms crossed, cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "I have been observing. They left several hours ago. However, I truly did not expect that a patchwork creature like you could bring forth such an impressive disciple." Bloodsaw frowned, hefting his razor. "It has nothing to do with me. I have no idea how he befriended such high-caliber beings. It has only been a few days since I left the shop." The doll lady raised her head, glancing at the dilapidated shop door in the distance. "We have arrived," she declared resolutely. Secretly clenching her fist, she thought, such an exceptional young man should not be left in this desolate place. It would be a terrible loss. Regardless, she resolved to make a good impression first, and then gradually introduce her daughters to this handsome lad. Soon, they arrived at the Bloodsaw Apothecary's entrance. "Shall we simply enter?" The doll lady raised an eyebrow. "Bloodsaw Chakid. No, my disciple is exceptionally diligent. I told him to watch the shop before I left, and he will undoubtedly take that responsibility seriously. If we were to enter without notice, my disciple might act on impulse." Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief. For this was the dark world after all. More importantly, he had noticed that his disciple had improved significantly in the days they had been apart. If that headhunter had indeed left him with some powerful artifacts, entering unannounced might result in severe injuries. With that thought, he approached the door and knocked 3 times. "Disciple, your teacher has returned. Open the door." In a loft, Lynn, deep in slumber, reflexively opened his eyes, sitting up stiffly like a zombie. Teacher's voice? He froze, gripping the bone knife and revolver at the foot of his bed. The next moment, once again, the cries of the Bloodsaw echoed from downstairs. "Lynn, hurry and open the door. Your teacher has returned. I need to rest properly. Do you hear me?" Lynn promptly shouted back, "I'm coming right away. Just wait a moment. I truly missed you, master." Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn swiftly donned his clothing, grasped the bone-cutting knife, and hurriedly descended the staircase. Outside the door, Bloodsaw wore a slight smile, his grotesque visage revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Did you hear that? How considerate, how heartfelt. He is indeed my most cherished apprentice, whom I have nurtured over the years. We regard each other as family, and though we are teacher and student, our bond is akin to that of a father and son, profoundly deep." The doll lady beamed, remarking, "Indeed, he seems to be quite an admirable young man." Bloodsaw approached the door, his mood exceptionally buoyant. He could sense his apprentice's rapid approach within the shop. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the touching reunion that would unfold upon opening the door, as his obedient pupil gazed at him with tears of joy. Just the thought of it was profoundly moving. He felt a tear welling up, closing his eyes and murmuring, "Lynn, my dear." Suddenly, with a swift motion, a bone-cutting knife pierced through the door, striking Bloodsaw. Simultaneously, Lynn's voice rang out, "You haven't changed at all. Impressive. You tricked me just the other day, and now you dare impersonate my teacher again? I must stab you a few more times." Stab. Stab! Stab! Bloodsaw, in shock, trembled as he extended his hand, exclaiming, I am truly your master. Stab! Another strike followed. The doll lady, arms raised, stood speechless. Is this the welcoming ceremony at your Bloodsaw, Apothecary? Something is amiss. This is far too hardcore. Wait, it seemed his apprentice had mistaken him. Just then, a long strand of hair suddenly slithered through the gap, expertly ensnaring Bloodsaw's head, as if someone had thrown a hoop from the second floor, perfectly encircling a laughing little girl. In an instant, it tightened, and Bloodsaw was yanked against the door, desperately clawing at it. I cannot breathe. Stop! The doll lady, in a panic, forcefully slammed the door, causing Bloodsaw, along with the splattering blood, to collapse. Indeed, he is your teacher. In the hall, Lynn gripped the vengeful spirit's hair, his expression frozen as he beheld his master, stabbed multiple times and gushing blood. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the achievement, Betraying the Master. You have gained basic experience, 200. Betraying the Master is an evil achievement that can be obtained under any circumstances by inflicting severe injury on one's teacher, indicating that you have taken a solid step towards the chaotic evil faction. You have gained a permanent enhancement, Strength 3, Agility 2, Happiness 5. A brief silence ensued. Master, Lynn exclaimed in shock. Minutes later, in the backyard, the operation table stood with the doll lady pacing anxiously. She turned to observe Bloodsaw, bleeding profusely on the table, and then glanced at Lynn, now clad in a white coat, gloves, and mask, his expression grave. Can he be saved? The doll lady inquired urgently. Lynn, holding a needle with seriousness, replied, It's a trivial matter. My master possesses extraordinary vitality. 6 stab wounds are nothing to him. Not to mention that I have inherited his exceptional medical skills. Ding! A bright light shimmered on the needle's tip. I have stitched it, Lynn declared with calm determination, eager to proceed. Ding! Bloodsaw's sanity 1. Wait. Bloodsaw, trembling, extended his hand, pointing weakly at the cabinet. First stop the bleeding, then administer anesthesia, and finally stitch. Do not skip steps. Lynn was taken aback. Yes, master. He swiftly turned to the counter, rummaging through it, and retrieved several vials of hemostatic agents and anesthetics. Calmly, he took out a syringe and glanced at his master's major artery. Swish. Bloodsaw's sanity 2. Stop. Administer in 4. I've said it countless times. Don't just pick the thickest vein. Bloodsaw weakly protested. If it's too thick, it won't go in smoothly. Chapter 139. You haven't left anything in your teacher's abdomen, have you? Like scissors, a ball of yarn, a needle or 2, gloves, or your monocle? Lynn was startled. I'm sorry, master. I still need to deepen my learning. He quickly finished administering the injection, delivering the anesthesia, and stopping the bleeding. Squinting his eyes, he once again picked up the sharp needle. Ding! A flash of light passed by. Master, I'm ready. Do you know how to stitch? Bloodsaw trembled. Lynn replied earnestly, I do, master. I have carefully observed every time you stitch someone's wounds. Bloodsaw sighed in relief. That's good. And since anesthesia has been administered, it shouldn't hurt too much. After all, you've been by my side for 2 years. You should have learned some real skills. Let us begin. Swish, 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 swish. Bloodsaw exclaimed. What the hell? Why does it still hurt like hell even after the anesthesia? Has this kid acquired some passive skill that causes others to feel pain? Despite all that anesthesia, it seems ineffective. What will happen when I'm with a girl for the first time? I end up hurting her to death. Swish, swish. Sewing experience 1. Sewing experience 1. Sewing experience 1. Minutes later, Lynn calmly took scissors and carefully snipped the loose threads on his master's abdomen, patting the beautiful bow atop it. He then sprinkled a composite potion over the wound, declaring triumphantly, Master, the operation was a great success. Lynn earnestly gave a thumbs up, stating, Everything that needed stitching, both inside and out, has been meticulously taken care of, ensuring no mistakes were made. No response came. Lynn paused, gently lifting the white cloth draped over his master's face, asking, Master? Bloodsaw lay there, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Master, Lynn gasped in horror. Half an hour later, Lynn stood behind Bloodsaw like a devoted apprentice, diligently giving his beloved teacher a shoulder massage. Bloodsaw, pale-faced, leaned against the operation table, gazing at the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Lynn, you didn't leave anything in your teacher's belly, did you? Like scissors, a ball of yarn, a needle or 2, gloves, or your monocle? Lynn, adjusting his glasses, assured him, I guarantee there's nothing, master. I've learned my lesson and corrected this flaw long ago. Bloodsaw exhaled in relief. That's good. He then retrieved a metal detector from his pocket, meticulously scanning his abdomen for a while. After not hearing any alarming beeps, he finally felt at ease. The doll lady gazed in astonishment at this absurd scene. Such preparation and insight. Moreover, the ability to articulate a myriad of items with precision could hardly be a culmination of merely one or two experiences. What a profound realization this is. I can't shake the feeling that this youth is perhaps not as ordinary as I once presumed. Bloodsaw inhaled deeply, extending his hand to pat Lynn on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. Indeed, although you stabbed your teacher a few times, which nearly compelled me to give you a few slaps, your audacity to thrust a blade into the unknown, without knowledge of who stood outside, is reminiscent of your teacher's own daring from yesteryears. Truly, you are a student worthy of cultivation. He felt a deep sense of gratification. Madam Puppet. Lynn listened attentively to his mentor's teachings, stating, "How could I ever forget the lessons imparted by my teacher? You once remarked that in the dead of night, regardless of whether a visitor arrives, it is prudent to stab first and assess the situation thereafter. There is no error in that. Madam Puppet, is this some sort of jest? What kind of nonsensical teaching is this?" She gazed incredulously at the two earnest individuals, observing Bloodsaw, who was radiating satisfaction even after being stabbed, and Lynn, who was diligently jotting down Bloodsaw's words with fervor. She sensed an insidious mentorship at play. "I have received your letter." Bloodsaw, eyes closed and bandaged, leaned against the operating table, addressing Lynn. "I am immensely grateful for the heartfelt little note you penned to me. Remarkably effective. It has indeed deceived your teacher in an instant." Upon hearing this, Lynn's eyes welled with tears. He was reminded of the harrowing experiences of the past few days, and his eyes turned red with emotion. "Teacher, disciple is truly terrified. You cannot fathom the fear I faced alone against those myriad monsters since your departure. Each time I treated them, my heart raced with dread. Were it not for my facade of composure, adhering to the noble qualities of a physician, I might have already." He choked on his words. "Ding. Bloodsaw's fondness for you has increased by one. Ding. Bloodsaw's fondness for you has increased by one. Ding. Bloodsaw's fondness for you has increased by one." "Your teacher is aware," Bloodsaw remarked, his own eyes reddening as he grasped Lynn's shoulders. "You have truly endured much these past few days. It is entirely my fault for leaving you alone in the shop, subjecting you to such grievances. Teacher, Lynn suddenly broke into tears. "Guide to survival in another world too. A crying child is cared for by their mother." Bloodsaw, choked with emotion, patted Lynn's back, his eyes glistening with tears. Meanwhile, Madam Puppet was rendered speechless. "Wait, Bloodsaw, you thick-headed fool. Have you forgotten something important? Those words you just exchanged were not intended for inquiry. And you genuinely believe everything he says?" Madam Puppet felt a surge of frustration. "Did you not witness your disciple riding a primal creature and rampaging about during the day? When has he ever shown fear? He appeared quite elated." "Disciple, what transpired with those primal headhunters?" "The news is already spread throughout the realm," Bloodsaw inquired, wiping his reddened eyes. Lynn replied, "Teacher, are you already aware? On the night following your departure, a customer with an enormous head came to the shop seeking dental treatment, and I was nearly frightened out of my wits. Fortunately, my quick thinking alleviated the toothache of that primal creature, sparing me from becoming its meal." Bloodsaw's mind raced back to that terrifying scene from that night, a grotesque, monstrous head grinning malevolently as it loomed over his trembling disciple, who cowered in a corner like a helpless child. "Call out all you want. No one will heed your cries." The creature's terrifying words echoed. Bloodsaw trembled. Chapter 140. Even teachers have their own habits. As Bloodsaw's fatherly instincts surged forth, Madam Puppet hastily interjected, "Hold on, don't let your emotions overflow just yet. What happened afterward? Why do we see you riding that primal creature and annihilating the entire demon association?" Lynn hesitated, turning to the towering Madam Puppet. He paused, then said, "Teacher, this is—" Bloodsaw opened his eyes and declared, "My lover." Slap. Lynn stared in shock at his smoking teacher, tentatively poking him before swiftly withdrawing his hand, too intimidated to move further. Madam Puppet, eyes closed, clenched her fists, a tempest brewing within. "Could you not choose a more refined term?" Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. I see. Truly, it is befitting of a teacher to possess such habits. Moreover, judging by the skill displayed, it likely took decades of practice to master. He felt fortunate to be devoid of such peculiar tendencies. What a peculiar teacher you are. And why does it always evoke the impression of a certain towering lady? Lynn instinctively grasped the fly swatter on the counter. Indeed, Bloodsaw rose from the ground, rubbing the red mark on his bald head, and stated solemnly, the Demon Association, such a vast organization, was obliterated in just a day. How could you possess such extraordinary capabilities? This is not in line with your previous demeanor. In his memory, his disciple had always been a well-behaved and obedient child. Lynn sighed. It seems you're all aware. I exhaled a deep breath before succinctly recounting the events of the past few days to my teacher and his lover. Of course, I omitted many details, such as my system, and explained the potent drug that causes mutations as a mere coincidence from a wandering merchant. Striving to rationalize the intricate relationships, Lynn embellished the narrative of his recent experiences. Upon completion, astonishment filled Bloodsaw and Madame Puppet's eyes, particularly during the account of his battle with the flesh puppets, which had them both feeling a sense of dread. Is this the reason you hastily wrote to your teacher? Bloodsaw exclaimed in disbelief. Lynn lifted his head, closing his eyes, and replied wistfully, Indeed, at the moment I was writing to you, I was truly resigned to my fate, scarcely sleeping at all. Had it not been for that headhunter receiving my letter and being swiftly lured over, what you see before you would not be your disciple, but rather a heap of unrecognizable flesh. He wiped his reddened eyes and continued. As for the subsequent events, they were entirely due to the Demon Association's hubris, provoking the family of that headhunter, sealing their grim fate. Bloodsaw and Madame Puppet exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Yet, everything seemed to align without significant discrepancies. After all, how could an ordinary apprentice at a potion shop possibly be linked to a headhunter of such magnitude? Could it truly be attributed solely to this youth's astute adaptability and fervent dedication? Teacher, what about you? Lynn, sitting cross-legged on the ground, inquired with curiosity. You mentioned going out that day. How did you become entangled with the Demon Association? Bloodsaw let out a bitter laugh and remarked, Alas, this misfortune is of my own making. You may not be aware, but I once held the esteemed position of an elder within the Demon Association. Lynn nodded, feigning an attentive demeanor. He was not surprised. From the information gleaned over the past few days, he had surmised his mentor's true identity. Bloodsaw lifted his gaze and continued. A few days ago, I unexpectedly received an invitation from an old friend who mentioned that a certain research project I had long been interested in had recently made significant breakthroughs. Thus, I was invited to the upside-down tower for a gathering. I gave it little thought. Although it had been a decade since my last visit to the tower, I could never have anticipated that what awaited me was not a scholarly discussion, but rather a coup d'etat. The memories of that fateful moment flooded his mind once more. Along with him, the retired elders who had pioneered the Demon Association alongside the former president were all summoned to the upside-down tower. It was there that the newly appointed president, the Heart-Eater Demon, announced the revival of the Colossus Project. The Colossus Project? Lynn pondered, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Indeed, Bloodsaw sighed, his voice heavy with gravity. Since the Demon Association has been dissolved, there is no harm in sharing this with you. He then proceeded to elucidate the essence of the Colossus Project, detailing how they had unearthed the remnants of a fallen technological civilization and deciphered its myriad technologies and knowledge. All their findings pointed towards a colossal creation crafted by that civilization 3 millennia ago, the Colossus. Though he lacked full comprehension, Bloodsaw continued solemnly. Subsequent analyses led us, along with the president, to vaguely perceive that the shattered Colossus might possess terrifying powers that transcend the very roots of existence. What was most fearsome was that this Colossus was an artificial construct, a horrific weapon amalgamating machinery and flesh. Can you fathom what this signifies for an organization deeply entrenched in the study of machinery and transformation? Lynn's gaze deepened with understanding. A fervent obsession. Indeed, it was akin to a group of individuals confined within a pitch-black prison, surrounded solely by male counterparts, who one day, through a narrow crack, glimpsed a charming young girl before them. The excitement and wildness of that moment were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary lecturer. Light, enlightenment. Lynn nodded vigorously. Bloodsaw inhaled deeply and declared, Thus, the Colossus Project came to fruition, with all resources converging towards it. We scoured the world for fragments of the Colossus, fervently desiring to reassemble it. This pursuit lasted for over a century. Lynn, stirred by this revelation, inquired, but why was it ultimately shelved? Bloodsaw's expression shifted, revealing a complex tapestry of memories. It is because we discovered certain unsettling truths, a war. A colossal conflict that spanned countless worlds and civilizations erupted at that pivotal moment 3 millennia ago. The civilization that possessed the Colossus was one of the apex civilizations of that era, standing at the pinnacle of many worlds. With the technological advantages of the Colossus, they were nearly divine. Yet, even with such might, they met with failure. Their entire civilization was obliterated, and the proud Colossus, a fusion of flesh and machinery, crumbled and fell into this dark world. Bloodsaw spoke with a sense of foreboding. We have an ominous premonition. Should we ever succeed in resurrecting the Colossus, a dreadful curse will surely be unleashed, an existence that forbids its return. 3,000 years ago, again 3,000 years ago, Lynn pondered. The Titan's head had also mentioned that it was at that very juncture that they fell from a higher realm into this darkness. It was also at that time that their lineage nearly faced annihilation, even suffering decapitation. Could the fallen Colossus discovered by the Demon Association be linked to the war experienced by the Titan family? Bloodsaw closed his eyes and stated, "It is precisely due to this strong intuition that we temporarily shelved the Colossus project and entrusted the valuable fragments we had collected to the custody of the remaining elders." In an instant, Lynn recalled a certain being in the backyard and exclaimed, "The little darling?" Bloodsaw was taken aback. "You know of it?" Without further ado, Lynn swiftly rose and dashed to the backyard, where the sound of the cellar door being pried open echoed, followed by a chorus of enraged hisses. In the next moment, much to the astonishment of Bloodsaw and Madame Puppet, Lynn appeared, clutching an indignant, writhing tongue, and resolutely declared, "Yes, I surmise as much. For the only valuable entity in our apothecary is this fellow." The little darling continued to squirm, indignantly voicing its grievances against Lynn. Bloodsaw, astonished, remarked, "In just a few days, you have grown so familiar with it?" Lynn nodded, cradling the slippery tongue as one would a large eel, and replied, "Indeed. When that flesh puppet arrived, the little darling assisted me significantly. We have almost become confidants." Bloodsaw nodded. "You are correct. It is indeed a remnant of the Colossus that I brought back from the association. Do not be deceived by its appearance as merely a tongue. It possesses a strong sense of self-awareness and is the most mischievous of all the components we discovered back then." Lynn, bewildered, inquired, "Teacher, are you implying that each component that diverged from the Colossus possesses its own independent consciousness?" Bloodsaw fell silent for a moment before affirmatively responding, "Yes, it is quite peculiar. Yet in this dark world, it is not entirely unprecedented. And without exception, they are all intertwined with the curse." After recounting the essence of the Colossus project, Bloodsaw shared his harrowing escape from the Demon Association and how he was rescued by Madame Puppet amidst the perilous pursuit, leading up to the activation of the Zero Plan at the Upside-Down Tower. Taking a deep breath, Lynn asked, "Teacher, what are your plans moving forward? The Demon Association has been destroyed. Surely you will remain here with your disciple?" He sensed the undercurrents of his mentor's thoughts. Bloodsaw remained silent for a while. "I had indeed contemplated a period of tranquility, yet I may not linger here for long." Lynn was taken aback. Bloodsaw sighed bitterly and said, "The Demon Association has been annihilated, but many of the research achievements within the association were the fruits of our labor as elders, and I cannot allow those accomplishments to fall into oblivion. Although the Upside-Down Tower is in ruins, the association's branches in the dark world still endure. Not long ago, I received word that before the tower's destruction, the Heart-Eater demon transferred most of the association's records to several secret bases. Despite differing ideologies, they share an equal fervor for knowledge. As one of the few remaining elders of the Demon Association, I cannot allow those invaluable insights to be lost due to the association's demise." Bloodsaw rose to his feet, placing a reassuring hand on Lynn's shoulder, and earnestly stated, "I must admit I misjudged you in the past. From your experiences over these past few days, it is evident that you possess the capability and qualifications to stand on your own. Rather than trailing behind me and wasting your life, it will be far better for you to carve out a path that belongs solely to you. Rest assured, the teacher will always be the towering figure behind you, and he believes that you will undoubtedly find your place at the pinnacle of this dark world in the future." Lynn gazed blankly at the serious yet gentle expression on his teacher's rugged face, and in that moment, he felt an indescribable warmth enveloping him. Indeed, 2 years have passed. He had fallen into such a shadowy realm, filled with terror, strangeness, and absurdity. His worldview had been shattered time and again, and his understanding constantly challenged. Were it not for the steadfast protection of his formidable teacher, who guided him to adapt, change, and comprehend amidst this darkness, he might have perished on the very next day after his arrival. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of those 2 years, Lynn finally allowed a smile to grace his lips as he closed his eyes. Ah, yes, he had finally earned his teacher's affirmation. He opened his eyes with a smile, extending his hand towards the Bloodsaw, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination, and declared, "Fear not, teacher. Though I, Lynn, may lack talent, I assure you that I will transform the Bloodsaw Apothecary into the finest apothecary in this dark world. I shall also strive to become the most healing doctor in this realm." Observing the confident young smile adorning Lynn's face and his spirited proclamation, Madame Puppet stood momentarily entranced, her heart racing wildly. Youth indeed hold a unique charm. Though he had seemed so peculiar before, his sudden normalcy radiated an inexplicable handsomeness and vitality. Even she, an older woman, felt her heart flutter. Truly, he was strikingly handsome. Were it not for her existing bond with that old rascal, Bloodsaw, she would have been tempted to whisk him away to a secluded chamber and shower him with affection. Vivid images of indescribable encounters flooded her mind, prompting her to quickly shake her head to dispel those bizarre thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor. No, that would be excessive. It would be utterly unfair to deprive her daughters of such a vibrant young man. A plan began to formulate in her mind. Time swiftly passed. After their conversation concluded, they decided to stay here temporarily. Bloodsaw and Lynn returned to their respective rooms, and soon the resounding snores of Bloodsaw echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Madame Puppet was unable to sleep in the adjacent guest room. Draped in her oversized nightgown, she paced back and forth, pondering how to facilitate a connection between Bloodsaw's apprentice and her daughters. Directly introducing them would be too abrupt, especially since they had just met. Moreover, if Bloodsaw were to find out, he would undoubtedly intervene, as attempting to help her daughters break free from the blood curse could impose significant negative repercussions on the Liberator. Given Bloodsaw's fondness for his apprentice, he would never consent to such a matter. Thus, an alternative approach was necessary. After a moment's contemplation, an idea slowly took shape in her mind. As a doctor, he would surely not refuse a patient's plea for assistance, especially if it came from an aunt's perspective. He would undoubtedly offer his help selflessly, would he not? With this thought, a mysterious smile graced her lips, and once he rendered assistance, she could naturally express her gratitude by offering him a modestly valuable reward. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Hee. With that, she quietly opened the door, casting a glance at the distant room where Bloodsaw's thunderous snores resounded, and then confidently made her way towards Lynn's loft. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed thrice. Lynn, who had been resting, instantly sat up like a startled zombie. Lynn, dear, it's your aunt. Are you there? Lynn was taken aback. Aunt? The old lover of his teacher? What could she possibly want at this late hour? He quickly descended from his bed and approached the door, hesitatingly peering through a small hole in the door. Instantly, a wave of emotion surged into his eyes. With a swift motion, Lynn flung open the door, exclaiming it. What can I do for you at this hour? Madame Puppet stood before him, smiling, her towering height making Lynn appear exceedingly petite. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the trickle of blood streaming from Lynn's nose and inquired, Lynn, it seems your nose is bleeding? Lynn hastily wiped away the blood and rubbed his temples, reassuring her, it's nothing. I've just been a bit overheated lately. A little rest will suffice. Madame Puppet, not delving deeper, surveyed Lynn with an appreciative gaze, increasingly captivated by his youthful vigor and striking appearance. However, she did not forget the purpose of her visit. Well, she began, a hint of discomfort crossing her face as she pressed her forehead, appearing fatigued. I've been running around these past few days, especially after helping your teacher deal with those puppets from the Demon Association. My strength hasn't returned, and my whole body aches. I feel utterly drained and can't sleep at night. I'm not sure what's wrong, so I thought I would seek your help, dear nephew. Ding. Quest triggered. Assist Madame Puppet in examining her health. Quest reward. 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, with a high probability of triggering a special reward. The prospect of a special reward piqued Lynn's interest. Without hesitation, he moved aside and said, Aunt, please come in. However, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. If Madame Puppet was unwell, why not consult his teacher? After all, Bloodsaw's medical skills far surpassed his own. But as he listened to the thunderous snores emanating from the other room, he understood. Perhaps she wished to avoid disturbing her teacher, especially since he had just completed surgery. Click. After ushering Madame Puppet inside, Lynn turned to close the door. The moment he did, he caught sight of her stretching luxuriously, producing a peculiar sound of contentment as her ample figure swayed like a tide, leaving Lynn momentarily breathless. Aunt, please be mindful. You do realize that presenting yourself so casually before a young man can have a profound psychological impact, don't you? Nevertheless, being a doctor, Lynn quickly regained his composure. He donned his white coat, pulled out a chair opposite Madame Puppet, and calmly took out his paper and pen. Aunt, were you feeling unwell? Please describe your symptoms in detail. Madame Puppet observed Lynn's reaction discreetly, covering her forehead as she replied weakly, My head feels heavy, my back and waist ache. My muscles are sore, everything hurts, and for some reason, I feel utterly drained. Lynn pondered for a moment, jotting down notes. Have you perhaps been overexerting yourself? Have you not had sufficient rest and recovery these past few days? Madam Puppet tugged at the collar of her nightgown, answering weakly. I'm also somewhat perplexed. Despite having a commendable quality of sleep, I find myself devoid of energy. She seemed to be uncomfortably tugging at her collar, which startled Lynn. He quickly regained his composure and pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, Very well, dear aunt, allow me to take your pulse to ascertain the issue. The doll lady smiled warmly, resting her forehead in her hand, and replied, That would be splendid. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and weakly extended her hand. She cast a sly glance at Lynn, fully aware that she was not ill. Her intention was merely to use this pretext to facilitate a connection between him and her daughters. Surely, he would not diagnose anything amiss, and she could simply request some invigorating tonics or perhaps a massage, after which she would gracefully present him with a token of gratitude. It was a flawless plan. Lynn gently placed his hand upon her wrist, closing his eyes to attentively feel the rhythm of her pulse. After several seconds, a look of confusion crossed his face, for the pulse conveyed normalcy. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, something felt amiss. If she were truly exhausted, the pulse would surely reflect that, but did not. Could it be that his diagnostic abilities had waned? Doctor, what is the matter? Is it serious? The doll lady inquired anxiously. Lynn snapped back to reality, contemplating, Please hold on. The feedback from the pulse requires some time to analyze. Do not fret. Narrowing his eyes, he proceeded to open the system panel. Since he could not glean anything from the pulse, he might as well activate his diagnostic skills. After all, for most creatures in this realm, it is challenging to utilize human diagnostic methods to ascertain symptoms. Ding! You are activating the passive diagnostic effect of random diagnosis. Would you like to proceed immediately? Yes. And in that instant, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Ding! You have discovered the target ailment, skeletal compression. Ding! You have discovered the target ailment, flesh and blood pathology. Ding! You have discovered the target ailment, blood source curse. Lynn was taken aback, instantly rising to his feet and gazing gravely at the doll lady before him. She blinked in surprise and asked, What is it? Lynn regarded her intently, stating solemnly, Dear aunt, you are gravely unwell. Minutes later, in the apothecary's front hall, the doll lady sat in bewilderment at the counter, watching as Lynn hurriedly rummaged through an array of medicinal herbs. Wait, this is not right. I'm not ill at all. I merely intended to use this as a means to connect my daughters with him. How could a casual diagnosis suggest that I am on the brink of death? Lynn? What's going on? Surely, I must just be fatigued, she thought, observing the seriousness etched on Lynn's face, her eyes widening with inexplicable anxiety. It is not mere fatigue, Lynn declared, clutching a bundle of herbs and turning to her, donning a pair of monocles. He resumed his seat at the counter, placing the herbs aside and gazing at her with a grave expression. Dear aunt, I must ask you to answer truthfully. In recent years, have you frequently experienced an overwhelming sensation of heaviness in your bones, particularly during intense physical exertion, where it feels as though your body could collapse at any moment, requiring an extended period to recuperate? The doll lady paused. No. What nonsense. I am the mistress of the puppet estate, although I have yet to attain royal status. Few in this dark world dare to provoke me. If there were truly a grave ailment within me, would I not be aware of it? Doubt began to creep into her mind, and her confidence in the young man before her began to waver. Surely, she was not ill. Could he truly discern some affliction within her? Lynn adjusted his monocle, gazing deeply at her. No, madam, it is not that you are without illness. Rather, something is obscuring it, making it difficult for you to recognize the symptoms within your body. The doll lady hesitated. What jest is this? You dare not jest with me. Even your master would not attempt to deceive me. Lynn's expression remained serious as he continued. Madam, allow me to pose another question. What form does your power take? The doll lady furrowed her brow, raising a finger for which a mysterious black aura materialized. A curse? What of it? A curse. A form of enigmatic magical energy that exists within the dark world, commonly wielded by wizards, demons, and sorcerers alike. Lynn replied calmly. Madam, do you retain a vast reservoir of curse energy within your being? Indeed, she acknowledged, raising an eyebrow. Lynn adjusted his monocle again, his tone deepening. And what of situations where you are not bolstered by that curse energy? Have you ever experienced such a state? The doll lady hesitated. Indeed, she had never encountered such a condition. Ever since her transformation from a puppet into flesh and blood, she had lost the means of energy storage that her puppet form provided, relying solely on her body as a reservoir for curse energy, which allowed her to unleash tremendous combat prowess at will. Lynn regarded her with keen insight. If I am not mistaken, it is the immense power of the curse energy within you that conceals certain ailments from your awareness. Should you doubt my assertion, I suggest you temporarily suppress that energy and observe the outcome. The doll lady, though skeptical, considered the possibility. She had no reason to believe he would deceive or mock her, as she could find no justification for such an act. Could he truly perceive something hidden within her body? This was implausible. Nevertheless, she cautiously extended her hand and swiftly performed a series of arcane gestures. As a resounding glow enveloped her, the energy coursing through her veins visibly concentrated around her heart. Utilizing a special technique, she momentarily redirected all her energy to her heart, rendering the rest of her body devoid of protective energy. Almost instantaneously, the doll lady's expression shifted dramatically. She coughed violently, a tremendous pressure surging from her bones to her brain. Her skeletal structure creaked under the weight, while her body grew stiff and sluggish. In that moment, she experienced a disconcerting illusion, as if she were still in her former puppet form, as though she had never transitioned into flesh and blood. How could this be? She gasped in horror. Lynn narrowed his eyes, adjusting his glasses as he reviewed the system's diagnostic descriptions in his mind. Madam, if my conjecture is correct, you are not always in this corporeal form. According to my diagnosis, there lies a remnant of a curse within you, gradually eroding your body and subtly causing pathological changes. The most apparent manifestation of this is its impact on your bones and flesh. Lynn cradled his chin, stating earnestly, your bones and flesh appear to be transforming into a state akin to wood and fiber. Ding! The doll lady's sanity value decreased by 10. The doll lady was struck with shock. This cannot be. The blood source curse has already been lifted. Wood and fiber. Memories of her state prior to encountering blood saw flashed vividly in her mind. A puppet. A creature with a skeleton of wood, filled with plant fibers and resin as its corporeal substance. Her complexion turned pale. Lynn reassured her, this transformation must have persisted for many years. The reason you are oblivious to it is that you have grown accustomed to utilizing arcane energies to propel your body, rather than relying on the body itself. This, in turn, has further weakened your physical form. Under the influence of mystical energies, you may not perceive any abnormalities. But once you encounter a situation where those energies are depleted, the degeneration of your body will immediately bring about a severe backlash. Lynn narrowed his eyes. If you were to discover this in a few decades, I fear that upon releasing the arcane energies, your body would collapse instantaneously. Buzz. The Lady of the Dolls found her mind suddenly blank. She murmured, parting her lips, yet no words emerged. How could this be? She had merely wished to feign illness. Seeking a massage from this young man, perhaps to procure some medicine, and then casually use that pretext to connect him with her daughters. How could a mere casual diagnosis reveal such a plethora of ailments? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. However, fret not. Lynn cast her a sidelong glance. Fortuitously, dear aunt, you have encountered me. Perhaps this is fate. It seems the heavens have destined me to assist you in alleviating your afflictions. Indeed, it must be fate. Otherwise, how could this lady, in the dead of night, stealthily visit his chamber seeking medical attention? Could it be that her romantic inclinations were so potent that even a glance from a mentor would compel her to drag him into a secluded chamber for some indecent play? The mere thought was absurd. The Lady of the Doll's face turned pale, and she grasped Lynn's hand, pulling it to her bosom. Is it true? Child, can you truly cure your aunt? She implored. Rest assured, if you can indeed heal me, I shall comply with your every desire. Even if it means we engage in some clandestine activities, I would not hesitate to cooperate. Lynn, what the heck? This has crossed into my ethical blind spot. Goodness, is this world so liberated? Please refrain from uttering such peculiar statements. You are making me hesitate to treat you. Lynn coughed awkwardly, struggling to retract his hand. As for those activities, I would prefer to abstain. I am still a rather serious young man, unaccustomed to such forbidden endeavors, and my inclinations do not permit me to entertain such grandiose presences. Compared to someone as robust as you, dear aunt, I find myself more inclined towards. Of course, he dared not voice the final sentiments. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Adjusting his monocle, Lynn calmly picked up a quill. I have discovered remnants of a curse within your body, indicating that you must have previously employed some method to dispel its influence. Can you divulge what that method was? It would assist me in tailoring an appropriate remedy. This method was not mentioned in the systematic diagnostic report. The Lady of the Dolls paused, her pallid complexion taking on a faint blush. Are you certain you wish for me to disclose it? Lynn, maintaining a deadpan expression, lifted his gaze. Of course. As a physician, a harbinger of hope, I must understand sufficient details to provide you with the most effective treatment. Do you comprehend? The Lady of the Dolls hesitated, but eventually nodded. Her face flushed slightly as she continued. It is quite simple, really. In our lineage's method of dispelling curses, one must find a being with whom they share profound feelings, and at a moment of emotional crescendo, allow that individual to elevate them to the pinnacle of ecstasy. She gazed intently at the increasingly dazed Lynn and raised a finger. At the height of your emotions, you can suppress the blood curse within you. Thud. Lynn's cool fell to the ground. He sat there, stupefied. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The Lady of the Dolls leaned in earnestly. It must be at the pinnacle of ecstasy. Otherwise, the effects will be significantly diminished. Do you understand what it means to be at that height? Lynn replied, I suppose it's not what I'm thinking, right? The Lady of the Dolls nodded vigorously, stating, indeed, it is precisely as you imagine. Silence enveloped the room. Lynn sat in a daze atop the counter while the imposing figure of the Lady of the Dolls leaned forward, her gaze piercing. With a mere glance downward, Lynn could see beneath the neckline of her nightwear. The scene was as bizarre as it could be. Lynn rubbed his eyes vigorously, leaning back, exasperated. Then perhaps you should seek my teacher for a trial? The Lady of the Dolls responded fervently. In the guise of a doll, one is oblivious to beauty or ugliness. Once grown, regret is inevitable. And besides, your teacher can no longer elevate me to such heights. Why? Lynn inquired, bewildered. The Lady of the Dolls, her expression darkening, narrowed her eyes. That issue which terrifies all men. Chapter 144. Please do not speak too loudly. Buzz. Lynn's gaze turned hollow. Such explosive and terrifying news was akin to a nuclear bomb being dropped into a fish pond, resulting in a myriad of irradiated fish. This was surely not information a disciple should possess. No way. Not possible. Teacher, I swear, I did not intend to learn this. In my eyes, you have always been a robust and invincible man. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Lynn extended his hand, swiftly regaining his composure, striving to calm his expression. He immediately summoned the solutions provided by the system for the ailments at hand. The keywords emotional peak resonated within him. Furrowing his brow, he pondered. Lady, may I pose another question? Have you considered that dispelling the curse within you might not necessarily require such activities, but rather just a point of emotional eruption? Do you think that might be a possibility? The Lady of the Dolls settled herself, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. Of course, I have contemplated this, but the matter is not as simple as you perceive. To be frank, before encountering your teacher, my true form was that of a puppet ensnared by a curse. Lynn was taken aback. Puppets are devoid of emotions, morals, shame, joy, or sorrow. Or perhaps they're not entirely devoid, but it is challenging to evoke such feelings. She opened her eyes, her voice softening. Our lineage has chosen the most harmonious method, to find a trustworthy corporeal being, gradually forge bonds with them, and slowly coax one's emotions to the surface, culminating in a transformation at the peak of ecstasy. Her gaze deepened. Other methods exist, but they are far too cruel. For instance, through immense torment, one can induce the puppet to feel profound despair and resentment, resulting in transformation. Alternatively, by annihilating everything she holds dear, friends, former kin, cherished possessions, she may also undergo a metamorphosis in the depths of her sorrow. Compared to these extreme measures, achieving transformation through joy is, in fact, the most favorable approach. As they were still in their doll phase, the concept of H for them was merely a catalyst for awakening their inner emotions. The deeper the feelings, the greater the happiness experienced during such moments. Lynn pondered this revelation. Thus, he raised his head and solemnly remarked, however, it appears that this method is not a permanent solution. At least, your current curse has not been entirely dispelled. The doll mistress, with her eyes closed, sneered. That is a question for your mentor. Lynn contemplated this, then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, I suddenly have a question. If, during the doll phase, due to peculiar constructs and some profound, enigmatic reasons, you could only experience the joy of H when emotions were invoked, then smack. Lynn slapped his forehead in exasperation. What am I doing? In the dead of night, quietly discussing the topic of H with my mentor and his wife. How bizarre is that? How utterly shameful. And then? The doll mistress inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lynn strove to suppress his rhetorical musings, maintaining a composed expression as he declared, but, dear mistress, you are no longer a doll. So, surely you no longer require emotional stimulation? Emotions purely induced by the body should also serve to suppress that curse, correct? The doll mistress paused, contemplating. Do you wish to try? Lynn stood up resolutely, his collarbone clearly visible. The doll mistress gazed at him, her heart racing in a flurry. How we try? Are you suggesting, could it be that this apprentice of Bloodsaw has suddenly gained insight? Does he truly wish to? This is far too taboo. Moments later, in the apothecary room, Lynn stood calmly before the cauldron, slowly stirring the viscous, bubbling concoction. The doll mistress sat there, arms crossed, disappointment etched on her face, her eyes closed. A few dark lines of frustration appearing on her forehead. Are we truly concocting potions? Lynn queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. What else could it be? The doll mistress, eyes still shut, responded, I had thought it was something else. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased by 1. Lynn, taken aback, thought, surely, my dear mistress, you do not genuinely believe I have devolved into such depravity as to use my own body to help suppress your curse? Setting aside whether my mentor would eliminate me, even if I possess that ability, I lack the means. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing those peculiar thoughts, and then produced a small vial of potion from his pocket, squinting as he poured it into the large cauldron. Plop! A wisp of pink smoke rose, transforming into a heart shape. Passion Demon Perfume X1. This was an item he had previously redeemed from the system shop, which had yet to find its purpose, until now. Quickly, he bottled and sealed the potion, turning to face the doll mistress with calm assurance. Mistress, we may commence. Several minutes later, on the operating table, the doll mistress sat in astonishment as Lynn elevated the table, adjusting it to a semi-reclined position. She then watched as he secured her limbs with the restraints on the table. Are you really going to play this way? Lynn adjusted his glasses, shaking his head. Madam, please refrain from uttering such peculiar comments. This is merely a precaution to prevent any erratic movements. Lynn narrowed his eyes, grasping the syringe. To avert any unforeseen incidents, I shall administer a certain dosage of anesthetic to your limbs, but this is all in service of the ultimate treatment. Do you wish to proceed? The doll mistress hesitated. If this can suppress the curse, then I am willing. Lynn nodded and presented the dozen vials of potion before her. Madam, if you consume these potions and can endure until dawn, I assure you that the curse within you will be significantly suppressed. However, you must remember not to make excessive noise. The doll mistress gazed at the pink potion, uncertain. So, what exactly is this potion? Lynn took a deep breath, closing his eyes. I will explain once your curse has been suppressed, as it is quite challenging to articulate. After all, this was his first attempt at concocting such a remedy, and he was not yet proficient. Gulp, gulp. A few minutes later, the doll mistress had consumed all the potions, and Lynn had injected a substantial dose of anesthetic into her arms and legs. All done. Lynn calmly approached the door, turning to look at the doll mistress on the operating table. The effects of the potion will manifest shortly. But please remember, all of this is a necessary sacrifice to suppress the curse. I cannot conceive of a better solution. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure. Madam, I have faith that you will endure. The doll mistress was taken aback, about to ask another question when Lynn abruptly slammed the door shut. He swiftly locked the door to the operating room, hurriedly took boards and nails, and sealed the entrance with a flurry of activity before rushing back to the attic, stuffing cotton balls into his ears and closing his eyes to rest. Time sped by. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sounds of distress erupted from the operating room below. Chapter 145, You Are a Devil. From the operating room, a series of high-pitched, indescribable screams echoed. Lynn, you scoundrel, you actually drugged me. Ah, how infuriating. Help, help. I can't take it anymore. You are finished. You will pay for this, I swear. The frantic, fragmented cries continued to reverberate. Simultaneously, Lynn's ears were bombarded with system notifications. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased by 1. Ding. The doll mistress's level of panic has reached 10. Ding. The doll mistress's level of panic has reached 11. Various notifications inundated Lynn's senses, yet he kept his eyes shut, cotton stuffed in his ears, feigning slumber and selectively tuning out the chaos. Gradually, as time progressed, the frantic cries began to lose coherence. Doctor, please, I beg you, come into this room. I mean no harm. I swear. Just come and talk to me. I truly mean it, sob. I can't endure this any longer. If you're too embarrassed, you could even call your teacher. But Lynn remained oblivious, eyes closed, hearing nothing. As a doctor, he had to uphold his professional integrity. They had only just begun the first treatment cycle, and at that dosage, it would likely persist for at least 4 to 5 more hours. Lynn mentally counted, waiting for the passage of time. Ding. Your task objective's current state has changed. Fragmented thoughts. Ding. Your task objective state has changed. Convulsions and unconsciousness. Ding. Your task objective state has changed. Awakening. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, time flowed swiftly. Not only the bloodsaw apothecary, But the entire soul alley endured a sleepless night that evening. The following day. Perspective, blood doll. I timidly inquire who among the sisters or aunts is awake all night. Book ghost. This is utterly intolerable. An expansive ghost alley. Is it truly impossible to accommodate even a solitary, tranquil desk? The bell ringer. I can hardly endure this. Is it truly so persistent? Until morning, no less. Whose vassal is this, that they exhibit such ferocity? The skeletal mage. It seems I am the only one unaffected. The scavenger. Being older, I cannot bear this cacophony. Yet I must say, that young lady ought to temper her exuberance. Chanting for 5 or 6 continuous hours is quite excessive. The queen of evil spirits. Why does it feel as though the source lies in the apothecary's direction? No, I must seize an opportunity to investigate. The singleton ghost. Oh. Morning dawned, and Ghost Alley lay desolate. Amidst the swirling black mist, the fleeting phantoms that occasionally emerged bore expressions of lethargy and bewilderment. A night of relentless bombardment. This is not something an ordinary being could withstand. And let us not mention the surging waves of sound, each one surpassing the last, resonating with a profound echo that penetrated the very air. Bloodsaw Apothecary. 21598, 21599, 21600. Almost there. After silently counting for 6 hours, Lynn opened his eyes and calmly arose from his bed. Donning his white coat, mask, and gloves, Lynn swiftly descended the stairs and arrived at the surgical room's door. Prying off the nails, securing the door, he hesitated for a moment before knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Andy, how do you feel? Lynn inquired kindly. No response came from within. After much deliberation, Lynn ultimately retrieved his key from his pocket, resolving to open the door and investigate. Upon stepping inside, Lynn was met with an unsettling sight. The operating table was devoid of its occupant and bore signs of damage, evidently the result of the doll lady breaking free after the anesthetic wore off. In the next moment, Lynn spotted the doll lady slumped in the corner by the operating table, her gaze vacant, attire disheveled, and a flush upon her cheeks. Her body twitching intermittently, a clear indication of malfunction. As for the state of the room, words fail to encapsulate the chaos. In summary, it was a scene of utter devastation. Lynn adjusted his monocle and hastily approached the dazed doll lady, calmly setting down his medical kit and extracting his stethoscope to listen to her heartbeat. He then took her pulse for a comprehensive examination and diagnosis. The heart rate was likely a response to prolonged adrenaline surges. The fibrous tissues of her bones and flesh exhibited considerable reversal. Signs indicated a significant weakening of the curse within her, confirming that the treatment was indeed effective. A smile of relief graced Lynn's face as he extended his hand to shake hers. Good news. Auntie, the affliction within you is gradually improving. With a few more treatment sessions, I believe the curse can be thoroughly suppressed. The doll lady's body visibly trembled at his words, particularly when their hands met. As if instinctively reacting, in a daze, she murmured, "You are a devil." Ding. Host has completed the task. Check the body. You have received task rewards, 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, special reward X1. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. Lifelong Adversary of Women. You have gained 200 basic experience. Lifelong Adversary of Women, special achievement. Achieving a stage of indescribable nature with one or more members of the opposite sex under any circumstances may grant a chance of acquisition. One should not, at least, be able to. You have received a permanent bonus. Stamina 10, Constitution 10, Happiness 10. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the milestone achievement. Sincere Pharmacologist. You have gained 300 basic experience. Sincere Pharmacologist milestone achievement. Successfully creating one or more spring potions may grant a chance of acquisition, indicating that you have developed more peculiar directions and functions in the field of pharmacology. You have received a high-quality reward. Sizzling Potion Recipe X1. Lynn was taken aback. 2 achievements at once. Quite rare indeed. Chapter 146, The Doll Lady's Gratitude. Lynn automatically disregarded the system's detailed descriptions of the achievements and directly examined the reward just granted to him. Sizzling Potion Recipe. Quality Advanced. Description: one should not, at least, research such a potion. Those who do deserve death. Yet, this does not negate the fact that it is an excellent potion. However, due to its extreme potency, it must be used judiciously. Do not consume an entire vial recklessly, lest you bear the consequences. Recipe: Succubus Fluid X1, Hellfire Bloom X5, Slime Mucus X1, Spider Demon Sac X1, among others. Lynn mused. Indeed, he had begun to discern the system's patterns. As long as one engages in a particular endeavor, the rewards provided by the system are likely to be related to that very field. However, Such a peculiar potion recipe was unlikely to be of any use to him. After all, such an indecorous elixir was vastly incompatible with his own attributes. Minutes later, at the counter in the hall, Lynn composedly presented a cup of strong tea to the seated doll lady across from him. Although she had regained consciousness, her gaze remained somewhat vacant, and her body trembled from time to time, her skin flushed. The residual effects of the potion lingered, but it was of little concern. He had prepared a stimulant potion for her, and after drinking this cup of tea, she would soon feel revitalized. Thank you. The doll lady numbly cradled the petite teacup, her mind still in disarray. Lynn smiled, crossing his hands atop the table, and asked Annie, "How are you feeling? Has the curse within you been suppressed?" After finishing her tea, the doll lady felt a refreshing sensation surge through her, swiftly restoring her awareness. She murmured while holding the teacup, "It seems to be effective. The abnormalities in my muscles and bones are indeed much improved compared to yesterday." Lynn replied with a smile, "That is the essence of targeted treatment. Curses differ from others. The key lies in discovering the appropriate breakthrough." The doll lady recalled the harrowing night she had endured in nightmares. She instinctively shuddered. Though Lynn's words rang true, it was undeniable that utilizing that abhorrent potion had produced effects surpassing even those of intimate encounters. Typically, one experiences a moment of blankness, only to be followed by a second wave of onslaught. Yet she swore that sensation was akin to countless ants crawling over her, an utterly unpleasant experience. She had no desire to undergo it a second time, for it truly felt as though she had malfunctioned. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to cast away that horrific feeling, her gaze eventually landing on Lynn's smiling face with a flicker of something indescribable, an amalgam of warmth and affection. Lynn maintained his composure, though internally, he had likely grasped the doll lady's thoughts. What a jest! Though I, Lynn, may occasionally indulge in frivolity, I would never encroach upon my own territory. Do not even mention it. You are still the old flame of my teacher. I must be out of my mind to dare to cross such boundaries. Just yesterday, I uttered so many bold declarations in front of my teacher, and now, the very next day, I find myself in a situation where my teacher has been betrayed. The mere thought of it is terrifying. Lynn absolutely wishes to sever all ties with this lady. After this encounter, maintaining a significant distance is imperative. He cannot afford to grant her even the slightest opportunity. By the way, the blood saw, I called for it yesterday, yet he didn't seem to hear me at all. The doll lady inquired curiously. Lynn, with his eyes closed, replied, "Rest assured, to prevent any inexplicable misunderstandings, I administered a small dose of sleeping pills to my teacher. He is currently in a deep slumber." Lynn instinctively shifted a pile of empty bottles hidden beneath the counter to a more discreet location. The doll lady teased, "How considerate of you. You even dared to drug your teacher?" Lynn retorted, "What else should I have done? Should I allow my teacher to awaken and witness you in such a dissolute state, trapped on the operating table? I can assure you, he would storm in with a knife. Rather than allowing misunderstandings to arise and then needing to explain, it is far better to nip them in the bud." After that brief experience, Lynn has become quite astute. "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you." The doll lady smiled, resting her chin on her hand. "Had you not uncovered those issues for me, I might have discovered them too late, rendering it impossible to rectify. In that regard, you are indeed superior to your teacher." She continued, "Now, tell me, dear boy, what reward do you desire?" Lynn calmly shook his head. "You belong to my teacher. How could I possibly ask for money from you? That would be absurd. Haha, quite perceptive." The doll lady smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Then, she suddenly leaned in closer and, with a mysterious smile, said, "That simply won't do. One must be grateful. How about this? If you do not wish for monetary compensation, I shall bestow upon you something else. Shall we?" Lynn was taken aback. In an instant, he recalled the special reward mentioned in the system prompt. Could this be what it referred to? Lynn hesitated. "What is it?" The doll lady's lips curled upward as she slowly extended her palm, waves of enigmatic magical energy swirling above it. With a soft thud, a thin booklet inscribed with magical runes materialized in her hand. With curious eyes, Lynn watched as she gently pushed the booklet toward him, saying, "I believe you will find this quite intriguing. In a few days, your teacher will be seeking the legacy of the Sorcerer Association, and by then, you shall be all alone in the Soul Alley. While I am aware that you are friends with those 3 headhunters, they surely cannot remain by your side indefinitely." The news of the Sorcerer Association's downfall has already spread across the realms, and many ill-intentioned beings will come here to investigate. Do you not desire to possess additional means of self-preservation? Lynn lowered his gaze and picked up the thin booklet. The bold characters on the title page immediately caught his attention. Comprehensive Doll Manual of the Doll Manor. Dolls. Lynn and as he turned to the first page. A beautifully crafted illustration of a doll greeted him, accompanied by dense text revealing information about the doll. First doll, Song Xianyu, a cleansing type doll possessing formidable magical abilities. Adept at casting spells to deliver extensive area strikes. Personality, mature and articulate. Emotional development, unknown. Combat rating, unknown. Energy consumption, high. Appearance, female, a medium-sized magical doll, adult form, with long black hair and blue eyes, the right eye being obscured by a flower bud due to damage. Distinctive features include a white robe and blue sash. Standing at 175 centimeters. Second doll, Zhan Hunge, a combat-type doll with exceptional melee capabilities. Capable of becoming a razor-sharp blade on the battlefield with her extreme assault and frenzied abilities. Personality, crazed and pathological. Emotional development, unknown. Combat rating, unknown. Energy consumption, extreme. Appearance, female, a lightweight doll with a lowly figure, possessing red hair and red eyes, often wielding a 3-meter-long heavy scythe, nearly uncontrollable during combat. Distinctive features include the scythe and red hair, standing at 151 centimeters. Third doll, Luli Deng, a maid-type doll, female, with excellent housekeeping abilities. As a perfect housekeeper doll, her outstanding management and financial skills allow her to adapt swiftly to any environment. Personality, lively and charming. Emotional development, unknown. Combat rating, unknown. Energy consumption, low. Appearance, female. A medium-sized doll with a youthful figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes. She often manages the doll manor in the lady's absence and holds the title of the first head maid. Her maid outfit perfectly simulates real, human emotional expressions, with distinctive features including a smile and grace. Standing at 160 centimeters. Lynn was astonished as he flipped through the manual. Each page featured an exquisite illustration of a doll along with relevant descriptions, and without exception, every doll was intricately crafted, resembling a real person, yet distinctly not one. They exuded an indescribable, eerie beauty. Lynn was utterly captivated. The doll lady, resting her chin on her hand, remarked, "All of them are exceptional dolls, each meticulously selected and brought from around the world. Cursed dolls that are also my daughters. You must have noticed that each one possesses their own area of expertise. And after my careful refinement, they're far more likely to be accepted by the normal world compared to ancient puppets like myself." The doll lady continued her introduction, leaning forward with an enchanting smile. "So, which one piqued your interest? If you find one you like, I can rent her to you at any time. She can serve as a bodyguard or a maid. Of course, if you're not afraid of danger, you could also use her as a plaything." Lynn exclaimed, "What? You can actually rent them?" Furrowing his brow, he added, "I find this rather troubling, since you have already stated that these are your daughters. It feels somewhat wrong to treat them like mere commodities for rent." The doll lady, her smile unwavering, replied, "Very well, let me phrase it more formally. You can consider this an employment arrangement." "Employment?" Lynn hesitated. The doll lady crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and smirked. "Indeed, my daughters excel in their respective fields, and many beings from the dark world are willing to pay handsomely to employ them for various difficult tasks. Assassinations, warfare, bodyguarding, management, and so forth. My daughters also enjoy experiencing different customs and lifestyles through such engagements, and this serves as a vital source of income to keep the manor running smoothly." After listening to the doll lady's explanation, Lynn nodded thoughtfully. In a certain sense, this was akin to a security company. The doll lady gazed at him with a gentle smile. "So what do you think? Is there one that suits your needs? If you find one you like, just let me know, and since this is a form of gratitude, the first rental will be free." She continued to entice him. Lynn pondered for a moment. To be honest, he was indeed somewhat intrigued. It was not merely because they were aesthetically pleasing, nor was it solely due to their captivating appearance. Rather, it was a practical consideration of his current situation. What she had just said was undeniably accurate. Once the teacher departed, if another incident like the previous invasion of the flesh puppets were to occur, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. He couldn't rely on the blood garb spirit every time, and since the blood garb lady often ventured out to hunt, facing any significant threat alone with just his left hand would indeed be a daunting challenge. Perhaps, selecting one, Lynn felt a stirring in his heart. Under the watchful smile of the doll mistress, Lynn began to meticulously peruse the introductions of each doll. However, it wasn't long before he found himself in a quandary. All of them were simply too delightful to behold. It was akin to sitting in a lounge, watching one charming little girl after another prance in, each more remarkable than the last, leaving him utterly unsure of whom to choose as his companion. Could he have them all? Lynn wondered. The doll mistress's smile instantly blossomed. Indeed, you may, she replied. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased to 10. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased to 12. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has increased to 15. Ding. The doll mistress is overjoyed. A shiver ran down Lynn's spine. Something was amiss. How could expressing a desire for all of them make her even happier? Did she harbor some nefarious ulterior motive? In an instant, Lynn recalled the curse within him. Could it be that her true intention was not to express gratitude, but rather to involve him in some bizarre affair with her doll daughters in order to help them break their curses? Lynn gasped. Using my body? Absolutely not. While I may have my peculiarities, I could never delve into such depths as my teacher. Realizing the implications of the doll mistress's intentions, Lynn trembled internally but maintained an outward calm. Is it possible to decline? Lynn ventured cautiously. The doll mistress's smile instantly waned. Ding. The doll mistress's affection for you has decreased to 10. You must choose. You didn't say no. Let me take a closer look. Lynn felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. The doll mistress's spirits lifted once more, her smile radiant. Contemplating his options, Lynn inquired. I understand the combat star ratings, but what does the emotional development level signify, Hinny? The doll mistress blinked and explained. This is my assessment of the difficulty in evoking their emotions based on years of interaction. The higher the star rating, the easier it is, and the closer they are to being human. Without hesitation, Lynn swiftly dismissed all dolls with high emotional star ratings. Ideally, he preferred those without any stars. He certainly did not wish to delve into the depths of emotion. And what about energy consumption? Lynn continued his queries. The doll mistress chuckled lightly. Just like you flesh and blood beings, when you're hungry, you need to eat. They also require energy to function, or else they may move sluggishly or even cease to operate. However, my daughters are quite advanced. Whether it be flesh, curse energy, or energy blocks, they can convert them into their own energy. Lynn pondered this, muttering to himself, so they still require sustenance. The doll mistress responded. Chapter 148. You'd best be genuinely ill. Lynn shook his head and then asked, Is there a doll that can function without being fed? The doll mistress closed her eyes and, with a series of clicks, raised her fists. This fellow. How stingy. Expecting a horse to run without feeding it. The doll mistress, visibly displeased, remarked, Well, there's indeed one. My seventh daughter has a bit of a cleanliness obsession and dislikes flesh and energy blocks. She has her own unique method of recovery. Lynn's curiosity piqued. What is it? The doll mistress took a deep breath, extended her long fingers, and placed a bronze object on the counter. Lynn was taken aback, exclaiming, A wind-up toy? Seventh doll, Black String Moon. A control-cleansing type doll, female, possessing formidable combat and control abilities, adept at manipulating targets' movements with threads of secret energy, causing them to harm one another or snap their own necks. Personality, none. Emotional development level, combat rating. Energy consumption, variable. Appearance, a life-sized lightweight doll, lowly figure. Silver hair, black eyes, adorned in a darkly glamorous golden dress and a small black hat. No preferences yet. No personality. Distinguishing feature, a wind-up socket on her back. Unlike other dolls, which can be matched with various types of wind-ups for charging. Height, 146 centimeters. Lynn gazed in astonishment at the Gothic-style doll girl depicted in the illustration. Even from the image, it was evident that she resembled a true doll more than the others, exuding an eerie beauty and an unsettling charm. She possessed a lesser degree of popularity compared to the other dolls. With her wind-up combat prowess and emotional detachment, she was a lightweight doll. Lynn instantly found her captivating. She was undoubtedly the perfect bodyguard, petite and easy to carry, requiring little sustenance while being highly capable, flawless in every regard. That's the one, Lynn declared earnestly. The doll mistress paused, slightly furrowing her brow, appearing somewhat reluctant. In truth, she had hoped Lynn would choose her eldest or third daughters, as they were both sufficiently normal and had high emotional development levels. This meant they were more likely to form a bond with the young man and could more easily mitigate the curse. Although the seventh daughter was exceptionally strong in combat, having even defeated her elder sister in a full-status 1v1 match, it was due to her low emotional development level, which prevented her from holding back. Each strike was aimed at annihilating her opponent, thus securing the upper hand. How about you select another? Or perhaps choose one more? The doll mistress hopefully suggested to Lynn. What if I include the third daughter as well? Although her combat abilities are lacking, she is considerate and can help manage her shop. What's not to like? Lynn, smiling, replied. No, one is sufficient. Are you joking? The third doll's emotional development level is so high that if anything were to accidentally develop between them, it would spell disaster. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the troubling issue his teacher had mentioned was due to excessive wear and tear. This must be avoided at all costs. Very well. The doll mistress closed her eyes and clutched the manual to her chest, saying, "Since this is your choice, I shall not interfere further. You may try her out first. If you find her unsatisfactory, you can contact me for a replacement at any time. For now, I will rent her to you for 30 days, waiving your rental fee. Once I return, I will arrange everything for you. How does that sound?" Lynn smiled. Deal. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the achievement. Doll Miss. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Doll Miss Stage Achievement. Obtained upon possessing your own doll in any form. You have received the rewards. Mental Strength 1, Constitution 2. Now, all that remained was to await the delivery. In the morning, the apothecary was operating normally. The drowsy Blood Saw finally stumbled into the front hall, rubbing his head and muttering in a daze. How strange. Could it be that I'm simply too tired? Why did I sleep so soundly? Lynn promptly approached, holding out a cup of tea, and coughed lightly. Teacher, you just had surgery yesterday. It's only natural to feel a bit fatigued. Here, have a cup of tea that I specially prepared for you. It invigorates the kidneys and sharpens the mind. Do give it a try. Upon seeing his dutiful disciple, Bloodsaw's mood instantly brightened. What a filial student. Waking up early to present him with tea and even offering to massage his back. The decision he made all those years ago was undoubtedly the right one. How considerate. Bloodsaw felt immensely relieved after drinking a cup of tea. His spirits lifted. Ding. Bloodsaw's affection for you has increased to 5. By the way, disciple, last night before bed, I spent a considerable amount of time pondering whether you have any thoughts on this matter. He set down his teacup and turned to Lynn, his expression becoming serious. Do you wish to become a true doctor? Upon the utterance of those words, Lynn was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, Are you suggesting? The Bloodsaw, with a faint smile, replied, A profession. As of now, you are merely my apprentice. Yet if you aspire to truly advance, you must select a vocation that aligns with your ambitions, serving as your primary trajectory for development. My principal profession is that of a flesh modifier, followed by my role as an alchemist, while also dabbling in surgery. However, I do not consider myself a true doctor. Hence, if you wish to tread the path of a physician, I advise you to join an association or organization dedicated to this field, as it will spare you from many convoluted detours. The sincerity in Bloodsaw's words resonated deeply within Lynn. He was instantly reminded of the rare job transfer quest bestowed upon him by the system. Observing Lynn's expression, Bloodsaw smiled faintly, remarking, It seems you have already formulated a notion, have you not? Lynn did not conceal his thoughts, and with a serious demeanor, stated, Sir, have you ever heard of the profession known as the Night Doctor? At this revelation, Bloodsaw was momentarily stunned, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment. Where did you learn of this term, Night Doctor? Lynn was about to fabricate a plausible excuse to evade the question, but Bloodsaw did not press further. Instead, he spoke with gravity. I am familiar with that organization. The Night Doctors, often referred to as the physicians who traverse the night, are a cadre of individuals aligned with the lawful good alignment, albeit somewhat deranged. Lawful good? Lynn exclaimed, astonished. Is there truly an organization that upholds such a principle in this dark world? After all, this is a realm of shadows, hell itself. The virtue of lawful good is undoubtedly rarer than winning the lottery. Bloodsaw shook his head, his gaze stern. Do not misunderstand. They are not the lawful good you might envision, but rather a label they have affixed to themselves. He raised his head, his expression grave. If you encounter them, it would be prudent to be afflicted with some ailment. They believe that all living beings are inherently sick, and their purpose is to offer salvation to the creatures of this world. In simpler terms, if you are unwell upon meeting them, they will fervently search for an affliction within you. If they discover one, they shall treat it. If not, Bloodsaw's gaze dimmed as he glanced at the myriad of stitches adorning his own body. Gritting his teeth, he continued, They will proceed to dissect you until they uncover something. Ding. Bloodsaw's sanity decreased by 1. Lynn, astonished, exclaimed, Are they truly that dedicated? Ding. Bloodsaw's sanity decreased by 2. Chapter 149. Lynn's affiliation. Dedicated? Bloodsaw regarded Lynn as though he were an unfamiliar creature, frowning as he said, Is that what you call dedication? Lynn pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, My apologies, sir. I can't help but feel they are a group striving to heal others, even if they do appear somewhat obsessive. Bloodsaw's mind buzzed, his gaze slightly vacant. Very nice people? He was perplexed by how his apprentice had formed such an absurd notion. Nonetheless, it seemed he was indeed quite intrigued by this profession. He fixed his gaze on Lynn and stated, While I am uncertain where you acquired knowledge of this organization, I must confess that they are among the few skilled medical groups in this dark world. However, I still advise you to abandon any thoughts of joining them. For those who are accepted into that profession are hardly normal beings. Lynn contemplated this seriously and replied, I am perfectly normal. Bloodsaw narrowed his eyes and proposed, how about this? You answer a few questions for me, which will help determine your alignment, and then you can choose your profession accordingly. Lynn was taken aback, then nodded earnestly. All right. Bloodsaw pondered for a moment before posing the first question. Do you possess compassion? Lynn wore a puzzled expression. After a moment of thought, he instinctively opened his system panel and nodded. Indeed, abundantly so. He had received 3 hearts as rewards from the system. Bloodsaw continued. Second question. As a doctor, if you encounter a severely injured person who bears you ill will, would you assist them? Lynn reflected carefully, then stated, if I were unaware of their malice, I would certainly offer aid, for I am a guardian in white, and I cannot stand idly by while someone perishes before my eyes. Bloodsaw replied gravely, and if, during your treatment, you discern their evident hostility? Without hesitation, Lynn responded earnestly, I would heal them first, then counsel them towards kindness. If they remain unkind, I would likely eliminate them. Bloodsaw wiped the cold sweat from his brow, contemplating this for a moment, before retreating to the backyard to fetch a hefty tome on psychology and a pair of reading glasses, stating, very well. Third question. As a doctor, you have a patient before you, and you face a significant dilemma. You possess the ability to heal them, but the process will inflict immense pain, potentially resulting in their demise. What would you choose? Lynn pondered this statement carefully. He considered whether the patient wished to live. Bloodsaw affirmed, indeed. Have they hired me to save them? Yes, Lynn replied, lifting his head to provide his answer. Smiling as he said, it is quite simple. Since they have hired me with the intention of survival, I shall go to any lengths to fulfill that goal. The process, in my view, is of little consequence. Bloodsaw hesitated. What if they succumb to the excruciating pain during the procedure? Lynn replied solemnly. Necromancy, suturing, mechanical enhancement, flesh modification, puppetry, necromantic magic, curses, there will always be a means to resurrect them. Bloodsaw was taken aback, but what if resurrection is not possible? Lynn furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating for an extended period before responding, would you prefer the truth or a lie? Bloodsaw hesitated. The truth, your most genuine thoughts. Lynn, his brow furrowed in contemplation, hesitated significantly before stating, firstly, I would never allow such a situation to arise. However, if it were to occur, I would undoubtedly feel guilt and regret. Yet, as long as the contractual relationship persists, he raised his gaze, adjusting his monocle, the lens reflecting a soft glow. His expression was strikingly composed as he smiled and declared, I would exhaust every effort to preserve their body until I could bring them back to life. I could never casually abandon them, due to objective or subjective reasons. Bloodsaw stared in astonishment at his apprentice, momentarily rendered speechless. For if this truly reflected Lynn's inner thoughts, this individual might well prove more formidable than those chaotic and evil beings, for he possessed an unsettling level of obsession. If this question were to be reframed in a more sinister light, regarding murder, it would indeed evoke a chilling sensation deep within. Bloodsaw inhaled deeply, his tone turning serious. Let's change the subject. Fourth question. Suppose your closest companion commits an offense that contravenes the law. What would you do? Lynn replied cheerfully, naturally. I would stand by my closest companion. Bloodsaw probed further, and why is that? Lynn responded earnestly, what significance does the law hold? And what if they indiscriminately slay innocents? In which world? Your world. Lynn pondered, reflecting, I am averse to indiscriminate killing. However, if their explanation were convincing, I would consider supporting them. But if it were merely for amusement, I would likely have to eliminate them. And what if it were the dark world? Lynn questioned, is there truly an innocent populace in the dark world? Bloodsaw took a deep breath and solemnly stated, one final question. If I commanded you to kill someone you are unwilling to slay, would you comply? Lynn was taken aback and responded, Teacher, would you truly give me such an order? Bloodsaw, exasperated, smacked his thigh and exclaimed, hypothetical. I said it was a hypothetical scenario. After pondering for a moment, Lynn replied, this question is difficult to answer, for I do not know whom you would have me kill. What if it were your beloved or your parents? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn lifted his head, revealing his pearly whites, and earnestly declared, I would kill you first. A resounding slap echoed as a large lump appeared on Lynn's head, emitting wisps of smoke. Minutes later, Lynn, perplexed, sat cross-legged before Bloodsaw and inquired, Teacher, are you testing my alignment? Am I perhaps lawful good, especially benevolent? Bloodsaw closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Nonsense. This fellow had no connection to lawful good. His utter disdain for laws and willingness to eliminate himself firmly placed him outside the entire lawful spectrum. If he were to join any organization that commanded him to undertake distasteful tasks, he would likely denounce it. Yet, he cannot be deemed chaotic evil either. It was evident that he possessed his own moral compass and values, starkly contrasting with those lunatics who only knew of killing. Bloodsaw raised his gaze and asked earnestly, "What do you believe is the essence of doctor?" Lynn contemplated before responding with sincerity, "To save lives, to ensure that good people can live happily, to allow the wicked to depart joyfully, and to alleviate the suffering caused by illness and pain." Bloodsaw hesitated and queried, "What do you consider happiness?" Lynn answered earnestly, "Being free from illness is happiness." Bloodsaw was drenched in sweat. Is it the standard? Why do this fellow's views align so closely with those of the Night Doctors? This is unacceptable. That profession is truly not one of integrity. Lynn, with hope in his eyes, asked, "Teacher, what alignment do you think I belong to?" Bloodsaw pondered carefully and eventually arrived at a tenuous conclusion, stating solemnly, "If the responses to my inquiries reflect your true sentiments, then it is reasonable to assert that your current beliefs lean towards chaotic good." In the back of the Apothecary, Bloodsaw regarded Lynn seriously and asked, "So, have you truly made your decision? Are you certain you wish to pursue the path of a Night Doctor?" Lynn clenched his fist against his chest and replied, "One must love their craft. And did you not say, teacher, that although Night Doctors are obstinate and perverse, they're the most skilled physicians in the dark world? If one must learn, it is best to learn from the finest." Bloodsaw's expression was one of profound discontent. Though he spoke thus, he harbored no fondness for that profession. As a person of stature, he had no desire to carry a vial of poison to contend with those Night Doctors. The thought of his disciple descending into madness alongside that crowd filled him with dread. He did not want someone perpetually scrutinizing him, eager to unearth some ailment. While he supported Lynn's ambition to become a Night Doctor, Bloodsaw cautioned him, becoming a Night Doctor is not a matter of mere desire. No one knows where their stronghold lies, and should you mistakenly encounter a roaming Night Doctor, you might find yourself dissected before you even propose an introduction. Lynn smiled slightly, flipped his finger, and raised his thumb, assuring, "Rest assured, teacher, I possess unique channels to locate the Night Doctor's stronghold." Observing Lynn's confidence, Bloodsaw shook his head. Very well. Since this was the path he had chosen, there was little he could do to intervene. After all, the young are often reckless, and without experiencing the harsh realities of this world, they cannot fathom the challenges that lie ahead. Bloodsaw lowered his gaze, looking deeply into Lynn's eyes, and declared, "Since this is your chosen path, I shall respect your decision. However, prepare yourself. I will not remain here long, and during this time, I shall subject you to a rigorous training regimen. My aim is to significantly enhance your medical skills and survival abilities." Lynn gasped, "Devil's training?" Bloodsaw stood abruptly, his face devoid of emotion, and seized a chainsaw, revving it with a flourish. "Though I am not a professional physician, over the past decade, I have developed some unique techniques. Today, I shall teach you the chainsaw dissection technique, instructing you on how to utilize the chainsaw for swift and precise surgical operations. This is a skillful endeavor." Lynn was astonished and elated, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are amazing. What will we use for training? A little treasure?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud knocking echoed from the front hall, followed by a hoarse voice calling out, "Is there a doctor here? I've been experiencing unusual stomach disturbances lately. Can someone help with a diagnosis?" "Yes." Lynn and Bloodsaw turned in unison, movements perfectly synchronized. In the darkened streets of Soul Departure Alley, a chilling wind swept through the pitch-black expanse, rendering the atmosphere eerily foreboding. At that very moment, a pale youth stumbled along the street, terror-stricken as he ran forward. From the shadows behind him, eerie laughter echoed, sending shivers down his spine. "What on earth is this place? I was just on my way." Continuing to flee, he realized he may have encountered something supernatural. Just half an hour prior, he had left school, intending to join a gathering organized by friends at a bar. In an effort to take a shortcut, he followed the navigation through a narrow alley. Little did he know that the navigation had led him to such a ghastly locale. He could assert with absolute certainty that he was no longer in a magic city, for neither the architecture nor the surroundings bore any semblance to modernity. "Curse you, navigation!" His eyes quivered in anxiety. Could it be that he had truly stumbled into a realm of the supernatural, or perhaps inadvertently entered some alternate dimension? Having witnessed similar scenarios in countless horror films, he understood the trope: an innocent youth unwittingly stepping into a secluded area and subsequently entering a terrifying domain. Was he to be the randomly selected unfortunate? Breathing heavily, he dared not pause, racing along the road. In the next moment, he spotted a woman with long hair clad in red, standing by the roadside amidst the swirling black mist, seemingly waiting for someone. Her silhouette exuded an ethereal beauty, her cascading locks presenting a hauntingly exquisite sight. A living person? Bai gaspit, astonished. This was the first living being he had encountered on his frantic journey. Without further ado, he approached her, urgency in his voice. "Excuse me, miss. Could you kindly tell me where I am? This is my first time here, and I seem to be lost." He halted behind the woman, panting as he inquired. The black mist thickened, and a gentle breeze stirred. The woman stood there, as if oblivious to his words, resembling a lifeless statue, motionless and unyielding. "Hello?" He inquired in astonishment once more. Yet, he received no reply. He swallowed hard, instinctively sensing a chill creeping up the nape of his neck. "Excuse me, could you tell me where this is?" He reached out and gently tapped the woman's shoulder. A sharp sound echoed. Before he could finish his sentence, her head abruptly spun around a full 360 degrees, revealing a face reminiscent of a pure white mask, from which torrents of crimson flowed forth from her neck. Buzz. Bai's gaze instantly turned vacant. "Welcome to Soul Street." The mask-like visage slowly revealed a sinister smile. "Ah!" Bai's voice quivered, erupting into a terrified scream. He collapsed to the ground, only to scramble up frantically, crawling and rolling as he fled into the distance. A ghost. It's a ghost. At that moment, his complexion turned ashen, his palms icy, and he could no longer think of anything else as he trembled and dashed forward. He dare not look back, fearing that the spectral woman would pursue him. He ran with abandon, but the road seemed endless. In the distance, he spotted two tall, slender men holding umbrellas standing by a wall. However, as he drew closer, he realized they were not two individuals, but rather two halves of a body conjoined. Creak, creak. The sound of a saw tearing through flesh. Bai merely glanced at the scene and was immediately seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably, his spirit shattered. For before him stood a figure wielding a saw, slicing through the connection of two bodies, with chunks of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 151. Do not accidentally rob others. It seemed the figure had noticed him, as it abruptly halted, staring intently in his direction. He gasped for breath, terror almost consuming his eyes. A different dimension. He had truly stepped into another realm. How could this be? How had he arrived in such a horrifying world? Were there truly no living souls here? After running for what felt like an eternity, he finally faltered, bending over, gasping and retching. Sweat dripped incessantly from his brow onto the ground. However, it appeared that the two monsters had not pursued him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed before him. His body stiffened instantaneously. In the next moment, he beheld a pair of red cloth shoes belonging to a little girl, halting right in front of him. Something loomed before him at that very moment. He dared not raise his gaze, his clothes nearly drenched with sweat. Yet, he summoned the courage to slowly lift his head and gaze upon the figure before him. In an instant, he discerned that the figure was a girl of about 6 or 7 years old, clad in tattered garments, cradling a doll that bore evident stitches on its arm. Her face adorned with a radiant smile. Yet, terrifyingly, one of her eye sockets was blood-soaked and hollow. He trembled, nearly wetting his trousers. "Big brother." The doll carefully rose on its tiptoes, licking its rosy lips, and giggled. "Why do you have two heads too?" "Bai yifroze." "Two heads? What is she talking about?" He clearly possessed but one head. It was then that he suddenly realized that since earlier he had felt an instability in his center of gravity, as if he were burdened by something. Instinctively, he turned to look over his left shoulder. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. His gaze locked onto a woman's head, mere inches away from his own. Buzz. His eyes were hollow, for he recognized that head. It belonged to the woman he had encountered earlier. Now, it rested on his shoulder, explaining the imbalance he had felt all along. So, she had been following him all this time. With a ghastly grin, the mask-like face widened, and blood gushed from her mouth in torrents, her smile disturbingly vibrant. "Are you trying to hide from me?" "Ah!" A piercing, anguished scream escaped by as he crawled and scrambled forward in a desperate bid for escape. Behind him, the doll's laughter echoed incessantly. "Big brother, don't be afraid. Two heads are better than one. From now on, you'll have a companion. Good friend. Good friend." The blood-drenched doll hopped joyfully, clutching its doll, circling by like a specter, the bells on its feet ringing a cheerful chime. Crack! A flash of lightning cleaved through the oppressive darkness. Gasped for breath, racing to the end of the street. Raising his head, he beheld a colossal castle reflected in his terrified eyes. Strangely, the head that had been on his shoulder and the laughter of the doll behind him vanished in an instant. The words emblazoned upon the ancient castle became clear to him. He He could not decipher the characters, yet inexplicably, he comprehended their meaning. Home of happiness. Creak. The sound of a door opening. The decayed entrance of the castle creaked open before him, as if beckoning him forth, a mysterious allure calling him. He murmured, his legs seemingly controlled by an unseen force, moving of their own accord. Welcome. Days later, at the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Ding. Your chainsaw dissection technique has reached the novice level. You have gained 100 basic experience. Ding. Your bone-slicing surgical technique has reached the novice level. You have gained 100 basic experience. Ding. Your anatomical study has reached the novice level. You have gained 100 basic experience. Ding. Your two-finger eye exchange technique has reached the novice level. You have gained 100 basic experience. Accompanied by the incessant notifications from the system, Lynn, clad in a white coat, a chainsaw slung over his back and a surgical knife at his waist, stood calmly at the door, bidding farewell to his teacher. Go on. Bloodsaw flexed his robust biceps, stating gravely, a true doctor cannot rely solely on theory. Only real-world experience can demonstrate your worth as a physician. Your teacher has secured a consultation order for you, with a deposit of 500 skeleton coins. If you complete this task flawlessly, the client will pay an additional 1,500 coins. Are you confident in earning this fee? Lynn, resolute, adjusted his monocle and replied, absolutely. Not only am I confident, but I am exceedingly so. Bloodsaw regarded him intently and asked, just how confident are you? Lynn, brandishing his knife, responded with composure. I guarantee I will bring back 15,000 coins for you. A gentle breeze rustled through the fallen leaves, swirling between the two. Oh well, Bloodsaw wiped the cold sweat from his brow, earnestly patting Lynn's shoulder, and added with a sheepish smile, the teacher was merely encouraging you, trying to uplift your spirits. But do take care not to inadvertently rob anyone after treating their ailments. That would be inappropriate. Just claim what is rightfully yours. Although this is a dark world, transactions should flow steadily, not be a case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Do you understand? Lynn nodded, adjusting his monocle, and replied earnestly, understood. Teacher, await my good news. The insidious spirit of competition surged forth in an instant. Bloodsaw's face radiated with satisfaction, akin to a parent witnessing their once inept child finally embarking on a journey to forge their own path in the world. Such a sentiment is not one that the average person could ever truly comprehend. Go forth. Bloodsaw wiped his moist eyes and instructed, clutch the order tightly. And should you find yourself lost in the neighboring Soul Street, do not hesitate to ask for directions. You are no longer the feeble wretch you were 2 years ago. Muster some courage, do you understand? Once you complete this task, you may begin to seek out night doctors at your leisure. Lynn's eyes glistened with moisture as he replied, yes, teacher, please take care. Remember to enjoy the tea I brew for you. It's good for your kidneys and mitigates wear and tear. Bloodsaw, feeling gratified, encouraged, off you go. The teacher awaits your return. Lynn nodded vigorously, one hand grasping a medical kit while the other hefted a blade, striding purposefully towards the exit of the Soul Street. This marked his first true venture alone from the confines of the ghostly alley. To be candid, a tinge of fear lingered in his heart. After all, in a world rife with malevolent spirits, puppeteering demons, and all manner of horrors, it was difficult for a normal human like him not to feel a sense of trepidation. Caution was paramount. He must not succumb to fright. Chapter 153. Do not give in again. Lynn, the headless female ghost. In an unexpected turn, silence enveloped the surroundings for a brief moment. This was a scenario Lynn had not anticipated, and he found himself quite disliking this uncanny understanding of his own nature. It reminded him of a peculiar episode at Blood Sister's abode, where he had encountered a similarly strange experience. Lynn retracted his revolver and cast a fleeting glance at her. How long have you been in this line of work? The headless female ghost blinked vacantly and stammered. This is my first time. With a dull thud, her head finally detached due to the strain of her contorted neck. Rolling to Lynn's feet and gazing up at him with a look of pitiful innocence. Lynn stared blankly, grasped her head, and shook it gently. Why learn something so unwholesome? Would it not be better to pursue a different path? To be honest, I am not one to dispense harsh judgments. Had you not suddenly twisted your head to frighten me, I would not have felt compelled to strike you. The headless female ghost whimpered, I'm sorry, boo-hoo. This individual did not seem like a typical human. She recalled the young boy she had encountered days prior who had merely sought directions. That was the expected behavior of a normal human. With just a slight scare, he had dashed away. How endearing. Why was there such a vast disparity among people? With a calm demeanor, Lynn extended his hand, assisting her upright, and carefully repositioned her head atop her neck. A satisfying click ensued as it fit snugly into place. He patted her shoulder and closed his eyes, saying, "No need for reparations. It is evident you lack experience, and it would be unfortunate to cause harm. Just remember to refrain from scaring others in the future." As he spoke, Lynn retrieved a business card from his pocket and presented it to her. The headless female ghost stared blankly. "What is this?" Lynn replied, eyes still shut, "This is my business card. Should you ever wish to undergo cosmetic enhancements, seek me out at Bloodsaw's Apothecary in the neighboring Soul Street for an appointment. Moreover, beyond your unfortunate appearance, I perceive some spinal issues. Your head seems prone to detaching. If time permits, I could stitch a couple of seams right now." With a flourish, Lynn produced a needle, its tip glimmering with a dazzling light, his expression grave. Devoid of jest. Headless female ghost sanity. 10. "No, I don't need that." The headless female ghost pressed her hands against her head, retreating in trepidation. Her face marked with the imprint of her own hand. "I can stitch it myself when I have the time. Also, I apologize. I did not realize you were a creature of this world. I promise I will not scare anyone again. Please let me go, boo-hoo. This is too distressing. Truly, too distressing." Lynn regarded her with a sense of satisfaction and nodded. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the mark of a good spirit. You must strive to perform good deeds henceforth, engage in legitimate business, and refrain from offering unsolicited services. Understood? The headless female ghost nodded. "Understood, boo-hoo." Notification. You have enlightened a bewildered ghost, earning 50 base experience points and 1 happiness point. Watching the headless female ghost hurriedly cradle her head and scamper into the thickening shadows of the street, Lynn felt a surge of contentment. His spirits lifted. Indeed, there are moments when the creatures of the shadowy realm possess an endearing quality. With just a touch of empathy, they are often willing to engage in reason. Lynn once again retrieved the map from his pocket, scrutinizing it carefully as he held up his lantern, traversing the dimly lit street like an innocent youth. The street shrouded in darkness. Creak, creak. Beneath the flickering streetlight, 2 elongated, gaunt figures bowed their heads, their bodies standing straight like twin pine trees. Though they appear to be standing side by side, a closer inspection would reveal that their forms were, in fact, conjoined, creating an unsettling impression. Creak, creak. The sound of saws gnawing through flesh and bone echoed, sending chills down one's spine, particularly in the oppressive darkness. At that moment, however, the 2 figures sensed something amiss. They felt an uncanny awareness that something was observing them from the shadows, a presence that had lingered for several minutes, invoking a chilling sensation. "Brother, do you feel that?" "Yes, I do." The 2 gaunt figures simultaneously craned their necks, turning their hollow gazes towards the darkened rear. Upon doing so, they discovered the source of their unease. Just behind them, under a broken streetlight, sat a human boy on a small stool, a dim spirit lantern hanging from the lamppost. The overwhelming sensation of being watched emanated from this very spot. Under the dim glow of the spirit lantern, the boy sat motionless, resting his chin in his hands, his gaze fixed intently upon them, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. "Brother, I feel a sense of dread." "Me too. It seems he has been watching us for quite some time. He has been observing us for over 10 minutes. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The 2 gaunt figures continued to stare vacantly at the boy under the distant streetlight, their saws grinding away at the flesh binding them together. Yet slowly, a palpable unease began to creep into their hearts. In the past, they had been the ones observing passing beings who would swiftly flee in terror. But this time, they were experiencing the unsettling sensation of being watched. "He cannot be human, can he? Surely he is not alive? What is he gazing at?" The more they looked, the more they sensed something was off, an increasing sense of strangeness. This was the first time they had felt such discomfort since their descent into this world. An unsettling, prickling sensation coursing through their entire beings. Notification. Twin ghost shadows sanity. 5. They widened their eyes, their bodies frozen in place as the motion of their saws slowed involuntarily and became rigid. And so, on that darkened street, the twin ghost shadows found themselves locked in an eerie standoff with the boy seated beneath the lamppost, each party gazing across the abyss of night. Strange, unnerving, disquieting. Their hearts gradually rose to their throats, their bodies tensed, and a chill crept down their spines, overwhelmed by an intense anxiety. Just at that moment, without warning, the soul lamp beneath the streetlight flickered and extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Their hearts skipped a beat. It went out. It went out. Was that human still seated there? Or had he prepared to launch an attack on them? The unsettling aura he exuded was unmistakable. He certainly could not be human. for no human would engage in such bizarre actions. Where had he vanished to? Perhaps he was. In an instant, they turned their heads as swiftly as possible to glance behind them. Chapter 154. Finally catching a glimpse of the past. The cold wind howled, stirring the black mist along the street, but there was nothing behind them, allowing their taut hearts to gradually ease. As creatures of this dark world, they understood the tricks of the malevolent spirits all too well. As long as one did not gaze directly, the next moment they would appear your back, ready to strike. Not behind, not behind, not there. The twin ghost infants silently exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. But just as they were about to turn back, they suddenly realized something was amiss. They were clearly two individuals. So what was that third voice just now? Almost instinctively, they turned their heads. Before them stood the youth who had been seated beneath the distant streetlight, now gazing directly at their faces with an upturned head. The boy flashed a friendly smile. A ghost. The twin ghost shadows instantly shrieked in terror, reflexively clinging to the streetlight and scrambling several meters up in fright. Ding! The twin ghost shadow's fear level is at 40. Ding! The twin ghost shadow's fear level is at 10. The fright nearly caused them to lose their composure entirely. I apologize for startling you, Lynn said politely, looking up gently at the terrified twin ghost shadows sliding down from the lamppost. He endeavored to appear more amiable, then kindly produced a business card and handed it over, saying, I happened to pass by and noticed you two engaged in a rather peculiar activity, so I couldn't help but observe for a while. Here's my card. As you can see, I am a doctor. The twin ghost shadows trembled as they extended a hand to shakily receive the card, asking, Are you human or a ghost? Lynn paused for a moment, then broke into a perfect smile, adjusting his monocle as he replied, I am undoubtedly human, and not just any human, but a good one. Noticing that Lynn did not seem inclined to attack them immediately, the twin ghost shadows hesitantly released their grip on the lamppost, maintaining an instinctive distance of 2 meters. This fellow appeared far too ordinary. Yet, it was precisely his normality that instilled an unsettling feeling. Why have you been staring at us for so long? The twin ghost shadows inquired warily. Lynn chuckled. You see, I am a doctor. I observe you both attempting to saw yourselves for over 10 minutes. Yet your saw remains stuck in the middle, neither up nor down, seemingly facing difficulties. I thought I'd inquire whether you might require the assistance of a genuine doctor. The twin ghost shadows exchanged doubtful glances, their eyes narrowing with evident malice. Brother, is this fellow mocking us? I'm feeling quite irked right now. With a swift motion, the twin ghost shadows extracted the saws linked at the center, snapping them apart, each taking one in hand. Crimson blood dripped steadily from the saws. However, before they could advance a step, their bodies instantly stiffened. The whirring sound of the chainsaw reverberated. Lynn grinned, pulling the chainsaw, its sharp teeth roaring to life before them, and exclaimed, How about using my chainsaw? I guarantee it's quick and effective, and it won't hurt a bit. The twin ghost shadows stared blankly at the slender saws in their hands, then glanced at Lynn's roaring chainsaw. Instinctively, they swallowed hard and quickly concealed their small saws behind them. No, thank you. No need, they stammered, their eyes darting as they nervously rubbed the back of their heads. Cold sweat pouring down. We were just playing around with the saws. No need to trouble you. Besides, we are quite impoverished and cannot afford a doctor. Let's just forget it, shall we? Twin ghost shadow sanity level 5. Twin ghost shadow sanity level 6. Lynn replied earnestly, It's quite all right. I don't charge for my services. My teacher always said that while charging is customary in a clinic, one must possess a compassionate heart when practicing outside. As a white-clad angel, I wholeheartedly agree with this principle. The chainsaw continued to rev. Twin ghost shadow sanity level 10. The twin ghost shadows, drenched in sweat, took a step back, saying it's rare to encounter someone so kind-hearted. But really, there's no need to trouble you. We actually find this quite satisfactory. Don't we, brother? Yes, indeed, the brother replied, both nodding vigorously in agreement. Lynn suddenly adopted a troubled expression, then after a moment's thought, he appeared to make a decision of sorts, laboriously reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 cards, which he handed to the twin ghost shadows. They took them, examining the cards with astonishment. Bloodsaw Potion Store 20 discount coupon. Use this item to visit the Bloodsaw Potion Store in Soul Street to seek Dr. Lynn and enjoy a 20 discount on all items. To their amazement, nestled between the 2 cards were 10 or so skull coins. The twin ghost shadows were astounded. Lynn cleared his throat and spoke softly. It's simply a rarity to encounter conjoined beings like you two. Such cases are incredibly rare in our medical history, and as a doctor, I find it quite difficult to contain my excitement. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the light from the street lamp. Therefore, I kindly request you grant me the opportunity for consultation. Consider these discount coupons and the skull coins as a token of our first meeting." Lynn expressed hopefully, "What do you say?" The twin ghost shadows gazed in shock at the hopeful expression on Lynn's face, then glanced at the discount coupons and skull coins in their hands. They felt their worldview being profoundly challenged. After all these years, every visit to a doctor left them destitute and deeply in debt. Yet today, they encountered an opportunity for a return on their investment. Could this be considered bribery? They had never before seen a doctor willing to pay them for an operation. Minutes later, the twin ghost shadows stood there, drenched in sweat and nerves. One hand propped against a wall, the other gripping the lamppost, tremblingly revealing the connection point in the middle. The chainsaw's whirring continued to fill the air. Lynn's expression was serious as he forcefully revved the chainsaw, raising its speed. The twin ghost shadows swallowed hard, quaking as they asked, "Doctor, is everything you said true? It really won't hurt at all? And you can guarantee the success of the operation?" Lynn, focused on the chainsaw, replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my teacher is a renowned chainsaw expert, and I have perfectly inherited all of my teacher's virtues. How long have you been learning?" 2 days. Chapter 155. Your mother's right there. Fear not. Lynn gravely soothed his emotions, stating, "Although I have only practiced with the chainsaw for 2 days, I have consistently achieved perfect scores, and none of the patients who have awakened have expressed any dissatisfaction." The twin ghost trembled and asked, "Is that really true?" Lynn nodded and said, "Please endure a little longer. I am about to begin. Do you require anesthesia? I have plenty in my bag." The twin ghost swallowed hard and replied, "That won't be necessary. We use saws every day and have long since become desensitized to pain. Our only request is that you work swiftly. Can you accommodate that?" Lynn's glasses reflected light as he assured them, "Rest assured, I am quite efficient. I shall commence now." With determination, Lynn nodded and retrieved a colored pen from his pocket, drawing a dotted line along their sutured areas. He made meticulous preparations. Lynn's expression hardened, his eyes gleamed, and he activated the chainsaw. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the twin ghosts, Lynn leaped up, wielding the chainsaw, gritting his teeth, and struck down at their connection point. A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Moments later, notifications rang out. Ding. Chainsaw skill level 1. Ding. Chainsaw skill level 1. Ding. You have successfully severed the twin ghosts, creating your first flawless surgical case in chainsaw surgery. Your accuracy is 1. Your attack power is 1. Ding. You have successfully created a singleton ghost, earning 200 base experience points. On the ground lay the severed twin ghosts, frothing at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. Lynn crouched seriously before one of the ghosts, holding a needle, stitching their split skin together at an unimaginable speed. Ding. Your sewing skill level 1. Ding. Your sewing skill level 1. He opened his mouth and bit through the suture thread with his teeth. Lynn solemnly adjusted his glasses and declared, "All done." The total operation time did not exceed 5 minutes, and now you are both independent entities. What do you think? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? The singleton ghost struggled to rise, but fainted halfway up due to the pain. It murmured, "Very impressive. But I must ask, what method did you use to make beings like us, who feel no pain, experience such agony? It feels as if I were dying." Lynn pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is a gift." "A gift?" The singleton ghost echoed, repeating those utterly unconvincing words. His gift, was it to inflict pain on others? What a dreadful talent that was. He trembled, his heart racing. Satisfied, Lynn turned around, crouched, and rummaged through his medical kit. "No worries. I'll prepare some medication to prevent infection. You two should rest for 2 days, and I assure you will feel revitalized." He produced 2 vials of medicine, smiled, and turned to kindly hand them to the ghost. However, as he turned, he was taken aback. The 2 ghostly figures that had been lying on the ground had now vanished, leaving only their outlines marked by dotted lines. Where had they gone? Turning again, he was astonished to see the singleton ghost clutching the leg of its now separated brother, racing away at an astonishing speed down the street. With a swift drift, they disappeared around the corner. Their speed and decisiveness were akin to fleeing from a plague, reaching 200 miles per hour. Lynn stood dazed. "But I haven't given you your medicine yet." With a sigh, he slung the medical kit over his shoulder and continued on his way. Following the map, he walked deeper into the street for about 2 miles. Lynn raised his head and beheld a massive castle, incongruous with the surrounding buildings. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark mist, allowing him to read the grand sign, "Home of Happiness." It appeared he had finally arrived at his destination. Lynn smiled as he folded up the map, a bit apologetic for the delay, hoping his client would not be upset. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly felt a gentle poke on his leg from behind. Hee hee, came a bell-like laugh from a girl. Are you new here, big brother? Lynn froze, as the voice felt eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before. He swiftly turned around, a friendly expression on his face, and replied, yes, little sister. In that moment, he recognized the girl who had poked him, a ragged dress, red shoes, bells tied around her legs, and clutching a button-eyed doll. The blood doll. It was indeed her. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Upon seeing Lynn's face, the blood doll's radiant yet eerie smile instantly froze, her outstretched finger halting midair. Ding! Blood doll's fear, level 1. What a coincidence. Long time no see. Lynn crouched down, gently stroking the blood doll's head, then smiled and poked the clearly frightened doll in her arms. Aren't you in Soul Alley? How did you end up in this ghostly place? Have you made any money? I still have your eyeballs stored away, hee hee. The blood doll clutched her doll tightly, trembling, and said, the unscrupulous doctor from the bloodsaw shop, boo-hoo. Ding! Blood doll's fear, level 1. Ding! Blood doll's fear, level 1. How could this be? You've moved out of Soul Alley, yet you still ran into me? Her mind flashed back to the day she visited for a checkup, recalling the hand that had invaded her body. Eek! The blood doll shivered, suddenly turning to flee, clutching her doll. But Lynn was quick, grabbing her by the scruff of her collar. Help! Help! A perverted doctor is bullying a child. Ah! Help! The blood doll shouted, evidently terrified. With a swift motion, Lynn delivered a light smack to her head. The blood doll immediately crouched down, cradling her head and complaining, that hurts, boo-hoo. Lynn's expression turned serious. Do not make strange noises. I have something very important to discuss with you. Do you remember the limbs I extracted from your stomach that day? The blood doll whimpered. What for? Are you going to do it again? I don't want that, boo-hoo. Lynn shook his head. You may have developed some unnecessary misunderstandings about me, but we need to clarify this matter. Have you been searching for your mother? The blood doll replied, yes, so what? You can't possibly be my mother, boo-hoo. Lynn gazed deeply at her and said, have you ever considered that your mother has always been right by your side? The blood doll paused, confused, looking up at Lynn, unable to comprehend. Lynn adjusted his glasses and continued. Have you thought that your mother might be inside you? Chapter 156, A Happy and Kind Family. Ding! Blood doll's terror level 5. Ding! Blood doll's terror level 5. The blood doll instinctively swallowed hard, filled with dread, and asked, what do you mean? Lynn bent down, gazing into her eyes, his voice resonating with a lingering depth since your departure. I have discovered that the decayed flesh and limbs extracted from your abdomen all belong to the same individual. Furthermore, he revealed as he retrieved a comb from the system space, I found your mother's comb within your stomach. The blood doll's gaze instantly became vacant. The doll cradled in her arms erupted into piercing cries, thrashing uncontrollably. Ding! Your hidden task, Blood Doll Seeks Mother, has progressed to 10. Lynn continued solemnly. Is it possible that in a moment of extreme hunger, you unconsciously consumed your mother, just as you did the arm of your doll? Ding! Blood Doll's fear level 5. Ding! Blood Doll's fear level 5. The blood doll, bewildered, placed her tiny hand on her belly, murmuring, it's impossible. How could a doll consume her mother? Mother said she would only be away for a moment, telling the doll to wait for her return. Mother has simply gone out. Lynn glanced at the wailing doll in her arms and suggested, could it be that your mother felt your hunger so acutely that she, in her compassion, chose to sacrifice herself, slicing herself into pieces to feed you? The doll's cries intensified. The blood doll let out a shriek, her mouth grotesquely stretching to the nape of her neck, her long hair swirling ominously without a breeze, as she snarled, you charlatan. Cease your bizarre conjectures. How could a mother do such a thing? A doll would never consume her mother. Not ever. Crisis level 20. Crisis level 30. Lynn adjusted his monocle, speaking earnestly. Do not take offense. This is not mere baseless speculation. How about this? Upon my return from making my rounds, you may accompany me to the apothecary to identify the remains. If those limbs indeed belong to your mother, I may be able to assist you. If not, I shall take responsibility for my words and actions. What say you? The blood doll continued to glare at him with indignation, yet her hair gradually settled. A slight smile flickered in Lynn's eyes as he gently patted her head, saying, do not be disheartened. Your mother has always been by your side. You simply have yet to realize it. I must take my leave now, lest my clients grow impatient. A hint of confusion crossed the blood doll's features as she watched Lynn stride toward the ancient castle's entrance. However, just as he reached the threshold, her voice echoed behind him. I advise you not to enter. If they are indeed your clients, you may find yourself in grave misfortune. That is all I shall say. Believe it or not, as you wish. Lynn turned, only to find the blood doll had vanished like a specter. He was taken aback as the castle door creaked open slowly, a chilling gust of wind billowing forth, inexplicably sending shivers down his spine. Lynn smiled faintly, baring his pearly whites, and declared, "No, my clients are all quite delightful." He stepped into the castle. Within the courtyard, leaves carpeted the ground, and looking up, one could see that every window of the castle was tightly boarded up with wooden planks, suggesting that its master had long neglected the surroundings. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Lynn reached out to knock. Creak. Just as before, the doors swung open on their own. "Is anyone there?" Lynn called into the interior, lifting his soul lamp. "I am Dr. Lynn, the physician you scheduled. I have arrived. May I inquire if the master is at home?" His voice echoed in the vacant hall, but there was no reply. It was at that moment he felt an intense sensation of being watched from behind. Instinctively, he turned around and caught a fleeting glimpse of a pale face devoid of pupils, gazing at him from a window in the tower. But it was merely a momentary apparition, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Lynn was taken aback. Almost simultaneously, the candles in the candelabra behind him flared to life, casting a flickering light that illuminated the entire hall. "Welcome." 3 harmonious voices chimed in unison. Lynn turned to see that the once dark, empty hall was now adorned with a lavishly set table brimming with delectable dishes. Servants bustled about, tending to the flames and cleaning the counters, while a family of 3 sat at the table, a lady in an evening gown, a gentleman in a tailcoat, and a young boy with a stiff smile. All 3 regarded him with warm smiles, and an empty chair awaited him at the table, seemingly reserved for his arrival. Lynn tilted his head, noting the amiable demeanor of the family. A professional smile graced his face as he strode forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door creaked shut behind him. "Greetings. I am Dr. Lynn from the neighboring Soul Street." He glanced at the order in his hand, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Might I inquire which of you is Miss Alice? I have come at her invitation to attend to her ailment. Are you her family?" Instantly, the panels of the 3 individuals flashed before him. Happy father, Carmel. Race, stitching puppet. Description, the happiest family in Soul Alley. The elegant patriarch is Alice's most devoted father, always polite and exceedingly kind. Happy mother, dark elf. Race, elf puppet. Description, the happiest family in Soul Alley. The lady of the castle is a loquacious matron, yet an indispensable mother who ensures her children are always well fed. Happy brother, by Race, human puppet. Description, the adorable brother just returned from another world, Alice's favorite sibling, who often brings her delightful toys, never bullying or harming her, always exceptionally kind. Lynn discreetly scanned through the panels, maintaining his professional smile as he regarded this peculiar family, seemingly stitched together from disparate worlds with an even brighter grin. "We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," the lady said, her vibrant red lips parting into a gracious smile that, nonetheless, carried an unsettling undertone. "Alice has been ill for quite some time, and many doctors have come, yet none have been able to cure her affliction. They were quite unpleasant, indeed." The brother beamed with excitement, drooling as he clutched a fork, exclaiming, "But you will surely be able to heal Alice, won't you, doctor? You can, can't you?" The gentleman, Carmel, added with a smile thus, "We have prepared a sumptuous feast in your honor. It is a privilege to welcome you to our humble abode, dear doctor." The 3 of them widened their smiles even further, their expressions radiating an unnerving brightness. "Ding! You have triggered an optional quest. Assist your client Alice in treating her illness. Quest rewards, 1,000 skeleton coins, 2,000 experience, special reward X1. Ding! You have triggered a quest. Leave the happy home alive. Quest rewards, 300 skeleton coins, 500 experience." Chapter 157, The Feast of Temptation. 2 quests had been activated simultaneously, and Lynn could distinctly sense the strangeness of this encounter. However, without a moment's hesitation, he smiled and approached, setting down his medical kit and taking a seat at the chair that seemed reserved for him, picking up the knife and fork. "Thank you ever so much. As a physician, I find myself quite overwhelmed by the warmth of your gracious hospitality. Might I inquire about Miss Alice's current condition? Would it be possible for you to escort me to her?" The gentleman of the house, with a charming smile, replied, "No need to rush. My dear daughter is currently resting. She tends to tire easily, and we generally refrain from disturbing her during her slumber. Doctor, please indulge in some food and take a moment to relax." With that, he beckoned, and a rather expressionless servant wheeled a dining cart before Lynn, placing a platter covered with a silver lid in front of him. An enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. The lady of the house, beaming with delight, urged, "Please partake, esteemed doctor, and savor the exquisite dish our chef has prepared especially for you." Lynn extended his hand and lifted the lid, only to be enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance. On the platter lay a meticulously arranged piece of perfectly cooked offal, drizzled with a rich sauce, which was undeniably appetizing. Instantly, the image of Bailly's kidney appeared in his mind, freshly harvested, cooked to perfection, and utterly delectable. Across the table, he clapped his hands excitedly, drooling slightly in a rather morbid fashion. Lynn hesitated, stating, "It looks delicious, but I must confess, I am not particularly fond of offal." In an instant, the smiles of the three individuals froze in place. The surrounding candelabras flickered ominously, casting erratic shadows throughout the hall. "You do not enjoy my cooking?" the lady inquired, her smile rigid, her voice increasingly unsettling. "Please do not take offense. I'm rather straightforward and simply do not care for offal, though I do relish other dishes." Lynn replied cheerfully as he stood up. He then took the platter, speared a few sausages with his fork, and casually grabbed a handful of apples. Lynn opened his mouth and bit into a sausage, chewing with a smile, "This is quite good." Yet the next moment, he sensed something amiss with the sausage in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he found that what had appeared to be a savory sausage was, in fact, a grotesque casing filled with thick, rich blood and flesh, which oozed forth as he bit down. Flavorful pig intestine made from fresh pig intestines, blended with 15 meticulously selected meats from various physicians, offering an ever-changing taste and an enduring aftertaste. Lynn's sanity tent, nevertheless, under the watchful gaze of the three family members. Lynn maintained his smile, continuing to chew on the grotesque dish, blood seeping from between his teeth. Observing the enjoyment on Lynn's face, the three individuals gradually returned to their amiable smiles, the flickering candlelight stabilizing, and the atmosphere became warm once more. "Eat, eat," Lynn urged with a smile. "Everyone must partake. I cannot be the only one indulging, or it would be rather embarrassing for me." With that, he lifted the apple in his hand, which looked fresh and vibrant. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was covered in mold, with numerous maggots wriggling both inside and out. Lynn chuckled, noticing the family's gaze upon him once again. He pried open his left mouth with his thumb and forefinger, forcefully stuffing the fruit inside. Ding! Left mouth's affection level 1. Ding! Left mouth's affection level 1. With the family's eyes upon him, Lynn raised his left hand with a smile, explaining, "Oh, this is my second mouth. The food is so delicious that one mouth simply cannot satisfy my appetite, so I thought I might use both. I hope you don't mind." The lady's gaze softened further towards Lynn as she beamed, standing up to serve him plate after plate from the dining table, exclaiming, "No, not at all. It brings me such joy to see you enjoying your meal. Please, do eat more. Do not hesitate." Lynn, with a cheerful demeanor, began to feed his left mouth with delicious morsels from the table. After several plates, his left hand grew impatient, suddenly swinging back and forming a fist, aiming a punch at Lynn's head. However, Lynn, quick-witted, grasped the left wrist tightly, maintaining his smile as he forcefully pressed it down. "No wetties, no wetties," he reassured, observing the family's expressions shift once more. "It is just so delectable that I couldn't help but stretch. I hope you won't mind." With that, Lynn bent down, concealing his left wrist beneath the dining table, and earnestly said, "Left mouth, what are you doing?" The left hand, gritting its teeth in anger, retorted, "You insufferable wretch. You keep feeding me all these strange things." Lynn replied, "But can't you digest anything? Didn't you swallow that hardened hunter whole?" The left mouth protested, "That was voluntary. I was not forced to eat." Lynn insisted, "Then how about this? If you help me manage this meal, I shall treat you to a super delicious strawberry cake. What do you say?" The left mouth, now intrigued, responded, "Strawberry cake? Cream, strawberries, fluffy egg yolk pastry, with a hint of fragrant baked cheese?" The left mouth's expression brightened. "That sounds rather tempting. Then do we have an agreement?" Lynn asked. "I agree, but you must keep your promise and not trick me." "Rest assured. When have I ever tricked you?" Lynn replied with a grin, sitting up with a beaming smile as he forcefully stuffed a piece of steak into the left mouth, declaring, "Apologies for the wait. Everyone, shall we begin?" Under the watchful, cheerful eyes of the family, Lynn proceeded to devour the contents of his plate with fervor. The lady of the house continuously filled his plate, exclaiming, "So much, so much. Do not rush. Take your time." After several minutes, the smiles on the family's faces began to wane, their expressions growing somewhat strained as they beheld the empty plates on the table and the towering stacks of empty platters beside Lynn. Burp. Lynn let out a symbolic belch. Smiling, "That was exquisite. Might I inquire if there is more?" The gentleman of the house exchanged glances with the lady, both appearing momentarily dazed. There should be, right? Half an hour later, the plates beside Lynn had formed towering peaks. The left mouth swept across the remaining food, devouring it hungrily, while the expressions of the family across the table had morphed into an unmistakably peculiar demeanor. "Is there more?" Lynn inquired hopefully, lifting his gaze. The lady swallowed hard, quickly taking the stock list from the servant and rifling through it. After what seemed an eternity, her expression stiffened as she reached the last page. It appears there is none left. You have consumed our entire 2-month supply. The gentleman of the house sprang to his feet, hastily moving towards the side door, frantically gesturing for the lady to follow. The lady bowed and swiftly approached the side door, shutting it behind her. Lynn perked up his ears. His acute hearing soon picked up the voices from within. Something is amiss. This doctor is not right. Did you not say Alice merely sought a naive fool? We have not even made our move, and he has devoured our entire 2 months' worth of provisions. He does not adhere to conventional methods. I'm also perplexed. This individual seems to possess no psychological barriers whatsoever. The previous doctors were essentially petrified upon their arrival. In other words, if this situation remains unsuitable, shall we still have to invest an additional 2 months' worth of rations? Alice is currently observing. If we can retain him as part of the family, it might not be such a loss after all. The sounds are diminishing. Lynn shifted his gaze, raising his head to smile at Bai Yi, who was seated across from him, gazing at him with excitement. Brother, I need to use the restroom. May I ask where it is? Bai Yi eagerly pointed toward the other end of the corridor. Turn left. It's the third door on your right. That's the restroom. Lynn squinted his eyes, contemplating. Something seems off. Our client appears to harbor ulterior motives. What do you think we should do? If we flee now, they will undoubtedly reveal their true colors immediately. Zwa gritted her teeth and exclaimed, That detestable fellow. Let us not even discuss anything else. Could you not use your right hand for support? Why must you make me assist you? Lynn replied earnestly, Let us focus on the matter at hand. What do you think our course of action should be? Zwa shouted, Damn it. I don't know. Just then, the restroom door swung open abruptly. Bai Yi entered with a face as rigid as if it were frozen, stopping beside Lynn to relieve himself. Lynn glanced over. Not as impressive as mine. Bai Yi retorted. Yours is quite large. In an eerie atmosphere, the two engaged in their respective acts. A thick, metallic scent of blood began to permeate the restroom. Lynn glanced up at Bai Yi and remarked, Brother, are you bleeding? Have you been feeling unwell lately? Vivid crimson blood gradually filled the basin. Bai Yi turned his head stiffly, his expression one of delirium, and muttered, Yes, I'm covered in blood. Slowly, Lynn observed blood oozing from his pupils, nostrils, mouth, and skin pores, saturating his clothing and cascading down his ankles, pooling on the floor. Simultaneously, the flickering candlelight within the restroom began to waver. At that moment, Lynn suddenly heard Bai Yi's lips moving stiffly, whispering a few words. Run, hurry. Lynn felt a jolt throughout his body, abruptly turning to Bai Yi. The 3 words he uttered were in Mandarin. They were the language of his homeland on Earth, infused with a thick Shanghainese accent. Could it be that this person hails from the same world as he? From the homeland he had yearned for these past 2 years? Lynn seized his shoulder, gazing deeply into his bloodied eyes, and shouted in Mandarin, You are from Shanghai. What jest is this? How did you arrive here? Do you know how to return? Hey, Bai Yi. This naming convention undoubtedly bore the essence of his homeland. Initially, he wasn't too surprised. After all, in this dark world, many malevolent spirits descended from realms reminiscent of their homeland, often adopting similar naming conventions. But now, he was confronted with a tangible individual from his homeland. Bai Yi's eyes flowed with blood, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's voice, murmuring, They will carve you open, transform you into family. His words trailed off like a fever dream. Yet, in the next instant, as the candlelight extinguished abruptly, Bai Yi's expression morphed into one of twisted excitement. He suddenly lunged forward, grasping Lynn's neck with alarming strength. Alice prefers you. She desires you to be her brother. Ha ha ha. He began to cackle, his head shaking violently, his nails digging into Lynn's neck. Ding. The host's life value is diminishing. Ding. The host's life value is diminishing. At that moment, Lynn's left hand shot out, seizing Bai Yi's head. Boom. Bai Yi's body was hurled out of the restroom by Zwa, crashing violently against the wall opposite. Ha ha. The distorted figure staggered to its feet, then, like a swift cheetah, leaped away. By the time Lynn rushed out, the corridor was deserted. Zwa gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Ugh, that was perilously close. Could you not have dodged? Lynn steadied himself, raising his head, cracking his neck, his gaze resolute. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted upon encountering a fellow countryman. It seems we have delayed far too long, causing the patient's family to grow impatient. In that case, we ought to provide them with proper treatment. Don't you agree, Zwa? Lynn squinted. Chapter 159. I should be more courteous to you. Lynn twisted his neck, adjusted his monocle, and, as though nothing had transpired, calmly exited the restroom. As he stepped into the corridor, he spotted, at the far end leading to the living room, the elegantly dressed hostess standing there with a beaming smile. Her smile appeared remarkably stiff, as if sewn on with a needle. But it had seemingly vanished without a trace. The hostess opened her arms wide, her smile dazzling. "Ah, my esteemed guest. I thought you had departed. If you are still hungry, we have prepared exquisite delicacies for you. Would you care to indulge? I assure you, this feast will surpass the last." Lynn cast a glance at the walls lining the corridor, striding confidently towards her. With an unanticipated grin that veered into the unsettling, he declared, "Certainly, let us dine at once." For reasons unbeknownst to him, that smile caused her heart to skip a beat. She suddenly sensed a subtle, imperceptible shift in the demeanor of this doctor, who had just moments ago exuded warmth and charm. A chill crept down her spine. That is splendid. Doctor, please follow me." The hostess covered her mouth, laughing lightly, desperately maintaining her expression, then turned, leading Lynn towards the living room. Yet, it was evident that her gait had become noticeably more rigid than before. In the grand hall, the candles still blazed magnificently. The table, once laden with plates and remnants of food, had been cleared entirely. At that moment, a series of platters covered with silver lids were meticulously arranged atop the pristine tablecloth. Several red candles burned, resembling flowing blood. "Come, my guest, please indulge at your leisure." The hostess licked her blood-red lips, revealing a benevolent yet enigmatic smile. Lynn, with a napkin tucked in his collar, knife in one hand and fork in the other, took his seat at the dining table. "These dishes were prepared with great care for you." She gracefully approached Lynn, extending her long fingers to lift the lid from the dish before him. Instantly, a rich aroma enveloped the air. "This is a signature dish I specifically prepared for you, using only the finest ingredients. I assure you, it will awaken your appetite." Lynn glanced down and was met with the sight of a pile of bloody entrails within the dish. The heart, liver, lungs, along with intestines and rich plasma, coalesced into a sauce that pulsated incessantly, as if freshly extracted from the body of a prey. Before Lynn, a system notification materialized instantaneously. A gastronomic feast of young human organs, a dish crafted from freshly harvested prime human entrails, typically prepared to host amiable and esteemed guests. "What do you think?" Observing Lynn seated motionless, the mistress's smile deepened, and the inexplicable chill that had once filled the corridor had long since dissipated. "Do indulge, doctor. Ensure you consume every morsel. My dear Alice has awakened, and she truly adores you." The beguiling voice whispered in Lynn's ear. Holding his knife and fork with an oddly fixed smile, he sat rigidly. "I've already stated, I have no taste for entrails. They repulse me. Yet you persist in urging me to partake. Are you unwell?" A strange buzzing filled the air. Though no breeze stirred, the surrounding candle flames flickered wildly. The servants, mechanically cleaning the walls and tables, froze, their movements becoming increasingly rigid. The mistress beside Lynn slowly stretched her mouth into an impossibly wide grin, exclaiming, "You are dreadfully rude. You have consumed the provisions we prepared for months. To continue hosting you, we have even had to sacrifice a recently reunited family member. Poor Alice is heartbroken without her brother. She longs for a kind sibling." With a sinister chuckle, the mistress extended her pallid hand towards the entrails on Lynn's plate. Her voice grew increasingly eerie and chilling, as if someone were licking along his spine, sending shivers down his back. Her grin became ever more radiant. "Do you require assistance in feeding? These are freshly prepared ingredients. I am certain you will find them delightful." Just as her hand was about to grasp the plate, a fork suddenly pierced her one hand, pinning it to the table. The mistress gasped. Lynn swiftly turned, calmly adjusting his monocle, scrutinizing her face as terror distorted her features. "Do you relish this fare? Perhaps you should sample it yourself." In a heartbeat, before the mistress could react, Lynn thrust his left hand into her gaping mouth. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask. "Lo, our patient's family delights in such delicacies. What should we do?" With a sudden reveal of a gleaming row of teeth, Zwa grinned menacingly. "Naturally, we must ensure the patient is well fed." As the mistress looked on in horror, the previously ingested food that Zwa had stored and yet to digest was forcefully regurgitated into her mouth. The Dark Elf Mistress's terror level, 10. The Dark Elf Mistress's terror level, 15. The Dark Elf Mistress's terror level, 20. She struggled frantically, one hand pinned to the table while Lynn's grip, like a vice, restrained her other arm. Her abdomen began to swell visibly. The sudden upheaval sent the candle flames in the hall into a wild dance. In the next moment, Lynn kicked her to the ground, withdrawing his left hand from her mouth, gazing at her with a calm, yet sickly intensity as he gripped her collar. "Is it delicious?" Quite scrumptious, I assent it. Illness must be treated, and you seem gravely afflicted. My apologies, forgive me. You are a family member of the patient. I should extend you more courtesy. Indeed, I must be more polite. Lynn mounted her, trembling slightly as he forced a congenial smile. Whisper to me, do not be alarmed. Quietly tell me where you have concealed my fellow townsman. Your son, by E, my compatriot. Do you understand what compatriot means? Someone from the same place. Yes. Tell me quietly. Lynn leaned in, ear inclined. Chapter 160. Our Lady is afflicted by many ailments. Beneath him, the mistress trembled in terror. Gazing at the suddenly deranged doctor before her, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. Something was amiss. This man seemed mentally unhinged. Had he been provoked by something? He appeared akin to a deranged killer freshly escaped from an asylum. Dark Elf Mistress's sanity level, 10. Dark Elf Mistress's sanity level, 10. The mistress stammered, her lips moving without producing sound. Speak. Lynn suddenly snapped, eyeing her furiously as he seized her collar. The mistress paled, her pupils quivering, her body bristling with fear. My apologies, forgive me. Lynn quickly pressed his hand to his forehead, inhaling deeply. I apologize for my impatience. I hope you can understand. I am simply overwhelmed with joy, after 2 long years, to encounter a fellow townsman in this dreadful place. I'm overly excited. You are unwell. Illness must be treated. Once healed, you shall answer my queries. Ding. Random diagnosis initiated. Detected target illness 1. Cerebral low pathology. Ding. Detected target illness 2. Puppet curse. Ding. Detected target illness 3. Malevolent spirit infestation. Lynn rubbed his temples vigorously, trembling as he declared, No. There's more. Our esteemed Lady harbors numerous ailments. Ding. Random diagnosis effect activated. You have diagnosed a random illness. Skin cyst. Ding. You have diagnosed a random illness. Localized tissue necrosis. Ding. You have diagnosed a random illness. Acute pulmonary perforation. In that fleeting moment, the mistress felt an unsettling transformation within her body. She watched in horror as her arm began to sprout pus-filled cysts, experiencing excruciating pain as her abdomen distended, viscous, dark blood oozing forth. A powerful urge to cough seized her, leaving her breathless. What have you done to me? What have you done? She was paralyzed with fear. Sanity level, 10. Sanity level, 10. Lynn brandished the night demon blade from his belt, a manic glint in his eyes. You require healing. Trust me, I am a professional. Listen to me. Once I cure you, you will reveal the whereabouts of my compatriot. Correct? Indeed, that is how it shall be. With the night demon blade, Lynn plunged it into her chest. He intended to dissect her, to mend her perforated lung, to perform surgery. The unimaginable, excruciating pain erupted, prompting a piercing scream from the mistress. Swish, swish, swish. Ding. Your surgical skill has increased. Level 1. Ding. Your surgical skill has increased. Level 1. Ding. Your surgical skill has increased. Level 1. The incessant sound of scalpel slicing through flesh echoed in the air. Stop. Stop. I implore you. I will reveal to you his whereabouts. At last, the mistress, in her agony, begged for mercy, unable to endure the dual torment of body and soul any longer. Lynn halted his disemboweling motion. With terror etched on her face, the mistress extended her deformed hand, pointing towards the distant corridor, stating, He has been oscillating under his puppet master's control, but Alice has regained dominion over him, sending him to the kitchen. She has abandoned him, hoping you would take that human's place. With a swift motion, Lynn extracted the night demon knife from her chest. Thank you for your candor. You are indeed a kind soul. Regaining his composure, Lynn meticulously stitched her torn chest back together with deft precision. He then rose swiftly, disregarding the blood that stained his body, and politely requested a basin from a mechanical servant to cleanse his bloodied hands. After expressing his gratitude, Lynn shouldered the chainsaw and strode toward the direction she indicated. Meanwhile, the mistress, terrified and exhausted, leaned against the wall, watching the doctor's retreating figure, feeling as though she had just emerged from a nightmare. The sensation was even more harrowing than any nightmare she had ever encountered. This man, he. But just as she attempted to rise, her pupils suddenly dilated, becoming hollow, and she twisted unnaturally, standing up like a puppet. Father. A strange voice resembling that of a little girl echoed from her mouth. Stop Alice's new brother. Take the useless old brother to the basement for surgery. Tomorrow, we shall be one family. The eerie voice reverberated throughout the hall. In the kitchen, the rhythmic chopping and slicing of meat persisted. It was bustling with creatures busily preparing and organizing ingredients. Alas, we are out of supplies. I heard that today the master and mistress hosted a doctor who came to treat the young lady. He devoured all the food in the pantry. Indeed, the peelable meat has already been stripped away, and the bones have been simmered into a rich broth. Not a drop of blood remains. Yet, the head chef still possesses ample meat for the next dinner. The busy kitchen buzzed with chatter. At that moment, a series of loud knocks resounded from outside. With a fixed smile that hinted at madness, Lynn appeared at the doorway. Upon entering, he took in the vast emptiness of the kitchen, where only the chopping knives rapidly cleaved through ribs and the iron ladles and forks incessantly stirred dishes. Leave. This is the kitchen. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter, or the head chef will unleash his wrath. He does not welcome outsiders in his kitchen. A chopping knife bellowed urgently. Lynn, maintaining his calm demeanor and smile, stepped inside, turning his head to observe the knife. Although no figure was visible, it felt as though someone was indeed present, preparing ingredients. I apologize for my intrusion. Your mistress directed me here, asking for me to find her son by E. Do you know where he might be? The cleaver hesitated momentarily, responding, The mistress sent you? Odd. She, like the head chef, does not appreciate uninvited guests in her kitchen. However, if it is truly her wish, you may inquire with the head chef inside. We must continue our work, so please do not disturb us. The cleaver resumed its rhythmic chopping of the ribs, which appeared somewhat peculiar, for they bore a striking resemblance to a familiar organism rather than any animal. Chapter 161. The pig-headed butcher of the kitchen. Lynn held his smile, his gaze drifting deeper into the kitchen. The rich aroma of spices wafted through the air. He spotted a towering figure over 2 meters tall at a stove in the kitchen's depths, stirring a pot with an iron ladle. Clad in slaughtering garb and a chef's hat, his physique remarkably robust. The tantalizing scent made it impossible to resist salivating. Lynn approached him confidently. As he drew near, the giant's gravelly voice echoed, Do not disturb me. I am concocting a new flavor of soup. If you have business, please wait until I finish. Lynn's vision was suddenly filled with the creature's introduction. Pig-headed butcher. Race, pig-headed demon alignment. Lawful evil compatibility. Description, the head chef employed by the happy home. No creature knows where he hails from or why he is here. Yet legends concerning him abound in tales across various worlds. Those who have encountered him have attempted to verify his identity, but invariably displayed immense fear upon hearing his name. System prompt. Do not attempt to provoke him. It will yield no benefit. System prompt. He values contracts, yet remains malevolent. However, during the contract period, he will not kill without cause. Lynn swiftly absorbed the information, regaining his composure and grinning. I apologize. I seek an individual named by one of the family members. The mistress informed me he is with you, so I wish to confirm. The pig-headed butcher continued stirring the pot of thick soup, the aroma intensifying. If you refer to a young human, I do indeed know. Not long ago, that male puppet delivered him to me, and he's now one of my ingredients. Lynn grinned. You hardly seem like a member of this family. The pig-headed butcher stirred the pot languidly, saying, I accepted the generous employment of that young girl. Within 3 days, I shall be the head chef here. Lynn smiled radiantly. In that case, may we strike a deal? I can exchange something else for that ingredient. The pig-headed butcher tossed a generous amount of spices into the pot, replying nonchalantly, Do you wish to taste my soup? Lynn's smile faltered. With a splash, the pig-headed butcher scooped a ladleful of white, thick soup, slurping it down, the viscous broth dripping down his chin and tusks onto the floor. Exchanges are possible, but my soup requires one final, crucial ingredient. If you can find it and bring it to me, I shall make the trade. Beep. You have triggered a special hidden quest. The pig-headed butcher's ingredient. Quest description. Assist the pig-headed butcher in finding suitable materials to complete his thick soup. Quest rewards. 10 favor with the pig-headed butcher. Special reward from the pig-headed butcher, X1. The pig-headed butcher will not impose penalties upon you. Lynn composed himself. What kind of material do you require? The pig-headed butcher replied coolly, I need the tissue of a high-ranking being. It must be exquisitely delectable, brimming with knowledge, and infused with sufficient resentment. Once you procure it, we can conduct our transaction. With that, the pig-headed butcher turned back to the stove, resuming his stirring of the thick soup. You may leave now, but do not touch anything in the kitchen until you have found what you seek. I would prefer not to harbor unnecessary malice towards you. Lynn's gaze flickered. He quickly pondered, his expression somber. Firstly, he could ascertain that this pig-headed butcher was not the same one he had encountered before. He was merely a hired hand and not an ally of the happy home. This meant he would not be under the happy home's command beyond matters concerning the kitchen. Secondly, he adhered to a code of chaotic evil, implying he would follow his own set of rules and malevolence, unlike the utterly deranged nature of chaotic evil. Thirdly, could it be that what simmered in his pot was by Lynn's eyes flashed as the information about the bubbling broth appeared before him. Incomplete strange thick soup, a rich concoction brewed by the pig-headed butcher, infused with various spices and fresh ingredients, containing some peculiar blood and flesh that would make anyone's mouth water. Nothing conclusive could be discerned. Lynn's gaze hardened as he thought swiftly. In that case, let us barter. Sufficiently fresh, imbued with knowledge, and steeped in resentment. Lynn furrowed his brow. Just then his left hand raised, lowering his voice as he spoke. Brain? Do you recall the heart-eater's brain I intended to gift my master? Perhaps that could suffice? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. This hint from Zwa instantly allowed him to piece those 3 points together. Indeed, because it was stored within his system space, the brain was sufficiently fresh. As the president of the Demon Association, it contained boundless knowledge. And because it was he who had orchestrated his own demise, it was rife with resentment. A test was in order. Lynn's expression turned grave as he strode towards the pig-headed butcher. So soon you found it? The butcher still did not turn around. His voice faint yet discernible. Lynn calmly adjusted his monocle, then produced from his system space a bloodied brain, presenting it before him. I believe this should meet all the conditions you just mentioned. At his words, the butcher finally turned, allowing Lynn a glimpse of his visage. Towering and robust, he bore the head of a wild boar, with sharp, protruding teeth crammed into a decaying maw, 2 elongated tusks jutting out like vicious barbs. His eyes brimmed with chaos and malevolence. The butcher merely cast a glance at him before fixating on the blood-soaked brain in Lynn's hand, seemingly intrigued. He took the brain, sniffing it meticulously. With a gentle squeeze, he extracted a thin stream of viscous liquid, which he ingested. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Moments later, the butcher opened his eyes, licking his tusks as he remarked, Indeed, it contains a wealth of knowledge, teeming with intriguing resentment and malice. However, the ingredients are not fresh, and there are certain undesirable mutations present. Nonetheless, as a final seasoning for the soup, it will suffice. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the brain into the bubbling, thick soup. Chapter 162. Strange Changes or No Changes. Ding! You have completed the special hidden task, Ingredients for the Pig-Headed Butcher. You have received a reward. Pig-Headed Butcher's Favorability 10. The Pig-Headed Butcher will refrain from participating in your punishment. Ding! The special reward from the Pig-Headed Butcher is being prepared. Please return in half an hour to collect it. Gurgling. The butcher turned once more to stir his pot of thick soup, casually stating, The trade is complete. The ingredients you seek are in the cold storage. You may retrieve them yourself, but remember, do not touch anything that is not yours. Creaking. The sound of a door creaking open caught Lynn's attention. Drawing his gaze to a pitch-black open door not far away, from which a chilling air surged forth, sending shivers down his spine. Lynn grinned. Thank you, I understand. With a decisive step, Lynn crossed through the door and entered the cold storage of the kitchen. Rusty iron hooks hung from above, clanging against one another, emitting a chorus of metallic chimes. Clearly, these hooks had once borne the carcasses of various hunted creatures. Lynn lifted his gaze, searching intently. In the next moment, his eyes fell upon a body suspended in midair by the iron hooks at the depths of the cold storage. Lynn instantly recognized the silhouette. Without hesitation, he yanked the iron hook, slowly lowering the boy suspended above. Once on the ground, Lynn rushed to his side, frowning at the pallid face. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly lifted the boy's shirt. Immediately, he discerned a prominently sutured, rough scar running from the chest to the abdomen. With a decisive slice, Lynn calmly cut through the sutures on his chest. To his horror, he found a cavity filled with copious amounts of blood-soaked cotton, the internal organs long since excised. Indeed, he had been turned into a puppet. Fortunately, he had encountered me. Hold on, my friend. While your kidneys may be cooked, I shall retrieve your other parts. Lynn felt tears welling in his eyes. Seeing a peer from his homeland suffer so, as a person yearning to return to his roots, how could he not be heartbroken? Fear not, I shall stitch you up immediately. Rest assured, you will be just as you were before. We shall rely on one another, fellow countrymen. Lynn promptly prepared to retrieve the internal organs he had just taken from the dining table from his system space. However, at that moment, lying on the ground, suddenly twitched unnaturally. Crackle. Almost instantaneously, Bai's limbs contorted into an eerie stance, his head tilted back as he suddenly opened his hollow eyes, rising like a spider. Supported on all fours, Lynn was momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Bai's head snapped in Lynn's direction, his hollow eyes rapidly regaining a frenzied, sickly gleam, letting out a piercing shriek. Ding! Crisis level 10. Ding! Crisis level 20. With a swift motion, Lynn delivered a powerful slap. Bai Yi's body was sent flying several meters away from the force. Indeed, he was still under control. Lynn cracked his neck, gritting his teeth, and seized a nearby iron hook, swinging it in his hand. "Fear not, my little brother. I am here. I shall heal you now, and you shall be as you were before." Whoosh. Revived, Bai Yi wore an expression of exhilaration, flipping over and scrambling to his feet, then scuttling up the wall like a spider. "Alice likes you so much. She no longer wants me. Ha ha ha, Alice likes you." Bang. Lynn raised his hand and fired a shot. Bai Yi, scrambling rapidly along the wall, plummeted to the ground like a fallen bird. "Ding. You shot Bai Yi. Your proficiency with firearms has increased by 1. Bai Yi lay on the ground, expressionless, limbs twitching, electricity crackling across his chest, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Lynn's expression turned grave as he blew the smoke from the gun's barrel, striding forward. At a distance of approximately 10 meters from Bai Yi, Lynn spoke solemnly. "Fellow villager, how are you? Do you feel all right?" A brief silence ensued. In the next moment, with a sudden rustle, Bai Yi abruptly sat up, opening his bloodied maw wide and unleashing a series of piercing howls. Bang! A gunshot echoed. "Ding! You have shot Bai Yi again. Your firearms proficiency has increased to level 1. Observing Bai Yi convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, Lynn pondered for a moment, feeling an unsettling apprehension. Bang! He fired another shot. "Ding! You have shot Bai Yi. Your firearms proficiency has increased to level 0. 5. At this point, Bai Yi lay completely still. Only then did Lynn feel reassured. With a serious expression, he quickly rushed over and bound him tightly with chains. "Fellow villager, it is not my intention to harm you. According to the logic of our world, after having your organs ravaged, you would certainly be dead. However, this dark realm is different. Apart from the physical body, there exist numerous arcane methods to maintain consciousness, such as curses and malevolent spirits. The shots I fired earlier were, in fact, for your own good. These are among the few weapons I possess that can combat curses and evil spirits. Their holy attribute can significantly suppress such anomalies. If you still have your awareness, please open your mouth and speak to me." Lynn gazed intently at him. After a long while, Bai Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he struggled to open one eye, murmuring, "I." Bang! Another gunshot rang out. "Ding! You have shot Bai Yi. Your firearms proficiency has increased to level 0. 5. The dense holy currents coursed through Bai Yi, causing his entire body to convulse, his eyes rolling back, and foam spilling from his mouth. As Bai Yi's consciousness began to awaken, Lynn found it difficult to contain his joy, hastily helping him sit up and supporting his shoulders, exclaiming, "Brother, fellow villager, how are you? Can you hear my voice?" Bai Yi murmured, "My head hurts." Slap. Lynn swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. "How about now?" Lynn Bai Yi, in pain, retched a thick stream of black blood, murmuring, "Thank you, I feel much better." Lynn was overjoyed, grasping his shoulders and saying, "Much better is good. Much better is good. Bai Yi, is that your name? Quickly tell me. How did you end up in this world? Do you know how we can return?" L'annonce gaz gros increasingly urgent. The indescribable joy and excitement he felt was a rare experience in the past 2 years. Under the influence of the holy power, the curse within him had evidently experienced a momentary suppression. Bai Yi's consciousness gradually returned. He stared blankly at the figure before him, which bore a striking resemblance to himself. Murmuring, "Are you human?" Lynn, filled with joy, replied in Mandarin, "Yes. A good human, a perfectly normal descendant of Yan and Huang, just like you." Upon hearing the familiar Mandarin, Bai Yi trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "Odd changes do not change?" Chapter 163, 3 Merits of a Lowly. Lynn was taken aback. Responding, "Symbols observe quadrants." Bai Yi shuddered, struggling to stand, urgently declaring, "The tiger covers the earth." Lynn trembled, clenching his fist. "The pagoda suppresses the river demon." Bai Yi became increasingly agitated, tears welling in his eyes. "Imperial Palace, jade, liquid wine. 180 cups." The more they spoke, the more frantic and emotional they became. The lowly has 3 merits. Lynn kivedith. Soft voice, delicate body, easily toppled, as they uttered the final 3 words. Their voices choked with emotion, their eyes reddening profoundly. My kin, we have matched perfectly." Bai Yi felt as if he might burst apart, grasping the hand of this unfamiliar youth and weeping inconsolably, calling out for his parents. Only he knew the tumult of emotions behind those tears, excitement and sorrow intertwined. This sensation of encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land, the bond of kinship felt like a lost child, lured away for years. Finally seeing their parents again in an unfamiliar place. At that moment, he truly lamented not being a young girl. Otherwise, he would have longed to throw himself fervently into the embrace of this fellow villager. An encounter with a familiar face in a foreign land. Bayikurit, wiping away tears, his voice thick with emotion. Navigating through these lands feels like traversing realms. Every turn brings a chase by spirits. Every visit results in calamity. Brother, do you have any idea how I endure these days in this strange land? By sobbed, his voice cracking. I've been hunted here or there. I lost one of my precious jewels. Lynn's eyes were already red as well. He embraced the unfortunate fellow villager, his voice choked with tears. It's all right. We still have one. We can continue using it. As long as we are alive, life holds infinite possibilities. So tragic, truly too tragic. He had never believed it before. Now, in this foreign land, encountering a fellow villager brought tears to their eyes. Bai cried out, Brother, did you also traverse to this place? May I ask your name? Lynn replied, choking back tears. We are both lost souls in this vast world. Why must we have met before? I humbly go by Lynn, with the given name In, and the courtesy name Yuqian, a person from the Heilongjiang province. Bai cried, Brother, you have a courtesy name too. How unique. Lynn, still choked up, asked, And you? Bai wept. I am Bai, with the single name, a struggling high school student who has yet to graduate from the magical capital. Lynn wiped his tears and said, Shanghai is a wonderful place. A splendid place. Bai cried, What is Shanghai? His weeping abruptly ceased, leaving a silence in the air. Lynn's expression stiffened. Please repeat that. You said you are from where? Bai, bewildered, replied, The magical capital. State your real name, not an alias. Bai insisted. I mean the magical capital of the 9 provinces. Known to everyone across the nation. What's wrong? Lynn gradually sensed something amiss. Under Bai's bewildered gaze, Lynn stood up, furrowing his brow and pacing back and forth. Bai, confused, asked, Brother, what is wrong? Lynn contemplated, then inquired, The moonlight before my bed. Suspecting it is frost on the ground. Who wrote this? Upon hearing this, Bai, tears streaming, almost laughed, thinking Lynn was joking with him. Of course. It was written by XX. Brother, are you kidding me? We learned this poem in 1st grade. Lynn felt he gradually realized something was terribly wrong. Either the person before him was utterly foolish or was deliberately mocking him, or there was a significant issue at hand. He gazed at Bai, murmuring, Let me ask you again, do you know Newton, Einstein, Galileo? If you don't know them, do you know Jordan, Kobe, or Yao Ming? Or perhaps someone more familiar, do you know Jackie Chan? With each name Lynn uttered, Bai's expression grew increasingly bewildered as he listened, utterly lost. Who are they? Lynn's mind went blank, his face falling into a daze. Lynn's sand value is 50. Minutes later, Lynn furrowed his brow, meticulously comparing everything he could think of from his world with Bai, who also looked equally perplexed, recounting every detail in confusion. In his view, the senior from this otherworldly realm appeared to be remarkably lacking in common knowledge, even oblivious to historical figures from ancient times that anyone with a decade of compulsory education should be familiar with. This was indeed rather peculiar. After a more thorough comparison, Lynn finally came to a hollow realization. No, they were not inhabitants of the same world. Although the world he inhabited bore many similarities to his own, even the historical trajectory seemed largely accurate. It was unequivocally not his world. That nation was called Jiuzhou, with its capital named Longsheng. Decades ago, that country had risen to become the largest in the world. Its people were akin to a colossal dragon coiling in the east. Yet that was still not his home. Lynn lifted his gaze, staring vacantly upwards, and murmured, What on earth is happening? Ding, you have triggered a special achievement. Hometown of the exotic. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Hometown of the exotic, special achievement. Awarded upon encountering the first visitor from your hometown. Description, perhaps subtle differences are eternal. You have gained a permanent attribute bonus. All attributes 10, happiness 10. Observing Lynn's suddenly vacant expression, Bai exclaimed, Big brother, what is wrong with you? Lynn sat down, gripping his hair with one hand and tugging at it forcefully as he declared, There's a problem. Subsequently, he divulged all the discrepancies he had discovered to Bai, detailing the differences between their 2 homelands and everything he had uncovered. Upon learning the truth, Bai's face was filled with shock and astonishment. So, if what he said was indeed true, then they were similar yet different. Lynn despondently remarked, It seems we come from 2 homelands with identical historical trajectories. But while that is your world, it is not mine. Chapter 164. Fear not. I have plentiful anesthetics. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at this boy, who shared a similar experience, He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. The joy had arrived too abruptly. Yet the disappointment followed swiftly. Before they could truly bond over their shared hometown, they had grown distant once more. Lynn raised his head, resolutely stating, regardless, I am genuinely glad to see you in this cursed place. Even if we are not true compatriots, rest assured, I will not abandon you. Bai Yi's face instantly lit up with joy and excitement as he replied, Is it true? Although the earlier revelations had indeed left him feeling slightly disheartened, the shared understanding persisted. Even if they were not from the same world, they inhabited a similar one, with akin ethnic heritages. And as long as the lineage of Yin and Huang remained unchanged, they were brothers no matter where they found themselves. Then Lin abruptly stood up, adjusted his monocle, stretched his arms, and calmly addressed him. Your current condition is unstable. Your body has been hollowed out. The only reason you are still alive is due to the curse and puppet technique within you. If you do not receive treatment soon, you may perish at any moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression turned pale. He instinctively glanced at his abdomen, where he immediately spotted the blood-soaked cotton emerging from the gaping wound. Bai Yi fainted from the horrifying sight. A few minutes later, Bai Yi awoke, trembling on the ground, shivering uncontrollably as he watched Lin sharpening a chainsaw. Sparks flying in every direction. Although he knew that this newly acquainted compatriot would not harm him, he still felt a wave of unease wash over him. Lin, big brother, how will you help me? Bai Yi stammered. Are you going to perform surgery on me? Lin adjusted his monocle and looked seriously at the night demon blade in his hand, slightly turning it so that a glint of cold light flashed across the sharp edge. Fear not. You have just crossed over, but I, your elder brother, have been navigating this world for 2 years and have learned a thing or two. Bai was taken aback. 2 years? In that instant, he felt an indescribable shock towards this boy, who appeared to be of similar age. His mind raced back to the experiences of the past 2 days. His head buzzed as he recalled that in just 2 days, he had been stripped of his organs and won his testicles, while Lin had somehow survived in such a perilous place for 2 years. Was this truly something a normal person could achieve? He could only think. He had truly found a benefactor. Lin solemnly approached him, gently wiping the blade, contemplating how to properly reconfigure his hardware. Bai Yi swallowed nervously and asked, Big brother, will it hurt? Lin reassured him, Rest easy. I have brought plenty of anesthetics. I will ensure you receive general anesthesia, and when you wake up, you will feel rejuvenated. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. As long as there are anesthetics. He had feared that the doctors of this terrifying world would perform brutal surgeries without mercy. Truly, his elder compatriot was remarkably considerate. If only he could have such a formidable big brother in reality, it would feel like a dream. Lin then grabbed the medical kit, preparing to administer the anesthetic. However, at that moment he paused. What's wrong, big brother? Bai Yi blinked. Lin pondered, Brother, I feel a bit embarrassed. I originally brought 3 large bottles of anesthetic, but I used one during a prior surgery. Bai Yi blinked in confusion. But there are still 2 bottles left, right? Lin furrowed his brow, pulling out a bottle labeled anesthetic from the kit. He opened it, took a sip, exhaled a warm breath, and closed his eyes. Goji berries and rock candy. I brewed it into tea. A profound silence enveloped them. 6 black dots flew past their heads, cawing. Bai Yi stared blankly. What should we do now? Lin contemplated and hesitantly offered the cup of hot tea, saying, How about you drink this tea to make do? Instantly, Bai Yi envisioned himself sipping hot tea while his elder brother wielded the sharp knife, preparing to invade his abdomen. What a ridiculous joke. Could this truly suffice? Would he not be killed by the pain? Yet, he quickly steeled himself, knowing that as a newcomer, he could not become a burden to a fellow compatriot. Indeed, he must strive to be resilient. After all, he had managed to endure the loss of his kidney before, hadn't he? A true man, especially in these extraordinary times, should he truly fear such things? Images of the valiant martyrs who faced adversity head-on, single-handedly demolishing fortifications, sacrificing their lives, and shedding blood for their beliefs surged through his mind. Could he, then, bring shame to their legacy? With a firm fist, he gritted his teeth and declared, Big brother, no need for anesthetics. Perform the surgery. I, Bai Yi, may not be a stalwart warrior, but I am a passionate youth with ideals and ambitions. A true hero dares to confront the grim realities of life. I, Bai Yi, shall not fear the knife. Lin was taken aback, instantly inspired by Bai Yi's indomitable spirit. Well said. Indeed, the youth of Huaxiao is truly commendable, brimming with such fervor, making your sacrificed kidneys not in vain. Lin instantly brandished his knife, the lens of his monocle glimmering with a sharp light. With a serious demeanor, he proclaimed, In that case, I shall wield my blade with abandon. By E, taken aback. Urged, wait a moment. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream erupted. Ding. Your knife skills have increased by 1. Ding. Your sewing ability has increased by 1. Ding. Your sewing ability has increased by 1. Ding. Your sewing ability has increased by 1. Lynn N, with a grave expression, stood over the unconscious By E, who lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back. Armed with an embroidery needle, he deftly commenced the intricate task of reassembling the hardware within him. Chapter 165. The surgery has a success rate of 100, with a satisfaction rate of 100. Though this was Lynn N's first endeavor to implant organs in a living being, he felt confident. After all, he had often engaged in various constructions back on Earth. He recalled a childhood incident where he had disassembled his father's car and reassembled it, albeit with a few spare parts left over, yet it appeared as good as new. Not even a dozen traffic cops had been able to catch him. With narrowed eyes, Lynn N meticulously navigated through Bai Yi's chest cavity, examining the heart, lungs, liver, a half kidney, and a hodgepodge of other components. This should be the correct connection. He pondered. I hope I haven't made any errors. Wait, is the heart on the left or the right? Never mind, as long as it works. He hastily connected the arteries, even after having drained the blood. Should I use something else instead? With swift precision, he linked everything he could, though it lacked aesthetic appeal. It sufficed for the interior of the chest cavity. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lynn N realized that this was merely the preliminary installation. To animate these components, he required a special potion from this world. Narrowing his eyes, he rummaged through his bag to retrieve a vial. Flesh growth potion. Indeed, he had brewed a batch before his departure. As for the materials, he had plenty, having collected a substantial amount during his last encounter with the adorable Xiao Xiao. With a flourish, Lynn N uncorked the vial and poured its contents into Bai Yi's chest cavity. Instantly, a miracle unfolded. Bai Yi's previously lifeless organs sprang back to vitality, rejuvenated by the flesh growth potion, with even the most delicate areas that could not be sewn up rapidly restored. Waves of warmth emanated forth. This sensation was immensely gratifying, akin to the joy of assembling a costly doll, complete with its peculiar sounds. Filled with confidence, Lynn N playfully flicked at Bai Yi's half kidney. Bai Yi, in a stupor, emitted bubbling sounds in reply. Mission accomplished. Lynn N clapped his hands, composed and content, adjusted his monocle, then closed Bai Yi's ribcage and chest, locking it in place before deftly sealing the surrounding area with his sharp needle. Thus, the perfect young man, Bai Yi, was pronounced complete. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. Reconstructing a living being, you have received a basic experience reward of 200. The achievement Reconstructing a Living Being is awarded for successfully assembling a humanoid creature without causing its demise. You have taken a crucial step toward becoming a formidable expert in flesh modification, granting you a permanent boost. Mental power 2, intelligence 2, compassion 1. Lynn N remained unflustered. His gaze then shifted to Bai Yi's head, for the endeavor was not yet fully resolved. While the hardware and driving issues had been addressed, the division of the CPU posed a genuine threat to Bai Yi's life. Ding! You are initiating a random diagnostic procedure and have identified the following afflictions. 1. Evil spirit infestation. 2. Puppet manipulation. 3. Impotence. 4. Kidney deficiency. Lynn indecisively disregarded the latter entries. They were not grave matters. The priority now lay in addressing the first 2 ailments, which were indeed critical. With a serious expression, Lynn extended his hand and tapped Bai Yi's head rhythmically, akin to knocking on a watermelon. Listening intently, he discerned a clattering sound within. Water, a considerable amount of it. Lynn N quickly accessed the diagnostic records of the system and scrutinized the solutions for the first 2 afflictions. Evil spirit infestation. Lynn N contemplated. According to the system's description, this was a form of dark sorcery, unsettling even in the shadowy realms. It could forcibly strip a being's soul and implant it into another body, achieving a parasitic takeover. Over time, the implanted evil spirit would gradually supplant the original soul, ultimately assuming control. The evil spirit is lodged in the frontal lobe. Lynn N mused. The frontal lobe, a crucial part of the brain located at the frontmost region. The system indicated that the evil spirit occupied this area. And during the early stages of infestation, the frontal lobe would undergo pathological changes. Once the affliction spread throughout the entire brain, it would signify complete parasitic control. In the description of puppet manipulation, Lynn N uncovered the secret behind Alice's control over Bai Yi and others. Rather than directly manipulating their consciousness, She exerted control through a special connection to the evil spirit residing within their bodies, using it to indirectly command them. Thus, by eliminating the infused evil spirit, both threats could be neutralized. Lynn smiled faintly, having found clarity. Awakens. The forthcoming procedure will necessitate your cooperation. Cease your pretense. Still frothing at the mouth, remained unresponsive. Lynn pondered briefly before producing a revolver from his coat, assessing Bai's leg. Bang! A shot rang out. Bai let out a shrill cry, startled like a zombie, bolting upright. Brother, you're awake? How do you feel? If anything feels off, let me know immediately. Lynn said, seamlessly grasping his shoulder with earnestness. Bai, trembling, pointed at the bullet wound on his thigh, exclaiming, "It hurts! It hurts!" Lynn patted his shoulder, solemnly stating, "Pain is expected. It's part of what I need you to endure. I am about to perform a minimally invasive brain surgery, which may provoke the evil spirit within you. It will undoubtedly attempt to seize control of your body upon sensing my intentions. You must endure. If it becomes unbearable, shoot yourself. Though painful, the sacred power of this gun will temporarily suppress that evil spirit." Chapter 166. Are you really going to dig it out with your own hands? Bai quivered, unsteadily clutching the hefty revolver Lynn had handed him, stammering, "Am I supposed to shoot myself?" Lynn spoke with a grave demeanor. "I cannot afford to be distracted. Thus this formidable task must be entrusted to you. After all, being adept at shooting is somewhat of an innate talent for a man, is it not?" Bai trembled, stammering, "Brother, what did you mean by performing a minimally invasive surgery on my brain?" He felt a persistent sense that this elder brother from another world was not quite like an ordinary person. It seemed as though he was entirely indifferent to pain. This insouciance extended to others as well. Lynn nodded and explained, "It's quite simple. Due to the location of the surgery, there is no need for a craniotomy. I merely need to remove your right eye, then insert it into your skull, poking around a bit. The entire procedure will be completed in 3 to 5 minutes." Bai's gaze turned vacant. Remove an eye, insert it, poke around. In his mind, he envisioned a hand scratching beneath his skull, eliciting a horrifying image. No. Beep. Bai's sanity level, 30. Beep. Bai's sanity level, 30. Beep. Bai's sanity level, 30. Beep. Bai's sanity level is about to reach 0. With a swift motion, Lynn slapped him back to reality, gazing intently into his eyes. "Do not indulge in wild thoughts. You must trust me. I have been in this world for 2 years, and my surgical success rate is 100, with a cure rate of 100 and an approval rate of 100. It's merely the removal of an eyeball. What is there to fear?" Bai quivered. "Isn't fear a normal reaction?" Lynn frowned. "Normal? Nonsense. I often poke at my own eyeballs for fun. Have you ever seen me afraid?" Bai stammered, "But why would you poke at your own eyeball? That doesn't seem like something a normal human would do." Lynn cracked his knuckles, a series of popping sounds echoing. "What a useless notion. This is infuriating. A rotten tree cannot be carved." Bai clutched his head, bewildered. Why did this seemingly human elder brother give him a more sinister feeling than the other malevolent spirits? Was he truly a normal human? Lynn's voice turned serious. "This is your final chance. Will you do it? If not, I shall take my leave, and we shall pretend we never met. Do not leave and claim you are from the same village as I." Bai hurriedly replied, "I will do it, but please be gentle. I fear pain." He steeled himself. If his elder brother was indeed trying to save him, there must be a reason behind it. In the grand scheme of life, what did a little pain matter? His girlfriend was waiting for him to return home. After a mere 10 seconds, Bai lay there trembling, hugging his shoulders, resembling a violated maiden. Lynn squinted, adjusted his glasses, and retrieved tape to secure Bai's upper eyelid, affixing it to his forehead to prevent him from blinking due to an overreaction. Lynn cracked his fingers and said gravely, "Little brother, I shall begin now. Brace yourself. It will be swift." Bai trembled. "Aren't you going to use any tools? Are you really just going to use your hands?" Lynn smiled lightly. "Fear not. Trust me. I used to use 3 fingers, but under my teacher's tutelage, I have now mastered the art of using just 2 fingers." Bai gasped. Bai's fear level, 10. Bai's fear level, 10. It seemed he had made considerable progress. But was this truly normal? What kind of world was this? It was terrifying. "Do you trust me? I wish I could," Bai exclaimed in horror. "Rest assured, it will be quick. I am about to begin. Wait a moment." A piercing scream erupted, echoing with sheer terror. Beep. Bai's fear level, 30. Beep. Bai's fear level, 30. As the system notifications chimed, Bai lay there, dazed, with his left eye socket emanating warmth, murmuring as if he were no longer himself. Lynn adjusted his monocle. Looking at the freshly removed eyeball, still connected by nerves. How do you feel? Does it hurt at all? It's already removed. Bai Yi mumbled. I want to go home. Lynn leaned in, curious. What? Tears streamed from Bai Yi's other eye as he murmured, I want to find my mother. Lynn, moved by Bai Yi's longing for his family, gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. Your mother will be proud of you. Saying this, Lynn placed the eyeball in Bai Yi's hand for him to hold. Then his expression turned serious as he focused on Bai Yi's left eye socket. The next step would be the most arduous, minimally invasive brain surgery. The pain in the brain is actually quite mild, so Bai Yi would likely not suffer too greatly. However, the challenge lay in the execution. A single misstep could reduce this fellow compatriot to a blithering fool, and the thought of such a fate pained Lynn deeply. Lynn squinted and instructed Bai Yi, stay awake. Remember, you must not fall asleep, or all will be in vain. I am certain you do not wish to become an imbecile, do you? Bai Yi murmured, I feel like I already am. Lynn felt reassured. If he could still speak, it meant his mind was alert. He was indeed doing well. With that, Lynn closed his eyes and activated his fleshly transformation. In an instant, as Bai Yi stared in shock, a dark vertical pupil slowly opened on Lynn's cheek. Bai Yi gasped his eye. My brother has grown a strange eye on his face. He truly is not human. Beep. Bai Yi's fear level, 10. Beep. Bai Yi's fear level, 10. But the transformation did not end there. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yi trembled as he saw tiny, slippery tentacles sprouting from the tips of Lynn's fingers. As he watched in horror, the slender tentacles crawled toward his left eye socket, then surged inside. Oh no, my brother is not only not human, he is also a tentacle monster. In that moment, Bai Yi was utterly terrified. Bai Yi's fear level, 10. Bai Yi's fear level, 10. At this very moment, the malevolent vertical pupil on Lynn's cheek rotated, locking onto the deep black area within Bai Yi's brain. This area housed a malevolent spirit, the very one that had attacked him earlier. Just you wait. Today, I shall eradicate you. Lynn squinted. Under his control, the agile little tentacles swiftly navigated along the eye socket, aiming for the outer layer of Bai Yi's brain. Lynn soon spotted a dark tumor at the edge of his brain, the pathological entity he needed to eliminate today. Yet, just as the tentacles were about to reach it, the tumor pulsated as if sensing a threat. Then, Bai Yi suddenly felt his consciousness being pierced by waves of pain, as if a malevolent spirit were grotesquely attempting to seize control of his body. A profound sense of haziness and drowsiness surged over him in relentless waves. Bai Yi was instantly gripped by terror. Quick, stay awake. Do not let it invade you. Lynn shouted. His tendrils immediately quickened their pace. Stay alert. Yes. You must remain awake. You cannot succumb to slumber. Otherwise, Bai Yi gasped, strenuously resisting the sinister malice that invaded his mind. It seemed that his overwhelming resistance provoked a sharp, piercing wail from the dark tumor within his consciousness. In the next moment, the tumor suddenly extended several diminutive, obsidian, translucent hands, shrieking as they attempted to obliterate the two tiny tendrils Lynn had inserted. You dare. Lynn was taken aback. He swiftly reached into the box and retrieved a blade, snapped it in response, infused it with a spectral manifestation potion, and then split off another tendril to quickly deliver the weapon to the front lines. In an instant within Bai Yi's mind, Lynn's tendrils wielding the two blades clashed violently with the encroaching dark hands of the malignant spirit. Clang! Clang! Bai Yi immediately heard the cacophony of battle resounding within his head. Trembling, he exclaimed, Big brother, what do you mean by handing me blades in my mind? What is happening? Lynn gritted his teeth, replying, It's a bit tricky. I never anticipated that the malevolent spirit could evolve to influence the external world directly. But do not worry. I do not grow up weak. If it comes to battle, then let us fight. I shall not fear it. Then, within Bai Yi's skull, Lynn's tendrils wielding blades became like two warriors, slaying all who dared to obstruct them. Clang! Clang! The two tendrils swiftly advanced, cleaving through all the dark hands of the malignant spirit. The front lines were rapidly advancing. Soon, they would be charging directly at the enemy's stronghold. How is it going? What is happening in my mind? Bai Yi trembled, gun in hand, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Lynn gritted his teeth, stating, The resistance is substantial. The enemy has dispatched a considerable number of reinforcements. Furthermore, judging by the malevolent spirit's motives, it seems it intends to launch a further assault on your consciousness. You must be cautious. Almost as soon as Lynn finished speaking, a surge of violent onslaught washed over Bai Yi's consciousness like a tidal wave. That euphoric yet morbid sensation engulfing his entire mind once more. His awareness began to blur, as if a grotesque demon were gradually tearing him apart. Quick, fire. Use the holy power to restrain it. Lynn's urgent voice echoed faintly in his ears. Bai Yi murmured. finally expending all his strength to pull the trigger against his own leg. Bang! Ah! He let out a horrified scream akin to a slaughtered pig. A tremendous jolt of electricity coursed through his body, and his consciousness abruptly sharpened slightly. Not due to the holy power, but rather because of the excruciating pain. Well done. Keep it up. He has already been significantly affected. I will soon be able to help you vanquish it. Lynn's voice rang out with encouragement. Trembling, he looked at his bleeding thigh. It's easy for you to say. It hurts. It hurts like hell. The second wave is coming. Hurry, hurry. Bang. Ah. He exclaimed in terror as he pulled the trigger once more. The third wave. The third wave. I'm about to get close to that malevolent spirit. One more boost. It all depends on you. Bang. Finally, after an indeterminate number of shots, he felt himself slipping into delirium. Not due to the malevolent spirit residing in his mind, but purely from the agony. Each shot inflicted an unbearable torment. He felt dazed, his expression vacant, his vision blurred, and his hand gripping the revolver wavering uncertainly, shifting left and right, then back to the center. He sensed that he was fracturing. This body no longer belonged to him. It was as if he had become an emotionless machine, firing at the sound of his brother's voice, a soulless automaton. He felt he had transcended. One last time. One perfect boost. We are on the brink of success. Lynn's roar pierced through his thoughts. He decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot and the shattering noise erupted almost simultaneously. Inside Bai's head, the tumor was finally severed by Lynn's tendril, completely liberated from its parasitic grip on Bai. Ding! You have successfully eradicated Bai's malignant spirit infestation. You have gained 200 base experience points. The operation was a resounding success. Lynn's face radiated with triumphant fervor after the battle. From this moment on, you shall no longer endure the torment of that consciousness. With a vacant expression, murmured, Big brother, but I feel something is amiss. What is it? I'm missed. Missed where? I shot. With reddened eyes, extended his hand to point at himself. Chapter 168. Big brother, you chopped it all off. Lynn froze, glancing toward the direction was indicating. Buzz. Lynn was instantly shaken. That shot was mercilessly accurate, striking true. He had not anticipated this. If there had been anything left before, now there was truly nothing. Does it hurt? Lynn asked in astonishment. Cried out, it hurts terribly. Can you still feel it? I can't feel anything anymore. Lynn opened his mouth, intending to offer consolation, but found himself at a loss for words. He activated his random diagnostic technique. Ding! Random diagnostic technique activated. You have successfully identified the target ailment. 6. Shattered egg. Wow. He immediately burst into a wail, as if he were shattering into pieces. It's gone. It's all gone. I used to at least have one left to hold on to, but now there is nothing left. I'm no longer a complete man. This is absurd. Observing Bai's heart-wrenching expression, Lynn shook his head and patted his shoulder, calmly saying, do not be disheartened. In a foreign land, one cannot evade injury. It's merely a trivial matter of a couple of inches. If it's gone, then it's gone. If you wish, I can help you replace it with stainless steel. Trembled, saying, I do not want stainless steel. I just want my original one. Seeing Lynn's troubled expression, implored, Big brother, my fellow countryman, I know you possess extraordinary abilities. Do you have any potions for rapid recovery? I know you must have some. Lynn pondered, conflictive. I do have one, but I already used it on you while I was repairing your hardware. If I use it a second time, it could lead to undesirable side effects. And the effects of ordinary potions are not that strong. Lynn gazed at him seriously, without jest. However, upon hearing that Lynn had one, he cared not for the consequences, for it represented hope. It was the last dignity of a man. He trembled, his eyes sparkling with determination, declaring, I am not afraid. Big brother, as long as I can become a complete man again, I fear nothing. Truly, looking at Bai's desperate yearning for manhood, Lynn hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately retrieved his flesh growth serum from the medical kit. He furrowed his brow, for the flesh growth serum was indeed an ominously potent concoction. Its intense restorative effects could swiftly revive one to full vitality as long as there remained a breath of life. However, the more one utilized it, the greater the probability and severity of mutation. After experiencing uncontrollable mutations from consuming dozens of these vials, Lynn had developed a profound aversion to this serum. The negative repercussions were exceedingly severe. Should he use it himself, he might well undergo a horrific transformation beyond his control. He pondered, hesitatingly warning, do not blame me for not forewarning you. You have already used this serum once. A second application could lead to some undesirable mutations. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Bai Yi trembled, his resolve unwavering. Yes. At that moment, he could hear nothing but the thought of his beloved Dan. Narrowing his eyes, Lynn reluctantly extended his hand and uncorked the flesh growth serum. The crimson liquid, bubbling ominously, appeared grotesquely sanguine. Very well. Remember, if you experience any abnormal sensations in your organs, you must inform me immediately. Otherwise, it could spell disaster. His expression was serious, laden with foreboding. Bai Yi, trembling and anxious, clutched his shoulders. I understand. Woo-woo. Drip. A drop echoed ominously. In an instant, Bai Yi felt a tingling sensation coursing through the wounds on his body, as if a warm current flowed within him, accompanied by the sensation of countless ants crawling upon his skin. The next moment, he was astonished to witness the gunshot wound on his thigh healing at a visibly rapid pace. Not only that, but he could distinctly feel the peculiar sensations accompanying the healing process. Incredible. He was astonished, even his breathing quickened. He swore in his world. A remedy as sinisterly effective as this was utterly unimaginable. It was nothing short of a miracle, and as he watched in awe, the mangled flesh from the gunshot wound gradually began to dissipate under the serum's influence. He sensed it. Something was rapidly being reconstructed. Something was surging forth from within him. That sensation, it felt like a poignant rebirth, like a chick freshly hatched, cautiously peering into this wondrous world, gingerly extending its little head. He felt as if he had regained his dignity as a man. Suddenly, a tentacle, as thick as an arm, erupted from his wound, writhing and coiling forth. Silence enveloped the room. Bai Yi's expression, once lost in a beautiful dream, instantly froze in shock. Lynn was similarly stunned, rendered speechless. Bai Yi stared at the writhing tentacle, immobile. It slithered affectionately against his dazed cheek, leaving trails of viscous slime. Tentacle. Bai Yi instantly emitted a piercing scream of terror. Ding. Bai Yi's sanity decreases by 10. Ding. Bai Yi's sanity decreases by 20. Ding. Bai Yi's sanity decreases by 30. In that moment, Lynn finally regained his composure, erupting in fury. Gritting his teeth, he seized the night demon blade and declared, I knew it. The mutation has indeed manifested. Bai Yi, spread your legs. In an instant, consumed by rage, Lynn raised the night demon blade, denying the tentacle any opportunity to grow. Let me handle it for you. Thud. One strike. Bai Yi let out a horrified scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Minutes later, thud. The long tentacle fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling utterly still. Bai Yi, pale-faced, awoke with Lynn's assistance, blinking vacantly as he whispered weakly, Big brother, the tentacle. Lynn, with reddened eyes, grasped his hand, reassuring him. Rest assured, the tentacle has been dealt with. You need not fear any longer. Bai Yi murmured, It feels empty. Lynn, his eyes misty, replied, I severed it completely. Chapter 169, Occasionally, I will care for you. Bai Yi whispered, Is there nothing left? Lynn wiped his eyes and stated, There is nothing left. Bai Yi moved his lips, lying there in a daze, his gaze reflecting the ceiling, feeling as though the entire world was collapsing before him. In that moment, thoughts of his parents, his girlfriend, and the brothers who once stood beside him in the bathhouse flooded his mind, all dissipating like the wind. Several minutes later, Bai Yi stood up, dazed and disoriented. With Lynn's comfort and encouragement, he temporarily relinquished thoughts of self-destruction. For, as his brother had said, in this dark world, life was filled with infinite possibilities. Indeed, wasn't it merely a matter of inches? As a passionate young man, would he truly dwell on such trivialities? Compared to those inches, was not life itself the most precious to cherish? Big brother, you promised me a stainless steel replacement afterwards. You mustn't deceive me, woo. Bai Yi, with red-rimmed eyes, wiped his tears, looking plaintively at Lynn. Lynn adjusted his glasses, maintaining a calm demeanor. Fear not. A replacement will suffice. However, before we proceed, we have more pressing matters at hand. Those who dare to bully my fellow villagers will not escape my wrath. Let's go. With that, Lynn's expression darkened as he shouldered the chainsaw, leading the frail and helpless Bai Yi. He kicked open the door to the cold storage. Little did they realize, at that very moment, as they departed, countless pairs of eyes slowly opened upon the walls of the cold storage, surveying them intently. Carefully exiting the bustling kitchen, the butcher was still hard at work over the stove, the rich aroma wafting through the air, and Lynn chose not to disturb him. He guided Bai Yi down the corridor outside. Bai Yi, trembling, clutched his chest. Big brother, are you seeking retribution against that girl? She's not to be trifled with. She is a malevolent spirit, the one who forced that evil entity into my mind. Should we perhaps flee instead? Lynn adjusted his glasses, resolutely stating, "Do not fear. I am a doctor, and since the owner has employed me, I shall not leave until I have thoroughly healed her. It would be unprofessional otherwise." He cracked his neck indifferently. "Once I have cured her, I shall eliminate her." Almost as soon as he uttered these words, the candle flames in the corridor ahead began to flicker violently. Whoosh, one by one, the candles extinguished. The surrounding walls cracked ominously, and, as by he watched in horror, torrents of viscous blood and strands of hair flowed from the fissures in the walls. A chilling wind swept through. Without any forewarning, a pale little girl with disheveled hair suddenly materialized before Lynn. A ghost! Bai shrieked in terror, promptly seeking refuge behind Lynn. Almost simultaneously, a panel featuring the girl appeared before Lynn. Alice. Race, earthbound spirit. Attribute, neutral evil. Combat ability, intense obsession and hatred bestow upon her unparalleled power. Description, her body is torn, her will shattered. Father, mother, brother, they should have cherished her, should not have abandoned her, should not have mutilated her, should not have buried her. Should we not be a harmonious family? Should we not find happiness? Lynn swiftly extended his hand, calmly shielding Bai behind him. Are you Alice? The little girl gazed at him with vacant eyes, remaining silent. Her body was disturbingly odd, with intricate black patterns adorning her cheeks, arms, and ankles, resembling countless fissures upon closer inspection. She appeared to be around 10 years old, clad in a pure white dress. Yet faint traces of what seemed to be washed blood were discernible upon it. An eerie silence spread unabated. After a long pause, a mechanical sound broke the stillness. She raised her head, her hollow, cracked eyes reflecting Lynn's visage. Be my family. She extended her hand towards Lynn in a distorted manner, as if issuing an invitation. Stay with me instead of becoming a puppet. Her voice, hollow and disjointed, evoked an indescribable strangeness and horror. Bai trembled uncontrollably, her body shaking in fear. A ghost. She is the most malevolent spirit in this place. It was she who controlled those two puppets, extracting his innards and transforming him into that frightful state. Bai's sanity, 10. Bai's sanity, 10. Lynn, composed, stood his ground against the little girl, asking, "What is your reason?" Alice moved her lips vacantly, replying, "You're not bad." She turned her head stiffly, her hollow gaze landing upon the trembling Bai hiding behind him, her lips moving mechanically. "You healed the old brother. You possess a good heart. Hence, I did not disturb you." In an instant, Lynn recalled the chilling sensation he had felt earlier in the cold storage. He remembered the vigilance he maintained while excising the tumor from Bai's head, aware of the potential interference from the malevolent spirit known as Alice. He understood that the vengeful spirit had to have sensed his actions, yet the process had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Aside from the inherent resistance of the malevolent spirit, the anticipated interference from Alice had not materialized, which puzzled him. Alice, with her hollow gaze, stated, "Alice desires a loving brother." An eerie silence loomed around them. Was this the reason? Simply because she had witnessed him aiding Bai's recovery, she refrained from interfering? Was it kindness? No, or rather, an obsession. Lynn narrowed his eyes, maintaining his composure, and smiled. "If I were to agree, what price would I pay?" Alice replied mechanically, "Stay here with Alice." An earthbound spirit. Indeed, Lynn had a modicum of understanding regarding souls bound to a specific place after death. What she meant by staying here likely entailed an eternity trapped within the confines of this ancient castle. Lynn smirked slightly. "I'm sorry, little girl, but I cannot acquiesce to your request, for I cannot remain in one place forever. However, I can assist you." Lynn smiled gently, adjusting his glasses with 2 fingers. "My teacher has conducted research on earthbound spirits, and since you have engaged my services, my primary objective is to help you. Of course, if you crave affection, your big brother can offer you some from time to time." Chapter 170. Journeying with a professional gamer into another realm. Alice gazed at him vacantly. Unsurprisingly, this indicated that the negotiations had collapsed. A gust of wind swept through, and the little girl vanished before him. Yet, throughout the corridor, her hollow, mechanical voice echoed. "You will change your mind. You will willingly remain with father and mother. They will love you." That was not her true form, merely an illusion. The malevolent spirit's vertical pupil on Lynn's neck suddenly shifted, locking onto a specific location before swiftly closing its eyes and disappearing. Lynn smiled faintly, tossing the night demon blade to Bai. "Let us go. I've pinpointed her location, but the path ahead is fraught with peril." Bai had yet to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, a series of piercing and frenzied wails erupted throughout the corridor. Pale hands grotesquely emerged from the crevices in the walls, and the dimly lit hallway was suddenly overrun by those terrifying ghostly hands. Bai Yi's face turned ashen in fright. "What is this?" Lynn smiled enigmatically. "It seems my patient has slain many beings here. You must be cautious, for there is more than just her family lurking about." In an instant, Lynn seized the chainsaw strapped to his back, pulling it vigorously. The blood-soaked chainsaw roared to life, emitting a deafening sound. "We move." Lynn's smile was decidedly sinister. Then, before Bai Yi's astonished gaze, Lynn strode forward fearlessly, wielding the chainsaw as if it were a mere tool for chopping vegetables, severing dozens of arms that surged forth from the walls with a resounding clatter. The chainsaw whirred ominously, accompanied by sparks flying. Lynn harvested as if reaping a bountiful harvest. With each swing of the chainsaw, countless arms fell away. Ding! You have severed a malevolent spirit, gaining experience X10. Ding! You have severed a malevolent spirit, gaining experience X10. Ding! You have severed a malevolent spirit, gaining experience X10. Bai Yi watched in a state of shock and fear. Trembling, she clutched the night demon blade, cautiously trailing behind Lynn as he advanced with calm determination, wreaking havoc. How powerful was this man's psychological fortitude to remain so composed in such a scene? Then, she immediately compared herself to him. She realized that apart from shrieking like a little girl, she was entirely different from her older brother. They appeared to be of similar age, yet the sense of security she felt surged within her. Trembling, Bai Yi clutched the night demon blade tightly, hastily keeping pace with Lynn, her eyes darting nervously, fearing an unexpected encounter with a malevolent spirit. "Big brother, are you not afraid at all?" Lynn gritted his teeth, revving the chainsaw, and replied, "Afraid? Of course, I'm terrified. I've been afraid of these evil spirits my whole life." No sooner had he finished speaking when a frenzied, roaring head suddenly protruded from the wall beside Bai Yi, shrieking as it reached out toward her. "Big brother!" Boom! Lynn delivered a powerful punch to the head, obliterating it instantly. Swinging the chainsaw, he plunged it into the wall, blood gushing forth from the wall, splattering all over Bai Yi's face. "Bai Yi, acclaim it." Lynn calmly extracted the bloodied chainsaw, resting it upon his shoulder, and spat dismissively. Gesturing with a tilt of his head, "Follow me." Bai Yi stood there, momentarily dazed. How striking, how stylish, how formidable. If only his girlfriend could have such an invincible boyfriend, she would undoubtedly feel an immense sense of security. Even he himself felt a surge of reassurance, his heart racing. His brother was truly remarkable. Bai Yi swallowed hard, eyes wide, clutching the night demon blade as he hurriedly followed suit. Amidst the chaotic onslaught, Bai Yi's mind buzzed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as if he were a novice venturing through a horror-laden world, guided by a seasoned expert. He realized, aside from exclaiming 666, he was of little use. The sensation of being led was exhilarating. Tears brimmed in Bai Yi's eyes. Ding! Bai Yi's reverence level, 10. Ding! Bai Yi's reverence level, 10. Accompanied by a stream of system notifications, Lynn wielded the chainsaw with fierce determination, cutting through the corridor before forcefully kicking open the living room door. Instantly, an overwhelmingly putrid stench of decay wafted from the shadowy hall, infiltrating their nostrils. Lynn's gaze swept across the room with a calm demeanor. Compared to his last departure, the hall had evidently undergone a transformation. Dust blanketed the dining table, and the food on the plates exuded a foul odor of rot. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed ominously in the darkness. Bai Yi, trembling with anxiety, exclaimed, "Big brother, this place feels eerie. Perhaps we should flee?" Lynn glanced around nonchalantly and replied, "No need. Drink this vial." He casually retrieved a bottle of green liquid from the medical kit and tossed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi fumbled to catch it, panic seeping into his voice. "What is this?" Lynn shot him a glance and urged, "Drink it." Bewildered but trusting that his brother meant no harm, Bai Yi hastily uncorked the bottle and gulped down the nauseating concoction. Ugh! The taste was revolting, akin to drinking excrement. No, even worse. Yet, he managed to swallow it down. At that very moment, he was astounded to see a ghastly green luminescence emanating from his entire being. Big brother, I'm glowing green. I am glowing. Bai Yi gasped in shock. Lynn, maintaining his composure, remained vigilant of their surroundings, stating, "It's a normal phenomenon. That essay potion I concocted using a few radioactive ingredients. While it may lack substantial effects, it certainly shines brightly." Just then, a viscous droplet suddenly cascaded from above, landing on Lynn's cheek. Instinctively, he looked up. Illuminated by the eerie green glow radiating from Bai Yi, he beheld a grotesque creature clinging to the ceiling, its skin flayed, several blood-red arms protruding menacingly. The viscous fluid dripped from its gaping maw. With a terrifying roar, the grotesque entity lunged down from the ceiling, crashing onto Lynn. "Brother!" Bai cried in horror, his body glowing with an unsettling luminescence. Chapter 171. The Scarcity of Anesthesia. Endure it. Everything transpired too abruptly. Lynn's limbs were pinned to the floor by the creature's crimson, flayed hands, its massive maw looming ominously close, eyes brimming with hatred and malice. "You vile fiend! You have made my daughter feel that I, her mother, am utterly ineffectual." It shrieked, contorted in rage. Draped over its back was a gruesome visage, what appeared to be the freshly flayed skin of a human. Lynn quickly deduced that this monstrosity was the same mistress he had encountered in the living room prior. Evidently, during his absence, Alice had made some rather unsettling modifications. Lynn, unfazed, addressed the creature. "Are you enraged? Do you think that by restraining my limbs, you have gained the upper hand?" It growled, its voice raspy and menacing as it opened its gaping maw, ready to crush Lynn's skull. "Brother, I'm coming to save you." Brandishing the night demon blade, poised to assist Lynn. However, just as he took a step forward, an alarming scene unfolded. He watched astonished, as two scarlet tendrils sprouted from Lynn's shoulders, seizing the creature's jaw with an iron grip. Baiyi's sanity level, 10. Baiyi's sanity level, 10. He had forgotten. How could he have forgotten? His brother, while appearing human, was far from ordinary. His brother was a tentacle monster, with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The creature's jaws were gradually pried apart by Lynn's tendrils. It howled in desperation, yet its cries fell on deaf ears. One tendril calmly adjusted Lynn's glasses while another produced a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a flick. As Lynn inhaled, he exhaled a smoke ring towards the creature's monstrous maw, nonchalantly remarking, "Madam, it is not a matter of quantity, but of how you utilize your limbs. You should first control my right hand and both feet with 3 of your hands, then use 5 to manipulate my left hand. And rather than uttering superfluous words, you should directly aim for my head or my heart. Then, you may still have a fighting chance." Lynn blew another smoke ring. Crack! Crack! As the creature stared in terror, an unimaginable force surged from Lynn's left arm, akin to a powerful child wielding steel bars with ease. In an instant, his left hand transformed into a razor-sharp bone blade, severing several of the creature's arms with a single strike. The creature emitted a harrowing wail as crimson blood gushed forth, staining the entire hall. Lynn shrugged innocently. "You have angered my left lady. May fortune favor you." In that fleeting moment, terror flickered in the creature's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Lynn's left hand had already reached her face, revealing a mouth full of pristine white teeth that glinted ominously. With a swift motion, Lynn's left hand expanded, revealing a gaping maw several meters wide, clamping down on half of the creature's body. It struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. What manner of creature was this? What kind of abomination was this? Bai stood frozen, clutching the night demon blade, mouth agape as he witnessed the surreal spectacle. Was this truly the combat style of this terrifying world? Why did his brother's hand possess a mouth? Why could his brother's hand morph into various forms? It seemed that aside from resembling a human, every aspect of his brother diverged from humanity. Slap! Slap! Bai stood there, entranced, as the creature flailed helplessly, while Lynn's left hand, calm and composed, smacked it down repeatedly. Wait a moment. Shouldn't this be a horror world? Why did it suddenly feel so devoid of terror? He sensed his worldview undergoing a radical transformation. Lynn calmly discarded the cigarette, but stretched her arms and remarked, "Do not kill her. Remember, we are doctors, the white-clad angels who bring happiness and peace to others. She is merely ill, and illness must be treated. We cannot be so crude in our dealings with patients." With a swift motion, Zwazwa hurled the creature to the ground, gnawing on her arms, muttering defiantly, "Do not feign innocence before me, for I am not easily deceived." Bai exclaimed, "Well, what? My elder brother's left hand can actually speak. My heavens! My actual father." This was utterly bizarre. Something felt amiss. Lynn wiped her sleeve and strode confidently toward the half-paralyzed creature, its features grotesquely distorted, blood gushing forth. She calmly tapped its forehead and declared, "I am about to begin the treatment. Anesthesia is scarce, so you may experience some discomfort. Bear with it, understood?" The creature trembled, gazing at her face with an indescribable terror that engulfed her entire being. What was he planning? Why did he wear such a peculiar expression? And in the next moment, the disconcerting sound of a chainsaw echoed through the air. Bai instantly witnessed his elder brother mounting the creature, wielding the chainsaw, performing some grotesque operation. "Ah!" The creature shrieked in horror. Bai covered his ears, equally terrified. This was intolerable. It was far too cruel. They were sawing it open. They were delving inside. Ding. The protagonist's terror level, 20. Ding. Bai's terror level, 30. Ding. The protagonist's sanity level, 20. Ding. Bai's sanity level, 20. Minutes later, ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement. Perfect craniotomy, successful. You have gained 200 base experience points. Perfect craniotomy successful. A milestone achievement that signifies a flawless craniotomy performed on the target without resulting in death. This indicates that you have taken a significant step toward becoming a healing doctor. You have received a permanent bonus. Surgical skill 10, intelligence 2, strength 3, happiness 5. Chapter 172. Consider yourself my material. Clap, clap. Lynn stood calmly, tossing aside the blood-stained gloves, adjusting her monocle, and stated, "Indeed, the surgery was a resounding success. Just as I suspected, the original consciousness of this body has been entirely overtaken by you, the malevolent spirit. However, I have temporarily expelled Alice's influence over you. You now possess your own independent will. The method was neither overly complex nor entirely simple. Mental control invariably requires a medium to be effective, which could be a curse, a spell, or even ghostly powers. By utilizing a special potion to sever the connection between the puppet and the controller, one can temporarily eliminate the interference. Thus, she filled the creature's mind with a copious amount of a mercury-infused potion. Mercury, in this world, possesses remarkable properties for obstructing mysterious influences, alongside various minerals such as magical iron and black obsidian. Her mentor was an expert in modifications, and she had fully inherited his knowledge. On the ground. The creature lay in a stupor, blood bubbling from its nose, mouth, and ears, occasionally twitching, clearly showing signs of severe malfunction. Lynn cast a glance, nearly forgetting. Swiftly, she seized the human skin that had been peeled off and, amidst its terrified screams, used a chainsaw to remove its excess limbs. Then, meticulously, as if dressing a doll, she fitted the skin back onto the creature and stitched it up from the back with needle and thread. With a flourish, she sprinkled a generous amount of healing potion on it, and the flesh began to writhe. Ding! Your surgical skill has significantly improved. You have gained 100 experience points. Lynn squatted before the woman she had healed, her eyes vacant like those of a dead fish, and said, "You need not thank me, for this service is not free. Now, tell me, what is the matter with your daughter? Be clear, and I shall grant you a 10 discount." The woman turned her head slowly, dazed, gazing at the man who had brought her both pain and terror. With a sudden, wide-open mouth, she gasped. Smack! Lynn delivered a resounding slap. Ding! The protagonist's terror level, 30. Ding! The protagonist's terror level, 30. Ding! The protagonist's attitude has reached extreme fear. You have gained 200 base experience points. Speak. Lynn shot her a glance. The woman, feeling wronged, covered her cheek as if she had just been grievously violated. Sitting there, trembling with fear. I don't know. Spare me. It was that wicked girl who killed me. I know nothing. Lynn, eyes wide, replied kindly, Auntie, you must trust me. I am here to help you. I am a doctor, and look, I have healed your ailment. Shouldn't we be more honest with each other now? Just look at how beautiful you are. He swallowed hard, trembling, for he realized that his elder brother's demeanor had shifted remarkably fast. How could he so calmly sever the majority of the creature's limbs, while simultaneously displaying such a benevolent expression? Was this the law of survival in this world? His eyes widened as he swiftly tore a piece of tablecloth, igniting the charcoal in the fireplace. This was all experience. All experience. The woman, gazing at Lynn's kind smile, felt her fear deepen. She trembled, clutching her chest. That girl is a vengeful spirit. Back in our world, she mercilessly slaughtered my entire family. As if recalling an exceedingly terrifying memory, her eyes quivered even more violently. She ripped open my belly, forced me to eat until my stomach burst, until I was literally bloated to death. She is a cursed madwoman. Suddenly, her expression turned vile. Lynn stroked his chin. Oh, and why did she treat you so? The woman averted her gaze, speaking venomously. Because she hates me. She is an inhumane lunatic. She has been mentally disturbed since childhood. She tortures animals. She cuts open sparrows and rabbits while they are still alive. She's a wretched girl. Ding. You have triggered the quest, the malicious daughter. Quest objective. Eliminate Alice. Quest rewards. 100 favorability from the mistress, 500 skeleton coins, 500 base experience points. Lynn smiled slightly. It seems you harbor quite a hatred for her. How intriguing. Rest assured, I am here precisely to tend to the sick. The mistress trembled indeed. Yes, doctor. That evil spirit is sick. She needs treatment. If you can cure her and hand her over to me, I will grant you anything you desire. I could even give you the entire castle. Lynn replied with a smile. That sounds quite tempting. The mistress beamed. So, does that mean you agree? With a swift thrust, Lynn plunged a knife into her chest. Crimson blood instantly sprayed from her back, staining the wall behind her. She sat there dazed, as torrents of blood flowed from her mouth, uttering, "Why you, Lynn smirked? Ah? Yes, I believe I have a grasp on the symptoms exhibited by that little rascal. Rest assured, I am a professional. Since she has summoned me to attend to her ailment, I am confident in my ability to cure her. You shall serve as my bait." Bai Yi stood there, momentarily stunned, as the charcoal pencil slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Clearly he, too, was taken aback by Lin Un's erratic behavior. One moment, she wore a benevolent smile, and in the blink of an eye, she could deliver a lethal blow. Is this truly human? Hold on tight. Do not digest this. Our ability to heal that little girl hinges upon them. With a resounding whoosh, Zwazwa opened its enormous maw and engulfed the terrified woman whole. Lin In wiped the blood from her hands, stood up with a smile, adjusted her monocle, and turned to the dazed Bai Yi, hefting the chainsaw with determination. Let us proceed to the next location. With that, Lin In, chainsaw in hand, strode purposefully towards the staircase leading to the upper levels, her expression betraying no sign of discomfort. Is this person's mind truly sound? Bai Yi gulped, swallowing hard as he hurriedly followed suit. Soon, silence enveloped the hall once more. A flash of lightning illuminated the darkened window, casting the elongated shadow of a little girl upon the bloodstained wall. Chapter 173. The root of all fear lies in insufficient firepower. On the staircase, Bai Yi, trembling with trepidation, trailed closely behind Lin In, watching her wield the chainsaw. Finally, he mustered his courage to ask, may I pose a question? Speak, Lin In. Bai Yi, filled with apprehension, stammered. Did you not say you would assist that female ghost? Why then did you suddenly strike her? Lin In's lips curled into a smirk as she adjusted her monocle, replying, I deceived her. Bai was taken aback. Huh? Lin In's smile widened slightly as she explained. My commission is to cure the ailment afflicting Miss Alice of the Happy Home, a service for which I have already received a deposit. As for others, I will certainly endeavor to treat them, for I am a doctor and cannot allow an affliction to go untreated. However, once cured, they become adversaries. Moreover, Lin In rubbed her temples. She dared to serve me, that abhorrent dish. Non les grivançons. Bai Yi, rendered speechless, pondered the peculiar logic at play. Why must you first heal her before eliminating her? This is all rather odd. Bai Yi's eyes widened as he gulped. Then what exactly was the bait you mentioned earlier? Lin In glanced at him, her expression unfazed. Quite simple. That woman was lying. No one transforms into a vengeful spirit without cause, unless they were born a ghost. However, since she is human, her grievances must run deep enough to drag the entire castle into this world along with her. L'un est l'obscur de world. Therein lies the intricacy. A kind and gentle father, a nurturing mother who ensures her children are well fed, a brother who never strikes his sister. Ah, what a blissful family. Lin In flashed a radiant smile at Bai Yi, revealing a set of pearly whites, and continued, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, while I was extracting that malignant spirit from your brain, I glimpsed some rather intriguing scenes. The cold storage where you were suspended used to be a supply room. You know, Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine at Lin In's laughter. Supply room? Could it be? In an instant, flashes of memories from the malignant spirit's time in residence flooded his mind. Images of bone saws and the carcasses of animals suspended from iron hooks. A wave of icy dread enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. By the time he regained his senses, Lin In had already ascended the staircase with a spring in her step. Big brother, wait for me, Bai Yi exclaimed, hastily following. On the second floor of the castle, Lin In, chainsaw in hand and a tuft of fur between her teeth, suddenly bore the visage of a sinister spirit's vertical eye upon her forehead. Swiftly surveying the surroundings, she confirmed the direction and smiled. Let us proceed. We shall traverse this corridor and pay a visit to Miss Alice in that tower. Bai Yi tidemlet, clutching the night demon blade, and hurried to keep pace. Yet, the moment he stepped into the corridor, a chilling aura enveloped him from all directions. In the next instant, a skinned, wailing monstrosity erupted from the wall, lunging at Bai Yi. In terror, he screamed, Don't pick the soft targets. With a swift rev of the chainsaw, Lin In cleaved the creature in two before it could reach Bai Yi. Almost simultaneously, the dusty stained glass on the right side shattered explosively. From the murky blackness outside, Piercing screams of malignant spirits echoed as a horde of gargoyles flapped their wings and surged through the windows to attack. This onslaught was relentless, not only from the outside, but from the walls and oil paintings on either side. Skin monstrosities leapt forth, charging towards them. Having never witnessed such a scene, was instantly paralyzed with fear, losing control of his bodily functions in the process. "Brother, there are too many. It's overwhelming," cried, his eyes wide with dread as he beheld the tide of corpses flooding the corridor. Lynn smiled faintly, tossing the chainsaw to Bai. With a crack of her neck, she reached into her pocket. In moments like these, one must employ some heavy-duty weaponry. With a flourish, Lynn produced a massive arm, measuring several centimeters in diameter and 2 meters in length, adorned with a dragon's head at its end, from her pocket. "Bai, what is that?" "Bai, gasped, Beijing did it. This is not right. How could such a robust object fit in your pocket? Are you cheating?" In that instant, a dense mass of blood and flesh vines sprouted from Lynn's shoulder, seamlessly connecting the arm to her body. The dragon head's eyes ignited with a molten red glow. Ding! Dragon breath, arm implantation complete. Current wear and tear, 50. With a grin, Lynn gripped the writhing, menacing dragon arm and leaned forward, declaring, "Eat shit." In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the castle, the furious black dragon's eyes ablaze with an insatiable rage, as if poised to incinerate everything in existence. As Bai stared in astonishment, the dragon head reared back, unleashing a torrent of flames, voraciously engulfing the advancing gargoyles and skinned monstrosities. The searing dragon's breath seemed capable of incinerating all darkness. With anguished cries, one by one, the monsters were reduced to nothing but ash. The screaming gargoyles ignited, plummeting from the sky in flames. Ding! You have slain a gargoyle, and you gain 30 experience points. Ding! You have slain a wraith, and you gain 20 experience points. The rhythmic system notifications echoed in Lynn's ears. Bai's face reflected the fierce blaze, his eyes wide with shock and awe, issuing inarticulate cries of admiration. "So cool. So powerful. Brother is invincible. This is what it means to be a real man. A true man ought not to squander his passions on women. If one is to indulge, let it be in grand pursuits. Such is the essence of masculine romance. Indeed, all fears stem from insufficient firepower, and our protagonist is akin to a man who carries an arsenal wherever he goes." "Oh, my God." Bai felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart racing, hormones surging. He truly yearned to master such a formidable technique. To draw forth such an impressive weapon from one's trousers ignited a desire within him he could hardly suppress. Chapter 174, My Friend. Times have changed. For a full 10 minutes, the gargoyles and the horde of monsters outside were reduced to ashes without exception. Lynn took deep breaths, retrieving a vial of blue elixir from the medical kit, gulping it down. The mental exhaustion and fatigue he had just experienced were swiftly alleviated. "Ding! You have consumed a mental potion. Your mental energy has been significantly replenished." As this was his first outing, Lynn had brought an array of potions from his shop, ensuring he left a professional impression on his clients. With a slight smile, he removed the dragon's breath arm and declared, "Let us proceed." The ashes have been scattered. Just as Lynn was about to take a step forward, he noticed Bai approaching with a fervent expression. A shiver ran down Lynn's spine. What is he up to? Is he infatuated? Bai exclaimed, "Brother Lynn, may I touch your weapon? It's so magnificent." Lynn shot him a sidelong glance, observing the eager hunger in his eyes. He could surmise the reason. Perhaps it was due to his own lack, fostering an intense admiration and pursuit for robust and impressive things. "Here, Lynn generously offered. Thank you, Brother Sia." Bai joyfully extended his hand to grasp the dragon's breath arm, but upon contact, he was immediately overwhelmed by its weight and fell to the ground. Astonished, he exclaimed, "So heavy, so robust, so massive. This must weigh at least several hundred pounds." Truly, he thought, our brother is formidable. He wields such a weapon with ease. Remarkable. Bai caressed the grotesque surface and veins of the dragon's breath arm, feeling as if the earlier display of might had emanated not from Lynn, but from himself. Moments later, the two traversed the corridor, and as they turned a corner, Lynn instinctively reached out to support Bai, who was struggling under the weight of the dragon's breath arm. Lynn squinted, declaring, "Something is amiss." Bai instantly trembled, glancing toward the dimly lit passage leading deeper into the castle. The light was faint, merely the flicker of candlelight casting shadows. In that quivering glow, he spotted a long silhouette at the passage's end. A chilling wind swept through the figure's garments. In that instant, The shadow darted swiftly through the corridor, halting abruptly several dozen meters ahead of them. With a clang, a large sword was swung. Bai quickly discerned the figure's form, his face draining of color. Before him stood a towering knight. Knight's form. Race, wraith puppet. Attribute, none. Description. Once a knight under Count Camel, he was a formidable swordsman who claimed victory in numerous knightly tournaments. His rapid and fierce sword play instilled fear in all who dared confront him. Clad in decaying armor, with shockingly white hair and sunken eye sockets, his arms were rotting and oozing with pus. Clearly, after falling into this world, this powerful knight had become a wraith. The massive sword whirled, stirring gusts of wind around him. His fierce sword play and striking presence unmistakably indicated his noble and powerful past. His lips trembling as he beheld the knight. The dazzling maneuvers instilled terror within him. Clearly, this knight was on an entirely different level compared to the previous monsters. Even the pressure emanating from the sword slicing through the air sent chills down his spine. This man had undoubtedly been an immensely powerful warrior in life. With a clang, the sword was thrust into the ground, then hoisted onto the knight's shoulder. He gazed down at Lynn, beckoning him with a finger, his voice cold and commanding. To harm Lord Camel, you must first step over my corpse. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, instilling an ineffable fear in all present. Drenched in sweat, this was evidently a puppet of great strength. If this were a game, he would undoubtedly be a formidable mini-boss. He swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at Lynn, whose eyes were vacant. How would his brother confront this knight? With the dragon's breath arm? It seemed too cumbersome, and the wind-up time far too lengthy for an encounter of this nature. Did his brother possess other powerful artifacts? This knight was clearly formidable and not easily dealt with. In the midst of his mounting anxiety, Lynn, with vacant eyes, inquired, "Do you wish to duel me?" The knight, pointing his sword at Lynn, sneered, "Invaders of the Count's territory shall be executed without mercy. However, I am willing to grant you a chance to challenge me." He twirled his sword. Lynn, maintaining his composure, replied, "Shall we begin now?" The knight, apathetically moving his head, twirled his sword and coldly remarked, "Very well. If you are so eager to meet your doom, I shall oblige you. But you must understand, in life I was known as the slaughterer of hundreds, having slain countless foes and won 5 knightly tournaments. My swordsmanship and marksmanship are unmatched in the kingdom. I could easily dispatch a dozen ignorant youths like you with a single hand. Bang! Ding! You have slain the knight's form. You have gained 50 experience points." A small bullet hole appeared on the knight's forehead, dark blood oozing forth, his gaze blank, his voice abruptly silenced. Thud, as Bai watched in shock. The knight's body toppled heavily backward. Bai stuttered, "What the?" Silence enveloped the surroundings. Lynn, calmly blew the smoke from his gun, shaking his head. "What era are we in? Still dancing with swords and guns, how absurd." With that, Lynn, hoisted the chainsaw and strode forward. "Let us go." Bai stood there, dazed, gazing at the fallen knight's corpse, then at Lynn, who was nonchalantly advancing with the chainsaw. This did not resemble the duel I had envisioned at all. Is this a joke? One shot, and it was over. Chapter 175, The Mask of Camel. Bai, eyes wide with disbelief, approached the now motionless knight, swallowing hard and murmuring a prayer, hastily stepping over him to catch up with his brother. Boom! At the end of the passage, Lynn kicked open the enormous decaying doors. A fierce wind howled from outside. They stood atop an open platform high on the castle wall, with a towering spire looming on the opposite side. A dense black mist swirled. From here, one could leap into the wind and glide down to Soul Street. "Doctor, you have truly incited the ire of your master." Amidst the dark mist, a robust and commanding laughter resonated, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Top. Under the pale gaze of Bai, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat, brandishing a cane and adorned with a top hat, emerged from the obscurity of the black fog that enveloped the elevated platform. His countenance bore a splendid and courteous smile, his demeanor radiating the essence of medieval nobility. He was none other than the lord of this ancient castle, Count Carmel. "You have harmed my eldest son and slain my wife, and now you dare to lay your hands upon my daughter?" Count Carmel's smile was a chilling blend of mirth and menace, leaving an unsettling impression. Lynn, maintaining his composure, adjusted his monocle and replied with a cryptic smile, You may have misconstrued my intentions. I am the physician your daughter has summoned at great expense from the realm of vision. My mission, until the cancellation of this engagement, is to provide her with the utmost care and treatment." Carmel's smile tightened, the cracks in his skeletal frame emitting unnatural sounds. Indeed, she requires treatment, he rasped, his skeletal fingers pressing against his form, a strange, hoarse whisper escaping from beneath the brim of his hat. From a young age, she has brought misfortune. Thus, she must be confined until she is cured, lest she bring calamity upon us all. With a series of disquieting cracks, the seams of his tailcoat began to split, his muscles grotesquely swelling as sharp bony protrusions sprouted from his shoulders and back. In an instant, he transformed into a towering behemoth, several meters in height. The colossal shadow cast upon by E rendered him ashen, forcing him to retreat until he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, Count Carmel lifted his head, and his visage split down the middle. One half bore an enchanting, elegant smile, while the other contorted into a cruel and savage grimace. You all shall be torn asunder, the left side declared with refined laughter, while the right side growled menacingly. Ding! You have triggered a special quest, the Masked Carmel. Quest description. The target possesses formidable regenerative abilities and defenses. You must defeat him before he rends you to pieces. Quest rewards. Basic experience 1000, skull coins, 500. Special item, Witch's Veil, X1. Quest failure. You shall become a wandering spirit within this ancient castle. As the quest activated, the monstrous form of Carmel bellowed, brandishing a cleaver like a heavy tank charging towards them. Lynn smiled subtly, adjusted his glasses, and swiftly drew a revolver from his coat, clicking the safety off. Truly, you are the gentle and benevolent father, and since a quest has presented itself, you must meet your demise. Bang, bang, bang. With a smile, Lynn fired several shots, the demon-hunting bullets striking the creature's eyes with precision, causing them to explode in a shower of viscous fluid. The crackling of electricity enveloped the air. The monster roared, its speed only slightly diminished, the shots failing to inflict any mortal wound. With a deafening roar, it leapt, its massive form soaring as the crimson cleaver swung towards Lynn. He adjusted his glasses, smiling. Let's take our time. With a sudden leap, he grasped by the nape of his neck, deftly evading the incoming blade amidst the swirling black mist. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the cobblestones shattered beneath the impact of the cleaver. Lynn gracefully landed atop the castle's parapet, tilting his head and smiling lightly. Find a safe place to hide. Once I subdue this family member, I shall come for you. Before could comprehend what constituted a safe place, he felt his body lighten, only to witness Lynn tumbling into the black fog beyond the castle's walls, dragging him along. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled past their ears. Brother, you don't mean we're jumping off a building, do you? It's dozens of meters high. Claim it. Yet, just as their figures were about to plunge into the abyss of darkness, a piercing sound split the air. A long tentacle surged through the night, wrapping around a distant flagpole. With a swift tug, accompanied by Yi's shock scream, their bodies were slung like a slingshot, soaring towards the opposite side of the sky. Landing atop the flagpole, Yi was hoisted by Lynn to the pinnacle like a chick. Stay put. I shall take my leave. Lynn raised an eyebrow at him, and then plunged into the swirling black mist below. Yi clung to the flagpole in terror, shouting, Brother, this is not a safe place. It's not. I have acrophobia. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The long tentacle clung to the castle walls as Lynn leapt gracefully into the fog, landing on a platform, gazing upward with a slight smile as the tentacles spread outwards. Have you finished dealing with the trash? Carmel twisted his grotesque form, his eyes, once ruptured, now restored to perfection due to his terrifying regenerative abilities. Lynn adjusted his glasses, smiling. Indeed. Now it is your turn, family member. Impudent. The massive creature roared, charging forward, the enormous cleaver aimed at Lynn. Lynn did not retreat. Instead, he drew a chainsaw from behind him, clashing it against the cleaver with a resounding crash. The impact shattered the stone beneath him, creating a deep crater. The grinding of the chainsaw against the razor-sharp cleaver erupted in a cacophony of noise and sparks. To Carmel's astonishment, he realized that this seemingly frail youth possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. In light of the vast difference in their sizes, his full-force strike had failed to obliterate this young man entirely. Chapter 176. Every creature here is a monster. This fellow is undoubtedly a freak. As sparks flew in every direction, Lynn wielded the chainsaw, gritting his teeth with a sinister grin. Quite the strength. It seems I've suffered some internal bleeding, but it appears we are still capable of facing off head-on. Boom! They both retreated, creating distance, only to charge forward once more, the whirring chainsaw slicing through the air as it collided repeatedly with the descending cleaver. The platform became a battleground of sparks and thunderous noise that echoed throughout Divorce Street. Lynn and the creature engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding. Meanwhile, outside the castle, two tall and enigmatic figures observed from afar, having gazed upon the ancient fortress for quite some time. One, a hulking figure adorned with stitches, and the other, a 3-meter-tall noblewoman, exuding an air of grandeur with pale skin and exquisite elegance. "It seems your disciple has yet to meet his end," the doll lady remarked, crossing her arms, casting a sidelong glance with a smile playing on her lips. The blood saw, hefting the chainsaw, cracked his shoulder blades. "Do you genuinely believe my apprentice has wasted the past 2 years under my tutelage? The young man watches me dismantle foes daily. His psychological fortitude has long transcended the ordinary. If you ask me, he merely lacks an opportunity." Lady Doll glanced at him and remarked, "So, you were aware from the very beginning that this ancient castle harbored secrets?" Bloodsaw revealed a cruel smile, replying, "Of course, this is a meticulously chosen pitfall for my apprentice. After all, if he wishes to join the ranks of the Night Doctors, he must possess some means to respond to unforeseen circumstances." A resounding crash echoed through the high platform. The ferocious chainsaw collided with blades, showering sparks into the air, as Lynn's chainsaw was abruptly lifted high into the air by tremendous force. A sinister grin spread across the monster's face. "Kid, have you had your fun? Prepare to meet your demise." After several exchanges, he had discerned the capabilities of this human. Though his physique was robust, he still fell significantly short in comparison. In this regard, he possessed absolute dominance. With a roar, the monster swung his massive blade towards Lynn, aiming to cleave him in two. Lynn smirked enigmatically, saying, "I have indeed had my fun, but you must understand, I am not merely a chainsaw expert." Just as the monstrous blade descended, with a sharp snap, Lynn's left hand shot out, seizing the frenzied strike. The blade's force ripped through the ground beside him, yet his hand remained unscathed. "How is this possible?" the monster gasped, sensing his weapon ensnared as if caught in a steel vise, rendering him powerless. In an instant, to his astonishment, Lynn's left hand crushed the cleaver in a swift motion. Jagged shards erupted forth. In the glint of the shards, the monster beheld as Lynn's left hand coiled around him like a serpent, revealing its palm adorned with sinister, sharp fangs. Adjusting his glasses, Lynn calmly declared, "Swat. Let's eliminate him. Lean in. As there is no one around, try not to appear overly stylish." Despite the banter, Zwazwa immediately prepared for battle. At that moment, the monster's expression shifted dramatically. No longer did amusement linger in his eyes. Instead, they brimmed with focus and seriousness. His entire demeanor transformed, exuding a lethal intensity akin to a cheetah unleashed. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged within him. "Do not feign sorcery," he bellowed, his colossal form charging towards Lynn once more. "I do not feign," Lynn retorted, a tentacle unfurling violently from his shoulder, ensnaring the falling chainsaw. His body, propelled by the tentacles, remained suspended in mid-air like a spider. The howling wind whipped around them. The night demon blade shimmered ominously under the tentacle's grasp, reflecting an eerie light in the night sky. From beneath the cloak of darkness, Lynn coldly gazed down upon the monster, stating, "Because I am about to unleash my full power, I advise you to brace yourself for what is to come. My entire arsenal and abilities." Beep. Activating Dragon Breath Arm. Current wear level 75. Beep. Activating Focusing Eye. Current wear level 25. In a moment, as the monster watched in shock, a serpentine arm, crowned with the head of a black dragon, unfurled from Lynn's shoulder. The massive dragon head emitted a furious roar. He howled defiantly, straining to withstand the overwhelming force. Crimson blood streamed from Lynn's left eye, spilling through his fingers. And when he withdrew his hand, a sickly smile adorned his face, revealing ominous teeth. His left eye, dark as an abyss, seemed to radiate an endless curse. Is this truly his real form? The monster trembled, feeling the stark contrast of Lynn's newfound menace. "I shall end you." Lynn's lips curled into a smile. At the very moment his words fell, the colossal dragon breath hand unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon the high platform. The monster recoiled in horror, hastily crossing his arms to shield himself from the molten inferno. Yet, the temperature soared too high. The instant it made contact, he felt his skin blistering, melting away. With a pained roar, he surged beyond the flame's reach, but before he could catch his breath, a sharp, black blade sliced into his neck, blood gushing forth. He screamed, as long tentacles unfurled before his eyes, the youthful face of madness and sickness flashing before him. "This is what I learned from Lady Blood. No matter the circumstances, Confront every battle with ferocity, intent on annihilating your opponent with ruthless precision. With a piercing gaze, Lynn locked onto the monster's terrified eyes as the chainsaw, in an unexpected thrust, plunged into his abdomen. Blood and flesh erupted in a violent spray. Beep. Carmel's terror level, 10. Beep. Carmel's terror level, 10. I will kill you, he howled, enduring the searing pain, striking back with a fierce punch. Yet before it could land, his arm was instantly seized in the jaws of the menacing black dragon head. The dragon's molten wrath swiftly melted his arm. Ah! He cried out in anguish. His other massive arm struggled to move, but unbeknownst to him, Lynn's left hand had unfurled, snapping open like a gaping maw, clamping down on his right arm. Both arms immobilized, he found himself with no retreat. In the next heartbeat, tentacles surged forth, constricting around his neck and legs, barbed spines digging in ever tighter. Do you think you are the only monster here? Do not forget, this is the dark world, and every being you perceive is a monster. They're likely to be far more terrifying than you. Chapter 177, Special Mission, Healing and Annihilation. Lynn gazed at him with a cruel, sickly intensity, the chainsaw in his grip viciously tearing through flesh and sinew. In this cursed place, if you do not become a monster, you will find it impossible to survive. Accompanied by his wretched screams, the monster's massive form was gradually lifted from ground. The thrumming tentacles emitted a cacophony of shrieks. In the distance, suspended from a flagpole, watched in shock, his face pale as he witnessed the creature that had once dominated him, now transformed into a mere piece of meat, easily lifted into the air. Finally, he comprehended the terrifying prowess of his older brother. Indeed, to survive in this world, one must adapt. One must embody calamity. Arm oneself with every conceivable power, even if it transforms you into a ghoul cloaked in human skin. Merely surviving is a form of happiness. With a resounding crack that echoed through the air, the creature was cleaved in two by Lynn's chainsaw. Scarlet droplets splattered across his vision. Amidst the creature's agonized, piercing wail, Lynn reached out and grasped its neck. Squinting, he inquired, "Is this the image you project in your daughter's eyes? A cruel and indifferent father, a butcher wielding a cleaver, a devil wearing a mask? How utterly fascinating." In an instant, his obsidian left eye sharpened its focus. Carmel felt an icy curse enveloping him, emanating from that penetrating gaze. As he trembled under its scrutiny, his head began to dissolve. The excruciating pain and the chilling sensation of melting compelled him to release one final, anguished scream. Countless viscous remnants of flesh splattered onto the ground, bubbling and steaming. Meanwhile, Lynn's ears were met with the system's notification. Ding! You have completed the task, the Masked Carmel. You have gained 1,000 base experience, 500 skeleton coins, and a special reward. The Witch's Veil. The Witch's Veil. Quality: cursed object. Ability: resistance to burning. Description: a veil belonging to a witch who was subjected to a fiery execution, consumed by flames before the witch hunter's cross. This veil was removed by a beloved before her execution, becoming the very noose that delivered her to ashes. With a clatter, the half-melted remains of Carmel's body fell to the floor. Lynn retracted all his tendrils and vestiges, gently descending to the ground. The head, now a grotesque mass, stirred its molten lips, uttering ghastly murmurs. "Why don't you kill me?" Lynn seized his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his monocle. Because you are my second catalyst. If I were to kill you, how would I treat your daughter's ailment?" He casually tossed Carmel to Zwa for safekeeping. His gaze then shifted to the towering spire above. Turning, he beckoned to Bai, who hung there, transfixed, with a smile. "My fellow townsman, it may still be perilous ahead. You should remain there for a while. Once I've attended to my client, I'll bring you down." Bai, Beijing did it. Immediately raised his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Big brother, be careful. You must come out alive." He understood that he could not assist his brother at that moment, and could potentially distract him. Yet, he had faith in his brother's strength. For this was a veteran who had survived in this otherworldly realm for so long. Outside the castle, Madame Puppet adjusted her sun hat, gazing at the castle's tower. "It seems your apprentice has triumphed. If I'm not mistaken, that aura earlier belonged to those advanced creations from your demon association." Bloodsaw pondered, hefting his chainsaw. Perhaps he has claimed them as spoils after annihilating the association, though I am curious how he utilized those creations. Such biological weapons typically require stringent and precise pairing. Madame Puppet cast him a sidelong glance. Honestly, he should no longer be the same human he was 2 years ago. Am I right? Bloodsaw stroked his chin. "Well, there was an occasion when a client extracted his heart, so I begrudgingly performed a small operation, and he seemed quite pleased." In the tower, Lynn ascended the spiral staircase. the chainsaw slung over his shoulder. With each step, the oppressive chill and the scent of blood grew more intense, as though a meticulously orchestrated slaughter had once taken place here, dissecting some creature piece by piece. At last, a decaying wooden door emerged before him, its chains rusted and mottled, faint blood handprints barely visible. Alice Lynn smiled. Having witnessed a splendid drama, you did not intervene, indicating perhaps a desire for someone to undertake these tasks for you. A cruel and tyrannical father, a malevolent mother who starved her daughter, an abusive brother who tormented his sister. Is this the experience you endured in life, confined within a tower, subjected to inhumane abuse? Faced with cold indifference and brutal slaughter, did your pent-up rage and despair, even in becoming a ghoul, yearn for a happy home? Creak. The rotting door slowly swung open, releasing a wave of putrid stench mixed with the scent of blood from the darkness within. Lynn beheld the scene inside. A massive iron hook dangled from above, supporting a rusted cage, scarcely a meter in size. In an instant, he was transported back in time. The walls were spattered with crimson stains, surrounded by filth and a viscous mixture of excrement and blood. Compared to the castle's opulent decor, this place was a veritable hell. At that moment, before the cage stood a small girl clad in a snow-white dress, her pale form starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness and foulness. She faced away from him, her skin marred by numerous cracks. Lynn maintained a calm smile, adjusting his glasses. Miss Alice, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your appointed physician, Lynn. It is my pleasure to serve you. Ding. You have triggered a special quest. Healing and annihilation. Chapter 178. No, I am the one who tormented them. Quest Branch 1. Employ every means possible to dissolve the resentment and curse within the target, uncover her past, and heal her wounds. Additional reward. Special compensation X1. Quest Branch 2. Utilize every means necessary to eliminate the target or subdue her. Additional reward. Special item X1. Quest Branch 3. If the first two tasks cannot be completed, flee from the happy home. Additional reward. 1,000 skeleton coins. Completing any of the branches will yield quest rewards. Skeleton coins. 3,000. Base experience. 3,000. As the quest activated, the pale girl slowly turned her head, revealing her cracked, ghostly visage and hollow eyes. Brother, be my family. Your unloving parents have already forsaken you. She gradually turned around, extending her small hand toward Lynn with emptiness. Protect Alice as her new brother, just as you did with the old one. Doctor, shouldn't you ensure that your patient does not perish? The expansive chill surged throughout the tower, permeating even Lynn, who felt the encroaching cold seep from his very core. Maintaining his composure, Lynn inquired, "Can you tell me why? In your life, your parents and brother abused you, leading you to become a vengeful spirit after your death." Alice replied hollowly, "No, I'm the one who tormented them." Buzz. In an instant, Lynn's expression stiffened. Alice continued, "Those wretched beings dared to make my little Alice forget her birth mother. Little Alice was truly happy, yet the more she rejoiced, the more I hated her. For these were the affections I ought to bestow upon Alice. No, that cannot be." Lynn's pupils narrowed sharply. In an instant, he reopened the target's system panel. Lady Mary. Race, malevolent spirit. Alignment, chaotic evil. Combatability, a colossal curse born of extreme hatred. Description, a witch who was burned during the witch hunt. Once the mistress of Count Carmel, skilled in dark magic and curses, she bore a daughter with the Count. When jealousy drove her to attempt to murder the Countess, she was discovered and sentenced to death by fire by the church. After her demise, she transformed into a vengeful spirit, possessing her own daughter. Consumed by jealousy and rage, she unleashed a malicious retribution upon all the living within the ancient castle. Indeed, the panels of both Alice and the target were incessantly flickering between one another. This meant that within the body of the girl lay two malevolent spirits, the true Alice and this vengeful ghost. Suddenly, a wave of charred odor wafted forth. Lynn abruptly lifted his gaze. On the little girl's hollow face, large patches of burned scars began to manifest, the stench of charred flesh wafting thickly in the air. Alice was such a lovely child, always a dutiful daughter. It was detestable that the witch hunt had spared that woman, and that the hypocritical Carmel had the audacity to betray me, along with that loathsome boy whose mere presence was irksome. Each one so hypocritical. They must see their true natures. They should be made to suffer. Lynn's gaze fixated intensely on the girl before him, a profound chill coursing through him. Are you suggesting that their drastic change in demeanor is a result of your meddling? The hollow voice of the little girl replied, "Ah, Alice cannot be deceived." In that instant, the panel before Lynn shifted without warning to reveal Alice's interface once more. Her voice transformed again. "Big brother, The girl extended her hand towards him. Her tone empty, "Be my brother. They do not like me. If my brother treats me well, Alice will be good to you too." This indicated that the vengeful spirit had long since merged with Alice. Thus, all the misfortunes that befell this little girl stemmed from. In an instant, images of the castle from the past flooded his mind. A gentle father during the day, a virtuous mother, a caring brother, who by night transformed into a cruel and wrathful visage, becoming sadistic and heartless. It was as if they donned a false mask. An unfortunate curse cloaked the entire castle, each inhabitant bearing two faces steeped in terror, day and night. All of this arose from the parasitic misfortune inflicted by the malevolent spirit within her. "Will you not agree? Will you not agree to me?" Alice approached Lynn step by step, her gaze vacant. With each stride, her flesh cracked and splintered, as if being dismembered, falling to the ground in a gruesome manner. Ding! Warning! Warning! Curse intensity surging. Curse intensity surging. Host, evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Accompanied by the system's sharp alerts ringing in his ears, Lynn hesitated not for a moment, gritting his teeth as tendrils erupted from his shoulders, propelling him swiftly towards the exit, for he sensed it without the need for the system's warning. The ferocity of the curse had reached an unbearable crescendo. Behind him, the hollow voice of the little girl echoed relentlessly. "Will you not agree? Will you not be my brother? Will you also abandon Alice?" The entire tower trembled as Lynn raced down the spiraling staircase, and blood-red handprints began to appear along the walls. A thick, metallic scent of blood surged towards him, the ground igniting as torrents of scarlet fluid cascaded down the staircase. In the next moment, Lynn burst forth from the tower, only to behold that the outer walls leading to the world beyond were ablaze with crimson flames. Atop the high flagpole, astonished, beheld the castle's transformation and, spotting Lynn emerging from the tower, cried out in terror, "Brother, what on earth is happening?" Yet Lynn had no time to address him, for almost simultaneously, the blood-red flames on the platform surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. Without hesitation, Lynn gritted his teeth and swiftly plunged back into the passage from whence he came. At that moment, he comprehended the enormity of the wrath that could engulf the entire castle, pulling it into this abyss of darkness. The anger did not merely originate from the malevolent spirit, but also from the dismembered Alice. The fusion of these two vengeful spirits had amplified their grievances and hatred to celestial proportions. Yet, there must be a remedy, for without it, the system would never issue a branching quest. Within the narrow passageway, countless hands, consumed by the castle, surged forth, howling to obstruct Lynn's path. He clenched his teeth, having no time to spare for them. Armed with a chainsaw, he ruthlessly tore the hands asunder. There must be a way, for from the information he had gathered, it was clear that Alice remained entirely unaware. She might not even realize that her entire childhood had been destroyed by her biological mother. She was filled with hatred, yet simultaneously sought happiness. It was her mother who had obliterated her entire childhood. Chapter 179, Hide My Wailing Daughter. If a method could be found to make Alice aware of all this, perhaps it would allow for the separation of the malevolent spirit entwined with her. In an instant, he activated the flesh cataclysm, the malevolent spirit's vertical eye manifesting upon his forehead. Upon opening this eye, he perceived the heavy curse markings along the second-floor corridor. Previously overlooked, he now discerned that the curse's presence here was markedly more potent than in other areas. Moreover, similar locations existed throughout the castle. This suggested that in these specific regions, immensely grievous events had undoubtedly transpired. Perhaps, in an instant, Lynn clenched his teeth and halted abruptly. Remembrance of the past, when applied to a living being, it can recreate their state at a specific moment in time. But what if it were used on an entire area? Could it perhaps also recreate the scenes from that time? Ding! You are about to activate remembrance of the past on the target area. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Please specify the time point for recreation. The day Alice was murdered, before the castle fell into the dark realm. Lynn gritted his teeth. He did not know the precise time, only able to provide a vague reference. Yet this was the only method he had to seek information. Remembrance of the past. Activate. Lynn gritted his teeth, pressing his fingers firmly against the ground. A blinding light enveloped the entire burning corridor, and within that resplendent luminescence, the raging flames vanished. Replaced by a darkened corridor, Lynn understood. The recreation was successful. In that pitch-black corridor, the scene of Alice's murder on that stormy night unfolded before him. You must reveal your vile faces to Alice, for she still harbors hope for you in her heart. No, this is utterly unacceptable. You must make Alice understand that you are but a coven of malevolent fiends cloaked in human guise. Go forth and reveal to Alice that you are mere butchers." The voice of a low, cursed incantation reverberated throughout the corridor. In the scene, Carmel, the mistress, and the boy all bore expressions of madness and cruelty. Armed with cleavers, they advanced through the corridor, their excitement and savagery heightened by the insidious whisper of the curse, making their way toward the towering edifice. Time rapidly rewound, and mournful wails and anguished screams echoed from the tower into the night sky. When the trio reappeared in the corridor, they were still possessed by a morbid and brutal trance, now drenched in blood, their blades stained crimson. Blood dripped incessantly from the basket they carried, each drop staining the corridor a deeper red. "Hide her, hide my wailing daughter within the walls, the hall, the fireplace, do you hear? My daughter has finally seen through your facades. She loathes you. She loathes you." The cursed voice permeated the corridor. Then came a flurry of chiseled figures, and in that moment, Lynn finally discerned the contents of the 3 baskets. With a clatter, memories of the past faded, and the scene returned to the present, the corridor blazing with fire. Even Lynn felt a surge of wrath igniting within her at the sight. She dashed to the corner where they had buried the bodies, shattering the decayed floor with a fist. Beneath, she beheld a small hand still bleeding. Hatred prevented the corpses from decaying, and throughout this ancient castle, such fragments of corpses lay scattered. "Ding! You have obtained Alice's corpse fragment X1. Was this the reason for the curse's spread? Merely out of jealousy? Simply out of malice? To cruelly use one's own daughter as an instrument of vengeance?" Gritting her teeth, Lynn raced toward the staircase leading below as the fierce flames drew near. She yearned to transform her daughter into a vengeful spirit, to have her destroy this once happy home with her own hands. Lynn relentlessly pursued one cursed point after another, invoking memories of the past to piece together the myriad truths. "My dear, I sense something amiss. Alice seems to have gone several days without sustenance. Yet I recall that we shared lunch just this noon, and she appears to fear me. I swear I have not mistreated Alice. I know you feel guilt over her mother's demise. I have tried to embrace her, but I never anticipated she would be a witch. Regardless, the merciful Holy Spirit would not allow me to unleash my displeasure upon a child. No, I seem to have forgotten so much. Why is there blood on my hands? Hair? This is Alice's. How could this be? I want to remember nothing. Damn it. I struck her. I cut her hair. Merciful Holy Spirit, please forgive me. I do not understand how this happened. I seem to harbor such hatred for her. Yes, so much hatred. She is the child of that witch, the one who bewitched my husband. Her child deserves to perish as well." As scenes replayed, Lynn witnessed the mistress slowly transforming under the witch's curse, from a compassionate matron to a venomous, hate-filled woman. During this time, the Count Carmel and their eldest son underwent a similar transformation. "How could I have given such an order? She's my daughter. How could I allow her to be caged? I am damned. Have I gone mad? Oh, my son has changed too. He was always an honorable boy, yet he now tortures those small creatures. He has been visiting the cold storage and the tower more frequently. He brought gifts for Alice? I hope it is not as I fear. I'm losing my mind. I have gone mad. I feel cursed. Come at me. Whatever it is, come at me. Do not let me harm my daughter." The replayed scenes froze in the midst of Count Carmel's frantic screams. That was their last moment of lucid sanity. After that, they never awoke again. Their wills had been irrevocably twisted and corrupted by the witch's curse. One can only imagine the horrific torment and calamity Alice endured during that time. "Ding! You have obtained Alice's corpse fragment X1. Ding! You have obtained Alice's corpse fragment X2. Ding! You have obtained Alice's corpse fragment X5. Gritting her teeth, Lynn navigated the crumbling castle, ceaselessly gathering the remnants of Alice, dismembered by them. Thus arises the resentment. Thus the desperate longing for familial companionship. Even transformed into a malevolent spirit, the desire for happiness endures. Is this what constitutes a happy home? Is this all you ever hoped for? With a crash, Lynn shattered a section of floor in the hall's corner, revealing half a head still weeping blood and tears. Chapter 180. I am a doctor. I accepted the patient's commission. Ding! You have obtained Alice's fragment X1. Yet at that very moment, a grotesque voice erupted from behind her. What are you searching for? Lynn spun around, only to find the little girl standing behind her, engulfed in flames, her expression no longer vacant but twisted with malice. Lynn realized that this malevolent spirit was the very witch who had wrought all this destruction. The witch burned alive, Alice's mother. In an instant, the girl raised her hand menacingly, and Lynn was seized by an invisible force around her throat, lifted off the ground. Gritting her teeth, a sudden smile tore across her face. "Alice, I'm searching for your body." The girl's grotesque visage momentarily faltered, her shattered eyes flickering. I am your doctor. Of course, if you truly desire, we can become family. Before her, the panels of Alice and Lady Mary began to flicker rapidly. This was Lynn's only means of discerning whom she faced. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn shouted, "Left, left," almost as if understanding her command. Her left hand melted into a mass of dark, viscous liquid, cascading to the ground. One by one, infants crawled out from the sludge, filling the hall with their shrill, mentally tainting wails. A piercing scream erupted. The girl released her grip on Lynn, clutching her ears, collapsing under the overwhelming mental pollution. Without hesitation, Lynn swiftly reformed left, gritting her teeth as she unleashed all her tendrils, racing toward the kitchen. For there lay the final fragment of Alice. Upon realizing she faced a dual malevolent spirit, and comprehending that the entire castle was a construct of curses, she understood that this malevolent entity could not be vanquished with her current strength, for it was born of hatred, of vengeful malice, that is not an existence that can be obliterated by mere physical means. In his hand, aside from the mental taint wielded by Zwazwa, he possessed scant resources to combat the malevolent spirits and curses. Although the time-limited curse ability could be activated, Lynn was acutely aware that if the hatred and resentment remained unabated, it would have no substantial impact on them. For hatred and resentment are the essence. I want you dead. As he charged into the corridor, Lynn was immediately met with a grotesque shriek reverberating behind him. The corridor before him morphed instantaneously, engulfed in roaring flames, the blood-red fire surging toward him. Behind him, the girl, now free from the taint, was snarling, closing in with alarming proximity. In that moment, Lynn refrained from uttering any further words, abruptly extending his hand to retrieve the reward he had just acquired. Witch's veil. The instant he donned the veil, Lynn boldly plunged into the inferno. With each step, he was consumed by flames. Tentacles fiercely clung to the surrounding walls, propelling him forward with ferocity. Yet, just as he was about to reach the kitchen, Lynn's pupils constricted suddenly. He felt an intense, searing chill radiating from his back. A bloodied hand effortlessly pierced through his back, seizing his beating heart. The agonizing burn emanating from his heart felt as if it would incinerate his entire being. In that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Lynn drew forth the night demon blade, gritting his teeth, and thrust it through his own chest, smearing it with the spirit manifestation potion. Just as that hand was about to crush his heart, he pierced through it. A shrill roar from the spirit echoed behind him. Lynn rolled on the ground, and the little girl's severed, bloodied hand instantly reformed. His strike had inflicted no real harm upon her. Focus. Just as the vengeful spirit was about to pounce and tear him apart, Lynn drove the focused eye into its eye socket, grimacing as he unleashed the skill of his left eye. Buzz. In an instant, the dark eye unleashed a torrent of curses that caused the vengeful spirit to begin melting away. Its wretched screams filled the entire corridor. Yet Lynn understood that even the focused eye could only stave her off for a brief moment. For the entire castle was an embodiment of Alice's hatred and resentment. She was the earthbound spirit here, and, as long as the castle stood, she could not be annihilated. Moreover, the vengeful spirit shared the curses and hatred of Alice. Gritting his teeth, Lynn shot forth a tentacle, pulling himself with utmost speed, crashing into the kitchen. Upon entering, Lynn realized the kitchen had long since caught fire. The cleavers and spoons that had been chopping vegetables now burned and emitted piercing screams. Yet, at the farthest corner of the kitchen, the pig-headed butcher appeared utterly oblivious to the surrounding chaos, continuing to stir his pot of thick soup. He seemed so out of place against the backdrop of the inferno. Lynn gritted his teeth and sprinted toward him. "You've come?" The pig-headed butcher glanced at him indifferently and remarked, "The soup is ready. I promised you a taste. Are you prepared?" He turned, holding a bowl of rich broth that exuded an enticing aroma. In an instant, Lynn's mind conjured an introduction to the soup. Incomplete heart and brain soup. A rich broth concocted from a kind heart and a wicked brain. Consuming will randomly grant one piece of knowledge and one curse. Lynn was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the bowl of soup, and in that moment, he beheld a brain and a heart surfacing within the simmering pot. Alice's heart. It was also the final fragment of the puzzle. But why was it there? As if sensing Lynn's confusion, the pig-headed butcher remarked nonchalantly, "That is an exceedingly rare ingredient. One of the few remnants of kindness in this dark world. However, it has been tainted by too much malevolence, thus failing to meet my standards. This soup is a failure." Lynn immediately stood up, deeply imploring, "Can you give me that heart? I am willing to trade." The pig-headed butcher replied calmly, "Are you seeking to use that heart to dissolve the hatred of that little girl?" Lynn adjusted his monocle, steadying himself, I am a doctor. I accepted a commission from my employer. Chapter 181. Every piece of the puzzle should return to its original place. Behind them, the flames roared, consuming everything, surging toward their direction. Suspended in the flames was the grotesque, howling spirit, seemingly poised to devour everything in the next moment. The pig-headed butcher said indifferently, "Very well. Drink this soup, and I shall exchange it with you." Without hesitation, Lynn composed himself, took the bowl of soup, and drank it in one gulp. The rich flavor swirled in his mouth, and he immediately heard the system's prompt ringing in his ears. Ding! You have acquired a piece of knowledge. Mechanical modification. Ding! You have acquired a curse. Weeping clown. In that moment, Lynn did not hesitate. He swiftly reached into the pot and retrieved the heart, gritting his teeth as he utilized his tentacle to propel himself toward the entrance of the cold storage. Behind him, the flames surged. The howling of the malevolent spirit rushed toward him. He heard the pig-headed butcher's calm voice. "You will need a heart of extreme malice to trade with me. I will come and find you in half an hour. If you breach the agreement, your heart will be the price." Almost immediately after he spoke, his figure vanished into thin air. No one knew the reason for his arrival, nor his true identity. But Lynn could no longer afford to ponder these matters. The vengeful spirit pursued relentlessly. Lynn charged into the cold storage, immediately extending his hand to plunge deep into his mouth, forcing himself to regurgitate the soup he had just consumed. Yet even after expelling it, the effects of knowledge and curse remained upon him. But he knew this was not the time to dwell on such things. Gritting his teeth, he dared not pause. He quickly rose, forcefully shutting the door, and retrieved a plethora of spirit manifestation potions from the system space, hurling them against the surrounding doors and walls. Crack! Crack! Though this would likely have little effect in staving off the malevolent spirit, it would still have some efficacy. Zwa! Lynn gasped, his eyes wild with fervor. "Can you use mental pollution once more?" Zwa's state had visibly waned, yet she still mustered the strength to raise her hand, struggling to respond. "You owe me compensation." Almost immediately after she spoke, a searing tongue of flame struck the door, causing the potions on the walls and door to ignite, halting the vengeful spirit's direct incursion. A wretched roar echoed in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Zwa finally gritted her teeth, and with a splash transformed once more into countless viscous, pitch-black liquids. Infants struggled to form, emitting piercing cries. The entire cold storage resonated with the maddening waves of mental pollution, yet was effective. The powerful waves of curses restrained the spirit's onslaught from outside. "I can't hold on for much longer. You must hurry." Zwa's voice echoed loudly in his mind. Lynn wasted no time. He swiftly regained his composure and retrieved all the fragmented remains he had collected from the system's space. In that moment, he focused with unprecedented intensity. Each piece of the puzzle must be restored to its rightful place. He took out needle and thread, gritting his teeth, and stitched the dismembered fragments together at the fastest pace possible. Outside, the wails of malevolent spirits pierced the air, while inside, the cries of mental pollution resounded. It was a scene that seemed to be drawn from the depths of hell. Bit by bit, the corpse before him rapidly took shape, restoring her to her original form. Once again, images from his past memories resurfaced in his mind. "I have a serious yet gentle father. I have a mother who loves to nag, but ensures Alice never goes hungry. I have a brother who often brings gifts to Alice and never bullies her. I have all my family, all those who love Alice." That was Alice's happy home. In the vision, the girl gently closed her diary, cradling it in her arms. Her eyes filled with bliss. Her biological mother had passed away when she was very young. Though she occasionally reminisced, those memories had slowly faded into a distant blur. Since both her father and stepmother were exceedingly kind to Alice, she longed to honor them properly when she grew up. She also wished for her father to take her to her mother's grave to pay respects to the one who had given birth to Alice, even though he was always reluctant to reveal the circumstances of her mother's death. Yet, Alice believed she would eventually find out. She would tell her mother that she lived very happily and was immensely grateful. In the vision, the blonde girl had her eyes closed, her face radiating with longing and hope, pure innocence, and aspirations for the future. At that instant when the mental pollution ceased, the door of the cold storage burst open in a blaze. A small girl, her face twisted in fury and engulfed in flames, shrieked at the entrance, her overwhelming hatred igniting the entire cold storage in a fiery blaze. "Head!" Zwazwa screamed. "It's done." Lynn gritted his teeth. At that moment, he cradled the shattered girl's corpse, gazing fiercely and maniacally at the encroaching flames and the malevolent spirit. He did not retreat. Instead, he strode boldly toward the rolling flames. the glaring radiance swirling in his pupils and palms. The curse on his revolver swiftly returned, and the time-limited curse cleansing ability simultaneously transformed into a luminous aura in his hand. With a fireproof cloth wrapped around his face, he charged defiantly toward the specter. Curse cleansing. Activate, Lynn shouted, as the flames enveloped him. A blinding light illuminated the entire space. He needed to reach the true Alice, with her body in hand, to let his soul convey everything to her. Chapter 182. Every living soul must be slain. In that moment, the surging flames wrapped Lynn in a brutal curse. The savage red flames reflected in his furious eyes. At that moment, his hand finally reached the malevolent spirit. Curse cleansing. Activate. Buzz. A blinding light suddenly surged from Lynn's palm, transforming into pale streams that danced like serpentine threads through the malicious flames, rushing toward the nearby specter. The little girl's pupils dilated, emitting a sharp, piercing wail. Countless faces, symbolizing the curse, were violently stripped from her body by the threads. It was akin to a grand firework display, spreading along the veins of the curse, cascading across the surrounding walls and enveloping the ancient castle in its wake. Erase, annihilate, extract. The immense sensation of extraction elicited a painful and vengeful scream from the specter. To the malevolent spirit, the curse was a manifestation of hatred and resentment. The flesh clinging to its bones. To extract the curse was to excise its very flesh. How dare you? Amidst the piercing shriek, her bloodied hand suddenly lunged into Lynn's chest, bursting through his back. This time it was no illusion, but a real piercing. Crimson blood surged forth from his back, splattering into the fiery inferno like a rain of scarlet. Yet in that instant, she suddenly saw Lynn lift his head. He bore a chilling smile that sent shivers down her spine. You have allowed me to approach you. Buzz. In an instant, the malevolent spirit's eyes widened. But it was too late. Amidst that elegant smile, Lynn's hand plunged in her chest, enveloping her body in the torrent of flames and white cascades. Endless hatred and malice immediately surged forth from her form, like gluttonous black tendrils, wrapping around his arm, flooding into his body in an instant, piercing his consciousness. It was as if he had plunged into a realm of endless wails, scalding yet frigid, agonizing yet savage. In that moment, countless images swirled violently in his pupils, accompanied by hatred and resentment. Ding! The host's vitality is waning. Ding! The host's vitality is waning. But Lynn paid them no heed. Countless images flooded his mind. At that moment, he felt the girl's hatred in his very core. He witnessed her solitary confinement in a high tower, saw her father's cold expression as he mercilessly whipped her. He saw her cruel and deranged mother, using scissors to gradually sever her golden locks, stuffing animal entrails into her mouth, forcing her to consume them. He saw her frenzied brother, wielding a carving knife to viciously carve deep gashes into her arms and face. It was a piercing wail erupting from the depths of her soul. Torment, abuse. Yet despite it all, a flicker of hope remained deep within her heart, like the remnants of past memories, akin to when she once sat by the warm fireplace with her family, her father always returning late from work, while her stepmother treated her with utmost kindness, never allowing her to feel like an outsider. Her brother, though mischievous, would always stand up for her when others bullied her. That was a noble household living in the Middle Ages. The castle, though eerie, was warm. The knight uncle, though stern, would secretly gift her small presents on her birthday. The chef, though rough, would sneak her pastries with a smile when no one was watching. The doctor brother was the most terrifying, for whenever she fell ill, he would force her to drink that bitter medicine, but each time she did, whether it was a cold or a cough, she would recover swiftly. Thus, Alice knew that the doctor brother was also a kind person, until she was imprisoned in the tower, suspended in a cage, gazing longingly at the sky beyond the tower. Because of those once beautiful moments, even amidst the cruelest torment, a flicker of hope remained in her heart. Hope that this was merely a nightmare, that upon waking, her father, mother, and brother, along with everyone in the castle, would still greet her with warm smiles. But she did not wait for that. What awaited her was the night of madness, the blood-stained butcher's knife. Like three ferocious hounds feasting upon their prey, they wielded their knives with sinister smiles, ruthlessly carving her apart atop that towering edifice. Hatred, an uncontrollable torrent of animosity and resentment surged forth in that moment of dismemberment, revealing the gruesome reality that lay beneath her perceived nightmare. Gradually, a woman's sinister voice began to echo in her ears, and she recognized it as that of her biological mother. But had she not already perished? Why could she still whisper in Alice's ear? It mattered not. Mother proclaimed them all to be vile, wearing masks of hypocrisy that concealed their irredeemable malevolence. She asserted that they were the architects of Alice's demise. It became evident that Alice was not the sole victim. Mother expressed her desire for Alice to remain by her side eternally, insisting that those fiends must not be spared. She urged Alice to kill, and Alice complied. Father must die. The godmother must perish. Brother must be slain. Every living soul within that castle must be extinguished. Yet, Alice hesitated to bring harm to the kindly chef who had secretly provided sustenance to her imprisoned self, nor did she wish to harm the doctor, who had wept for her and sought to facilitate her escape, only to have his legs severed. But mattered not, for Alice was no longer human. Countless images surged amidst the overwhelming tide of hatred, chilling to the bone, yet igniting a fervent rage within. For Lynn understood. This entire charade was orchestrated by her wretched biological mother, a woman steeped in malice and envy. She had not only cruelly dismantled this family, but had also obliterated her daughter's happiness, now residing within her daughter as a parasite, unleashing her wickedness upon this darkened realm. Grounded in the curse of the ancient castle, one by one, beings were lured into this fortress only to be slaughtered. Their souls were interred within the very stones of the castle, their flesh transformed into sumptuous delicacies, while their skins were fashioned into deceptive puppets that ensnared Alice. She had maintained control over the girl from life to death. Denying herself peace, she sought to deprive her daughter of tranquility as well. Lynn gritted his teeth, desperately searching for that soul amidst the myriad of malice encasing him, the curse's erasure temporarily diminishing the spectral power. Yet the tempest of hatred and animosity relentlessly battered his consciousness. It felt as though he were plunging into a frigid abyss, the biting cold enveloping him from all directions, sinking deeper and deeper in search of salvation. At last, in that moment, he found the girl amidst the unending hatred. Chapter 183. Let me heal your wounds. The golden-haired girl, curled in the depths of the icy pool, ensnared by relentless hatred and malice, still clutched that flicker of kindness she had never relinquished. Alice! Lynn let out a roar, extending his hand toward the girl with fervor. In the depths of the cold abyss, amidst the chaotic hatred, the girl slowly lifted her gaze. I am your doctor, if you trust me. Lynn's visage contorted with rage as he delved deeper into the ocean of consciousness, persistently reaching out to the girl. Behind him surged the encroaching black tendrils, manifestations of the vengeful spirit's hatred, accompanied by a piercing, terrifying wail. Then let me. Finally, in that last moment, Lynn strained to stretch his hand toward the girl. In her eyes, he beheld his reflection, the visage of that face and the fierce eyes concealing the deepest vein of compassion. It mirrored, perhaps, the departed family members, extending to her the friendly and gentle hand she so yearned for. Let me heal your wounds. A resounding pulse. The vast darkness and hatred surged like a gushing fountain of blood, enveloping his entire being in an instant, dense black veins crawling across his cheeks. His right hand, embedded within the vengeful spirit's form, shattered, and his body was violently flung away like a broken kite. The blood, tainted by hatred, rained down upon the heavens. His body crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson. Ding! Your health is rapidly diminishing. Ding! Your body is being eroded by a significant amount of ghostly energy. Ding! Current ghostly energy erosion progress, 67. Ding! Current ghostly energy erosion progress, 75. Warning! 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 Yet, Lynn paid no heed. He lifted his head, a frenzied grin spreading across his face, and abruptly extended his hand, conjuring from the system's space a broken spear. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the shattered spear and plunged it into his own right leg. The ghostly energy surging within him ignited the power within that fractured spear. Blinding sanctity surged through his flesh, flooding his entire being in an instant. Ding! Health loss. Ding! Divine power interference. The current ghostly energy erosion progress within you is 89. Ding! Divine power interference. The current ghostly energy erosion progress within you is reduced to 79. Ding! Ghostly energy reduced to 68. Lynn instantly raised his gaze, confronting the wailing, vengeful spirit surging toward him. He did not flinch, nor did he evade, for he knew. You have lost. A wild, triumphant smile broke across his face. A pulse. Just as the grotesque, bloodied hand was poised to pierce Lynn's steadfast eyes, it suddenly halted. Her sharp, blood-red nails trembled, and an overwhelming sense of dread and terror flooded her twisted countenance. She realized she could advance no further. She found that the endless hatred and malice she had summoned now turned against her in that very moment. "Mother, it is you who has wrought this." A girl's sobbing voice echoed from deep within her being. The vengeful spirit recoiled, gazing in horror at her own hands, exclaiming, "No, no, Alice, no." It was a cry of profound anguish emanating from the depths of her essence. In that frozen abyss of consciousness, as her hand reached for Lynn, she witnessed everything Lynn had seen in his memories, truths he longed to convey to her. Pain, grief, despair, hatred. She beheld her biological mother casting a curse upon her family, heard her whispers within their minds, and witnessed the suffering born beneath the mask of their transformations. She saw them being subtly manipulated, the curse spreading through them, and the warmth of yesteryear gradually morphing into the chilling madness that inflicted torment, like a hand orchestrating marionettes, like a dense fog shrouding the castle skies. Ah! A piercing, bone-chilling scream erupted. Drip, drip, from Alice's lifeless eyes, tears, or was it blood, began to fall. In an instant, the surging hatred pierced through the castle's dome, rising toward the darkened sky, violently stirring the encompassing black mist. Outside the castle, Bloodsaw and the dollmaker's expressions shifted dramatically. They too felt the overwhelming tide of hatred and resentment that threatened to breach the heavens. The chilling sensation even stirred their innermost beings. That was. The doll mistress gazed solemnly at the ominous clouds that enveloped the ancient castle, stating, "Is hatred. I have never witnessed a creature capable of generating such monumental animosity. If it were a malevolent spirit, the power derived from such hatred would likely surpass both you and me." Bloodsaw's eyes flickered, fixated intently on the inferno engulfing the castle. The doll mistress turned her head, casting a glance at him, and inquired, "Shall we intervene?" Bloodsaw replied gravely, "No need." The doll mistress, somewhat taken aback, smirked slightly and said, "Aren't you usually quite fond of your apprentice?" Bloodsaw replied with depth, "He had the opportunity to call for my aid. After that incident, I provided him with a means to contact me. Yet he did not. Either he has perished, or he believes he can accomplish this task independently, without relying on his mentor." Bloodsaw closed his eyes, his hands clenched tightly, unbeknownst to him. "And if he had truly reached out to me, I would have regarded him with disdain." Deep within the castle, the vengeful spirit howled frantically, the flames swirling around her being extinguished and suppressed by the hatred emanating from her very essence. The ghastly form of the spirit began to swell with grotesque protrusions, as if something within her was wailing to break free. She clawed at her own cheeks, leaving trails of blood in her wake. "Alice, Alice, I am your mother. I am your biological mother. Do not be swayed by that human. Things are not as you perceive. It is they. It is they. They are a pack of devils disguised in human skin. They deserve to perish. How dare they make you forget your true mother? Daughter, daughter, daughter." Lynn struggled to extract her spear, using it to prop herself up as she fixed an unwavering gaze upon the malevolent spirit. "You are consumed by hatred and jealousy. You seek only vengeance, and you are utterly unworthy of being her mother." Chapter 184. Your existence is a curse upon all. Lynn steadied herself, calmly advancing towards her, each step leaving a trail of blood. You envy your daughter for being accepted by this family. Your heart cannot harbor any semblance of beauty. You have always been a wicked witch, ensnaring Carmel with your charms, desiring to elevate yourself to the status of countess, only to discover that the true countess far surpasses you. You cannot bear their bond. You are no match for that mother. You envy her compassion and grace, thus plotting her demise, and your death is entirely your own doing. I have seen Carmel in visions of the past. He knew well your witchery, and out of love for you, he sought to protect you during the witch hunts. Yet, you were ungrateful, allowing jealousy to strip you of your humanity. Lynn pointed at her, gravely stating, "You have always been a malevolent witch, spreading pestilence throughout the Count's domain, using dark magic to instill fear among its inhabitants. He had long uncovered your misdeeds, yet as a husband, he wished to grant you another chance, but you squandered it, growing ever more reckless. Are you envious that he removed your veil at the stake? Are you resentful of your own fiery demise? Let me tell you, you ought to be dead. If you continue to live, that would be a curse upon all." It was as though a grand trial was unfolding. Each of Lynn's words pierced the spirit's heart like daggers. In a frenzy, she shrieked, "I will kill you." Desperately, she summoned the raging flames, intent on incinerating Lynn. However, the cries from within her grew louder, and the tremendous hatred finally erupted at that moment. Her belly suddenly expanded, reminiscent of a child gestating for 10 months, once again sprouting within her. With a piercing scream, her swollen abdomen burst open. The girl emerged from her womb, spiraling around her form, sorrowfully facing her trembling visage. Trembling, she reached out with sharp hands, kneeling in terror, finally pleading, Alice, Alice, no, no, forgive me, forgive your mother. It is all their fault. You are my daughter. They stole you from me. You should have lived with your mother, grown up by her side. Alice, Alice, I beg you to forgive me. She implored, her face etched with anguish. The girl, spiraling forth from her abdomen, wept bitterly, gritting her teeth as countless images flooded her mind, those of the past, of a harmonious family. All that was, and all that could have been. The vengeful spirit begged, slowly extending a trembling hand towards the girl's cheek. Alice, my daughter, forgive the sins of your mother. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of malice flashed in her pleading eyes. The hand reaching for her daughter suddenly tensed, revealing sharp, crimson claws. But just as that hand lunged toward Alice, a shattered spear sliced through the air, piercing her palm and impaling it against the wall behind her. With a resounding crack, divine power surged forth. A scream filled with spite echoed through the air. The girl, spiraling from her abdomen, finally opened her mouth wide. The flicker of hesitation in her eyes instantly transforming into utter sorrow and fury. Accompanied by sharp wails, the girl began to ravenously consume her mother's head. Countless arms erupted from the vengeful spirit's body, violently tearing her apart. They were the manifestations of the countless beings she had devoured and slain. Their hatred finally unleashed at this moment. With a tearing sound, her flesh and blood, along with her wicked essence, were being ripped away bit by her own anguished cries. Alice, Alice, my daughter, she pleaded, but it was utterly futile. The entire castle began to tremble, chains and iron hooks crashing down from the frozen vault above as the curse was lifted, causing the castle to collapse. Countless stones and bricks fell, the massive dome shattering with a thunderous roar. Lynn gasped, clutching her pierced chest, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zwa, you wretched fiend, why must you always rely on me to save you at the last moment? Accompanied by Zwa's bellow, his left hand suddenly elongated, grasping the crumbling wall of the frozen vault with great force, propelling Lynn's body towards the falling debris. Lynn gasped, forcing a rueful smile, allowing Zwa to guide her as they weaved through the tumbling stones. The dome overhead had caved in, revealing the shrouded sky above, winds howling, and a hint of relief crossed Lynn's face. It seemed as though light cascaded from the shattered heavens upon her. Yet, Lynn knew all too well that it was not sunlight. It was merely the ever-present dust drifting in this dark world. But at least, it was not an eternal void of blackness. Ding! You have completed task branch 1, healing. You shall receive a special reward from Alice. Ding! You have simultaneously completed task branch 2, annihilation. You have obtained a special item, cursed eye. You have surpassed 2 major task branches, earning yourself double the rewards, 6,000 base experience points and 6,000 skeleton coins. Your experience is nearing level 10. Please expedite the completion of your job change quest. Cursed eye. Type, cursed object. Ability, capable of casting any curse you have recorded upon a target. Description, the malevolent right eye, imbued with hatred and curses, loathes all it perceives, bestowing the most sinister curses upon everything. However, it simultaneously subjects the wielder to excruciating pain and backfire from their own soul. On the ground of the castle, my left hand swiftly grasped Lynn and descended to the earth, as half of the ancient fortress had completely collapsed. My left hand quickly delved into Lynn's medical kit, rummaging through its contents until I finally unearthed the exquisite restorative potion he had brought. I pried open Lynn's mouth and poured the potion down his throat. I gritted my teeth and admonished, "You fool, if you perish, do not drag me down with you. I still intend to live a long life, mark my words. Once I discover a way to eliminate your troublesome head and survive, I shall show no mercy in ending your existence." Chapter 185, regarding the matter of being labeled a lowly con. Gulp, 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 gulp. Lynn nearly choked on the potion I forcefully administered, hastily tossing aside the bottle and staring at me with the vacant gaze of a dead fish. "I want to die. Why are you so worried? I have trained my physique, and I possess the unique ability of flesh transformation. There is no way I could perish." Before our very eyes, Lynn activated his flesh transformation. The gaping wound in his chest gradually began to mend. His torn right hand, under his own manipulation and control, slowly sprouted delicate pink flesh. Coupled with the enhancement from the restorative potion, his body rapidly surged with vibrant life. I smirked, exuding confidence. Who worries about you? Remember, you promised me strawberry cake and ample compensation. Forgetting could lead to dire consequences. Lynn smiled as he adjusted his glasses, which had split in two. Fear not. I shall ensure you receive it slowly. My left hand. Just as I saw my left hand poised to viciously bite off his nose, Lynn swiftly grasped my wrist, forcefully holding it down, and turned to me. Stop fooling around. We haven't resolved the current situation. Alice should have dealt with that malevolent spirit. But the truth often brings not warmth, but greater hatred. If Alice were to lose her sanity and turn against us, we would be in grave danger. I decisively warned. Should I flee first? You cover me? Lynn promptly disregarded my suggestion, regaining his composure as he scanned the surroundings. In the very next moment, amidst the rolling ruins, his gaze caught a figure. His pupils constricted as recognition dawned upon him. The figure was none other than the fragmented body of Alice he had painstakingly stitched together. It had not been buried in the wreckage. Or was it? Lynn maintained his calm demeanor and approached the figure slowly. The girl sat curled up with her back to him, her body marred with the scars of stitching, and her once shorn golden hair had mysteriously regrown, cascading behind her. As he drew nearer, he could hear the faint, suppressed sobs. Her frame was so small, and since the moment of her dismemberment, she had never grown. Lynn realized that Alice's consciousness had returned to the body that rightfully belonged to her. Warning, warning, extreme hatred detected. Warning, evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. The system's warnings echoed in his ears. Lynn halted 10 meters away from her, watching her silhouette from a distance. The chilling aura, akin to a bone-chilling ice pond, enveloped him. Even from 10 meters away, he felt frost creeping upon his body. Now, Alice, having absorbed the overwhelming hatred and consumed the malevolent spirit, had likely attained a power far beyond his reach. She now possibly surpassed the Lady in Blood. I caution, Lynn, don't stand there foolishly. We should flee while she hasn't T-attacked yet. However, Lynn remained silent, his eyes gradually calming. He did not retreat. Instead, under my astonished gaze, he stepped forward, one step after another. The biting cold pierced through every inch of his skin like a fierce winter, frost crawling up his legs and covering his cheeks with a ghostly pallor. Warning, you are being invaded by malevolent energy. Warning, warning. Yet, Lynn remained composed, showing no sign of retreat, advancing step by step. This mere 10-meter distance felt as arduous as traversing through a blizzard for days. Nevertheless, he finally approached the source of the frost, the sobbing little girl. He extended his frostbitten hand and gently placed it upon her shoulder, as if whispering in the depths of winter. Alice, it is all over. If you feel lonely, my previous words still hold true. You may consider me your family. The fierce wind swept through the ashes that fell like snow, blanketing the desolate ruins in a pallid hue, reminiscent of eternal winter. I was momentarily taken aback. Minutes later, the chill began to wane, and the overwhelming hatred gradually dissipated. Amidst the ruins, Lynn cradled the little girl, now peacefully slumbering in his embrace. As he calmly stepped out of the debris, she appeared exhausted, her eyes closed, her face still marked with tears, clutching tightly to Lynn's shirt. It seemed that after descending into this dark world, it was her first time sleeping soundly. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the legendary high difficulty achievement, Deceiving the Innocent Little Lowly. You have earned 500 base experience points. Deceiving the Innocent Little Lowly, a high difficulty teleportation achievement, successfully securing the affection of a death omen level malevolent spirit lowly as family or higher through any means. This signifies that the host has taken a substantial, yet morally ambiguous step towards becoming a nefarious lowlycon and a healing physician. You have gained a permanent enhancement. Alice's trust in you is now 50, physique 10, resistance to malevolent energy 10, happiness 20. Death omen level, a rank just below that of the sovereign. Lynn, click, click, click. With his eyes closed, Lynn ground his teeth in frustration. This cursed system, this entity must have had a twisted sense of humor before becoming my system. What do you mean, deceiving the innocent little lowly? This was merely a compassionate and loving doctor's perfect healing of a little girl tormented by resentment. How did it turn into deceiving the innocent little lowly in the mouth of this accursed system? Is that who I am? Not only do you not reward my burgeoning sense of truth and beauty, but you also maliciously defame your own host. This is utterly unacceptable. I raised my hand and glanced at the sleeping Alice in Lynn's arms, muttering, this is a bit outrageous. How dare you? Aren't you afraid she might end you? Her power is exceedingly terrifying now. Lynn's lips curled into a smile. As a physician, it is unthinkable for me to abandon my patients before the termination of my employment relationship. Moreover, he raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smile. Having already made a promise to this young lady, I cannot be unfaithful. Do you understand? Zwazwa was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she felt that this individual appeared rather dashing, and there was even a hint of charm. Could this truly be his genuine demeanor? Was he really so kind-hearted and affectionate? Ding. Zwazwa's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Ding. Alice's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Ding. You have triggered a milestone achievement. Ingeniously attempting to show off, you have gained 200 basic experience points. Chapter 186. I must ensure he marries into my family. Ingeniously attempting to show off. A special milestone achievement, accomplished by exhibiting a show-off behavior without conditions in any event and successfully impressing others thereafter. This signifies that you have taken a steady step toward becoming an exceptional young man. You have received a permanent enhancement. Charisma 1, Intelligence 2, Happiness 1. Lynn exclaimed, "No. This infernal system cannot be allowed to persist. It must be eradicated." Outside the castle, in the distance, Bloodsaw and Madame Puppet gazed at the scene amidst the ruins, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing their faces. Bloodsaw stretched his shoulders, a grin threatening to escape. Well, was I not correct? This is what a true man's apprentice looks like. Compared to your daughters, my disciple is evidently superior. Ha ha ha. Madame Puppet, cradling the restless figure in her arms, cast a glance at Bloodsaw's barely concealed desire to boast, and her smile became even more radiant. Indeed, he is remarkably exceptional. Such a splendid young man stirs an undeniable excitement within. We must bring him into our family without delay. No, I have changed my mind. Such a fine youth cannot be limited to merely seventh. Eldest, second, third, and fourth must all be included. It would be delightful for my mother-in-law to shower him with affection as well. Ding. Madame Puppet's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Ding. Madame Puppet's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Ding. Madame Puppet's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Ding ding ding. Inside the castle, Lynn stood in bewilderment, scanning his surroundings. What is happening? How has Madame Puppet's favorability suddenly skyrocketed? Could she be nearby? Aside from the life-size puppet awaiting delivery, he truly wished to have no further contact with her. After a fruitless search, Lynn shook his head and dismissed the thought. There was no way to exit this ancient fortress. Lynn resumed his contemplative expression, cradling Alice, who lay with her eyes closed. He had attempted numerous times to escape. Although she had indeed grown significantly stronger, the nature of her being as a bound spirit still confined her movements, preventing her from truly leaving this place. After careful consideration, Lynn activated his diagnostic ability once more. Ding. You have activated random diagnosis, uncovering the target's afflictions. Hatred. Ding. You have discovered the target's affliction 2, binding, curse. Ding. You have discovered the target's affliction 3, malevolent spirit's curse. Lynn pondered. Thus, his curse-clearing ability merely provided temporary relief from one of her afflictions, akin to Lady Bloodstained. Yet, the binding curse still lingered within her, unable to be eradicated. If that is the case, once the cool-down period elapses, he could indeed temporarily dispel her binding curse and lead her out of the castle. Though only for a day, it was better than nothing. Lynn rubbed his temples, inhaling deeply. This limited-time, curse-clearing ability demands too much. Lady Bloodstained craves it, his revolver requires it, and now Alice has become yet another soul in need of his nurturing. Not to mention, should he encounter other peculiar circumstances in the future or meet the parents of the little ones again, he must always reserve cool-down time. Is it not possible to satisfy several at once? Lynn mused. How tedious to tackle them one by one. The number of individuals requiring my healing and care will inevitably increase. While Lynn grappled with these thoughts, he faintly heard a distant shout carried by the wind, though the gusts obscured its clarity. Just then, the girl in his arms, still with her eyes closed, spoke softly. Lynn froze, gazing down at Alice, adorned with seams. She felt so light, as delicate as a feather. Still with her eyes shut, she nestled against Lynn's arm, murmuring dreamily. Alice is a malevolent spirit who perished here, forever unable to leave this place. Her voice was barely audible, akin to the whisperings of insects. Lynn's expression gradually returned to calm. He closed his eyes. In that moment, he finally made a decision. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned the reward he had acquired during a previous mission. Skill Enhancement Scroll. Since hope had emerged, it must not be carelessly extinguished, correct? Ding. You're using the Skill Enhancement Scroll on your limited time, curse-clearing ability. Do you wish to proceed immediately? Yes. Buzz. The card in his hand instantly transformed into a multitude of glimmering particles, flowing into his eyes. Ding. Your limited time, curse-clearing ability has successfully advanced for the first time. Limited time, curse-clearing ability 1. Description: you can temporarily dispel the curses affixed to a target, with the number of uses increased to 2, duration sustained at 24 hours, and cooldown extended to 13 hours. Friendly reminder: further enhancements and advancements can increase your mastery of abilities. Wishing you success in mastering all your skills soon. Lynn quickly glanced at the notification, his attention immediately captured by the increased usage count. His heart swelled with joy, as he had surmised, since it was a skill enhancement. The improvements would undoubtedly pertain to duration, cooldown, and frequency. And he was correct. The enhancement had indeed granted him an additional opportunity for use. If that is the case, he could manage 1v2, couldn't he? Lynn swiftly regained his composure. He looked down at Alice, her eyes still closed, and smiled. Not necessarily. I'm a doctor, and of course, I can lead you out of here. At least for now. In an instant, he activated his limited-time curse-clearing ability on Alice. Buzz. Chains of curses emerged from Alice's body, only to be drawn in by an overwhelming force, cascading into Lynn's hands. Alice immediately felt a lightness envelop her. She opened her cracked eyes, filled with confusion, and in the very next moment, Lynn, holding her, took a firm step toward the boundaries of the castle. No. Alice's lips trembled instinctively, her small hand clenching Lynn's arm tightly as she squeezed her eyes shut. Clearly, she was frightened. For a bound spirit, forcibly leaving the territory that confined her would undoubtedly bring immense suffering. Yet, the next moment, the anticipated agony did not arrive. She distinctly felt that she had left the realm of the ancient castle behind. Finally, she blinked her eyes open, gazing vacantly at the sole departure street before her, and at the shattered entrance of the castle behind her. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 187. The Future Master of the Happy Home. Lynn gently set her down. The mournful wind tousled her golden hair and dress as she dazedly clutched her wrist, staring vacantly at the weathered street. Lynn offered her an encouraging glance. Instinctively, she took a tentative step forward, her delicate foot touching the cold cobblestones, trembling slightly. It was over. She had crossed the boundary of the castle, yet she felt no backlash. She had emerged from the graveyard that had ensnared her. In that fleeting moment, she parted her lips, but no words escaped. She turned her head, gazing at the tall youth before her, observing the gentle smile upon his face, the one who had promised to be her brother and the healer of her family. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt something stir within her eyes. Yet, she said nothing. Instead, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Lynn's waist, closing her eyes and pressing her cheek against his chest, holding on tightly. It was as if everything was communicated in silence, a profound affection for kinship enveloping them. For after all, she was still the little girl, the untouched, lowly yearning for family and loved ones. Perhaps she had transformed into a malevolent spirit, yet within her heart, a flicker of hope remained. She had always been that kind-hearted girl. Death had altered much, even momentarily tainting her innocent heart, but ultimately, when malice and hatred ebbed away, it remained as pure as ever. Ding. Alice's trust level, 10. Ding. Alice's resentment and hatred, 1. Ding. You have triggered a long-term quest, cleansing of the soul. Quest description: Alice has shown significant improvement under your healing, yet the immense hatred and resentment within her heart remains a volatile time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. To achieve complete healing, a more prolonged cleansing is necessary. Quest reward. Upon hearing the notification, Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to the little lowly clinging to him with closed eyes. A grin crept across his lips as he shut his eyes, gently tapping his temple. Alas, there was no turning back. Since the system quest had been triggered, he would have to fulfill it dutifully. Although he lacked experience in caring for his sister, he believed he could certainly play the role of a brother. Moreover, the Soul Departure Street was not far from the Ghost Alley. He could frequently visit Alice, help cleanse her soul, and perhaps stay for a few days. Surely that would be feasible. Oh, what a vexation. As Lynn pondered internally, Alice opened her eyes, lifting her head to reflect his face in her cracked gaze. She had something to give to her brother. Lynn snapped back to attention. Alice gently stepped back, eyes still closed, her long eyelashes fluttering softly. Thank you for revealing the truth to me and for agreeing to be my family. Yet, I know you cannot stay here forever. She lifted her head, meeting Lynn's eyes, which sparkled with a painful clarity. I see in your consciousness that you are not as evil as you portray. You merely wish to live in your own way and bring kindness to this world. Lynn gazed quietly into her eyes. She extended her hand, and a faint crimson glow began to emanate from her fingertips. So please, regardless of what happens, stay with me. I, Alice, am truly grateful. I hope you can become a family I can rely on. Ding. You have received a special reward from Alice. Ding. Alice is granting you half ownership of the happy home. Upon acceptance, you will have the freedom to enter the happy home and possess control over all supernatural affairs within the castle, with the ability to teleport back to the happy home at will. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Lynn was taken aback. He had indeed pondered what Alice's special reward might be, but he never anticipated that she would bestow upon him the authority of the castle. This was akin to inscribing the name of the master on the property deed. Furthermore, he had received a skill to return to the spring at any moment. This was truly an invincible, life-saving grace. Ding, do you accept this reward? Of course, he accepted. Lynn returned to the moment, looking at Alice's outstretched hand and the hopeful light in her eyes. Finally, Lynn smiled and reached out to grasp her hand, saying, "Thank you, Alice." Ding, you have acquired general ownership of the happy home, granting you all permissions, and the curse has been automatically lifted. In an instant behind them, the half-collapsed castle, which had been engulfed in flames, began to rise with swirling black mist, the curse restored with the system's automatic echo. Crumbling bricks shifted without wind, and the fallen walls gradually began to reverse. Everything was transforming back to how it was before their arrival, accompanied by the howling wind. When they opened their eyes once more, the towering, eerie castle loomed behind them, yet this time it felt far less sinister. Everything appeared so warm and inviting. On Alice's petite face, a faint smile flickered into existence, barely perceptible, yet seemingly filled with joy. However, at that moment, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the street beside them. Thud, thud. It resonated like a heartbeat, sending shivers down their spines. With a sudden crash, Alice instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lynn, her body crackling with ominous energy, a piercing crimson glow emanating from the fissures adorning her form. She glared coldly at the darkness, her entire being taut with tension. "Do not be alarmed, little one," a soft voice emerged. "The time has come for me to fulfill our unfinished transaction." From the shadows, a butcher brandishing a bloody cleaver slowly emerged, the grotesque visage of a pig's head revealing its faint, chilling eyes, which settled upon Lynn's face. "Where's my heart?" In an instant, the expression of the blood slicer, observing this scene from a distance, drastically altered. It was as if he suddenly recalled something, instinctively retreating a step, his eyes trembling and lips quivering. No, it cannot be. He swore he did not misrecognize, even though he had only seen the figure from behind. Yet, he could never forget that heart-stopping aura. 2 years ago, it had been 2 years prior, he had discovered Lynn, unconscious at the entrance of his apothecary, where that monster had appeared in Ghost Alley. Chapter 188. This transaction shall be fulfilled by me. He vividly remembered the scene, the Ghost Alley shrouded in swirling black mist, the sky displaying an unprecedented illusion, a blood-red, eerie moon hanging high, resembling a gigantic crimson eye, watching over the land. He had heard a knock at the door and found Lynn, unconscious. A trail of blood-red footprints extended from the entrance into the distant darkness. In that mist, he had glimpsed a silhouette, with a mane of black hair cascading down its back and a bloodied cleaver resting upon its shoulder. When it turned to glance at him, he finally caught a glimpse of the monster's profile. The scarlet blood moon cast its ominous glow, resembling a foreboding omen in the dark. The sight of that monstrous entity evoked an indescribable sense of trepidation, not born of mere strength, but seemingly a suppression emanating from its stature and soul, instilling a profound chill deep within. It was akin to a harbinger of malevolence. Bloodsaw raised his head with grave deliberation, his gaze dark and resolute as he swiftly advanced towards Lynn. Observing this, the doll mistress hurriedly followed in pursuit of Bloodsaw. Before the ancient castle, Alice stood poised as if facing a formidable adversary, vigilantly confronting the pig-headed butcher. Lynn was about to speak when he suddenly sensed an aura approaching from behind, and soon spotted Bloodsaw and the doll mistress hastening towards him. "Teacher?" Lynn exclaimed in surprise, though he felt no shock, for he had surmised from the doll mistress's system notification that his mentors were nearby. Indeed, Bloodsaw nodded, refraining from further dialogue as he positioned himself beside Lynn, squinting at the grotesque figure of the butcher before them. "Lynn, have you offended this butcher?" he inquired gravely, his muscles taut and his eyes filled with suspicion. Lynn smiled at the question. "Teacher, you worry too much. I merely struck a bargain with this gentleman." He lifted his chin, smiling as he strode forward, patting the vigilant Alice on the shoulder before addressing the pig-headed butcher with a bow. "First, I must express my gratitude. Without the heart you bestowed upon me, I could not have completed the final piece of Alice's puzzle. As for the heart of extreme malice you seek," Lynn paused thoughtfully, then slowly extended his hand to rest upon his chest, feeling the vigorous beating of his heart. With a smile, He adjusted his monocle and declared, "I do not possess it, but as you said, my heart can serve as a substitute. I can hand it over to you now." The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of Bloodsaw and the doll mistress shifted dramatically. Alice turned her gaze towards Lynn, astonished. "Lynn, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Bloodsaw furrowed his brow, grasping Lynn's shoulder and exclaiming, "Do you think a heart is a mere component to be exchanged at will?" Lynn sidestepped, winking at his teacher. "Is it not? Did you not replace one for me before? Am I not still alive and well?" Bloodsaw was momentarily taken aback, then seized Lynn by the collar, staring deeply into his eyes as he gravely stated, "What I replaced for you was not an ordinary heart." Lynn was taken aback, but Bloodsaw chose not to elaborate. Releasing his grip and turning his attention back to the pig-headed butcher, his tone growing ominously serious. "Moreover, did you not grasp the implications of his words? He specified that he desires the heart of extreme malice, which encompasses not only the organ that beats within your chest, but also your very soul." In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Bloodsaw's voice lowered further. He mentioned that your own heart could suffice, yet did not clarify whether it was one of kindness, love, malice, or cruelty. If you recklessly offer it to him, you will have forged a pact with the devil, and the final interpretation of that agreement lies solely with him. What you stand to lose is far more than a mere beating organ. All of this was gleaned from experience, the blood-soaked lessons he had accumulated over centuries of navigating this world. For within the realm of darkness dwell the demonic clans, who embody both order and profound malevolence. They do not strike at you openly, but rather ensnare you through contracts, gradually leading you into traps they have meticulously set. A moment's inattention could result in your irrevocable downfall. Lynn steadied himself, then turned to face the pig-headed butcher, his gaze inquiring. The butcher remained inscrutable, responding coolly, "Your teacher speaks the truth. The heart I seek indeed includes the essence of the soul." He withdrew a pocket watch from his coat, glancing at it nonchalantly. "You have 30 seconds to make your decision. Should the countdown expire, I shall consider it a breach of contract." The sound of ticking resonated ominously in the air. Lynn's eyes darted about, and he could tell from his teacher's expression that the pig-headed butcher's power was undeniably formidable. Even Alice, enhanced as she was, displayed an expression of acute vigilance, further indicating the threat. Could he be a monarch? Or perhaps a primordial entity? No, that seemed implausible. Lynn's mind raced, his gaze flickering. And now, notifying Xiao Xiao and the others would undoubtedly be too late. Yet, how could one procure a heart of extreme malice so effortlessly, especially with less than 30 seconds on the clock? Determined, Lynn raised his head, his demeanor resolute as he took a step forward, extending his right hand towards his chest. "Very well, I shall offer my own." However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold little hand grasped his wrist. The cracked visage of Alice lifted as she gazed deeply into his eyes, gently shaking her head. She then turned, raising her chin. "I have my own means to negotiate on behalf of my brother and you." At her declaration, Lynn was momentarily stunned. Yet before he could utter a word, Alice abruptly opened her mouth, and a chilling specter of ghostly energy surged forth. In a swift motion, a pitch-black, pulsating heart materialized from her mouth, floating before the pig-headed butcher. Cold, eerie, and dark, the heart was ensnared by grotesque black ichor, its rhythmic throbbing echoing with the sound of anguished wails. In an instant, Lynn's vision was filled with the heart's description. Heart of malice, a heart forged from Madame Mary's envy and hatred. Lynn's breath quickened. Slowly, Alice cradled the suspended heart, lifting her gaze. "This is the heart of my birth mother. Her venomous malice and hatred send shivers down my spine." Lynn fell into silence, merely observing the profile of Alice without uttering a word. Alice advanced step by step, raising her chin. "Lynn, brother, you retrieve my heart from you. So this transaction shall be concluded through me." Chapter 189. "Brother, did you forget something?" In her eyes, there was no trace of longing nor sorrow. Instead, there was an eerie calm. She no longer harbored any hope regarding the calamity of the past, for the very heart she grasped was the source of her torment. The pig-headed butcher regarded her, his fingers subtly moving as he grasped the heart. He inhaled deeply, remarking, "Excellent quality." Bloodsaw felt the chilling aura that had enveloped them dissipate gradually. He involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief, though his expression remained serious. "Alice," Lynn furrowed his brow, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Alice shook her head, gazing into the distance. "There is nothing to regret. She is both my birth mother and the source of my hatred. I shall not hold any fond memories of her." With a swift motion, the pig-headed butcher extracted a distorted, elongated face from the heart, which wailed in agony as it was drawn forth. The air reverberated with its anguished cries. "Alice! Alice! My daughter! You cannot trade me away! You must not! You cannot!" The shrill and piercing voice echoed relentlessly from the contorted specter. Lynn and Alice turned to witness the scene, yet Alice's eyes remained devoid of any emotion. Amidst the chilling screams, the visage, wrenched from the very core of a heart, gradually coalesced in the hands of the pig-headed butcher, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black orb. He delicately grasped the marbled sphere, inhaled its scent, and then proceeded to stow it within a cloth pouch at his waist, the sound of the spheres clinking together resonating in the stillness. He cast a fleeting, profound glance at Lynn, hefted his bloodied cleaver, and turned to stride into the darkness. "We shall meet again." The surroundings succumbed to a profound silence. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when Bloodsaw abruptly extended his hand, gravely intoning, "Hold on, I have a query for you." Lynn was taken aback. However, the pig-headed butcher continued onward, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry, lost in his own thoughts. Bloodsaw hastily advanced, raising his voice. "I wish to know, did you not appear in Soul Alley 2 years ago? Was it not you who left my apprentice at my shop's doorstep?" A hum resonated through the air as Lynn's expression shifted dramatically. The butcher halted his movement. A torrent of disbelief surged within Lynn, and he gazed incredulously at his mentor, exclaiming, "Master, why do you ask such a thing? Was I not taken in by you?" Bloodsaw, his body taut with tension, replied solemnly, "Indeed, I did mention that I found you outside while you were unconscious, but there is another matter I have yet to disclose. You were deliberately placed at my doorstep. I heard a commotion and ventured out to investigate, and the creature I encountered. Was it?" A palpable silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of Lynn's increasingly rapid breaths. He turned his gaze toward the pig-headed butcher's retreating figure, his heart racing with urgency. How could this be? Was he not the one who had plunged into this world? Were there deeper, hidden truths at play? In the stillness, the pig-headed butcher did not look back, his voice finally breaking the silence. "Yes." Lynn's body prickled with a chill. "Why did you bring me here?" he demanded, his eyes locked onto him. The butcher maintained his forward gaze, responding in a tone devoid of warmth. "A certain entity engaged me in a perilous transaction, to which I acquiesced." Lynn was taken aback. Before he could formulate another question, the pig-headed butcher vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. Lynn dashed forward, scanning frantically, but even within the realm of malevolent spirits, he could discern no trace of the man. How could this be? A transaction? What kind of transaction? And with whom? Prior to descending into this dark world, he was merely an ordinary young man on Earth. What extraordinary qualities could have drawn such attention to him? Lynn furrowed his brow, yet the composure he had cultivated over the past 2 years allowed him to swiftly regain his rationality and calm. Bloodsaw approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "You need not dwell on this excessively. If that monster remains silent, it will be arduous to extract answers from him. However, since he mentioned we would meet again, perhaps then we might glean further insights." Lynn regarded his mentor's comforting gaze, nodding in agreement as he cast one last, lingering look in the direction where the butcher had vanished, clenching his fist. "Alice, how did you manage to enlist this butcher?" Lynn turned to inquire of Alice. Alice paused, deep in thought, then shook her head, her brow furrowed slightly. "It's all rather hazy. It feels as if my thoughts have been interfered with. I know of his presence within the castle, but whenever I think of the butcher, I instinctively refrain from delving deeper." A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. "I did indeed hire him, yet I cannot recall the specifics." Lynn's expression turned grave. The most profound fear arises from the unknown. If what his mentor suggested held any truth, there undoubtedly existed a causal link between him and the pig-headed butcher. The stature of that butcher clearly surpassed that of all other beings in this realm. Lynn rubbed his temples, deciding to set this matter aside for the time being, for no amount of ruminating would yield clarity at present. He then turned to Bloodsaw, earnestly requesting, "Master, upon our return, could you elaborate on the circumstances at that time?" Bloodsaw readily agreed, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes as he patted Lynn's shoulder, saying, "Upon our return, I shall recount everything in detail. However, you performed admirably on this mission. I did not anticipate that you would not only excel in your task, but also unexpectedly gain some remarkable insights." Alice turned to Bloodsaw, her gaze penetrating, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Well, if there are no further matters, we might as well head back. After all, this is not a place for prolonged stays. Wouldn't you agree?" Lynn nodded, though his thoughts remained heavy. Very well. Seizing the opportunity, he also intended to take this newly acquainted young lady for a brief excursion. Alice reached out, grasping 2 of Lynn's fingers, obediently following him like a dutiful little sister. Alice, would you like to see where I reside? Lynn offered with a smile. Alice nodded in agreement. She did not decline. However, after walking some distance alongside Lynn, she suddenly seemed to recollect something, pausing momentarily before glancing back toward the castle. Brother Lynn, have you forgotten something? Forgotten? What do you mean? Lynn inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Alice replied, perplexed. It's nothing. The group strode purposefully toward Soul Alley, swiftly disappearing into the swirling black mist. Yet, unbeknownst to them, from the heights of the castle, an urgent cry echoed, Brother! Brother! High atop the flagpole, E clung tightly to the pole, bellowing, I have acrophobia. I am terrified of heights. Chapter 190. The Curse Within the Phone. The next morning, at Bloodsaw's Apothecary, Lynn, filled with remorse, wielded a brush to sweep away the dust and frost from Bai, who resembled a statue frozen in time. He cleared his throat and said, I apologize, Bai. It was not my intention to forget you. It was merely that some significant event transpired yesterday, causing me to momentarily overlook you. I didn't mean to leave you hanging on the flagpole for so long. Observing Bai's dazed expression, Lynn acknowledged that he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the pig-headed butcher, inadvertently neglecting his companion. This was undeniably a regrettable oversight. However, Lynn reassured himself that it was likely harmless, considering it an opportunity to experience life and enjoy the scenery, for such splendid moments are rare in one's lifetime. Bai lamented, I spent the entire night in the biting wind. I feel completely transparent. He expressed that he had endured the night alone, trembling like a solitary seaweed, drifting aimlessly. Brother, do you have any idea how I managed to survive that night? Lynn coughed lightly, responding, It's nothing to worry about. Consider a unique experience. As such opportunities are scarce, we must learn to cherish them. Lynn patted his shoulder in consolation. Bai exclaimed, Does this even make sense? Soon after, Lynn's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he sat cross-legged before Bai, gesturing for him to do the same. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss the matter at hand. Can you tell me how you fell into this world? After much contemplation, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Bai, in a state of frustration, rubbed his temples and said, Haven't I already explained to you, brother? I was all set to meet friends at a bar after school, and somehow I ended up in that alley due to the navigation system, which led me to that street. Lynn began to ponder. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than Bai's account suggested. According to the information he had received from his mentor, beings that fell into this world either bore immense resentment and hatred after death, triggering a mechanism that drew them here, much like Alice, or inadvertently activated a mechanism that opened a gateway to this realm, leading them to a serendipitous fall into this place. Generally, those who could return from here were exceedingly rare, as most beings that entered did not possess a beacon from their original world. Lynn shook himself from his reverie, casting a hesitant glance over Bai, causing an unsettling chill to run down Bai's spine. Do you often traverse that alley? Bai's eyes widened as he replied, No. It was just that one time when I was in a hurry, seeking a shortcut. Though I've walked through that alley a few times before, and there are homes nearby, it was just my misfortune to have crossed over. What about your phone? Bai innocently fumbled around his person, finally retrieving his smartphone from the inner pocket of his jacket. It's broken. The screen was shattered into a kaleidoscope of fragments, and the power button was entirely unresponsive. Lynn took the phone, examining it meticulously. With a spark of curiosity, he decided to cast a diagnostic spell on the device. He had not anticipated discovering anything significant. Yet in the next moment, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Target damage detected. Hardware rupture. Ding. Target abnormal curse fluctuation detected. Blood contract. A jolt surged through Lynn's system. A curse. This phone harbored the essence of curse. What a ludicrous notion. Observing the shift in Lynn's expression, Bai asked in bewilderment, Brother, what's wrong? With a grave demeanor, Lynn held up the phone and stated, I have uncovered some unclean elements within your device. This may very well be the reason for your descent into this world. Upon hearing this, Bai's face drained of color, his heart racing. Is this some kind of joke? Lynn replied earnestly, Further investigation is warranted, but since we've detected a curse, it's evident you must have encountered something foul before arriving here. Without hesitation, Lynn seized the phone and led Bai to a room in the basement. It was filled with an array of mechanical tools, the very equipment his mentor employed for mechanical modifications. Lynn began to manipulate the phone, calmly instructing, You wait outside for me. I will attempt to repair the damage. If successful, we should be able to draw some conclusions. After consuming that bowl of soup, he had gained both knowledge and a curse. Though he had yet to delve into the curse, the knowledge had been readily assimilated. Intermediate mechanical modification. This newfound knowledge granted him a potential means to repair the phone. Time slipped away rapidly. Outside, he paced anxiously, the sounds of welding echoing from within. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open. He rushed forward, urgently inquiring, "Brother, how did it go?" Lynn emerged with a serious countenance, stretching his neck, and replied, "It should be operational now, although I lack suitable materials to replace the screen. However, this shouldn't impede functionality too much. Reflect carefully on any unusual activities you engaged in prior to your arrival here." He fell in a deep thought. "Let me recall. 2 nights before arriving here, I skipped a class to buy the latest manga and had a bowl of ramen. Later that evening, I arranged to meet my girlfriend at a hotel. Suddenly, a painful bump formed on Yi's head as he exclaimed, 'Wait a moment.' Lynn closed his eyes, urging him to get to the point. Yi, rubbing his head in discomfort, continued, 'In the morning, I dropped my girlfriend off at home, and seeing I had ample time, I secretly went to an internet cafe.' At that moment, Yi froze, as if struck by a revelation, and began to ponder, 'Wait, let me think. I remember after playing some games. Feeling exhausted from the night before, I decided to browse the web before logging off. Then, I think I clicked on a pop-up.' His breath quickened as he exclaimed, 'I recalled something.' Lynn narrowed his eyes, pressing, in that pop-up read, 'Do you wish to truly live? Yes or no?' Did you select yes? Yi, perpliet, repliet. No, it wasn't that kind of pop-up. It was. He furrowed his brow, a rather unsettling website. Chapter 191. You can return to your own world. He elaborated to Lynn about the disturbing content he had encountered on that website. It was a page devoid of a domain or address, its entire facade cloaked in an unsettling black. There was merely one option, and upon entering, a photograph appeared before you. The image seemed to depict a page from some book, the material resembling skin rather than paper, inscribed with countless incomprehensible symbols. Lynn hesitated, asking, "Are you suggesting you captured that webpage with your phone?" He tugged at his hair, straining to remember. "It seems so. I felt off at the time, but I couldn't pinpoint why. Perhaps I was just too tired, or maybe I was simply dazed." He suddenly gasped. "I think I entered my name on that page." Upon hearing this, Lynn became immediately serious, swiftly opening the door and leading E into the workspace, activating his phone. "Let us see. If that experience truly drew you into this world, perhaps we could discover a method to return you to your own realm." However, Lynn was already convinced he had encountered a supernatural incident. The shattered screen of the phone slowly illuminated with light, and he held his breath in anticipation. In no time, the device powered on. He hastily accessed the photo gallery, and as he did, Lynn was met with a series of scandalous images. The male figure unmistakably E himself. Among them were several photos of E donning what appeared to be his girlfriend's attire, striking provocative poses. Yi's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, personal privacy. Let me find something first. Brother, don't look." Lynn shot him a sidelong glance, remarking, "You seem to be quite the performer. Cosplay or role reversal?" Yi's face flushed a deep crimson, and he nervously flipped through the album, soon locating the desired image. "Brother, this one." Lynn leaned in closer, immediately recognizing the photograph E had taken, alongside the page filled with the dense text. Lynn squinted at the characters. He did not recognize them. Yet inexplicably, a mere glance evoked a profound discomfort, as if some force were drawing his gaze, ensnaring him within. Lynn quickly collected himself. He meticulously scanned the document and soon spotted a few Chinese characters inputted by a computer at the very bottom of the contract. Could this be the crux of his descent into this world? Lynn fixated on the photograph, striving to discern the details within, and in the next moment, he suddenly perceived, in the reflection on the computer screen captured in the photo, the faint outline of Yi's face. Yet that was not the focal point. Lynn quickly noticed that behind Yi's reflection, there appeared to be a shadowy figure. "Who stands behind you?" Lynn inquired gravely. Upon Lynn's prompting, Yi also became acutely aware of the shadow lurking behind him in the reflection. He trembled involuntarily, a chilling sensation rising from his core. I'm not certain," he stammered. "At that moment, I seemed to be in a daze and did not sense anything behind me. After leaving the internet cafe, I think I just forgot about it." Lynn fell into contemplation. If this was indeed related to Yi's entry into this world, could the text on that photograph also originate from the dark realm? He lifted his head, composed, and declared, "I will consult my master. Perhaps we can glean some answers." In the chamber of Bloodsaw, he donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the content of the object Lynn had handed him. "Disciple, how did you come to possess such an item? Where did you acquire it?" Lynn sat cross-legged on the chair, responding earnestly. This was captured by my human friend before his fall into this world. I sense it is connected to his predicament. Do you recognize the text? Bloodsaw examined the text intently for a moment, then removed his glasses and replied solemnly. I have encountered similar accounts in certain texts. This appears to be an incantation from an ancient lineage in the dark world. Allow me to investigate. He rose and retrieved a hefty tome from his underground library. As he flipped through the pages, he meticulously deciphered the text and recited, I shall serve the master of blood and flesh. I shall heed the call of the ancient gods, offering my blood and flesh as a sacrifice to my God's grace. I shall follow the codex, descending into the eternal silence of a void. I shall dedicate myself, awaiting the summons of my God and responding accordingly. Signatory XX. Bloodsaw raised his gaze to Lynn, arching an eyebrow. This is a sacrificial contract from an evil god. Your friend hasn't signed such a thing, has he? Lynn nodded gravely. He did, but he was unaware of its content. Bloodsaw closed his eyes, handing the phone back to Lynn. That is entirely rational. Many monarchs and primordial beings in this world consider themselves evil gods, spreading calamity across various realms to satisfy their nefarious ambitions. It seems your friend's world has already caught the attention of that evil deity. Signing such a contract establishes a connection with the evil god, and the signatory will inevitably be summoned to the deity's realm. However, it appears your friend experienced a minor mishap during his transition into this world. He gazed deeply at Lynn, effortlessly discerning the thoughts swirling within him. Lynn pondered, does this mean he cannot return? No, Bloodsaw denied, lifting his head. He may return quite soon. At these words, Lynn was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. Master, what do you mean? Bloodsaw shook his head, clarifying. Because this is fundamentally still a summoning contract, akin to otherworlds employing special rituals to call forth a being from the dark realm. They will only briefly manifest in our world, from a few hours to several days, but certainly not exceeding a month. Unless they perish, they will inevitably be returned to their original plane once the time elapses. This is also the method by which the evil gods of this world draw beings from other realms, being both cost-effective and efficient, as they do not intend to allow them to survive for long. Lynn was utterly astonished. So my compatriot can still go back? Bloodsaw replied sternly. It is highly probable, barring unforeseen circumstances. He is essentially a summoned being now. As long as he remains alive, his return is merely a matter of time. Lynn, furrowing his brow, exited his mentor's room. He lifted his head, gravely regarding Bai Yi, who waited anxiously in the hall. Upon seeing Lynn's return, Bai Yi hurriedly approached. Brother, what did you find out? Do you understand what the text says? Lynn exhaled, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then extended his hand toward Bai Yi. Congratulations, Bai Yi. You are far more fortunate than any other being that has fallen into this world. Bai Yi paused, his mouth agape, unsure of the meaning behind his brother's words. Lynn adjusted his monocle and smiled. What I mean is, you should be able to return to your own world within these few days. Chapter 192. The method to summon brother back upon hearing this news. Bai Yi's mind went blank, soon overwhelmed by unimaginable shock and elation. He grasped Lynn's shoulders tightly, trembling. Brother, is what you say true? I really have a chance. Lynn smiled. The probability is high. In an instant, Bai Yi was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. His breath quickened. Struggling to process the sudden, immense joy, he paced back and forth, endeavoring to digest his euphoric thoughts, only to be struck by a realization. He caught sight of Lynn's smiling countenance, and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment, But what about you, brother? Can't you return with me? His breath quickened. Although he seemed to hail from two parallel blue stars, surely those parallel worlds must be superior to this dark realm. Brother, Lynn raised his hand to halt him, shaking his head. I cannot go. Bai was taken aback. Lynn smiled gently, explaining, because you signed a summoning contract. You were lured into this world as a summoned being by some existence. While it seems there was a twist that prevented you from being drawn into that evil god's domain, once the summoning period concludes, you will inevitably be sent back. I, however, am in a different situation. I still cannot comprehend how I entered this place. I have no means to accompany you on your return. Bais tout sipiklis. His mind a whirl. So, this was merely a one-way ticket for one? Yet if he were to return alone, leaving his brother behind, that would be simply, even though they had only known each other for one night, and this brother was quite formidable. Encountering a kindred spirit amidst such a terrifying world was something for which he felt immense gratitude. Without his brother's assistance, he surely would have perished long ago. Clutching his head, frowning, he paced back and forth, the earlier elation swiftly washed away. Summoning. Summoning. Was he drawn here by that contract? Then, in an instant, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. He joyously seized Lynn's shoulders, exclaiming, "Brother, I have an idea. You mentioned that I was summoned by some existence from this world. Is there a possibility that I could summon you to my realm?" It must be said, in such a critical moment, Bai-Yi exhibited remarkable mental agility. Lynn, taken aback by his words, soon raised an eyebrow. "I find myself rather uncertain regarding this matter. This enigmatic phenomenon is indeed a novel experience for me. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that numerous realms harbor certain cults that engage in rituals to summon otherworldly beings." With uncontainable excitement, Bai-Yi exclaimed, "Isn't that wonderful, elder brother? Regardless of the outcome, we should certainly attempt it. If we fail, there is little to lose. However, if we succeed, you could visit my world and reminisce about your homeland." Observing Bai-Yi's exuberance, Lynn's thoughts began to stir with newfound vigor. Indeed, if this method could genuinely manifest results, even if not a true reflection of his original homeland, he could still be summoned to explore a world akin to his own. And if this were indeed a parallel universe, perhaps in Bai-Yi's realm, there existed another version of himself, along with his own parents. Lynn raised his gaze, earnestly regarding Bai-Yi, and declared, "It is worth a try." Moments later, Lynn swiftly led Bai-Yi to his mentor's subterranean library, his expression grave as he began to scour the shelves. His mentor possessed an extensive and eclectic array of knowledge, being a true scholar. Within this library, one could always find an abundance of peculiar tomes, including those pertaining to summoning rituals. After an exhaustive search, Lynn soon discovered a thick volume hidden deep within a corner. Found it. He squinted, flipping it open to reveal the title, "Complete Guide to Summoning Catgirls from Other Realms." With a frown, he shut the book and resumed his search. At last, he unearthed another dusty tome from the shadows, entitled Contract, the Ritual for Summoning the Dark God. Lynn remained composed, rapidly perusing its contents, which detailed numerous methods and rites for summoning malevolent entities, encompassing offerings of flesh, soul devotions, and prayers to malevolent spirits, all of which were unequivocally forbidden knowledge. "Elder brother, have you found a method?" Bai-Yi inquired anxiously. Adjusting his monocle, Lynn replied calmly, "I believe I have unearthed some information. However, to summon a specific creature, one requires a substantial amount of materials and offerings. The more formidable the target, the greater the resources needed." He swiftly transcribed the method and ritual array in Chinese characters. Turning to Bai-Yi with gravity, he stated, "I shall consult my mentor. His understanding far surpasses mine. With his assistance, we stand a good chance of success." Bai-Yi nodded vigorously, eager to accompany him. However, at that moment, a faint, dissonant sound echoed in Lynn's mind, akin to a snapped string. He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of detachment and stared in shock at his hand, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I fear time may be running short." Lynn turned quickly, only to see Bai-Yi's form beginning to wane into ethereality. Could it be that the time limit for the summoning contract had arrived? Indeed, he had been in this world for at least 3 days, which was not an insignificant duration for a summoning contract. As Bai-Yi's corporeal form grew increasingly insubstantial, Lynn knew he could not hesitate any longer. With a decisive rip, he tore the page detailing the summoning ritual from his notebook and tucked it into his pocket. With a serious expression, he grasped Bai-Yi's shoulder and instructed, "Remember, follow the method outlined, and keep my name in mind. Lynn. This is the Dark World." In a sudden flash of inspiration, he recalled the instructions from the tome. Without hesitation, he drew his night demon blade and severed his pinky finger. Blood splattered forth. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Bai-Yi exclaimed. Lynn, with a solemn demeanor, shoved his severed digit into his pocket, stating, "This is my flesh and blood. If the summoning ritual succeeds, my essence will serve as a beacon, allowing you to locate me more swiftly. It may enhance the likelihood of bringing me back." With urgency, Lynn began to pace, swiftly retrieving paper and a pen from the table, writing a letter in Chinese with utmost seriousness. Folding it neatly, he pressed it into Bai-Yi's hands, declaring, "I do not know if your world is indeed a parallel one, but if it is, remember the address in this letter and send it. Do you understand?" Lynn clenched his jaw tightly. Bai-Yi, with a face full of astonishment and becoming increasingly spectral, finally nodded earnestly. Lynn sighed in relief, shaking his head. "As long as you remember." As Bai-Yi's form gradually faded, in his final moments, he suddenly recalled something and cried out in terror, "Elder brother, what about the stainless steel you promised me?" A mysterious tremor resonated as Bai-Yi vanished into thin air, evidently returned to his own world. Lynn fell deeply. feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him as he sat in chair, controlling the fleshly transformation and gradually healing his severed pinky. It was indeed uncomfortable, for he had believed that in this otherworldly realm, he had finally encountered a kindred spirit. Yet, who could have anticipated that after knowing him for less than a day, he would be left alone once more? He was uncertain whether E would master the summoning ritual. The likelihood was slim, which was why he had penned that letter. Lynn lifted his gaze, pondering that if this truly was a parallel world, perhaps there existed another version of himself there, with his own parents and a different family. There was no ulterior motive. He merely wished to express the longing in his heart. Even if the letter were discarded as the ramblings of a madman, it would matter not. Rising with a smile, he brushed away a tear from the corner of his eye, shouldering his night demon blade, and strode purposefully toward the exit. At the very least, it would serve as a form of solace. Chapter 193. Though I did not comprehend, I am profoundly shocked. In the Blue Star, Jojo, in the city of Magic Capital, outside a secluded alley, police cars lined the roadside, their sirens blaring piercingly. Missing person by E, 17 years old, a second-year high school student at the 5th National High School in Magic Capital. Investigations reveal that he has not been in contact with anyone since leaving school 3 days ago. His parents reported him missing last night after unsuccessful attempts to locate him. Surveillance footage shows that after leaving school 3 days prior, his last known movements were recorded here. However, upon investigation, despite the alley's seclusion, it spans only 300 meters without any forks. Yet curiously, no trace of the subject was found in the surveillance at the opposite end of the alley. At the alley entrance, several investigators furrowed their brows, sorting through the case's leads. Recently, not only in Magic Capital, but throughout Jojo, numerous similar cases of missing persons have emerged. Initially, these incidents did not attract the attention of higher authorities, as an average of over 1 million individuals go missing each year in Jojo, making it impossible for them to prioritize every case. Yet, the situation has changed of late, with many eerie and similar occurrences coming to light. Even amidst the cases they undertook, the most bizarre incident occurred in a bustling square, under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, when an individual inexplicably vanished before their very eyes. To this day, he remains untraceable. It is evident that this particular case of disappearance is intrinsically linked to the string of similar occurrences that have transpired recently. Document this, one investigator instructed, closing his notebook and shaking his head. Inform the student's family that we will exert every effort to locate him, albeit the chances of success may be rather slim. Nonetheless, should we uncover even the slightest clue, we shall notify them without delay. Another investigator let out a sigh, reflecting on the increasing frequency of such strange happenings. If they have indeed encountered a supernatural event, their fate may be dire. Taking a deep breath, the investigator massaged his temples and remarked, "The government has established a special task force to investigate the recent surge in disappearances, but the likelihood of uncovering anything substantial is quite low. These cases have transcended our comprehension. Even locating one individual would alleviate some of our burdens." He managed a wry smile. The other investigator shook his head, saying, "Let's not dwell on such thoughts. We should explore other locations. We cannot simply hope for the student to miraculously descend from the heavens. Life is seldom that straightforward." However, just as he finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed through the air, and a boy seemingly materialized out of thin air, landing squarely atop him. "Chief! Chief!" The investigator exclaimed as he found himself pinned beneath the boy, whose eyes spun with a whirlpool of confusion, clutching a piece of paper and murmuring inaudibly, clearly unconscious. In the hospital, he lay on the bed with his eyes closed, a gruesome scar visible across his chest. It was a horrifying and eerie sight, evoking a sense of dread. Strangely, beneath that scar lay an inconspicuous little bow tie, which, in an odd twist, appeared rather endearing. Preliminary diagnosis indicates that the patient's physiological characteristics are normal, albeit with a slight concussion. He should regain consciousness shortly, one of the doctors stated. Within the ward, several seasoned physicians surrounded the silver-haired head of the department, gazing at E, who resembled a lab rat on the gurney, while a few serious-looking investigators stood behind them. The head physician adjusted his glasses, frowning as he remarked, "However, further details await the imaging results. Given the stitches on his chest, it is evident he has undergone a thoracotomy recently, and the suturing was executed quite clumsily." He expressed his frustration. The surrounding doctors gaped at their foul-mouthed superior, rendered speechless. The head physician took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and said, "I apologize for my outburst." He then furrowed his brow and approached E, scrutinizing his condition closely. Doctor, one of the investigators interjected seriously. He should be out of immediate danger, correct? The head physician remained pensive, replying, "What aspect are you referring to?" The investigator hesitated before pressing. "Are you suggesting he has additional injuries beyond the concussion?" "Indeed, and they are quite significant." "What?" The head physician inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he stated, "You ought to see for yourself. I believe it would be best not to inform the family just yet." He then lifted the blanket covering Bai Yi's lower half. The investigator stepped forward with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Despite his years of experience, the sight before him sent shockwaves through his psyche. "What on earth is this? It's gone. That area is completely bare." However, that was not all. The wound left behind suggested that what had once been there was far from a mere anatomical feature. The head physician adjusted his glasses once more, frowning as he stated, "Preliminary assessment indicates that the subject has undergone a physical castration, executed with a remarkable precision. The incision is clean and even. It did not result in the patient's demise. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a case." At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. It was Officer Liu from the newly established Special Investigation Team, who entered with a serious expression, accompanied by several team members after presenting his credentials. "I am the investigator assigned to the missing persons case. What is the status of the subject? Is there any risk to his life?" Upon learning of the sudden appearance of the missing individual, he had rushed to the hospital. The head physician frowned, responding, "He is currently stable, although some challenging circumstances complicate his situation." "What circumstances?" Officer Liu, sensing the somber atmosphere, instinctively glanced towards Bai Yi's exposed lower half. Upon closer scrutiny, he gasped, taken aback by an unprecedented shock. He instinctively stepped back, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, and quickly composed himself, turning away. "My apologies for my indiscretion." He turned back to the head physician, stating solemnly, "Though I may not fully understand, I am profoundly shaken. It is evident this child endured unimaginable torment during his disappearance. Yet we must ensure his safety and facilitate a swift recovery." Chapter 194. An Unusual Case. The head physician nodded gravely, assuring, "Rest assured, it is our duty as medical professionals." Just then, a commotion of shouts and cries erupted from outside. "What is happening out there?" Officer Liu inquired, frowning. An investigator at the door, appearing anxious, entered and reported, "Sir, it is the patient's family. Upon learning of their son's discovery, they have arrived and are insisting on entering." Just as Officer Liu was about to respond, a middle-aged couple burst through the door, crying out, "Let us in. What has happened to our son? Is he still alive?" Yeah. Faced with this, Officer Liu wore a pained expression. Clearly, the newly formed investigation team had yet to coordinate their efforts, and the investigators had already informed the family of Bai Yi's return. "Allow them in," he instructed. Bai's father and mother rushed in eagerly, their eyes immediately landing on their son's familiar face on the hospital bed. "Yeah," his mother wailed. However, as they attempted to rush forward to see their son, they were urgently intercepted by several doctors. "What are you doing? Our son has returned. We need to see him." Bai's parents cried. An anxious doctor interjected, "Dear family, the situation is rather delicate, and I advise against seeing him just yet. You can speak with our head physician for further information because," but hearing this only heightened their fear. Did their child face a life-threatening situation? No. Without hesitation, Bai's parents pushed through the crowd, and the head physician hurriedly attempted to cover Bai Yi with a blanket, but it was already too late. Their desperate gazes fell upon a certain area beneath Bai Yi's serene form. The air grew suddenly still. "What the hell?" Bai's father exclaimed. "What the hell?" his mother echoed. Under immense stimulation, the two elderly individuals rolled their eyes and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, collapsed in unison. The crowd gasped in horror and rushed to assist. The director immediately extended his hand, exclaiming with a mix of urgency and frustration, "I told you not to call the family. I said no. Quickly, take the two elders to the emergency room." Half an hour later, in the adjacent radiology department, the director and several specialists stood solemnly before the X-ray imaging equipment, awaiting its activation. "How is the patient?" one inquired. "He has regained consciousness, but his mental state appears somewhat disoriented," was the response. The director nodded, sighing. "That is to be expected. He might be experiencing some post-traumatic symptoms. After all, he is still a young lad full of life." The doctors were visibly moved, exclaiming, "What a pitiable youth." The director adjusted his reading glasses and asked, "What about the patient's family?" "They have awakened and are currently undergoing psychological counseling. We have informed them that the patient is not in any immediate danger." Just then, a doctor waiting for the examination results glanced at the recently taken X-ray of Bai Yi, furrowing his brow. He rushed over, saying, "Director, I believe I have identified an issue. The boy's internal organs seem to be." With years of experience in interpreting x-rays, the director donned his reading glasses and asked, "What is it? Take a look for yourself." After scrutinizing the image, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why has the heart shifted to the right side?" However, he quickly regained his composure, for with decades of clinical experience, he had encountered myriad cases. Though a heart located on the right side is exceedingly rare, it is not impossible. Perhaps this young man is simply extraordinary. As he spoke, he flipped to another x-ray. The director gasped, staring at the image with disbelief. "Wait, now the heart has moved to the left side. Are you certain there's no mix-up with the films?" The doctor frowned. "It just came out. There is no way it could be confused. I find it perplexing as well." The director furrowed his brow, hastily calming himself. It must be a malfunction of the machine. Otherwise, how could the heart oscillate from left to right? This is absurd. He took a sip of tea to steady his nerves and then opened a third x-ray. With a startled gasp, the director spat his tea in shock. He pointed at the image, his hand trembling uncontrollably. It's sagging. How can it sag so low? It's almost in the abdomen. Is it on vacation? The surrounding doctors were equally shaken, clearly taken aback. They swore they had never witnessed such a ludicrous x-ray in their lives. The heart seemed restless. The director's teeth chattered as he hurriedly popped a fast-acting heart medication. He realized something was amiss. Either he was in error or the machine was malfunctioning. Regardless, there was a serious issue at hand. After years in medicine, he had never encountered such a bizarre x-ray. This cannot stand. He abruptly stood, adjusted his glasses, and barked, "Conduct a comprehensive x-ray scan to determine what is truly going on." Minutes later, within the radiology room, dozens of specialized doctors followed the director. Their expressions grave as they watched the full body scan of the youth, named by E, gradually materialize on the screen. Everything appeared to be functioning normally. The equipment showed no signs of malfunction. The director adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the emerging images. This time, there would be no errors. The previous oddities must have stemmed from some strange malfunction, causing everyone's hearts to race. As the images displayed, the director and the specialist held their breath, fixated on the content unfolding before them. It was only when the entire thoracic cavity appeared that they collectively exhaled, wiping the sweat from their brows. Although somewhat disorganized, everything seemed fundamentally normal. Indeed, aside from a slightly compromised kidney, there appeared to be no significant issues. The director chuckled, stroking his beard. "That certainly startled me. In all my years, I have never encountered a heart that could sag to the abdomen. If that were true, we would be witnessing the supernatural." Laughter erupted among the doctors, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Indeed, that would be a sight to behold. How could a heart wander about at will? If the heart could roam, what chaos would ensue with the other organs? The director closed his eyes, smiling as he stroked his beard. However, at that moment, a jovial doctor inadvertently glanced back at the x-ray screen. "Wait, director, did you see that? The heart just kicked the lung." The room fell silent, everyone staring blankly at the doctor. "Please refrain from making such bizarre jokes. The heart kicking the lung? Why not say they're competing for territory?" The doctor, trembling with shock, pointed at the screen, insisting, "I'm not joking. The heart truly did kick the adjacent lung. It extended its foot and kicked." The crowd regarded him with skepticism before turning to the x-ray image. Suddenly, a pudgy fist emerged from the heart's side, stealthily delivering a punch to the neighboring lung. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. All the doctors stood agape, frozen in disbelief. As they continued to stare, the heart extended its pudgy foot once more, delivering another kick to the lung. The affected lung lobe displayed a distinct mark, causing the doctors to gasp in unison. The director sat there, dazed, trembling as he removed his glasses. In the profound silence, he shakily retrieved eye drops, administering 2 drops into his eyes. He extended his fingers, bewildered, muttering, "Perhaps my old eyes are deceiving me." Yet before he could finish, the heart swiftly thrust out a pudgy fist. This time, it barely had time to act before the 2 lungs surged forward, extending their appendages and pummeling the heart with a flurry of blows. In the midst of this bizarre spectacle, every physician's gaze became vacant. Meanwhile, a nurse monitoring by Yi's heart rhythm noticed significant fluctuations on the ECG and urgently called out, "Director, there's a problem. The patient's heart rhythm is spiking. It's so fast. Each beat is off the charts." But the doctors, frozen in place, remained oblivious. One murmuring, "I can see it getting hit." The nurse looked confused, "Huh?" In the next moment, a loud thud echoed through the room. "Oh no! The director's heart condition has flared up again. Quickly, to the emergency room." A doctor shouted in alarm. In the dark world, The alley of wandering souls awaited. Due to the ongoing effects of the time-limited curse-clearing ability, Lynn finally managed to carve out some time to take the little girl, Alice, out for a stroll. Although Soulwalker Alley was hardly an improvement over the Soul Separation Street, the oppressive atmosphere remained suffocating, shrouded in thick black mist both day and night. Nevertheless, Alice, nestled in Lynn's embrace, displayed an insatiable curiosity, eagerly scanning her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. The creatures that occasionally traversed the murky fog would freeze momentarily before hastily retreating in fright. It was no surprise, while Lynn remained unfazed. Other dark beings could easily sense the overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating from the little girl in his arms. "Would you like to walk on your own?" Lynn inquired. Alice vigorously shook her head, her long hair sweeping back and forth, playfully brushing against Lynn's nose. Clearly, she reiterated her refusal. With one hand clinging to Lynn's neck, she extended the other, pointing at a dark creature attempting to stealthily slip away along the distant wall. "Look," she curiously uttered. Lynn sighed, shaking his head. "Are you hungry?" "No, Alice, we can't just assume every creature we see is food. The Haven Tea provoked us, so we shouldn't just seize them to devour, right?" At that moment, the dark creature's fur bristled in alarm. "Ding! The Black Mist Devourer is terrified of you. 10. Ding! The Black Mist Devourer is terrified of you. 10. Hurry up and go." Lynn glared. The dark creature immediately sprang into action, scrambling away in a panic, vanishing into the black fog as it fled from Soulwalker Alley. A warning echoed through the air. Information sharing. Warning. All beings in Soulwalker Alley, please be advised, a Death Omen level specter is on the loose. Exercise caution when venturing outside. Not him again. How is it that this same individual keeps reappearing? Just days ago, he was riding atop a Source-level girl's head, and now he is casually wandering around with a Death Omen level specter? Is he not afraid at all? How can he be so audacious? The doors and windows lining the streets slammed shut with a cacophony, akin to a gathering of spirits, as not a single creature dared to open their doors. Lynn gazed forlornly at the tightly shut doors, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Just a fortnight ago, he was a reclusive apprentice, too timid to venture 10 meters into the black mist. Yet now, he roamed freely as if he were on Earth. Such is life. It can be so unexpectedly remarkable. With a wistful shake of his head, he playfully dodged Alice's attempts to lick the homemade lollipop he held. After their excursion, they returned to the bloodsaw Apothecary. "Ding! You accompanied Alice on a stroll, increasing her resentment value to 0.5 and her affection towards you to 30. Ding! You have given Alice a lollipop, reducing her resentment value to 0.1 and increasing her affection towards you to 10. Ding! Alice is in high spirits. Her resentment value now at 0.2. Their outing had certainly provided Alice with a refreshing cleanse for her spirit. Back in the backyard, Lynn placed Alice on his lap, allowing her to curiously swing her little feet and survey the surroundings, while he took the opportunity to open his status panel. Once he completed all his tasks today, he could officially trigger the Knight Medic S-Class transition quest tomorrow, marking his first step into a new path. He gazed at his level 10 status, pondering inwardly. System. I wish to inquire. Now that I understand the source level is the pinnacle of strength in this world, with kings beneath it and death omens below that, what precisely is my standing? With my current capabilities, it seems implausible that I am merely a level 10 weakling. Even considering my store experience, I feel I could effortlessly defeat a creature of level 20 or 30. Lynn expressed his uncertainty, aware that his physical attributes had been augmented to several hundred points. He recalled the level 80 or 90 Dark Moth Fairy, whose collapse with a mere poke made him question whether such beings could truly contend with others of lower ranks. Like that poor demon. Ding. The status panel serves merely for the visualization of your abilities and attributes. Actual combat prowess should be assessed in reality. Tip. Other beings in the dark world do not possess the various items and abilities granted by the system, nor the enhancements of points, and their combat abilities will vary significantly based on their respective strengths. Lynn contemplated this, beginning to grasp the nuances. This was not an online game, but a tangible reality. In the real world, the unpredictability was vast, which was quite understandable. Just as in a game, a level 10 warrior could never hope to slay a level 100 mage with a single blow. In reality, even a little girl with a gun could easily take down a heavyweight champion like Tyson. Lynn mused, so, can I interpret this as meaning that if I find the right approach, my current abilities might allow me to defeat a king? Perhaps if I were to administer treatment, I could deliver a fatal blow? A moment of silence ensued. After a while, the system responded. Impossible. Lynn was taken aback, exclaiming, "Didn't you say that in the real world, there's no absolute level suppression?" Ding. This theory applies primarily to the vast majority of beings below level 100, as they do not possess absolute superiority, remaining within the realm of natural understanding. Above level 100, one enters the realm of true supernatural and extraordinary entities, where each subsequent tier possesses formidable dominance, and the disparity in strength will escalate exponentially. Lynn pondered further, but it's not entirely devoid of the possibility of elimination. Is it? Beneath the kings, myriad possibilities exist. Chapter 196, All Beings. Lynn felt a stirring within. He considered that evidently, each race has distinct methods of enhancing their strength. For instance, the malevolent spirits. The extreme hatred that erupted within Alice upon discovering the truth propelled her into the realm of death omens. Hence, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor before him, should her hatred fully manifest, it would undoubtedly unleash an unimaginable catastrophe. The little girl appeared to be on the very edge of the source level, capable of rivaling the peak kings. However, with combat experience in various items, a top-tier king would likely overpower her. Titan, the formidable figure he had encountered, represented the utmost terrifying strength he had witnessed, with a witch god ranking close behind. Yet, even such power could be severed. Clearly, beyond the dark world, in higher realms, there existed even more unfathomable hierarchies, such as the supreme will of the vision. As for the teacher, the doll lady, and lady in blood, they likely occupied a similar tier, though surely beneath the death omen level. Yet, in an actual confrontation, matching Alice blow for blow should not prove overly difficult. However, Lynn speculated that above level 100 and below Lady in Blood, there must be one or more tiers. After all, the Lady in Blood and the teacher were undoubtedly elite among elites, and beneath them resided the true backbone of the dark world, the mid-tier of the pyramid. Lynn raised his head and asked, "What tier do beings below level 100 occupy?" A brief silence ensued. This time, the system provided him with an answer. All beings. Brother. Alice roused him from his contemplations. What's wrong? Lynn snapped back to reality, a smile gracing his lips. Alice lifted her hand, marred by numerous stitches, cradling her haphazardly sewn body. She opened her mouth and shook her head, murmuring, "I feel unwell." It was then that Lynn noticed, with growing concern, that a trickle of syrup was seeping from the stitches on her throat, a remnant of the sweet treat she had just consumed. "Very well," he replied, "after all, we are in a world of horrors, where anything is possible." In the backyard, within a small room, Lynn poured hot water into a large wooden tub, subsequently adding an ample quantity of soap pods, which erupted into a frothy cascade of white bubbles. He beckoned Alice, who was peering curiously at the door, with a smirk. Lifting his chin slightly as he said, "Come on in. I may have stitched you up a bit carelessly due to haste earlier, but let us get you cleaned up first. I'll redo the stitches afterward, ensuring there will be no drafts this time." Alice floated in slowly, her gaze fixated on the bubbling tub. She raised her head, her misty eyes wide with anticipation, and extended her arms toward Lynn. The intention was unmistakable. She sought her brother's assistance for a bath. This request struck a blind spot in Lynn's mind. He froze for half a second, then squatted down earnestly, looking into Alice's eyes. "Alice, first and foremost, you must understand that you are a girl. It is inappropriate for a male, even a brother, to assist you in bathing, let alone one like me." Alice tilted her head and asked why. Lynn replied soberly, "Because you are still young and do not comprehend." Alice paused, then asked in fragmented sentences, "How old is brother?" Lynn smiled slightly and replied, 17, soon to be 18. Alice cast her gaze down at her 10-stitched fingers and stated, "Alice." She then looked up, her voice soft and hazy, 201. A profound silence enveloped the room. Lynn's smile froze on his face. She must have included her age from afterlife calculations. Indeed, that couldn't possibly count. After all, if posthumous age were included, then even the smallest would be over 3,000 years old. It was evident that in this dark realm, one could not apply human logic without encountering numerous inconsistencies. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Alice's eyes, Lynn finally sighed. "Just this once, but next time, you must do it yourself. Understand?" Alice blinked, offering no response. Lynn clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, as he took a towel and began washing Alice's hair amidst the froth. He looked up and exclaimed, "Silence." It's utterly vexing to receive an impure achievement in what should be a pure moment. Moments later, with the sound of splashing water, Lynn wrapped a large bath towel around Alice, lifting her and placing her on the table. Under her curious gaze, he retrieved a spool of fine thread from the surgical room. He sat before her, serious, fixing his gaze on her inquisitive, damp eyes, placing her feet on his lap to keep them still. He then took out a needle, stating earnestly, "Alice, I'm going to start removing your stitches. If it hurts, please bear with it or transform into a ghostly state and exit your body. Once I've resewn you, you can re-enter. Alice, clutching the towel, shook her head, blinking but offering no reply. Yet her meaning was clear. She was a specter. She did not experience pain unless subjected to a divine attack that scorched her soul. To a malevolent spirit, the body was merely a vessel. Lynn affirmed, "All right, I shall commence." Adjusting his glasses, he regained his composure and swiftly began to remove the stitches from her ankle before picking up the needle and thread. Chapter 197. It is truly remarkable that you have persevered to this point. Yet, as Alice exerted a slight effort to open her eyes, witnessing Lynn meticulously sewing her body back together, an inexplicable warmth coursed through her. The pain seemed to diminish significantly. Although he was a stranger, her brother's unexpected care and tenderness reminded her of the days long past when her parents and brother had not changed, bringing her a sense of comfort. She gently closed her eyes again, a subtle smile gracing her lips, unbidden. Though there was pain, there was also joy. Could this be the feeling of being loved? Ding. Alice's affection for you has reached 40, trust level at 30, hatred value decreased by 3. Ding. You have caused Alice pain. Her hatred value is now at 2. Affection level at 10. Lynn grumbled, "Damn system, be quiet." After several hours of diligently re-stitching Alice's body and consequently boosting his affection level significantly, Lynn realized it was time for him to complete his Night Medic S-Class change task. He opened his panel, his gaze fixating on the curse he had acquired. Weeping Clown. This curse, bestowed upon him after consuming the soup from the pig-headed butcher, was marked as a negative state. However, like the other curses he had encountered, it bore no description, leaving him oblivious to its potential ramifications. Yet, pondering the implications of the term, he envisioned a clown who wore a smile by day, but wept alone behind the stage at night. A clown brings joy. Yet crying signifies the sorrow that contradicts that joy. In this dark world, one must think in extremes. Disarray. Lynn squinted, jotting down those 2 words in his notebook. After a moment's hesitation, he inscribed a second term. Loss of control. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The true nature of the curse would only be revealed upon its manifestation. Once he understood its effects, he could eliminate it temporarily to prevent significant blunders during critical moments. Setting down his pen, Lynn sat at the counter, deep in thought. Just then a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Welcome." Lynn immediately lifted his head, a professional smile adorning his face. This was entirely unexpected, as no customer had graced the ghostly alley in 2 whole days. How peculiar that in such a vast area, not a single specter had appeared, and only their shop remained open for business. In walked a lanky lizard man, adorned in tattered travel attire and carrying a parcel. His neck elongated and body bright red, with hawk-like eyes that belied a voice akin to a chattering imp. Battle lizard. Race, lizard man. Level, 49. Alignment, neutral evil. Combat ability, swift agility and cunning attack techniques. Description, a humanoid species notorious for their treachery and cruelty in the dark world. Though they occasionally engage in trade with other races, they will not hesitate to kill and plunder if they perceive you as weak. His gaze fell upon the smiling Lynn, his eyes darting swiftly, performing a rapid assessment of the human before him. Weak, delicate flesh, easy to bully, just a human. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today? Lynn maintained a professional smile, adjusting his monocle. The battle lizard instantly bared its sharp teeth, revealing a devious grin as its long claws grazed the dagger at its waist. Advancing with swift strides, it uttered not a word. Almost the moment it took a step forward, it suddenly brandished its gleaming dagger, its greedy tongue flicking out. "Of course, I demand all your possessions." Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet narrowly grazing its forehead. The expression on the battle lizard's face froze in place. Bang! 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 5 more bullets whizzed past its ears, fingers, head, and groin. Ding! Battle lizard's fear level, 20. Ding! Battle lizard's fear level, 10. Ding! Battle lizard's fear level, 20. It could distinctly feel that each shot was merely a millimeter away from striking its flesh. Such miraculous marksmanship it had only witnessed in that monster hunter. This individual's aim was remarkably precise. A bead of sweat dripped, plopping onto the floor. Battle lizard's fear level, 30. Lynn's visage remained adorned with a benevolent smile as he twirled the revolver in his hand before holstering it. "Are you certain you wish to claim all my possessions?" The warmth of Lynn's smile was sincere and amiable, instilling a sense of comfort. The battle lizard, fingers splayed, let its 2 daggers clatter to the ground, stating, "It's clear you are the epitome of a congenial proprietor, correct?" Lynn replied with a smile. "It seems we are kindred spirits." Moments later, ding! You have triggered the quest, the ailing lizard man. Quest reward, 100 skeleton coins, 100 basic experience. At the counter, the battle lizard sat cross-legged, resembling a civilized individual. Its long tail swayed, entirely devoid of its previous ferocity, now resembling a courteous gentleman. The battle lizard extended a hand to rub its congested nose, politely stating, "You see, esteemed doctor, my companion and I are mere wanderers, not brigands or those vile lizard folk who relish in murder and plunder, as you well know." Lynn acknowledged this understanding. The battle lizard, hands crossed on the counter, sneezed and said, "Due to the rigors of travel, I believe I may be exhibiting symptoms of a cold. Could you assist me in diagnosing it? Ideally, I would appreciate a prescription for the cheapest cold remedy available." Lynn calmly replied, "Rest assured, dear guest, you are our esteemed priority. With my expertise, your ailment shall be alleviated." As he spoke, Lynn placed his hand upon the lizardman's wrist. At that instant, ding 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 ding. A cacophony of alerts from the random diagnosis spell reverberated in Lynn's ears, causing him to flinch and furrow his brow. The battle lizard's heart skipped a beat. The doctor's sudden frown made the lizard man feel a chill run down its spine. The crease in Lynn's forehead was unmistakable. Anxiously, it inquired, "Doctor, is my cold quite severe?" Lynn raised his gaze, solemnly declaring, "No, the cold is not severe. That is a relief. Eat well, indulge in the good things, travel wherever you please during this time, and do not deny yourself," he advised. "Spend time with your family, create lasting memories, and seize the opportunities you once hesitated to embrace. Do not dwell in sorrow, but cherish your health." The battle lizard was bewildered. Why did such words increasingly evoke a sense of dread? It was merely a trivial cold. Why did it sound as though it were on the brink of death? This was unsettling. "Doctor," the battle lizard exclaimed, eyes wide, slamming its palm on the table, "why do you speak as if I am on the verge of death? Please, do not frighten me." Lynn took a deep breath, adjusted his monocle, and averted his gaze, stating, "I apologize, the cold is indeed not severe." "Certainly not severe," the battle lizard insisted. "However, the other ailments I diagnosed are progressively severe." A brief silence ensued. The battle lizard appeared utterly confounded. Lynn adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grave as he lowered his eyes, methodically listing late-stage tuberculosis, chronic muscle atrophy, intermittent psychosis, hemorrhoids, coronary heart disease, cerebrovascular blockage, osteoporosis, leukemia, cataracts, erectile dysfunction. With each name he uttered, the battle lizard trembled violently. By the time Lynn finished enumerating the last ailment, the creature was utterly dismayed. "Doctor, please do not jest. I merely have a cold. Your words make it seem as if I am riddled with maladies." Lynn's eyes brimmed with sympathy as he replied, "Indeed, you're the first individual I have encountered who, despite suffering from numerous ailments, has managed to endure until now." Lynn's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 198. I am a lizard man who admires beautiful maidens. Truly, the battle lizard, upon hearing this, stood abruptly, infuriated. Its chest heaved with indignation, pointing a finger at Lynn, who sat across the counter. "What jest is this? Doctor, while I may not be able to best you in combat, there exists a code of ethics in medicine. I am well aware of my own health." In a fit of rage, it glanced around, finally fixating on the chair before it. "I am ill. You claim I am ill." Suddenly, it stepped back 2 paces, aiming for the chair, and effortlessly leaped over it. Landing with grace, it spread its arms wide, exclaiming, with such agility, "Do you truly believe I am an ailing lizard man? Do I appear so? I shall demonstrate. Not only can I leap high, I can also jump small, and I can bounce and leap sideways." As it spoke, it executed a small leap over the chair with ease. Furiously pointing at Lynn, it declared, "Do you believe a terminally ill lizard man could possess such agility?" Lynn extended his hand, adjusting his glasses, and replied calmly, "Dear guest, please remain composed. This does not signify anything conclusive. We can sit down and discuss this rationally. Your current demeanor reflects a lack of responsibility towards yourself." "No, I refuse. You incompetent doctor. I can consume 8 large bowls of rice at each meal, sprint 2 kilometers effortlessly, and with my powerful legs, I could obliterate any wooden pillar." In a fit of rage, it rolled up its sleeves, pointing at a nearby support pillar. "Do you believe I could not break this pillar with a single punch?" Lynn stood, extending his hand earnestly. "Please, calm down, dear guest. I understand your determination to prove your health, but recklessly endangering your body is wholly inadvisable." The battle lizard grew increasingly incensed, pointing at the pillar. "Just tell me if you believe it or not. This is not a matter of belief. You need only answer me. I believe. Is that sufficient?" Lynn sighed in resignation. "I see you do not believe." Enraged, The battle lizard wasted no time in rolling up its sleeves, revealing its scaled arms, and instantly raised its fist, aiming a powerful blow at the support pillar. Let me demonstrate what it means to be a lizardman warrior, to showcase a healthy physique. Aura, it bellowed, launching its fist forward. Lynn, astonished, swiftly reached out. Please have mercy. But it was too late. The colossal fist struck the pillar with tremendous force. A cyclone surged forth, its winds swirling ominously around. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In an instant, the battle lizard was struck. Huh? Lynn shook his head, adjusted his monocle, and picked up the medical report with a sigh. Alas, I've already advised you to exercise restraint. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? Last time, due to an incident where someone vandalized the shop, I reinforced all the columns with lead. Are you truly willing to risk your life with a single punch? Lynn shook his head again, took up a quill, and added yet another ailment to the long list of grievances in the report. Fracture. Several minutes later, the battle lizard sat back at the counter, his eyes red-rimmed, his right arm encased in plaster and bandages, hanging across his chest, looking as forlorn as a mistreated bride. Lynn glanced at him and remarked, I've already set your arm. With 10 days to half a month of rest, you'll be fine. Just remember not to act so recklessly in the future, understood? The battle lizard, his eyes still swollen, inquired, Doctor, I just want you to tell me the truth. Do I really have that many ailments? Lynn pondered for a moment and replied, My diagnostic results are undoubtedly accurate. If you doubt them, we can conduct a series of tests one by one. Let us start with the last item. With that, Lynn tore off a piece of paper, glanced at him, and swiftly began sketching something on the table. The battle lizard sat there, bewildered, awaiting the outcome. A few minutes later, Lynn set down his pen and held up the paper, adjusting his monocle with a calm demeanor. First, take a look at this drawing. Do you notice any reaction? The battle lizard, still perplexed, raised his gaze, unsure of what to make of it, only for his eyes to fall upon the impromptu creation in Lynn's hand. Buzz. In an instant, the battle lizard's expression went blank. The paper depicted a voluptuous, alluring lizard woman, her sultry gaze igniting a rush of blood to the cheeks. The lifelike quality of the drawing was so vivid it evoked an almost visceral response. The battle lizard murmured, a no reaction? Lynn hesitated. The battle lizard swallowed hard. His voice dull, though I can't fathom how you drew this so well. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of such things. Lynn nodded, understood. As the battle lizard continued to stare vacantly, Lynn nonchalantly picked up the quill again, tore off another sheet of paper, and began sketching at an astonishing speed once more. A few minutes later, with a flourish, Lynn held up the new drawing and adjusted his monocle, stating, And what about this one? The battle lizard focused intently on the new image. Puff! His heart raced uncontrollably. The paper showcased a muscular, imposing lizard man, radiating explosive strength, with a steely gaze and rippling muscles that epitomized the pinnacle of male physique. The battle lizard trembled, instinctively taking a step back, his heart pounding like a war drum. His cheeks flushed, and even his fingers began to shake. He pointed at the drawing, visibly flustered. What do you think? Lynn's monocle glinted with light as he asked nonchalantly. Do you have any reaction now? Of course not. If I had a reaction, I'd be possessed. The battle lizard exclaimed furiously. What do you mean by showing me such images? Are you questioning my sexual orientation? Let us settle this one-on-one. Lynn adjusted his monocle, calmly holding up both sketches. Please remain composed, patient. This is merely a testing phase, for your own good. Examine these two images carefully. Which one affects you more? I need this to make an accurate diagnosis. The battle lizard, still seething, returned to his seat, his chest heaving angrily. Yet, he couldn't resist stealing glances at the muscular lizard man's drawing, despite his fury. However, he would never admit it. Any reaction? Lynn inquired seriously, holding the two drawings. Whether it's the left or the right, a normal lizard man should have a reaction, don't you think? What about you? Is your heart racing? The battle lizard gritted his teeth. Yes, it is, and what of it? Do you feel a rush of blood? Lynn pressed. The battle lizard clenched his fists. Teeth gritted. Yes, a little. Which one resonates with you more? The left one. Silence descended. The battle lizard's mouth moved, panic overtaking him as he leaped to his feet, shouting furiously, I'm not. Don't try to lead me astray. I'm a perfectly normal lizard man who likes beautiful lizard women. I have no peculiar interests. I'm entirely normal. There's no way I could be attracted to those muscular. Lynn regarded him with gentle eyes. Everything was unspoken. The battle lizard froze. A few seconds later, he slumped, as if caught in a web of his own peculiar desires, resigned to his fate. Lynn tucked away the image of the alluring woman and grasped the drawing of the muscular man, asking earnestly, returning to the matter at hand. Do you have any reaction to this image? The battle lizard replied hollowly. My heart races, but there's no reaction. Have you experienced this before? Yes. Was the reaction significant? Yes. The battle lizard trembled, feeling that he could no longer hold himself together. Finally, after posing a dozen exasperating questions, Lynn nodded. Then it must be conclusive. The fact that such a stimulating image elicits no response from you speaks volumes. The battle lizard muttered in a daze, impotence. Lynn calmly jotted down notes in his notebook. The other symptoms are a bit troublesome, so let us first test for some evident conditions. He then stood up, casting a looming shadow that made the battle lizard feel as helpless as a lost child. Lynn snapped on a pair of leather gloves and looked down at him, saying softly, Now, turn away from me, remove your trousers, and bend over. I need to examine your hemorrhoids. Chapter 199. He gazed upon the indescribable eye of the demon. The battle lizard exclaimed. Battle lizard's fear level, 10. Battle lizard's fear level, 20. He instinctively hugged his shoulders, trembling. Can I see for myself? Woo-woo. Noticing the patient's intense resistance, Lynn relented, nodding and pointing to a nearby partition, handing him a mirror. That's fine, but be prepared. If the condition is severe, it could be more terrifying than witnessing some unspeakable horror. The battle lizard shuddered as he took the mirror, stammering, Thank you. He entered the adjacent partition. Lynn waited patiently. Moments later, a piercing scream of pure terror erupted from within. Ding. Battle lizard's sanity points, 10. Ding. Battle lizard's sanity points, 10. Battle lizard's fear of his own affliction, 30. A few moments later, the battle lizard emerged from the partition, frantically pulling up his trousers, crying out, Aw, my eyes, my eyes, a monster, a monster. Observing the battle lizard in a state of shock, Lynn crossed his arms and asked calmly, What did you see? The battle lizard trembled. The eye of the evil demon. Lynn maintained his composure. Is it serious? What's the situation? The battle lizard wiped the tears of terror from his face, sobbing. It was a massive lump, horrifying. It was like seeing an ancient god. But it wasn't there just a short while ago. I swear, doctor, it really wasn't there before. It's terrifying. He felt as if he were about to burst. Lynn nodded reassuringly, saying, Do not be alarmed. This is not a life-threatening ailment. The true peril lies in the other conditions within you, particularly those concerning your heart and brain. These are of utmost importance. The battle lizard exclaimed, Doctor, truly, reflect upon your conscience. If I were genuinely afflicted by so many dire illnesses, how could I possibly feel nothing? Just the other day, I completed a long-distance run. How could I be so ill? Lynn raised his gaze and replied, Some ailments have prolonged incubation periods and may not exhibit symptoms until they manifest catastrophically. I understand this may be overwhelming for you, but rest assured, I will explain everything step by step. With me by your side, you need not fear. Several hours later, outside the Soul Alley, a burly lizard man paced impatiently at the alley's entrance, his mouth spewing invectives. This slowpoke is taking forever to grab some medicine. When he returns, I shall certainly give him a proper scolding. He was an accomplice of the battle lizard. They had passed through this area, intending to restock supplies for the long journey ahead, thus sending the battle lizard ahead to scout. However, little did he know, waiting had stretched into several hours, and his impatience had long since reached its peak. After a while, he could no longer bear it and was about to enter the alley to find him when he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Hey, you sluggish fellow, where have you been? Do you even realize, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he froze upon seeing the newcomer. The battle lizard was swathed in thick bandages and 4 bag dangling from a pole, leaning on a crutch, clad in a cast, with a massive bundle on his back seemingly filled to the brim with various potions and pills. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Good heavens! The battle lizard, hollow-eyed, approached his companion, carrying the hefty bundle of medicines. His comrade muttered, What on earth are you wearing? The battle lizard replied, listlessly, I am nearing the end of my days, stricken with dire afflictions. The doctor is a kind soul who prescribed me a plethora of life-saving potions. Were it not for that benevolent doctor, I would never have realized how gravely ill I had become. His companion murmured, But you only had a cold, right? The battle lizard tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, whispering, Indeed, had it not been for the cold, I would have remained oblivious to my dire state. I feel as though I have transcended. His companion, bewildered, asked, Then what are all these medicines for? The battle lizard lifted his gaze, saying a mere 9,000 skull coins. With a daily intake of 5 kilograms, the doctor even gave me a 1 discount and some complimentary gifts, filling me with unprecedented warmth. A pink rabbit-shaped plush heart on his chest swayed slightly, exuding an endearing charm. His companion swallowed hard, exclaiming that, The battle lizard continued. The doctor said that when we encounter difficulties, we need not fear. The best way to confront fear is to face it head on. Perseverance is victory, he murmured vacantly, carrying the 4-bag and leaning on his crutch, stumbling forward under the gaze of his astonished companion, his silhouette appearing so solitary and desolate. At the apothecary, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on exceeding the task. The cold-stricken lizard man. You have earned an additional reward, 500 skull coins and 500 basic experience points. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Lynn took a deep breath and sighed, pocketing the over 8,000 skull coins from the table. To be honest, it was his first time witnessing a patient afflicted with such a multitude of ailments still wandering about. One could not help but marvel at the dark world, which always reveals unexpected discoveries. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. Before the diagnosis, the patient's complexion did not appear particularly poor. How could so many illnesses be revealed upon examination? Contemplating, he ultimately attributed it to the patient's unique constitution, as his random diagnosis technique could not possibly be erroneous. After all, it was officially certified by the system, and each ailment had manifested corresponding symptoms in subsequent diagnostics. Lynn felt a sense of satisfaction. As a physician, being able to see each patient off with peace of mind was undeniably a profoundly fulfilling accomplishment for him. Soon, evening approached. Just as he was about to close the door and retire for the night, gearing up for the forthcoming transition task, his mentor unexpectedly knocked on the door. Teacher, do you need something? Lynn opened the door, inviting his mentor inside and thoughtfully offering him a cup of hot tea. Bloodsauce sat at the table, gazing intently at Lynn, saying, So, you have truly made your decision? You intend to set out tomorrow in search of the night physicians? Lynn smiled, replying, Of course. After all, you have said that it is the most skilled medical organization. I am resolute in my ambition to become a healer who alleviates suffering. Naturally, I must seek out the best institution. Chapter 200, Class Transition. Night Physician. Bloodsaw gazed deeply into him. He understood his apprentice's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, it was unlikely to be swayed. Shaking his head, Bloodsaw said, Very well. I know I cannot dissuade you. However, this journey is perilous, and it is your first time traveling alone. Take these potions. They may save your life at a crucial moment. As he spoke, Bloodsaw produced several vials from his pocket and placed them on the table. Lynn inquired curiously, Teacher, what are these? Bloodsaw raised his gaze solemnly, stating, These are high-quality legendary potions I obtained during my travels in the dark world, exceedingly rare. To put it plainly, with these potions, even if you were a pig, you could soar to the heavens. Lynn was astonished as he reached for the vials, the system's notification resonating in his ears. Mental Amplification Potion. Quality, legendary. Effect, mental amplification. Description, a legendary potion painstakingly crafted by the foremost potion experts of the dark world. Upon use, it significantly enhances mental strength for 24 hours. The weaker the creature, the more pronounced the effects, yet due to its extraordinary efficacy, it is exceedingly scarce. Physical Amplification Potion. Quality, legendary. Effect, physical amplification. Description, a legendary potion made by the top potion experts of the dark world. Upon use, it greatly enhances physical strength for 24 hours, but after the effect wears off, it will leave you temporarily weakened. Lynn gazed in astonishment at the descriptions of the potions, rendered speechless. Bloodsaw stated gravely, The night physicians are not easily approached, so you must possess sufficient mental strength to resist their interference, as well as a robust constitution to survive under their surgical blades. Although they are unlikely to let anyone perish. Lynn's eyes instantly reddened as he exclaimed, Teacher, Bloodsaw interjected. Let us forego the sentimentalities. They tend to induce goosebumps. Just remember the kindness of your teacher. Lynn, with misty eyes, replied, No more words. Teacher, once a student, always a parent. Rest assured, I will ensure your legacy endures. Bloodsaw felt immense pride. Having such a disciple would yield endless prospects. He patted Lynn's shoulder, saying, Get to bed early. We embark on our journey tomorrow. You must be well rested, understood? Lynn, with tears in his eyes, affirmed, Yes. Teacher. The night passed in silence. The following morning, outside Bloodsaw's apothecary, dark mist swirled. Clad in battle attire, Lynn bore a chainsaw on his back and wielded the night demon blade, his glasses perched upon his nose and a medical kit at his side. His expression resolute, he was unmistakably a serious doctor. After bidding farewell to the Bloodsaw, Lynn did not depart from the soul-wandering alley, but instead maneuvered swiftly through a series of turns, arriving at a narrow alleyway. He retrieved the night doctor's class change quest item from the system space. System. Use. In an instant, The item in his hand transformed into a radiant aura that surged into his body. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! You have used a class change item. You have triggered the class change series quest. Night Doctor. Phase 1 quest introduction in the Silent Town. Locate a Night Doctor and elevate your notoriety within the Night Doctor faction to 100 to trigger the next phase of the quest. Note: killing is prohibited during the quest. Failure to comply will evoke the extreme ire of the Night Doctor faction. Note: accumulating significant notoriety may enhance your standing within the Night Doctor faction, potentially granting you a higher title and rewards upon completion of the class change quest. Buzz. Just as the system notification concluded, a hexagram teleportation array materialized beneath Lynn's feet. In the next moment, his body vanished from the spot. Ding! You have entered the cursed domain, Silent Town. As the notification resonated, Lynn opened his eyes, finding himself at a crossroads. The surroundings were eerily silent, with swirling black mist. A crimson moon hung ominously in the sky. Before him stood a dilapidated signpost, inscribed with the words, Silent Town. In the distance, he could vaguely discern a dark and mysterious town nestled within the woods, shrouded in night and fog. It felt somewhat like a horror film. Lynn cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his expression calm. This was his first encounter with such an entirely unfamiliar environment, far removed from the bustling soul-wandering alley. Swish, swish, swish. In the depths of the dark forest, something flickered past, sending shivers down the spine of this unsuspecting youth. Gurgle, gurgle. Without hesitation, Lynn unscrewed the Kappa potion, consuming both vials of elixirs gifted by his mentor. Ding! You have used a mental enhancement potion X1. Your mental acuity has increased. Ding! You have used a physical enhancement potion X1. Your physicality has improved. With a duration of a full 24 hours, Lynn did not hesitate. For this was the dark world. Any form of conservation would be the utmost irresponsibility towards his own safety. After consuming the potions, Lynn immediately felt his senses sharpened, able to keenly perceive every rustle in the forest. The significant boost to his physicality made him feel as though his blood was boiling, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Perhaps he should first take a look at that town. He couldn't deny that he felt a twinge of anxiety. Lynn strode confidently down the path toward the town. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in the depths of the forest, shadows flitted between the branches, pairs of bloodthirsty and savage red eyes reflecting a terrifying light. Meanwhile, in Silent Town, amidst the rolling black mist, torches flickered, illuminating the surroundings. Vigilant figures with dark skin crouched behind fortifications, shotguns aimed at the mist-shrouded outskirts of the town, their expressions grave. Not only humans were present, there were also dark elves, shadow dwarves, and a few solitary cyclopes, all exhibiting extreme wariness. Mayor, with the red moon high above. Those monsters will surely attack our town. You should retreat for your safety. We can handle things here. A young, dark-skinned youth, loading silver ammunition into his shotgun, urged a white-haired elder behind him. The elder, with a resolute expression, replied, "This is not our former world. The holy light cannot illuminate this hell. Though I am old, I vow to protect my people." Grasping his staff, he lifted his gaze, his aged eyes fixed on the town's exterior. "Stay alert. Do not concern yourselves with me. Keep your shotguns at the ready. We cannot allow a single monster to breach our defenses." From the distance, the chilling howl of wolves echoed, freezing the hearts of all present. Chapter 201. There aren't many who are this handsome. On a pitch-black peak, the red moon cast its shadow upon the earth. A naked man crawled on all fours, clinging to the cliff at the summit, gazing darkly at the crimson moon. Suddenly, a grimace of pain crossed his face as blood vessels surfaced prominently upon his cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of flesh contorting filled the air. His head elongated. Sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth, and countless dark fur bristled from his skin. A howl pierced the night. Beneath the blood moon, he slowly stood, transforming into a fearsome werewolf. Swish, swish, swish. A shadow swiftly scaled the cliff below, akin to a beast landing silently behind him. Leader, a werewolf, scarred with numerous cuts across its face, crouched low, revealing its sharp fangs, and stated solemnly, "All preparations are complete. We can launch our assault at any moment." However, our scouts encountered an outsider on the path to Silent Town. It appears to be a human. The werewolf, known as the leader, turned slowly, his blood-red eyes reflecting the scout's figure. "Are you certain you did not misidentify?" The scout rasped, "Absolutely not. He appears to be around 17 or 18, slender and frail. A remarkably weak human, prancing about as if he held no fear of us." The leader narrowed his eyes. "Where is he?" "Right on the path we must take to assault Silent Town." "Let's investigate." The leader lifted his head and leapt from the cliff, his form blurring as he dashed into the forest. Minutes later, the leader squinted his eyes, stealthily perched upon a tree branch. Behind him, pairs of blood-red eyes followed closely. "Leader, he is right there." He squinted, peering towards the direction leading to Silent Town, and soon spotted an innocent youth carrying a chainsaw along the road. In his mind, several words immediately materialized. Young, handsome, weak, easy to bully. His swaggering gait resembled that of a delicate girl wandering through the black forest, as if his entire being screamed, "Come at me, come at me, hurry and come at me." The werewolf darkly remarked, "Leader, look at his arrogance. He clearly has never faced the harshness of reality." The leader scrutinized the youth from afar, deeply stating, "Yet he appears to be a doctor." At these words, all the surrounding werewolves involuntarily trembled. The scout hesitated. "Do you suspect he is the leader?" replied gravely. "That town is very close to the lair of those lunatics. If not for that, with their mere handful of shotguns and 2 holy priests, we would have long since seized the relics from their grasp. You must understand, those lunatics are exceedingly interested in us." In an instant, the blood-red eyes of the surrounding werewolves revealed a flicker of hesitation. Clearly apprehensive of the lunatics the leader spoke of, the werewolf, gripped by a tinge of fear, murmured, "Chief, I dread the thought of being dissected. If it truly is the night doctor, we should withdraw." A sharp slap resounded. The leader squinted, his voice raspy. "What are you so anxious about? My suspicions are unfounded. If it were indeed the night doctor, they would don their characteristic beaked masks during their medical endeavors. This individual does not possess one. Thus, the likelihood of him being one is minimal." Rising to his feet, he observed with indifference, "With such delicate skin, if he is merely a foreigner, then we shall transform him as well. Perhaps he could even become my son-in-law. It is rare to find someone so handsome in this cursed land. Move out." In an instant, a multitude of werewolves, their crimson eyes aglow, swiftly navigated through the forest, racing towards Lynn's direction. Simultaneously, along the path beneath the blood moon, Lynn strode confidently, the night demon blade resting on his shoulder. The forest echoed with rustling sounds, heightening his alertness. The moment the noise reached his ears, he halted, maintaining his composed demeanor. Behind him, a series of low growls resonated as several shadows rapidly closed in. Almost instantaneously, a wolf-esque howl pierced the air. From all corners of the forest, dark werewolves sprang forth, their fur glistening like crimson needles under the ominous glow of the blood moon. Yet there stood Lynn, appearing as innocent as a child beneath the blood moon. "Werewolves?" Lynn raised his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features as he adjusted his monocle, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Empowered by the mental enhancement potion, he deduced the nature of the impending threat upon hearing the distant howl. Under the blood moon, transformation into wolves is a potent phenomenon in the dark realm. In that fleeting moment, information about a werewolf materialized before him. Blood moon werewolf, race, human werewolf attribute, subsequent malevolence level, 43 combat ability, exceptional regenerative capability, and frenzied melee prowess. Description: the blood moon werewolves, who dwell in the cursed domain, have transformed into wolves due to the plagues and curses spread by the pestilent physicians. Whenever the red moon rises, they are forcibly transformed into bloodthirsty werewolves, becoming increasingly savage and berserk. However, compared to the true chaos and evil of the werewolves in the dark realm, they remain relatively feeble. Almost as soon as he comprehended this information, a dozen werewolves were already upon him, their sharp fangs and blood-red eyes now distinctly visible. Lynn smiled faintly, adjusting his glasses, and said, "I apologize." In that instant, the werewolf leaping towards Lynn was taken aback, for he suddenly witnessed the fabric of the frail human boy's back tearing apart. From it erupted thick, sturdy tentacles, cascading forth with a cacophony. Too swift, the speed was astonishing. In a blink, the tentacles shot skyward like serpents, ensnaring their bodies in a whirlwind. 1, 2, dozens. The tentacles tightened suddenly, and with immense force, they propelled the werewolves high into the air before slamming them back down to the ground. Witnessing this, the werewolf leader's pupils constricted in alarm. "This is bad." Without hesitation, he rallied all the werewolves and sped towards the scene of commotion, having sensed something amiss. After all, in the dark realm, a human who dared to walk so brazenly could hardly be an ordinary one. In this world, those who appear most normal are often the most abnormal. Tentacle monsters. The werewolves rushing to assist were equally horrified, their hearts racing with trepidation, for they understood that tentacles symbolize a high status in this world. They represented ultimate chaos and distortion, a manifestation of pure evil. For some malevolent entities, the ability to sprout tentacles is a mark of identity. Moreover, it was well known that those with long tentacles are often perverse. Attack! A throng of werewolves surged forth from the shadowy forest, their blood-red eyes glinting like beasts as they charged towards the creature that was violently tossing their companions to the ground. The crimson light erupted from the leader's narrowed eyes, and in a flash he materialized behind Lynn with lightning speed, his claws slicing through the air as he aimed for Lynn's neck. Yet, just as his claws were about to make contact, a hand unexpectedly appeared before him. Clang! The palm opened abruptly, revealing a flash of pristine white teeth. An unsettling jolt coursed through him. Sanity level 1, but it was too late. Crash! The hand seized his own, sending him spiraling in a complete 360-degree spin before flinging him away. Chief! The oncoming werewolves gasped in shock at the sight. But the longer they remained exposed beneath the blood moon, the more their inherent ferocity and bloodlust surged. Meanwhile, the dozens of werewolves that burst forth from the forest had surrounded Lynn, launching a fierce assault against him. Quite a crowd, Lynn exclaimed, his eyes wide. Akin to an innocent youth, he decisively abandoned the werewolves ensnared by the tentacles, and, as the surrounding werewolves advanced aggressively, the tentacles propelled him into the air, soaring several dozen meters high. Adjusting his monocle, Lynn gazed down upon the torrent of ferocious werewolves surging towards him, and solemnly warned, "I advise you to speak civilly. Do not provoke my wrath. I am under the influence of a potion today, and when I become ferocious, even I fear myself." Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly plummeted downward. In astonishment, he glanced beneath him to find the werewolves had begun to gnaw at the tentacles supporting him. Crunch! The bloodthirsty fangs sank into the tentacles, pulling fiercely. One must act without words. Lynn glared in warning. Clearly, his words had no effect. Realizing this, Lynn adjusted his monocle and stated earnestly, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being uncivil." He retrieved his dragon breath arm from the system space. But upon noticing its remaining durability of 25, he hesitated to use it, especially since the system had cautioned him against unnecessary slaughter today. Thus, Lynn extended his hand, addressing the multitude of werewolves below with solemnity. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not hold it against me." Ding! Do you wish to immediately cast random diagnosis on the specified target? Yes. In that instant, Lynn focused on the nearest werewolves. The random diagnosis was activated. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with the ailment. Severe itching throughout the body. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with the ailment. Angina pectoris. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with the ailment. Severe ulceration. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with the ailment. Severe misogyny. As the notifications echoed in his ears, Lynn swiftly shifted his gaze, bestowing various maladies upon each werewolf in succession. The werewolf at the forefront, fiercely gnawing at Lynn's tentacle, yanked with all his might. To his utter astonishment, rather than severing the appendage, he found himself leaving all his teeth embedded within it. As he reached out to wipe the blood, he discovered his gums were in tatters. Panic-stricken, he was at a loss for what had transpired. He swiftly turned to survey his surroundings, and what he beheld sent tremors coursing through his body. One by one, the werewolves nearby were collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests in agony. Some were losing their fur at an alarming rate. Others were retching uncontrollably, while a few scratched at their skin in a frenzy of itchiness. What on earth was happening? Chapter 203, Annihilation. In an instant, the surrounding werewolves were succumbing to various afflictions, each one falling prey to their own torment. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the werewolves on the periphery trembled with fear and began to retreat hastily. In less than a minute, dozens of werewolves had succumbed to an array of symptoms. Wailing in despair, could this truly be a curse? A werewolf gasped in horror, feeling a chill rise within. Yet they soon noticed that, despite the dozens of werewolves near the creature collapsing in disarray, one stood firm, motionless. On the ground, that werewolf let out a tortured howl, desperately grasping the leg of another, pleading, "Help me, save me." But suddenly he jolted. The werewolf lowered his head, his gaze urgently fixed on him, and for reasons unknown, he perceived an overwhelming desire emanating from those eyes. Buzz! The werewolf trembled violently. Could it be? Just as the realization struck him, it was too late. The werewolf lunged forward, pinning him to the ground. "I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me, brother. Forgive me. I don't know why I find you so appealing. I feel like I've lost my mind." A howl erupted, accompanied by indescribable sounds, as the werewolves on the periphery trembled at the unfolding drama. A curse. It must be an evil curse. That being is not human. He is absolutely not human. As the bespectacled figure turned, his serious gaze fell upon them. The remaining werewolves let out a collective roar and turned to flee. But it was already too late. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with coronary heart disease. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with kidney deficiency. Ding! You have diagnosed the target with poliomyelitis. Thud! Thud! One by one, the werewolves fell like wheat being harvested. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of werewolves that had approached with murderous intent were now sprawled on the ground, howling in despair. The werewolf leader stood trembling, swallowing hard, his fur standing on end. He had never witnessed such a terrifying scene before. This transcended the physical realm. In his eyes reflected the enigmatic figure, reminiscent of an urban legend, with a blood-red moon casting a sinister glow behind him, making him appear as a ghastly overlord. Regret washed over him. Why had he foolishly provoked such a harbinger of plague and curse? His fur bristled in terror. Yet, it seemed he had not yet been cursed. There was still time to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted. But in that instant, ding! You have diagnosed the target with severe diarrhea. Minutes later, werewolves fell from all directions, tongues lolling out, bubbling with white foam. Some collapsed where they stood, others en route. All had been ensnared by Lynn's diagnoses. I warned you not to oppose me, yet you dared to provoke my wrath. Lynn adjusted his glasses, surveying the chaos around him. He had not anticipated the sheer potency of his skill. Lynn pondered for a moment before calmly lifting his head. From his pocket, he retrieved a clamp and pinched his nose. Zwazwa, it seems we have achieved total annihilation. What shall we do now? Zwazwa, who had donned a mask at some point, pointed ahead and declared, capture them. Finally, Lynn perched upon a stone by the roadside, glancing at a werewolf covered in rashes, and demanded, speak. Why did you attack me without provocation? Was it premeditated, or do you have ulterior motives? If he refused to answer, I shall ensure your leader pays dearly. He gestured toward the trembling werewolf king, who was fearfully closing his eyes, preparing to unleash another wave upon the forest. The werewolf shuddered, exclaiming, I will tell you everything. Chapter 204. We fled under the cover of night. It was neither premeditated nor for ulterior motives. It merely happened that you were in our path as we attacked that small town, and we thought to eliminate you as well. Who could have known? Lynn gazed with his lifeless fish eyes and retorted, who could have known you would encounter such a formidable foe? The werewolf whimpered, his body convulsing, nearly brought to tears. Had they known that this seemingly harmless youth was a harbinger of unparalleled curses, they would have been deranged to provoke such misfortune, especially under the blood moon. This was a monumental stain upon their wolfish existence. Moreover, they were now impure. Their bodies were tainted. Stop crying. Lynn calmly pointed at the werewolf's head. I shall ask you again, why did you attack that small town, and what is the situation here? Speak plainly, and I shall not make things difficult for you. After all, I'm not a devil. The werewolf swallowed hard and replied, that town is named Silent Town. It is inhabited by survivors from the sacred world. Approximately 300 years ago, the forces of the sacred world opened a passage to this realm and descended upon it. Lynn inquired, what was their purpose for coming here? The werewolf's eyes widened. It seems they are searching for the lost heritage of their world. From what I understand, their world suffered a cataclysm 3,000 years ago, plunging their civilization into darkness. 13 relics they hold sacred have fallen into this world. Thus, they embarked on a campaign 300 years ago. Lynn was taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. 3,000 years ago. Again, 3,000 years ago. Including the Xiao Xiao family, the technological civilization discovered by the Demon Association. And this so-called expeditionary force from the sacred world, 3 civilizations had been impacted 3,000 years prior. What had transpired during that time? The Xiao Xiao family had been beheaded. The technological civilization shattered, and the sacred world had entered a period of disconnection. All this clearly indicated that something unimaginable must have occurred at that pivotal moment 3,000 years ago. Since you say they arrived 300 years ago, what was the outcome? Lynn narrowed his eyes. The werewolf replied, they perished. The werewolf, in a state of confusion, remarked, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but I know they seem to have just opened the portal not long ago and encountered a primordial being in this world, resulting in their dispersal. This town is one of the remnants left behind by that fractured coalition, and they possess a relic of great significance. Lynn's heart stirred with intrigue. And what of you? Given your knowledge, you must have some connection to them, do you not? The werewolf hesitated, stammering, our ancestors were part of that coalition before their transformation. Suddenly, a fire of rage ignited in his eyes as he bared his sharp fangs, exclaiming, it was they who cast us out. Their only reason was that we were cursed by the werewolf's curse, and they heartlessly expelled our forebears. leaving us to fend for ourselves in this dark world. They deserve to perish. We shall rend them to pieces." Lynn closed his eyes and clenched his fist. The werewolf immediately recoiled, resembling a frightened husky, cradling the wound on his head, murmuring, "I apologize." Through this creature's account, he gleaned a clearer understanding of the situation. In summary, due to the curse and ideological differences, the once united coalition had splintered once more, with this segment of cursed descendants being the offspring of those who had been scattered. Lynn rose, tapping his temple and squinting. "One last question. Do you know the night doctors?" At this, the werewolf trembled, astonished. "Why do you inquire about them?" Lynn smiled slightly, leaning closer. "It seems you possess some knowledge, yet you need not delve into it. Simply answer my questions." The werewolf quivered. "The night doctors, I know of them. They are a group of madmen, deeply interested in the curse within us. When we first arrived here, we indeed encountered a doctor wearing a bird-beaked mask. He was extraordinarily genteel, claiming they were dedicated to healing and redeeming this land, and he was quite willing to help us rid ourselves of our curse and ailments." He swallowed nervously, continuing, "We believe his deceitful words. Initially, all was well, and the doctor did indeed alleviate many of our troubling maladies and old injuries, even freeing some of our elders from the curse of lycanthropy. However," he shuddered, as if recalling something horrifying, "but after curing those few elders, he insisted that we were still afflicted and in dire need of further treatment. They cut us open. They used many strange potions, then stitched us up, only to declare us healed afterward. We fled under the cover of night." Lynn was utterly astonished. This is it. It seems I have truly found the organization." He inquired earnestly, "Where are they?" The werewolf appeared dazed. "I cannot say exactly where. They are notoriously elusive. However, it seems there is a base nearby, and the townsfolk wish to leverage the presence of the night doctors for their protection." Lynn pondered. "If you fear those doctors so greatly, why do you persist in troubling that town?" Upon hearing this, the werewolf's anger flared, and he ground his teeth. "Fear is one thing, but hatred is another. We shall rend those people to shreds. We will not retreat until our goal is achieved." Lynn smiled faintly, standing tall and turning his gaze toward the town shrouded in the night. "Understood." Chapter 205. One must not pretend. Even in creating opportunities, one must maintain facade. In the silent town, with the blood moon hanging high, the watchful eyes of the wary remnants glimmered with concern and confusion. It was late into the night, yet the werewolves had yet to reveal themselves, an undeniably strange occurrence. For when the red moon rises, it is the time when the werewolves are at their most ferocious. They would never miss the opportunity to strike back. But tonight felt peculiar. "Mayor, have those monsters given up?" A dark-haired youth, clutching a hunting rifle, turned to the elderly mayor with uncertainty. The mayor furrowed his brow, gripping his staff, and peered into the pitch-black night beyond the town, stating no, they would not concede unless something unforeseen occurred. Yet before he could finish his thought, they discerned shadowy figures emerging from the depths of the black mist. Alert, almost instantaneously, everyone entered a state of readiness, their gazes fixed on the dense fog, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They have appeared. Indeed, those accursed beasts have not considered sparing them. Silver hunting rifles were aimed at the thickening black mist. A long, haunting howl echoed through the darkness. Yet upon hearing those cries, the townsfolk exchanged bewildered glances, for the howls bore no resemblance to the ferocious and intimidating ones they had previously encountered. Instead, they seemed imbued with a hint of grievance, akin to the lamentations of aggrieved young maidens. "Mayor," the youth exclaimed, wide-eyed, "that howl seems rather strange." The mayor's expression grew grave as he cautioned, "Do not be deceived by that sound. Those werewolves are cunning, and they may be enacting some scheme. Remain vigilant." The crowd nodded, their focus unwavering. Time passed slowly as the shadowy figures drew nearer. Then, in the next moment, they beheld a youth emerging from the black mist. Swiftly, dozens of hunting rifles were aimed at Lynn. "Wait!" The mayor's brow furrowed sharply. "A human?" All around, expressions of shock and disbelief spread among the townsfolk. Despite his different complexion, he undeniably appeared to be a living human. But how could this be? Since settling here, they had never encountered any other members of their race in this world. Lynn smiled, raising his hands. "Please do not fire. I am merely a passing doctor, harboring no ill will towards you. I assure you, I am quite amiable." The onlookers were taken aback, exchanging wary glances, yet their vigilance heightened. How could a harmless human suddenly appear in such a desolate place? Was it an illusion? Lynn maintained his benevolent demeanor. "Do not be alarmed. Kin do not harm kin. Rest assured." The townsfolk furrowed their brows, still aiming their guns at him, unwilling to lower their guard. Just then, The dark-haired youth noticed the shadows behind Lynn and shouted, "What is behind you?" Lynn smiled, spoils of war, as he slowly retracted the tendrils from behind him. The townsfolk's expressions shifted to terror and astonishment upon witnessing the figures emerging from the black mist. "They're the monsters, the werewolves. Open fire." With a bellow, chaos erupted. Bang! Bang! A multitude of silver bullets surged forth towards Lynn and his companions in an instantaneous barrage. However, Lynn discerned at a glance that they were wielding antiquated flintlock firearms, whose firing rate and power were utterly incomparable to modern weaponry. With a mere flick of his gaze, he drew forth his demon hunter's blade. The clash of metal rang out as bullets met the blade in a dazzling display of sparks, intercepted at a bewildering speed. The gunmen were left astounded by the spectacle. Not a single bullet managed to breach his defenses amidst the whirlwind of his masterful swordplay, which formed an impenetrable curtain of darkness. It was both strikingly elegant and commanding. In that instant, with the demon hunter's blade pointed to the ground, a brilliant sheen flashed across its surface, leaving all present shaken by an overwhelming aura of authority. Lynn smirked. "Now, shall we engage in a civilized discussion?" The onlookers stood agape, their mouths agog, and even those aiming their weapons at Lynn instinctively lowered their guns. They swore they had never witnessed such a display before. Lynn adjusted his monocle, smiling faintly. "Pray, do not be alarmed. These werewolves are all my captives. You may send someone to inspect their condition. Rest assured, they pose no threat." Upon hearing this, several keen-eyed youths noted the crimson tendrils entwining the werewolves behind Lynn, who appeared increasingly lethargic, akin to those afflicted by grave illness. A few werewolves had even lost all their fur. Moreover, they seemed to exude an inexplicable fragrance akin to night-blooming jasmine. All exchanged glances, bewildered. The town's dark-skinned youth sought answers with a look of astonishment. The mayor, gravely observing the feeble werewolves, signaled for a nearby priest to approach for inspection. The priest scrutinized the werewolves with caution before turning back, hesitantly stating, "It appears they are all afflicted with various severe ailments." This revelation stunned the townsfolk, their gazes fixated on the smiling visage of the handsome youth. Chapter 206. Rest assured, I am a professional physician. Minutes passed. In the town square, dozens of humans and dwarves, armed with hunting rifles, warily encircled the bound werewolves to prevent any sudden attacks. Torches illuminated the square brightly. Meanwhile, an outdoor table. Several priests and marksmen stood behind the mayor, vigilantly observing the smiling, warm youth across from them. The mayor stroked his white beard, hesitantly addressing Lynn. "Are you suggesting that one individual subdued all those werewolves?" Lynn adjusted his glasses with a smile. "Ah, a trivial matter. I was merely walking along when I was unexpectedly ambushed, and in self-defense, I had no choice but to act." A priest glanced at Lynn before quickly approaching the elder, whispering, "I have just examined them. Without exception, all the werewolves exhibit various symptoms of illness, rendering them incapable of combat. Moreover," he lowered his voice, "based on their reactions, it seems they are all exceedingly afraid of this individual, as if their afflictions stem from him." Upon hearing this, a look of gravity crossed the mayor's face, and a dreadful name surfaced in his mind: Plague Doctor. If the Night Doctor sought to eradicate all maladies from the living beings of this world, then the Plague Doctor represented a counterbalance, a group devoted to spreading pestilence and curses across diverse realms. Wherever they appeared, they heralded the advent of fearsome plagues and curses, embodying a chaotic and malevolent force. The mayor instinctively glanced at the youthful figure before him, noting the warm smile on his face, which sent a shiver through his heart. "May I inquire, sir?" the mayor hesitantly asked. Lynn introduced himself with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lynn, a doctor by profession. I have come seeking knowledge, for I have heard that the night doctors frequently traverse this vicinity, prompting my visit." Lynn's politeness was impeccable, yet upon hearing his words, the mayor and those surrounding him were visibly shaken. "The night doctors? He has come seeking those lunatics. What jest is this?" Observing their expressions, Lynn adjusted his glasses, smiling broadly. "I have long heard that the night doctors are the most skilled medical practitioners in this realm, hence my eagerness to meet them. However, I have found it difficult to connect with them. Thus, I am somewhat distressed. Might you know where I could find them?" Lynn exuded the demeanor of a true gentleman. Before him, the mayor's profile materialized. Mayor of Silent Town, common. Level 80. Race, human. Alignment, lawful good. Combatability, profound holy prowess. Description: one of the accompanying priests of the Holy Expeditionary Force, who, after the force was scattered, led a faction of followers through the dark realms, ultimately establishing Silent Town in the land of curses after unexpectedly acquiring a holy relic, and has since sought a way to return to his own world. The elder named Common regained his composure, gazing deeply at Lynn. First, I thank you for subduing the werewolves that besieged us. I can see you are not a malevolent individual. However, if your intent is to seek more profound medical knowledge by associating with them, I advise you to reconsider. For those individuals are not known for their amicability. Upon hearing this, Lynn leaned in closer, earnestly asking, "So you do know where they are?" The elder's brow furrowed, clearly reluctant to divulge the information. Yet finally he shook his head. "No, I do not know. However, our town is indeed within their sphere of activity. In the past, whenever the blood moon rose, those werewolves would attack us, and 1 or 2 night doctors would appear in town to treat the werewolves' curses." Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. "For free?" The elder paused. Yes, free." Lynn pondered aloud. How generous of them. At this, the dark-skinned youth behind the elder became increasingly agitated, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What generosity? What nonsense! They're a bunch of lunatics who claim to be treating you, but in reality, they are merely tormenting you." Lynn turned his gaze towards the youth and immediately noticed the gnarled seams crawling across his darkened skin. The youth, in a fit of rage, stared at his own hands, lamenting, "They cut into me. Although I have freed myself from the curse of the werewolf, I have been transformed into this grotesque patchwork of flesh. Yet they dare to proclaim that I have been healed." The old man inhaled deeply and gestured for him to step back. He gazed gravely at Lynn and said, "He is the child of an old friend of mine. During the last blood moon, he was afflicted by a werewolf's curse. Although the night doctor assisted in eradicating the curse's effects, he has become this abominable amalgamation of man and beast." He shook his head and continued, "He harbors no fondness for the night doctor, so I hope you will understand." Lynn immediately took note of the individuals around him. Among the humans and dwarves, there were several adorned with similar stitching. Clearly, they had all undergone the night doctor's treatment. Lynn contemplated for a moment, then a smile crept onto his lips. "I see. As you can observe, I am a physician, and I happen to possess considerable expertise in cosmetic procedures. If you do not mind, I could assist in removing the scars from your bodies. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Particularly, the young man looked up sharply, his breath quickening. The ghastly seams that marred his skin had troubled him for far too long. He had even attempted to remove them himself, but each attempt had resulted in excruciating pain, as if he had lost the ability to heal, which was terrifying. "Are you saying?" the young man stammered. Lynn smiled. "Indeed, I am an exceptional surgeon." A few minutes later, within a humble dwelling in the town, a notification chimed. "Ding, you have triggered the quest. Special stitch removal. Quest reward, 500 skeleton coins, 500 basic experience, 30 townsfolk favorability." Mayor Carmen gazed solemnly at Lynn, who was now clad in a pristine white coat, exuding confidence, and then glanced at the young man beside him, who was breathing heavily, and expressed his concern. "Doctor, are you certain you can restore Karen to normal? These wounds are quite peculiar. If the stitches are removed carelessly, he may revert to a mere heap of flesh." Lynn adjusted his spectacles and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am a professional." Chapter 207. The first time receiving such high praise from patient. Lynn was not speaking idly. Before his departure, his mentor had specifically instructed him on the methods employed by the night doctors and had imparted some understanding of their treatment techniques. The reason the stitched wounds could not heal was due to a special potion applied between each fragment of flesh by the night doctor. According to his teacher, this potion possessed a remarkable ability to resist curses and sustain life, and there was another effect he had yet to uncover. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was how to suture in a manner that appeared aesthetically pleasing without compromising the overall appearance. In this regard, Lynn had mastered his mentor's true teachings. The young man urged, "What must I do?" "As long as you can restore me to my former self, I will do whatever you ask." Lynn replied, "It's simple. Remove your clothing." The young man gaped, glancing at the mayor and the other warriors nearby. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the mayor cleared his throat and said, "Well, we shall step outside for a moment. After you are finished, we will return to assess the situation." With that, he gestured for the warriors to leave the room. Soon, only Lynn and the dusky-skinned young man remained. The young man, staring at Lynn's smiling face, instinctively swallowed hard. He nervously complied with the doctor's orders and hastily undid his clothing. Moments later, he lay bare and trembling on the operating table, glistening with sweat. Why was it called an operating table? Because it was usually the place for slaughtering pigs and sheep. The young man trembled, covering himself, and asked, "What now?" A series of unsettling knife-sharpening sounds echoed from above. The young man froze, instinctively turning his head to the source of the noise, only to see Lynn calmly sharpening a pitch-black blade. Under the dim light, the sight was hair-raising. "Doctor, do you really need such a large knife for suture removal?" the young man inquired. Lynn lifted the sharpened knife, placing a strand of hair on its edge, and with a swift motion, it was cleanly severed. "A razor-sharp edge is essential. Don't be afraid. Whether it's a large blade or a small one, a good knife is one that can perform surgery." Ding. Karen's sanity decreased by 10. The young man named Karen tensed, wide-eyed, and stuttered. "See, can we begin now?" Lynn smiled slightly, approaching him with a knife, his gaze sweeping over the young man's body before settling on a particular area. Lynn chuckled. "Do not be nervous. It seems you are quite erect. If I did not know better, I might suspect you had ulterior motives for my knife. If you maintain that stance, I assure you, my incision will be quite troublesome." The young man immediately covered himself and exclaimed, "It's cold. I didn't choose this. Can you please refrain from making jokes about such matters?" Lynn nodded earnestly, adopting a serious demeanor. "Very well, I shall commence." As he spoke, his attention fell upon a thick, ghastly suture line across the young man's chest. Lynn squinted, drawing forth his large knife. "Here I go. Wait." The young man quickly raised his hand, trembling. "Isn't suture removal done under anesthesia?" Lynn paused, then offered an apologetic smile, setting down the knife to retrieve a vial of anesthetic from his medical kit. "My apologies, I got a bit too excited and momentarily forgot. I'll administer it right away." The young man lay there in shock. Could one actually forget something as crucial as anesthesia? Wasn't it an essential step for a doctor treating a patient? Moreover, why did Lynn say again? And why would one feel excited about operating on someone else? Was this truly a matter worth feeling exhilarated about? Minutes later, Lynn administered a full anesthetic. "How does it feel? Are you completely numb? Can you feel me poking you?" Lynn inquired earnestly. Lying there, Karen felt completely paralyzed, his mind becoming hazy. This was the side effect of the anesthesia, placing him in a semi-conscious state. Normally, he would simply need to sleep, and upon waking, the surgery would be complete, void of any pain during the process. "It seems all is well. I shall begin." Lynn's satisfied voice echoed in his ears, and Karen, half asleep, felt a sense of complete relief. Since he was under full anesthesia, he would not feel any pain. All he needed to do was close his eyes and await the completion of the surgery. It had truly been a long time since he felt so peacefully asleep. Then, with a sudden thrust, an excruciating pain jolted through him, shattering his consciousness awake. Wait, something is amiss. This is not right. Hadn't he been fully anesthetized? Why was he still acutely aware of this agonizing pain? Then he was immediately taken aback as he beheld Lynn wielding the large blade intended for his sutures, meticulously slicing away with intense focus. Stack. Internally, he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. However, due to the paralysis coursing through his body, his mouth lacked the strength to produce any sound, leaving him to silently scream in his mind. He trembled. What on earth is happening? Why does full anesthesia still hurt so damn much? Observing the quivering form of Karen, Lynn kindly and gently wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "Just take a nap. There's no need to worry. When you wake up, you'll be a healthy young man. Calm down, calm down." As he spoke, Lynn hastened his pace in the suturing process. Karen felt as if he were being torn apart from the pain, yet the anesthesia rendered him utterly incapable of any movement. He felt utterly desolate. Summoning all his strength, he shakily moved his paralyzed lips, murmuring, "It hurts." Lynn paused, swiftly leaning closer to his mouth, and exclaimed, "Speak up, I didn't catch that." Karen trembled as he moved his lips again, "It hurts." Lynn was taken aback, then wiped his brow again, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. It's my duty to assist you. You're actually the first patient to give me such high praise while on the operating table. With that in mind, I'll ensure the procedure is swift and steady. Rest assured." Lynn smiled, dabbing at the moisture in the corner of his eyes, feeling somewhat moved. After all, receiving such high praise from a patient was a first in his life. With that thought, he felt compelled to exert his utmost efforts. Chapter 208. Your gratitude moves me to tears. Without further ado, Lynn's expression shifted to one of unwavering concentration, immersing himself in the delicate task of suturing with an even greater intensity. He had to ensure the patient's satisfaction. The speed of the cutting increased. The pain doubled. Watching Lynn's movements, he trembled, struggling to articulate his lips. No, I'm not praising you. I'm saying it hurts. It hurts. Not saying you're good. Mother." He felt as though he might burst into tears. Help! Is there anyone who can come to my rescue?" Ding. Surgical skill level 1. Ding. Surgical skill level 1. Outside the door, the soldiers who had been vigilant towards Lynn gazed in awe at his intense focus. "Mayor, this doctor is indeed highly dedicated. just as administration of anesthesia surpasses that of countless night physicians. Even that lad, Karen, has shed tears of gratitude. The mayor sighed, stroking his long beard. That's good. I never anticipated that amid this dark world, we could encounter such a dedicated yet non-perverse physician. It seems there are indeed good people in this bleak existence. A few minutes later, within the room, Lynn examined Karen, who was nearly finished with his sutures, scrutinizing the gaps between the limbs. Just as his instructor had mentioned, there was indeed a peculiar white, viscous substance adhering between the flesh. Is this the strange agent the night physicians use? Lynn pondered. Suddenly, a system introduction appeared before him. Mercy of the self-bound angel. Quality epic. Description: a special agent exclusively usable by night physicians. When applied to wounds, it can dispel curses and maintain normal consciousness, serving as a defense against certain specific plague curses. However, the side effect is the loss of self-healing ability. Lynn was taken aback. Epic. This is a quality of potion surpassing even legendary grade. Could it be that the night physicians are so affluent they can casually administer epic potions to others? Lynn mused. Setting aside other considerations, if we focus solely on the effects of this potion, it seems designed specifically to counter certain curses. Could this explain why night physicians resort to dismemberment? Putting that aside, it implies that those who are cut apart can survive solely due to the life-sustaining properties of this agent, but at the cost of their flesh's self-healing capability. Necessitating sutures. Is that correct? Lynn began to grasp the rationale behind the night physician's methods. If that's the case, he felt reluctant to remove all traces of the agent. At least not entirely. Lynn carefully lifted Karen's quivering, tear-streaked head, saying earnestly, "Karen, I'm going to start stitching you up. Don't worry. Soon you'll be back to normal." With that, he retrieved the suturing thread from the medical kit, smiling as he threaded it, aiming for his chest. His suturing technique was quite simple. Given that one's exterior is merely the outer layer of skin, he only needed to properly stitch the underlying flesh together. Remove the topical agent, and then apply a recovery potion to facilitate rapid healing. This way, no signs of suturing would remain visible from the outside. It was undoubtedly a brilliant idea. "Karen, I'm about to begin, but due to the need for separate handling, I'll need to, adjust your skin first." Karen's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what did that last statement mean? Adjust what? Skin? Could it be no? He was utterly stunned, internally screaming in madness. But to no avail. Ding, you're sewing skill level 1. Ding, you're sewing skill level 1. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow, then gently peeled away the layer of skin that contained the night physician's agent, delicately laying it over the muscle. He then took the recovery potion and evenly sprinkled it over the junction between the muscle and skin. As the flesh began to regenerate, satisfaction lit up Lynn's face. With this, the task was complete. Ding, you have successfully completed the mission, Special Suturing. You have earned a reward of 500 skull coins and 500 basic experience. The method was remarkably straightforward. First, he removed the night physician's sutures, then stitched the flesh and limbs together. Next, he peeled away the skin to eliminate the mercy of the self-bound angel, and finally, restored the skin with the recovery potion. In the end, the skin was flawlessly laid over the sutured muscle, healing it with the potion. Thus, a living being with no visible signs of sutures was perfectly restored. Lynn smiled, saying, "Karen, the surgery was a resounding success. You needn't worry about your appearance any longer. To make you even more handsome, I took the liberty of treating the dark spots and acne on your face. You've been healed." Karen, paralyzed, let tears stream down his face. Lynn wiped away his tears. His own eyes slightly reddened, sniffing as he smiled. "Thank you for your recognition. There's no need to be so emotional. Your tears are making me want to cry too." Lynn discreetly turned away, secretly wiping the moisture from his eyes. "Apologies, I tend to be a bit sentimental, but I must express my gratitude. Thank you for your acknowledgement." Karen's tears flowed even more profusely. I am moved beyond description. He could hardly articulate the tumult of emotions within him. It hurts. The pain inflicted by the anesthetic was far more excruciating than that endured during the procedures performed by those night doctors. He merely sliced him open, applied a patch, and then meticulously stitched him up again. The anguish was doubled. With a creak, Lynn opened the door with a smile. The mayor and several others hurriedly gathered around, inquiring, "How did the surgery go?" Lynn replied with a smile, "It was a resounding success. He has made a complete recovery. He is now a healthy child." As he spoke, Lynn invited them inside, and the mayor and others were instantly met with the sight of a glossy, unblemished body lying on the operating table, devoid of any trace of stitches. The surrounding girls gasped in awe. "Wow, there are truly no scars. So smooth, just like a baby." Chapter 209. I will certainly do my best to cooperate with you. Indeed, it resembled a newborn, having undergone meticulous cleansing and soaking in special solutions, rejuvenating the skin cells to their former glory. The mayor, accompanied by a few townsfolk, observed closely, unable to suppress their astonishment. It was astonishing. The grotesque scars had vanished without a trace. It was nothing short of miraculous. Dr. Lynn truly deserved his reputation as a professional. The mayor solemnly extended his hand to Lynn, saying, "In that case, young Karen can finally rid himself of his psychological burdens. Dr. Lynn, you are indeed a true angel in white." Lynn smiled modestly. "It's merely a small matter, nothing to fuss over." The townspeople gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yet, lying on the table, Karen was numb, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Why is Karen crying? Perhaps it was due to overwhelming emotion. For he had regained his original form, and all the scars had been erased. The child was simply too moved. The nearby dark-skinned girls nodded in agreement, their eyes slightly reddening, unable to suppress their sympathy for Karen. "Doctor, although I realize this may trouble you somewhat." The mayor hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Lynn replied earnestly, "Please speak freely. If there is anything I can assist with, I will do my utmost." Witnessing the boyish eagerness to help, the mayor felt a twinge of emotion, but soon grew slightly awkward, saying, "Well, doctor, it's not just young Karen who has been cut open by the night doctors in our town. If possible, could you also assist others, particularly the young ladies? The scars on a girl can have a far greater impact than on others." Outside, the crowd slowly parted. A few veiled young women, their heads bowed, with graceful figures, looked nervously and eagerly at Lynn, their eyes filled with hope. Lynn hesitated. Wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? But before he could finish, the girls rushed forward, encircling Lynn, each pleadingly lifting their heads, exclaiming, "No, there is nothing inappropriate about this. Doctor, please help us. As long as you can help us remove our scars, we will agree to anything you ask." Truly, even if the requests were somewhat embarrassing, there would be no hesitation. "And we will certainly do our utmost to cooperate with you." Ding. You have triggered a quest. Special suturing task. Reward: 500 skull coins, 500 basic experience. Lynn, even the mayor cast a serious, pleading glance, saying, "Doctor, I truly apologize for the trouble, but I know your medical skills are exceptional, and I believe you can provide salvation for these young ladies." As he spoke, to Lynn's astonishment, he knelt on one knee. Lynn hurriedly helped him up, shaking his head. "Please rise. Rest assured, I will take care of their scars. It is a doctor's duty to save lives, and I will not stand idly by." The mayor was immensely relieved, repeatedly shaking Lynn's hand in gratitude. "Now, everyone else please step outside and line up one by one. Who among you wishes to accept my treatment?" The young women immediately raised their hands in unison, exclaiming, "I want to be first. Doctor, choose me. Doctor, I am light and easy to treat. Let me go first." Karen, lying on the table, trembled, struggling with all his might to turn his head and weakly extend his hand towards the eager girls surrounding Lynn. "No, no, don't." He trembled, desperately wanting to warn them. This doctor, he disregards the resistance of the anesthetic. But it was utterly futile, and amidst tears and choking sobs, Karen was carried away by several people. The crimson moon hung high. In the small town, dark mist swirled, and most people's gazes were drawn to the room where Lynn was located. Meanwhile, in the square, several guards watched over the bedraggled werewolves. One werewolf, covered in rashes, glimmered with a fierce light in his eyes as he stealthily approached their wolf king. "Boss, how are you holding up?" The werewolf leader, clutching his backside, lay there with a vacant expression, saying nothing. Clearly, the previous bout of explosive diarrhea had inflicted unspeakable damage upon him, not only physically but also emotionally. Once a towering figure of strength and ruthlessness within the pack, he now felt as though all his former glory had crumbled to dust. His gaze was hollow, tormented by a sense of social death. The two werewolves tending to him gritted their teeth in anguish, stating, "Boss, he has completely drained. I just checked, and he is torn open in several places. Stitching is merely a minor issue." A brief silence ensued. The Wolf King's vacant face lay against the ground, seeping murky fluid. The rash-covered werewolf was taken aback, then gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crimson with rage, wishing he could charge at that tentacled creature immediately. "Boss, my condition isn't too severe. After recovering a bit, I feel much better. Now that the defenses are lax, I think I can escape. If I can contact the other brothers, we still have a chance." Upon hearing this, the two elder wolves caring for the Wolf King immediately held their breath. They exchanged wary glances, asking, "Are you certain you still have the strength?" The rash-covered werewolf answered firmly, "Yes. The elder wolves, with solemn expressions, quickly relayed their orders to the surrounding werewolves. Minutes later, those weakened werewolves, having received the orders, glinted with ferocity in their eyes. They seized the opportunity. In an instant, at the command, while the guards' attention was diverted, over 100 werewolves erupted into chaos, howling as they charged towards the guards with their frail bodies. Run! In that moment, the rash-covered werewolf surged forward with unimaginable speed, gritting his teeth and plunging into the darkness of the town, not daring to look back as he sprinted into the distant murk. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the powerful divine spells of several priests. Those rampaging werewolves were subdued within minutes. They were too weak to withstand the townspeople's might. Mayor, one werewolf managed to escape amidst the chaos. A guard hurriedly reported with a grave expression. The old man frowned, gazing at the werewolves in the square, and solemnly remarked, "Send a few individuals to pursue him. He must not be allowed to escape and alert others. Otherwise, once that doctor departs, our calamity will only intensify." Indeed, the blood moon hung high, casting its crimson glow over the entire town. Simultaneously, amidst the darkness outside the town, the lycanthrope, afflicted by a rash, breathed heavily as it sprinted on all fours, racing away from the town and towards the distant mountains. With their primal instincts, as long as they could penetrate the depths of the Black Forest, no one would be able to catch up to them, given their familiarity with the terrain. Crack! A paw landed on a large tree branch, and the lycanthrope leapt down, landing in a wide expanse of grass. However, just as it intended to forge ahead, a sudden chill enveloped its entire being, sending a shiver down its spine. Stunned, it stood still, gazing ahead. Unbeknownst to it, a thick white mist began to surge ominously from the depths of the black fog. The interplay of black and white rendered the scene particularly eerie. Within that mist, a shadowy figure emerged, clutching a staff, wearing a high hat and a long, bird-like beak mask that sent chills through the onlooker's heart. That was. The lycanthrope's face turned pale as it recoiled, its body frozen in fear. Clang! Clang! The tolling of bells echoed from the darkness, enhancing the already eerie atmosphere. Chapter 210. A group of self-proclaimed benevolent, yet sinister madmen. Outside the town, several hunters who had just dashed out in pursuit of the lycanthrope suddenly lifted their heads, instantly hearing a piercing scream emanating from the forest. Crows took flight from the woods, their bodies trembling. An indescribable sense of unease surged through them. White mist. One hunter raised his head, his face paling as he beheld the ascending white mist within the forest, and suddenly recalled something, causing his body to tremble. The night doctor. Indeed, there could be no mistake. It must be them. They must have sensed the presence of the lycanthropes, drawing them here. Quick, return immediately to inform the mayor. This is dire. The night doctor has appeared. Time passed slowly. Within the town, as one anesthetized maiden after another was carried out from Lynn's examination room. Lynn's surgery was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, the hunters who had pursued the lycanthrope hurriedly returned. They whispered urgently into the mayor's ear. The mayor's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" The hunter, pale and trembling, replied, "Mayor, it's absolutely certain. What should we do?" The mayor furrowed his brow, stating, "I overlooked this. Those madmen are exceedingly interested in the curses within the lycanthropes. If a large gathering of them occurs, it will undoubtedly attract their attention. But I never imagined they would arrive so swiftly." He dared not delay, turning sharply, gravely instructing, "Immediately notify everyone to take refuge in the church's basement. Under no circumstances are they to emerge without my command." Yes. After speaking, the mayor's gaze turned serious as he swiftly knocked on the door of Lynn's small room. "Dr. Lynn, has your surgery concluded?" With a creak, Lynn opened the door, discarding his blood-stained gloves with a smile. "It's nearly finished." "What is the matter?" The mayor rushed inside, quickly shutting the door behind him, his expression grave. "Our scouts have just received news. They have discovered the night doctor's movements outside the town." At this announcement, Lynn's eyes brightened. "Have they finally made their appearance?" The mayor's brow furrowed deeply. "Doctor, I must advise you once more. Those night doctors are unequivocally madmen. I implore you, do not engage with them, for before you can utter a word, you may find yourself forcibly dissected. Although they are unlikely to kill, they will make you wish for death." Lynn smiled, adjusting his monocle. "Thank you for your concern, but I have come precisely for them." Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out from outside. The mayor's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." Outside in the open square, individuals with pale faces gazed toward the north as thick white mist ominously and slowly engulfed the town's periphery, encroaching upon them. Not only the townsfolk, But even the feeble lycanthropes in the square displayed expressions of terror. That was. The Wolf King finally regained his senses, trembling as he gazed at the rumbling white mist. The night doctors. A hunter stuttered, his body bristling with fear. And in the next moment, run, came a loud shout. The surrounding guards and townsfolk immediately erupted into chaos, rushing towards the church, while even the lycanthropes in the square, terrified, dragged their weakened bodies in frantic flight. Their fear of the night doctors surpassed that of anyone else. For when the night doctors encountered them, they would undoubtedly be dissected and then reassembled. If successful, it might be tolerable, but if they failed, they would become abominable creatures, neither human nor ghost. This was far more terrifying than death itself. In that moment, the entire square descended into pandemonium. Inside the building, the mayor, with urgency, seized Lynn's wrist. "Quick, doctor, follow me to the church and take refuge, regardless of your intentions. Let us survive this crisis first." Yet, just as he opened the door, a torrent of white mist surged in. Several lycanthropes, in a state of panic, rushed inside, disregarding their status as enemies. As soon as they entered, they clutched their throats in agony, collapsing to the ground and struggling. "Close the door! Close the door!" It was already too late. He had not anticipated the night doctor's swift arrival. Clearly, the gathering of afflicted lycanthropes had significantly stirred the enigmatic doctors, akin to the scent of blood wafting through the woods, drawing them near. The mayor gritted his teeth, realizing time had run out, and hastily secured the door. He pointed his staff at one lycanthrope, teeth clenched, declaring, "If you wish to survive, cooperate. Otherwise, I will end you before those night doctors arrive." The lycanthropes, clutching their throats and coughing in terror, cast fearful glances at Lynn, not daring to utter a word. Thud! Thud! The sounds of bodies collapsing could be faintly heard from outside. Clearly, many lycanthropes had failed to find shelter and were being felled one after another by the dense white mist. Lynn glanced out the window, and the system's description instantly materialized before him. Paralytic mist, a special vapor infused with monstrous strength. Exposure to a large dose would lead to a swift loss of mobility. Due to certain bizarre components, even puppets, machines, and malevolent spirits would be indiscriminately affected. The mayor and several guards in the room immediately crouched down, pressing against the wall by the window, holding their breath in anticipation. The entire room fell into a profound silence. The lycanthropes, too, pressed against the opposite side in terror, their bodies stiffening as they gradually lost mobility, yet their minds remained alert. It was evident. Their fear of the night medics far surpasses that of any other creatures. Lynn steadied his nerves, refraining from bravado, and leaned against the wall like them, inquiring, "Is this the manner of the night medic's appearance?" The mayor responded gravely, "It is merely one of their methods. They employ this approach only when they perceive a significant number of beings in need of their treatment, yet uncooperative. Doctor, I must caution you," he continued. "They are not as benevolent as you might envision. To them, every creature is a patient in need of healing, even those marked with a cured label. Should you encounter another night medic, there is a substantial probability they will reevaluate and treat you anew." The mayor clenched his jaw tightly, exclaiming, "They are a horde of deluded, malevolent lunatics who fancy themselves as benevolent." Lynn pondered this, pressing against the wall, and replied, "Let us first assess the situation." The mayor furrowed his brow deeply, then retrieved several small vials from his coat and handed them to Lynn, saying, "Doctor, take these. Should the night medics discover us, you must consume one at the earliest opportunity." Upon contact, Lynn's mind was flooded with the descriptions of the vials. Venomous slime mucus, a liquid extracted from the body of a highly toxic slime. "Lingasped, ah," the mayor replied gravely. "This poison is the means our people use to counter the night medics. If we encounter them, we must induce a state of near-fatal poisoning. In doing so, they will fervently attempt to heal you, and once they have restored you, they are unlikely to suspect any other ailments afflicting you. If you are indeed healthy and still catch their attention, you had best pray you truly possess some affliction." He gritted his teeth. For facing them, being healthy is infinitely more terrifying than being ill, for if you are unwell, they will treat you. Yet if you are healthy, they will seek out illnesses within you. The process of discovering ailments. Now, that is a fate worse than death. Chapter 2:11. It is a sin to torment one's own body. Time trickled by, enveloping the entire town in a shroud of white mist. An oppressive silence reigned. It was then that those inside the dwelling suddenly heard, as if from a short distance outside their hiding place, a series of muffled, slicing sounds. Squelch, squelch. It was as though someone was methodically dismembering a corpse with a knife. The few lurking werewolves froze, their bodies rigid, eyes trembling, holding their breath, paralyzed with fear. They understood well. It must be some of their comrades who had failed to find refuge indoors and were now subjected to treatment by the night medics. Yet, they dared not utter a sound or rush outside. The methods employed by the night medics are rapid and violent. They could dissect you in mere minutes and then reassemble you. Hold your breath, it's coming, the mayor urgently warned. Everyone in the room covered their mouths and noses, trembling as they pressed themselves against the wall. Outside, a series of mysterious footsteps gradually approached. A shadow, resembling a bird's beak, slowly cast itself through the window into the room. Thump, thump. The only sound that permeated the stillness was the frantic thudding of their hearts. They could all sense that, at this very moment, the night medic was just outside their window. Clearly, those werewolves who had failed to find shelter had already been treated by the night medic. Lynn remained pressed against the corner, clutching his wildly beating heart, striving to rein in his tumultuous emotions, while the others were gripped by fear. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Gradually, as they trembled in anticipation, the elongated shadow that had been cast from outside began to shift and then vanished from their sight. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. However, just as they dared to relax, knock, 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 3 slow, rhythmic knocks echoed from the direction of the door. The hearts of those present leaped to their throats. The night medic was just outside. An eerie silence enveloped the room, and everyone held their breath, too frightened to utter a word. Following the knocking, an unsettling stillness fell outside. Slowly, they discerned the sound of footsteps retreating, until the footsteps faded away. The werewolf leaning against the opposite wall trembled, covering his racing heart, and murmured, "Did the night medic not discover us?" But no sooner had he spoken than, buzz. A hand clad in black leather gloves, akin to a specter, emerged from the wall above his shoulder, seizing his cheek. Crash! The werewolf let out a terrified scream. Yet before he could raise a hand in defense, he was yanked through the wall as if he were a mere phantom. The expressions of everyone in the room transformed drastically. "This is bad." Squelch, squelch. Sounds of hacking and slicing soon emanated from the other side of the wall, accompanied by the werewolf's piercing shriek, sending shockwaves through the nerves of all present. In that moment, the remaining 2 werewolves, less affected by the mist, lost all semblance of reason. They scrambled to their feet, flung open the door, and fled into the swirling white fog. Run! Hurry! Yet fear led them to make a grievous error. Just a few steps outside, they heard the unmistakable sound of bodies collapsing. The mayor dashed forward, gritting his teeth as he slammed the door shut. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the venomous slime and poured it into his mouth. He bellowed, "Quick! They have discovered us. Drink the potion." The guards, their faces pale, hastily fumbled for their vials, preparing to drink. But one guard's hand trembled, causing his vial to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor, the dark liquid rapidly evaporating. Buzz! His mind went blank. Yet his exceptional reflexes prompted him to act decisively. Gritting his teeth, he drew a blade and plunged it into his chest multiple times. Lynn thought, what a fierce individual. Truly a person of remarkable resolve. Almost simultaneously with his self-inflicted wounds, the sounds of cutting and suturing outside ceased. The atmosphere within the room became stifling. Then slowly, a hand emerged from the wall. As all eyes trembled in anticipation, a tall figure clad in black leather, adorned with a high top hat and a beaked mask, materialized from beyond the wall like a phantom entering their line of sight. Clink, 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 clink. A notification echoed, indicating a significant drop in sanity. Lynn finally discerned the figure's full appearance, and the system prompt immediately appeared before him. Night Medic Executor. Race, Stitcher. Attributes, lawful good. Level, combat ability. The doctor who walks in the night does not relish combat. Description, a collective of doctors traversing the night, dedicated to rescuing all suffering beings in the dark world. They protect, they heal, they redeem. They're the nemesis of plagues and curses, embodiments of kindness and compassion, and exceptional surgeons who will cure all your ailments. Lynn was astonished. The executor clad in the bird-beaked mask cast a sweeping gaze over all present, as a sinister atmosphere unfurled itself unabashedly around them. His attention soon fixated upon the mayor, who had indulged in a potent poison, along with several guards. Inflicting harm upon one's own body is a transgression. You have compelled me to feel your shame and wrath, yet I shall still mend your wounds. A warm voice emanated from within the confines of the bird mask. He then floated gracefully before the pallid mayor, extending a slender, sharp finger to pierce the mayor's abdomen. A sickening squelch echoed as the point of contact met flesh. The mayor shuddered violently, gripping his scepter tightly. Yet, It became apparent that the dark miasma enveloping his visage began to coalesce towards his stomach, strands of inky viscous liquid cascading onto the fingers of the nocturnal physician, being extracted from his body. Pain is a potent remedy. It serves to keep one alert. As the final wisps of darkness were drawn forth by that finger, the black haze upon the mayor's face dissipated entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hastily retrieved his notebook to record the events with fervor. Remarkable! How extraordinary! A mere touch, and the venom is effortlessly extracted from within. Could this truly be the art of a nocturnal physician? Thank you, the mayor stammered, his throat trembling. The executor retracted his finger, the mask's lenses reflecting the mayor's bleeding abdomen. With a swift motion, unseen by any onlookers, his finger sliced through the mayor's chest and abdomen with precise accuracy. Ding! Mayor Common's sanity decreased by 10. Ding! Mayor Common's sanity decreased by 10. Under the mayor's pale and trembling gaze, the nocturnal physician produced sharp needles and threads, and with dazzling speed, he deftly sutured the wound on the mayor's abdomen. Only after the stitching was complete did the mayor exhale shakily, a semblance of relief washing over him. Your body is shielded by sacred power. The dark curse has not tainted your soul. You are pure and unblemished. The nocturnal physician extended his hand to lightly touch the mayor's shoulders and chest, conveying his respect. Elegant yet terrifying. The mayor, pale as a ghost, uttered, "May the Lord bless you." Amen. Amen. Without hesitation, the nocturnal physician turned away and applied the same healing technique to another guard who had succumbed to the potent poison. His gaze then fell upon the warrior, who had inflicted multiple wounds upon himself. Are you afraid of me? Is that why you harm your own body? I disdain your actions, yet I shall still heal you, not merely your lacerations. Chapter 2:12. You are afflicted and in need of healing. He crouched before the trembling guard, extending his sharp claws to touch the center of his forehead. Your injuries are evident, but beyond that, there exists a hidden tumor within your skull, causing your fatigue and irritability. You have been wounded by a werewolf, and the curse has begun to spread within you, though you have yet to uncover it. At these words, the guard gasped in shock. You are afflicted and in need of healing. With a swift motion, the finger pressed into the guard's skull, crimson blood gushing forth. A piercing scream shattered the air. Yet, from beneath the bird mask, a plume of white mist erupted, swiftly calming the guard. Pain is your proof of existence. Embrace it, and you shall find healing. Before the wide-eyed witnesses, the nocturnal physician's finger sliced open the guard's skull at the forehead. Billowing heat ascended from the exposed brain. The finger deftly maneuvered, revealing the small tumor he had mentioned. With remarkable precision, he excised the tumor and applied medicinal agent, executing a flawless cranial surgery with no extraneous movements. Lynn stood in awe. Perfect, outstanding, utterly impeccable. Indeed, as my mentor has stated, the nocturnal physicians are the most skilled medical practitioners in this dark realm. Remarkably, he did not even wield a knife. With just a few intricate maneuvers, he had completed a flawless cranial surgery. With a satisfying click, he gradually closed the skull halves. Silvery threads, akin to minute insects, intricately proliferated across the scalp, seamlessly restoring the skull's integrity. His attention then shifted to the guard's right leg. With a swift motion, his finger sliced through the guard's trouser leg and shoe, revealing a mass of black wolf fur beneath. The mayor's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. The curse has not entirely consumed you. The sacred power within your being has staved off the werewolf's curse from further encroachment, yet the mark of disaster has been imprinted upon you. You require healing. With a sudden flash of crimson, the guard's left leg was severed in an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoing through the air, under the horrified gazes of all present. The wolf fur from his left foot was swiftly removed, unveiling a festering wound, clearly the source of his infection by the curse. The nocturnal physician swiftly excised the rotten flesh, etching a complex rune into the wound. As the rune shimmered, it infused itself into the wound. To their astonishment, the deformed left foot rapidly transformed, ultimately reverting to that of a living human foot. However, a chilling scene soon unfolded. The nocturnal physician drew forth a surgical knife from his waist and, before the onlookers, methodically began to sever the foot into numerous pieces. The crowd's sanity plummeted. Lynn then beheld as the nocturnal physician produced a vial of a white, bone-like liquid, evenly applying it to each fragment of bloodied flesh and bone. The compassion of the self-bound angel, Lynn immediately recognized the epic potion. Subsequently, with the nocturnal physician's rapid suturing, the left foot was restored to its entirety once more, though seemingly redundant. It was clear that this act was intricately linked to the curse mark the nocturnal physician had mentioned. You have been healed. The mask's lenses reflected the pale face of the guard serenely. He then turned his gaze to Lynn, who appeared somewhat out of place among the others. Their eyes met in a moment of quietude. Colleague? The nocturnal physician inquired hesitantly. Lynn adjusted his monocle and replied with a courteous smile. Indeed, a colleague. The physician narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he slowly extended his sharp hand to press against Lynn's pulse. In an instant, his fingers quivered slightly. He then gazed deeply into Lynn's eyes and remarked, "My dear colleague, you are gravely unwell." Lynn replied earnestly with a smile. "How so?" The nocturnal physician furrowed his brow and said, "Your body has undergone severe abnormal mutations. Your left hand has even developed a mysterious consciousness. Your flesh and blood genes are profoundly distorted, and you bear the heavy aftereffects of drug abuse. Your body has undergone a significant transformation. Your heart is not your original, and an anomalous curse resides within you, accompanied by a degree of mental illness." The nocturnal physician scrutinized him intensely. "Even he began, but the implication sent shivers through the crowd, who stared in shock at the smiling Lynn. The night doctor squinted and remarked, "You are the first patient I have encountered who has managed to amalgamate mutations, curses, malevolent spirits, parasitism, and flesh modifications all within a single body. This is no mere ailment. You have extricated a human form from your afflictions." Lynn closed his eyes. "Thank you for the compliment. To receive such a professional assessment from a night doctor is truly commendable." He then opened his eyes and smiled, adding, "I am well aware of the ethical code adhered to by night doctors. To be frank, I have come here seeking an opportunity to join your ranks." At this declaration, the mayor and the others behind him trembled in disbelief. He actually said it. Did he not reconsider his intentions after undergoing such terrifying treatment from the night doctor? The night doctor gazed down at him with a calm, indifferent demeanor. "Oh, what abilities do you possess that lead you to believe you can join us?" Lynn lifted his head and smiled. "I can acquire other abilities, but there is one particular skill in which I believe I surpass you, or perhaps even excel beyond that." Adjusting his monocle, he wore a polite and confident smile. The night doctor narrowed his eyes, his reflection visible in the lens, and inquired, "Oh, what might that be?" Lynn replied, "My diagnostic abilities." A palpable silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone held their breath, staring in disbelief at the audacious youth who dared to challenge the night doctor. After a long pause, the night doctor squinted and said, "Diagnosis? Are you jesting?" Lynn smiled and responded, "No, I am not jesting. In fact, the moment you touched my wrist earlier, I diagnosed several ailments afflicting you. And there are quite a few. You are not less ill than I am." The night doctor felt a surge of indignation and fury wash over him. However, instead of reacting with anger, he narrowed his eyes and slowly sat cross-legged before Lynn. "Is that so? I am quite curious. My entire ensemble perfectly isolates me from the external environment. I would like to hear how you came to your diagnosis and where you believe my ailments lie." His gaze turned somewhat dangerous. Lynn smirked and said, "My diagnostic method is rather simple. As long as we have made contact, and if I so desire, I can ascertain all the ailments afflicting you." At this pronouncement, a scoff emerged from beneath the night doctor's mask, evidently finding Lynn's assertion utterly ludicrous. "No need to rush. Let's start with a few minor issues." Lynn retrieved his notebook and began to jot down notes with a quill. "Have you lately experienced any discomfort in your gastrointestinal tract?" Chapter 213. He diagnosed the night doctor. The night doctor snorted derisively. "Is this your diagnosis? I apologize, but I have not relied on my gastrointestinal system for digestion and mobility for many years." Lynn adjusted his glasses and replied, "So, it is with great misfortune that I must inform you that you have developed a sizable cyst on your intestines, which is progressively spreading, and it poses a significant risk." He gestured with his hands, indicating the size of an apple. Upon hearing this, the night doctor erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "A cyst? You claim I have a cyst? Colleague, even if you are fabricating, please be more professional. The gastrointestinal system is highly sensitive, and any discomfort would manifest rapidly through various symptoms. If I truly had any discomfort, would I not be feeling it?" Suddenly, as he finished speaking, his eyes went vacant. An intense pain surged from his abdomen to his brain. "This is impossible." He shuddered. Lynn smiled and suggested, "I recommend you take a look for yourself." The night doctor, now visibly hesitant, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead beneath the mask. He stared intently at his abdomen and extended a sharp finger. With a swift motion, he sliced through the leather of his abdomen, exposing his flesh. At that moment, when he tugged at his intestines, his pupils constricted in shock. for he indeed saw multiple cysts adorning his small intestine. He stood up abruptly. This is impossible. He trembled, gazing at the cysts on his intestines, exclaiming, even if my body were to exhibit some abnormal changes, I would surely notice immediately, and cysts like these could not have formed in such a short time. I had a full body examination just 7 days ago. He whirled to face Lynn in, his gaze fierce. Did you do this? Maintaining his composure, Lynn adjusted his monocle and smiled politely. Please, remain calm. As for how you developed these cysts, I am uncertain. I am merely here to relay my diagnostic findings. Since we are both doctors, you should understand that casually accusing your physician is rather impolite. To be honest, he indeed possessed the ability to directly impose ailments upon others, as it was one of his skills. However, similar to the last time he diagnosed the lizard man, he merely utilized the passive effect of his random diagnostic technique, without actively imposing anything. Thus, if his diagnostic technique was accurate, these were indeed ailments present within the Night Doctor's own body. The Night Doctor gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged once more, hastily removing the cyst from his intestines and administering a rapid course of treatment and suturing. It seems you have the capability to treat this first ailment yourself, so let me proceed to the second diagnosis. Lynn adjusted his glasses and, while writing, calmly stated, Your second ailment is severe alopecia. The Night Doctor, in the midst of suturing his intestines, froze. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The mayor and others sat in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. You're talking nonsense. The Night Doctor was incensed. Lynn remained composed. Look, just take a moment to assess. If I am incorrect, feel free to kill me afterward. Alopecia? You assert that I have alopecia. This time, the Night Doctor was genuinely furious. He grasped his beaked mask and declared, Fine, I will show you whether or not I have alopecia. He was truly enraged, for this was utterly preposterous. Just before his journey, he had meticulously groomed his magnificent locks. It was inconceivable that he could experience any hair loss, let alone significant thinning. In a fit of rage, he yanked off his mask and hat, zipping them off in one swift motion. Instantly, countless strands of hair flew into the air. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him, clumps of hair floated down like feathers. A gleaming bald head shimmered under the dim light, reflecting glimmers of light. Yes, really bald. The mayor gasped in shock. The Night Doctor sat there, frozen, holding his beaked mask in a daze. He instinctively reached up to touch his head. Smooth as silk, accidentally brushing against his eyebrows, he unintentionally dislodged them as well. His expression turned hollow in an instant. This is impossible. Lynn adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, Now let us discuss the third ailment. This particular condition may prove somewhat challenging. I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. The Night Doctor, now vacant-eyed, asked, What is it? Lynn fixed him with a serious gaze and said, It appears that a certain part of your body may have undergone some minor mutations. It seems to have developed a mind of its own. Just as the Night Doctor was beginning to grasp what Lynn was referring to, suddenly, bang, a muffled sound reverberated through the air. The nocturnal physician suddenly faltered. Immediately thereafter, a deafening bang resounded. All around, the onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, while only the nocturnal physician appeared vacant, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. What was that sound? Lynn pondered. The physician, with a hollow tone, replied, I am clad in iron undergarments. Time raced by, and soon, half an hour had elapsed. With a creak, the door was forcefully pushed open from within. There stood the nocturnal physician, adorned with a beaked mask, trembling as he leaned heavily on his cane. Struggling to move his weary body, propping himself against the doorpost, and laboriously advancing step by step. Compared to the enigmatic and formidable figure he had presented upon his arrival in this small town, he now appeared significantly diminished. Do not leave. Wait for me to summon assistance. Just wait for me. The nocturnal physician gasped, leaning on his cane, limping like a terminally ill patient. Lynn, filled with sympathy, instinctively reached out to support him. Do not touch me, the physician exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror as he recoiled 2 steps, trembling as though evading a plague. Are you truly intent on returning? I genuinely worry about your health. Please do not overthink it. Those ailments are not fatal, Lynn expressed with concern. The nocturnal physician, exasperated, clutched his cane, his pallid visage hastily moving forward. In his pursuit to remedy the ailments he had diagnosed within himself, he had exhausted all the potions he had brought, his body marred with incisions. Yet even so, 4 or 5 afflictions remained unresolved. By the gods, I was perfectly fine before the diagnosis. And now I'm burdened with so many maladies. How is one to endure this? There must be something amiss. This man certainly harbors profound issues. I must hasten back and request reinforcements from the outpost. Ideally, they should bring all the counter-curse and anti-disease equipment, he declared, urgency propelling him forward as he continued to issue threats. Meanwhile, within the house, the mayor and others stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. For this was a sight they had never anticipated. A nocturnal physician, once a figure of mystery and strength, now frightened away, especially in their own domain of expertise. They turned their gazes to the youth beside them, who smiled in farewell, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Dr. Lynn, do you truly wish to remain here? Did you not hear him say he would summon help? The mayor, dazed, instinctively swallowed hard. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Lynn had already proven himself. Minutes later, in the heart of the square, Lynn sat with his eyes closed on a chair specially brought over by the mayor, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. He appeared calm and composed, like a seasoned veteran. Behind him, dozens of townsfolk stared wide-eyed. It was at this moment that, from the distance, dark mists began to swirl, causing them to shudder, and soon 4 figures slowly materialized from the direction of the town's outskirts. Clad in identical beaked masks, black top hats, and long black robes. They approached. Here they come, the mayor exclaimed, his complexion paling. 4 nocturnal physicians. All the townsfolk instinctively recoiled a few steps, trembling, for it was the first time they had witnessed such an assembly of nocturnal physicians in one place. A wild wind swept through the square as the 4 black-clad physicians appeared in an instant, like phantoms. Lynn's lips curled into a smile, and he ceased his rhythmic tapping. Welcome, please take a seat. He opened his eyes, gazing amiably at the 4 beaked figures fixated on him, and politely adjusted his glasses. Chapter 214, Young Man. Do not aim too high. It is him. The physician positioned at the back, his voice laced with venom, emerged from behind his mask. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lynn, addressing the 3 towering figures before him with a grave tone. This individual is exceedingly peculiar. I was perfectly healthy until he diagnosed me, after which I became afflicted with a multitude of ailments. If I had any hidden afflictions, would I not have discovered them myself? He must have meddled with my body when he examined me. His teeth ground together in fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation as he continued to point at Lynn. My condition is still unstable. Suddenly, with a deafening thud, a sound echoed in response to his words, causing his body to jolt. He had been in turmoil for too long. Although his colleagues had urged him to sever ties with it all, he could not swallow his pride. A brief silence ensued. The leading nocturnal physician remained silent, his mask reflecting Lynn's visage. Lynn could distinctly sense the intensity of his gaze scrutinizing him. Before him appeared the physician's status panel. Nocturnal physician, Raven race, Corvidi alignment, lawful good level. While the descriptions were largely similar, it was evident that this nocturnal physician's level surpassed that of the previous one, as indicated by the subtle variations in title and attire. I have heard that you have cast curses and diseases upon our kin. Raven spoke, slowly taking a seat opposite Lynn, his voice sharp yet composed. His gaze was dangerously intent. Lynn maintained his smile, adjusted his monocle, and replied with composure. Such accusations cannot be made lightly. I am a principal physician. How could I engage in such malicious acts? Surely, one cannot slander a doctor simply because he has diagnosed you with ailments you are reluctant to accept. Lynn's words were well-reasoned and persuasive, leaving no room for doubt in the minds of those who listened. Nonsense. The accusing physician slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, stating, You need not pretend. I can see at a glance that you are not human. I know you are a plague doctor. You have come here to intimidate us. Lynn paused, feigning ignorance. A plague doctor? What is that? Observing Lynn's bewildered expression, Raven extended his hand, gesturing for the nearby physician to step back, and quietly regarded Lynn's face. With a calm demeanor, he began to explain, a group of traitors who were once part of our nocturnal physician ranks. They betrayed their ideals, splintering from our community, abandoning their duty to heal, and instead spreading horrific plagues and curses across the land. The lenses of his mask reflected a dark and sinister light. They are ever seeking to divide and annihilate us, so I kindly ask you not to take my colleague's suspicions to heart. He is merely fulfilling his duty. Lynn furrowed his brow slightly. I see. I had no idea such malevolence existed in this world. How could a doctor neglect their duty to heal and instead poison and harm others? It is utterly reprehensible. Nearby, some werewolves trembled, on the verge of tears. Raven narrowed his eyes, observing Lynn's countenance. It seems you are not well informed on this matter. Lynn adjusted his monocle once more, smiling as he replied. To speak candidly, I seldom venture far from home, and my exposure to the world is somewhat limited. It is only due to the whispers of the noble profession of the night doctor, a vocation dedicated to the pursuit of happiness and well-being for all, that I have come seeking an opportunity. Thus, Might you grant me the chance to become a night doctor? Lynn spoke with utmost courtesy. The other night doctors exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion. The executor, visibly perturbed, murmured, "Mr. Crow, do not acquiesce to him. This fellow is exceedingly peculiar. I believe it prudent to subdue him first and ascertain his identity thereafter." Yet, before he could finish, he was gently interrupted by Crow. "Enough. Executor, have you forgotten our principles?" The executor flinched, bowing his head in contrition, and replied, "No, Mr. Crow. It is etched in my heart. The earth requires healing. The eternal night must cease. We heal, we protect, we redeem. We adhere to the justice within our hearts, offering treatment to every being. Under our scalpel, prejudice and arrogance are utterly forbidden." Crow gazed intently at Lynn, stating, "Desiring to join us is not a trivial matter. We must ascertain whether you possess the requisite qualities and capabilities to confront the onslaught of this darkness. I have heard tell of your remarkable diagnostic acumen, that with but a mere touch, you could discern all ailments within another's body." Lynn straightened, a serious demeanor overtaking him, and replied with a smile, "Not necessarily all, but I should manage most without issue." The executor, eyes shut, ground his teeth in frustration. A profound light flickered within Crow's glasses as his fingers lightly tapped the table. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." The executor gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Mr. Crow." Crow raised a hand to silence him, the beak of his mask lifting slightly, a dim glimmer passing through his fingertips. He spoke softly, "I have just introduced a virus into my body, a virus of great secrecy. If it remains concealed within the human form for an extended period, it can wreak significant havoc." He placed his hand upon the table. "Since you claim to possess a unique diagnostic ability, I shall grant you this chance. Within 10 minutes, if you can accurately identify the location of the injection site, the virus's distribution, and the adverse reactions it has wrought upon me, I will acknowledge your worthiness." He removed his gloves, revealing elongated claws reminiscent of a blend between crow and human, for fingers adorned with glinting, ominous nails. Upon hearing his words, the two avian-masked night doctors behind him trembled, exchanging knowing glances. They understood well that this was not merely a test, but a deliberate challenge. For a conventional physician, diagnosing without blood tests or other verification methods, relying solely on touch and pulse, was akin to fantasy. Not all physicians possess the exceptional rapid diagnostic skills that night doctors do. Moreover, the virus he had recently injected into himself had yet to fully manifest its effects, exacerbating the diagnostic difficulty. "Mr. Crow, I must caution you," the executor urged breathlessly, stepping forward. "This individual is indeed very strange. Approaching him without any anti-curse or plague equipment could expose you to grave danger." Crow raised his gaze, replying with calm assurance, "No matter. I harbor confidence, for I have been a night doctor longer than any present here. I have dealt with myriad curses and plagues for centuries. Even a peer of equal standing would find it futile to infect me under my scrutiny." Upon hearing this, Lynn adjusted his monocle and stated earnestly, "So, if I can diagnose that virus, I may join the ranks of the night doctors?" Crow replied coolly, "Young man, do not aim too high. However, should you truly succeed, I shall recommend you in my name." With that declaration, Lynn responded with determination, "Very well." Chapter 215, "Sir, you require treatment." In that moment, as all present held their breath in rapt attention, Lynn extended his hand, calmly placing it upon Crow's wrist. Almost instantaneously, before those around could fully comprehend, Lynn's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, withdrawing his hand with conviction. "The results are in." At this proclamation, astonishment swept through the townsfolk behind him. Even the two night doctors standing behind Crow were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. "Are you certain?" One questioned hesitantly. "I advise you to think carefully. This is your only opportunity. You merely grazed him, and you dare claim to have completed a diagnosis. Is this a jest?" Even with the night doctor's unique diagnostic techniques, one can only ascertain the nature of an affliction upon contact. Deeper insights require diverse methods and prolonged investigation. Lynn remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his glasses, addressing Crow. "The virus is known as leech. It is an extract from a highly toxic creature known as the swamp blood leech, combined with secretions from malevolent spirits, spore dust of expansive virulence, and several other enigmatic substances to form a singular virus. This virus is exceptionally insidious. A minuscule dose of infection poses no immediate threat to the host. It can swiftly infiltrate the target's brain and remain concealed. Furthermore, when combined with certain catalysts," Lynn raised his hand, fingers poised, "it can transform into a highly covert weapon, capable of inciting a full-scale viral eruption within the host with but a snap of the fingers. It is not merely a virus. It is an exceedingly potent instrument of death. As Lynn spoke with eloquence, the expressions of the two night doctors behind Crow grew increasingly astonished, even prompting them to instinctively take a step back. The executor stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Only Crow maintained his unwavering gaze on Lynn, eagerly awaiting the conclusion. Adjusting his glasses once more, Lynn continued. Having provided a foundational overview of the virus, let us now address the specific queries you posed earlier. Firstly, the location of the virus injection is precisely 3 inches above your right elbow joint. The dosage is minimal, yet concentrated within that area of skin, resulting in some adverse reactions. The site of injection has manifested slight red rashes, provoking sensations of intense itchiness and prickling. Am I correct? A profound silence enveloped the room. Behind him, the townsfolk stood agape, captivated by the polite and confident young man before them. They did not fully comprehend, yet sensed an overwhelming aura of expertise and professionalism. Notification: congratulations on triggering the achievement. Professional lecturer. You have gained 200 basic experience points. Professional lecturer. Special achievement. In any circumstance. By articulating the system-provided text flawlessly and maintaining an air of profundity, you have a chance to receive a permanent attribute enhancement. Charisma 1, Intelligence 1, Handsomeness 1, Happiness 1. Lynn maintained a serene smile upon his face, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the pulsing veins at his temples. However, the group of night physicians failed to notice this detail. They all turned their anxious gazes towards the raven, their breaths quickening in search of answers. He speaks the truth. The raven squinted, stating, absolutely accurate. A palpable tremor coursed through the 3 night physicians behind him, their eyes betraying unmistakable disbelief and shock. What kind of jest was this? For they were acutely aware that this virus was a peculiar creation of Mr. Raven's, developed only recently and not yet reported. They had merely gleaned a fraction of its intended uses. And this individual, astonishingly, had he merely brushed against Mr. Raven's body to glean such intricate details about the virus? This was perplexing. The raven lifted his head, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Lynn. Impressive. Truly impressive. It seems the executor was correct. You indeed possess an unimaginable diagnostic ability. Lynn smiled humbly. You flatter me. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the raven's tone shifted, growing indifferent. However, you have clearly overlooked certain symptoms. To be frank, aside from the itchiness from the rash on my right arm, I'm also experiencing intense itching and pain across my back. He rose to his feet, stating coldly, you have underestimated the virus's capacity for dissemination and its adverse reactions. It appears your diagnostic skills require further refinement. He slowly donned his black leather gloves, adjusting his hat, preparing to turn away. But as he did, Lynn's voice, still smiling, pierced the silence. Mr. Raven, there are no omissions in my diagnosis, for what I previously mentioned solely pertained to the virus I diagnosed. The itching and pain on your back are not entirely attributable to this virus. A silence enveloped the room as the raven froze in place. The light reflecting off Lynn's monocle rendered his smile particularly sinister. He picked up a quill and opened his notebook. What I just articulated was merely the first ailment I diagnosed, specifically regarding the virus you injected into yourself. Now, allow me to elucidate the second ailment I have identified. He began to record swiftly, speaking confidently. It is likely due to your frequent experimentation with the virus known as leech that you have remained oblivious to the insidious changes and necrosis occurring within your skin's hair follicles. The extensive itching and pain you feel across your back are a result of the virus you just injected, which has activated the toxins hidden within your skin's hair follicles. Like a catalyst, an inciting factor, it has swiftly awakened those toxins within your body. If my conjecture is correct, the itching on your back has already begun to radiate to new areas. For instance, Lynn calmly waved his quill. Your posterior. The eyes of the 2 night physicians beside the raven instantly became vacant. They gazed in astonishment at the still figure of the raven, murmuring, Mr. Raven. Lynn adjusted his monocle with a smile. This is the second ailment. I advise you to promptly extract the virus you just injected from your body. Otherwise, the necrosis of your back's hair follicles is the least of your concerns. Should the virus stealthily encroach upon your brain, then we would be in dire straits. The raven remained rigid. Silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, he suddenly extended his hand, his fingers trembling as he hastily unfastened the buttons of his leather coat, urgently demanding the 3 night physicians beside him, hurry, help me remove it. At his words, the 3 night physicians jolted, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. They scrambled forward, swiftly peeling off the raven's dark leather attire, revealing a body adorned with dark feathers beneath. One of the night physicians gasped in shock as he discovered that beneath the feathers on the raven's back, numerous tiny red dots had indeed manifested, and the once lustrous feathers had become dull and lifeless. "What is it?" The raven immediately frowned, inquiring. The three night physicians grew frantic, for the human had spoken the truth. "The situation is dire, Mr. Raven. The red dots on your back are rapidly spreading, seemingly the adverse effects of the leech virus. Sir, you require treatment." Chapter 216, Explosive Athlete's Foot. Witnessing this scene, the three night physicians clenched their teeth, swiftly reaching out to grasp the feathers on the raven's back. They exchanged resolute nods, their gazes firm. In the next moment, a cacophony ensued. Rip, rip, rip. A sudden, piercing cry erupted as the raven spread his arms, his body jolted by the unexpected and violent plucking of feathers. For avian beings like the raven, feather plucking was an unspeakable torture. He trembled, yet did not lose his composure. He swiftly bit down on his beak mask, revealing a bizarre visage that was a hybrid of human and crow. Gulping, he swiftly downed a vial of antidote against the leech virus. Gritting his teeth, he turned, barking, "Immediately retrieve the topical medication from my medical kit. Quickly." Yes. At that moment, the three night physicians exhibited remarkable medical prowess, swiftly producing medications and syringes, placing the raven on a stool to expose his back. One of the night physicians gritted his teeth. "Mr. Raven, time is of the essence. We must commence immediately. Please endure." With a flurry of rapid injections, the night physician pierced the raven's back with astonishing speed, administering one dose after another of the antiviral medication. "Sir, we still need to further remove your feathers. Please bear with us." "Wait." Rip, rip, rip. The three night physicians gritted their teeth, collaborating in a frantic effort to continue the extraction amid the convulsions of the raven. Feathers flew wildly, akin to a scene of slaughter, as a multitude of feathers scattered chaotically. Yet, being a raven, he possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain, even during the plucking. He bit down hard on his gloved hands, struggling to lift his head, desperately gazing at Lynn. "Something's amiss. Something's amiss. Even if remnants of the leech virus remain in my hair follicles, why has it only erupted now, during your diagnosis? Have you cast a curse upon me?" Lynn regarded the raven, pinned on the stool as he was plucked, adjusting his glasses with determination. "Sir, I swear by the heavens it was not my doing. This is indeed a latent affliction I diagnosed within your body. I came to join the night physicians, not to stir up trouble. If I truly wished you harm, what would I gain from it? This brings me no benefit whatsoever." The raven, enduring the agony of feather plucking on his back, clenched his teeth. Yet upon reflection, he conceded that Lynn's words held some merit. Moreover, when he had touched himself, he had indeed found no signs of curses or plague entering his body. Could it be that this was merely a coincidence? He gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, and said, "I concede your diagnostic prowess. I trust there are no other symptoms afflicting me, correct?" Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, replying, "How did you know there might be additional ailments?" A dullness clouded the crow's eyes. Lynn raised the notebook in his hand, pointing at the listed diseases, and earnestly stated, "Indeed, there are not just a few, but numerous conditions. Due to the extensive diagnoses, I have meticulously prepared a case report for you." Under the crow's vacant gaze, Lynn, donned in a white coat, adjusted his glasses, stood solemnly, and approached the plucked crow, reciting, "The third ailment I have diagnosed is a chronic cerebral disorder commonly referred to as epilepsy. While mortality rate is not particularly high, it manifests through intermittent bodily convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and dilated pupils, often triggered by intense stimuli." Lynn composedly added, "In our region, we typically refer to it as sheep epilepsy." The crow felt a cold sweat trickle down, a drop falling with a plop onto the ground. "Impossible. This cannot be. Although my body is often subjected to experimentation with various viruses, the presence of epilepsy is utterly inconceivable. If such a thing were true, why had I never noticed it before? Moreover, if it is characterized by sudden and intermittent episodes, why have I never experienced an attack? It must be that this young man is mistaken. Sir, please bear with us. We are about to pluck your feathers." The urgent voices of the three night doctors echoed behind him. In the next instant, a sharp pain surged as the plucking commenced, causing the crow to lift his head abruptly, his eyes rolling back violently. His left hand formed A6, while his right hand spasmodically contorted into A1. His body instantly stiffened, and he began to froth at the mouth. "Oh no, boss, something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong." They had merely plucked a few feathers from the boss's backside. Yet his reaction was overwhelmingly drastic. Meanwhile, dozens of townsfolk at a distance stood in shock, their mouths agape. It was the first occasion they had witnessed the mysterious and enigmatic night doctors being diagnosed in such a manner. This is the mayor. One pale-faced youth stammered. Something's amiss. Why do I feel that Dr. Lynn seems even more bizarre than the night doctors? The mayor vigorously wiped the cold sweat from his brow, insisting it must be a figment of your imagination. After all, that child, Karen, was treated remarkably well by Dr. Lynn. At the table, the three night doctors frantically tended to the convulsing crow, their anxiety palpable. Lynn adjusted his glasses, contemplating the case report, and said, "Though I realize this is not the opportune moment, I must mention the fourth ailment I have diagnosed. This condition is not particularly severe. I initially intended to discard it. Yet I pondered whether such an action might seem unprofessional. Hence, quickly, one of the night doctors urged, pressing against the thrashing crow, remove the boss's boots. Massage the soles. It will swiftly alleviate his symptoms." Another night, doctor rushed to the crow's feet, gritting his teeth as he hastily untied the laces, preparing to remove the boots. Just then, Lynn thoughtfully adjusted his glasses and declared the fourth condition is. Simultaneously, the night doctor removed the crow's boots. At that very moment, a potent wave of foot odor erupted, akin to a toxic gas bomb, propelling the night doctor several meters away. Oh no! Unprepared for such an occurrence, his bird-beaked gas mask was not activated, and in such close proximity, the noxious scent enveloped him. It was as if he had been suddenly immersed in a stench of long-fermented swamp gas. This odor. His body was forcefully knocked down, landing several meters away. "Everyone!" Lynn pinched his nose with a pair of tweezers, adjusting his monocle, and remarked, "The explosive foot odor is quite pungent. Thus I do not recommend showcasing it in crowded areas."